You went to attend a military summer camp, and after returning, you unexpectedly became a general. That day, you accidentally took the wrong exit, and while you were admiring yourself in the mirror in the bathroom, you were bewilderedly pulled away by a bearded soldier. You got into a jeep, and the bearded soldier handed you a handgun and an assault rifle. You weighed them in your hands, and wow, they were quite heavy. You thought to yourself that this was quite the production. The atmosphere was intense. It had just begun, and you were already extremely satisfied, feeling that this summer camp would definitely be rewarding. A jeep drifted to a stop behind the military aircraft, and a bearded soldier jumped out, shouting, "Don't act like a bunch of girls. Board the plane now, right away." You felt the adrenaline and also jumped out of the vehicle, then ran up to the military aircraft while holding your gun. Just a few minutes later, the aircraft accelerated and soared into the sky. Your heart was racing, the heavy gear, the irritable commander. This boarding experience was intense, and you couldn't imagine what kind of novel experiences awaited you when you officially arrived at summer camp. However, you also noticed something off. Aside from a few Asian faces, almost everyone else had the features of people from the bear country. You wonder, could there be people from bear country signing up for summer camp? You are a bit excited and quickly start chatting with the soldier next to you. Are you going to summer camp too? How much does it cost to sign up here? But as you chat, the soldier's gaze towards you becomes increasingly strange, and he even stops responding to you. Uncertain how much time had passed, a sharp, piercing alarm suddenly blared in your ears, startling you. The entire cabin was filled with red light, and some areas even burst into flames. Someone shouted, "It's hopeless. The front part of the aircraft has been hit by a missile. Jump out now." Soon, the soldiers rushed to grab parachute packs, but you remained in your seat, dazed. At that moment, a bearded officer rushed over with a parachute pack on his back and said, "Kid, stop dazing around. If you don't want to die, quickly put on a parachute pack." You, still confused, strapped on the parachute pack, unable to comprehend the situation. The rear door slowly opened, and the strong wind rushed in. You thought to yourself, "No way, is this really happening?" Jumping out of the plane as soon as you arrive. Isn't this experience a bit beyond the scope? At this moment, a soldier comforted, "Don't complain, the situation on the battlefield is like this. This scene is a battlefield, and there are live performances." You originally thought this group of soldiers was just trying to scare people, until you saw them jump out of the plane one by one, and you couldn't help but be stunned, thinking, are the young people from your bear country so brave? It's your turn, kid. After landing, act according to the plan, and if lucky, head to point B for assembly. At this moment, officer who pushed you forward, and you were so scared that your legs went weak, saying, "Officer, please don't joke at this time. I'm here for summer camp, not to risk my life." Before you could finish your sentence, officer who, annoyed by your hesitation, kicked you down directly. You shouted in panic, "Officer, are you serious?" The blue sky and white clouds rushed past as you fell freely, completely dazed. At this point, you naturally understand the current situation. You must have boarded the wrong plane. This is not a military aircraft going to summer camp at all, and those people are not going to participate in summer camp, but are real soldiers. It's outrageous that a tourist like you was sent to the battlefield as a soldier. A wave of panic surged within you as you saw the ground getting closer. You used all your strength to try to pull the handle on the parachute bag like in the movies. But how could someone without professional training possibly do it easily? You felt that this way of dying was too suffocating, so you closed your eyes and waited for death to come. Ding! The current environment is detected as a battlefield. The War King system is at your service. Would you like to use the War God Experience card? Time limit, 2 hours. You were taken aback and opened your eyes, awakening the system at the brink of life and death. What a coincidence! But there was no time for you to think. You were less than 100 meters from the ground. You hurriedly said, "Use it, use it, use it. As long as it can save my life, anything will do." As soon as you finished speaking, a vast amount of knowledge surged into your mind, and you instinctively pulled the ring on the parachute bag. The umbrella bag unfolded. You tightened your body, executed a ground slide, then took off your backpack and rolled to land accurately. A few gunshots rang out nearby. Bullets rushed towards your chest and headed high speed. Surprisingly, you sidestepped and ducked, directly dodging 2 bullets, then raised your gun and shot. The enemy soldier let out a gasp just before a bullet pierced through his head. At that moment, a buzzing sound like bees suddenly filled the sky, and a small traversing drone rushed towards you at high speed. Without a second thought, you raised your gun and shot. The drone exploded 100 meters away from you. You are completely confused. What is going on? It seems that I can predict the bullet's landing point, and shooting has become an instinctive response of my body, with very high accuracy. Recycle materials, eliminate the remnants. Information echoed in your mind again, and you instinctively followed it. You ran to an open area, and almost simultaneously, gunfire erupted from both sides. You moved quickly, weaving in an S shape through the hail of bullets, and each time you pulled the trigger, a section fell silent. Taking advantage of the moments between shots, you found some cover and collected many useful items from the bodies. You were puzzled, even though it was your first time seeing bloodied corpses, you felt not a trace of fear. Fill the backpack with these things, and you soon arrive at a ruined building. Here you find 2 corpses, one of which seems to be a soldier from the Bear Country. As soon as you touch him, the Bear Country soldier suddenly rises from the dead and is about to fight you to the death. Fortunately, you react quickly and manage to subdue this soldier after a few exchanges. When you see his face clearly, you are taken aback. It's you, Datri. The person in front of you is the guy who was very speechless next to you on the plane, and you didn't expect to encounter him here. Datri is very emotional. Just then, your phone rang. It was a video call from Dad. Before you could say much in greeting, Dad suddenly saw the gun barrel pointed at your forehead and exclaimed, "Son, you haven't been kidnapped, have you?" You pulled at the corner of your mouth, turned the camera around, and said, "Dad, this is Dotori. We're just messing around." With a bang, a grenade suddenly shot in, startling you, and you quickly pulled Dotori to the side, saying, "Wow, my ears are almost deaf." Dad asked, "What sound? Are you okay?" You replied, "I'm fine. They're setting off firecrackers outside." After you finished speaking, you suddenly saw several figures darting in through the dust. Without thinking, you raised your hand and shot. You blew the head off one of the pursuers, and the scene was very bloody. Dad was startled and took a long time to speak. "Oh, I understand. This is an NPC, right? You guys are playing real-life CS." Dad, who lives in a peaceful and stable environment, would never have thought that you were already on the battlefield. You said, "Dad, no time to talk. They're attacking from the other side." Hanging up the phone, you hurriedly searched for Detli's trace in the ruins, only to find him huddled in a corner praying. "Our whereabouts have been exposed. We must change locations." You don't care whether Detler has reacted or not, hurriedly collecting supplies and pulling him to run. All the way through battles, twisting and turning, you and Detler hid in a grove. Detler held his head, completely panicked. "We're doomed. We're going to die." You found it somewhat intolerable and directly slapped him, saying, "You're a soldier, and with this little courage, you dare to go to the battlefield? I'm just a tourist who got on the wrong plane, and I'm stronger than you." Detler was shocked. "Wrong plane? Are you a tourist?" At this point, you can only tell the truth. After listening, Detli felt it was ridiculous and said, "What they said is indeed true. You people from the Great Xia possess amazing skills. Even a tourist can be so formidable on the battlefield." You didn't respond, but instead shoved an automatic rifle into Detli's arms and said, "Keep watch for me. I'm going to use a drone to scout the enemy." Detli was even more surprised. "You can use a drone?" You nodded. Actually, you didn't know how before, but at the moment you got the drone, the method of using it inexplicably appeared in your mind. The drone hovered and flew over the entire area. You noticed that there were people in all directions, mostly in teams of 3, with some small teams positioned very close together, making them difficult to deal with. At this moment, an enemy soldier spotted the drone, raised his gun, and fired, but you remained completely calm, deftly avoiding the hail of bullets with a flick of your fingers. This scene left Dotori beside you in awe. Your miraculous skills in the Great Xia can actually control a drone? You ignored him and carefully surveyed the battlefield situation. You discovered that there were enemy armored vehicles parked in the northeast. As long as you could get to them, you would have a glimmer of hope. But there are many troops there, so we need to find a way to draw them away. After the investigation is complete, you control the drone to fly towards the nearest enemy troops. Despite their continuous gunfire, the drone continues to move towards the target, accompanied by a loud explosion. 3 enemy soldiers were killed in a drone suicide attack at one location. Zhang Yan then took out a computer from inside his backpack and connected the other drones with data cables. Detri wondered, "What are you doing?" Zhang Yan lightly said, "The other side has many people. If you want to lure them away, you have to use drones. I will program some codes into it to let them move freely." Detri was shocked beyond belief. "Man, you're a genius." Perhaps Zhang Yan gave Detri a full sense of security. Detri at this moment actually did not have a trace of the idea of seeking death. On the contrary, it was very hot-blooded. After the program, several drones slowly took off and flew to the designated location, and Zhang Yan left the place with Detri. "The drones will help us attack the enemy on the west side of the neighborhood. We'll feint to the east first and kill it later." "Yes, sir." Detri gave a military salute, admiring Zhang Yan from the bottom of his heart. The duo then lurked and groped their way to the southeast corner of the neighborhood. "There are 3 on the other side. I'm in charge of 2, you're in charge of 1. Any questions?" Detri leaned against the wall, firearm in hand, and tensed. "No problem, sir, but my shooting, not very accurate." "It doesn't matter. You can take your time to fight." As soon as the words fell, Zhang Yan took the lead and made a sideways lunge, his finger lightly pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired, 2 of which directly killed 2 enemy soldiers, while the remaining one blew off the finger of an enemy soldier, preventing him from continuing to hold his gun. That gave Detrai his chance, though he was so nervous he was pissing himself and his gun hand was shaking. But a barrage of bullets went by and eventually killed the enemy soldier. Detrai was shocked and scared. Can I really do that? It's normal to be nervous about going to war, but in order to save your life, you have to adapt. Zhang Yan smiled while in his heart, he was very puzzled. He was also going to the battlefield for the first time, plus he was not a soldier. Shouldn't he be more nervous than Detrai? How? I feel as steady as an old dog. Is it because of that experience card in the system? However, he knew that the experience card had a time limit, and would expire in 2 hours at most, which meant that in 2 hours' time, he had to escape from this place. The earlier gunfire had attracted the enemy from the perimeter, and they had almost surrounded it. In the midst of the gunfire, Zhang Yan pulled Detrai along and ran and fought, drawing almost everyone in this neighborhood. In the course of the battle, Zhang Yan discovered a machine gun position and was instantly enlightened. You take care of the back roads, the more we shoot, the more we live. Saying that, Zhang Yan ran directly to the machine gun position, and under Detrai's stunned gaze, he shouldered the machine gun stiffly and started firing mightily. In normal times, the machine gun was by no means something that Zhang Yan could shake, but at the moment, with the experience card's boost, his physique was ridiculously strong, and lifting the machine gun was as simple as picking up a bucket of water. Combined with extremely accurate shooting, almost all the bullets fired from his machine gun went for the heads of the enemy soldiers. On the contrary, the enemy's bullets could hardly touch Zhang Yan for a minute or a millimeter. And the most outrageous thing was that the bullets would be dodged by Zhang Yan when they came to the position of 1 or 2 meters in front of his body, which was simply like seeing a ghost. Harry Crab, Terminator, he's a Terminator, an enemy soldier cried out in shock, but in the next second, his head bloomed like a flower petal. Within a short time, the enemy troops were deeply shocked by Zhang Yan and hid to the side, no longer daring to counterattack. With a bang, the explosion of a drone suicide attack came from the distance, and Zhang Yan knew it was time. Retreat! In the distance, Detrai collapsed to the ground with a very frightened look on his face. It's over. I've been shot. I might be dying. Zhang Yan went up and slapped him. It's just a bruise. It doesn't matter. Go. Pulling Detrai, Zhang Yan returned the same way. All the soldiers here were injured by the drones, leaving only a small shrimp along the way, so it can be said that all the way is unobstructed. Soon came the northeast corner, where several armored vehicles were parked. No one left behind because of the earlier battle. Zhang Yan casually pulled a car to sit up. Found no key, but fortunately came a hand-rubbing operation. To the car hit. You drive, I'll do the blocking. While Detrai sat in the main driver's seat, Zhang Yan lifted the top of the armored car and burst up with his gun at the enemy troops behind him. At a certain moment, a voice came from beside his ear. Ding! The number of bullets dodged has reached 500. Obtaining the title, Useless to Beat Your Father, can predict the point of fall of bullets and shells, and thus dodge them. Chapter 4. Who's a tourist who goes to war more fiercely than a soldier? In an hour's time, Zhang Yan and Detrai finally shook off their pursuers, and right after the last bullet, accurately headshotting an enemy soldier chasing the car, a familiar voice once again came beside his ears. Ding! The number of headshots of enemy soldiers has reached 100. Obtaining the title, National Foot Striker, shooting accuracy reaches 100%. No bullets, headshots with guns. The armored car sped along through a vast expanse of scorched earth, and sitting in the co-pilot, Zhang Yan briefly studied the system. As you can see through the system panel, there are numerous quests at the top, and you can earn different titles by accumulating the number of kills, using instruments, and so on, and by wearing the corresponding title, you can master a variety of different skills. But the system has a rule. A maximum of 10 titles can only be worn at a time. After a brief understanding, Zhang Yan suddenly felt a sense of weakness. Apparently, the experience card given by the system expired. While some of the knowledge remained in his mind, the proficiency he had previously acquired, and the apathy he had felt in the face of life and death, had all but disappeared. Vomit. Recalling the bloody scene from before, Zhang Yan didn't hold back for a moment and directly threw up by the window. His heart panicked to the extreme. Where are we going now? Detrai replied. Go to Area B. That's our rendezvous point. Spitting again, Zhang Yan gasped. Send. I'm going back to the woolly bear country. Detrai kicked the brakes sharply. Comrade, are you crazy? We could be in the center of the battlefield right now. The way back is blocked, and going back like this, we'll be shot straight as deserters. Zhang Yan heart thumped. This is really on the thief ship. Cannot run away. At that moment, suddenly the phone rang with 2 calls, one from the hostile side and the other from Dad. After thinking about it, Zhang Yan first answered his dad's call. Dad's panicked voice came from the other end of the phone. Son, what's the situation? Aren't you in the real-life CS? How come the hostile side said, you're missing? Not missing. Zhang Yan smiled helplessly. Just, got on the wrong airplane and, went to war. Dad wondered, battlefield? Which battlefield? Just, I've been on the battlefield of whichever place you've been watching the news lately. Dad was silent for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, could it be, Key, right, outrageous, isn't it? It's outrageous, it's outrageous. How can you go to the battlefield when you're traveling? Dad was very shocked. Then you were. Wasn't it real life CS? My God, you even killed someone. Did you report it? Zhang Yan sighed helplessly. Not yet. We got separated from the large troop and are now heading that way. Dad was anxious. No, that would be too slow. I'll call the police now. No, I'll go to the embassy. Letting a tourist go to war, that's not a joke? You have to be careful, son. Don't get out of the way in everything. Just follow the soldiers' asses. And if there's a safe place, you stay there. After a few words of advice, Dad hung up cursing. Subsequently, Zhang Yan took the initiative to contact the hostel again, and the other end was also very shocked to hear that Zhang Yan had gone to war. This is a big miss. They promised to go to the military right away. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yan was a bit speechless. What is this all about? Just at this moment, the hairs of sweat suddenly stood up all over his body, and he had a bad thought inside. Damn, it's a missile. Did the phone call attract it? Detrai exclaimed, and was about to remind Zhang Yan to jump out of the car. However, Zhang Yan leaped out of the top cover position one step ahead of him and raised his gun to shoot. Bang, bang, boom. 2 shots went off and the missile 100 meters away exploded straight away. Detrai was too stunned to say a word. Dude, I don't think you actually need to go back, because you're obviously more fierce than us soldiers. Returning to his seat, Zhang Yan felt more and more the coldness of the battlefield, not knowing when he would live or die. Solely taking out his phone, he took a picture with Detrai and later posted it to his friends as a souvenir. A unique experience for 18. Summer Woolly Bear Mercenaries. Contact me if interested. Soon. The circle of friends received a large number of likes and replies from students and friends. Almost everyone was surprised. Holy, Rock, didn't you say you were going on a trip? How come you're a mercenary? There is this doorway to get rich, even did not call on buddies. You are not interesting enough. That's the specialty of Camp Woolly Bear, isn't it? Militarization. Rock is kind of a mixed up guy, all stepping out to carry a gun. Rock, remember to take a picture when you drive the tank. What tanks? Must fly the airplane. Suggest a live broadcast. Let everyone feel together. Almost everyone thought Zhang Yan was making a whole job of it, except for the police and the embassy people. When Zhang Yan's dad, Zhongli, handed them this group photo, they were simply shocked beyond belief. This is indeed the latest combat equipment of the Woolly Bear country. Mr. Zhang Yan didn't lie. Tourists being dragged into battle as soldiers. How could the Woolly Bear nation make such a huge blunder? Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the police and the embassy rushed to respond, together with contacts from all sides on the hostile side. Soon the call from the military reached Andre, who had just arrived at Point B. Andre, the bearded officer who started the whole thing by bringing Zhang Yan on the plane. What? A visitor from Daxia mistakenly boarded our military plane? Andre only felt outrageous. Then he rushed at the soldiers in front of him and called out, whoever stepped on a horse is called Zhang Yan. Or, which one of you has seen a Daxia man? A soldier remembered something. Sir, he was, it seems, kicked off the plane by you. Andre's heart thumped and he remembered something too. Remembering a kid who had been a wimp when he jumped out of the plane, screaming something about how he was here for summer camp. Damn summer camp. Isn't he a mixed East Asian? Speaks Russian all the time too. Andre realized he had made a mistake, and rushed to the officer on the other end of the line and said helplessly, Sir, I'm guilty. He may have. When the news of Zhang Yan's life and death traveled back to Daxia, tension only found it a bit unbelievable. Impossible. I just spoke to my son an hour ago. With that, he made another call to Zhang Yan, but at this time, Zhang Yan, who was in the battlefield, was fortunate enough to turn off his cell phone directly because the call had attracted several more missiles and pursuing troops. Zhang Li's heart stuttered in disbelief. His own son, is he really dead? Chapter 5 God, someone help us. Because of Zhang Yan's loss of contact, both Daxia and Maoxiong countries were in a kind of anxiety. Tourists are mistakenly entering the battlefield due to military errors, which is a major incident, and once it is not handled well, it is very likely to affect the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries, and the consequences are unimaginable. Although both countries have tried to keep their voices down and have not publicized the incident, still, soon, news appeared on the extranet about Daxia tourists mistakenly entering the battlefield. The news intentionally magnified the mistakes and stupidity of the military in the Woolly Bear country, and there was also speculation about whether Dacia was secretly sending people into the war. And with the deliberate retweeting of some of the country's second five, this news also quickly reached the country, causing a heated discussion among netizens. Tourists mistakenly entering the battlefield. What a farce! How could the furry bear military make such a blunder? That's right. How does this look like we sent troops, right? It's also good to settle the war as soon as possible and return peace to the world. Dacia is mighty. Dacia is invincible. Those pretty traitors. Just as the netizens were discussing the issue, one comment was lifted to the top of the hot search. I think I know who this errant visitor to the battlefield is. He's my classmate, Zhang Yan. The comment, detailing that Zhang Yan used $1 to draw a summer camp in the Woolly Bear Nation. But hours ago, he suddenly posted a photo with a soldier from the Woolly Bear Nation in his circle of friends. At first, netizens thought he was rubbing it in and called him shameless. Until someone claiming to be a fellow summer camper commented below, "That's him, he changed clothes at the airport and disappeared. We searched everywhere and finally realized that he got on the wrong military plane and headed to war." A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The netizens were shocked, and there were really Dacia tourists who mistakenly entered the battlefield, so much so that the related news became more and more heated. At this point, it was too late for the official to come down, but had to make a statement and pressurize the embassy side of the Woolly Bear country with great frequency. Dacia pressurized the embassy pressurized the official manhwa, the official manhwa pressurized the military. And the consequence of the layers of pressure down on the military side was that Andrei's military phone was directly knocked out. There were constant calls from officers asking if they had found Zhang Yan or not, and to this, Andrei could only reply bitterly, "Sir, the midwayers attacked, and all the soldiers parachuted out, and he was among them, and I'm afraid he was killed in action long ago." This kind of answer, ushered in also can only be a stinking scolding. Live to see a man, die to see a corpse. Cannot find him, you as the main person in charge. Just wait for the trial of the military court. In fact, Andrei had long wanted to drink a bullet. After all, the matter of bringing tourists to the battlefield had nothing to do with his impatient character. If the tourist named Zhang Yan really lived and died, he could only pay with his life. But right now, he was too late to cut his own throat. There were bigger problems to solve. The position of the rendezvous point was exposed, and a constant stream of enemy troops came to besiege him, so that he had no choice but to struggle with his officers and men to meet the enemy. At this moment, Zhang Yan and Detrai also came to the perimeter of the rendezvous point. Bang, 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 bang. The dense mountain forests are alive with the sound of gunfire, like firecrackers. It could be seen in the distance that artillery fire had started a forest fire that would most likely burn everyone at the rendezvous point. Detrai was the first to wimp out. Or, let's just go back. Zhang Yan frowned tightly. Go back where? Didn't you say that going back rashly would be treated as a deserter? We can go defect to other troops? Or, Detrai's brain revolved extremely fast, saying that he handed another pistol to Zhang Yan's hand. We can do what we did before. You give me a shot, I'll give you a shot, and go to join up in paradise, free from the pain of this war. Get lost. Zhang Yan hated it and slapped Detrai again. Keep driving and go to the front. With the camouflage of the enemy's armored vehicles, the duo quickly blended into the ranks of the enemy army, and since they were engaged in a battle at the moment, not many people noticed them. The duo mixed in with the enemy's convoy and traveled slowly along the way. Soon, Zhang Yan's brows furrowed. He finally realized why the forest fire was caused. It turned out that the enemy army had actually used a fire-breathing gun. What a bunch of crazies. At the moment, the fire was spreading more and more, and the enemy forces had the idea of retreating, and the scattered combatants were leaning towards the armored car. During that time, there were also a few people who came to the perimeter of the armored car that Zhang Yan was in and looked to get on the car. What are we going to do? Detrai rushed to lock the car door in fear. Zhang Yan was also frowning and shivering. What he was afraid of wasn't being discovered, but the fear of killing that tormented him all the time after the disappearance of the military god experience card. The system said that only after killing 1,000 enemy soldiers would he obtain the title of Indifferent Heart with the same military god experience card, and Zhang Yan would not have any emotional fluctuations at that time. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yan still commanded, "Open the car door." The rear door was opened, and a group of enemy soldiers got into the car one after another. Only they didn't know that what was about to greet them would be hell. Deep in the mountains, Andrei's side was already suffering heavy casualties, with raging fires coming from almost all directions, besieging him and his men in a cave. At this point, if a shell or a suicide drone comes out of nowhere, they're all screwed. Is this what the Dacia people call retribution? God, someone save us. Andrei was so angry that he punched the wall and thought to himself, what is this all about day after day? Rumble. Suddenly, there was a deafening noise in the air outside, and a scout yelled, It's enemy fighters. They're firebombing. Upon hearing this, a group of soldiers turned pale and either hugged each other or took out their cell phones in defiance of orders to contact their families. Wow, Griselva, you can't understand how much I really love you at this moment. Mom, love you, please say sorry for Dad for me. Grandpa Chevalier, I may not be able to vacation at your estate this winter. Andre was also eager to contact his daughter, but on the contrary, he was the first to have a call come through. Andre, haven't you found Zhang Yan yet? Is your guy's head kicked by a donkey? Being counted out by the officer. Andre was on fire. I'll you up. Stinking shark arm, I'm being firebombed right now by the pretty bunch of scumbags. I'm not in the mood to listen to your beeping. With that, Andre was about to hang up the phone, when the next moment his attention was caught by the commotion outside. The shell still fell, but not in the direction of Andre's side, but on the enemy's side. What's going on here? Immediately afterward, Andre and the others heard a continuous wailing and an intense burst of gunfire. At first, everyone was a bit puzzled until an armored car burst out of the road in the distance. The top cover was lifted, and Zhang Yan, holding a vehicle-mounted machine gun, was recharging the remnants of the bombarded troops, and with the added power of the titled International Striker, there was almost no wastage of bullets in the shuttle, all of which were consumed on the enemy's brains. Andre was shocked. My God, I've seen him. The officer on the other end of the line wondered. Who? Zhang Yan. God. He's just like a god. Chapter 6. Here's your god. Sneak attack on the transportation unit. The armored car sped along the mountain trail. Zhang Yan forcefully suppressed his inner fear, and with the addition of the soaring adrenaline, he was like that battlefield-killing god, constantly outlawing enemy troops with their vehicle-mounted machine guns. One shot at a little friend. Detry, who was driving the car, was simply speechless in his admiration for Zhang Yan. Man, you're really brilliant. To think of hitting their people with their warplanes. What do you call this in your Daxia language? Zhang Yan let out a faint cry. Kill with a borrowed knife. That's right, killing with a borrowed knife. A good killing with a borrowed knife. Now that group of pretty bastards can always know that messing with us, they are considered to have kicked the iron plate. Ha 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 ha. With a loud laugh, the armored car quickly arrived below the base of the mountain. At that moment, Andre also broke out with his subordinates and collided with the two. It's great that you kid is still alive. Andre was so excited that he was on the verge of crying, rushing forward to embrace Zhang Yan, but Zhang Yan directly ugly refused him. Lying on the ground vomited and vomited. And it is true that killing and blood are not so easy to overcome, but it's okay. This wave, Zhang Yan has accumulated more than 400 headcounts again, and it's not far from getting the title of Cold Heart. Through Detry, Andre learns what has happened along the way, from the breakout with Detry, a loser, when he first landed, and then to the earlier design to lure enemy troops on board and then call for fire support through their walkie-talkies. At this moment, Andre looked at Zhang Yan as if he was looking at a monster. This guy, is he really a tourist? It's just ridiculously strong, alright. After vomiting for half a day, Zhang Yan finally felt more comfortable, and just got up. His sweat hairs suddenly stood up, always feeling that something was coming towards here at a very fast speed. Whoosh! It's a missile. Damn it, the cell phone must have attracted it. The sudden appearance of a position cruise missile in midair caused the soldiers to panic and flee in all directions. Only Zhang Yan rushed towards the armored car, took a few steps onto the roof, and took a handful of sweeping shots with his machine gun. Boom! The missile was intercepted directly by him from midair, which stunned everyone present. Only Detry saw it coming. Calm down. The dude didn't shoot missiles with his gun along the way. Normal operation. Normal operation. Andre was so shocked that his mouth couldn't close. For the second time, this was the second time he was saved by Zhang Yan. Now anyone who says Zhang Yan is just an ordinary tourist, he will definitely curse. This is a tourist. This is simply the god of war. Okay? Soon. The officer's side called again, requesting Andre to immediately now, take Zhang Yan to the nearest garrison base and hand him over to the main army for protection. Protection? Does he protect you guys? Or do you guys protect him? Andre suddenly had a very outrageous thought, but the military order was like a mountain, and he had no choice but to follow it. After briefly cleaning up the battlefield, the group of soldiers went on their way with a low profile. Along the way, they encountered more than one battle, and even circled the enemy for several days in order to escape their encirclement. During this process, Zhang Yan's performance definitely exceeded everyone's expectations. During the battle, he led the way, charging harder than Andre, and when circling the enemy, he even took command, giving Andre all the whole won't. Taking advantage of a casual conversation, Andre took the initiative and asked, "When you were in Daxia, you were a soldier?" Zhang Yan shook his head. "No. So this shooting?" Zhang Yan scratched his head and blabbered. Practiced playing with toy guns." Just one sentence. To Andre's whole skeptical life, toy guns, That thing can be compared to the real gun. You are lying to the ghost? After successfully breaking out of the enemy encirclement, Zhang Yan was too slow to walk, and by chance, he set his sights on a nearby enemy transport unit. Andre digresses. You don't want to go rob a couple cars, right? That could blow our cover. While scouting with binoculars, Zhang Yan said, it's not enough to annihilate them all. Total annihilation. Andre almost bit his tongue, thinking that Zhang Yan was really good at thinking. Although it's a transportation unit, the number of soldiers in it is several times that of their own side. Can it be that simple to wipe it out? Zhang Yan also knew that this task wasn't too easy, but now, his head count had accumulated to 800, and another 200 short of that would completely get rid of the fear of blood and killing. And isn't it great that the transport in front of us happens to be over 200 people? Andre felt that he couldn't allow Zhang Yan to fool around any longer. It's better to walk. It's not far from the barracks anymore. It's always possible to walk for a few days. But seeing that Zhang Yan didn't listen to him at all, Andre got angry. If you want to do it, you do it. I'm not going to bring my soldiers to work for you. Zhang Yan laughed. Don't worry. I don't need you guys. I, myself, should be fine. After saying that, Zhang Yan began to disassemble the drones scavenged in recent days. Enough dozens of units. Yards. This is not rich? After the disappearance of the military god experience card, some of the knowledge remained in his mind even though the proficiency he had previously acquired disappeared. This includes the line of code that manipulates the drone's automatic cruise bombing. It was late at night, a silent moment, when dozens of drones took off from a hilltop, heading in unison towards the transportation team's stationing camp. Zhang Yan checked his magazines as he stood at attention. In a moment, after the first round of drone bombardment, it would be time for him to make his debut and cut down the food. Beside him, Andre frowned. Are you seriously going to go? Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. We have a saying in Daxia that there's no turning back the bow, so there's no need for you to keep asking. With that, Zhang Yan picked up his gun and descended down the path. Andre was ultimately a bit uneasy, so he gathered a group of soldiers and followed them as well. At the transportation team camp, trucks and military vehicles holding important supplies were scattered all over the place, camouflaged, and people were mostly asleep, leaving only a few sentries who were dozing off while patrolling. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound next to one of the sentries' ears. Damn, did you hear anything? The other sentry was not surprised. It's just mosquitoes. Don't scare yourself. Here, this anti-mosquito spray is very good. My girlfriend and I use it every time we play the field. The effect is beyond your imagination. What's the point of bringing that up at this time? It's really tickling. Ugh, women, haven't touched one in a while. The sentry laughed and cursed, but took the spray and sprayed it anyway. Just at that moment, a sharp buzzing sound flashed past his ears. Immediately afterward, the barracks not far away exploded with a loud bang. The fire of the explosion, igniting the spray, turned the two sentries directly into firemen. Chapter 7. No dude, is he really a tourist? Inside the camp, there was an explosion, followed by fire all over the place. Most of the enemy troops passed away in a deep sleep without a trace of pain, while the remaining remnants of the army felt a deep fear. Enemy attack. We're under enemy attack. Ah, my arms, my legs, dead, all dead. God, someone help me. Screams and gunshots were intertwined, and the entire camp was like a hell on earth. Not long after, a faint red color began to appear in the eastern sky. Andre, who had just finished the battle, looked at Zhang Yan, who was like a god of killing, and gave an exaggerated cry. You, what a madman. Ding, the number of enemy troops killed has exceeded 1,000. Obtaining the title, Indifferent Heart, life and death is not a matter of concern. If you don't want to serve, brother is not cold. This is brother's talent. Having just obtained a new title, Zhang Yan was in a good mood and didn't bother to break it up with Andre, greeting the soldiers to collect the only remaining cars and supplies of the transportation team. And then he took a ride on the car and rushed towards the garrison camp. With the added strength of the identity of the transportation team, they avoided numerous inspections along the way, and in about half a day's work, the crowd managed to enter the boundaries of the garrison. In theory, the receiving troops should have waited here early, but when they arrived, all they saw was a broken wall, as well as a portion of the enemy force that had just won the engagement and was cleaning up the field. Andre frowned. Damn, it's hard to believe that the battle at the front line was lost. How did this group of bastards hit a place like this? There was no choice but to take a detour, and it took all night for the group to finally reach the camp. Perhaps because of the defeat shortly before, the atmosphere in the camp was very low, but Zhang Yan's arrival was a complete good news for them. Great, you're still alive. The resident officer, Anthony, warmly embraced Zhang Yan and brought him to the tent with concern, making him a cup of tea and giving him a good greeting. Tourists mistakenly entering the battlefield. But the big story that has sparked the world's attention in recent days, and now that it can finally be resolved, how can anyone not be happy? I've already reported the news that you arrived yesterday, and when the higher-ups finish negotiating with the opposite side, they'll send someone to pick you up, and you'll soon be able to return to Dasha. Going home? Hearing Anthony's words, Zhang Yan's hanging heart fell, but on top of the joy, his heart suddenly had a touch of regret. Ordinary people may not have had the opportunity to carry a gun and fight against cannons in their entire lives, but they have experienced all of them in just one trip. Especially since he had awakened the system as a result, it always made him feel as if it was a bit of a loss to just go back. But the situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly, and we don't know when we will live or die, so to be on the safe side, it's safest to go back. If you feel reluctant to leave, the big deal is to go back and join the army. At your age, you are in your prime to join the army. Good. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yan also nodded his head and agreed. Afterward, Zhang Yan was brought to the best tent to enjoy the best treatment and return to a comfortable life. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Yan also did not forget to charge his cell phone and send a circle of friends. Mercenary experience card expired. Accumulated 1000 plus points. I'm just asking, who else? 18 years old, it is an age that likes to pretend. Perhaps feeling that the short text is not enough to describe the shock of his trip, Zhang Yan added another sentence. Decided. Go back to join the army. The battlefield kills God not as a soldier. Serve the country is a pity. This is the first time Zhang Yan has spoken out after being out of sight for a long time, and seeing his news has undoubtedly made everyone who was worried about him breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, Zhang Yan's comment section was screened. Rock, it's great that you're still alive. Zhang Yan, you're a celebrity now. Tourists mistakenly entering the battlefield. You're the first person in this 21st century. So enviable. What the hell is 1,000 points? Is it hard to believe that you exterminated 1,000 of them? Holy, awesome. Just listen to him brag. Last picnic let him slaughter a chicken and he puked his guts out. He dares to do it? Anyway, it's good to be alive. Rock, come back and have a drink together and tell us about your legend. Although he knew that Zhang Yan was the tourist who had mistakenly entered the battlefield, no one still believed in his words. Still accumulating 1,000 points, the crowd felt that it was already too powerful for him to dare to shoot, so naturally they didn't believe that he dared to kill. Just like that, Zhang Yan enjoyed the delicious and sumptuous delicacies while fooling around with his friends and family. During that time, he also received a phone call from his dad and met the person in charge of the Dasha party responsible for picking him up and returning him to his home country. Mr. Zhang Yan, we've already arrived at the capital of the woolly bear country. The diplomats are already negotiating with the other side, so when the truce is over, you'll be able to go home right away. Homecoming, what a dear word. Zhang Yan was almost moved to tears. Backed by a strong motherland, is peace of mind. During Zhang Yan's dealings with his mom and dad, as well as the official in charge, on the other side of the tent, Andre did not leave, but after a moment's thought, he took the initiative to find Anthony and said, Sir, are you really going to let him go back? What kind of bull **** are you talking about? Anthony glanced at him and said to himself, tourists mistakenly entering the battlefield has already caused a bad international impact on our woolly bear nation. If we don't let him go back, are we going to take him to continue fighting? Or do you old boy think that you're going to be punished for this, so you want to do neither? Andre hurriedly scratched his head. Sir, that's not what I meant. Anthony soothed. Don't worry, I've already reported your credit for seizing the enemy's transportation unit. Right now resources are scarce in the front. This raid of yours can be said to have greatly relieved the pressure on our supplies. Right now, as long as we protect the safety of that Zhang Yan, I believe that the top will have its own decision afterward, and it won't be a problem for you old boy to be promoted another level as a result. Andre scratched his ears more and more. Sir, in fact, it's not my turn to take the credit, because the person who led this raid on the transportation team was Zhang Yan. Who? Anthony nearly dropped his jaw in shock, barely spitting out the sip of water he had just taken. Andre didn't bother with the somewhat confused Anthony, and said to himself, it's Zhang Yan. The raid on the transportation team was entirely his personal handiwork, and by the time we arrived, he had killed almost 90% of the people, and we completely picked up where he left off. And along the way, if it wasn't for his command, it would have been difficult for us to break out from the enemy's encirclement. Andre told everything that had happened along the way in one breath, and Anthony's mouth dropped open as he listened. No dude, is he really a tourist? How to be so fierce? Chapter 8 Commander's Experience Card. Helping the mansion tumble. Zhang Yan was also a bit confused. That night, Anthony went in and out of his tent several times, always asking questions like whether he had ever been a soldier. Although Zhang Yan clearly said that he had never been a soldier, Anthony just refused to give up until it was time to go to bed, which cleared Zhang Yan's mind for a while. The next day, Zhang Yan was awakened in his sleep and was forced to take a military truck with a dumbfounded look on his face. Listening to the conversations of the soldiers on both sides, Zhang Yan probably learned that at dawn, the enemy army had launched a general attack on several garrisons around the camp, and they had to evacuate. The trembling of the earth, along with the sound of distant artillery fire, sobered Zhang Yan up. At that moment, a soldier comforted, "Don't be nervous, comrade from Daxia, just follow us, we'll protect you," a soldier on the side exclaimed. "Ah, Daxia, a country with a long history. When the war is over, I must go on a trip." Zhang Yan's friendly conversation with them sort of relieved a lot of tension, and although he was very relieved. However, regarding the matter of protecting Zhang Yan, fellow traveler Detrai held a different opinion. Are we protecting him, or is he protecting us? What a redundancy. Luckily, nothing happened along the way, and in a short while, the large force arrived at a military base in the mountains. This place was built in the last century, and although it has long been abandoned, many of its features are mostly preserved and it would be very safe to hide in. Zhang Yan, as an important person, was directly brought to the most heavily defended command room and stayed with Anthony. Inside the command room, everyone seemed to be in a great hurry, walking around, while on the contrary, Zhang Yan was somewhat leisurely, sitting on a side table drinking tea and enjoying a sumptuous breakfast. From the moment Zhang Yan just took a shallow taste, the little knowledge remaining in his subconscious military god experience card told him that there was something strange about this breakfast. Although Zhang Yan couldn't say exactly why, he put down his knife and fork and didn't move again. Soon, many in the command room ran to the restroom and did not return for a long time. In the end, even Anthony, who was always observing the battlefield situation with his headset for command, also had a bout of abdominal shyness, couldn't help it, and went to the toilet. Zhang Yan was soon left alone in the large command room. This situation was very weird, making Zhang Yan wonder if it was because of eating that breakfast. At that moment, a cacophony of voices came from the headset on the other end. "Sir, we've been tricked and our troops are taking heavy casualties. What should we do?" "Report, sir. Area A3 requesting fire coverage." "Repeat, requesting fire coverage." "Report, sir. Area B4 has been lost. We will fall back to Area C4. The prolonged disappearance of Commander Anthony undoubtedly had a dramatic effect on the situation on the battlefield. Until the end, all the troops involved in the battle retreated to the territory around the military base. If Anthony did not come back, waiting for the troops, will be completely wiped out by the enemy army, including Zhang Yan. He could not be spared. Ding! Command room clocked in at 3 hours. Awarded, temporary commander experience card. Just then, a voice beside his ear popped up, and Zhang Yan gazed at the electronic sand table in front of him, as if he had opened the eyes of God. Afterward, Zhang Yan didn't hesitate and directly picked up the headset. "All units, this is Commander. Report your status." "Repeat, all units, this is Commander. Report your status." The unfamiliar voice no doubt made the sergeants on the other end of the comm a little uncomfortable. Just then, a familiar voice came from the headset. "Zhang Yan?" The one who spoke was none other than Andre. Early this morning, before he had the chance to greet Zhang Yan, he and his squad were dispatched on a mission. As the person who had dealt with Zhang Yan the most, he could naturally hear Zhang Yan's voice. "No time for idle chatter now. Report your status, Andre squad." There was silence on the other end of the headset for a few moments. Then came Andre's response. "We got separated from the main force and are now attacking the enemy's artillery positions with C-Team, with 30% casualties." Zhang Yan nodded. "For now, your side abandons the attack and retreats back to the F5 area to assist the D.F squads there and defend the base perimeter first." "Repeat, Andre's squad pulls back to the F5 area to assist D.F squads and defend the perimeter of the base. C-Team, give me your coordinates and I'll help you call in fire support." The extremely professional words, coupled with the serious tone, made Andre on the other end not dare to slack off. Plus he had seen Zhang Yan's strategy before, so fortunately, he gritted his teeth. "Our lives are in your kids' hands. I hope you won't let us down. Cut the crap and get back to help quickly." "Yes, sir." Seeing that Andre was following orders, soon the other squads brought responses. "Please have the lost squads assemble in the E6 area. G squad, you will be responsible for the flanking feint and cover the general attack of the larger force on the enemy's south. H squad, I'm going to need you to penetrate into the enemy rear from the northwest and work with the larger force on the siege." As more and more voices responded, Zhang Yan gradually got busy, and although there were many squads, he commanded them, always in an organized manner. It didn't take long for a response to come from Andre's squad. "Report, we've helped D.F squad stabilize the situation around the base. What's the next step please? Send some of your men to stand guard, and all the rest to help C squad attack the artillery positions." "Yes." Inside the toilet, there was an occasional crackling sound. All the pits were almost full, and even the urinals in the aisles were forcibly requisitioned. Anthony squatted on the toilet, deadpan fists clenched. Damn it, can't stop. I still need to command the front line. Keep this up. Anthony knew that he had been away too long, and if he continued, he feared that the battle at the front would be lost in one fell swoop because of him. After some further efforts, Anthony forced himself to get up, but at the moment another wave of poop hit him, preventing him from leaving. Mother asterisk 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 her, is it going to take all day to follow the damn toilet? Just as Anthony was cursing, his eyes suddenly turned to the bucket on the side. On this end, Zhang Yan, who was in command, suddenly smelled a stench, and then saw Anthony buckle the bucket on his butt and run all the way into the command room. In a flash, the two men looked at each other and froze. Zhang Yan was shocked at Anthony's styling. Could he snuggle up in those pants? And what shocked Anthony was the electronic sandbox in front of him. I remembered that when I left, most of my sights positions had already been captured, but now I was surprised that they had all been taken back. Holy, what the hell happened while I was away? How did that happen? Chapter 9 Pincer Attack. Must leave Zhang Yan in the furry bear. Zhang Yan didn't dwell much on Anthony's flashy look. After only glancing at it, he continued to punch his headset and said, "The enemy forces are now being held back by my squads and are withdrawing. Please ask squads B, C, D, E, F, G to rest for a few moments and immediately carry out a counterattack. Polar Bear Commandos, I need to know your current position. Please be in the north in 15 minutes to make a feint. And Southern Aurora Commandos take the opportunity to infiltrate the rear from the south to make a siege." Repeat. Zhang Yan's series of arrangements really gave Anthony a silly look. How could he not see that this is a very classic pincer attack? Isn't Zhang Yan an ordinary tourist? How would he know all this? Could it be that he really is a genius? After watching the electronic sand table, the squads arrived at the corresponding locations as ordered and achieved good results. Anthony just couldn't calm down. After all, in his and everyone else's opinion, this was a battle where the enemy was so far apart that there was no guarantee of an absolute victory. But at this moment, under Zhang Yan's wise command, a miracle was being performed. You did all this? Anthony stepped forward incredulously, and Zhang Yan merely glanced at him and covered his nose. If you have nothing better to do, you can call for fire support for me. I just tried, but they need your secret key. It's a much harder battle to fight without fire support. Anthony couldn't calm down more and more. He heard the accusation in Zhang Yan's words. Without fire support, relying only on infantry to fight, the difficulty was absolutely topsy-turvy. And it was in this difficult situation that Zhang Yan commanded an extremely exciting counterattack. This just showed that Zhang Yan possessed extremely high military literacy and command talent, a talent that even Anthony could not match. If yesterday, because of Andre's words, Anthony had the idea of leaving Zhang Yan at the front line, now, it was more than a thought. For the sake of the Woolly Bear Nation, he must keep this kind of talent on the front line, and with him on board, there was no chance that the war would end much sooner than predicted. Just like that, Anthony cooperated with Zhang Yan while observing meticulously, and it was just as he thought. This Zhang Yan is definitely a real military talent. Sir, we have successfully conducted a decapitation operation on the enemy commander. We are victorious. About half a day later, along with the last report from the headset end, Zhang Yan was also relieved. It is our honor to command you, and we await your triumph. Removing his headset, Zhang Yan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. At this moment, the time limit of the commander's experience card also came to the end of the long-burning brain cells. To Zhang Yan's CPU or dry burning, directly paralyzed in the chair, slowed down for a while before slowing back. Zhang Yan, you're a real talent when you step on a horse. This is definitely the most wonderful command I've ever seen. On this end, Anthony, who had just finished reporting on the battle, was in an exuberant mood, and gave Zhang Yan a big bear hug, which almost didn't make Zhang Yan suffocate. Cough, cough. Sir, I'd like to go rest. Seeing that Zhang Yan was not in high spirits, Anthony was not in a good position to disturb him and hurriedly called for someone to help Zhang Yan to rest. But before leaving, Zhang Yan still didn't forget to take a picture of the command room and sent a friend's circle out by hand. Commanding a battle with complete success in the course of a trip to breakfast. Could it be? Am I really a genius? The circle of friends received many replies after only a few moments of being sent out. All commanded on the battle? You've gotten ahead of yourself. Rock, this camp is so worth it. You can shoot guns and command battles. Rock, where did you enroll? I want to go too. Just blow it off, brother Rock. It's making me afraid to drink with you. What if you get drunk and said Human Emperor personally honors you? I saw on the news that the hairy bears and the two hares were negotiating early this morning. Is there no truce? Why are they still fighting? Rock, be careful. Make sure you protect your dog's life and don't become a victim of Western politics. Apart from a few diehard buddies blowing along, the rest were almost all worried about Zhang Yan. As for what he said about commanding the battle, basically not many people believed it. 18-year-old stupid prospective college student mistakenly entered the battlefield. It's good enough to touch a gun. And command? Can they listen to you? The soldiers of the woolly bear country? Soon. However, a couple of international snapshots on the news were a little too much for some to handle. Hashtag flashback. Woolly Bear Nation Unit 1 finished the incredible battle. Hashtag urgent report. This morning Irma made a general attack on a military post in the country of the woolly bear, which ended in failure. Hashtag. The hashtag Geckobo publishes a case of buying laxatives that almost became a trigger for losing the battle. Hashtag. Because of Zhang Yan. In recent days, the country has been very concerned about the situation in the Mao Xiong Air Mao battlefield, so the slightest breeze will immediately be forwarded to the country. And the latest news is that early in the morning Irma on the Hairy Bears a military compound to carry out a general attack, and even went so far as to make a bribe cook laxatives to delay the command of the hook. But in the end, the woolly bears side won the battle, which, under the analysis of various military experts, was called an impossible battle to win. Even a foreign general openly stated on the blue plane that absolutely no one could command so well in a situation where the enemy was outnumbered, plus delayed command by laxatives. As a result, many people are very curious about the identity of the commander of this battle. Seeing a series of news, the close friends were a bit dumbfounded. Zhang Yan had just finished his show in the circle of friends in the first foot, and as a result, this news was reported in the next second. It can't be. He's really the commander of this battle, isn't he? Could it be that he really is a genius? Unfortunately, no matter how much the friends sent messages in voice and video to ask, there was no response from Zhang Yan's side, because he had long been sleeping sweetly. On Anthony's end, call after call came in, from fellow officers and superiors. They all congratulated Anthony on the victory of the battle, and heartily admired his command. There was even an outright statement from a superior daimyo that Anthony would be remotely decorated, and that no reward other than decoration would be worthy of his excellent commanding talent. In response, Anthony scratched his head in some embarrassment. Sir, I'm actually not the one in command of this battle. Whoa, who's that? Is it that Andre kid? Not bad. He finally found a chance to redeem himself. It was indeed in Andre's style as a celebrity in the force to make such a brilliant command. But Anthony's next words took the officer by surprise. It's not Andre, it's Zhang Yan. Who? Zhang Yan? That's that tourist from Daxia. He's simply a genius. We must keep him in our Maohu kingdom. Chapter 10 Authorized Major? New Identity, Sub-Of. There was silence on the other end of the line, but it was as if Anthony had seen the officer's lurid eyes through the telephone signal. Obviously, for the matter of a common tourist, who, in a misguided attempt to enter the battlefield, commanded a battle that was impossible to win. Anyone who hears about it is going to call it outrageous. Is this true? I don't know how much time had passed, but the officer's ragged breathing came from the other end of the phone. It's absolutely true. At that time Anthony told the entire situation at that time in one breath. The command room was almost screwed up to the point of regimentation by the laxative breakfast, and Zhang Yan was the only one who stayed in the command room. It was in that isolation that he took it upon himself to pick up the headset, hold the building up, save the day, and make a command that was enough to shock the world. I know. In the end, the officer didn't say much, just left 4 words and hung up the phone. Late when Zhang Yan woke up from his sleep, he suddenly learned the bad news that the negotiations had failed. The trigger was none other than this morning's battle, in which the woolly bear side accused Irmo of laying siege to its own military base, knowing that a halt was imminent, and Irmo has something to say about it, as their transport convoy was attacked by the woolly bear side not long ago, resulting in a desperate shortage of resources, and they have to take back the supplies that are rightfully theirs. Then the representatives of the two parties talked and cursed. Originally the situation was not to the point of being unable to end, especially after the Daxia side took the initiative to hold the stage. The mood of Irmao's side also eased a lot. Who knows that just at this time, the representative of the woolly bear country directly knocked out the teeth of the representative of Irmao with a right hook that bet on his career, and then the two parties fought, and since then, the negotiation has completely broken down. Zhang Yan listened to the mouth open greatly. Good guy, that representative so fierce, worthy of being a fighting nation. No, how can one go back if the negotiation fails? That's just the way it is. So I'm afraid you're going to have to stay with us for a while longer. But don't worry, we will absolutely guarantee your safety, and when we find the opportunity, we will definitely send you back. This move by Irmao's side, it's not likely that there's a deep conspiracy in it, and it's highly likely that they're trying to use you to cause conflict between us and Daxia. So in order not to reveal your whereabouts, your superiors have decided to give you a false identity to use as a disguise. Anthony counted his fingers, and the reckoning was heard by almost everyone present, except for Zhang Yan, who was unaware of it. It can't be helped. This is a battlefield, not a house. The The situation is changing rapidly, and now the negotiations have broken down, although the reason behind it is not known. However, it was always for his own safety that Furry Bear Fawn could do this, so Zhang Yan nodded his head in agreement. Soon, Zhang Yan's identity came down. Subov, a prairie native of the woolly bear country, with the rank of major. This identity not only gives Zhang Yan an explanation for his Asian face, but also justifies his staying in the Mao Bear army. Major rank? Looking at his shoulder badge, Zhang Yan only felt outrageous. Even if it's a false identity, wouldn't a major be a bit too high a start? Anthony snubbed. Since it's a disguise, you have to make sure it's justified. How else are you going to stay in the command room if you don't have the rank of major? That's true. Seeing the success in fooling Zhang Yan, Anthony's mouth almost smiled crookedly. In fact, in terms of the recent hefty achievements made by Zhang Yan, the major military school could not be high at all. He totally deserves it. Returning to his residence, Zhang Yan surveyed himself in the mirror and also muttered, "Major of the Mao Bear country. Ah, if it's true, how good would it be?" Said he took a picture in passing, only of the clothes of course, and then shared the good life as usual. Finished, negotiations failed, can't go back for a while. The side of the woolly bear country sent a set of clothes. It's quite a good fit. After sending the circle of friends, Zhang Yan sighed. His heart was very complicated, though he kind of didn't want to go back because he hadn't experienced enough. But now that I really can't go back, I can't tell you what I feel in my heart. Why do you even have an armature on this dress? Holy rock, it can't really be taken in. Adoption my ass. I checked. This is the rank of major. It's not right for Rock to pretend with someone else's clothes. Ooh, I really admire Rock's mentality. It's at this point in time, he can still act like a pussy. Mao really doesn't know what's going on. Not letting my brother Rock go home. Beware of my brother Rock's little universe exploding and directly destroying them. Zhang Yan must protect himself, and I hope to see you when I fill out my wish list. Knowing that Zhang Yan can't come back for a while, everyone's heart can be said to be in their throat again. There are even a few little girls who sent private messages to Zhang Yan to express their love, fearing that if they don't express it now, they won't be able to see Zhang Yan's person in the future. Although Zhang Yan's heart was beautiful, he still shallowly pretended under the title Indifferent Heart Edition. Go back and talk about it. There's no time now. Meanwhile, inside the Daxia embassy of the woolly bear country, learning that Zhang Yan's chances of returning were slim, Zhang Yan's dad almost didn't faint. How could this happen? The officer from the opposite side of the woolly bear country took off his hat and expressed his respect to Zhang Yan's dad. I understand your heart as a father, and I promise you that if there's a chance, I'll definitely bring Zhang Yan back safely and securely. In the time that followed, the officer of the Manhwa kingdom explained some of the arrangements for Zhang Yan to the ambassador, and this explanation was soon reported to the top echelons of Daxia, giving Zhang Yan a fake identity to use to hide? Although it sounds reasonable, how come it always feels a bit strange? Just now Zhang Yan posted another friend circle, saying that the Maoist side sent him a set of clothes with the rank of major. Major? There's no need to give such a high rank even if it's a fake identity. According to what they say over there, it's to keep Zhang Yan in the command room legitimately. This matter is extraordinary. It always feels a bit strange. Let's put some more pressure on them, and make sure to get Zhang Yan back as soon as possible. Understood. After this, Zhang Yan stayed in Anthony's troop very naturally. Just as Zhang Yan was holding his cell phone and chatting with his friends, Andre came looking out of the blue. Chang, Major Subov, Chief Anthony has called you in for a meeting. A meeting? Zhang Yan got up with an outrageous face. Why did you call me for a meeting? But soon, Zhang Yan understood. This must be Anthony's fear that he would be bored staying in the army, so he wanted to find some fun for himself. These pleasures include, but are not limited to, attending their meetings, touching the guns again when they are not doing anything, helping out or whatever. And Subov, you're quite into it. Poking Andre, Zhang Yan put on his shoes and followed Andre to the command room. Chapter 11. You call commanding a battle a social practice class? Inside the command room, a group of officers sat on either side of a long table. Seeing Andre walk in with Zhang Yan, all of them stood up and rushed to give Zhang Yan a military salute. Although Zhang Yan promoted to the rank of major rose very abruptly, and can even be said to be airborne, but no one dares to doubt the gold content of this title. In the desperate situation of the battlefield collapse, with superb military literacy and command talent to help the building to fall, how can such a person not be admired? Acting la man like to act right. Okay, I also act. Although Zhang Yan was a bit uncomfortable, he still understood the principle of doing the whole show, so he fortunately returned a military salute and then sat down. The meeting began quickly, and Anthony was seen standing in front of a giant map, solemnly saying, "We've just received a mission from above. Just in the last few days, the enemy army has urgently moved a large number of soldiers and equipment and supplies to the military base in Krya. The transport convoy that Andrei's squad had previously blocked was one of the convoys that had transferred the supplies, and I'm sure that the intent of that is already well understood. Therefore, our superiors have ordered us, taking advantage of the momentum of our recent victory, to unite with the neighboring forces and destroy the Korea military base. With Anthony's words, the officers' expressions grew grave. Previously, the Korea military base could be said to have been a separate presence from them here. But now, with the replenishment of military supplies, there is no doubt that the balance will be upset, and what awaits the crowd then will be extinction. Therefore, they have to be preemptive and proactive in order to break the game. At this time, Anthony cast his gaze on Zhang Yan. The higher-ups have attached great importance to this operation, so they have requested a person by name to command it. This person, I don't need to say more, I'm sure you all know. On one side, Zhang Yan leisurely leaned back in his chair, his heart happy. I thought to myself that I had really earned it, attending a summer camp only, which is involved in military operations and command, and I did not think that now I can even participate in this kind of confidential military meeting. One's life is really so colorful. Just as he was thinking, Zhang Yan suddenly noticed that the gazes of the crowd were closing in on him, and could not help but be puzzled. What are they all looking at me for? Anthony suddenly gulped. Major Subov. Ha? Me? Yes. Zhang Yan subconsciously got up, his body standing upright. Anthony nodded. The order from above is for you to be the overall commander of this operation. Do you understand? Ha? Me? Zhang Yan almost didn't bite his tongue in shock, pointing at himself with a blank expression. Although before, relying on the temporary commander experience card rewarded by the system, he had come up with a hand of unprecedentedly awesome command, shocking everyone's teeth. But you don't have to put me in command of every battle, do you? Come on, I'm just a tourist. I'm a kid. If you let me command, what do I need you furry bear soldiers for? Anthony ignored him and repeated once again, Major Subov, answer me, do you understand? Zhang Yan rolled up his sleeves in an attempt to reason. No, man. Anthony's attitude remained the same. Major Subov, answer me, do you understand? Indeed, before today, Zhang Yan was indeed a tourist, but at this moment, his name is Subov, and he holds the rank of major, a person of the steppe tribe of the manhwa country, so naturally he can be controlled by the military of the manhwa country. Anthony didn't understand why Zhang Yan was rejecting the command in 100 different ways, and simply turned his back. It seems that our Major Subov still doesn't quite get it. Andre, tell our major what the consequences of disobeying a military order are? Andre man ruthless words, directly pulled out a pistol buckle on the table, front defiance of military orders, all according to the treatment of deserters, executed on the spot. Boom! Andre's words hit Zhang Yan's head like a thunderbolt, but it didn't mean that he didn't have sense and couldn't figure out the situation. In the next second, he saw Zhang Yan's hands spread out with a disinterested look. Fine, fine, aggravate me right. Hey, I won't command. Come on, big deal. Shoot me right here. If you don't kill me, I'll take your name. I'd like to see how you'll explain to Dasha after shooting me. Seeing that the agitation didn't work, Anthony signaled Andre to put his pistol away and sat down. Comrade Subov, look at you. It was just a joke. Why did you take it seriously? Zhang Yan glanced at him. Have you joked like that? Get it straight. I'm just a tourist. Let me command the battle. What do you think? Anthony sighed. I talked to your father and I heard you're going to college soon? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan became interested. Wow, what did my dad tell you? Anthony tapped his fingers on the desk. It's just that. Your father felt you lacked experience. So, he felt that this battlefield experience would be invaluable to you, and asked me to train you well. Zhang Yan was amused. My father, letting you train me? Sir, can you find a better reason? Do you believe me? What kind of old dad wants to send his son to war? Anthony blushed in his old face and said in a serious manner, don't you think that commanding a battlefield is a good social practice lesson? It's something how many soldiers beg for, and once this operation is won, it will be a great addition to your resume, and how prestigious to say so. Let those little schoolgirls know how many beautiful women will adore and fall in love with you, and how many rich men dream of you becoming their son-in-law. Goddamn social practice class. Zhang Yan is really a little chat can't go on. Get up and go, you practice it yourself. I'm just a tourist. Mistakenly into the battlefield is already bad luck. I'm not going to get involved in your business. Goodbye. With Zhang Yan's departure, the officers in the tent all looked at each other and sighed helplessly. It was also true that before, whether Zhang Yan participated in the battle or commanded, it was an act of last resort. To put it bluntly, he was forced by the situation. He could lose his little life at any time if he didn't put up a bit of a fight. But right now, the situation wasn't pushing his buttons, and there was nothing wrong with him, as a tourist, choosing to stay out of it instead of being the safest. In this regard, Anthony obviously has the opposite idea. In his opinion, like Zhang Yan, such a talent, not to go to the command position to shine, stay in the tent to eat and wait for death is what is going on. After thinking about it, he got up and ordered, just start the operation according to the meeting. And, Major Subov sighed, in a while, even if you use a tie, you have to tie him to the command room for me. The big deal is that we'll go to the toilet for a few more hours. In short, he has to be involved in this operation. Yes, with an assembly alarm, the officers rushed into action. But the moment a group of soldiers lifted Zhang Yan's tent, they were shocked to realize, Zhang Yan, it's gone? Chapter 12. Dude, by a hang? Where did this come from? Inside the camp, sirens were sounding. Soldiers gathered their gear and headed to the center to regroup, boarding truck carriers and preparing for the next operation. However, right at this critical juncture, their commander, Zhang Yan, however, disappeared inside the tent. How could he suddenly disappear? Could it be that enemy spies took advantage of the chaos and captured him? At the first moment he learned the news, Anthony was almost scared to death. If something happened to Zhang Yan, how would he explain to his superiors and the Daxia side? After thinking it over, he ordered to interrupt the operation and find Zhang Yan first. This order, however, was denied by Andre. Sir, the opportunity of battle cannot be delayed. And from what I know of Zhang Yan, no, Major Subov, he's a man of his word. Since he said before that he didn't want to take command, it's useless to push him any further. So he must be hiding somewhere in the camp. You don't need to worry. It was indeed unconvincing to rely on Andre's words alone. But it was only when a soldier soon came to report that he claimed to have seen Zhang Yan heading to the ordnance warehouse that Anthony breathed a sigh of relief. This kid, he's just messing around. Forget it, if he doesn't want to command, I won't force him, just let him go. The operation went on as usual. And at this moment, inside a certain armory, a group of soldiers had just left when Zhang Yan scurried out from a certain corner. Yards, that Anthony guy definitely didn't hold his farts. Good thing I ran fast. Although Zhang Yan complained 100 times about the command, there was a touch of regret in his heart. It's not that he doesn't want to command. It's just that the previous commander's experience card has expired. There was some residue of command sense and knowledge, but it did not support him in commanding such a major operation. You know, even with the commander's experience card's boost before, that battle had come close to overdrawing all of his stamina and burning out all of his brain cells. This would be great if he had to do it again when he didn't have an experience card. He didn't want to die from overdrafting his energy. But the good news is that he still has a chance to gain the skill of commanding. That is, after commanding 50 mini battles, he will gain a title called Brother. By a hang, he'll get a title called Bro, by a hang up, and gain the top command talent. And now, he has accumulated 9 games in command, which means there are 41 more to go before he earns the title. However, this task was very difficult for Zhang Yan, so it would be better to consider something else for consideration first. At this moment, Zhang Yan had just walked in and looked at the wide array of guns and arms arranged in a dazzling array, and he was so exuberant. I'll be damned, that's a lot more variety than we've seen before. Pistols, submachine guns, automatic rifles, machine guns, even howitzers and rocket launchers. It is said that firearms are a man's romance, and seeing so many rich types of firearms, how could Zhang Yan not be excited and hurriedly went up and down. Hard lines, black and translucent luster, all show the charming luster of the Soviet aesthetics. Ding! Contact with Vintura's rifle has reached 1 minute, clocked as complete. Current cumulative contact with firearms 14/40. Ding! Contact with PP-2000 submachine gun has been reached for 1 minute, clocked as complete. Current cumulative contact with firearms 15/40. Ding! Contact with CP-2M Varesk miniature submachine gun has been reached for 1 minute, clocked as complete. Current cumulative contact with firearms 16/40. Ding! Contact with PCP air rifle has reached 1 minute, clocked as complete. Current cumulative contact with firearms 17/40. As Zhang Yan touched the weapon, a system beep was also heard beside his ears. This is currently the easiest task for Zhang Yan to accomplish, and if you have access to more than 40 types of weapons, you will be awarded the title of Only the Hands Are Skilled, which allows you to gain all-round proficiency in weapons. While touching the weapons, Zhang Yan didn't forget to take pictures of them or something. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Suddenly, through the weapon display, Zhang Yan seemed to see something extraordinary. Couldn't even put down the sniper rifle in his hand before he froze. Holy, really? Fighter jets, caressing the cold body of the fighter. Zhang Yan's heart was pounding. This was the first time he had been so close to a fighter. Without hesitation, he directly took out his cell phone and took a selfie, combining it with the previous photo of the gun to send a friend circle. I was assigned to guard the armory today. Can't tell you how great it is. Like it over 50. Show you the interior. Like it over 100. Dude just drives it into the sky. Needless to say, The circle of friends has only just been posted, and it has set his circle of friends on fire. In normal times, who would have seen so much weaponry? It is also Zhang Yan, surprisingly, took his friends up a wave of the great world. Holy, is this Mimic 35? First time I've seen the real thing. Rock, you've made a name for yourself. You've given the Maoists a look at the warehouse. Drive up to the sky if you have more than 100 likes. Zoon do fake do. Will you drive it you? Rock, you this photo I stole. Before taking your photo to you online dating 10 objects. Wait for you to come back to talk about ha. Is this the friends circle of Major Zhang Yan of the tour group? It's also too hardcore. I declare that from today onwards, you are my electronic pet, Brother Yan. For Zhang Yan, his friends couldn't be more envious and jealous, although mistakenly entering the battlefield sounds quite tragic, but it's not worth the trip to have access to so much weaponry. It's just too good to be true. At this time, Dad also called the video phone, came up very anxious. Son, how is it on your side? They really sent you to see the warehouse? Zhang Yan was dumbfounded, but when he saw his dad's vicissitudes of life, he was still a bit distressed. Dad, don't worry, I stayed in the command department of other people quite well. And they didn't make things difficult for me. I'm not doing nothing to go around. Saying that, Zhang Yan turned the camera around and took a picture of the armory. Take a look at this. A bunch of guns. There's even a fighter here. Do you want to go back and bring you one? Asterisk. Dad Zhangli counted off in a bad mood. Only you have a good heart. If not, others probably would have already cried in fear. Don't worry. Our Daxia is already negotiating with her mouse side. No matter what, we must bring you back. After chatting with his dad for a few moments and knowing that his motherland had been working hard for his return to China, Zhang Yan's heart was still warm and fuzzy. He had just hung up the phone when there was a sudden rumble in the armory, and he saw the barn door in front of him suddenly rise, followed by an influx of soldiers who looked very anxious. What's going on? Zhang Yan was confused and was trying to run away. Come on. Delaying the war effort is grounds for being shot. All help each other. Weapons for you. Where are the helmets? Give him a helmet quickly. Be quick. Someone's fallen. Give them a hand. Who knew that there were just too many soldiers? And soon Zhang Yan was held hostage in the crowd. After a flurry of crashing down, Zhang Yan was dizzy and didn't know what was happening, only knowing that when he regained his senses a little bit, he had already been put on a military truck, along with the military card to start. The carriage also came. Zhang Yan confused. Bang. Asterisk. This horse to me where to dry. Chapter 13. Go to the front line again and take the military base first. The command received the news of witnessing Zhang Yan boarding a military car to go out in the first place. Anthony, who was the commander at the time, was dumbfounded. No, what in the world is that kid's brain circuit? Even if he doesn't command peacefully in the command center, he still wants to go to the front line? The staff officer on the side also did not understand Zhang Yan's behavior, but he still forced an explanation. Major Subov he. Could it be that he feels that he can't take care of the whole situation by sitting in command? So he intends to go to the front line to take command, in which case the perspective will also be a little clearer. Anthony nodded, feeling some sense, and then inquired, what army is he following? Which army? The staff officer pointed to the map. Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion, responsible for reconnaissance behind enemy lines for this operation, obtaining fire coverage coordinates, and if necessary, they will assist the 18th Army Corps Baikal Special Ops Team next door with decapitation operations. As soon as these words came out, Anthony immediately brightened up. No wonder our Major Subov is so repulsed by the command of this operation. So there is this consideration? After hammering his hands several times, he instantly finalized. Pass on my order that command of the Nightingale Scout Battalion is immediately transferred to Major Subov, and that all actions are subject to Major Subov's orders. Yes. Inside the army truck, the ride was rickety and the air was not fresh with the smell of gunpowder. Holding a T-5000 sniper rifle that he hadn't had time to put down earlier when he was at the armory, Zhang Yan sat frozen in his seat. He would never have imagined, in any case, that he would once again take to the battlefield in this form, with a feeling of powerlessness that his limbs did not belong to him, and that he was being driven into action entirely by someone else. That's a little too dramatic, although Zhang Yan himself is not opposed to going into battle. After all, he already has 3 major buff titles in hand: Useless to Beat Your Father, National Football Striker, and Cold Heart. Killing the enemy on the battlefield is as simple as drinking water. After all, he already has 3 buff titles in hand: Useless to Beat Your Father, National Football Striker, and Indifferent Heart. So going into battle to kill the enemy is as simple as drinking water. But war is not a solo battle. Teamwork is vital. Isn't it a pure two-armed thing to want to be a war wolf and change the tide of a battle involving millions of people by yourself? It is said that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Even with the support of indifferent heart, Zhang Yan also felt a lot of pressure. At the moment, he was tempted to yell at the vehicle to stop and find some excuse to slip right back into command, but it was too late. Anthony's satellite phone had reached the commander of the Nightingale Scout Battalion. Comrade Subov, I know that this choice may have been difficult for you. You could have stayed comfortably in command as a tourist, but you chose to live and die with the officers and soldiers. On behalf of all the officers and men of the 16th Regiment, I pay you the highest respect, and in the words of your Daxia, Sir is truly a man of great justice. I have transferred full command of the Nightingale Scout Battalion to you. Please let go of your hand and I will be at command to greet you in triumph. Good luck with the operation. Ola. Anthony's speech was very fast, and he didn't give Zhang Yan a chance to speak at all. When Zhang Yan managed to find a stall to say a few words, the other side suddenly hung up the phone. Just like that, Zhang Yan was directly erected onto the high platform. Zhang Yan was so angry that he almost didn't throw the satellite phone out. But when he saw the joyful and celebratory look in the eyes of the soldiers in front of him, he held back a hand. There's no turning back from the bow, so if that's the case, get it. Seeing this, the soldiers also cheered. A powerful commanding officer to join will greatly increase the probability of success of this operation. How can they not be excited? How can they not be happy? Within a short time, the sound of the Woolly Bear Army song filled the entire military card and could not be dispersed for a long time. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Yan also shot a short little video and sent a circle of friends. Idle. Follow the officers and soldiers to go on a campaign. Simple. First take it 2 hairs a military base and then say. Since knowing that Zhang Yan mistakenly went to the battlefield, friends and relatives have been paying attention to Zhang Yan's current situation all the time. So much so that the first time it was posted by a friend was immediately greeted with comments. Brother Rock, what are you doing? Just now you were visiting the armory. How come you're on the march so soon? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ermao's military base. Rock, you've made a name for yourself. You've even been able to participate in this level of combat. Can you come with a few pictures of the battlefield? What's so good about battlefield pictures? Rock, come a few pictures of Ermao's captured female soldiers, especially during interrogation. Want to see? Urgent. Brother Rock, can we update slower? You're pushing this script too fast. I can't keep up. Brother Rock, where did you find this job? Introduce it to a brother. I also want to earn foreign currency. Unsurprisingly, most of his friends still had a whole lot to live for, and not many believed that Zhang Yan had really participated in the raid on the military base. Under the inherent impression, Zhang Yan was just a prospective college student who had just turned 18 and finished the college entrance exam, with clear and stupid eyes, and even if he mistakenly entered the battlefield, he could not possibly make any achievements. But those who are really worried about him are alarmed because of this circle of friends. The battlefield is so cruel that one does not know which day he will lose his life. I only hope that Zhang Yan will return safely. One military truck after another traveled through the smoke-strewn war-torn terrain. The surrounding houses were almost all in ruins. There were broken bodies and arms being eaten by crows. And there were also refugees with grey faces full of numbness hiding on the side to secretly observe the caravan. All of these reflect the brutality of war. After traveling for some time, the moon poured over the land, and the convoy came to the mountains surrounding the Ermao military base. Because they were going deep behind enemy lines, from this moment on they had to abandon their vehicles and go on foot without making a single sound. Within a very short period of time, the soldiers were divided into batches and formed a long line, entering the mountains and forests one after another. Report, sir. We have spotted multiple military bunkers arranged in a crossfire arrangement and are about to enter the fire coverage area. Please advise. Receiving the report from the frontline scouts, Nightingale Scout Battalion Commander Boris frowned. It's true. The enemy has deployed a large number of troops here. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to penetrate behind the enemy lines. With that, he cast his eyes to Zhang Yan beside him. Major Subov. Zhang Yan gazed ahead like a torch, not daring to slack off. You lead this operation. What do you think should be done? Boris pondered for a moment. The battle is about to start. Bumping into them now will undoubtedly expose this operation. The excellent way would be to go around, find a weak spot in the fire coverage and sneak in. But what? Boris gritted his teeth. Time is simply too late. Nowadays, we can only send out assassination squads to take action. But this action is very risky. Once exposed, I'm afraid that it will affect the frontal force's general attack. I just hope they will be able to succeed. Saying that, Boris did not hesitate to give the order, and the assassination squad quickly moved in. An hour passed quickly, during which time almost everyone was holding their breath and tense to the core. At that moment, Boris finally received a message from the assassination squad. Report, sir. The mission is complete. Just what? Come see for yourself. The bunker is full of dummies. Chapter 14. There's a conspiracy behind the operation. And you still dare to let him go deep behind enemy lines? The Nightingale Scout Battalion's infiltration operation was easier than expected, with little obstruction. By the time dawn broke, they had arrived at their designated location, the large rear lurking area of the Krylia military base. Through the binoculars, they were able to get a preliminary idea of the military base's troop deployment. Just as the intelligence said, this place has a large number of soldiers, the guards are very tightly distributed, and there are almost no dead ends. Most of the soldiers all dressed in my Russian uniforms to act. No wonder previously did not find the vision of this place, so it is used in this way to cover their ears. But, how come all the hidden sentries around the military base are straw dummies? Until this moment, Boris was still a little unable to wrap his head around what he had seen earlier. A mountain of military bunkers filled almost exclusively with dummies made of straw or silica gel. Since the Kyria military base is so important to Irmo, carrying a big operation for them, but how can the defense of the perimeter be so childish? Putting down the binoculars in his hand, Zhang Yin frowned. His intuition told him that this Kyria military base was absolutely extraordinary. Though there was no cause for it, he made a judgment. Tell Anthony that matters are different, and I would advise against taking any chances, Boris said with difficulty. I reported it the first time I found the dummy, but over there. What? The commanding officer's office, which in former days would have been still asleep, was at this moment surrounded by officers. Every now and then the sound of a quarrel comes out. Commander Anthony, bearing the brunt of the situation, said in a deep voice, I trust Major Subov's judgment that the state of affairs is different and that it is indeed inadvisable to take any chances. But in response, some officers held other opinions. There must be an unknown conspiracy in the enemy's deployment of such a large number of troops to Kyria. This is a hard-won preemptive opportunity. Once they are allowed to make the first move, with the easily defended and difficult to attack geographical characteristics of the Kyria military base, once the war starts, they will radiate their advantage completely, and by then, it will be too late. An officer countered. If it is such an important area, why are the perimeter defenses so weak that they go out of their way to fox around with dummies? Don't you think it's strange? Strange? An officer said in a cold voice. Of course it's strange, but it can be explained. The enemy army is trying to use the dummy bit to trigger a lapse in judgment on our part, thus missing the opportunity to fight. Blundering the battle? Why don't you say this is the enemy trying to make us misjudge and think they're just bluffing and then catch us off guard? Stop it, all of you. You know that the first one to make a judgment was Major Subov. His judgment in command is obvious to all. Do you not even believe his words? Ha, Major Subov? Yes, he's capable, but can't a man of great ability make mistakes? Does everything have to go according to his judgment? Then what's the use of having us people? Everyone has their own opinion about the presence of dummies on the outskirts of the Krylia military base, and they can't talk about it at all. Some people even questioned Zhang Yan's ability. It was really a big quarrel for Anthony's head. At that point, a superior officer called with brand new instructions. It was decided through a meeting of the higher-ups that even if it's more dangerous and costly, the Krylia military base is something we must take. It's for the greater good. Therefore, the operation continues. Yes, sir, but, for orders, Anthony could only obey. But there was still something he wanted to say. The officer on the other end of the line solemnly said, Anthony, I know what you're concerned about. This does look like a trap, but we have no choice. If we let the Kyria military base develop, it will cause an incalculable blow to our neighboring military deployments. For the sake of the greater good, we have to do this. Don't worry, the 18th Corps side has already submitted their operation report, and the Baikal Special Operations Team has already made some arrangements for the decapitation operation. All you frontal forces need to do is cooperate. No, sir, Anthony shook his head, suddenly stuttering a little. It's just, what about Zhang Yan? He, too, is at the front line. If it's really a trap, what about him? Zhang Yan? The officer froze. At first he didn't remember this person, but quickly reacted and immediately his heart thumped. Why is Zhang Yan at the front line? Anthony, we put the man in your hands under so much pressure, and this is how you protect him? Anthony's ears ringing from the count. He knew he would get a scolding from his officer for reporting this, so he hadn't even mentioned it before. But now it's different. The upper side does not hesitate to take risks, but also want to die with Irmo in the military base of Kylia. But on the contrary, Zhang Yan is also in the front line. How is this supposed to work? If the operation goes well then fine, everyone is happy. What if it doesn't go well? What kind of serious consequences will Zhang Yan have if he has an accident? Anthony, Anthony, what do you want me to say about you? Why don't you order someone to send Zhang Yan back? It's too late, sir. Zhang Yan was following the Nightingale to scout the battalion and is now deep behind enemy lines. How dare you let him go behind enemy lines? The officer, not being able to hold back, directly burst out, followed by a burst of cursing at Anthony. Being that Maoists are already tough, plus angry and mouthy. Anthony really had his whole family sprayed. I'll have the Baikal Special Forces side look after him more, and if anything happens to him, you know what you'll get. When he was done cursing, the officer hung up with a curse, waiting to relay the orders from his superiors. The empty command room. Anthony stared at the sandbox in front of him in a daze. Looking out, it was the mountainous area located in the great rear of the Korea military base, where, precisely, Zhang Yan and the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion were located. God bless. Zhang Yan, you must come back alive. On this end, Zhang Yan also learned of his superior's order. Although he was puzzled, he also maintained respect. The situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly, and some things could not be done according to common sense. If we don't fight to the death today, then later on, the balance of victory will probably be tipped in Mao's favor. The Maoists had no choice in the matter. Within a short time, Zhang Yan heard the sound of gunfire in the distance. The sound changed from weak to strong. Obviously, the general attack of the frontal forces had begun. Just listening to the voice made Zhang Yan shiver. His blood churned, and he was a little hyperactive, really wanting to join in with his gun and kill together. Just then, a rustling sound came from the grass behind him, and then he saw a group of fierce and strong men in camouflage uniforms with flowery faces coming out from it. The burly, scar-faced man at the head of the group lit up a cigar and looked indifferently at the crowd in front of him. Who is Major Sapov? Chapter 15. It's all on the battlefield and you don't even know who you're fighting? The sudden appearance of the uninvited guest had strained the atmosphere to the breaking point. In an instant, the muzzles of all the Nightingale Scout Battalion soldiers turned in unison towards the group of fierce and strong men. The scar-faced man at the head of the group took a leisurely puff on his cigar, then threw out an ID onto the ground. Boris, the commander of the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion, cautiously moved forward with his pistol, picked up the documents, hurriedly signaled the others to put down their guns, and stepped forward to give a military salute, saying, "You're finally here, but you're more than an hour late compared to the scheduled time," the scar-faced man said unconcernedly. The previous mission was delayed for a bit, but fortunately it's not too late. By the way, which one is Major Sabov? With this sound, Boris and a group of other soldiers also turned their gazes to Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan always felt a hint of embarrassment, so he waved his hand. "Hello, what a young major." The scar-faced man frowned as he stepped forward and scrutinized Zhang Yan for a while before looking at Boris on the other end. To hold the rank of major at the age of a brat, let me guess, this guy's identity, it must be quite extraordinary, right? Boris scratched his head and smiled, and didn't say much. After all, there were orders from his superiors that the less people knew about Zhang Yan's bottom line, the better. However, this kind of evasive behavior caused the scar-faced man to feel a hint of distaste for Zhang Yan. Heck, Asian face, and so young. I think I have a little bit of a thought. What kind of person is Elder Batu to you? Ha, Batu? Zhang Yan had an outrageous look on his face, always feeling a bit unable to understand the words of this scar-faced man. The scar-faced man looked deeply at Zhang Yan, then shook his head. Forget it, it's irrelevant. You guys, keep an eye on him, don't let our dear comrade Major lose his life here, or a few of our lives alone won't quell that old guy's anger. With a command, in a flash, four sturdy and fierce guards came to Zhang Yan's side and surrounded him in the center, where no one was allowed to come near. I am the leader of the Baikal Special Operations Squad of the 18th Army Corps, Alexei, ordered by my superiors to carry out a decapitation operation against the chief commander of the Krya military base, Choinov. Your battalion, the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion, needs to cooperate with us to complete the operation. With that, the scar-faced man turned his attention to Boris. Here, you're in charge? Boris shook his head. Here, Major Subov has the last word. Him? Alexei was a bit surprised, pulling his mouth to look at Zhang Yan and let out a cold laugh. Is it because he wants you to gild the lily in a major operation? Your family's one seems to have thought a little too much. This is a battlefield. It's not for people like you to come and practice. I think those old men up there must have been mistaken about something to make us unconditionally submit to the command of your department, and I am so skeptical of the ability of this Major Subov of your department that I am sorry I cannot follow orders. The moment these rather arrogant words came out, some of the soldiers from the Nightingale Scout Battalion were immediately unconvinced. What do you mean by that, Officer Alexei? Officer Subov's abilities are well known to our 16th Regiment. That's right, that earlier defense battle, even Comrade Da Di wrote a letter of commendation. Who are you to question it? You can say that our Nightingale Recon Battalion is not as good as your special forces, but it's your fault for talking about Officer Subov. The soldiers rolled up their sleeves as if they were going to fight Alexei and the others, and the atmosphere was once again tense. This made Zhang Yan a bit surprised. Since when have you been on such good terms with everyone, and they're still speaking up for you in this situation, and they're still weirdly enthusiastic about it? But what Zhang Yan didn't know was that in that previous battle, The Nightingale had been in a deep and desperate situation just like the other troops of the 16th Regiment. Without Zhang Yan's command that could be described as divine, they would not have had the chance to survive. As a result, there were many soldiers who held deep gratitude and admiration for Zhang Yan, which made them spontaneously commit such acts. Since this was the case, Zhang Yan naturally wouldn't sit back and let them chill. Waving his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet, Zhang Yan looked at Alexei, "Comrade Captain. So, what do you want?" Alexei smiled. "It's very simple. Ask Comrade Major to transfer the command to me. As for the other things, it's not for you to worry about. The top has instructed us. We will protect your safety by ourselves. Even if you die, you'll have to die after all of us." Zhang Yan nodded. "Okay, just do as you say." Zhang Yan's agreement to transfer command was simpler than Alexei had imagined. He had thought that this descendant of the army would be reluctant to pass it on because of his greed for credit, but who knew that he would not hesitate to agree to it, which would have saved him a lot of trouble. "It seems like you're still looking out for the big picture, which makes me feel that much better about you." Gesturing with his hands, Alexei immediately began to perform his commanding feats. Now that the battle has been fought at the front, and being in command of the enemy army's great rear, his first task upon arrival is to have the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion carry out gun maintenance as well as replenish ammunition. "What are you looking at? The previous mission was 9-1. We've mostly run out of ammo, and even our guns have some overheating damage from prolonged firing. Load the ammo fast. If you delay the operation, you'll be held responsible. Lighten up. I have a customized sniper rifle, the only one in the entire army. Phew, after a few days of labor, I can finally rest for a while. Don't be lazy. I'll keep an eye on it." The Reconnaissance Battalion's sudden incarnation as a logistics group caused the soldiers to feel very stifled, but there were military orders for them to assist. That is why everyone dares to speak out. Boris came to Alexei's side with a complicated look. "Comrade Captain, the battle is raging ahead. If we want to behead someone, this is the perfect moment to do it. Aren't we ready to attack?" While observing the enemy situation through binoculars, Alexei said, "Comrade Battalion Commander, that's a bit unprofessional. It's all about decapitation. Who's going to take the initiative like a rash?" Boris's face went green and white. "So what should we do?" Alexei shrugged. "Nowadays, it's just a matter of waiting. We hijacked a supply team not too long ago. Our men blended in with their makeup along the way, and all we have to do is wait for the decapitation mission to succeed, and cover their successful withdrawal. A decapitation operation is something that should be kept low-key." On this end, Zhang Yan was also very sure of Alexei's arrangement. Just through the binoculars, after seeing a group of enemy troops in furry bear uniforms, Zhang Yan suddenly had a brain twitch and came up with a ghostly remark. "So who are we going to hit in a little while?" At these words, Alexei was so shocked that the cigar in his hand almost flew out. "Thick gift crab. You're on the battlefield and you don't even know who you're fighting. Funny, man." Chapter 16 Superb Sniping Skills, Playing the Punch Snipe. Alexei looked incredulous. Pulling over Boris was a spitting image. "Where the hell did you find this guy? Is he really a descendant of the general's family? Wouldn't that old man Bata be pissed off alive if he knew his offspring was like this? Don't even know who to hit, and just like that, you guys dare to let him command? Ugh, you've worked so hard. It must be hard for you to carry such a drag? Did this guy come in through the regular recruiting channels? If so, if you can't stand it, report it to the recruiting office. What the hell kind of a recruiter is this?" Alexei asked question after question, causing Boris to tug at his mouth, not knowing how to answer. "Where did you find them?" "I didn't find them. They came here on a trip and got caught in the crossfire." "A member of the general's family?" "Alexei, you're the one who made it up. Why don't you ask yourself what's going on in your head, and then ask me?" But there was one thing that Boris was sure of, and that was that Zhang Yan had exploded even with this speech. Even he was accidentally shocked, but on second thought it shouldn't be before Zhang Yan are so commanding. Can he not know who to hit? So why is he saying that now? Was it on purpose or by accident? In response, Zhang Yan didn't feel bad. With an innocent look, his eyes clear and stupid. After all, everyone was wearing furry bear uniforms, and if this was a fight, he really didn't know who to hit. The guard at the side was a bit speechless. Who else could it hit? "It must be Ermao," another guard added, "and the traitors and mercenaries from the pretty country." The third guard also shook his head helplessly. "Forget about it. Leave the fighting to us. You just need to stay alive." Zhang Yan nodded. "I know, but how can we tell them apart when everyone is wearing the same costume?" Once these words came out, the crowd finally realized the meaning of Zhang Yan's words. "You kid, can't you finish your words at once?" Alexei was instantly relieved and disliked Zhang Yan not a little bit. Zhang Yan also had something to say. "I made it very clear, didn't I? It's you who has problems with reading comprehension, okay?" Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Boris also stepped forward to round up the situation. Well, so comrade captain, who are we going to fight in a while? Ah shucks, how are we going to fight? Alexei shook his head breathlessly. Just like the front line, using a red cloth as an armband to distinguish between the enemy and us. After resolving Zhang Yan's doubts, everyone quieted down and did their own thing, just waiting for the results of the battle within the base at that end. I don't know how much time had passed, but in the distance, there was a sudden boom, and the back door of the military base was seen to be blasted open by a rocket launcher alive. Everyone bring your weapons and prepare to fight, Alexei shouted, and at the same time all the soldiers were in motion, picking up their guns and heading down the mountain trail. Punch punch punch, go, bang, bang, bang. The battle started, and for a while the sound of gunfire was dense, and the bullets were like a flood of beasts, shooting in unison towards the military base at that end. What are you doing? Zhang Yan was so exuberant that he wanted to follow up, but just after taking 2 steps, he was pulled back by the 4 guards around him. What else can we do? Fight of course. But the guard's words quickly poured a pot of cold water on Zhang Yan. No, stay well. If you have an accident, how can we explain to our superiors? An accident? Zhang Yan feels that it is somewhat impossible. After all, he has the title to beat your father useless in hand. The bullet is simply impossible to hurt his life. Furthermore, he had seen the way the soldiers in front of him fought, which was to run and fight through the trees, pressing on what they were shooting at, the opposite side of the street. 2. Pressed on with guns blazing without knowing where anyone was. It can be said that the 2 sides shoot at each other. Shoot a few hundred rounds are not necessarily dead. On this kind of fight, there is no pressure, okay. But even so, the 4 guards still didn't allow Zhang Yan to join the fight, which made Zhang Yan speechless. Suddenly, Zhang Yan's gaze landed on the sniper rifle held by one of the guards, a slender body coupled with a long silence tube. One could tell at a glance that it was a sharp weapon that killed without being seen. Zhang Yan suddenly became interested. It's okay if you don't let me take part in the battle. Lend me the sniper rifle. I'll shoot 2 rounds to get over the addiction total, right? Not surprisingly, such requests were again denied. Zhang Yan refused to give up. The gun has a silencer tube. There's no sound when you fight. What are you afraid of? It's hard to believe that the opposite side can still find me, the guard replied. A superb sniper can judge the position of his opponent by the trajectory of the bullet. Comrade Major, forgive me for not being able to take that risk. Okay. Zhang Yan's lifeless bear spread his hands. If he had known that coming out was such a situation, he might as well have stayed at the command headquarters. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, gunshots came from the distance, from far and near, and even though this kind of gunshot could be seen everywhere, at this instant, Zhang Yan stood in sweat. Get down! In an instant, Zhang Yan rushed to pounce on the approaching guard. The guard couldn't react in time. All he felt was a buzzing in his ears, and when he did, he was shocked to realize the shot was aimed at himself, and if it hadn't been for Zhang Yan, he would most likely have been killed by a stray bullet. But it was this brief moment of daze that gave Zhang Yan the opportunity to take that sniper rifle in his hands with barely a trace of effort, aiming casually and pulling the trigger. Bang bang! An enemy soldier at the extreme distance who was recklessly firing with his firearm was instantly shot in the head. This scene could shock the 4 guards for 100 years. Unconsciously, he thought of the previous words that a superb sniper could judge his opponent's position by the trajectory of the bullet. Is it possible that Major Subov, he, is a superb sniper? It was too late to react. Zhang Yan had already put his sniper rifle behind his back. The opposite side may be in possession of a thermal imager device. It's not safe here anymore. You guys be careful. After saying that, Zhang Yan pulled his leg and ran. The guards wanted to chase after them, but at this moment, several more bullets were coming, making them only able to dodge first, and when they dodged a bunch of bullets, they then realized that Zhang Yan had long disappeared without a trace. The frightened guards rushed to report the matter to Alexei. What? That brat. He just knows how to cause me trouble. Alexei was shocked and furious, but at the moment, he had no intention of caring about Zhang Yan. It's highly likely that the opposite side is in possession of a thermal imaging device that's pinning us down in the woods and we can't get out of there. Illich, leave the kid alone and quickly find a place to snipe and cover us. Yes, Ilyich, who had his sniper rifle taken away by Zhang Yan, reacted quickly, grabbed his spare firearm, and then started to look for a sniper spot, before that could be found. Though, Alexei's voice came from the other end of the headset. Thanks, Illich, your marksmanship has grown a lot since before. Ha, Illich was a bit confused. What was the point of thanking himself for this good reason? With that, Alexei's voice came back on the other end of the line. Can you take out the shooter to the north for me? Wow, 1 shot to the head. You're pretty fast. Ha, Illich was even more confused. What the hell was Alexei talking about? Ward law. 3 shots a second for 3 heads. 4 heads. 5 heads. 6 heads. Illik, I remember that was a single-shot sniper of yours. How on earth did you do that with such a fast rate of fire? Hearing this, Illik stopped abruptly. He finally reacted to the fact that this was someone rushing ahead of him and taking sniper cover on Alexei. Who would that be? The marksmanship was so superb that it was even praised by Alexei. Wait a minute. I don't think. Shine, shine, shine. In the woods ahead, there was a sudden and extremely subtle sound of sucking. Illik looked away from the sound and suddenly his eyes widened. It's really him. Chapter 17 open? You'll be seconded as soon as you show your face. After leaving with the sniper rifle, Zhang Yan had wanted to find a perfect position to shoot it a few rounds to get over it. But I didn't want the bullets on the other side of the room to chase after me as if they had eyes. Angry Zhang Yan directly took the sniper rifle when he used it as a submachine gun, dodging bullets while fighting. Because of the addition of the title Guofeng's front foot, even if he casually shot a gun, it would explode the head of the opposite gunman. So much so, that when Ilyich searched for the sound, he looked over to see the broadcast of Zhang Yan's sniper rifle running and hitting the real thing. Jesus Christ, is this guy even human? When he froze, Zhang Yan's eyes also noticed the place. Just in time, the bullets are finished. Give me a clip. Wow. Out of admiration for Zhang Yan's marksmanship, Ilyich threw Zhang Yan a magazine without even thinking about it. Immediately, he saw Zhang Yan changing the magazine, pulling the bolt, and loading the gun, all in one go, and then rushed to the distance and shot a few guns one after another with a bang. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, the distant gunfire faded, at least not as enthusiastically as earlier. Illik, you're a real talent when you step on a horse. A sniper pressurized the opposite side can't even dare to stick his head out. How on earth did you do that? Alexei's excited voice came again on the other end of the headset. It's not me, it's Major Subov. Ilyich simply replied, not caring about Alexei's reaction, and walked straight towards Zhang Yan. Major Subov, how on earth did you do that? Ilyich was inwardly shocked. He had never seen anyone use a sniper rifle to this extent. This was no longer what could be described as a so-called first-rate expert. This was simply a god. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Zhang Yan smiled and observed the situation on the opposite side through the binoculars. It's coming out. Illik wondered. I said, your people are coming out. Saying that, Zhang Yan handed over the binoculars to Ilyich. Taking a brief look, sure enough, there was a heavy armored vehicle that had already driven out of the military base. And without thinking, the people in the vehicle must have been the group that carried out the decapitation operation. Taking advantage of the gap between Zhang Yan's use of a sniper rifle to temporarily form a demonstration of force, they took a car hostage and managed to escape from the military base. But at the moment, they weren't safe either, with shells and bullets constantly firing in unison behind them in an attempt to strangle them halfway across the room. Zhang Yan frowned. The opposite side's firepower is fierce. Without a relay, it's hard for them to come back alive. But stepping out of the woods now is a death wish. We have to cover Alexei and the others. Now immediately look for sniper points for covering fire. Yes. Out of his admiration for Zhang Yan, Ilyich surprisingly subconsciously then saluted and obeyed the order. Afterward, the two of them found a position to lie down respectively, and in order to facilitate contact, Ilyich also handed Zhang Yan a set of earphone communication device. Major Subov, while your marksmanship is out of this world, finding a sniper's point is not exactly a great position. Inside the headset, Ilyich snorted. No, I feel pretty good about it, don't I? Zhang Yan had found such a place out of the experience and feeling left behind by the military god experience card, but now it seemed that the view was constricted, almost as if you could only see into the distance through gaps in the dense woods in front of you. It's true that it's not as good as the view through on the Illik side. However, Zhang Yan didn't feel that what was left behind by the military god experience card would deceive him. There must be a reason for it. Major Subov? Illik, what exactly was the status of your earlier words? Alexei's confused words came from within the headset. Illik replied, nothing, Captain. We seem to have misjudged Major Subov's abilities. I think that we should trust him a bit. Illik, what the hell are you talking about? Have you been brainwashed by that Subov kid? Subov, I'm warning you, don't mess with me while I'm gone. This is a battlefield, not you. Seeing that Alexei was about to start spraying angrily, Zhang Yan directly interrupted the spellcasting. Shed a poof. Comrade Captain, listen to me if you want your men to live. In a moment I'll put the opposite side into a temporary vision blind spot, and you'll take the men and quickly pick up the slack. Illik, take charge of the stakeout and don't let anyone across the street bother me. As for Boris, just follow the original mission and call in an airstrike as soon as you acquire the fire coverage coordinates. Yes. Zhang Yan didn't give Alexei any chance to speak, and just after giving the order, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Originally, several people in Ilyich were wondering how Zhang Yan was going to make the opposite side enter the vision blind spot, and as Zhang Yan snapped this gun, the answer to this question became clearer. The bullets were seen cutting through the sky, from far and near, and one hit, a rocket that was chasing the armored car. Immediately, bang, a loud bang, leaving the only thing in the field of vision of the enemy troops on the opposite side was a roaring fire, and as Zhang Yan pulled the trigger one after another, hitting those artillery shells, suicide drones, and the like, the flames gradually joined together to become a curtain of fire. This scene was enough to make people's jaws drop. How accurate a shot did it take to hit a fast-moving shell? Not to mention the fact that he shot and hit in turn within a short period of time. Zhang Yan's shooting skill is simply more divine than God, right? Alexei, what are you waiting for? Follow me. It was too late to think anymore if he had misunderstood something about Zhang Yan. Alexei gritted his teeth and rushed forward with his men. The enemy forces on the other side were quick to respond, with numerous soldiers showing their heads and firing at Alexei and his group. But what soon greeted them was a cold bullet from Illich, worthy of being a professional sniper. The moment his eyes focused on the magnifying glass, Illich began to hold his breath, as if a stone statue stayed motionless in place. But as soon as an enemy appeared in his field of vision, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. The precision of his gunplay has even reached the point where he has shot a little kid. Although he couldn't do the heaven-defying marksmanship of accurately hitting a high-speed moving cannonball like Zhang Yan. However, the duo's cooperation still caused quite a shock to the enemy forces on the opposite side. Thick gift crab, get down. The opposite side must have mastered headlocking technology. All those who show their heads are dead. We've got snipers too. Where are the men? Give them hell. The snipers deployed in the rear were smoked out by the opposite side at the very beginning, and all of them died with their heads blown off. Oh my god, even shells can be taken out. What the hell is that sniper on the other side? The enemy's firepower was slowed down considerably by the powerful gunfire deterrent. Illich was firing away and exclaimed in his headset, "We're both really good. I can't believe the two of us are stifling the opposite side of the action. I can sort of see why you chose that location, Major. The thick woods are much better at covering your tracks, and to spot you across the street you'd have to use a thermal imager. It's just a pity that they will be sniped away by me if they show their heads, and this time, even less people will be able to spot you, and we will be invincible." Although he said so, since the beginning, the only person he felt powerful in his heart was Zhang Yan. If he hadn't been shooting and detonating the drones and missiles so often that he distracted the others, Illich wouldn't have been able to pull off the head-picking operation brilliantly. And with the duo working together, most of the enemy troops were tired of dealing with the snipers on this side, but ignored the armored vehicle that had just escaped from the base. Alexei picked up his man very simply, but when the group rejoined, Alexei was informed of a shocking news. The target of this operation, the commander-in-chief of the Krya military base, Choinov, was not in the base, and the decapitation failed. The good news is that they accidentally acquired important information. The Krya military base is a front. The real purpose of the Irmos is tweak the tiger. Chapter 18. Irma wants to transfer the tiger away from the mountain. They're surrounded. When the battle was raging ahead, this side of the command, however, was plunged into a gloomy atmosphere by a series of news. "Commander, it's not good. Our army and other corps' air stations have been bombarded by long-range fire, and have temporarily lost their takeoff conditions, so I'm afraid we won't be able to provide fire coverage of the Krya military base. The 13th Corps has sent an urgent report that a large number of the combined Erman forces have been found advancing upon them, and have fought, with an estimate of 2 regiments, and will not be able to hold out long. Urgent information from GGB. Dozens of fighters and bombers have taken off from a certain airbase in Irmo and are on their way towards our camp and the road where the subsequent reinforcements must pass through, respectively. Our army's satellite was hacked not long ago. I'm afraid that communication will be interrupted for half an hour at the moment, so we can only borrow the satellite on the Daxia side." In front of the sandbox, Anthony looked serious and was projecting the current situation. The 13th Corps is stationed in the southeastern plains area, and once it is breached by the enemy, it will become a large gap, at which time Irmo is afraid that he will launch a general attack on the neighboring corps, this time against the Krya military base. Several of our corps can be said to have sent all their elites. It is the time when the rear defenses are empty. That group of dog scum really makes a good plan. If before, everyone only knew that there was something fishy and conspiratorial going on at the Krya military base, but they didn't know what it was. At this moment, then, the conspiracy can be made public. That is, while the Krya military base attracted the attention of several neighboring legions, the elite were sent to start with the 13th Legion stationed on the plains, using it as a breakthrough to gradually erode the neighboring legions. The swiftness of Irma's and the Allied forces' actions definitely exceeded Anthony's expectations, and now, even if they urgently recalled the frontline troops, they were afraid that it would be too late. Thinking for a moment, Anthony made a decision. "Pass on my order. The frontline troops stop attacking immediately. The entire command pull out their battalions and retreat westward. leaving 2 battalions to remain in the surrounding mountains, responsible for receiving them. The communication soldier on the other end responded quickly, but soon he brought the bad news. I'm afraid it's too late. The frontline troops are surrounded. Encircle? How is that possible? Where did they get that many troops? On the front line, in the outskirts of the Kiria military base, numerous armored vehicles and tank soldiers could be seen, closing in on the center in a four-sided encirclement. There was a continuous stream of gunfire all around, and artillery shells kept rushing into the midst of the mountains and forests, starting not a few fires. The ferocity of the enemy's firepower caused considerable casualties to both the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion and the Baikal Special Operations Squad hidden in the mountains and forests, and the people scattered and took cover like birds of prey. At the first moment, Zhang Yan and Ilyich hid inside a military bunker, prostrate on the ground, and didn't dare to raise their heads at all. The bullets from the opposite side were like a fire snake, firing indiscriminately. Shooting above the bunker were densely cratered. Listening to the sound of gunfire ringing out in all directions, Ilyich also frowned tightly. Damn it, communications are down. We seem to be surrounded. Dodging a bullet that grazed his scalp, Zhang Yan was also a bit confused about what the situation was now. Before, he was obviously shooting with a sniper rifle, but very suddenly there was a shell falling next to him, blowing his head off. Then there was the matter of Ilyich pulling himself into hiding in this military bunker. I should have known better than to come out. If he knew that he would be in danger if he followed him out this time, Zhang Yan would not have come out. At that moment, Zhang Yan heard Ilyich on one side was cursing profanities violently at the screen of his communicator. It made him a little curious. What are you doing? Ilyich said anxiously. Communications are down. I'm afraid the satellite has been hacked. I need to connect to the satellite on the Daxia side. I'll have to do it manually, but I just pressed it too fast. It's all in Chinese. I don't quite understand it. What should I do? Zhang Yan froze for a moment. Aren't you a special forces soldier? Learning languages is important, right? Ilyich spat out. I can understand all the English, French and German, but only this Chinese. I can't understand it at all. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. Don't you say that quite well? Ilyich waved his hand. Anyway, I can't read much on this. Do you understand? Zhang Yan subconsciously nodded his head. Jokingly, he is a Daxia people, okay? Cannot understand Chinese? Saying that, Zhang Yan took the communicator and operated it for a while according to Ilych's request, then successfully connected to Daxia's satellite. Hello, this is. Soon, the voice of the female correspondent came through the headset, and she first greeted him in Chinese, then spoke Russian. This man was in a foreign land, and it was extraordinarily kind to hear the voices of his compatriots. Zhang Yan was almost crying with excitement, but he still held back his excitement and said, Miss, help me connect to the encrypted BGR100100 communication band. Secret key MH1054BHR1. Thank you. The correspondent froze for a moment. No, this Maoist speaks Chinese so standardly? No, he called himself Missy? How could a Maoist know such words? This one is not a nationalist. I'm afraid, but how could the nationals be on that battlefield, and connected to what appeared to be an alternate communications band for a major Maoist operation today? Okay, connect for you right away. It may take a few minutes. Please wait. In the spirit of professional conduct, the young lady didn't care so much and immediately operated for Zhang Yan. But Zhang Yan came to chatting energy. Miss Sister, where are you from? Listen to the accent like the South. Soft and sticky, really good to hear. Hey, miss, you speak I tell you, I am really unlucky today. If I stayed in the command center nothing, now it's good. Surrounded. You accompany me to say a few words. What odd reason? The correspondent on the other end was amused by Zhang Yan. Your Chinese is good. Did you learn it on purpose? Learn from the hair. I'm from Daxia. The correspondent was shocked. Daxamite? How did you end up in? I'd better not ask any more questions. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Realizing that the presence of Daxia soldiers in that battlefield might be a high-level secret, the correspondent immediately shut his mouth. But Zhang Yan waved his hand. Harm. It's nothing. Recently I should be quite hot. Right. Just that tourist who mistakenly entered the battlefield of Mao Zirmo. It's me myself, right? What? You're that tourist? You're Zhang Yan? The correspondent was so shocked that he couldn't help but scream out, drawing the attention of other colleagues in the neighborhood. Seeing this, the correspondent hurriedly covered his mouth and whispered, Why did you run to the front line if you didn't stay well at the command headquarters? Zhang Yan sighed and said, Harm. I don't want to, but that officer at the command center insisted me to command this battle. I don't have no choice but to come out and hide. I'm convinced. I'm just a college student. Have that ability to command? Let you command? The correspondent's mouth opened wide. Don't be ridiculous. How could someone's officer let you command for no reason? Surely it won't be unprovoked. It was yesterday morning, right? Zhang Yan's words were sort of opened, and in one breath, he said all the things he commanded yesterday morning. As it turned out, the correspondent lady was shocked when she heard that the news had just reported yesterday that a unit had accomplished an incredible turnaround battle. One of the command decisions was even taken by the military channel for a special program, which was praised by many generals at home and abroad. Call it one of the most incredible victories of the 21st century. As a result, now you're telling me that that battle was commanded by you, a misguided visitor to the battlefield? Chapter 19. It's normal to hallucinate, but you mustn't go crazy. Zhang Yan still didn't know how much of a shock his words would cause to the Dasha military. All he knew was that he had managed to meet a fellow countryman, or a stranger, who could be used as a treehole to spill out all his recent unpleasantness. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Miss Communicator had already reported the matter to her superior officer. Soon, the superior officer came to the correspondent sister's workstation, and at his gesture, the correspondent sister began to condescend. Are you really that tourist who mistakenly entered the battlefield? You didn't lie to me. Why would I lie to you? Before Zhang Yan could finish his words, the instrument in his hand suddenly appeared with the words of successful connection. The connection was successful. Let's not talk to you first. Now the situation is critical. Being wrapped up tightly, I'm afraid I can't do it without commanding. Thank you for staying with me and talking for so long. If I can go back alive, I'll treat you to a meal. If we have anything to say, let's talk next time. Saying that, Zhang Yan directly hung up the communication. Miss Correspondent raised her head with some regret, listening to the accent. It's a northerner. Could he really be that tourist Zhang Yan? But why did he appear in that battlefield? According to your report, he volunteered to go to the battlefield to avoid command? Miss Communicator nodded. That's what he said. The superior officer pondered for a moment. It's out of order. But the matter is related to that errant visitor to the battlefield after all. Can we listen in without being detected? Miss Communicator nodded. It is possible to go undetected by adding a few layers of secrecy and then hooking up to other hacker satellites to intercept the band. Under a series of complicated operations by the correspondent young lady, Zhang Yan's voice once again came from within the headset. Alexei, Boris, this is Subov. Report your situation. Repeat, report your situation. Soon there was a response in the headset from none other than Boris, the 10th of the Nightingale Scout Battalion. Major Subov? Great. You're still alive. The soldiers and I are scattered in the surrounding bunkers. The enemy fire was too fierce. We suffered 20% casualties. Immediately after, came Alexei's slightly weak voice. It's kind of nice to hear your boy's voice now. Is Illik with you? Illik hurriedly replied. Captain, I'm in. Alexei nodded. The enemy is now far outnumbering us, and their firepower is ferocious. This time it's a lost cause. If we do get surrounded, let's do it the old-fashioned way. Good. Zhang Yan looked at Illik suspiciously. What's the old way? Very simple. Ilyich smiled, then picked up two pistols, one held in his hand against Zhang Yan's head, and one pressed into Zhang Yan's hand staring at his own head. That's the old way. Even if the jade is broken, it can't fall into the hands of the enemy. Zhang Yan's face was full of black lines, and he always felt that this old way looked familiar to the extreme. What's that? Pretending to be Daughtry? What did they say? On this end, the superior officer listened for a while and asked at the correspondent lady. He calls himself Subov, and then his subordinates seemed to address him as Major Subov. Major? The superior officer was a bit shocked when he heard that. Didn't he claim to be a tourist who mistakenly entered the battlefield? How did he become a major again now? Miss Communicator skimmed her head. That's unknown. Did he lie to me? It shouldn't be, and from what I've heard, they seem to be in quite a dangerous situation right now at the moment, being surrounded on all sides, with a lot of troops and firepower on Irma's side. They're talking about cutting themselves. What? The superior officer couldn't calm down. Even though he couldn't confirm Zhang Yan's identity, he wasn't afraid of anything. What if this person is really a tourist who wandered into the battlefield by mistake? Once he lives or dies in the battlefield, what consequences will he trigger? The superior officer got a little thinly veiled and hurriedly put on his military cap. You continue to listen in. I'll report back now, and if he really wants to cut himself, make sure to stabilize him. Isn't it a wiretap? How am I going to stabilize him, sir? You figure it out. Dropping a sentence, the superior officer quickly ran away, leaving Miss Communicator alone and messed up in the same place. Picking up the headphones once again, Zhang Yan's voice came from the other end of the headphones. Must we go this far? Illik shook his head helplessly. There is no way around it. Please understand, Major. Let's get started then. But will it be a little hard? How can it be? It's very powerful. Even the skull will be crushed in one blow. Hearing this, Miss Communicator simply couldn't remain calm. Don't, Zhang Yan, don't cut yourself. The voice that suddenly appeared within the headset caused Zhang Yan to be startled, but he quickly responded. Miss? You haven't hung up yet. Communication huh? The correspondent was so embarrassed that her toes tensed. Yes, aren't we done talking? I'm pretty busy right now. Didn't I say we'd talk another time? The correspondent lady erupted for a while. How are we going to talk next time if you don't give me a contact? Also, add a tweet then? Or choo-choo. Add them all. And by the way, give me your phone number too. Soon. The correspondent young lady took the number given by Zhang Yan and searched for a while, then looked at the information about Zhang Yan on the screen and stared wide-eyed. It is really you. You say you have nothing to run blindly to the front line. What? Obviously the relevant personnel has been in with the big hair to hair side of the negotiation. You will soon be able to come back. Why do you still want to take the risk? The correspondent lady thought that her tone was very heavy, but unbeknownst to her, the soft and sticky accent of the South sounded no different from flirting to Zhang Yan. I told you, you have a great voice. You'd be great as a voice actor. Asterisk 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 off. I'm telling you, you're not allowed to die or cut yourself. Kill yourself. You have to come back to Daxia in one piece. Aren't you going to treat me to dinner? How else are you going to treat me if you don't come back alive? Zhang Yan smashed his mouth. TSK, 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 why are you suddenly so concerned about me? Do you know that when you say such words in such a tone, it will give a very ambiguous feeling to an 18-year-old in the middle of puberty? Miss Communicator said with petulant indignation. Asterisk 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 off. Ow. Who cares about you? If you hadn't said you were going to cut yourself, I wouldn't have stuck my nose in this one more time. Zhang Yan kept muttering to himself, looking at Illick with confusion. Comrade Major, what are you doing? Zhang Yan froze. Chatting. You can't hear it? Listen, am I supposed to hear something? Illick fiddled with his headphones for a moment, making sure he couldn't hear anything. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Zhang Yan. Comrade Major, I know that the situation is critical and it's normal to hallucinate, but you mustn't go crazy. As soon as Zhang Yan heard it, he knew that Illick had misunderstood. Just kidding, go about your business and let me talk to myself for a while. After saying that, Zhang Yan moved to the corner. Your voice, no one else can hear it? Miss Communicator proudly said. Of course, this is an independent channel. Only the two of us can hear it in the world. Listening to other countries' military intelligence is not in line with the rules. Okay? Of course we have to be careful. Oh, handsome, you're kinda sweet. By the way, did you just say I was going to cut myself? Did you misunderstand something? Isn't it? Didn't you guys just talk about hard or not, crushing skulls, and weren't you talking about cutting yourselves? It's a good thing I showed up just in time, or it would have been your death anniversary a few minutes ago. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth and ghostly forgot to glance at the engineer's shovel in his hand as well as the tamped ground that had been dug up a bit. Would you believe me when I say that the two of us were discussing digging a tunnel? What? Chapter 20 Dasha exploded. Zhang Yan, what the hell do you want? A tunnel? So a bit of hard talk about the ground. That thing that crushes skulls. Talking not about a gun, but an engineer's shovel for digging? Realizing that she misunderstood Zhang Yan's meaning, Miss Correspondent was so embarrassed that she could have snapped 3 rooms with her toes tied tightly. Because of a bit of weakness, immediately burst out foul-mouthed. You crazy words do not say all. Almost scared me to death. No. Zhang Yan was a bit puzzled. Why are you scolding me for a good reason? The correspondent's sister is even more energetic. Of course I have to scold you. Those who care about you. These days for you to run before and after. Just to let you return to the country earlier. You can be good. Do not stay quietly. Just know to make. If you do have an accident on the front line, can you stand up to your parents who gave birth to you and raised you? Can you stand up to those who care about you? Zhang Yan sort of understood why Miss Communicator was so angry, scratched his head and said, okay, I know. Don't worry. I never intended to cut myself since the beginning. The desire to survive is still quite strong. Otherwise what tunnels am I digging? That's good. Miss Communicator sighed in relief. But right after tapping on the computer, she still informed Zhang Yan of a piece of news. The area you are in is near the Arctic region, and the soil underneath is mostly permafrost, so digging tunnels doesn't seem to work. What about that? Don't be in a hurry. Let me take a look. Miss Communicator had another fierce operation, and a series of satellite remote sensing images suddenly appeared on the computer in front of her. Although this was not in line with the rules, the current situation had to focus on preserving Zhang Yan's life. You have large numbers of enemy troops approaching to the west, northwest, and southwest, respectively, and the only way to evacuate now is in the direction of the Kiria military base. Next on my mark, get out of the bunker quickly. 200 meters northeast, then 300 meters north, then 400 meters east, and make sure you do it fast. After receiving another instruction from the correspondent young lady, Zhang Yan didn't hesitate and pulled up Illick and ran. Even though the stray bullets kept coming from all around, they couldn't slow down Zhang Yan's speed. After a playful run, the duo arrived at their designated location. There should be a hidden cave entrance near here. The image shows a large space below, presumably a cavern washed out by an underground river. You can hide there first. After the instructions from the correspondent young lady, Zhang Yan quickly found the hole and hid in it together with Illick. The underground space, almost the size of several rooms, was very dark and damp. Through the little light reflecting through the opening above, you can see the somewhat frozen underground stream and the washed-out rocks. Zhang Yan was shocked. Even this can be found. Our Dacia's satellite is so powerful? That's for sure. Okay, stay. You don't have to do anything next. We'll deal with that side as soon as possible and get you out. Just as Zhang Yan reached a safe position, on the Dacia side, through the layers of reports from the superior officers, the news of Zhang Yan's participation in the operation of attacking the military base in Kelia had also reached the ears of the higher-ups. Several big names who had recently been concerned with and responsible for the matter of Dacia's tourists mistakenly entering the battlefield were instantly stunned. What did you say his Russian name was? Sabov? Or the rank of major? Didn't Mao Zi's side say that the fake identity was to protect Zhang Yan? Why would he appear in such a dangerous place? Quickly have the diplomats pressure the Maoists to explain what the hell is going on. I'm afraid there's something wrong with this. After all, we only learned of this through eavesdropping. I'm afraid this could easily fall into disrepute. All this time still do not care about the fall or not fall words, and then do not act quickly. Zhang Yan in case of an accident how to do? It was almost too late to hold a meeting, and the moment they learned of the news, there were many big names who drove to the Dacia military satellite base. The correspondent lady didn't expect that there would be so many people visiting, almost surrounding the entire communication hall. What's the situation now? The old man with very unusual shoulder insignia asked at the correspondent young lady. Miss Communicator hurriedly got up and gave a military salute. Report, I've urgently retrieved satellite surveillance images and remote sensing images, and brought Zhang Yan to a safe zone. When these words came out, someone quickly frowned. This is not in line with the rules. Without orders from your superiors, who gave you permission to take liberties? The old man turned around and glared at the man. It's this time of the year. Human life is important. Special treatment. And there are still rules and no rules. You're the one with more rules. You are called Sure Haihan, right? Well done. Sure Haihan smiled politely. But then, the content coming from within the earphones made her face ugly, and she hurriedly called out, Zhang Yan, take it easy. The old man frowned. What's going on? With that said, he took the headset directly and heard this. There was a rumble of gunfire and Boris's voice was bleak. Comrade Major, we've already started a firefight with the enemy and the number of casualties has exceeded 40%. What exactly should we do? Followed by another man's voice. Captain Alexei was shot several times, lost a lot of blood, and is already very weak. We are resisting tenaciously, but I'm afraid we won't be able to resist for much longer. Alexei's voice was weak as hell. Asterisk 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 Q. Who says labor is weak? Give me 2 guns and labor can still fight. Finally, Zhang Yan's voice appeared within the headset. The only way nowadays is to evacuate in the direction of the Kria military base. But Major, there's an equally small group of enemy troops over at the Kria military base that's wrapping up towards here. Zhang Yan said with little hesitation. Boris, I need your men to be divided into 6 groups, circling the enemy forces in the west, northwest, and southwest directions, and do not get attached to the battle. Alexei, your men are battle-hardened, and I need you to take out the small group of enemy troops in the direction of the Kria military base as fast as you can. Everyone then retreated together towards the Kria military base, with priority for the wounded in armored vehicles. To this, Boris and the other officers and men of the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion did not object. On the other hand, Alexei's side immediately scolded. Subov, are you crazy? What's the difference between retreating to the military base in Kria and sending them to their deaths? There is a large number of enemy troops waiting there. Zhang Yan's tone was very tough. Listen to me if you want to live. Of course I won't stop you if you want to cut yourself. All units please implement immediately according to my deployment. After saying that, Zhang Yan suddenly rushed to his earphone. Miss, is it there? I need your help. Hey, people nah? You don't hang up this time. On this end of the headset, a rare trace of shock and splendor passed across the old man's unperturbed face. He could sort of see why the hairy bear side was engaging in those little cover-ups. This Zhang Yan is simply a talent. In the deadlock of being surrounded by 4 sides, still able to calmly make decisions. Let's just leave aside whether or not the decision-making was brilliant. Being able to be so calm in a high-pressure environment is already an indispensable quality for a top-notch commander. Voice comparison successful. Similarity 999%. Identified as Zhang Yan himself. Receiving the affirmation from the staff aside, the old man nodded and rushed to his headset. Zhang Yan, what do you want to do? Chapter 21. Can't give up on my teammates. I'll stop them. The sudden appearance of the old man's voice gave Zhang Yan a whole lot of pause. He still preferred the soft-sounding young lady from earlier a bit more than the old man. However, the situation was critical now, so there was no room for him to pick and choose. Please help me connect to the encrypted MSK321802 communication band. Secret key SK33104BHR1. I need to contact the main force. By the way, can you keep an eye on Ermao's side for me at all times? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the old man. Zhang Yan, you could have done nothing, stayed in a safe location, and waited for our side to operate, and we guarantee that we will be able to get you out of harm's way in a short period of time. When Zhang Yan heard it, he was on fire. Do nothing? Are you crazy? I don't do anything. What about those people of theirs? Despite having the title Indifferent Heart added, even if parents die in front of his eyes, Zhang Yan is afraid that he will not have any emotional fluctuations. However, as a person with conscience, morals, and a bottom line, it was still hard for Zhang Yan not to get angry when he heard this. The old man smiled. Do they have anything to do with you? You're from Disya. They're from the Mao Xiong kingdom. Plus you entered the battlefield by mistake. You didn't have to get involved in this waiting. Zhang Yan was exasperated and laughed. Yes, I don't have to wait, but isn't that a no-brainer? I'm already here, and we all wear the same uniform. Also walked through a period of years together, although I have not been a soldier, but I also understand that we are born together into death. Then he is my comrade. You let me give up my comrade to wait there. Zhang Yan is still stepping on the horse counting individuals? If you don't want to help then forget it. I'll do it myself. Ha 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 ha. The old man, who used to be serious, revealed a rare smile and laughed heartily. This scene looked a bit dumbfounded to the surrounding officers. What exactly did Zhang Yan say to this one? The old man laughed a little bit and could not stop. He was heartily happy. The world said that the post-00, post-10 is the most unreliable generation, but he did not see necessarily. As long as the younger generation still has fresh blood like Zhang Yan, then why not worry about the great summer more prosperous? What a relief, a great relief. Do as he says. Zhang Yan, remember, no matter where you are, the motherland will be your greatest backing. A warm current flowed through Zhang Yan's heart. Then thanks a lot for saying so much. I thought you wouldn't help. At the old man's signal, the correspondent Miss Shi Haihan immediately began to operate, and in a very short period of time allowed Zhang Yan to contact the frontline troops. Because of the breakdown of communications, plus being surrounded, it's still a bit of a mess on the frontline side in general. Several legions began to fight on their own, but the general approach, still with the main purpose of breaking through the encirclement and reinforcing the troops in the rear. But it was still difficult to break out because of the enemy's blockade and the airfire coverage, and it was then that a major named Subov contacted them. Leave some to try and break out. The rest continue the attack on the Korea military base. At the same time, inside the communication hall of the Dasha military satellite base, a sand table had been temporarily set up, with many generals commanding military deduction simulations here. At this time, gathering all the troops and specializing in attempting to break out at the weak point of the opposite encirclement is the top priority. But why did Zhang Yan choose to generalize the attack on the Kelia military base? Isn't this a delay? I don't think that's necessarily true. The enemy has a large number of troops. Trying to break through the encirclement will cost a huge amount of money, and when the reinforcements go back, I'm afraid that even maintaining the supplies will be a problem. Instead, attacking the military base of Korea to replenish the supplies will be a good choice. Heroes see the same thing. Now the Maoist several corps of airfields were bombed are being repaired. In the face of a sudden attack on the enemy they are too busy to split up. Most of the cruise missiles are used to block the enemy. It is difficult to carry a military base side of the effective reinforcement. Relying on people is not as good as relying on their own. These days, the traitors of Ermao and Pretty Country have really gone crazy, launching one sneak general attack after another, making it impossible for the Maoists to respond in time. The generals, in regards to the series of decisions made by Zhang Yan, conducted a deduction simulation and finally came to a conclusion. It's still a bit immature in some of the decisions, even to the point of being very risky, but it's not a bad way to go. Relying on a general attack on the front line to attract the eyes of the Korea military base while launching a surprise attack from the rear is indeed a brilliant plan to attack the city. The report that came up earlier said that Zhang Yan was the one who commanded the flip-flop battle where Ermao nearly ended the Maoist 16th Corps earlier, and at first I didn't believe it, but now it seems that this kid does have redeeming qualities. But now there is a problem. Is the big rear of the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion and Baikal Special Forces side. The evacuation will inevitably be the opposite side of the exhaustive pursuit. This problem, how to solve it? Soon. The crowd also asked this question to Zhang Yan through Shi Haihan's mouth. This is simple. As long as someone can stop them for a while. Zhang Yan was panting. and was currently moving frantically within the underground space in a form that Illich couldn't understand. A general objected. I'm afraid it's hard to stop them, and I'm afraid the casualties will be very heavy, and once they're allowed to join forces with the enemy forces at the Kiria military base, I'm afraid the only fate will be to be annihilated in a regiment. Zhang Yan was unconcerned. It won't be too disastrous because there's only one person who's going to stop them. Only one? Who is it? Me, I'll stop them. What? With one sentence, Zhang Yan directly gave a whole communication hall a dry spell. You go to stop? Zhang Yan, don't do anything stupid. Think about your parents, those who care about you. Zhang Yan, I know you're capable, but this is not the time to act tough. Don't take any chances and just stay where you are, okay? Our side also specially set up a command room. Can help you judge the decision? You only need to stay there to command on the line. We promise. Must protect you and your comrades' safety. At this time, a voice came from beside Zhang Yan's ear. Ding! The accumulation of blinking eyes has reached 2,000 times. Lifting arms 3,000 times. Lifting legs 4,000 times. And squeezing fists 5,000 times. Acquired the title, who says humans can't be druids, the eyes of an eagle, the ears of a wolf, the speed of a panther, the strength of a bear, the ability of the whole body has been greatly increased. Zhang Yan stopped panting. Thanks for your kindness, but for the success of the operation, this task, I can only do it. Having said that, Zhang Yan also got news from Alexei's side, and they lived up to their expectations, completing the mission with great speed. All units, evacuate according to the original plan. The mainline forces have launched a general attack on the Kiria military base. Your mission is to cooperate with them in a surprise attack from the rear. Take the base as fast as possible and collect the supplies. After arranging everything, Zhang Yan didn't bother with the voices of opposition in his earpiece and let Illich out of the cave, ready to begin the task that only he can accomplish. Chapter 22. No kidding. An Aphelios across the street. In the Great Rear, the 16 Corps had pulled out of camp and retreated eastward under Antony's arrangements. Despite the timely evacuation, they were hit by air and missile strikes from the Irmao front, with artillery fire all the way. Even several officers were decapitated by the missiles and became flying dust. Tired of dealing with the troubles at hand, Antony neglected his command of the front line. It was only with great difficulty that he was able to withdraw from the area covered by fire from Irmao's side, and after subsiding for a while, Antony hurriedly contacted the frontline troops. At this time, he also learned about Zhang Yan taking over the command. I knew he wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. It's really great. With his command, maybe the desperate situation on the front line will be, before he could be happy. A call from his superiors immediately poured cold water on Anthony. Anthony, look what you've done. Anthony was very aggravated. What did I do? Although it was indeed his fault for putting Zhang Yan in danger, there was no way around it. The situation was like this. Even he, the commander, was running for his life, so it could only be said that Irmao's side was just too obscene and cocky. The superior officer questioned, why didn't you confiscate Zhang Yan's cell phone? Anthony was a little confused. No sir, you called just to say that? But soon he realized why the officer was so angry. Because just a few minutes ago, Zhang Yan suddenly sent a friend's circle. The content of the friend's circle is very appalling, saying that he is in a desperate situation, surrounded by enemies on all sides. The situation is very critical. In order to win a way out for his comrades, he will go forward alone to block the enemy's encirclement. Ward Law. Upon hearing the contents of the friend's circle, Rao Anthony was dumbfounded. Is this really sent by Zhang Yan? Why don't I believe it? It's not like he's a little cutie. How could he do the act of blocking the enemy army alone? Isn't that sending him to his death? The officer waved his hand. I don't care. In any case, the Desya side has now pressurized our Maohu kingdom on this matter. Let's explain why Zhang Yan was at the front line in the deep danger. Anthony, look what you've done. I go around and ask you to keep your men in the 16th Legion, and this is how you repay me? Anthony couldn't hold in a single word, and he didn't expect things to have happened to this point. It's good that the officer named the clear path for him. In short, the matter of Zhang Yan's presence at the front line is something we must never admit, and of course, he must never die in battle so easily. And as for what to do, you see to it, and if you can't do it right, see you at the court-martial. Anthony nodded hurriedly. Understood. Hanging up the phone, Anthony's head was spinning as soon as the whole thing was over. How the hell was this going to work out? And Zhang Yan inexplicably sends so a circle of friends for what? It is difficult. Even he cannot solve the crisis of the front line? That's the end of the line, isn't it? Is the satellite fixed yet? And when it is, get it into operation for me. Where's the artillery battalion? Where's the Air Force battalion? Go support the front line for me. Da Xia, Inside the communication hall of the military satellite base, Sure Haihan looked at a friend circle message on the screen and always felt a bit unkind. It was written by her under orders to hack into Zhang Yan's cell phone, and she even hacked the camera for authenticity and took a random picture of the current situation. There was no way around it. They had to do it in order to put pressure on the Maoist side and gain some help for Zhang Yan. The effect of this was remarkable, and soon a host of generals were the first to obtain news from the side of the woolly bear. The pressure strategy worked. The 16th Legion and the 18th Legion have already started to move. Let's hope it can help Zhang Yan. This kid really thinks he's a werewolf. He's going to stop them alone. Is that a good idea? In fact, in the long run, if we have the entire 16th Legion attacking towards the Korea military base, there's no chance that the crisis can be resolved. This is also a horse's ass. Besides, time is simply too late. When the 16th Army Corps arrives, I'm afraid that the frontline troops will have been regrouped long ago, and they themselves may be bagged. It can be said that Zhang Yan's arrangement is the one that is most likely to solve the critical situation at this point in time, but the top priority is whether or not we can stop these enemy troops in the big rear. Generals analyze over and analyze the past. After all, is not a person in the situation, more or less a bit of paper. Although they didn't advocate Zhang Yan to be that risky either, Zhang Yan pressed on and didn't listen to them. Right now, all they could do was to keep an eye on Zhang Yan's side of the situation through satellite remote sensing as well as a headset. Bang, bang, bang. Boom 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 boom. Inside the woods, the sound of artillery fire was constant, and the loud noise caused birds and animals to scatter in all directions. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, was carrying the wounded soldier on his back and running towards the foot of the mountain at a very fast speed. That's the last of them. Boris, take your men and prepare to withdraw and join Alexei and the others. But, Major, what about the pursuers behind us when we're gone? You guys just pull back. I'll do the rest. Ilich, find a position to cover them. Yes. In the midst of the chaos, the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion and the remnants of the Baikal Special Operations Squad retreated in the direction of the Korea military base with an armored car full of wounded soldiers. Zhang Yan picked up a bag full of weapons and equipment and exhaled deeply. I'm ready to go on. Help me succeed. On the other end of the headset, Sure Haihan was in a hurry. No, do you really intend to go alone to break the back? This is not to send death. Think about it, cannot do it. It's okay. What? I said, I can do it. Throwing out a loud sentence, Zhang Yan drew his legs and ran forward. On this end, through the thermal imager, the Irmal coalition forces also discovered the crowd that was evacuating. They're pulling back. Don't give them a chance. Wrap them up. Some of the soldiers who were in a hurry immediately pulled out their legs and ran, attempting to catch up with the crowd. But suddenly, a residual image flashed abruptly on the thermal imager they wore on their eyes. Well, what is it? That residual shadow was so fast that one couldn't even see it. As a last resort, the soldiers had to take off their thermal imaging cameras and use their vision. It was just a glance. They suddenly froze in place. That residual shadow. It was actually a person. Geez, how can anyone have that kind of speed? Is he Superman? Bang, bang, bang. Without waiting for the soldiers to react, Zhang Yan had already pulled the trigger. The battle officially started, and Zhang Yan alone dealt with thousands of enemy troops. Even though the enemy was outnumbered, Zhang Yan could naturally take 1 for 10 as well as 1,000 for 100 with the support of his many titles. Thump, 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 thump. In the face of the dense rain of bullets, under the blessing of the title who says humans can't be druids, Zhang Yan's stance speed was extremely fast, taking to the air, flipping over, climbing trees, soaring, skimming the ground, dodging bullets constantly as if they were in a martial arts movie or anti-Japanese drama. At the same time, the movements of his hands did not stop. Keep pulling the trigger to hit the enemy hard. Change magazines when you run out of bullets, and change guns when you run out of magazines. In order to hold this place, Zhang Yan had asked Boris and Alexei to leave a lot of weapons and equipment here, so he was not worried about not having enough. Ding! Contact with M4A1 carbine has been reached for 1 minute. Clocked as complete. Current cumulative contact with firearms 19/40. Ding! Contact with XM250 has reached 1 minute. Clocked complete. Current cumulative contact with firearms 20/40. Ding! Contact with M249 has reached 1 minute. Clocked complete. Current cumulative contact with firearms 21/40. Ding! Contact with Vepr assault rifle has been reached for 1 minute. Clocked as complete. Current cumulative contact with firearms 22/40. Since the bag contained mostly weapons collected from the enemy, the progress of the title Only the Hand is Ripe was once again accumulated. And through these weapons, Zhang Yan also kept changing his position. striking a feeling of 1,000 armies. The commanders on the opposite side were confused. What intense gunfire! Are there reinforcements on the other side? All squads, quickly report your situation. At this moment, it coincided with an enemy soldier who was facing Zhang Yan straight on. Seeing that Zhang Yan was using a pistol, a submachine gun, an automatic rifle, and a sniper as well as a light machine gun at the same time, the switching is extremely smooth and silky. He instantly thought of a character from a game. Report, sir? I'm not kidding. There's an Aphelios across from us. Chapter 23. So cool. You're making a movie here. The Matrix, right? A shell, like a dazzling meteor, pierced the sky, blowing deep crater after deep crater in the woods, starting small fire after small fire. All be careful. The other party is most likely a super warrior trained by the woolly bear country. Ha! Super soldier, bro. I'm afraid you haven't been reading too many super British comics. No kidding. The chances of our guys surviving a head-on encounter with him so far are 0. Don't worry. East, South has sent reinforcements and is gradually encircling him. So let's all resist for a while longer. The atmosphere on the side of the Ermenegildo coalition was cautious to a fault. Obviously, Zhang Yan was just one person, but it gave them the feeling of fighting against 1,000 armies. That guy is so ridiculously strong that he can even dodge carpet bombing from howitzers and rockets. Or rather than dodging, detonating the bomb ahead of time with a bullet. This ability is definitely beyond the realm of human beings. Somewhere in the woods, Zhang Yan's attack temporarily entered a lull, replacing his magazines while breathing in large gulps of air. He still overestimated himself a bit, and despite the title boost, his lack of stamina was still a big problem. This was despite the fact that after using the 2 temporary experience cards, his physical strength had been boosted to a point that was unattainable for normal people. But it's still hard to maximize title skills that. The solution to this is simple. After a series of aerobic and anaerobic exercises, he will be awarded the title of favorite sports student of female college students. It is described as giving access to unlimited plowing machine-like stamina, and in time will never have to worry about running out of stamina again. But there was certainly no time for exercise at the moment, so it would have to come later. According to our projections, 1 minute after the battle starts, your chances of survival will be less than 10%, but you've lasted a full half hour. That's unbelievable. In the headset, Sher Haihan's soft and shocked voice came. Not only her, many Daxia generals were also puzzled about this result, not understanding how exactly Zhang Yan did it. It was beyond their knowledge. The only thing that could explain it was that Zhang Yan's single combat ability was strong, even ridiculously strong. It's a cut above those so-called king of soldiers, special forces. It wasn't hard to explain why the Maoist side dared to do so much and risk so much to keep Zhang Yan in the Maoist bear country. Awesome, right? One good news, one bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Say it all. Good news. The air support you need is on its way. Remember to duck later. Phew, it's a little too late for that. What about the bad news? The bad news is that you're surrounded, and the nearest enemy force is less than 1,000 meters away. Less than 1,000 meters? Zhang Yan split his 2 pistols and cautiously looked around. Surrounded at such a close distance, even if his skill is strong, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape with his life, right? Our side suggestion is, why don't you just surrender and identify yourself? I don't think Ermao's side would dare to do anything to you. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. Surrender? If I surrender, what about my comrades? Plus, those Western guys are ghostly as hell, so who knows if they'll be masculine and take me in for slicing and studying. Sher Haihan said breathlessly, but this is the most prudent way at the moment. If you want to live, you can only do this. In my opinion, this solution doesn't work very well. You have to rely on yourself if you want to live. Put up a fight. After saying that, Zhang Yan directly came out with his gun and started shooting at those enemy soldiers who had already entered his line of sight. Shots to the head. 1 shot for each little friend. Enhanced by the absolute gun sense of the International Striker title. Just by holding 2 guns, Zhang Yan was able to achieve the effect of taking care of the front and the back, and taking care of the left and the right. Add to that the slight use of stance when dodging enemy bullets, and casually toss out 2 more mines. This appearance was a great shock to the enemy soldiers. No, dude, you're sitting here making a movie? Getting so handsome. He's not Euphelius, he's Marco Polo. If we weren't at war, I think I'd be his little fanboy. Gosh, it's so handsome. Ha, being able to dodge bullets is certainly strong, but if I pull out a grenade, how should your excellency respond? Some soldiers didn't believe it and pulled out grenades just to give Zhang Yan a good look. Asshole, don't do anything stupid. Someone had warned early, but the grenade's safety was still pulled. Bang. At the same time, Zhang Yan in the distance casually shot a gun like he had a feeling. Boom boom. The grenade on this end hadn't even gotten out of his hand when it was hit with that precise shot and burst open. This time, Dozens of soldiers were affected by the waves and died directly and tragically. None of you should take any liberties. Just pack through carefully. He's running low on ammo. There are orders from above to make sure we capture him alive. And our scientists are going to slice through his muscles to see what exactly is constructed. As the encirclement got closer and closer, Zhang Yan also felt a hint of strain. That's right, he's running a little low on firepower. And the only thing he can use right now is a handgun. But the number of enemy troops far exceeded his expectations, killing one and bagging over dozens. Being captured alive seems to have been his ultimate end. Moreover, as those people got closer and closer to the pack, the density of bullets increased exponentially, with hundreds of bullets shooting over every second, making it harder for Zhang Yan to dodge once again. The good thing is, with the title hit your dad is useless in, his body will react instinctively. Even if he hit himself close to the head, he could still dodge it, as at this moment, a full 500 rounds of bullets were coming towards Zhang Yan from all directions. He saw Zhang Yan slamming a lower back, dodging more than 100 rounds first, and then dodging more than 100 rounds in the air with a carp tuck, and then, backflips, forward rolls, crows in airplanes. Zhang Yan spun and jumped with his eyes closed, like an acrobat, and couldn't stop at all. A series of actions directly looked at the enemy side with their mouths wide open. For some reason, they suddenly thought of a movie. The Matrix. The encirclement was already less than 100 meters, and Zhang Yan stopped shooting because he only had one bullet left in his gun, which he wanted to keep for himself. Kind of high on myself. I more than likely won't be able to make it back. Missy, help me say sorry to my dad and mom. With that, Zhang Yan raised his gun and was about to drink his own bullet. Zhang Yan, don't do anything stupid. Haihan was so anxious that she cried. Just at the critical moment when Zhang Yan was about to pull the trigger, a loud rumble came from the sky. Immediately afterward, a long-awaited burst of Russian came from Zhang Yan's headset. Comrade Major, long time waiting, your takeout has been delivered. Boom. Chapter 24 Like Tibet? Sorry, my bullets cruise on autocruise. A warplane swept over the land like a bird of prey. The shells were then seen as if they were a lotus flower, blooming the moment they hit the ground. The earth trembled, rather like the trend of overturning the mountains and seas. Zhang Yan was blown up to the point of dizziness, and could almost only rely on instinctive reaction to dodge. After an unknown amount of time passed, the gray-headed Zhang Yan was pulled up from a piece of wasteland. Comrade Major, very brave. Ilyich smiled and patted the dust on Zhang Yan's body for him. Zhang Yan was bombarded with a bit of confusion. Eirik, why are you here? And, Alexei, are you healed? The people in front of them were part of the Baikal Special Operations Squad, and they hadn't expected them to turn back. Alexei threw a bag full of equipment to Zhang Yan. Cut the crap. We are here to reinforce, not to catch up with you. The earlier fire surprise attack worked well, nearly wiping out the group that came through the pack, but there are still many enemy troops hiding on the periphery, so why not take advantage of the momentum and catch them off guard? I think so. Without hesitation, Zhang Yan casually picked up an automatic rifle, pulled the bolt and loaded it, and joined Alexei's team. Now that the main force has fought their way into the Krylia military base and taken over their armory, we've brought plenty of weapons and ammunition, so feel free to fight. There's enough to go around. With reinforcements, Zhang Yan only needed to shoot, while Lermao's side had more to think about. Bang, bang, bang. The situation was completely reversed, and this surprise attack by Zhang Yan and the Baikal Special Operations Squad could be said to have caught the enemy forces a bit off guard. The other party was left in complete disarray, weaving and darting through the woods, but within a few steps, they were hit by bullets and became dead from their guns. To be reasonable, it feels incredible even to me that you lasted that long, and I apologize for belittling you earlier. While shooting, Alexei also praised Zhang Yan. After Zhang Yan's series of operations, Alexei's opinion of him could be said to have greatly changed. I can't say I admire it very much, but I appreciate it very much nonetheless. Zhang Yan did not respond, but seriously pulled the trigger. This one shot a little friend, but also accurate headshot operation. Look at Alexei are a little neat pain. This guy's marksmanship, then some special forces are stronger. Their own which is a slight This is clearly directly to see people to the bottom of the valley. The thought of it made Alexei a little ashamed. Captain, Major, there's still time to chat, just for a moment. I've sniped off more than 20 people. At this moment, Ilyich's voice came from the earpiece. It was as if that statement had flipped some switch, and soon there were many special forces soldiers following suit in their headsets. Captain, I have over 30 kills on my side. If I slack off any longer, I'm afraid you'll have to buy a drink. Ha ha ha, I also killed more than 30 of them. It seems that the captain's invitation for a drink is not running away. When I go back, I will definitely slaughter the captain properly. I didn't kill many on my side, just 20 or so. Buying drinks is exempted. I heard that there is a new batch of women in Gorid, Or else the captain will take us to have a good time? I think it's fine. I've been fighting so much lately that my back is a little stiff. It's time for a good time. Alexei was a bit speechless. Why are you provoking me? Can't you see there's another one here? Major Subov, take a stand. Comparing the number of kills was considered a tradition of the Baikal Special Operations Squad. But Zhang Yan didn't know that. He looked at Alexei quizzically. Taking a stand on what? Alexei covered his head. Come on, Comrade Major. Don't extinguish the nature of everyone, okay? Don't you know that this kind of making a bet is more likely to inspire a warrior's fighting spirit? Zhang Yan was even more puzzled. What do you mean? You guys want to bet with me? Alexei snapped his fingers. That's right, it's a bet with you, and if you lose, it's on you. Alexei had felt since the beginning that, as a Special Forces soldier, he couldn't afford to lose ground in front of a connected man, although this relation is a bit capable. But what to be afraid of? I didn't explicitly say how to compare. If you kill less, then compare it to an individual, and if you kill more, then compare it to a group. If we put you up against a bunch of us, can you still win? Today, I'm going to kill the sharpness of your relationship. Zhang Yan looked at Alexei, who didn't have good intentions, and swallowed his saliva. A treat? I'm a tourist. How can I afford to treat you guys? But if you really want to bet, you don't seem to see yourself losing. Thinking about it, Zhang Yan shrugged his shoulders. Then you guys are bound to lose. Before I shot all my bullets and killed almost 500 to 600 of them. 500 or 600. Zhang Yan's sentence directly gave the crowd dry silence. Even though they knew that Zhang Yan had held out here for a long time, but with the logic of a normal person, they thought that Zhang Yan must have better dodging skills and made some weird ideas, which made him survive. But he's saying at this moment that he killed 500 or 600 of them? Doesn't that mean that, before, he was alone and steeled himself against the enemy? I'm afraid even the king of special forces can't do this. Alexei always felt that Zhang Yan was bragging, but he still choked on his words for a while. Then what? Before was before, now is now, and since the bet starts from this moment, the head count has to be recalculated. So, okay. Seeing Zhang Yan's promise, Alexei revealed a honeyed smile and his whole fighting spirit was bursting. With a casual pull of the trigger, he swept down 2 enemy soldiers. 2 now. Open door. Alexei looked at Zhang Yan smilingly and said that he fired again. 3 now. 4 now. 5 now. I can only say that the Special Forces captain deserves to be the Special Forces captain, and the marksmanship is also very powerful. 10 shots can hit 9 shots, and put in the military is also strong to the sky. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Capturing 10 heads in a row. The corners of Alexei's mouth were harder to suppress than an AK. Huh? Comrade Major, why don't you shoot? Didn't you shoot quite accurately before? Is it because of the bet and too much pressure? Mouth. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. What's the rush? Let the bullets fly for a while. What do you mean? Nothing, I'm going to start. Things had come to a head. Zhang Yan also came to the momentum of the competition, directly picking up the 2 submachine guns and began to fire indiscriminately. When the 2 magazines were empty, Zhang Yan blew on the smoking muzzle. 60, no more, no less. Alexei's mouth opened wide. No, dude, do you see anyone you just hit? Zhang Yan ignored it, changed the magazine and emptied it again. 120 only. Captain Alexei, you have to hurry. Alexei was dumbfounded. There's no one around here. You're beating the air here. Chapter 25. Nothing else, but the hand is familiar. The cruelty of war. Krylia military base. Looking down from a high altitude, the soldiers were like ants, constantly moving around inside it. Bullets rained down. Rippling explosions followed. Wherever they passed, smoke filled the air and buildings were reduced to rubble after rubble. It would not have occurred to Urmao that the Maoist side would continue to opt for a main attack on the Krylia military base, despite the fact that they were surrounded by enemies on all sides. And it was this negligence that allowed the Maoists to encroach on half of the military base within just an hour of breaching the base gates. Coupled with the Nightingale Scout Battalion and the Baikal Special Operations Squad's surprise attack from the rear, the Urmao on the base was now almost a turtle in a jar. It's only a matter of time before there's a complete rout. And at this moment, the big rear, because of the heroic battle between Zhang Yan and Alexei and the others, had torn a big hole in the enemy's encirclement, which might be able to be the key to break the game. In the woods, Zhang Yan was once again possessed by Ephramus, constantly switching weapons and firing bullets out recklessly. Even though Zhang Yan was hitting the air, to Alexei and the others, Zhang Yan was purely hitting the air because there was no one in the surrounding area. During this process, because of the contact weapons, a system beep was heard beside Zhang Yan's ear. Ding. The contact weapon type exceeds 40 types, obtaining the title, nothing else. Only the hand is proficient, whether it's a cold weapon, a hot weapon, a mechanized weapon, an informationalized weapon, or even an extraterrestrial weapon. The proficiency of the dimensional weapon has reached the level of proficiency. Obtaining a new title, Zhang Yan was in a good mood and casually picked up a bazooka that he normally wouldn't use, and shot around towards the sky after operating it at a very fast speed. Boom! The bazooka exploded not far away with great power, and although he didn't know if he had hit anyone, Zhang Yan knew that the 100% shooting accuracy of the title international striker would never let him down. Over 800 men now, Captain Alexei, and now I'm afraid your men combined can't match me. You just blow it. Alexei was speechless, but he couldn't accuse Zhang Yan of wasting ammunition, because Zhang Yan's shooting was so effective. He hadn't seen a single silhouette or bit of gunfire from the enemy for some time. Obviously they were intimidated by Zhang Yan. Continue forward and see if we can find an exit. Thus, Alexei hurriedly ordered forward, and it was this order that made him deeply feel the terror from Zhang Yan. See a small hill, densely packed with corpses. It is not an exaggeration to say that the blood flowed into a river. Bones stacked like a mountain. Did you do all this? Alexei looked at Zhang Yan in shock, his jaws closing a little in shock. Zhang Yan scratched his head. Right, I don't know how. Alexei's look was exaggerated. You don't know? They couldn't have voluntarily committed mass suicide here. The scene in front of him was similar to the Jingguan that Zhang Yan knew, a mountain stacked with enemy corpses. Although he didn't want to admit it, seeing that almost all of these enemy troops died due to headshots, Zhang Yan understood that it was mostly due to the title of National Striker. That title is so buggy. He's described as shooting with 100% accuracy, bullet-free, headshot. Therefore, even if Zhang Yan fired randomly, the bullets would be able to run towards the enemy's head, just stepping off the beaten track. At this moment, everyone in the neighborhood looked at Zhang Yan with extreme awe and fear. This guy, he's a god of killing. But the fear didn't last long, as someone's voice suddenly came from within the headset. Major Subov. The Krya military base was taken down, but Battalion Commander Boris. Boris? When Zhang Yan arrived at the military base in Kelia, what he saw, aside from the soldiers who were cheering over the battle, and there's Boris, who's lying in a hospital bed with only half of his body left. Major Subov, the mission you explained. Completed. Boris spat blood from his mouth, but still didn't forget to give Subov a military salute. Battalion Commander, it's better not to talk at this time. Where is the military doctor? How is he? Zhang Yan rushed to the side and asked the military doctor. The medic hurriedly said, Battalion Commander Boris, he was accidentally hit by an artillery shell and his lower half of his body festered. In order to prevent infection, we performed an emergency surgery to saw off his lower half, but it still didn't help. How? This was the first time that Zhang Yan felt the people around him encountering life and death, and even though it was very bad inside, it was still washed away with the addition of a cold heart. Comrade Major, the reconnaissance battalion is in your hands. You have your cell phone on you, right? Could help me. Ahem. Call my sister? As per Boris's request, Zhang Yan dialed the phone. Hello? Soon. The girl's voice came from the other end. Is it Marina? After getting the girl's answer, Zhang Yan hurriedly handed his cell phone to Boris, but with a snap, the phone fell to the floor. It was then that Zhang Yan was shocked to realize that Boris had his eyes wide open and had long since lost his breath. It was so fast that there was not even time to say the last word to his loved ones. To say the last word. Hello? Hello? Who is this? Marina inquired suspiciously on the other end of the line. Zhang Yan forced himself to hold back a certain inexplicable feeling in his heart and picked up the phone. Sorry, wrong number. Hello? Hello? Marina gripped her cell phone and looked out the window into the distance, her mind reeling, causing her to murmur, brother. Inside the infirmary, Zhang Yan sat silently by the hospital bed, watching the soldiers put Boris into a body bag to carry him away. It was the first time he had faced the brutality of war head-on, and it wasn't long ago that he had been talking, laughing and joking with himself and with each other as an able-bodied man, just a few hours apart. The sky is the limit. My condolences. On the other end of the headset, Shurhaihan gave a comforting cry. Why do you think? Zhang Yan muttered. What? Why does it have to be a war? Isn't it bad to be peaceful and calm? Zhang Yan clenched his fists, never able to figure out this question. Since the beginning of time, where there are people, there are fights. It's human nature. It's greed. It's profit. It can't be avoided. Is it really unavoidable? It might be possible, but it's difficult. First you need very strong force to make others not dare to make a move. This is called force check and balance. Zhang Yan also did not expect that as a clear and stupid college student, he would one day discuss the issue of war and peace with others. Right now, though, it doesn't seem like a good time to explore that. The Kiria military base has been taken, and the follow-up matters still need his arrangement. Chapter 26 Wake Up and Run Land? The existence of a safe zone. Temporary command room. Zhang Yan and the generals of several other legions gathered here, using the sandboxes left behind by the enemy. They are making deductions. Not long ago, the satellite was hacked again, and the rear forces are out of contact again. But it's not hard to tell by the only news available that the occupied area of the 13 Corps has been lost, and that the enemy is expanding in all directions at a very rapid rate. 16. The 18th Army Corps is urgently retreating due to a battle void, and although the distant 20th Front Army has sent support, I'm afraid it will be too late. We have two paths at the moment. The first, return the way we came, rejoin the larger force, and then slowly fight our way back through the lost areas. The other, immediately after the breakout, move westward to block the northeastern front of the enemy's main force and buy time for the 20th Army. The generals were very professional, and in a very short time they discussed a set of countermeasures. Even Dacia's side praised their countermeasures. Now it seems that the second plan is very feasible, even though they will lose a part of their quarters. When the support from the 20th Army arrives, all problems will be solved. Zhang Yan hugged his arms and looked at the sandbox for a time in silence. Because of the loss of the commander's experience card, this kind of big-picture battle was no longer something his brainpower could supply. Just looking at the sandbox and thinking about it for a while was burning his CPU. Still, through the experience and premonition left behind by the experience card, he picked up a stick and drew a long line across the large rear of the Krylia military base. The long line meandered all the way to where it actually leaned into the core of the Irmo. Seeing this, some of the generals immediately brightened up. It also seems very feasible to penetrate into the core area of Irmo from the rear and launch a surprise attack while the main force is attacking the 13th Army Corps. But we have a lot of troops, so I'm afraid that if we move, the Irmak side will be the first to get the news, and it's not very secure. Zhang Yan didn't say anything and drew another line from the front with his senses. Hey, this path is, let's rush to the frontal battlefield to rush to the 13th Regiment's aid after a frontal breakout. But this effect doesn't seem to be any more effective than a feint. I'm afraid that once the opposite side's backup follows, we'll be beaten to a standstill. Zhang Yan raised his hand, and the long line in the big rear once again snaked and extended up to a certain road in the big rear of the enemy troops. A click cut that path off. That wasn't all. Zhang Yan drew a series of miscellaneous arrows until finally, all the generals almost stared in shock. Split the army in two directions. Cut off supplies in the rear. Respond with death in the front. The enemy retreats. You flee. We chase. The enemy attacks. You guys cut back again. We keep retreating. And so on. An unbelievable plan was born in the command room, and the soldiers didn't realize the circumstances under which this amazing idea was born. All they know is that the command conference ended with Major Sapov being carried out on a stretcher. A few days later, on the bumpy car, Zhang Yan, dressed in civilian clothes, slowly awoke. Zhang Yan, you finally woke up. Hearing a familiar voice, Zhang Yan got up and said in shock, Detri, why are you here? Seeing Detri, who was also wearing civilian clothes, Zhang Yan was in a trance. What's the situation? The war is over? After a hell of a fight, we're on Irmo's territory now. In the co-pilot's seat, Andrei counted off without a word. Probably slept too long. Ivan, get some food for the major. Illik, who was driving, rushed behind him and ordered. Yes. The flat-headed young man named Ivan immediately handed Zhang Yan a bottle of juice as well as bread. This person, Zhang Yan remembered, also seemed to be a member of the Baikal Special Operations Squad, receiving the food just as his stomach grumbled. Zhang Yan didn't hesitate and hurriedly feasted on it. Why did we come to Irmo's territory? What's going on? Andrei looked back oddly. Isn't that your order? You ask us? Me? Zhang Yan's head was full of questions. When did he give this order? It was good that Illik rushed to give him a recollection. It was said at the meeting the other day. You brought up a very bold resolution to split us in two, with one man breaking out from the front and then supporting the 13th Corps with fire. One way to sneak in from the rear, to cut off Irmo's resource path, then pulling on both sides. You can wear out Irmo's main corps alive, and after that, Major, you'll be dizzy. Zhang Yan's mouth grew ridiculously large. There's still this, spoo. The whole thing was left there in a trance, babbling, and, to my surprise, babbling out a brilliant plan. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. We won't be the only ones sneaking in from the back, right? Are there really enough people? Definitely not. Ilyich shook his head. You said at the time, a brain crammed in will surely be detected. To give the opposite side an illusion that we are trying to break out from all sides, it's best to withdraw one batch by one batch. We are the first batch. The others are still in the back. So where are we going now? Kovar. What is that place? It's about as safe a place as Golod. Gorod. Zhang Yan had heard Alexei and the others talk about it before. But what the hell is this safe zone? Isn't this a war zone? And there's a safe zone? Andrei explained. Of course they did. For some reason some of the rich oligarchs didn't want to pull out, so they paid a lot of money to keep some of the places as they were. Who on our and Irmo's side would have trouble with money? As long as they don't make trouble, Naturally we'll let them stay in peace. This is the first time Zhang Yan has heard of this kind of place, so he can't help but be a little curious. What's the reason? So much money that you can't take it with you? It shouldn't be. Andre nodded. You really don't say. There's a safe zone in the south that's really like that. The owner of that safe zone is a rich merchant who likes to save cash and is resistant to things within the bank, and as a result of the outbreak of the war, he couldn't even find a place to save his money, so he had no choice but to stay there. But this Gorid and Kever are different from that place. Gorid is an industrial town. There are thousands of companies with factories situated there. If they all ran away, the economy would collapse. As for Kever, I just heard through the grapevine that there are so many important paper secrets stored there from the pre-Mao period that there are more than a few vaults to fill. Ward Law. The more he heard, Zhang Yan's mouth grew wider and wider, but all the same he had a trace of doubt. No, then what are we doing there? Chapter 27. Dasha sighed, requesting a call. What's the game? You've lost my ID. In the 16th Army Corps, in the new command room, the atmosphere was particularly heavy. It was several days ago that we got the news that the forward forces had successfully occupied the Kiria military base. But after another incident of hacking a satellite, the frontline troops were completely lost. Even if Anthony changed more phones, communicators, or even dialed Zhang Yan's personal phone number, it wouldn't help. Damn, what the hell is going on? Haven't we already succeeded in occupying the place? Has there been some accident? The squad sent out to scout has not responded by now. I'm afraid it has. The higher-ups have called more than once to urge. The Daxia side demanded to speak with Zhang Yan immediately. What on earth should we do? What else can we do but not respond for now? The communication system is a little bad right now anyway. It's normal to not be able to reach us. Things were definitely trickier than Anthony could have imagined. If he had known this, he would have intercepted Zhang Yan when he set off, even if he had flown a fighter plane to blow up the military card. Isn't that damn satellite fixed yet? Can't you just pull up an image and look at it? Finally Anthony couldn't take it anymore. The henchman on the side hurriedly responded. Sir, it's not about the satellites anymore. The Irmo side might have gotten hold of the shielding system of the pretty country's new reinforcements. The closer we get to the direction of Irmo, the less we can see it, and it's now impossible to confirm the status of the frontline troops at all. Anthony's face was grave, and he always felt that this attack on the Kiria military base was a bit of a game. What about the 13th Regiment? 50% of the area is occupied by the Irmo main force, which has now split into 3 directions and is encroaching towards our army, the 18th Army's area. If the frontline troops can't be contacted again, we'll have to continue to retreat and slowly take the lost territory when reinforcements from the XX Corps arrive. But that could make the war last for years. Anthony slapped his head. His headache not a little bit worse. Perhaps this order to attack the Kiria military base should never have been agreed to in the first place. At this moment, the phone rang. It was from a superior. Anthony, the representative from Dacia is in my office right now. He needs to know Zhang Yan's status. At that, Anthony's brow furrowed more solidly than a rag. I'm not afraid of a good phone call. I'm afraid of a coincidental phone call. Ah, what comes with fear? Anthony picked up the phone. Hello? The Dacia representative on the other end hurriedly said. Hello, Sir Anthony. I need to confirm that Zhang Yan is currently in your unit? Anthony's tone was strong despite his weakness. Yes, he's in my unit. I wonder if the representative is up to something. The Dacia representative hurriedly said. I heard that your front line has gone awry. Can you have Zhang Yan speak to me immediately? I need to know if he's safe. Anthony's grip on the receiver gradually gathered tightness, his expression very somber. Why would he not want to know if Zhang Yan was safe? But at the moment, all of his attention was focused on retreating and reinforcing the 13th Army Corps, and the force he could spare to look for people was very limited. Isn't it pushing people to their deaths for Dacia to run over and force the palace at this time? I'm sorry, Representative. Our 16th Regiment is in the process of being evacuated right now, and as you know, commanding officers are a tough gig. There's no telling when they'll be subjected to a decapitation operation. So Zhang Yan isn't scheduled to be on my side, but I assure you that he'll be safe, and I'll be sure to arrange a call between you and him when things settle down. The Dacia representative who knew the inside story sneered. You guarantee? What kind of guarantee do you have? Anthony coughed. Representative, I've said all I need to say. The longer the call goes on, the more likely it is to reveal our whereabouts, and I'm afraid that's as far as this call goes. After saying that, Anthony directly unplugged the phone line, his eyes full of helplessness. From now on, the entire army enters a state of silence, and there is no need to actively reply to the superior's orders when it is not necessary. Keep sending men to find the front-line troops, dead or alive. Yes. With that said, Anthony leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. To be honest, he somewhat regretted proposing to keep Zhang Yan in the army. Even if he did, he should have kept an eye on him and not let him run around. If he hadn't insisted on this, Zhang Yan wouldn't have been in a life and death crisis. How can he explain this situation to his superiors? How can he explain to the Daxia side? If this is not handled well, you will be the sinner of the woolly bear. Right now, he only hoped that Zhang Yan's side was safe and sound. Kaver, once a nondescript town in Ermo, is now surrounded by layers of mercenaries and has become a safe zone. On the periphery of the entrance, the vehicle that Zhang Yan was traveling in was lined up, heading to the entrance for inspection. After chatting along the way, Zhang Yan also learned the purpose of their trip. There are numerous food processing factories within Kefhar, and they have deep cooperation with the military. Fresh supplies were transported to the surrounding material dispatching stations every day, and Zhang Yan and the others, as the advance troops, had to map out the locations of these dispatching stations before the arrival of the subsequent troops, in preparation for cutting off the enemy's material channels afterward. But what made Zhang Yan feel very outrageous was that this news, surprisingly, was informed to them by himself. No, it's just strange. I can't even pronounce Kever's name. How did I know there was a food processing plant here? In response, Andre and the others shrugged their shoulders. They didn't know. Anyway, Zhang Yan just said it that day. Zhang Yan thought carefully and suddenly had some reason to remember that when he was babbling on that day, that correspondent young lady seemed to have spoken beside his ear as well. Did she tell herself this information? It's quite possible. However, at the moment, because of the reason to keep silent, Zhang Yan didn't have his communicator with him, and his cell phone didn't dare to turn on, so he wasn't able to go and initiate contact. A few more cars managed to drive in, and the entrance was close to Zhang Yan and the others. At that point, Illich signaled to try to distribute the IDs to everyone. It's a fake identity that Captain Alexei commissioned from our 18th Legion before we left, and it's available on the Ermac network, just in time to cover it up for us. Zhang Yan nodded. Special forces do things, that is professional. But the documents were sent around, but only not to his own hands, making Zhang Yan very puzzled. Where's mine? Hold your horses. I'm looking. Detrai fumbled anxiously. No, I remembered to put it here. Zhang Yan had a bad feeling. Don't tell me you lost mine. Detrai rummaged around for a while, then looked up at Zhang Yan awkwardly. It seems, really lost it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You kid stepped on a horse on purpose. If it wasn't for Andre and the others stopping him, Zhang Yan would have wanted to fight with Detrai. This is going to be a problem. Kever is extremely scrutinized. If you don't have papers. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. What happens if you don't have papers? Andre squeezed out a raw smile, then pointed off in the distance. It'll be that way. When Zhang Yan looked around, he saw 3 men and 2 women kneeling on the ground beside a car, being held at gunpoint by the mercenaries. With the pull of the trigger and a few thuds, the flowers bloomed and blood splattered. Zhang Yan people numb, asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 28. Did you kid do it on purpose? Brother, it's really you. Despite a long history of indifference to life and death, but realizing that he would most likely be shot in the head as well if his identity was not verified correctly, Zhang Yan could not calm down. He was going crazy, pointing at Detrai with an outrageous face. You kid just did it on purpose, didn't you? Who do you think you're throwing at? But you're throwing at me? Put it here to act me out. Dettori was so aggrieved. I didn't do it on purpose. Since the evacuation, except for taking care of you, I didn't do anything. You even go to the toilet are all carried out by me. It must have been accidentally lost in the meantime. Are you blaming me? I can't find the documents, but I remember the information. It seems that he is a foreign student from Daxia, studying music at the University of the Arts. There's a load of information alone. Alright. Andre was a bit speechless by this schoolboy quarrel between the two. Right now, there's one more thing. What? Andre looked at Zhang Yan seriously. Zhang Yan, do you know the Wu language? Zhang Yan froze. Wu language? Doesn't Ermao speak the same as you guys? Andre explained. Ermo's Uzbek and our Russian are different even though they are the same Slavic language, and a lot of the vocabulary is a little bit different. Andre rattled off a bunch of things, and Zhang Yan squeezed out a polite smile in a raw manner. So, why didn't you say so earlier? Andre shrugged. Earlier in the day you'd been in a coma and diverted my attention, and it just occurred to me. Besides, we've been learning this Wu language since kindergarten. I thought you guys were like that in Daxia. Well, so to speak, right. Zhang Yan was speechless, as if sitting on pins and needles. So what do we do now? Let's just withdraw. As soon as the words fell, a car in front suddenly stepped on the gas with one hand in place, and after a buzzing burst, a catapult drift started, crashing through a bunch of fences and speeding off into the distance. But it was only a few hundred meters before the car was blasted directly into the air by a rocket with a boom boom. Zhang Yan swallowed his saliva and gritted his teeth. Forget it, or else fight them? As soon as the words fell, 4 fierce men suddenly stepped down from the vehicles around them, and when it was too late, they raised their guns and fired passionately at the mercenaries. As a result, It was needless to think that soon the 4 fierce men, along with the car, were shot into a sieve. Zhang Yan was shocked, holding his head speechless. So, what the hell should we do? Man, there's no point of retreat, is there? The car grew quiet, though everyone felt it was wise to evacuate at this moment. But the problem is that we cannot retreat. There is a little wind blowing grass opposite directly shot. The enemy is outnumbered. Who can stand? Illich gritted his teeth. At this point in time, we can only take one step at a time, and if something does go wrong, what do we do? Fight to the death? Ilyich said solemnly, we'll have to give you up for the sake of the mission. Major Subov, rest assured that the motherland will remember your service and the children will look up to you as a role model for the times. I'm going to your mom phone. Zhang Yan man was dumbfounded, although he could hear that Ilyich was joking in a bittersweet way. But brother, do you think it's right? Are you polite? Is this the time for jokes? Seeing that he was getting closer to the entrance, Zhang Yan frowned and began to babble. What consumes the oil? Love adoration rice 3 grams of oil. Savadika, Ani Ahasayu, Sarah Black Bai, Oba, and I sauce. Extinguish the belt. The language system is in complete disarray, saying whatever comes to mind. Everyone thought he was crazy. Comrade Major, calm down, we're not really going to sell you. But Zhang Yan didn't care and gave a fire output without stopping for a moment. Finally, it was the turn of the car that Zhang Yan was in. Hello. The moment the mercenary pulled open the car door for Zhang Yan, everyone's heart was in their throat. He was afraid that Zhang Yan would reveal his identity as soon as he opened his mouth. Ding! Mastery of vocabulary exceeds 3,000. Obtaining the title, the dog language labor is slightly understood, proficient in all languages. While the system beep appeared beside his ear, Zhang Yan directly shook the mercenary's hand. Hello, the weather is very nice today. The previous days were rainy. It's really humid. I've caught a bit of a cold. What? Andre and a few others were dumbfounded. Didn't they say they wouldn't say it? Why is it that when he opens his mouth, he speaks in a very pure Irmao accent? Is he really a genius? The mercenary was surprised. Ooh, man, you're a Mongol? I'm a foreign student from Dasha, so you're pretty fluent in Urdu. What college are you at? University of the Arts. Art college? Didn't realize, dude, you were an art person. What subject? Painting, or music? You're resting here to check your family's account? Zhang Yan mentally spat, but still put on a smile and said, can't you see? My kind of temperament is naturally music. The mercenary was very surprised. Wow, music, then we have something to talk about. I played in a band before this business. Give me the ID, and by the way, give me a way to get in touch with you, and I'll buy you a drink tonight, and we'll talk about it. Are all the crooks this warm? Okay, Zhang Yan nodded. Then he put his hand into his bag, and although there was nothing, he still put on the appearance of seriously pulling out his documents. On the other hand, the identity review of Andres 4 was extremely swift, almost just taking their documents to the computer and searching them, and then they successfully passed. However, the 4 of them did not rush in, but stood aside, staring nervously at Zhang Yan. What if I don't pass? What else can we do? Take a chopper and fight them. We can't really sell the major. Would that still be a person? Andre, you two take the left side. There are fewer people there. The right side will be given to Ivan and I. Grab the gun and be the first to give it to the major. He's a good shot with a gun. And remember, you have to be fast. As they spoke, the 4 had skillfully touched their respective combat units. As soon as there was an accident on Zhang Yan's side, they made their move. Hey, the little thing is hiding pretty deep. Hold on a second, haha, my bag is a little big. Zhang Yan pretended to be serious, but 10,000 Chao Nyama ran through his heart. No, how did the 4 of them get through so fast? Are they really going to sell themselves? It's okay, take your time looking, don't be nervous. Could you have dropped it in the car? I'll help you look for it. The mercenary was enthusiastic and spontaneously went into the car to look for it, but the search was still fruitless. The mercenary narrowed his eyes slightly as he sized up Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan thought to himself that it still aroused suspicion. At this moment, his gaze had stopped on the mercenary's sidearm, and as long as this mercenary dared to beep one more time, he was going to pull out his gun and counterattack. Just as Zhang Yan, reached out his hand and was about to grab the gun, the mercenary suddenly came to a sudden realization. Did you lose it? It doesn't matter. As long as your information was once registered online, we're sure to be able to find it. Zhang Yan let out a long breath, stupid and clear smile. Hey, it seems to be really lost. You here can still replace it? What's the replacement? Just need to check your identity to verify it. The mercenary smiled, then led Zhang Yan to a side room. Tell them your ID, number and name and they'll look it up for you. Holy, how am I supposed to know what the ID number is? Zhang Yan cast his gaze to Detri in the distance. Previously the documents were in his hands. There was no chance that he would know. Who knows that to try? The pig teammate, couldn't get Zhang Yan's meaning at all, and threw over a solemn look, followed by a comparison, which probably meant that when there was a problem, they would immediately seize the gun. No, man, is that what I mean? Zhang Yan was speechless, but fortunately, he spoke directly. Hey, that who? What's my ID number came? I forgot. Did try spread his hands. I don't know. That's your ID number. How would I know? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Pitbull. Zhang Yan was completely speechless, seeing that he was only one step away from infiltrating Kever to get the information. But the step is so far away. Is that the only way to go? Zhang Yan again aimed his gaze at the mercenary's sidearm, thinking that there were fewer people here, so it should be easier to get his hands dirty. Just when Zhang Yan's hand touched the matching gun, a pair of slender jade hands violently pressed him. Brother? Ha? Zhang Yan raised his head in confusion, and then he looked at an innocent woman with clear eyebrows and a high ponytail who was looking at him in surprise. Most of all, the main thing was that the girl was even an Asian face and spoke Mandarin. Brother, it's really you. Zhang Yan was confused. Ha? Chapter 29, Meeting with Dasha Agents. Tomorrow you'll go back to your country. Exotic land boundaries. Suddenly I met a thieving-looking fellow female homie. Although I didn't know them, the people were very welcoming when they came up. Not only do they put their arms around you, but they call you brother. What's it called? It's called not having a good heart. Trying to fairy tale you and harvest the votes in your pocket. Zhang Yan's defenses swished up and he hurriedly took a step back. Big sister, who are you? Who knows that before the words were finished, the high ponytail girl directly pounced over. It's really you, brother, Han Chang, you asshole, I thought you were dead. The high ponytail girl jumped into Zhang Yan's arms, and it was a burst of pear blossom rain, plus a small hammer hitting Zhang Yan's chest. Han Chang? Zhang Yan opened his mouth wide in exaggeration and was about to say something when the high ponytailed girl came close to his ear and said, one of us, if you want to live, be smart. Wow, how resourceful Zhang Yan was. He instantly reacted, and with a line of hot tears left behind, he also started the show. Swallow, it's really you Swallow. I've traveled all this way just to find you Swallow. Do you know how hard I've traveled this way Swallow? It's really a handsome man and a beautiful woman who shed tears and acted until the audience's hearts were broken. The mercenary and a group of staff members were caught off guard by this scene. Someone took the initiative and asked, Monica, who is this? The high ponytailed girl known as Monica let out a sob and wiped her tears in aggravation. Who else could it be? My brother. Brother? Everyone's froze at these words. Obviously, it never occurred to me that a pure, yet oriental beauty like Monica would have a brother like Zhang Yan. Soon, a different sound came. You two don't look alike either. Half brother, ah shucks, half sister, can't you? Monica, you seem to be older than this brother of yours anyhow. Are you sure he's not your brother? I'll take that as a compliment on my youth, and all I can say is that you're very discerning. But you unintentionally offended the lady when you complimented me, and all I can say is that congratulations. You're in for a treat. Found it. The staff member in front of the computer suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. He's so famous at the Irmu Arts University. You barely have to search his school number to find him. Zhang Yan's mouth was wide open, but he still went up to take a look. Han Chang, the 15-year-old genius of the Qingbei Junior class, proficient in guitar, drums, bass, violin, and orchestral instruments, with an in-depth knowledge of jazz, blues, R&B, and fusion. 18 years old and ranked 30th on the Buford's Dasha edition of the 100 Richest People list, enrolled with honors in the Irmo University of the Arts and has given numerous concerts to provide additional ideas for combining Western and Eastern genres of music. Preparations for the Love and Peace concert are currently in full swing. Zhang Yan's jaw nearly fell to the ground as he looked at Monica on the side in surprise. No, not sis sir. La 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 Monica sang as she curled her hair in a bun and looked up at the sky, singing a tune just short of whistling it. The mercenary excitedly went up to shake Zhang Yan's hand. Although I know that you are studying music, but I didn't expect you to be so professional. It's too excellent. For this statement, almost many people agree. Not bad for Monica's brother, even better than her. It's a good thing it wasn't a boyfriend. How else would we live? What a talented man. Dasha is truly a land of vastness. Because of the sudden appearance of Monica's assists, passing the identity verification seemed to be simpler than Zhang Yan had imagined. Then we'll go back first. Bye. The two then left, hand in hand as good friends, extremely naturally, and froze without a single person suspecting a thing. However, it was only just back to Monica's place, and when she opened the door, Monica flung Zhang Yan away in disgust. What's that smell? How many days have you not bathed? Is there a smell? Zhang Yan sniffed around, but felt good about himself, solely going straight into the house. He first found a glass of water and drank it all in one go, then inquired, Did you just say you were one of us? Miss Communicator asked you to wait for me here? No wonder she's flat out leading me toward Kevhar. So that's the arrangement. What's your mission? It can't just be to help me pass the identity verification, can it? Monica made a shushing gesture and leaned in close to the window to poke around a bit. Not too shabby. Looks like you survived the battlefield on more than simple luck. Zhang Yan cut out. Luck? I've always relied on strength, alright. Monica came to a bookcase, and as she moved a particular book on the shelf, a clatter followed, only to see the bookcase flip over, revealing a mishmash of guns above it. Zhang Yan's eyes went straight as he watched. I'll go. Quite professional. Are you an agent of Daxia planted here? You have too many questions. Monica casually took down a package and threw it to Zhang Yan. What's this? Zhang Yan opened it curiously. Heck, it was filled with a series of IDs, passports, plus a plane ticket. There is a special evacuation bus in Kevhar tomorrow that will take you to the airport that is still in operation in the Big Back country, and you can take that flight out of Ermo territory to the Sea Eagles country, and when you get there you can go back to your home country, and our people will meet you there. Sure enough, there was nothing innocent at all about the correspondent Sama's purpose in allowing herself to come to Kevhar. So you want me to come here and pull out? What about you? Not coming back with me? I have other things on my mind, so I won't trouble you with them. Seeing that Monica stopped responding, Zhang Yan could only make a fool of himself. Alright then, but would it be a bit too early to go back tomorrow? Early? Monica looked as if she had heard something ridiculous. Do you know how rare a chance to return home is in a war-torn region? If you didn't rely on your strong motherland, you wouldn't even have this chance. Do you understand? Zhang Yan nodded. I understand the reasoning, but if I just go back like this, what about those comrades of mine? Comrades in arms? Monica was getting more and more ridiculous. You just mistakenly went into the battlefield to spend a few more days with them. Do you really consider yourself a soldier of the furry bears? Yes, maybe they're welcoming, and maybe they've come up with a lot of ways to assuage your fears so that you won't be afraid, so that you'll feel good about them. But you have to get it right. They are the woolly bears, and you, the Daxia people, not my kind. Their hearts will be different. Please get it right. Perhaps it was the intelligence work that had made Monica accustomed to seeing too much ugliness. Her words sounded so extreme to Zhang Yan. Still, Zhang Yan chose to respect it. I didn't say I wasn't going back. It's just that I promised a man I'd help him take care of his battalion after he died. And going deep behind enemy lines to cut off the chain of supply transportation was my idea in the first place. Just like that. How can you make me feel at ease? Just give me a few days, and when I get the information successfully, I'll leave right away. No, absolutely not. Chapter 30 Trouble brought by false identity. City Lord won't let Zhang Yan return to China? Zhang Yan and Monica got into a kind of argument. Monica wanted Zhang Yan to return home as soon as possible, because the longer one stayed in a place like Kevhar, the more trouble there would be. However, Zhang Yan wanted to stay for a few days because he was concerned about this operation and the safety of his subordinates. The argument went on for a full hour, until it was only broken by the arrival of someone. Am I kind of interrupting your sibling talk? The visitor, the mercenary from before. Could it be? Has one's false identity been discovered? Zhang Yan was a bit vain. Why are you here? The mercenary scratched his head. Man, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name is Norwich and yours is Han Chang, right? Yeah, what can I do for you? I'm here to deliver a message for the City Lord. City Lord? Monica was shocked. Zhang Yan and the City Lord didn't cross paths. How did this come as a message for no reason? There was always a feeling that things were different and nothing good was going to come out of it. Norwich nodded. Yes, the City Lord said that we in Kevhar are honored to have someone of your caliber in the city. Right now, the Lord of the city is preparing a concert to celebrate his daughter's birthday. But unfortunately, no one in the city has much experience in the field. So would it be possible to invite you to be the director of the concert? Zhang Yan pointed at himself with an outrageous face. Me, the concert director? This is finished, that I don't know who made up the art school resume. After all, for Zhang Yan led to trouble. I may play the guitar a little bit, but isn't it too much to ask me to be the music director? Am I that kind of person? That's right, you've been in concerts after all, so I'm sure that in terms of experience. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Monica. Please apologize to the City Lord on behalf of my siblings. I'm afraid my brother is not up to the task. There's a rush on the home front, and my brother he's leaving tomorrow. Norwich seemed unsurprised. The City Lord was also concerned about this, so he was kind enough to cancel Han Chang's ticket for tomorrow. Cancelled? And he also promises that as long as this concert is successfully completed, he will give you a generous payment, and he will dispatch his private jet to send you directly back to Daxia. Of course, if you insist on refusing and going against the City Lord, then I'm afraid you'll never be able to return to Daxia. Zhang Yan people stupid. Good guy. So strong. Pressure does not give himself the right to refuse, but is it too much to ask to be exposed fast enough to make yourself the music director? Monica was also dumbfounded. Originally she only needed to follow the plan and send Zhang Yan to the airplane tomorrow morning. Now it's good. Zhang Yan was targeted by the city lord, cancelled his ticket, and gave harsh words. What can we do now? An hour later, Zhang Yan was dragged to a bar by Norwich. Tonight, there will be a program selection at this bar, and as music director, you can't afford to miss it. Although it was afternoon time, a very large crowd had gathered here and it was very lively. Everyone was drinking and playing games, but it gave Zhang Yan a feeling of being a world away. It's still early for judging, so we can have a drink first. As soon as he arrived at the front desk, Norwich asked for a bottle of high vodka and other bottles and cans. A series of fancy mixers later, a cup of strong liquor was brought to Zhang Yan's eyes. Just by smelling it, Zhang Yan was almost taken with strong alcohol through his head cavity. This group of Slavs, whether it is the style of doing things, or food and entertainment, are not generally tough. In order not to make the other party suspicious, Zhang Yan could only pick up the wine and bore it down hard. I have to say, this wine is awesome. It feels quite soft in the mouth at first, and just okay when you swallow it. But on the contrary, a few seconds after swallowing it, the aftertaste came up and Zhang Yan felt like he was going to spit fire. Well, since unlocking the title of Who Says Humans Can't Be Druids, with the increase in body strength speed, Zhang Yan's physique followed suit and soared by a wave, not to be dunked by this tiny cup. Man, to be honest, I originally played in a band, released albums, soaked up the studio. It's just a shame that then came the war. This war. After a few drinks, Norwich's conversation opened up. A mouthful of how great his band was back in the day. A mouthful of how disgusted he was with the war. Finally, he got to the point. Man, you're so good at music. Should we start a band? Zhang Yan looked like he was going to break. Letting himself be the music director was fine. But now this guy wanted to form a band with himself. You might as well bury me. Don't be in a hurry to turn it down. It's a big deal. The city lord has said that a person will get 10 million jerry for participating in this concert. 10 million jerrys. Zhang Yan estimated it to be almost a million RMB. It's just a birthday, and with over a million RMB for a cameo, it almost has that flavor of inner entertainment. But nah, he couldn't even bring up that interest right now. So what? Let me think about it. You drink it. I'm going to the bathroom. Finding an excuse, Zhang Yan wanted to bolt, but it was only just around a corner when he was taken away with his mouth covered. At the back door of the bar was a deep, secluded lane that wasn't crowded at this hour. What brings you here? Seeing his four comrades again, Zhang Yan was so excited. Andre said breathlessly, still, we've been following you since we entered this kafar. What's the deal with that woman? Why did she help you? Considering that Monica's identity as an agent has to be kept secret, Zhang Yan thought about it and said, an acquaintance. I didn't expect to run into him here. Forget it, my business is irrelevant. Talk about you guys. Did you find anything after coming in? Illich nodded and reported. In the afternoon, we visited a few food factories, poking around as we interviewed. You guys managed to break in? Andre shook his head. I'm afraid the task of obtaining the dispatch station is much tougher than we thought. Most of those cars that drive to the dispatch station are handled by mercenaries, and ordinary people can't even get access to them. Trying to break into their transportation fleet is a route that obviously won't work. There's good news though. Normally in this situation, the deployment of the dispatch station in question, as well as the scheduling of the transportation fleet would have been handled by the head of the mercenary group. By infiltrating a mercenary group, it's possible to get this information. Zhang Yan nodded his head and pondered for a while. Then let's infiltrate the mercenary group. Are you sure? Ivan, the flat-headed little brother, spread his hands. I went to see it. I can say that there is nothing at all. The defense there is very tight. The fire coverage is deathless. Going in is just to die. Ha, then it's over. We came here for nothing? Not necessarily. Illich shook his head. Just now, in the bar, we poked around and found out a piece of information that the city lord will be organizing a birthday celebration concert for his daughter, and the address has been cleverly chosen to be at the opera house in the area of the mercenary group's compound. If I can blend into that concert. This concert again. Zhang Yan convinced, how everything can be associated with this damn concert. No life, right? It was quite a coincidence. Though, that Ilyich brought this kind of news when he had only just become someone's concert director himself. What's this if it's not a blind cat running into a dead rat? We've asked around, and the back of the concert kitchen is hiring, so Ivan and I should be able to blend in. And as for Andre and Detri, you two can apply for waitressing. Just as the four of them began to discuss their plans, Zhang Yan lifted his head lifelessly. No need to go through so much trouble. You guys probably don't know that I'm the person in charge of this concert, so just tell me how you want to blend in. You? Chapter 31 Special Forces Professional Camouflage, Do a Spell, Hard Control Foreigners for 3 minutes. At this moment, Zhang Yan's body, in the eyes of the four, was so tall and magnificent, clearly less than half a day into Kevhar, and he had already had a breakthrough. Compared to Zhang Yan, the results of Andre's 4 were the same as Makabaka versus Ultraman. It's so small that it's not even worth mentioning. It's only been half a day and you're the music director. How did you do that? I can see why Captain Alexei suddenly started following your command. Major, you're too good for that. Zhang Yan, you're a genius for stepping on a horse. You know, I never imagined there could still be this kind of cut. The four of them nearly knelt down for Zhang Yan, and their admiration for him was like that monstrous river flowing continuously. But these compliments, in Zhang Yan heard is another meaning, but don't blow awkwardly. Hurry to think of a way for me, art and so on I don't understand at all. How to be Illich smiled. You can leave that aspect to me and Ivan. Camouflage detection is supposed to be a mandatory subject for us, and we have experience with it. Andre chimed in. I'm a scout by trade, and what I've learned about camouflage, you can leave the staging to me. Seeing that everyone had taken up the slack, Detry raised his hand a little embarrassed. I can go on stage and do a show. I can sing. Who asked you? Zhang Yan glanced at Detry with some disgust. Subsequently, after briefly querying the system panel, Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. You guys said that you've taken a camouflage class? When Zhang Yan's 5 returned to the bar half an hour later, the judging of the program has begun. There were all sorts of participants on stage, and the performances were varied, ranging from singers, dancers, rap singers, and even basketball players. In short, there is a wide variety and the standard of performances varies from professional to car crash. Seeing this, Andre couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Zhang Yan, you've only learned for half an hour. Can you do it? When half an hour ago, Zhang Yan suddenly proposed to let Andre, Illich and Ivan impart camouflage knowledge to him. Andre then felt quite unreliable. This camouflage detection thing, it takes time and experience to accumulate. How could it be possible to learn it in a moment? Not to mention, Zhang Yan had only learned it for half an hour. All the knowledge was just gulped down, roughly understood, or even can be said to have only read the catalog. How can one cope with the work of an artistic director at this level? Zhang Yan did not take it seriously. Don't worry, is a mule as a horse out to sneak around? In a while you guys will know. From now on, according to the plan, never make a mistake. Andre, the four Illichs nodded and scurried off the stage in a mischievous manner. Illich and Ivan were in charge of mixing and sound. Andre was in charge of stage lighting and choreography, and Detry was playing the floor, not to mention a pretty good job. All at once, it added color to an otherwise monotonous stage. Our Lord Superintendent has finally returned. Let's give a big round of applause and welcome the Superintendent. Seeing Zhang Yan return, Norwich hurriedly invited him to the main seat. Why did you just come? I thought you ran away. How can it be? Zhang Yan smiled. Went to hire a few helpers. It's not possible for me, the director, to do everything myself, right? Norwich looked at the four on stage and nodded. They're your helpers? Hey, professional is different. The stage instantly changes atmosphere. After a few moments of small talk, Zhang Yan took his seat and began to enjoy the show. And once the round of performances was over, Norwich couldn't wait to say, so next, let's have our artistic director critique the performances that have just taken place from a professional point of view. At these words, the four Andre men on the stage instantly tensed their toes. Does Zhang Yan have the ability to critique? They think there is none. Though when they taught Zhang Yan about camouflage before, they mentioned quite a bit about music, but Zhang Yan has only been learning for half an hour. You can't expect him to rock up and become a master artist, right? By this time, Zhang Yan had already picked up the microphone. His brows slightly furrowed as he inadvertently glanced at the four people on the stage. Andre's four men were in a cold sweat. It's over. It's over. This expression came out. It means that it can't be peddled. This is not awkward to live with. A casual critique now would look unprofessional and reveal your identity. If you are serious about the review, Zhang Yan doesn't know anything, and he will still expose his identity if he speaks out of the mouth of a donkey. In short, Zhang Yan would expose his identity no matter what, or else. Andre's four hearts were hardened and he pulled out 4 daggers from nowhere. Since his identity will be exposed sooner or later, he might as well go on a killing spree now. Anyway, we're already in the city, so the big deal is to kill and turn the whole of Kever upside down. Who knows that at this time, Zhang Yan actually spoke. I just listened to it from a close distance. Your singing skills are slightly insufficient. The vocalization point is a little bit wrong. The falsetto is a little bit leaky. Come and learn from me. Saying that, Zhang Yan got up, came to the stage, pressed the performer's stomach, and started the demonstration. Da, re, m, fa, sweep, la, thin, da. From start to finish, it's just like a music teacher. This scene, directly to Andre. 4 people look silly. Not buddy, you really will After instructing the vocals, Zhang Yan came back to the piano. In terms of the arrangement, it's a bit too monotonous. The layers aren't very rich. You should be. Saying that, Zhang Yan's slender fingers danced as if they were butterflies, and beautiful music bubbled up from the cracks of the piano as if it were a trickle. Andre's 4 mouths were wide open. Ha! Norwich was also impressed by Zhang Yan's professionalism and couldn't help but exclaim, "Look at this, you guys, this is what you call professionalism." The corner of Zhang Yan's mouth was slightly flicked. Small like, still can't pinpoint you guys? Originally, whether it was the piano or singing, Zhang Yan did not know how to do it, but just before entering the bar, by constantly ingesting knowledge about camouflage detection from the Andrines, Zhang Yan's ears finally heard the system beep, ding, accumulated mastery of camouflage detection knowledge of 1,000 kinds. Obtain the title, and can identify me as male and female, Special Forces Edition, male and female indistinguishable camouflage skills, to the 6-eared macaque. Buddha cannot be recognized as real or fake even when he comes. Although the name was quite unreliable, the power of this new title was powerful, bringing Zhang Yan a lot of counterintuitive camouflage knowledge. How unbelievable is it? At this point, even if Zhang Yan drew makeup, wore a skirt, and pretended to be a woman, he would probably be able to fish any random man into a warped mouth. With this title, Zhang Yan could be said to be proficient in all kinds of music, chess, calligraphy and painting. And it was because of this kind of heaven-defying ability that Zhang Yan's review, which followed, gradually became outrageous. That's not a good word for you. I'll change it for you. I actually like to write books when I don't have anything to do. Yes, I'm a writer. Your dance moves aren't very good. I'll choreograph them for you. Hey, it's been a long time since I've danced. I used to be the gold medalist in the Latin dance of our tuner's Golden Gourd Cup. That's a really corny look for you, and it just so happens that I know a little bit about designing, so I can design you a costume for the show. The lighting, I thought we could use red and blue colors. It would bring out the atmosphere more. And yes, you guessed it, I was also a traffic cop. The camouflage knowledge that appeared in his mind was too mixed, allowing Zhang Yan to critique it from all aspects. Even if the bar owner was happy, he could disguise himself as a decorator and show him how to put on cement putty. Snap 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 dash. When Zhang Yan finished judging all the programs, the bar resounded with loud applause. Not bad for someone who can be an art director. The review simply covers all the details. Professional. Just too professional. And what amazed the crowd even more was that Zhang Yan had so many identities and hobbies other than the music he himself studied. He is a host, a writer, a bard, an oil painter, a designer, a tanner, a silversmith, a jungle Taoist, an heir to the intangible culture of Daxia, and even an ambassador for world peace. All in all, very all around, very awesome, very wow. At this point, the mouths of the 4 Andre men almost fell to the floor. No, which part did they miss exactly? It's only been half an hour. Has Zhang Yan really become a master of art? Is he really a genius? After the judging session, we all had a drink and gradually had some fun when the atmosphere grew stronger. Singing, dancing, playing instruments, so much fun. Zhang Yan with a cigar in his mouth was pushed onto the stage by the crowd to perform, and he was not repulsed by it. If the east doesn't shine, the west does. Aha, I'm sunning my sorrows in the sun. Zhang Yan directly staged the classic track of the second-hand moon season, and gave the group of foreigners a spell. The demonic style of the song, directly hard control of the foreigners for 3 or 4 minutes. It makes Norwich straighten up. Harry Crab. Man, what can I say? This is real music. Daxia's music is just so dang good. The time came to the latter part of the night, and Zhang Yan didn't know how it happened. But the 4 people of Ilyich suddenly formed a band with Norwich. The 5 men played some classic tunes together straight from the bar and completely lit up the atmosphere. With glasses in hand, everyone danced to the rhythm and got high in no time. During this period, the one who brought Zhang Yan a great surprise was undoubtedly to try. This guy usually looks harmless and harboring. I didn't expect him to be like a different person once he got on stage. The smoky voice was straight up and full, giving so many of the women on stage a razor-sharp look in their eyes. Maybe it's because the singing is so sexy, so much so that only just after the song, a blonde woman came right up and hit on him. Then to try was taken away under the dumbfounded gaze of Zhang Yan and the others. Chapter 32 Friends Circle exploded. Zhang Yan took the frontline troops to the bar for a reunion. Zhang Yan's mood at this moment is the same as both the fear of his brother suffering and the fear of his brother driving a Land Rover. What's the point? After you've acted yourself, the guy comes and shakes your hand. Daughtry sang and the other woman came right up and hit on him? Looking at the back of the duo's departure, Zhang Yan called out outrageously, "This is okay? This comrade of yours can do it. You've hooked up with that one so quickly." At this time, Monica came to Zhang Yan's side. To be reasonable, when she let Zhang Yan review just now, it really scared her. She was really afraid that the first word Zhang Yan opened his mouth would be exposed. Even she wanted to rush up, whether it was tearing Zhang Yan apart or fighting with him, as long as she could get him out of the way for a while. The good thing is that Zhang Yan's performance has completely exceeded her surprise. She didn't expect Zhang Yan to know so much, totally took the fake identity that was made for him and stood it up so dead that no one would even suspect it. Zhang Yan was puzzled. That one? Is there anything about this woman? Monica nodded. That's a big deal. She's the daughter of the city lord, Mira, and this concert is for her. What? The Zhang Yan people were dumbfounded. To try as a guy who pits like hell and leads the game in KDA when he sees just the time to sing a song, directly muffled to do great things, even the city master's daughter to pick up? If you can get on the line with her, you guys will probably have a much easier mission this time, but you have to be careful. The city lord Kavsky is not a good person. If he finds out, it will be hard for you to leave. On the way back, with one foul word after another, Andre was about to greet Detri's 8 generations. Suka not listed. Detri this, during the mission so do not know how to restrain, how can still think of women. The least you can do is to report to me as the officer and get permission to go again. Ilyich teased. Andre, are you honestly a little envious of Detri? ***** off. What do I envy him for? It's just a woman, as if he's never seen one before. Zhang Yan was so noisy by Andre that he said breathlessly, say less, you're giving me a headache. Andre pointed the finger at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, if you ask me, this is also on you. You are the major of our 16th regiment anyway. Why don't you stop it? Zhang Yan was even more speechless. I would like to stop, but do you know who that woman is? Who? She is the daughter of the city lord. What? Back to the residence. When thinking of today's experience, Zhang Yan shared the desire to be rebellious, tossing and turning and couldn't sleep. Fortunately, I picked up my cell phone and posted a friend with a couple of photo videos I took at the bar today. I used Moon Song, a law for international friends, 3 minutes of direct heart control. Family, take the pinch ow. Because it was still in the silent period, in order not to let the operation be exposed, Zhang Yan defocused the video and pictures all over again. At this moment, it was already late at night in Ermao country where Zhang Yan was, but it was just dinner time on the Daxia side. Therefore many friends and relatives saw this dynamic of Zhang Yan for the first time. WTF. Rock, aren't you on the battlefield? Why are you running a bar? Wow. It's so high. The music atmosphere abroad is different. But aren't you a pentatonic? Rock? You need all 5 voices for a second-hand moonshine song? Just do it and be done with it. So what's the situation now? Zhang Yan, you went back to Woolly Bear? When will you return home? I recently heard that a girl in my class is planning to confess her love to you, and she's planning to come back and surprise you. There were a lot of comments, but Zhang Yan turned off his phone after posting his friend circle, so he didn't see a single comment. Still, his circle of friends blew up in some places. The first thing is, the capital of the Woolly Bear country, the Daxia consulate. Report, Zhang Yan posted a friend circle a few minutes ago. At the first moment they got the news, the representatives of Daxia and Zhang Yan's father, Zhongli, came together. Well, it looks like he's already in the place and, no surprise, he'll be able to leave Ermo and return home within a few days. The representative of Daxia sighed in relief. The fact that he hadn't heard from Zhang Yan in the past few days had really made him break into a cold sweat. Even though the military side had made all the preparations, they were just afraid that something might go wrong. Zhongli was so excited that he almost cried. Good, it's really great. My family, Yen, can finally go home. On the other side, the temporary command of the 16 Corps. Anthony also knew about Zhang Yan's friend circle posting it the first time, but his reaction was different from the consulate side. Hey, isn't this singing one under Andre's hand? I remember seeing him before, Anthony asked, pointing to the video. Yeah, I think it's called something like To Try, but forget about him for now. Sir, look at the one playing the electric piano. Does he look like Andre? After being reminded by his men, Anthony took a closer look. Although the video had been processed a bit to make out faces, but having spent so much time with Andre, how could Andre not see it when he knew what a fart smelled like when Anthony farted? Hey, it's really him. In that case, Anthony was a little puzzled. These days he sends a lot of manpower, material resources, including satellites to look for it. But the frontline troops couldn't get in touch anyhow. But now Zhang Yan posted a friend circle, but he was hanging out at the bar with Andre. To Try. It seems very relaxed and fastidious, very laid back. Seeing this, Anthony couldn't help but tug at his mouth. Is it hard to believe that they've gone rogue? It shouldn't be. Even if Zhang Yan defected, then what Detri defected? It's impossible for Andre to defect. His realization is time-tested. Sir, you're thinking a little too hard. The henchman stepped forward and cautiously said, is there a possibility that after successfully occupying the Krylia military base, they have developed an aversion to war and want to escape for a while? Anthony rubbed his chin. What do you mean? Is it hard to believe that the frontline troops ran a bar regiment? From the next day, Zhang Yan officially took over the position of concert director. The day was busy, either reviewing programs or setting up the concert venue. Luckily, with the title and Can Tell If I'm Male or Female Special Forces edition to add to the mix, he was always at ease when completing these tasks and left a very professional impression on everyone. As we approached the day of the concert, rehearsals begin. Since it was a rehearsal, it was natural to go to the place where the concert was held. Thus, Zhang Yan and the others had the honor of going deep into the mercenary camp. On the first morning, Zhang Yan and the others were very cautious and did not act out of character, and by the time the afternoon rolled around, the two special forces, Illich and Ivan, were on the move, poking around the routes within the mercenary camp. The next day, originally thought to continue to sneak around, but did not want to just because Zhang Yan and Norwich proposed a little bit. Some boredom, want to take them around. Norwich then agreed straight away and showed them around. The night before the concert, a group of people converged on Andre and the others' quarters and began to plot their plans for tomorrow. After these few days of scouting, the routes within the mercenary camp are probably mapped out. When the concert starts, there will be a large number of mercenaries planted to defend the opera house, and that's when we'll make our move. The mercenary chief's office is located at the northeast corner of the opera house, by way of 2 barracks, so be careful on this stretch. As he spoke, Illich suddenly removed a black bag from under the table and pulled out weapon after weapon. Zhang Yan was shocked. Where did you get this? You can even get this. You Baikal are really handy. What a handful. Illich shook his head and laughed. As you know, this place in Kever is special. The underground can be all classified. In that case, how could the KGB side not send some people over? They are the ones who got all these weapons, but they seem to be on the move tomorrow night as well, so they're not giving us a lot of weapons. Tomorrow night, they're making a move too? Chapter 33 Burglary Operations, Beautiful Men, Intelligence Not in the Office? The following day, around 4 in the afternoon, as the concert director, Zhang Yan came to the opera house early to get ready and make all the coordinating preparations. The grand concert began at 8 p.m. The huge opera house was packed to the rafters to enjoy round after round of exciting performances. Although by this time, Zhang Yan's work was finally easy, but he didn't dare to slow down, because when Andre and the others finished their performance, the mission to steal the information would begin. Success or failure is at stake. Congratulations, you guys put on a great show, even better than the last time you were at the bar. At the backstage, Zhang Yan, dressed in a gown, personally greeted Andre's few people who had just finished their performance. Man, isn't this all thanks to you? Norwich was happy. Come on, let's go to the front and watch the show. Zhang Yan waved his hand and laughed. It's no fun to watch the program. Why don't we go and have some fun? Having fun? Half an hour later, Norwich was poured into the lounge with wine by Zhang Yan and the others. The first step has been completed. Are we all ready? Zhang Yan turned his gaze to Detri and gave a reminder. Detri, how much time you can delay for us depends on you. Do you understand? Try. Do we have to use her? Detri's gaze was a little hesitant. In the past few days, he and Mira had been talking so much that they were almost on the verge of confirming their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. But not long ago, Zhang Yan told him that Mira was actually the daughter of the city lord, Kavsky. It made it a little hard for him to face Mira for a moment. Zhang Yan comforted. It's not utilization, just asking her for a favor. Alright then. Detri nodded, then walked out of the lounge and slipped all the way to the VIP room in the stands. But here the guards are so strict that he can't get in at all, so he had no choice but to go back to the stands and find a prominent position to look toward the location of the VIP room. Mira, who is the main character of tonight's concert, is wearing a white princess dress and very innocent makeup today. At the moment, however, she dozed off. All the other shows are so boring except for Ivan. I wonder what he's doing at this point. Ivan is the lead singer of a band she met the last time she went to a bar, and he has a distinctive voice that for a time attracted Mila. And with the last few days, Mila has found more glimmers of Ivan and is considering whether or not to go out with him. Just then, there was a commotion on stage. Hey, what's the matter with you? How else are you going to let us watch the show when you're in the way? Have some class, dumbass, or I'll shove my fist in your mouth. Nobody stop me. I'm going to punch him to death. With a mere glance, Mira was shocked to find that the man she had been pining for, Ivan, was surrounded by people in the center of the room. Hey, no, Mila exclaimed as she got up. This, however, caught the attention of her father, Kavsky, who stepped aside. What's wrong? Mira, nothing, father. Mira looked over worriedly, only to find Ivan gesturing toward himself in a code that only the two of them could read. Father, it's so stuffy in here. I'm going out for some air. Okay, don't go too far, okay? Soon, Mira slipped out of the VIP lounge and met up with Detri in the passageway. Idiot, just go straight in if you want to find me. What were you just doing? Detry scratches his head. Your father was there. Che, you're such a chicken. It's not like father is going to eat you, said Mira, taking Detry's arm. Come, go and meet father with me. I want to show father what the boy I have my heart set on is really like, so that he doesn't have to introduce me to people all day. Boys of the heart. Detry blushed playfully, but at that moment, he suddenly remembered he had a mission. Mira, come with me. Where to? It's your birthday and I wanted to give you a present. Wow. Was planning to surprise me, were you? Ivan, you're so nice. As soon as she heard it was a gift, Mila instantly couldn't walk away from it, and foolishly followed Detry. But it was only just before she reached the doorway that Mira realized something was wrong, for there were 4 people waiting here. The 4 of them, as I recall, seemed to be in a band with you? Detry nodded. Because this gift is special and I need their help. Wow. It's such a big deal. What exactly is the gift? Mira was exactly the kind of person who grew more and more curious. According to the rules, the opera house is off limits at this hour. However, with Myra's presence, Zhang Yan and the others turned the impossible into possible, and the journey was unhindered. Soon, it came to a very secluded location, inside an abandoned factory building. As Detry snapped his fingers, Zhang Yan and the others rushed to ignite the spray flowers hidden around. Girls, they all like romance, and this spray of flowers in the dark is the biggest surprise for them. And in the midst of the spray of flowers, Detry was seen slowly walking up with a bouquet of flowers in his hands. It's up to Detry to make the next play. Zhang Yan and the others took the opportunity to withdraw from the plant. If something goes wrong, don't take any chances and pull back immediately. We have no room for error and must not expose ourselves. Illik and Ivan, 2 professionals from the Baikal Special Operations Squad. One changed into a black tactical night suit. The way he looked at Zhang Yan, he was envious. Zhang Yan also very much wanted to experience this kind of drama of sneaking in late at night to spy on the enemy, but it was a pity. The title skills he currently possessed were only useful in frontal combat. Taking it to spy, being an agent or whatever, while it was fine, it wasn't professional and risky. There was no room for error in the task at hand, and victory or defeat was at the drop of a hat, so it was better for him not to add to the chaos, and it was better to leave the professional things to the professionals. Soon, taking advantage of the time the plant's Netitry gave Mira a deep confession. Illik and Ivan left. The duo acted with agility and quickly disappeared into the darkness, then jumped over the wall all the way according to the route they had previously scouted. Dodging a slew of scouting facilities, he rushed towards the mercenary building in the distance. Andre lit up a cigarette and took a sharp drag. I was really surprised that kid Detry would choose this time to confess. He knows full well that our intentions are not pure. Zhang Yan shook his head helplessly. He is afraid that he won't have a chance if the mission is completed, so he might as well take this time to express all his emotions and avoid regrets. Andre nodded. I have a regret hearing you say that. What? Andre suddenly looked at Zhang Yan extremely seriously. Do you really plan to leave? Zhang Yan slapped his head. He knew that he couldn't hide Monica's matter at all. How could it be so coincidental that he had just come to Kebuhar and met his oldest sister? Others might not be suspicious, but there was no way that those who knew him would not be suspicious. Zhang Yan nodded. I'll go back when the mission is completed. What do you want? Want to stop me? Andre smiled. Nah, just asking. Since as a comrade in arms I'll respect all your decisions. It's just that. I want you to stay. Why? Zhang Yan was puzzled. Don't forget, my mistaken entry into the battlefield was originally an accident, and now that I have a chance to leave after a long time, why don't I leave? Andre said solemnly. I was just thinking that if someone with your talents joined this war there's no chance it would end quickly. Though this war was one we were forced to start, it was never our intention to bring disaster to innocent people and displace them. Andre straightened out his generous words, which likewise gave Zhang Yan a lot to think about regarding the war, though he did not respond positively. At that moment, there were suddenly some loud noises coming from inside the abandoned factory. Zhang Yan didn't hear anything else, but only heard Detry shout, My dear, tonight, I am your gift. Come on, don't pity me, punish me hard. Andre couldn't strain a smile. The kid is finally getting the hang of it. I was told that the first night out he didn't get Mira and slept on the couch all night. Asterisk. And this? Illik and Ivan came back faster than Zhang Yan expected. That's before he's even finished talking to Andre about Detry's embarrassing story. And the two are back. How's it going? Got it? Illik shook his head. It was a smooth infiltration. But the intel wasn't even there. Chapter 34 Taking the City Lord's Daughter. Fire in the Woods. Intelligence officers hold a conference. According to Illik, he and Ivan sneaked all the way into the mercenary building, and managed to find the office of the head of the mercenary group. But there, rummaging from side to side, they couldn't find the information about the material dispatch station they needed for the trip. If it's not on the mercenary group's side, then where would it be? This news made Zhang Yan was frowning when he heard it. They had risked so much to infiltrate Kevhar to get the information, going to such great lengths, and in the end all their efforts had come to naught. It was clear that the frontline troops were going to reach the 13th Corps position in the next few days. Looking at Alexei's side, I'm afraid that he has already led the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion and Baikal Special Forces to lurk in Irmau's territory. If the war was delayed because of the intelligence, then they and others would be great sinners. At that moment, Ilika's demeanor changed abruptly. But there's good news. Good news? We kidnapped the leader of the mercenary group for some interrogation. Interrogate the mercenary group leader? Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. In other people's territory, tied up their bosses and interrogated them. This boldness, I'm afraid that only the special forces will have it. And of course, themselves. What did you find out? According to him, City Lord Kavsky has an ambiguous relationship with the Irmal pretty country. So things like the dispatch of supplies are taken very seriously by Kavsky, who personally confirms it every day. But today, probably because he was delayed by his daughter's birthday, he didn't send the supplies dispatch book back at the usual time. Zhang Yan heard what Ilik was saying. So, the material dispatch book is at the City Lord's place? Yes, it's in the study of his villa. Originally, Zhang Yan and the others could use Detri's relationship with the City Lord's daughter, Mira, to find an opportunity to sneak into the City Lord's villa. But there's no time for that. It's almost time for the appointment with the frontline troops for one thing, and for another. There's been some mishap with Ilik during the interrogation. That mercenary group leader was very dishonest. We clearly had no intention of getting him killed, and we even tried to confuse him so that he would cover for us. But he had to fight it, and he accidentally knocked himself on the corner of the table. Ha! Zhang Yan's mouth opened wide. Not dead. So simple? This mercenary leader is doing it on purpose, isn't he? Zhang Yan frowned. The death of the mercenary troop leader was a big deal, and it couldn't be hidden for long. Tonight, it seems, is the deciding game, and they must get the intel and evacuate as soon as possible. Zhang Yan's order was given very quickly, causing Detri's good deed to be interrupted, and he was dumbfounded. What the hell? I'm so close to being on the brink, you guys know? Andre patted him on the shoulder breathlessly. Hold it in. Don't get on when you should. You've earned it. Honey, what the hell is going on? Mila was a little puzzled and a little upset that a good thing had been interrupted. Detri scratched his head, not knowing how to respond, and looked at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, was a ruthless man with few words, and with an instantaneous step, he directly revealed his sleeve gun and pressed it against Myra's back. MS. Mira, next, I hope that you can help us with a little favor. We don't have a lot of time, so I hope you'll cooperate. It's for the best of everyone. The sudden scene directly stunned Detri at the side. Zhang Yan, you. Zhang Yan shook his head and signaled Detri that the mission was urgent at the moment. They didn't have time to play house with Mira. It won't be that easy to get out of the mercenary group at this point in time. If she continued to snub Mira, there was no chance that Mira was going to take it to her old man, the city lord. The next second, as a last resort, Zhang Yan could only resort to the next best thing, direct hostage-taking. The group then held Mira, who had been somewhat dumbfounded, hostage. Sneak all the way to the parking lot and get a car. You guys, who the hell are you? Just getting into the car. Mira reacted with some incredulity and some skepticism. Zhang Yan didn't respond and pressed the muzzle of his gun dead against Mira. Take us out. Your mission is considered done. As friends, I don't want us to make too much of a mess. I think you know what to do. Soon the car made its way to the exit checkpoint. MS. Mira. The car window lowered and Mira looked at the approaching mercenary with a complicated gaze. Carry out your answer as I taught you. Zhang Yan was ready for Mira to backtrack, but he didn't want Mira to backtrack because that would lead to unnecessary trouble. Eventually, after a period of internal struggle, Mila gritted her teeth and said, I'm a little drunk and I want to go out for a ride with my friends. Let it go. The mercenary was a bit torn, but the city lord sighed, feeling the muzzle of the gun dead center against her arm. Mira was annoyed. Release? Do I have to say it again? Yes. Hurry up and let go. The moment the car passed the checkpoint, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I've done what you said, now always tell me you're true. Before Mira could finish her sentence, she was knocked unconscious by Zhang Yan's one-handed slash. Noticing Detri's heartbroken and complaining eyes, Zhang Yan was speechless. What are you looking at? If we don't hold her hostage, is there a better way? Once she runs off to tell her old man to take us out of the mercenary group, then we're done for. Detri pursed her lips. I understand the reasoning, but can't you have a little mercy? There's no need to have to knock out. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. Big brother, I'm already merciful enough, or else I would have just killed people directly just now. The car then drove at full power towards the city lord's villa. The city lord's villa, located on an elevated hillside in the center of Kefhar, presents an easily defensible position. Only just arriving in the neighborhood, Zhang Yan and the others looked at the fire in the distance and heard the sound of countless silencers hitting bullets. Zhang Yan frowned. What's the situation? Someone got there first? But Illik and Andre seemed to expect it. Sure enough. How? It is well known that the underground of Kever harbors a lot of classified information from the pre-Mao period, and with tonight's concert, a time when the guards of the city's master's villa are always empty, the intelligence agents lurking in Kever shouldn't miss this opportunity. Zhang Yan understood. This should be what Illik and the others said yesterday, the tasks that the intelligence officers had to accomplish. Suddenly, Zhang Yan thought of Monica. Could she be hiding in Kevuar to accomplish this mission as well? At this moment, could she also be at the villa? Parking the car in a hidden area, Zhang Yan and the others planned to abandon the car. Detri hesitated. Me? Stay here and take care of Mira. Can't leave her here alone. Andre and the others had been rendered speechless by the man who had fallen in love. Zhang Yan also only glanced at him. Stay. I didn't intend for you to go in the first place anyway. Detri threw a grateful look. Who knew that the next second Zhang Yan said, just your guts. I guess when there are more people, you'll have to pull others to commit suicide with you again. Don't piss your pants are considered good. Detri was awkwardly stunned. With that, except for Detri, who was left in the car to take care of Mira, the remaining four immediately got out and groped their way through the woods under the cover of darkness. As it got deeper and deeper, the constant popping sound of bullets passing through the silencer came to his ears. Some bodies are starting to appear on the ground as well. Through these intelligence officers who died in battle, Zhang Yan and the others had seized quite a few weapons, and as they came to a position around 500 meters from the villa, the black-clothed men in the woods who were constantly exchanging blows appeared frequently in the crowd's field of vision. The fire here began to grow more and more ferocious, with hundreds of stray bullets coming in every second, and the firepower was nothing less than that of the front battlefield, with the exception of Zhang Yan's title buff pulling full and dodging bullets all the way to the depths without the slightest effect. Andre, Illik and the trio were pretty much left pinned down behind a tree for cover. What should we do? Their firepower is too heavy. We can't touch them at all. I've observed them. They're fighting on their own. They'll fight on sight, or else put up a fight. We're at least four. Where's Zhang Yan? He's already touched in. It's ridiculously strong. We can't lag behind. Let's try again. The three of them tried to break out again, but after trying around, it's still back to square one. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A stray bullet hit me in the ass. Be glad it's the ass. A shot to the head and your little life would be over. Ha 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 ha. Son of a. What if my arm was grazed twice and I can't attack at all? We can't let Zhang Yan go alone. That would be too inadequate. Ilyich, Andre, 3 people in different degrees are injured. How to attack cannot attack, can only dry. Who knows that at this time, Zhang Yan unexpectedly came back, and did not suffer any injuries, walking through the rain of bullets like shopping. What? The 3 Illiks were dumbfounded. Good lord, make it easy, don't we want to lose face? Us 2 special forces plus a scout? Zhang Yan didn't care about that. I've just seen it. The engagement in front is even more ferocious. 4 people are too big of a target to rush through. You guys retreat back and go wait for me in the car. I'll go in and try. Hey, the 3 of them wanted to stop them, but when they turned their heads, Zhang Yan ran away again. Chug, 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 chug. In the woods, battles were being fought everywhere. The intelligence officers looked like they were having a convention here, and together, Zhang Yan estimated that there was as many as a troop. At this moment, Zhang Yan chose an area with the lowest fire intensity and then developed the title who says humans can't be druids to the extreme. Passing through the war zone with the speed of a panther, he managed to break into the city lord's villa and froze without letting a single person notice, because the man who found him had his head blown off at the first opportunity. Inside the city lord's villa, there were corpses everywhere, some places were even on fire, and there were vaguely many silhouettes fighting in blood. Apparently, this is the center of the war, where agents of all nations gather, risking their lives for the secret that lies hidden in Kevhar. Zhang Yan fought furiously and searched all the way, and finally touched the vicinity of the study. Only just pushing the door, the man in the room did not hesitate to raise his pistol. Zhang Yan made an extremely fast sidestep to avoid the bullet, then raised his hand. Suddenly, with 2 sounds, the man collapsed in a pool of blood, and Zhang Yan managed to enter. Looking at the tumbled and disorganized study, he instantly had a bit of a headache. How do you expect people to find it when it's turned over like this? Although he complained under his breath, Zhang Yan didn't stop moving and flipping around. During that time, people constantly broke through the doorway, but almost as soon as a leg had just stepped in, they would be killed by Zhang Yan with a single blow. Soon 10 minutes passed, Zhang Yan gradually some anxious, asterisk 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 where in the end don't tell me that thing is not in the study at all. Suddenly, Zhang Yan looked at a corner of the picture that had been shot into a sieve by bullets and saw some light coming through. The slight experience and sixth sense left over from the Warlord experience card told him that there was something extraordinary about this. Chapter 35 Encountering Super Agents. Intelligence in Hand. Kever's Secret. Moving away from the painting, the light finally reveals its true nature as a safe? Zhang Yan looked complicated. Don't tell me, the stuff is in the safe. What am I supposed to do? I don't know how to open it at all. Suddenly, Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed as some information vaguely surfaced in his mind. No, it seems like I will. Saying that, Zhang Yan crouched down and began to try to crack the safe. He leaned his head sideways against the safe, manipulating its knobs with one hand, turning them to the left one moment, to the right the next. Zhang Yan didn't know how he could do it. Just the moment he saw the safe, some fragmented information started to appear in his mind. It may be that the Warlord experience card left some experience behind again. However, what made Zhang Yan feel strange was why did the military god experience card have this kind of experience? Is it possible that the god of war usually can't make enough money and likes to open safes in other people's homes? Experience told Zhang Yan that the encryption method of this safe was very clever, definitely at the top level of the world. To crack it, there are very high demands on the decipherer's sense of hearing. Luckily, since having the title of Who Says Humans Can't Be Druids, Zhang Yan had already possessed the ears of a wolf. There were couples whispering next door and he could easily hear them. But even so, the deciphering work is also exceptionally difficult. In addition to the difficulty of the safe itself, external factors are also more able to affect the state of Zhang Yan, like the agents who kept trying to break into the study in the meantime. And every time they were close to opening it, an agent came in and stirred things up. It resulted in Zhang Yan having to start all over again. Zhang Yan also wondered, people do not say Kefu Hell's secret in the underground. You always run to the study what to do. Click. Finally, at some point, the safe was finally opened. Chug, 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 chug. It was also at this time that a silenced submachine gun carrying figure made a sideways leap and killed its way into the study. Zhang Yan couldn't react in time and ducked to the side as soon as he took the contents of the safe. Material dispatch record book. Got it. What's this? Zhang Yan looked at what he took out together with the material dispatching record book, a key-like shape full of doubts. Chug, 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 chug. That's when the submachine gun on the other end strafed him again. It was a good shot, and it directly forced Zhang Yan into a corner. Ka! Zhang Yan heard the sound of the magazine emptying. It is now. Taking advantage of the gap between the other party's change of magazines, Zhang Yan sidestepped close to the ground, stomped out with his feet using the force, and pulled the trigger of the pistol held in his hand in a smooth manner. Suddenly, with a bang, the bullet went straight towards the other's head. Originally, Zhang Yan thought that he would burst his opponent's head without any surprises. Who knew that just as the bullet was approaching, the man suddenly raised the body of the gun in his hand to block it. Boom! The submachine gun was knocked right out of its frame, and the man rolled with it, ducking to the side. Zhang Yan people stupid. Nima, can still operate like this? The duo next began a close firefight. No one is holding back. No one is conserving ammo. Chug, 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 chug. Countless bullets, like raindrops, poured towards each other. Gradually, both of them began to sweat profusely as they realized that the opposite side seemed to be even harder to deal with than they had imagined. Zhang Yan really saw a ghost. Usually see people, which is not a shot to the head, even if you can find cover to avoid, that the second shot that is sure to burst the head. But what is it with this guy? Not every time he finds just the right spot to dodge a bullet. It's the bullet that happens to cackle and collide with your own. The closest he came to success, the bullet almost went for someone's head. As a result, guess what? A dagger flew out of the person and directly bounced off the bullet. It was a dagger. Don't be so outrageous. The one across the street couldn't be some kind of super agent who drank a human enhancement potion, right? As for the one on the opposite side, at this moment, he also had this kind of speculation about Zhang Yan, thinking that he might have undergone genetic modification or body modification, or else how could he be strong to such an extent? He had utilized very many tactical techniques in dodging Zhang Yan's attacks, almost to the extreme, but Zhang Yan is different. He did not use skills, is a simple and brutal, obviously seems to be full of holes, but the bullets just cannot get close to him. Feng, when the two were closest, they were only a few meters away. At that distance, the one across the street could almost be considered to have fired against Zhang Yan's head. But what is Zhang Yan doing? Swish 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 swish. A few instantaneous dodges and head shakes gave bullets to dodge, like stepping on a movie. At this moment, the two almost simultaneously thought that the other party was the strongest opponent they had ever encountered in their lives. Ka! Ka! Suddenly, there was a crisp from the guns in the hands of the two men, and it was clear that they were out of bullets. Fearing the sudden silence of the air, the entire study was quiet for several seconds. You're just so strong you're sick, you know that? A voice came from the other end. No one has ever lasted more than 10 seconds in my hands. Hearing the voice, Zhang Yan was shocked. Female? Holy, a female is strong like this. How do you let other guys live? The voice came again from the other end. It's that time of the day. How about we call a truce and come to a deal? Deal? Give me the memory in your hand, and I'll fulfill any request you have. Risking so much is just for money. I promise. Give me the stuff and I'll guarantee you a lifetime of honor and wealth. Memory? Zhang Yan was confused, not knowing what the other party was talking about. I don't know anything about memory. Are you sure you didn't find the wrong person? I watched you open the safe and take the stuff, and you want to play dumb? Zhang Yan suddenly got it. Together with that thing that looks like a key, it is actually a memory? Is there anything in this memory? And why do you have to have it? The woman on the other side of the room looked as if she'd heard something ridiculous. You opened the safe, and you can't believe you didn't know? Zhang Yan shook his head. I really don't know. The woman didn't say much, just summarized in a few simple words. It is the secret hidden in Kever. There have been only rumors that Kever stores very important paper secrets from the pre-Mao period, so many that several vaults could not hold them. So there is speculation that perhaps there is a huge space underneath Kever dedicated to storing these paper secrets. But that's hearsay, after all, and no one has ever seen it. But today, Zhang Yan saw that the secrets of the pre-Mao period were stored among the key-type memory in his hand. Come on, it's 4,202 years old. Technology is advancing so rapidly. It's normal to take a USB flash drive and load paper PDF files, okay? At this time, Zhang Yan also realized the importance of this thing. With a furrowed brow, he cut off. I'm sorry, this thing, I can't give it to you. Chapter 36. To bring information back to Daxia, Monika's real name is actually Hanshi? Now that he already knew that the key in his hand was the secret of this Kever, Zhang Yan naturally wouldn't give it to anyone else. When he returned to Daxia, he would immediately turn this over to the state. This is exactly what an 18-year-old patriotic youth is thinking most fervently at this moment. In that case, there's no deal? Zhang Yan's words successfully angered the woman. Soon, a new round of exchanges between the two began. Zhang Yan had only just heard a sound coming from that end. In the next second, a black shadow suddenly sprang up in front of his body. So fast, almost only slightly worse than the speed of his own panther. Swish, the sharp silver light came in his way. Zhang Yan turned sideways, and the sharp dagger directly grazed his hair. It was so close. If he didn't react quickly, I'm afraid that the blow just now would have been enough to kill Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan didn't dare to be slow, and held the woman's knife-wielding hand, then blasted out a punch. The bear-like force was so thick and heavy that even if the woman took her arm in time to block it, she was blasted out and slammed into the wall at the end. Zhang Yan knew that close combat was not his strong point, while that woman was ridiculously strong, and it was obviously not a wise choice to fight with her in a protracted battle. Fortunately, he took the opportunity to throw out the two fool's eggs and ran straight away. Picking up two guns and passing halfway across the country, Zhang Yan utilized the leopard's speed to the extreme. Now as long as he ran out of the villa to meet up with Andre and the others, the mission would be complete. Killing the stairs as fast as he could, Zhang Yan was about to go downstairs when he heard intense gunfire coming from downstairs, as well as a sentence or two. Mandarin? First was a man. Take the information and run. Kavsky has set up an ambush on the outskirts of the villa. If we don't run it will be too late. It was followed by a woman who made Zhang Yan feel familiar. But what about that storage device? I'll fetch it. You go first. Da 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 da. Intense footsteps came, and Zhang Yan soon saw a dark shadow running up, which seemed to be the man who had just spoken, but the eye was coming to the second floor. Chug, chug, chug. Suddenly someone downstairs opened fire and the man couldn't dodge and was hit by a bullet through his chest. He slumped on the stairs, blood staining the way up, but even so, he made his way up as fast as he could. Zhang Yan hurriedly ran over and pulled him up. I just heard you speaking Mandarin. Are you from Daxia? The man shook his head quite directly. The woman who just spoke was Monica, right? You. The man's eyes suddenly became horrified, but quickly relaxed again. Are you Zhang Yan? It's me. How did you? The man was about to say something else. Just then he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. There's no time. The book. The study. Safe. Don't worry. I've got my hands on that key. Saying that, Zhang Yan held out the key storage device in his hand to the man. Good. The man heavily patted Zhang Yan's shoulder. Cover. Hanshi, she's injured. Hansi? Is this about Monica? So her name is Hansi. Let me carry you down first. Don't worry. I'll bring you both back. Saying that, Zhang Yan was about to carry the person, but at that moment, there was the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Don't run. Quickly stop him. It's highly likely that he has gotten the information. A group of intelligence officers suddenly appeared and shot towards the side without any explanation. Zhang Yan subconsciously wanted to counterattack, but the man stopped him. Stop them. You go quickly. The man hurriedly pushed Zhang Yan towards the stairs. But, go! The man used his last strength to directly push Zhang Yan down. Then he got up shakily, even though the next incoming round hit his arm, his leg. Still, he forced himself to endure the pain, pulled out a grenade, and pulled the pull ring. No! Zhang Yan hissed, and in the last moments of the grenade's explosion, he saw the man remove his mask, turn with steely eyes, and salute toward himself. Boom! The aftermath of the explosion blew Zhang Yan far away and planted him heavily on the ground. Seeing his compatriots sacrificed in front of him, Zhang Yan couldn't say what kind of feeling it was, and despite the cold heart title added, he still had a sour feeling in the corner of his eyes. But now was not the time for sad remembrances. He had to find Hansi as soon as possible. Monica, where are you? Zhang Yan got up and searched around the first floor for a long time, but he couldn't find Monica's figure. Escaped? In the woods, a slender figure was limping towards the periphery. Perhaps it was the weight of the backpack behind her or the fact that she was shot in the leg that made her very slow. Chug, 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 chug. There was a burst of gunfire from behind her, and she rushed to one side of the tree trunk to hide. That person just now most likely got the information. Quickly catch up with him. Don't worry, he won't be able to get away for long with a bullet in his leg. It's nearby. Two dark shadows were rapidly approaching, and she pulled back the bolt to check, only to find that there was only one bullet left in the gun. What to do? One bullet can't take care of two. Moreover, she was injured and her mobility was limited, so it was not always possible to pick up the advantage in a close-range fight. Forget it, it's death or life. Put up a fight. With that, she drew out the dagger pinned to her leg, intending to fight to the death. The footsteps came closer and closer, and she held her breath, intending to make a last stand. Suddenly, two sounds. The enemy agent who had come in hot pursuit of him had been taken out by someone else? More rapid footsteps came, but it sounded as if there was only one person? It would be much better to deal with one person. When the footsteps came closer, she didn't hesitate and simply raised her gun and took aim. Suddenly, it was clear that the trigger had been pulled and the bullet was headed straight for the man's head, but the man had dodged the bullet with a toss of his head. Monica, is that you? Hearing the man actually call out his name, Hanshi's eyes instantly turned grim, and holding her dagger, she pounced on him. Zhang Yan is convinced. It's so close, can't you recognize it? Hey, Hansi, take it easy, it's me, one of our own. Hanshi finally recognized Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, why are you here? Never mind all that, the information from the study has arrived. Withdraw with me first. Hanshi was a bit surprised and suddenly remembered something. Where's Lao Go? He also went to the study just now. You should have seen him. Go? I think it's the man from earlier. Zhang Yan sighed. He sacrificed. There was a burst of light from the trees in the distance, and it was clear that Kavsky's ambush had wrapped up. This is not the time to talk. Get out first. You're hurt. I'll carry you. Saying that, Zhang Yan squatted down and was trying to carry Hanshi. With a swish, a cracking sound, Zhang Yan suddenly felt a stabbing pain at his arm. Looking down, there was a familiar silver dagger sticking out of his arm. Damn, it's that super agent. Chapter 37. Super agent is a furry bear man? Then why are you chasing me? The moment the silver dagger hit Zhang Yan, a black shadow suddenly leaped out from the side. A whip leg then swept towards Zhang Yan. You're still a ghost. Zhang Yan hurriedly reacted, dodged with a roll, got up and was about to raise his gun and shoot to quickly settle the fight. Instead, the super agent woman kicked at her own hand, sending the gun flying. The two of them then engaged in a fist fight. The woman's movements were too sensitive, and the attacks were all vital. Even though Zhang Yan could capture and dodge, that was all. Because he didn't master any physical skills, he could only take a slight advantage during the fight with this woman who was full of physical skills. The woman was equally bad. Zhang Yan's power was too great, and when she was blasted by him, the woman felt like her bones were going to crack. And he's fast, too, sell him a break and the punches can fall like a blizzard. Zhang Yan deeply knew that without any physical skill enhancement, gunnery was the thing he relied on the most. Thus, in the gap where a woman's attack slowed down due to physical pain, Zhang Yan did not hesitate to touch the pistol behind her. Who knew that this action would play right into the woman's scheme? Zhang Yan just backhanded her and she rose up in the air with a scissor kick. After a flurry of skyrockets, Zhang Yan was ruffled to the ground, and his gun was seized while he had the chance. Zhang Yan wanted to resist, but the gun was already pressed against his head. The woman didn't act rashly either, because at some point, Zhang Yan had already pulled out the dagger that had stabbed into his arm and pressed it against his neck. This time around, the duel once again ended in a draw. Hand over the item and I'll spare your life, or I'll have to beat you to death to get it myself. You think the knife in my hand is for show? Shoot me if you have the guts. Let's see if the knife is faster or your gun. Freeze! The mantis was catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow was at the back. By this time, Hanshi had already gotten the gun that Zhang Yan had lost earlier and pointed the gun at the woman. The woman froze for a moment, always finding the voice somewhat familiar. Monica? Hansi's side froze similarly. Ravlova? Zhang Yan's mouth opened wide. Feelings? You two know each other? Of course we know each other. We're good sisters. Who's a good sister to you? The woman looked at Zhang Yan with a very dumbfounded look. What's the matter? After half a day, you are an agent of the Daxia side? Hanshi's side was also a bit dumbfounded. I didn't expect that the two of you would be able to fight. Zhang Yan, she's an agent of the furry bear country. Zhang Yan's CPU was about to burn. You, an agent of the manhwa kingdom. Then why are you hitting me? How? Ravlova was confused by Zhang Yan's sentence. I am major of the woolly bear nation. Subob of the 16th regiment. Zhang Yan had thought that if he said that, Ravlova would drop the gun in her hand. Who knows? Her gun was pressed even deader. Just you. And you're a major in the woolly bear country? If you're a major, I'm still a general. And don't you two sing in unison. I'll put it here. Give me the storage device or I'll shoot him. Even though our two countries are closely interacting, you and I are both in the intelligence business. And we should know that intelligence is still divided into national boundaries. Zhang Yan is speechless. Is this Lavrova sick? He said he is a furry bear major. Why does she not believe it? Hanshi sneered. Ravlova, and I'll be honest, he's the tourist who mistakenly entered the battlefield. You dare to hurt him. Aren't you afraid of affecting the interaction between the two countries? Ravlova also sneered. It's getting more and more outrageous. One moment it's a major from our woolly bear country, and the next it's a tourist who wandered into the battlefield by mistake. Monica, you're talking like a donkey. Do you think I'm really going to believe it? Seeing the light in the distance getting closer and closer, Zhang Yan did not dare to slow down. Hey, please pay attention to the occasion. People are almost wrapped over. We have this you pointing a gun at me. I point a knife at you, and she pointed a gun at you like words? Ravlova was unimpressed. So hand over your stuff quickly. It's better for everyone. At this time, he is still unwilling to let go. Zhang Yan thinks that this Lavrova is not a general pugnacity, worthy of being a woman of the fighting nation. In that case, one can only fight to the death. Swish, taking advantage of the fact that Ravlova's attention was drawn away by Hanshi, Zhang Yan directly reached out to grab the gun that was on top of his head. Bang! But this behavior, nonetheless, frightened Ravlova, and she subconsciously pulled the trigger. It's over. Ravlova and Hanshi felt bad. The distance was so close. The god of heaven couldn't save Zhang Yan even if he came. But the next second, Ravlova's eyes blinked and she suddenly felt empty in her hands and at her feet. By the time he reacted, Zhang Yan had already gotten out of her grip and raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at her. How is this possible? Ravlova's pupils contracted, too surprised to be surprised. Zhang Yan's side is also quite surprised. Hit your father useless. This title is also too heavenly. Distance so close to be able to avoid. A moment ago, he could clearly feel his head deflecting and recovering in a very short period of time. That speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. It is estimated that the world's most top-notch high-speed cameras have to be brought in order to capture a hint of the phantom of the action. Chug, 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 chug. It was too late to think about it. The sound of the gunfire just now attracted the ambushers in the distance, and they launched a sweeping shot towards the side without the slightest hesitation. Dense stray bullets came like raindrops. Go! As soon as Zhang Yan picked up Hanshi on his back, he pulled his legs and ran. Lavrova wanted to follow, but Hanshi fired several shots one after another to break her path of pursuit, and as a last resort, Lavrova could only choose to evacuate from other directions. Shaking off Ravlova, Zhang Yan carried Hanshi on his back and traveled through the woods at a very fast speed. He wanted to leave silently carrying Hanshi on his back, but there were too many ambushers on the opposite side, almost wrapping around from all sides. As a last resort, Zhang Yan could only be forced to fight. Chug, 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 boom 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 dash. The weapons that were already there were utilized to the extreme by Zhang Yan, just like a god of war, using the darkness of the night as a cover, running and fighting at the same time. During this process, one could almost only see the ambushers on the opposite side fall down in turn, but Zhang Yan's side did not suffer a single injury. Zhang Yan's bravery surprised and amazed Hanshi. Today's Zhang Yan seemed to be a little bit different from usual, and with his gun in hand, he seemed to have the bloodiness of a soldier all of a sudden. Originally, she was still puzzled that the owner's villa was in crisis all the way. Even she and Laogo had spent a great price, hung up a lot of colors and nearly died in battle. How on earth did Zhang Yan come in? But now, she finally realized that all along she seemed to have been underestimating Zhang Yan, treating him as a tourist. But the truth was, this guy was simply ridiculously fierce, and his ability to fight alone was definitely the strongest Han she had ever seen. In the middle of thinking, Zhang Yan had already finished off all the ambushers in the neighborhood. But even so, in the forest where they couldn't reach out, Zhang Yan and Han Shi didn't dare to slack off, one in front of the other, cautiously looking around. Suddenly, a light flashed from the other end of the woods, and Zhang Yan raised his gun to shoot without thinking. Suddenly, with a bang, another fallen ambusher accounted for his life. Han Shi was surprised. Your marksmanship, how can you be so accurate? I've hardly ever seen you empty it. Suddenly, killing an enemy soldier once again, Zhang Yan smiled and said, do you believe me when I say I practiced playing with toy guns? Playing with toy guns? The corner of Hansi's mouth twitched. She had observed just now, every shot from Zhang Yan was almost always directed at the opposite side's head, and in the absence of any cover, it was almost 100 times a shot. And toy gun practice? Fool the hell. Although Zhang Yan's speech was a bit off-key, Han Shi still had a few moments of appreciation for him. Is it hard to imagine that someone like that is just a tourist? Han Shi couldn't even dare to think about how fierce this guy would be if he was allowed to actually join the army. If she was lucky enough to go back, she must report this matter. Zhang Yan was definitely an indispensable talent for Disya. Chapter 38 failed to leave the city. The city lord ordered the whole city to be under martial law. The opera house, where a wonderful show was reaching its end. At that moment, someone came into the VIP room, got close to City Lord Kavsky's ear, and said something. Upon hearing this, Kavsky revealed a look of pleasure. Very well, this way, another batch of enemy agents can be disposed of. Daring to covet my things, this is what they will get. But just at this time, another mercenary hurried up. It's no good, City Lord. The headmaster he killed. What? Mountain Jack's dead? Kavsky's smiling face, which he had just brought up, drooped in utter shock. What's going on? For tonight's guard duty, the chief has been on standby in his office to preside over the situation, but he hasn't contacted us for too long, so we went to take a look, and we saw the chief. Kavsky's eyes narrowed slightly. How did he die? The chief appeared to have been verbally and physically forced to confess during his lifetime, and not a single part of his body was intact at any time. Forcing a confession by word or deed? What are they doing torturing a mercenary leader who doesn't know anything? Kavsky pondered for a moment, unable to figure out some parts of the story, but responded quickly. Since Mountain Jack died in the mercenary group, the person who killed him might be inside the mercenary group. Pass on my order. The mercenary group is under martial law. No one is allowed to go out. We must find the murderer. Yes, soon. Another message came in. Our men have retaken the villa, but the city lord. What? Your safe has been broken into. Kavsky immediately couldn't stand it. The safe was opened? How can that be? That's the world's top specification. The most tightly encrypted safe. How can anyone possibly open it? The news that the safe had been opened, however, hit him like a thunderclap on the head. It's not the theft of the logbook that's a big deal. It's the key. You can't afford to lose it. Kavsky couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. The cause of the death of the mercenary group leader, Mountain Jack, hadn't even been clarified yet, and immediately someone else had broken into his safe and taken that key. Apparently, there were other miscellaneous people mixed in besides the intelligence officers who coveted those secrets of Kever. What the hell are they trying to do? The house was in trouble, and that's when the bad news came. City Lord, not long ago, Miss Mira left the mercenary group with the concert director and a few others. What? This terrible news was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, and Kavsky immediately collapsed in his chair with a heart attack. Trembling fingers, the whole city is under martial law. Search for me. Yes. By this time, Zhang Yan had already carried Han Shi on his back and managed to meet up with Andre and the others. Because this place was more secluded, they were not affected by the battle. Knowing that the information had arrived, Andre and the others were in a good mood and got into their cars to prepare for the evacuation. However, this was just after pulling open the car door. Zhang Yan was shocked by the scene inside the car. Mira was seen sitting in a chair with her legs crossed, while Detri was kneeling with her head bowed and a pitiful look on her face. What the hell? Illik whispered. You held her hostage earlier, and we lied to her, so she had to take it all out on Detri? TSK. So what's going on now? What's her attitude? Zhang Yan gestured a series of hand signals, presumably gestures about whether or not to just do away with her and put out her mouth if Mira couldn't forgive to try and wanted to break up with him. Illik scratches his head helplessly. Hiss. It's something. It's quite complicated and I don't really see it, but all I can tell you is, don't do away with her. Take her with you so we can survive. Okay. Zhang Yan nodded his head and then got into the car with Han Shi. We left the mercenary group means we left behind a handle. Kever can't be stayed. We must leave as soon as possible while the night is still young. But exactly how to evacuate? Andre hadn't finished his sentence when he saw Mira, who was crossing her legs, faintly say, go to the city gates. I can walk you out. Big deal. Keep holding me hostage. You've already made light of the situation anyway. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. If you know all about us, why do you still want to help us? Mira glanced at Detri beside her. It wasn't because of some wolfish thing that I couldn't bear to see die. Zhang Yan was stunned, but soon understood. So this city lord's daughter is a love brain? Awesome, awesome, admirable, admirable. The car started and drove as fast as it could toward the gates. It was late at night, and normally at this time of day, Kever should be at its quietest. But today, the streets are extremely busy. Burning cars, noisy fleeing crowds, the occasional gunshot. All of them brought Zhang Yan a feeling of strolling through the streets of a pretty country. It seems that these people want to use tonight to withdraw as much as we do. And it's just as well. Confusion is the best cover. A puzzled voice came from Hansi beside her. When Zhang Yan looked sideways, he realized that Hanshi was holding a palm-top computer with the key storage that Zhang Yan had given her plugged into it. What's wrong? Something's not right? The stuff is right, but there's a file that won't open anyhow. There's no rush. Anyway, the stuff is here. Take it back and decipher it slowly. That's true. As he spoke, Zhang Yan suddenly sweated and almost subconsciously pressed Hanshi's head and planted it together. Suddenly, two sounds. The rear window of the car was penetrated by 2 bullets. If not for Zhang Yan's timely reaction, I'm afraid that he and Hanshi will all be shot in the head. Ivan, who was driving, looked through the rearview mirror. What's going on? Someone's in pursuit? Zhang Yan cautiously poked his head out, and his eagle-like eyes instantly grasped everything. Just 50 meters behind, a sedan was speeding up, and the person who drove it, Zhang Yan was quite familiar with it. It was the same one who had fought twice earlier. Ravlova. It's her again. What's with all the gloom and doom? Who? Your furry bear agents. Illik froze. One of our furry bears. Ravlova? You recognize? We still got our gear from her. No. Why did she attack us? Zhang Yan shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? I feel like that woman is just crazy. I told her that seeing me, she would surely understand. Feeling that there must be a misunderstanding, Illik hurriedly opened the window and climbed out. But that was before he could wave and say hello to Ravlova. When the opposite side burst, 2 shots were fired. Illik was forced back into his seat, his heart pounding. No. Really crazy? I can't tell the enemy from me. Give me a gun. I'll stop her. Zhang Yan felt that being chased all the time was not a solution. He had to stop that crazy woman. Hesitating, Illik handed over the gun. After all, it's one of our own. Don't hurt her. I know. Zhang Yan nodded his head, then probed his body as fast as he could, dodging a bullet that passed close to his ear. Zhang Yan pulled the trigger in a smooth manner. Thump, thump, twice. The bullets burst both front wheels of the rear car with pinpoint accuracy before stopping Lavrova's car. It was only after stopping Ravlova that the crowd was able to make their way in peace. Finally, they reached the city gates, but bad news followed. The gates were sealed, and Kavsky gave orders for martial law throughout the city, allowing no one to go out. That would be fine. But on the contrary, once the group of people guarding the city saw the vehicle that Zhang Yan was in, they directly wrapped it up without any explanation. Chapter 39 Retreating to the airport. The city lord's daughter is actually a love brain. A car chase is on. Zhang Yan and the others had one car with a dozen cars chasing behind them. The oppression was much more exciting than being chased by Lavrova, but probably because Mira was in the car. The pursuers didn't dare to shoot towards the people at all, but only towards the wheels. This gave Zhang Yan and the others a chance. Thump, 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 boom, 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 boom. Zhang Yan held a submachine gun and threw out a few grenades every now and then to hit the ground running. But at the moment, his attention was not on blocking his pursuers. Right now, going through the city gates was not going to work. They had to look for other ways to evacuate, but he couldn't come up with any ideas when he thought about it. Suddenly, he looked in the distance and saw a helicopter rise into the air, but it was blown down by a shell within seconds. Is there an airport around here? Yes, it's in the mercenary corps. Then kill back. Buzz. The car turned around and sped off in the direction of the mercenary group. Nearing the mercenary group, there was a sudden rumble in the distance. A mushroom cloud was seen suddenly rising, and when the vehicle came close to the mercenary group, the scene in front of him simply shocked Zhang Yan's eyeballs. Da 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 da. In the air, the intense sound of gunfire and the smell of gunpowder came from all the time, and a large area in front of the mercenary group had been reduced to a battlefield. A large number of armed men of unknown origin are launching a raid on the mercenary camp. It seems a lot of people think like we do, and when the front door doesn't work they choose the airport. Maybe it's the mercenaries hiding or the agents inside the opera house that started the riot. At the moment, they were working in tandem with the outside agents, and the mercenary group's gates were in jeopardy. Without hesitation, Zhang Yan and the others also joined the battle of attacking the main gate of the mercenary group with their guns. The effort to evacuate was valiant, but casualties were sustained. That's when Detri took a bullet for Mila, but it wasn't fatal. Detri. Mira was on the verge of tears with fear. Detri stroked her face and said weakly, Mira, I'm sorry I lied to you, please forgive me. Otherwise, even if I go to God, I won't be able to forgive myself. Zhang Yan interjected at an inopportune moment. Don't get so touchy when your ass is shot. Spread the word and make people laugh. Soon, the main gate was quickly breached. The intelligence officers scrambled to rush into the mercenary group, while Zhang Yan's 7 men also abandoned their vehicles and rushed into the mercenary group. From this moment on, everyone began to fight on their own, making a mess of the mercenary group. Zhang Yan's 7 took advantage of the chaos and felt their way to the airport location. More than outside the mercenaries' gates, this is where the wait is. In just a few moments, there were already crashes all over the place and fires. Aside from the mercenaries themselves taking artillery shells and blowing the planes down, there's a pretty serious agent-to-agent scramble. There were many carriers that were attacked and rendered inoperable under the intense fire. It took Zhang Yan and the others some effort to find a Chinook and an F-16 fighter from within the hangar only. The fighters are still under maintenance. Some of the faults have not been removed, and the refueling is only halfway through, so they can't lift off. The maintenance man tried to dissuade him, but the next thing that greeted him was the butt of Zhang Yan's gun. She didn't even think about it, so she pulled Zhang Yan to change into a flight suit each and took the lead to climb into the F-16. It will take a bit of time to start it up. Cover me. Good. Zhang Yan nodded, somewhat surprised. I didn't realize that Shi would also fly a fighter plane, but she is a secret agent, so it's normal that she can fly it. Meanwhile, Andre's side is trying to get the Chinook started. When the 2 airplanes that were waiting were adjusted, Zhang Yan directly tapped the button to raise the bank. Flashing red lights and alarms went off as the hangar doors continued to rise, soon reaching an altitude where the 2 airplanes could exit the hangar. Buzz off. Shi took the lead in starting the fighter and drove all the way out, while Zhang Yan leaned on the side of the fighter and trotted alone to cover, coming up with a handful of step machine synergies, and a few of Andre's men followed close behind in their Chinooks. The first moment the 2 planes appeared, agents came eyeball to eyeball, attempting to take the planes, and mercenaries came to stop them. But with the sharpshooter Zhang Yan around, they could barely get close to the plane for 100 meters, and even if there were shells coming, they would be blocked in midair by Zhang Yan. Only, it's not even a few steps. Grappling hook shot out of nowhere and firmly grabbed the 2 airplanes on Zhang Yan's side. The sound of bullets being loaded came with the sound of dense footsteps. A large number of mercenaries rushed out from the perimeter and surrounded Zhang Yan and the others. Then, City Lord Kavsky walked out from the crowd with a tired look. Leave Mira behind or no one will leave. Father. Before Zhang Yan and the others could react, Mira took the lead and jumped down from the Chinook. Zhang Yan was ready to hold Mira hostage once she returned. Who knew that in the next second? Mira opened her arms and blocked Zhang Yan as well as the 2 airplanes. Mira, what are you doing? Kavsky's eyes were shocked, staring Mira dead in the face. Originally, he had thought that Mila had been taken hostage by thugs, but now Lyra's behavior was telling him that it wasn't what he thought it was. Mira pleaded, Father, let them go. Kavsky was shaken. Mira, do you know what you're doing? They're enemy spies. But Myra's reply nearly pissed Kavsky off. I know, but I can't stand by and watch my beloved die at your hands. What do you mean, beloved? Kavsky looked at Zhang Yan with a murderous look. Zhang Yan hurriedly waved his hand. It's not me, it's in the airplane. Kavsky held out his hand shakily. Do you know what they are? They're intelligence officers. They'll do anything for information. Feelings are just their usual technique. Mira retorted. He won't. I've seen his eyes. Clear and deep. I trust him. Kavsky was getting pissed off. Some people have eyes that look deep into a dog's eyes. If he can fool you today, he can fool someone else later. Just by that little white boy, he can fool thousands of women. I won't. At that moment, Detri suddenly stepped out of the cabin. My mom always said I was an honest person when I was growing up, and in school, I was often bullied for being honest. I admit, I did keep something from Mira this time, and as much as I didn't want to, I had no choice. But I can promise that from now on, Detri, will never cheat Mira again. I swear to God. With such genuine words spoken, even Zhang Yan couldn't hold back from giving Detri a thumbs up. Detri, true man. Detri. Mira was touched in her heart. Then she snatched the gun in Zhang Yan's hand and pressed it against her head. Kavsky exclaimed. Mira, what are you doing? Myra's eyes were steely. Let them go or I'll die for you. Stupid. Kavsky chortled. You're being sold and you're counting for someone else. Mira, do you realize what you're doing? I know. I'm aware of it, but I just trust him. I just love him. Zhang Yan didn't hold back and gave Mira another thumbs up. This love brain, it's unbeatable all right. Kavsky was so angry that he nearly stumbled and fell to the ground in a fit of rage. But someone was there to hold him up. Though angry to the core, Kavsky was ultimately unable to turn on his daughter. Finally, he compromised. It's okay to go, but I want to figure something out. Zhang Yan nodded. Yes, you were the ones who killed the head of the mercenary group? According to the mercenary group's investigation, you were the only ones who took Mira out of the opera house at the time of Mountain Jack's death. Zhang Yan nodded. Yes, it was accompanied by a reply from Zhang Yan. Duh. The mercenaries were furious to the extreme, and they all aimed their guns at Zhang Yan, wishing to kill him now. Kavsky waved his hand and withdrew his gun, his voice heavy. Why did you kill him? And what exactly is your purpose? Zhang Yan bragged. For Norwich. For Norwich? Norwich had some trouble with the chief and hasn't been promoted in a few years, so he asked us to take him out. This was something Zhang Yan had inadvertently learned during his contact with Norwich over the past few days, and it just came to be used as an excuse. Kavsky looked deeply at Zhang Yan. After that, you went to my villa? Yes. You got the intel? Yes. You guys broke into my safe? Zhang Yan froze for a moment. Safe? Isn't it a vault? You can leave, but the intel has to stay. Relieved to see this, Kavsky waved his hand. Let them go. Chapter 40 Escape from Kever. And a ride in an F-16 fighter is too good to be true. The mercenaries were very puzzled by Kavsky's decision. City Lord, the headmaster. He was clearly folded. Kavsky turned his head coldly. Where's Norwich? Find him. There has to be an explanation for Mountain Jack's death. How could he not know that Zhang Yan was lying? But in order not to hurt his daughter, he could only let Zhang Yan and the others go. And in order to let Zhang Yan and the others go, someone would have to take the fall for them. At this end, Zhang Yan and Han Shi exchanged glances and immediately dropped the paper intelligence that Han Shi had obtained from the underground vault earlier. Wait for the airplane to reach the runway and get ready for takeoff. Han Shi yelled. Come on up. Zhang Yan froze for a moment. Finally, going away? He turned his eyes to Andre and the others on the other end, who likewise turned their eyes to him. With 10 eyes, both parties unconsciously saluted. Men don't need a lot of words between them. Sometimes a gesture, a look, is enough. Zhang Yan then took a few steps to flip up into the cab of the F-16. Take the helmet. Han Shi closed the barn door while dialing the complicated buttons and pushing the lever, and the fighter made a rumbling sound and began to gradually accelerate towards the front. At this moment, Zhang Yan was both excited and scared. Originally he was quite sorry this trip to experience everything, just did not experience the warplane, did not expect At the end of the day, it's amazing that one would be going back in this thing. Cool. Hey, buzz buzz buzz. The speed of the fighter jet was getting faster and faster, and Zhang Yan, who had not yet adapted to this speed, only felt that the scenery on both sides were flying backward. At the same time, an invisible pressure pressed hard on Zhang Yan's body, and if it wasn't for the protection of the flight suit, I'm afraid he would have burst into flames. With a boom boom, the fighter took off successfully. Seeing this, Andre and the others also urged the Chinook to prepare for takeoff. Honey, are you really coming with us? Detrai looked at Mira with some surprise. It didn't occur to me that she would choose to travel with the group. I'm a little worried since you're injured, so I'll come back when you're healed. Okay, I'll protect you. The plane took off, following in the footsteps of the fighters, and sped off into the distance. With Kavsky's orders, the mercenaries didn't dare to use their missiles to intercept Zhang Yan and the others even if they hated them. At that moment, someone came to report. City Lord, MS, Hathaway is here. Hathaway? As he spoke, he saw a car coming toward the place at a very high speed. After a drifting stop, the shapely red-lipped woman in a black white collar outfit stepped out of the car with long, slender legs. If Zhang Yan and Han Shi were present, I'm afraid they would be surprised by the red-lipped woman's appearance, because this person's demeanor and appearance actually resembled the Rablova that had been pestering them. Of course, if they inadvertently lifted this one's human mask, I'm afraid they'd be shocked to find out. Isn't that Lavrova? At this moment, she had unexpectedly changed her identity from a Woolly Bear Country intelligence officer to someone named Hathaway. Oh, dear lady, what brings you here? Kavsky froze and rushed forward to take Hathaway's hand in a handshake salute, but before the hand could be kissed, it was jerked away by Hathaway. Stop them. Your vault was broken into by 2 Dasha agents, and the stuff is in their hands. Though Hathaway knew that speaking out about it would put her other identity in hot water, but it couldn't be helped. With the storage unit right in front of her, how could she let it slip away so easily? Didn't you hear what I said? Stop them now. Seeing that Kavsky was still fuming, Hathaway barely had time to think before she ran aside to the anti-aircraft gun and began firing pugnaciously. Boom 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 boom. Shell after shell flew out of the barrel in a parabola toward the fighters. City Lord. The mercenaries could all see that Hathaway was a bit of an anomaly today. How could Kavsky be any different? But right now recovering things was the top priority. He gave Hathaway a deep look and sank back. Do what she says. Yes. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Soon, the air defense system within the mercenary group was activated, and shot after shot of automatic cruise missiles rose up and flew away. Although the fighter jet had successfully lifted off and had also flown some distance, it did not mean that Zhang Yan and Han Shi were safe. In almost a very short time they were under intense fire. Luckily, Han Shi's piloting skills were very much online, using the fighter's thermite bombs as cover. A falling leaf floats, a Pugachev's cobra, a tumbling and turning one at a time. With a variety of difficult maneuvers, he dodged those shells, but it was a bitter experience for Zhang Yan, who was supposed to be the first time to fly in a fighter jet, without special training or much experience. The result was that the first time he came up was to follow the warplane in all kinds of rolls and tilts, shaking Zhang Yan's brain to the point of dizziness. Just as I was trying to hold back the nausea, an alarm sounded in my ear. Beep, 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 beep. What's the situation? We just took off and we're about to crash? Hey, big sister, are you good or not? Shut up or you will. Zhang Yan shut up. Although he wanted to come and experience it, he pressed on. And, to get similar driving skills from the system, he'd have to clock in enough 240 minutes in the driver's seat. Think about it. Cruise missiles from the opposite side are on us. There are too many to dodge. Prepare to jump. This is on the outskirts of Kever. As long as they escape in time when they land, they shouldn't be able to catch up. Only flew a few minutes. I'll have to jump out of the plane. Zhang Yan heart that called a regret. Although sitting in a warplane is very difficult, but he has not sat enough. It's not just a missile. Yards of it. I'll give it a shot right now. Saying that, Zhang Yan picked up the pistol on the side and was about to reproduce the miracle of the gun hitting the missile, but soon he froze, pointing to a side window. Is this not to be opened when playing fly? Hungxi shook her head breathlessly. You can try, but I can't promise what the high-speed airflow will do to your face. Zhang Yan was speechless. Then this. Isn't there no way out? Get ready to jump out of the plane and wait until we get down there. With that, Hansi's hand was already touching the drawbolt on the underside of the seat. Instead, Zhang Yan asked a very strange question after pondering for a moment. On this airplane, are there weapons? Yes, aircraft guns and missiles. Why? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan instantly had a thought. Turn your head. Turning your head now? The back is full of missiles. Turning your head now is tantamount to death. Don't you care? Just turn around. I promise, we won't die. Chapter 41. Zhang Yan returned to Dasha? Silence lifted. Frontline battle officially started. Despite not having superior driving skills, Zhang Yan still had a way to deal with it. The 100% shooting accuracy from the Title International Striker works just as well on the fighter's aerial guns and missiles. Facing the incoming several rounds of tracking missiles, Han Shi didn't hesitate to directly pull up the nose of the plane, and then with a spinning turn, he turned the fighter around. At the critical moment when the missile was already approaching the fighter less than 10 meters, Zhang Yan successfully unlocked the fighter's fire system. In a flash, the high-speed aerial gun, similar to the blue flaming Gatling, spun wildly. The bullets came towards the missile like a flood. Boom! A volley of missiles, like blossoming fireworks, left a flash of fireworks in the air. It was then seen that an F-16 fighter jet flew out of the curtain of fire and turned back in the direction of Kever. City Lord Kavsky frowned. What are they trying to do? Knowing that they can't escape, they want to die in a fish trap? Good timing. Blow them down now. Hathaway sneered, sitting in a very exaggerated position in the driver's seat of her blaster and firing continuously. But soon, she suddenly broke out in a sweat when she saw the F-16, with several missiles still chasing behind it, suddenly start flying close to the ground. Because of the close proximity, many of the missiles were stopped midway by ground units, dealing a very heavy blow here. Even more alarming was the sudden firing of two missiles as the warplanes approached this side. One round was aimed at a distant artillery position, while the other was aimed at himself. Boom! Accompanied by two sky-high fires, the F-16S had no more worries and sped off into the distance. Nice! Zhang Yan clenched his fists in celebration, but there was a trace of doubt in his heart. When the fighter was sticking to the ground just now, he seemed to see a familiar face. On the contrary, Han Shi was so nervous that her whole body was shaking. All of her behavior just now was directed by Zhang Yan, whether she was facing a tracking missile directly or flying close to the ground. It was so thrilling that she almost thought she was going to die. It was good that Zhang Yan was calm enough and bold enough. Where are we going next? Are we flying the fighters straight back? When he thought of the scene when he returned to Daxia in a warplane, Zhang Yan's heart was so excited. Hansi shook her head. I'd love to drive back, but there's limited fuel and the most I can do is fly to the center of Nixia. What are we going to do? Will we get caught if we get to Nyakata? Don't worry, the higher-ups have already made arrangements. There's an abandoned military compound on the border of Naya. Flying low all the way, We should be able to feel our way over there without realizing it. Okay, just make the arrangements. 2 hours after Zhang Yanhan she embarked on the road back home in an F-16 fighter jet. There was a sudden change in the frontal battlefield, as the 13 Corps, which had been almost beaten out of the occupied area, suddenly increased its strength and launched a counterattack against the demoralized Ermao's main army. Originally, facing the main army of Ermao, the 13th Army Corps almost only had a policy of fighting and retreating. In short, fighting very weakly, and for a time, allowing the main army of Ermao to swell. Because of this, when this sudden counterattack was struck, the main force of the Ermao army was pressured to react, and was knocked back dozens of kilometers. This is encouraging news for the Woolly Bear Front, which has been in hot water lately. Command of the 16 Corps. Anthony looked at the situation on the sand table in front of him and also made a deduction. The upper side did not send troops to the 13th Regiment's side. Could it be that the 20th Army side has arrived? Just at this moment, a soldier came to report. According to the news coming from the 13th Corps, the frontline troops that disappeared into the Korea military base appeared on the battlefield of the 13th Corps, and it was they who sped to the aid of the 13th Army. What did you say? Anthony's eyes widened. So many days had passed and there had been no news of the attack on the frontline troops at the Korea military base. He had also sent people to look for it more than once, but it was all to no avail, and the Korea military base was surrounded by Ermao, so he couldn't get in at all. The OP is on the verge of deciding that all the frontline troops were killed in action at the Korea military base, but now he was told that frontline troops had appeared on the battlefield of the 13th Army Corps, so how could he not be pleased? Soon came something that made him even happier. According to the news from the KGB side, several material dispatching stations in Ermao territory were attacked in a sneak attack, and Ermao's main force got the news and is retreating at full force. According to reports from officers in the frontline units, the attack on the material dispatch station was by our people, and the man in charge of this operation is Major Subov. Good. Anthony spat out 3 good words with great joy. I knew that you would never let me down. Zhang Yan. Captain Andre is requesting to speak with you. Upon hearing this, Anthony hurriedly picked up the communicator. Hello, Andre, you asshole, do you know how worried I've been these days? You've finally taken the initiative to contact me. Is everything okay over there? Andre quickly brought a response. It's all good. Please don't worry, sir. The previous operation was classified and had to be silenced. Didn't I contact you for peace as soon as the silence was lifted? Anthony nodded, then asked the question he was most concerned about. What about Zhang Yan? Is he alright? I heard that he planned and commanded this operation. I knew that kid would never let me down. Zhang Yan. But Andre's hesitant voice came from the other end of the spot call. At the tone of voice, Anthony's heart stuttered. What's wrong? Is he supposed to be killed in action? No, not killed in action. Please don't worry about that. Anthony sighed in relief, but realized that Anthony's tone was still off. So this is a serious injury for him? You do realize how important he is to us woolly bears. Neither. Oh, I see. He's supposed to be charging in with the soldiers, isn't he? This guy really likes to do things himself. You have to talk him down. Hesitating again and again, Andre still told the truth. It's him, isn't it? Back in Daxia. Back to Daxia? Anthony almost didn't drown in his own saliva. Back how? He defected to Ermao? How is that possible? It was when we traveled to Kever to steal secrets. Andre thought better of dragging out the truth and told the whole story of what had happened in Kever. Anthony was dumbfounded when he heard this. He only knew about the current frontline troops reinforcing the 13th Army Corps and Andre's side cutting off the other side's material dispatching station. I didn't realize that during this period, Zhang Yan also took Andre and they sneaked into that safe zone in Kever to steal a handful of information, and narrowly escaped a wave of being able to command battles as well as penetrate into the enemy camp to spy on intelligence. This Zhang Yan is really a genius. But in the end, the problem also arose in penetrating the enemy camp to spy on intelligence, because here, Zhang Yan was taken away by Daxia's agents. Yards, the guy he went through all that trouble to keep, and he turns around and gets cut off? How the hell am I supposed to explain this to my superiors? Chapter 42. Sooner or later he has to come back. General Bata wants to recognize Zhang Yan's father's godson. Anthony was about to ask Andre why he hadn't stopped a bit. The calm suddenly broke down as a higher authority calm suddenly squeezed in. It doesn't take much to realize that this is a call from a superior officer. Anthony, how long do you want to play dead? Isn't it just a Daxia representative that scared you like that? Anthony defended. Don't tease me, sir. It's not like you don't know the real situation. Alright, I've heard about everything. Anthony, Zhang Yan is really smothered in great things this time. This hand is a godly mobilization of troops. Even those old generals were shocked. There are so many generals calling me, saying that they want me to reward him properly, and they also want me to introduce Zhang Yan to them. So this is an unlimited future for Zhang Yan. The officer on the other end of the call was beaming with joy, and the next moment asked the question Anthony didn't want to face. Where is he? I heard the silence is over, so he should have contacted you by now, right? Anthony tugged at his mouth. Man, pretty good. It's good that there are no accidents. Connect me. I want to speak to him personally. He's a daxia man who has done us furry bears such a great favor. How can we not encourage him? Anthony scratched his head. Sir, as you know, right now Zhang Yan is on Ermao's territory. It's still in danger. Just let me know if you have anything to say. I'll relay it for you. That's true. Hearing the officer's words, Anthony was relieved to be able to muddle through. Nope, soon. However, the chief's sudden shift in tone sent Anthony into a cold sweat. What's wrong? You don't sound right. You're overthinking it, sir. But don't forget, I was born a KGB agent. My ears, they don't lie. You're hiding something from me. Above the clouds, the blue is unmistakable. The F-16 skimmed cloud after cloud at breakneck speed. Woohoo! This is a different feeling to ride in a fighter plane. This is too damn cool. Zhang Yan danced around in the back row, really unable to hold down his inner excitement. This is a completely different feeling from riding a passenger airplane. If a passenger airplane is like riding a car, then riding this warplane is like riding an extremely fast roller coaster. Gets the adrenaline pumping. Look at your unseen appearance. Hanshi gave a disgusted cry and looked down at the map. There's still half an hour left before we get to the place. Toodaloo. As he was talking, there was a sudden fluctuation in the radar in front of him, and Hansi thought a pursuer had come after her. As a result, she turned her head and was speechless. What are you doing? Zhang Yan took a cell phone while shooting while feeling good about himself. Send a circle of friends. The first time in life to sit on the fighter must be commemorated. I estimate that my classmates have to envy me to death. With that, he took a series of selfies of the azure sky, including the cab as well as himself, and posted them to his friends. Back home, airliners are too slow. Better take a fighter jet. Friends and family, come back about ha. Just as he finished editing, his cell phone was snatched by Hansi. What are you doing? Hanshi gritted her teeth in hatred. Big brother, do you know that cell phones affect radar? I was so excited I forgot. Then why did you take my cell phone? What else? Contact our people. Do you want to be captured by the Nyanya army straight after you land? Well, Hanshi took Zhang Yan's cell phone and operated it for a long time. And when the phone was thrown back, the power had already been drained and turned off. Although Zhang Yan didn't have the chance to see it, the circle of friends he had just sent out had caused quite a stir. Rock, you're finally back in the country. I thought you mailed it when you didn't send your friend's circle for so many days. Zhang Yan, this is what is called life. The battlefield into the gunshot. And now even the warplane have sat. Look at the silhouette of this warplane like F-16. That is not the beautiful country's warplane. Rock brother, you are not stealing the picture, right? Rock, can you come back and park the fighter in the parking lot under your house? I don't mean anything else. I just want to take a picture. There was an atmosphere of yearning and envy in the circle of friends, especially knowing that Zhang Yan was finally going to return to China made those who had once worried about him breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, this circle of friends of Zhang Yan was also known by many forces. On Daxia's side, after seeing the circle of friends as well as the encrypted communication from Hanshi, the intelligence department urgently reported it. Soon, many parties began to operate at the same time, and began to negotiate and arrange follow-up matters with the state of Naya, just to bring Zhang Yan back to his home country. On the other hand, the capital of the manhwa kingdom, the Daxia consulate, as soon as he learned the news, the representative rushed to the residence of Zhang Yan's father, Zhang Li. Although Zhang Yan's return was a few days later than scheduled, as long as he could come back, it was good news. Only when he arrived, the room was surprisingly empty, which made the representative frown. He found the secret agent responsible for protecting tension and inquired, "Where is Zhang Yan's father?" Early this morning, General Batu, of the manhwa kingdom, asked Mr. Zhang away on the pretext of dinner. What? Commanding the 16 Corps, Anthony was in a cold sweat in the face of his superior's step-by-step approach. Even though he has made an extraordinary effort to cover up the truth, paper can't hold fire after all. Soon the last straw that broke the camel's back was pressed. What? Zhang Yan posted a message on a social media platform that he had returned to his country? Anthony, you asshole, tell me what the hell is going on. Anthony knew that he couldn't keep things under wraps, and after much thought, he told all he knew. After listening to Anthony's report, his supervisor slumped in his chair and the man was dumbfounded. What's the game? Just because he went to Kevhar to spy for information, and then he met Daxia's agents, and then he was taken away by Daxia's agents? Anthony, I'm on early 8, why didn't you tell me earlier? The supervisor had gotten so angry that he was almost growling. Anthony covered his face and said, "Sir, it's all my fault, it's my dereliction of duty, I'll review it with you." What's the use of reviewing it now? Have you sent someone after them? They were evacuated from Irmao territory, and our people couldn't even get through. Bang! The sound of pounding on a table came from the other end of the calm. Anthony, you asshole, we went to all this trouble to keep him, and this is how you keep him? Again he was sent to the front line. Again he was sent deep behind enemy lines, and now he was sent to spy on intelligence and then taken away by the people of Daxia? How many times have I told you? This son must not be released back to Daxia. Once he goes back, gotta start going over old ground. Anthony was so bitter in his heart. It was obvious that Zhang Yan was the one who did all these things by himself. Now the guilt is all on your head, but it can't be helped. Who asked the man to stay at his own suggestion? His behavior, can't he be bound to himself? Anthony made amends for a good while, which helped to calm his boss. Anyway, you're to blame for this. What to do? I think you understand. I understand. Anthony nodded, but always had something on his mind, and deliberately said, Sir, now that you've said that, I have a not-so-mature idea. What? Since Zhang Yan's departure is irreversible, I request the use of an ICBM. The officer was alarmed. What do you want to do? Anthony nodded his head. You also said that someone like Zhang Yan, once he returns home, I'm afraid that he will be heavily utilized by the Daxia side, and I'm afraid that in the future, once the relationship between the two countries cracks, he'll become our archenemy. So I thought, instead of letting him go back to his home country, I'd do him in Irmo's territory. God forbid. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the officer. Are you boys provoking me on purpose? Anthony pretended to be confused. How can that be? Wasn't it you who said that someone like Zhang Yan could only stay in Maoxiong and couldn't be released back to Daxia? Alright, don't give me this. The officer suddenly switched gears. Actually, the situation isn't that bad. He'll be back sooner or later. Will it come back? The capital of the woolly bear country. Inside a certain prairie country specialty fine dining restaurant, a white-haired old man with a fierce and strong body, while peeling a leg of lamb with a small knife, looked at Zhang Li at the other end of the table and said, Mr. Zhang, after I've said so much, do you understand? Zhang Li nodded. Indeed, my family's yen doesn't seem to have that many opportunities in the country. The university is definitely accessible, and I believe in his ability to learn. Can after the work, marrying a wife and children is a big problem. After all, the situation in Daxia is not the same as the woolly bear. There are too many people. It means the days are not good. Yo, but I'm wondering, Mr. Batu, what are you promising this and that for? Batu smiled. The matter of Zhang Yan being a tourist but mistakenly entering the battlefield is, in the end, the responsibility of our Maohu party. We just want to make some compensation. But this compensation of yours is a little too generous. An acceptance letter from the top academic institution in the woolly bear country, plus $10 million in compensation. How can my family, Yen, be so virtuous? Batu wiped his mouth. To be honest, I quite admire him. You've seen him? That's not true. Batu shook his head. The main thing is that you, sitting in front of me, make me appreciate you so much that I can't help but think of my son who died in battle, and between your demeanor, you seem to have a few resemblances to him. Saying that, Batu suddenly wiped up his tears. I wonder if you, Mr. Tenshin, could be my godson on account of me, an old man, missing my son? Tenshin froze. Chapter 43 Fighter Failure. Where's this giving me? Approaching the border with Armenia, the fighters began to try to avoid radar by flying at low altitude. It had to be said that this method was very effective. And soon, Zhang Yan Hanshi arrived in the territory of Naya country, getting ready to land. It might be a little uncomfortable, so bear with me and don't puke in your helmet. What happens when you puke in your helmet? It'll paste your face. Ha 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 ha. Hansi made a rare joke to ease the tension. In this situation, Zhang Yan's hanging heart fell, finally ending this farce. Despite some reluctance will regret, but he will never forget the experience of this trip, which is his indispensable life treasure. The runway was already visible in the distance through the window, and the fighter began to slow down and dive downward, just when Zhang Yan thought that the fighter would land on the runway with a bang. Han Shi, however, suddenly pulled the joystick, causing the fighter to lift up, and exploded under her breath. Holy, what's wrong? There's something wrong with the landing gear. It won't lower. It came down to parachuting. What? Another parachute jump. Zhang Yan was speechless, but when he thought about it, he had jumped parachute once when he first arrived at the battlefield, and now he would jump again when he went back. Wouldn't it be a beginning and an end? Alright, just jump. I'll jump first. Your seat may be delayed for a while. Don't worry, I'll see you down there. See you down there. As Han Shi pressed a certain button, with a tang sound, the glass cover over her head popped right off. Han Shi was then catapulted out, along with her seat, and opened her parachute at an extreme distance. Hey, this is fresh. Zhang Yan took a look and hurriedly sat upright, waiting for his ejection, but after a long time, the seat didn't respond. What's the situation? Why aren't you coming down? Han Shi's puzzled voice came from within the headset. I was going to ask you, didn't you say it was delayed for a while? This delay is a bit too long. Forget it, do it manually, I'll teach you. According to Han Shi's professor, Zhang Yan began to operate manually, but after doing it once, the seat still did not have any reaction. What the hell? This seat isn't broken, is it? Holy, the seatbelt is deadlocked too. I can't get out of it at all. Han Xie's face stared down, not expecting an accident to happen even at this point. Take it easy. Just as Han Xi was about to say something, Zhang Yan's alarmed voice was the first to come from within the earpiece. Hey, what's the situation with this fighter? Why is it moving on its own? The screen says, Auto Cruise Mode engaged? Along with this sound, Han Xi clearly saw that the fighter on the other end had begun to turn. Holy, where is this fighter going? Hello? Hansi, are you there? What should I? Hello, bear with me. With a boom boom, the F-16s spewed blue flames from their tails and flew straight away, and communications were cut off at that moment. Zhang Yan. Han Xi looked anxiously in the direction of the departing fighters and exclaimed, it's over. The fighter jet carried Zhang Yan all the way, even spewing out mock rings. Thang 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 thang. The high-speed airflow kept slapping on Zhang Yan's helmet, causing the helmet to show the slightest crack. Zhang Yan felt bad. He even had an inexplicable feeling. He himself was going to die. Drive for me. Even so, Zhang Yan didn't give up, but the seat couldn't eject no matter what, which gradually made him despair. Gradually, Zhang Yan's consciousness began to drift off, and past events surfaced in front of his eyes like running lights. I don't know how long had passed. The night had gradually turned into day, just when Zhang Yan was about to lose his consciousness completely. Beside the ear suddenly came the system's prompt, ding, detected that the host's life safety is threatened. The title has a wheel to open, the difficulty of obtaining has been reduced. Ding, detected that the accompanying vehicle driving position has been clocked at 120 minutes. Obtaining the title, have a wheel to drive, driving talent for all types of vehicles has reached full level. Even if an alien ship is coming, you can still give it a try. Finally, Zhang Yan was instantly energized and gripped the joystick. Next is the time to show off the technique. Bang! In the next second, Zhang Yan was directly ejected from the cab with his seat and half of the joystick in his hand. Ground. Headquarters of the 36th Army of Ermo. Early in the morning, the soldiers were engaged in their usual practice of drawing and firing. At that moment, a rumble came from the distant sky. An F-16 was then seen speeding by. Is there any mistake? Our station is so far back that it can still be attacked by air? Duck and cover. Air strikes early in the morning. Do you still let people eat their breakfast? Where's the artillery battalion? Activate the ground batteries and bring it down. For a while, the entire 36th Army headquarters was in chaos, with alarms sounding constantly. That's when the radar tower was the first to spot where the F-16 was coming from. Take it easy. This F-16 has the number of our Air Force Battalion, F-36777, responsible for scouting the northeastern movements of the Maoists, and then temporarily overhauled in Kefahar. The expected time of return should be in the afternoon. How come it's back so early? F-36777, report your status. Repeat, F-36777 report your status. But no matter how much the tower called out, there was no response from F-36777 on the other end. As he watched the rumble grow louder and louder, the fighters came closer and closer. The person in charge of the tower felt that something was wrong. F-36777 is adopting a dive landing, but there is no response to any call. Sir, for insurance reasons, I request to shoot down F-36777. Soon after, the order came from the higher-ups, permission to shoot down. Several soldiers on the ground soon came forward, carrying rocket launchers, and directed their targets toward the landing fighter planes. However, just as the soldier pulled the trigger, ready to give that fighter a shot, bang! The airplane pilot of the fighter plane actually jumped out of the plane? What's going on here? Although he didn't understand, the soldier didn't hesitate and just fired the rocket. What the hell? Zhang Yan, who had just deployed his parachute, was startled and hurriedly pulled out his gun to give the rocket a shot. With a boom boom, the rocket exploded 100 meters away from Zhang Yan. The heat wave of the explosion nearly lifted Zhang Yan. Report, someone parachuted in. We suspect a problem with the fighter. Rumble. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, the fighter suddenly lost control during landing and crashed straight into the hangar at the end of the gunway, which then set off a chain reaction. Like a cannonball, it took out almost half the airplanes of the 36th Air Force Battalion. Wouldn't this idiot, who lost control of his fighter plane, go to a place where no one was there and parachute in? A large number of Ermao soldiers quickly surrounded over and waited for Zhang Yan in the position below him. Zhang Yan thought he was back in the Maoists' quarters and just breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, he was shocked when he saw the clothes the soldiers below were wearing. I'm on 8A.M. Where the hell did you get me? F-16? Chapter 44 Zhang Yan mistakenly enters Ermao's military camp. Military God experience card returns for a limited time. Despair, deep despair. Zhang Yan would never have thought that this son of a F-16 would bring him to Ermao's barracks no matter what. Boom! Zhang Yan landed on the ground. But he didn't dare to act rashly because he was already surrounded by thousands of Ermao soldiers, like watching an ape in the center. The pilot has landed, and by the looks of the outfit, it's a pilot from our base. It does look like something went wrong with the fighter and he was forced to jump, but that's no reason for him to destroy our hangar. He seems to be in shock. He's not moving at all. Should we take him to the infirmary first? After a brief discussion, two soldiers came up cautiously with guns. Coming. Zhang Yan sneakily loosened his seatbelt and looked around with his eyes. There seemed to be no way for him to escape from this form of encirclement. Should we just identify ourselves? But what if Erma doesn't buy it at all? Be honest and follow us obediently. At this time, the two soldiers had already come close. Zhang Yan was thinking about whether he should give in first and follow them, and make plans later, when a system beep sounded beside his ears. Ding! It is detected that the host is in the midst of isolation. The military God experience card returns for a limited time, until he escapes from his predicament. Grasshopper, the warlord experience card is back for a limited time? What's the point of going with them then? In a flash, Zhang Yan's eyes suddenly became filled with a murderous aura, and the two Ermao soldiers had only just reached out. Swish! Zhang Yan's hands were just like that 9 white bone claws, directly pinching the necks of the two men. With a click, the two men's throats were directly snapped by him. No good. He's going to resist. Da. The Ermao soldiers on either side reacted quickly, raising their guns and firing. But Zhang Yan now had the limited time return of the military God experience card, and his speed had simply reached a perverted level. While seizing the weapons of the two soldiers, the whole person was like a phantom, traveling through the rain of gunfire. Thump, 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 thump. At the moment he looked like Marco Polo, running and fighting his way through the enemy's skull with each shot, armed with two guns. However, Zhang Yan didn't get attached to the battle. The primary purpose now was to escape from this Ermao's military compound mainly, because he didn't understand the terrain. Zhang Yan ran to the left for a while and to the right for a while, slipping the pursuers behind him like dogs. With the military God experience card, Zhang Yan's speed and battle power were ridiculously strong, blasting someone's skull with one punch, crushing someone's leg bone with one foot, even driving a tank, driving an armored car. It's not even a big deal to trigger a human missile car halfway down the road in passing, so much so that within a short while, the entire 36th Legion residence was made a mess by him. Damn, how can he be so fast? Even if it's fast, hundreds of people froze with their guns and couldn't hit him. It defies common sense. No good. He's charging into the command room. Stop him. Zhang Yan didn't know where he was, so he could only rampage to find his way out. So much so that he rushed straight into the command room of the 36th Legion. The ranks here are obviously much higher than those outside, but Zhang Yan doesn't care. He just hits people when he sees them. So much so that by the time the pursuers arrived, the entire command room was strewn with corpses and Zhang Yan had disappeared without a trace. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Yan awoke in a dense forest. What the hell? I remembered that I jumped off the plane, and then, Zhang Yan had a bit of a headache and didn't know why, but all the memories since he jumped out of the airplane had disappeared. He had no idea what was going on. Looking at the silent woods, Zhang Yan planned to go out first. After basically confirming his position and the east, west, south and north based on the direction of the sun, Zhang Yan pulled his leg towards the east. Soon a day and a night passed. Zhang Yan traveled all the way. When he was hungry, he hunted some small animals, and when he was thirsty, he drank mountain spring water. And just as it was nearing the end of the walk out of the woods, at this moment, Alexei, the leader of the Baikal Special Operations Squad, is leading a group of soldiers in a raid on a material dispatching station. Perhaps it was because there were too many supply dispatching stations that they had previously terminated, which had attracted the attention of Ermao's side. They went so far as to send numerous reinforcements here and counterattack the Alexei party, forcing them all the way into the woods. Damn, where did the opposite side get so many reinforcements? How can we fight like this? Alexei cursed bitterly and couldn't help but think of someone. Subov. If that guy had been there, there's no chance he would have been able to do something about it. But unfortunately, Andrei said, he's gone back. Who? In the middle of his thoughts, Alexei's afterglow caught a glimpse of a dark shadow flashing in the distance, and without a second thought, he raised his gun and fired. Bang! The shot didn't hit, but it alerted Alexei, the enemy is coming from the rear pack. You guys, follow me to block. Yes, soon. Alexei wrapped up with a few men. In the meantime, the dark figure kept changing its position, and no matter how hard Alexei tried, he couldn't hit it. Ha! Alexei was startled. Always felt this feeling of being dodged by a bullet. Why was it so familiar? But he didn't react for a moment, and rushed to his men with the order. Sweeping fire, give me mortars. Yes, da 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 da. Boom boom boom. For a while, countless bullets and shells came, hitting Zhang Yan with a mouthful of Mamma Mia. He was not expecting it, and had expected to hear the gunfire to find Woolly Bear's troops. I didn't expect to run into the enemy first. Dodging a round of bombing and strafing, Zhang Yan leaned behind a tree and quietly waited for his chance. He had no ammo in his hands right now and could only get close enough to fight. At that moment, Alexei led his men up to search for them, and just as he passed by the tree trunk where Zhang Yan was hiding, Zhang Yan lunged out. Zhang Yan's speed was fast, and almost before Alexei could react, he unloaded his gun. Zhang Yan raised his gun and was about to shoot, but suddenly froze when he saw the other party's face. Holy, Alexei? Sabov? Alexei was also startled. I thought you left. Why are you back? Mentioning this, Zhang Yan was on fire. I'm damned if I'm going to ask how I came back. This time, Zhang Yan wanted to return home from the bottom of his heart. But who would have thought that at the last step there could be such a thing as a warplane malfunction? The most outrageous thing is that the warplane even stepped on its own and sent it back. One just wants to go back to one's country. Is it that hard? F-16. You piece of... I'm on the morning 8. Learning about Zhang Yan's experience, Alexei's mouth was harder to suppress than AK's, and he nearly burst out laughing. If it wasn't for the fact that at this time, Ermau's side fired a few more shots and diverted his attention, I'm afraid Alexei would really have to laugh at Zhang Yan. The group retreated to the main rear, braving the gunfire. It's time to say no. You've come back just in time. We're having a bit of trouble with the attack, so you'll help us out with some counseling? Asterisk 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 off. It's annoying. Although Zhang Yan said so on his lips, he still didn't resist glancing at it and realized that the firepower of this material dispatching station seemed to be a bit fierce. Chapter 45. Back in the field. Boys and girls, your comrade Major is back. Just see this material dispatch station. The entrance is surprisingly distributed for heavy machine guns, and armored vehicles, tanks and so on. This seemed different from the information he knew. Reinforcements from the other side? It's so fast. How long has it been? Alexei nodded. It was pretty quick. We only took out a total of 5 points before their reinforcements followed. The firepower was simply too fierce to attack. That's the difference between paper and the real battlefield. On paper, everything is dead, and all plans can move forward according to an idealized process, but the reality of the battlefield, everything is alive, often appear beyond the plan of the situation, such as the immediate heavy firepower reinforcement. Because of its presence, the otherwise good plan to attack the dispatch station met with a little resistance. Could it be that we received information from Kever's side? I guess not. How? In charge of this occupied area is the 36th Army Group of the Ermo, and their commander, a legendary Ermo Chekhov. Next, Alexei divinely introduced Chekhov, the commander of the area, to Zhang Yan, including his war record in and out of the area, and so on. After hearing this, Zhang Yan instantly frowned. So you mean, he guessed our next move before the rain? Alexei nodded. Highly likely. During the breakout from the Krya military base, even though we were careful enough, it was inevitable that we would leave some traces behind, and he was a suspicious commander. Then this is a bit troublesome. Zhang Yan fumbled with his chin, vaguely sensing the horror of that Chekhov. Did you collect any heavy fire weapons during your previous sneak attack on the material dispatch station? There is, but it's all divided up over at the Nightingale Scout Battalion. You know, we're special forces. Not caring about Alexei's boasting, Zhang Yan ordered without hesitation. Retreat. You can't attack alone. Wait to go back and replenish some firepower and equipment before killing back. Alexei was a bit reluctant. Not going to try again? It's not like you're here. Zhang Yan was speechless. I'm of no use. Can I, a mortal flesh, steel myself against someone else's heavy firepower? Although Zhang Yan said so, if he really left him alone here, he estimated that he could really wear out this dispatching station. But that's if you're alone and have no worries. Now in this situation, if he led the charge, he might not know what kind of charge the warriors would make. The casualties then are serious. Okay then. Alexei was about to order a retreat when someone exclaimed, "Look, they're retreating." With this sound, everyone looked around and saw the Irma troops, who had been holding their ground just a moment ago, suddenly open up, leaving the dispatching station and withdrawing towards the rear. With this odd style, even Zhang Yan couldn't see through what was going on, but the warriors were exhilarated by it. What a great opportunity. Charge with me. Punch and Judy. Here's our chance. For the furry bear, Ula, hordes of warriors, armed with guns. Originally Zhang Yan thought that this was Ermao's strategy to lure the enemy in. Just want to call out to the crowd. Who knows that people Ermao's side simply ignore the pursuers behind them, and directly give up the scheduling station as well, clamping the tail to escape. So in a very short time, the dispatch station was taken. This time the harvest is really big. In addition to the shells, I actually recovered several tanks and armored vehicles. It's really a big profit. Alexei held the shell in his hand and laughed heartily. On the contrary, Zhang Yan has been pondering. He always felt that Ermao's sudden withdrawal of this hand was a bit not quite right. Okay, don't think about it, it's all been attacked. What's the point of thinking about it? Go, back to command. A military truck, full of supplies and soldiers, drove out of the material dispatch station. Half an hour later, Zhang Yan arrived at the so-called command headquarters. It was actually just a dense mountain forest, and it was indeed rather secretive to use it as a command post. Walking for some time into the dense mountain forest, a large number of officers and soldiers appeared before him, all resting. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Children, your comrade Major has returned. Major Subov. Seeing Zhang Yan, everyone surged forward incredulously. Great, Major Subov is not dead. Didn't they say Major Subov was killed? Don't ask too many questions. Maybe Major Subov is off on some secret mission. As expected of Major Subov, still so handsome after such a long time. Listening to the gossip around him, Zhang Yan was speechless. Alexei pacified. Understand, it's impossible to tell them that you've returned to Daxia. How much it hurts the military. Soon, Zhang Yan followed Alexei to a giant tree in the sky. There was a makeshift tent under the tree, which appeared to be the so-called temporary command post. Captain, why are you so slow? Seeing Alexei, Illik was just about to make a flirtatious remark. As a result, when he saw Zhang Yan following beside him, his mouth suddenly opened wide. Comrade Major, didn't you leave? Zhang Yan didn't say much, he just bashed Illik. Seeing this colleague who carried out intelligence work together in Kever again, he didn't know whether he should be happy or bitter. Why is it so hard to go back to your country? You've come around to the battlefield for yourself again? I hear you're spreading rumors around that I'm dead? Illik stood at attention and said, reporting to the major, it was Captain Andrei's idea. On the sidelines, Ivan chimed in. That's right, Captain Andrei, he even had a little memorial service for you. Oh, where is he? What about inside? Just now your commander named Anthony sent intel that something big appears to have happened on Ermao's side and he's verifying it. Alright, I'll find him. Be careful next time. Don't let me catch you. Zhang Yan glared at Ilyich, then strutted into the command center. As soon as the curtain lifted the door, it was a nationalist. Andrei, I'm on the morning 8, and you're the one going around telling people I'm dead? Andrei, who was holding the communicator with an outrageous face, had an even more outrageous expression at this moment. Zhang Yan? Who are you talking about? Zhang Yan? Anthony on the other end of the communicator also came in a stunned voice. Hello? Andrei, what's the situation? Why are you suddenly talking about Zhang Yan? Andrei dully said. I'm not blind, am I? Zhang Yan is actually right in front of my eyes. Zhang Yan shook his head. No, I blinks. Your grandfather is indeed here. Chapter 46. Ian and Yang Li De. Zhang Yan killed the Ermo legendary commander? Seeing Zhang Yan again, Andrei was like seeing a ghost. Your evacuation failed? Your ghost got here? Zhang Yan's face was full of black lines. Come over here and try it yourself. I'm a human or a ghost. Andrei looked around, touching Zhang Yan's face for a while and hammering his chest for a while. It made Zhang Yan's head full of black lines. Big brother, live. Don't try it. Andrei was relieved and at the same time a little puzzled. I thought you left. Why are you back? Where is Monica? That's out of your hands. Grabbed a malfunctioning fighter. Just arrived at the ground and couldn't eject. Sent it straight back to him. Zhang Yan didn't want to talk about it, but at this time Alexei walked in. A comment that, straight away, Andrei couldn't help but hear. The corners of his mouth harder to suppress than AK. Will you shut the up? And you, is this so funny? Andrei is a professional. Usually the expression management is very online, but at this moment, when he saw Zhang Yan's funny look, he immediately couldn't restrain himself a bit and burst into a big laugh. Ha 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 ha. You really, absolutely. When he finished laughing, he was still highly emotional and pacified Zhang Yan. Well, don't you guys have a saying in Daxia that if you come here, you'll be safe? I think this is the will of God, so just stay honest. Zhang Yan shrugged his shoulders. At present, there didn't seem to be anything else he could do other than staying honest. Hello, Andrei? Speak up. What the hell? Did you say Zhang Yan? At this moment, Anthony's anxious voice came from within the communicator. Andrei picked up the communicator and laughed. Yes, Zhang Yan, he's back again. Back? How did it come back? Anthony barely choked on his own spit. He was not expecting Zhang Yan, who had already been picked up by the Dasha agents, to come back. What is the reason for this? Is it an accident halfway? Or is it that halfway to the road Zhang Yan himself has a good heart and wants to stay in the furry bear country? No matter what the reason was, as long as Zhang Yan came back, it was a good thing. Get him on comms. Zhang Yan, how are you? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have forced you to command. If it wasn't for that, you wouldn't have run to the front. You wouldn't have been in danger. It's my fault. I hope you can forgive me. As soon as he came up, Anthony made a review of Zhang Yan, regardless of whether he was sincere or not. In any case, the apology was made. In response, Zhang Yan just said lightly, "Thanks to your blessing, I'm still alive." Anthony froze for a moment. This was different from what he thought. Why did he always feel that Zhang Yan seemed to have a grudge against him? But it's normal to think about it. After the siege of the military base in Krya, and after going deeper into enemy-occupied territory and working on intelligence in Kever, all the way to the 9 deaths, and they have done nothing, it is strange that people have no complaints. Anthony wanted to calm down a bit more, but Zhang Yan didn't want to hear it. Okay, let's get down to business. I heard that something happened to Ermao? What happened? Anthony hurriedly said. We just received news that an out-of-control F-16 fighter jet crashed into the airfield where the 36th Army Corps of Ermao was stationed. That's a big deal? Listen to me. It is said that Chekhov, the commander of the XXXVI Corps, was inspecting the airfield at the time when he happened to come across a fighter plane crash, and he has been taken to resuscitation. Zhang Yan and Alexei looked at each other outrageously. Earlier, Alexei was there blowing this Chekhov out of the water. As a result, now, people are directly hit by warplanes to rescue them. It does explain, though, the earlier retreat of those dime a dozen. It's a big deal when a commander is attacked. But Zhang Yan always felt that this version of what Anthony said wasn't a bit off. No, how does one know that this version is incorrect? It feels like how he's been godawful since the jumper lost his memory for a while. The intel is back. Chekhov has been confirmed as a casualty and based on the investigation of the fighter plane crash. It's a bit weird. Creepy? Yes, the intel said that based on the analysis of the fighter jet debris, no human tissue fragments were found, and there were no components of the seat in question. Therefore the Ermo side speculates that the fighter pilot may have parachuted out long ago and that this was an unmanned fighter. Weird. Too weird. Zhang Yan felt weird just listening to it. At that moment, Alexei, who was on the sidelines, pondered for a moment. Unmanned F-16S, Major Subov, could it be you? These words reminded Zhang Yan and made his heart stutter. Good lord, could it be such a coincidence? He himself parachuted out of a malfunctioning F-16 1 foot, only to have that fighter turn around and crash into the airfield of the 26th Army of Ermo? That's a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? Although Zhang Yan said nothing to believe that things could be so coincidental, as more details were revealed. What play? Pieces of clothing, presumed to be a black jacket, were found in the fighter jet? Based on the traces left in the cab, it is assumed that the drivers were a man and a woman? What? And the cell phone that was broken into pieces. Hey, where's my cell phone? The black box was red, and this fighter jet had flown to the country of Nia? Finally, Zhang Yan had to admit a fact. Himself, seemingly by mistake. By a great feat? Nope. Zhang Yan's subconscious always felt that this credit wasn't a bit small. It should have been bigger. Chekhov, a legend of Ermo, could not hide his life and death. In almost no time at all, the countries that had been following the situation in the Woolly Bear Futures were informed. There was some horror. Good lord, such a legend would be sacrificed in such a way? That's a bit too much. At the same time, it made them wonder, was it an accident, or was someone doing it deliberately? No one knows the truth. Except, of course, Dasha. Are you sure you and Zhang Yan were flying an F-16 and that you watched the F-16 malfunction and take Zhang Yan back? I'm sure. Originally, the Dasha side had been holding on to the death of the legendary commander of Ermo, Chekhov. Who knew this melon would eat its own head? A handful of reports from Hanshi directly caught Dasha's side off guard, because all the evidence indicated that the F-16 that crashed at the Ermo 36th Army Airfield was most likely the one that Zhang Yan and Hanshi had taken hostage. Damn, why isn't Zhang Yan answering his phone? It can't really be him, right? According to the plan, Zhang Yan should have returned several days ago. What exactly happened during this period? I realize that evacuation is risky, but why must we go and hold a faulty fighter hostage? There is a lot of key information missing on the Dasha side than the Woolly Bear. Therefore, within a short period of time, they were not able to confirm the possibility that the crashed fighter jet was the one that Zhang Yan was traveling in, not even aware, yet, of the fact that that fighter was unmanned. In order to get to the bottom of the matter, the Dasha representatives once again donned their armor and stormed the office of Chief Mao Xiong in an accusatory manner. That's good. You guys have to take care of Zhang Yan's side. No more similar accidents. Understand? Only just entering the door, the Daxia representative was met by Chief Woolly Bear with a frown on his face. It was different from what he had imagined, and he had also heard Zhang Yan's name from the representative. Can it be that nothing happened to Zhang Yan? Representative, what brings you here? The officer asked knowingly. The representative nonchalantly sat down on the sofa. That's a good question. I've come over more than once, requesting to speak to Zhang Yan, but you've been putting it off, so I'd like to ask, what exactly do you mean? Delegate, calm down. I was just about to tell you that I just spoke with Anthony of the 16th Regiment to find out the current status of Zhang Yan. The representative's eyes narrowed slightly as he said condescendingly, wow, Zhang Yan is in the 16th Regiment? Representative, what are you talking about? Where else could Zhang Yan be if not in the 16th Regiment? He can't just go back to Daxia, can he? Do not worry, he is very good. But the battlefield, the conditions are more difficult. Recently seems to be some malnutrition. I have ordered to give him more to do some good food. The exchange between the two was very cryptic, with almost every sentence being a test and an exchange of words. But after a few conversations, the representative's hanging heart was finally settling down. It seems that Zhang Yan was left by the warplanes and then returned to the 16th Regiment's territory by mistake. Even though this return program ended in failure, the man is still alive, and that is the best news. Chapter 47, promoted to battalion commander. Just after being promoted, Zhang Yan quarreled with the regimental commander? In the Forest Command, a minimalist ceremony is taking place. For his repeated war service, I officially appoint Subov to the position of commander of the Nightingale Scout Battalion, because Zhang Yan made a great achievement. Anthony, that was in a good mood, directly made him a battalion commander. Zhang Yan is a little bit of a trance. He mistakenly entered the battlefield only a few days code again as a major, and as a battalion commander. This promotion speed is comparable to riding a rocket I have wood. Zhang Yan even had a feeling that if he stayed like this, on the day he returned to China, would he become a general directly? Jokes, of course. Just think about it. Now that the enemy army is leaderless, it's a good opportunity. Major Subov, I order you to immediately lead a surprise attack on the main Ermao army from the rear, and join with the 13th Army Corps inside and outside, and swallow them as fast as you can. Soon. Anthony gave the order, but Zhang Yan held the opposite opinion. Sir, I have a problem with that. The decision is too conservative. What? Conservative? That's right. Now that we've attacked the enemy's supply staging area, we can be said to have the Ermao main army by the throat, and I'm afraid they won't be able to hold out for too long before retreating. While it may seem wise to go on a raid at this time, it would be a bit of a waste of that opportunity in the long run. Waste? Anthony somewhat didn't quite understand Zhang Yan's train of thought. Zhang Yan, I know that you have outstanding commanding talent and ideas, but nowadays, the Ermao main army is giving us very heavy pressure. It has made us, the 16 Corps, and several regiments of the 18 Corps, suffer greatly, especially the 13 Corps, which is almost on the point of losing their occupied territory. That's why quickly relieving these brotherly forces is a top priority. For Anthony's opinion, Zhang Yan did not reject it. It was just the feeling that remained in his subconscious that told him, this opportunity would have been sadly conservative if it had only been used to wrap up the Erma's main army. He clearly could have gotten more. Sir, as you also said, nowadays the Ermao 36th Army has no leader on its side, so in my opinion, this time, our target should not be the Ermao main army, but the Ermao 36th Army. Oh, when Zhang Yan said this, he directly stunned everyone. Bold, this idea is simply bold. The officers have a kind of illusion, always feel that if there are more troops in their hands, Zhang Yan would dare to hit the capital of Ermao directly, but this kind of decision, although radical, can have a significant impact if it is implemented successfully. The 36th Army, as the Ermao garrison in this area, has been at a stalemate with several corps of the Woolly Bears for several months, having contained them with almost a single corps because of the human nature of the terrain and other reasons. If we take this opportunity to break the balance and take the occupied area of the 36th Army Corps, it would have had a very profound effect on the entire Woolly Bear futuristic war. Soon an argument began over a difference of opinion. To put it bluntly, Zhang Yan thinks Anthony is too conservative because he disagrees with his decisions. Anthony, on the other hand, because he was previously frightened by the disappearance of Zhang Yan and the main force, said that he was not willing to let Zhang Yan radicalize, even if Zhang Yan is sure, then not afraid of 10,000, but also afraid of what if something happens. Zhang Yan, listen to me, this is not the time to fool around. Just follow them obediently to attack the main army. As for anything else, you don't have to worry about it. Zhang Yan was puzzled. Why? I've made it clear that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After this village, when the 36th Army slows down, the situation won't change one bit. You can't have another accident. If something happens, how can I explain to my superiors? And how can we? the furry bears, explained to you, Da Xia. Zhang Yan understood. Anthony, this is not want to take responsibility. What's not to worry about? With the system covering him, how could anything happen? But it was impossible for Zhang Yan to tell about the system. Fortunately, he assured, Sir, please don't worry. I have it all in my mind. I will never make things difficult for you, and I will bear all the consequences. Anthony's head hurt just listening to that. If you really counted, you wouldn't have done that. Listen to me. Stop it. The two of them even have some hard feelings because of the different perspectives from which they stand. Therefore, no one can convince anyone. No one can understand anyone. And they don't talk on the same channel. The words were not enough, and the two of them suddenly turned over their old scores. Anthony, why didn't you consult me about going to Kever? I am your superior no matter what. You should have informed me even if it was confidential. Do you know that I was almost scared to death? Zhang Yan heart with resentment. Discuss with you? My loss did not discuss with you. According to your conservative thinking, such as discussing the results of the yellow flowers and vegetables are cool. Next it was Zhang Yan's turn to have his session. I would have asked. The enemy didn't even hit you before you commanded the entire corps to retreat eastward, leaving the 13th Corps alone to take the top. It's clear that you guys have the ability to help the 13th Corps share the firepower. Do you realize that the 13th Legion owes its current state to you? I've never seen you as a wimp. Anthony busted right through his defense. Why am I wimpy? I was thinking of the bigger picture. I can't just stand by and lose the entire 16th Regiment. One word for the big picture. You have a hammer for the big picture. If you had a big picture you would have agreed to this combat. Anthony was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Don't you give me this twisted. In short, there is no way I will agree to this battle. Zhang Yan came to temper. You have to agree even if you don't. Anthony was exasperated and laughed. Zhang Yan, get it right. I'm your superior officer now. I order you to obey orders. Zhang Yan was also exasperated and laughed. Take official position to oppress people when you can't say it. Right, I also have something to say. I'm just a tourist in Tama. Why should I listen to your order? Slap. The phone was hung up on and Anthony gasped straight Shaman in the middle. This Zhang Yan, I'm obviously doing it all for his own good, but he doesn't appreciate it at all. Beside him, an officer whispered a reminder. Sir, this matter has far-reaching implications. Should we report it? Anthony's brow furrowed as he paced from side to side. Although he didn't explicitly promise Zhang Yan in the communicator, but looking at Zhang Yan's energy, he couldn't say that he would just ignore his words to go for an active attack. No, it has to be reported. With that in mind, Anthony instructed someone to dial his supervisor's number directly. At the moment, the superior officer was dealing with the Daxia representative in his office, and after all was said and done, the focus was still on picking up Zhang Yan and returning him to his country. That's when the call came in, and the officer finally had a chance to escape the subject for a while. Hello, sir, I have something important to report. Zhang Yan he intends to attack the 36th Legion's lair. I can't persuade him no matter what. Think of something. Slap. The officer was so shocked that he barely held the receiver. What's the game? Zhang Yan is going to attack the 36th Legion's lair? It's a bit too big for him. What's the difference between sending him to his death and sending him to his death? Just as the chief was about to say something, he suddenly realized that the Daxia representative was still in his office. You go ahead. I'll come back some other time. The Daxia representative smiled and got up. After this trip to figure out that nothing happened to Zhang Yan, his mission was accomplished, and as for the rest, it was none of his business. Arriving all the way to the door, the Daxia representative had just opened the door when he was confronted by a soldier in a hurry. Report. The 18th Army Corps side suddenly sent out a large number of air forces to run to the battlefield, possibly because of the urgency of the military situation. He could barely keep the door closed before he spoke the information. The representative of Daxia who heard some of this stared sideways. It's going to change? Inside the office, the officer looked equally grave. They are going to gallop to the aid of the 13th Army Corps? Not really. Their target, it seems, is Irmao's 36th Army base camp. Flop. The officer slumped in his chair, still late for Anthony's debriefing. On Zhang Yan's side, he couldn't stop it completely. Chapter 48. A battalion dares to fight a regiment? The regimental commander was so enraged that he went insane. It's a big deal to send out the Air Force. As the ace of aces in the army, once a large number of them are deployed, it means a big battle is about to be fought. And from the moment the 18 Corps left no stone unturned to send out the best of the Air Force to join the battlefield, it also meant that it was impossible to keep the news from the public. In almost a very short time, the news of the attack on the 36th Army Group of Irma was the first to circulate within the military of the Woolly Bear country. Attacking who? The 36th Army. Is the commander of the 16th Army filled within his head? The critical situation at the front is not over yet. How can we launch a general attack on the 36th Army at this moment? Whose decision is this anyway? Once something goes wrong, It's a court-martial. I don't think it's Antony's decision to make. He's always been steady and wouldn't even agree to such an operation. But why should the 18th follow along with the nonsense? Do we need to ask you for our 18th army to act? Shut up. A bunch of goons. Anyone with eyes can see that now is the best chance to attack the 36th army. I'm for it. I'm in favor of that as well. The culprits for the lack of progress in the Kyria region in recent months are you conservative commanders. You're simply the scum of the military. For a time, the generals were divided into two factions, conservatives and offense. Conservatives advocate an immediate halt to the plot against the Irmo 36th Army, and that the top priority is to resolve the Irmo main force for the 13th Army first. The offense, on the other hand, is for beating the out of it, and it wouldn't be real manly not to do it when it's such a great opportunity. Even a few generals clapped their hands at the first news of the news, saying that the commander who had made this decision must be a genius and that they would have to help the field. Surrounded by two major factions, the pressure on Anthony and his immediate superior is the greatest. There are several calls every minute, which can make the direct report sweating. He couldn't say whether he supported it or not, as always being a smooth person, good at seeing the wind and swaying with it. However, as far as this matter was concerned, he personally felt that with Zhang Yan's awesome commanding talent, he wouldn't necessarily do something he wasn't sure of. But the reality is often very chow dan. Zhang Yan so little people, at best, attacked the material dispatch station, seized some heavy firearms. Although the 18th Corps and some other factional units advocating offense chose to help each other, they couldn't be defeated by any stretch of the imagination, could they? Anthony, needless to say, was originally a man who was a bit more secure in his style of action. Say conservative? He is actually not conservative. But now he is forced to force Zhang Yan to be conservative, not to mention that he is also misunderstood by Zhang Yan. He is bitter in his heart. I just can't figure out why the 18th Army Corps must follow the hilarity. They know Zhang Yan's identity. This doesn't stop a bit? If I had known this, I might as well have let Zhang Yan go back. Whose heart can stand it if he's so engaged on the battlefield every day? Alas, if something happens to Zhang Yan again this time, no one can escape the blame. But I just can't stop it. Son of a world, destroy it, ha 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 ha. Anthony had gotten a little jumpy and was rendering the officer speechless. If you have this time to go crazy, you might as well do something practical. Although this operation is led by Zhang Yan, you are ultimately the head of the 16th Army. Aren't you going to do anything? Anthony was numb as soon as he heard it. I would like to do it, but Zhang Yan won't give me a chance. Forget it, let's just leave it like this. The big deal is that I'll just shoot myself to give you guys a boost. Anthony was on the verge of heart failure from being messed with by Zhang Yan and wanted to swing for the fences. Since you can't stop them, the big deal is to shoot yourself afterward. What else can you do? As a warplane and transport plane, carrying soldiers and supplies, raced toward the battlefield. This powerful scene was also captured by forces such as Irmo, the pretty country's lapdogs. What is the hairy bear trying to do? Fight us to the death? Quickly order the front-line troops to pull back. We must not be dumplings by the hairy bears. Don't worry, the reported direction of the opening is the 36th Army Group. Commander Chekhov had only just been sacrificed, and the hairy bears had the audacity to act in such a way that I find it hard not to suspect that Commander Chekhov's death was their doing. Come on, who's afraid of who? Do you really think we're soft? Though this sudden action caused Irmo to panic inside, but they also responded quickly by sending in a large contingent of airmen intent on taking the air to the Woolly Bear Air Force. Originally, with the number of air forces the Irmos had, it would have been impossible to fight the Woolly Bear anyway, but who asked them to have a pretty country father? That was again delivering weapons, mercenaries, and warplanes. Frozen gave Irmo the whole shebang not to be outdone by Woolly Bear Nation, because both parties were making big moves this time. It soon became well known. It is despicable that the Mao Bear sends out a large number of air forces in an attempt to start a large-scale war just after the legendary commander has been killed. The pretty country, along with the other lapdogs, is sending another large shipment of strategic supplies to Irmo for nothing, and seems to be thirsty for war for a long time. Two streams of voices began to emerge in the world media, one blaming the hairy bears and the other blaming the two hares. Hairy Bear is making such a big move this time. Is he going to fight Irmo to the death? No. Which circle did cell phone dad pull for me to come to again? Is this kind of action for a commoner like me to know about? How can a hairy bear be so despicable as to take advantage of a man's misfortune? While it is true that launching a surprise attack while someone's commander is dead is not a good idea, what's your hurry when the deceased hasn't even said anything? Alas, the situation is in turmoil, and I don't know what happened to our visitor who mistakenly entered the battlefield. During the discussion, besides commenting on Mao Xiong Mao Fang's actions, people did not forget about the tourist who had already mistakenly entered the battlefield for a long time, Zhang Yan. So far, almost half a month had passed since he had mistakenly entered the battlefield, and originally everyone had thought that he would return soon. But half a month had passed, and news about him was scarce. and now the woolly bear and the two hares were about to engage in a large-scale conflict. This could not help but make many people very worried about his well-being, but their fears were redundant. At this moment, Zhang Yan was standing in front of the generals, giving a passionate and enthusiastic speech. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly, and no one knows what will happen next, in which case opportunities often arise in just a moment. Now that the commander that the 36th Army relied on the most is dead, it's a good opportunity for us to take advantage of the opportunity to end the 36th Army. But what is our commander doing? A great deal is lost for a small cause, and a watermelon is lost for a sesame seed. Zhang Yan said a lot of idioms and metaphorical words in one breath. Although the soldier generals were a bit hard of hearing, they knew the deeper reason why Zhang Yan would say that. That is, not too long ago, Zhang Yan actually refused to carry out a military order from his superior officer, simply because he felt that Anthony's plan was too conservative. Chapter 49. Everything is not going according to plan? Big Hair and Two Hair said they couldn't understand it. Soldiers have a natural duty to obey military orders, which is a constant in any country in the world. But on the contrary, Zhang Yan, he did not follow the routine, and refused that dryly. This is understandable, as many feel that Anthony's mind is a bit too set in its ways to let go and do something. Zhang Yan can refuse in this way. People respect him as a man. But next, when they heard Zhang Yan's choice, almost everyone was stunned. Attacking Irmo's 36th Army? No, man, you need to listen to what you're saying. Opposite, that's a regiment of troops, and on our side, with the collected heavy firearms, and the air formations that militant Alexei had reported to the 18 Corps for loan, 2 battalions full at best. You're asking us to fight the 36th Army, which takes the hook. Although everyone knew that Zhang Yan's commanding ability was outstanding, to use such a force to harden a regiment on the opposite side was, to be reasonable, more or less a bit of a pie in the sky. To go is to die. I know what you're thinking. It feels like I'm being too idealistic and unrealistic. It feels like I'll be directing the battlefield campaign to a dead end, leading to a regimentation of everyone. I'd like to say that such thoughts are normal, but I'd like, more than anything, for you to believe me. Saying that, Zhang Yan took the initiative to come to the middle of the soldiers and looked into each and everyone's eyes. May I ask all of you, which of you came to this battlefield of your own free will? We all have family, friends, wives, sons and daughters. Who doesn't want to live a peaceful life? Who wants to spend all day in this fear of life and death? And I, as a misguided Daxia visitor to the battlefield, I have the deepest feelings about this. Fighting a war, betting on the fate of the country between countries, and fighting for the human lives of us soldiers. As long as the war exists, the casualties are unlikely to stop. Zhang Yan's tone was loud and clear, triggering the feelings of many soldiers. No one likes war. No one wants to leave their loved ones, and if you want everything to go back to square one, then you can only start at the root of the problem. Take this war and win. Seeing that the timing was about right, Zhang Yan continued. Right now, there happens to be an opportunity in front of us. As long as we can take down the 36th Army Corps, we will be able to tear a hole in Irmo's northeastern defenses and open up the long-standing checks and balances. It's also the only way the war will end faster and everyone can get back to their families. Are you all going to be indifferent even if I talk like this? Accompanied by Zhang Yan's explosive shout, some soldiers soon raised their guns. Yards, fight it, fight it, fight it. What's my life worth if I can end this war as soon as possible? For the sake of the furry bears, Major, our lives are in your hands. Just use them. Ola, ola, ola. Soon, the sound of the umlaut resounded throughout the woods and was very invigorating. Zhang Yan looked at the great situation in front of him and said sideways, Alexei, in. Alexei didn't know why. Obviously Zhang Yan's rank wasn't as high as his own, but he just naturally answered his words like a subordinate. Maybe he was shocked by that speech of Zhang Yan just now and admired him more and more. Start as planned. It must be fast. It must be looped. Yes, as you command, sir. A battle was quickly fought, but the location of the battlefield was not the 36th Army site that everyone defaulted to. Rather, what? The flight formation of the 18 Corps went to block the retreat of the main Irmo army? Wasn't it going to fight the 36th Army? But it's normal to think about it. After all, Zhang Yan's side is going to fight the 36th Army, so if Irmo's main army retreats successfully, it'll be a dumpling for him. Anthony, as much as he wants to swing for the fences, is keeping an eye on the battlefield. Where's the flight formation on Irmo's side? Originally hovering near the 36th Army, they are now rushing to the front battlefield as well, trying to turn the tiger away from the mountain? Anthony saw Zhang Yan's intention of this move at a glance. Even if the 36th Army doesn't have the flight formation to shelter them, it's still a dream to try to fight it down with just that many people. After a few more moments, word came from the front that the two flight formations had engaged. Soon came the news that the Allied forces of the 13th Corps and the front-line troops had pursued the main army of Ermo to a great battle with it. Anthony had thought that Zhang Yan would use this time to attack the 36th Army, but on the contrary, there was no movement coming from that side. What is Zhang Yan up to? Ermo's reinforcements are all held back. If we don't attack at this time, when will we attack? He still thinks I'm conservative, and I don't think he's any worse than I am when he scowls. It was not only Anthony who was surprised, but all the general officers who were following the present campaign felt a sense of outrageousness. Who's the commander of the 16th Regiment that doesn't fight at this hour? Wasted opportunity for nothing. I don't know. I just asked Anthony and he said he was impeached. What do you mean? Before shouting and making such a big fuss about the Air Force, saying that they want to fight the 36th Army, the feelings are fake news? It doesn't feel like a fake. It's probably a change of tactics on the verge of a fight. It's too much of a wimp. Even if I am not advocating attacking the 36th Army, I feel like it's too much of a wimp. Almost all of the Maoists, on this side of the fence, thought that the 16th Regiment had missed one of the best opportunities to attack the 36th Army, and the Ermo faction is almost even laughing their teeth off. All that fuss before, and this is all that's left? Farking squid. I should have known better than to withdraw the main force. I was fooled by the Maoists. I have to say, their strategy worked, allowing the 13th Corps to collect close to 70% of the lost ground and push the battlefield to our side. Who is the commander on the other side? Apart from missing the prime time to attack the 36th Army, on the whole, he is still very wise. Just as the Ermo faction was about to pop the champagne, a general from a pretty country poured cold water on the crowd. It's better to be cautious. You mustn't forget that the Maoists have planted a battalion and a half that is operating in the boundaries of the 36th Army, so you mustn't let them take advantage of the situation. But soon, someone countered his words. Don't worry, I just received news that they didn't go to the 36th Army's headquarters at all, but instead appeared at the front battlefield, command of the 16th Corps. Having just heard the news from the front, the Antonines fainted. What did you say? Zhang Yan took someone to pack Ermo's main army? Walfa, isn't he going to attack the 36th Army? And what's the point of him taking his men to bag Ermo's main army? Anthony is really going to be mad by Zhang Yan. Before his strategy is to pack Ermo's main army. The result is that Zhang Yan said that he is conservative. The two of them have an argument, and finally Zhang Yan directly refused the order. So much so that even now Anthony was a bit unconvinced, just wanting to see what Zhang Yan could fight like according to his own ideas. What kind of amazing battles can you pull off? He even gambled, thinking that if Zhang Yan could really beat up the 36th Army, he could be the head of this regiment for Zhang Yan. So, this is it? How do you think one thing is another? What can I say? What can I say? Chapter 50 Daxia intervened? There's no such thing as guerrilla warfare on the battlefield. Zhang Yan this mouth said to fight 36 armies, but in fact went to pack Ermo main army start operation. The genius to all people looks silly. They are a bit confused. What does Zhang Yan want to do? The Air Force is all sent for you, and the sound bites are created for you, and almost the whole world knows about it. It turns out that when it counts, you're pulling the big one for everyone. Was it really the Sabov who commanded that defense of the 16th Regiment last time? How come I don't quite believe it? TCH, Young, as a commander he missed almost all the right answers. What kind of a commander commands like that? What is the point of this sending in the Air Force? Just to block the Maoists' main army? What's the difference between that and hitting a mosquito with an artillery shell? All this excitement for nothing. It seems like trying to take down the 36th Army is pure dreaming. I thought there was going to be a great battle fought, but who knew it was going to be so painless in the end? For a while, it demoralized the Maoist side. On the other hand, on Ermo's side, although the preservation of the 36th Army was a matter of congratulations, but they weren't very happy either. Instead they were very cautious and shocked. What do you mean? They took a battalion and split it into several units, interspersed them with each other, and constantly fought in a circuitous manner, making it difficult to capture? That's right. Originally when I saw them appear, the main force split 1/4 of their men to deal with them, but who knows, they ran off without a trace after the fight. I couldn't find them no matter how, and as the troops were preparing to return, another group of them showed up, caught everyone by surprise, and were gone by the time they counterattacked, just like a loach. Rumble. The general who heard this was like a lightning strike. As outstanding commanders and generals, they had read extensively on military affairs, so how could they not know what kind of tactics this was? Ancestral guerrilla warfare of Daxia? I told you that the earlier tactic of them disappearing as soon as the main force moved when the supply transport chain was attacked was very familiar. It turned out to be guerrilla warfare. The hairy bear mongrels are still so refined that they went to Daxia to steal a lesson in order to win. They have good relations, so understand. Not true. At this point, the previous pretty country general once again voiced his dissent. Guerrilla warfare requires time and experience to accumulate, but there has never been a similar guerrilla warfare on the battlefield before, and it's impossible for manhwa to accumulate this kind of experience in a short period of time. Everyone was a bit finicky at once. What you mean is, Dacia is also involved? Cunning Dacia people, don't they claim that they don't interfere with other countries? This is what they call a gentleman's style. I poo-poo. Hypocrisy. It's pretty funny that a bunch of pretty countries and their lapdogs who started a war by using their dime a dozen hands are ignoring their own sins and counting the faults of other countries. Even if they didn't get directly involved, they must have sent someone over to guide them. It's impossible to master guerrilla warfare in the short term with just a hairy bear. If the Great Xia really intervenes, the situation, it could be troublesome. Pretty country intends to make the first move and put some pressure on Dacia, and public opinion is their specialty. Soon, a flood of articles accusing Dacia began to appear on the extranet. Hashtag Dacia guerrilla warfare emerges on the battlefields of the hairy bears. Hashtag Dacia has no morals. He's meddling in the war between Mao and Ermao. Hashtag enemy of the world. Dacia S3 qualifying has kicked off. Hashtag a press release, quite literally, naming Dacia and criticizing him. Give Dacia, who is at home eating melon and watching the fun, nothing to do with foreign trade, a bad scolding. And taking advantage of this time, the pretty country and its lapdogs have taken a stand to accuse Dacia of breaching the peace, and declared that they would fund more weapons and materials for free for Ermao to defend the peace. Oh, the international peace ambassador is out again? Don't even have a face. You could have sent your soldiers there. You had to find an excuse. Who are you acting for? Enemy of the world? I see that you pretty country is still the public enemy of the world, and the world can live in peace for centuries without you. Aren't we Dacia peace-loving and not interfering with other countries? Why is there guerrilla warfare on other people's front lines? Baka. *******. The little day upstairs is showing his chicken feet. Brothers report and arrest him. On the internet, there was a burst of righteous indignation, with netizens accusing pretty country of shamelessness. There are also large numbers of nationals who run to the extranet to play against foreigners, and compared to that, the official reaction was much calmer. Pretty country is full of tawdry maneuvers that they've long been accustomed to. However, they were also aware that the pretty country was concerned with a half-truth and a half-fake when it came to acting, preferring the real to be mixed with the fake to confuse the public. So there's no reason for him to suddenly jump out and bite himself for no reason. He must have gotten hold of some information or been irritated by something, and as they dug deeper, what they found out was a shock. There really is guerrilla warfare in the furry bears and two furry battlefields, and it's surprisingly true. After a few turns, the story soon reached the military side, creating a sensation. Through the current intelligence, the Maoists make guerrilla warfare quite professional. The enemy advances and I retreat. The enemy stationed and I disturb. The enemy fatigues and I fight. The enemy retreats and I chase. A lot of commanders in Dacia can't play this tactic. Where did they learn it? Where else can we learn? Let's all be a little more open and honest about who's sneaking people in. You old guys are really doing everything you can to gain wartime experience. Still stuffing people. See, you don't know guerrilla warfare. Who stuffs people? Just go over there and know how to play guerrilla. That needs experience to accumulate. Okay? I can't tell who. Maybe you guys sent someone out as a mercenary earlier? People just happened to run into the battlefield of Woolly Bear Two Heads. Obviously this guerrilla warfare on the battlefield of Ermao Bear has been utilized to the fullest extent, and the commander commanding this unit must have very rich battlefield experience. While some of the generals were still having speculations whether the one who commanded this guerrilla warfare was a Dacia or not, the generals who knew the inside story were already cheering. It must be Zhang Yan, who seems to have returned to the 16th Regiment in that runaway fighter according to the embassy side. And now it is the 16th Regiment that has used our guerrilla tactics, and there will be no one else but him. Hearing this news, the general's tightly furrowed brows could be considered to have been relaxed. For a while, they had thought that Zhang Yan was dead since he had returned to the Ermao region in an out-of-control fighter jet. Some of the more talented generals barely resisted the urge to run to the Woolly Bear embassy to raise hell. Later, though, we got news from the embassy side that Zhang Yan was not dead and had returned safely to the 16th Regiment. But that, after all, only represents hearsay, with no actual proof. And now the evidence has emerged of the guerrilla warfare that has suddenly appeared on the battlefields of the two hairy bears. The generals could scarcely think of a second man who could have commanded this battle besides him. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. Whether it's the defense of the 16th Army last time or today's guerrilla warfare, this kid is definitely one of the most amazing young men I've ever seen. To be able to use guerrilla warfare so skillfully is much better than us old guys. This kid is simply a general. When he comes back he must be properly cultivated. It's a shame that an opportunity for a good homecoming was missed. When will the next one be? Just as the generals were chatting, someone knocked on the door and walked in. Report, through our sandboxing, Zhang Yan's method of fighting can drag Ermao's main force to death alive in coordination with the 13th Regiment's side with a casualty rate of no more than 10%. There's just one thing that strikes us as odd. Whoa! What? A map was laid flat on the table, and the young commander wearing glasses pointed at it. Whether it's the 16th Regiment or the 13th Regiment coalition on the front, they all seem to be intentionally driving the main Ermao army to the north. What's wrong with that? It's a big problem. In the process of Ermao's main army rushing north, a gap of several kilometers long will appear in the south. So my guess is that Zhang Yan's main purpose of guerrilla warfare is not to annihilate Ermao's main army, but, Chapter 51 Ermao is knocked out. Who was really surrounding whom? This was the first time Zhang Yan led a team to the front battlefield. Despite the fact that the pack was a large rear of the main Ermao army, the intuition given to him was, in a word, chaos. Thump, 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 pop 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 pop, boom, 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 boom. The soldiers on the ground were densely packed, as if they were ants, charging after the tanks near the armored vehicles. Gunfire roared and dust flew, tinting the otherwise clear sky with a touch of gray. And in the air, it's hilarious, the transport planes carried one soldier after another, dropping like dumplings. A warplane swept across the sky at breakneck speeds, chasing each other, with aerial guns and missiles that looked like fireworks. The original Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion, the Baikal Special Operations Squad, and squads such as Andrei, who had been borrowed from frontline units, almost more than 700 people. The whole was divided into 4 big teams by Zhang Yan. Within the composition of 10 small teams, they were responsible for presenting a combined guerrilla attack on Ermao's main force from 4 positions: south, southwest, west, and northwest. Although each squad had a maximum of 17 men, casualties could be greatly minimized under the cover of the surrounding mountains and woodlands. Thump, 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 thump. Southwest corner woods. The war has resumed, and Ermao has sent out a reinforced company of men in an attempt to find this rat hiding in the southwestern corner of the country. But as soon as they advanced, men sprang up behind them. As soon as he retreated, someone else popped up in front of him. If you go to the right, you'll be on the left. If you go to the left, you'll be on the right. Enemy sighted on the left. Never mind the left, the right child is coming again. Damn, all don't run ah. How come the people in the front of the press no one care? Retreat, what the hell are you doing? This went on and straight to this reinforced company of enemy troops. Casualties were over 60%, with another 40% scattered and shivering in the woods. They are really seeing ghosts. Every time is the opposite child's surprise attack. Their own side has not been much counterattack. The opposite side of the people disappeared. Then you can hear reports of another stream of people popping up from elsewhere. Damn, aren't we cats? How come we're being beaten like rats? Are we bagging them or are they bagging us? The company commander broke his defense and didn't figure out what the hell was going on until the moment the entire reinforced company was folded in the woods and he was dead. And the same scene took place in the 4 corners of the rear of the main Ermao army. Zhang Yan, with his men, using guerrilla tactics, was bit by bit nibbling away at the troops in the rear of Ermao's main army. Finally, the uncle could not be tolerated. Reporting to the major, Ermao is in a hurry. They've split off almost half of their forces and they're all turning around to catch us. The correspondent was shivering as he reported the news. That's a regiment's worth of troops, 2 battalions at most on your side, and they're all spread out. So how can you fight? Zhang Yan didn't panic at all, holding a cigar in his mouth and frowning. He doesn't smoke it, mostly van. 2, 3, 4 teams do a bit of a northward retreat trace to the enemy, then head south and catch me a hard beating on their asses. Alexei, leave a trail for the enemy to follow us. Yes, also, have your 18 core bombers round out the areas of G101, G102, G103, G104, F101, F102, F103, F104 for me. Good. Also, pass on a message for me that none of our 1st Brigade should engage in combat, and that we should withdraw to the north from now on. Alexei couldn't help himself. Big brother, I'm at least a colonel. Do you really put me under the command of Ah? Zhang Yan waved his hand. Hurry up if you hear me. There's a war going on. There's no time to chat with you. Just as the northward withdrawal was in progress, the communications officer brought another message. Major, the frontline troops hope we can draw men westward. The more the better. No, how else am I going to fight the 36th Regiment if I lead the men west? But they say, they're under a lot of pressure. Zhang Yan sneered. Stressed? They've already lured half of them away. If they still can't fight it off, their commanders shouldn't be commanders anymore. Achoo. In the command room of the 16th Regiment, Anthony, who had just taken back command of the frontline troops, had not yet spoken a few words when he sneezed. Wiping his nose, he looked aside to his correspondent. What about Subov's side? Since it's all going according to my previous plan, he should listen to me, right? The correspondent scratched his head awkwardly. The major still refuses your orders. He intends to withdraw north with his men. What? Anthony, people stupid. Stupid not a little bit. All this time, Zhang Yan still do not intend to forgive him. Ah shucks. Follow his orders? Taking a look at the sand table, Anthony's brow swished. No, what kind of brain circuits does this man have? Mountains to the north, plains to the west, and hills to the south. Even if you run, you should run to a good place, right? What does he mean by going north? Since the moment this battle was fought, almost any more wise commanders would only do a double take when they saw Zhang Yan's operation. Grandma can avoid the right answer. He is really avoid by clearly leading the men to withdraw to the west. They could lengthen the battle line and buy enough time for the front-line troops to attack. He led the men to the north. What is this if not a quest for death? Report, the enemy pursuers, the 56th Regiment, had just entered the area of G101F104 when the 18th Army Corps bombers launched a firebombing attack on them, and the 56th Regiment was split into two parts. Report, Major Subov's men have appeared to the south, launching a surprise attack on the 56th Regiment, which is divided in Area F. South. Anthony was even more confused. Didn't they retreat north? How come there are still people left in the south? As a commander, his brain circuits were still fast, and he soon had a thought. I see. It's a maneuver to get some of the men to retreat north to attract the attention of the main body of the pursuers and then spank them from the south. Once the main body of the pursuers turn back, then this part of the northward retreat will spank this side. He's trying to fight a big drawn-out guerrilla war, and the idea is good. But what if the main body of the chasing force doesn't bother with the ass? On the front battlefield, in the woods, Zhang Yan was running towards the mountains to the north with a large group of close to 200 men. They weren't going very fast, and every now and then they threw grenades back to create a commotion, just to make sure Irmo's pursuers could keep up with them. Soon the correspondent brought two messages. One was the news of the successful bombing, and the successful raids of the 2, 3, and 4 largest squads, and the other piece of news had everyone in the room in a cold sweat. The pursuers didn't choose to turn around? Chapter 52 Furious. Even if I blast this mountain flat, I have to find Zhang Yan, follow Zhang Yan for a while to fight a guerrilla war. People aren't quite proficient yet, but there are a lot of insights. For example, in their view, the essence of guerrilla warfare is pulling. Play the game like you would. Jump into the enemy's field of view and A him, then jump out of view when the enemy counter-A's, and when the enemy puts all his attention on the position you just appeared in, you come out from another position to ace him again. The fight is a surprise. Because of this, when Zhang Yan gave the order for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Brigades to withdraw south and the 1st Brigade to move north, they subconsciously thought that Zhang Yan was trying to fight a large-scale guerrilla war. But now comes the tricky part. The pursuers didn't turn around. They preferred to give up the southern troops that were blocked away, but they were also determined to get Zhang Yan. In this case, it was clear that the guerrilla warfare route was not going to work. Someone asked, Major, what should we do? Originally, everyone thought that Zhang Yan would be grimacing at this moment, but who knew that he wasn't? Instead, he looked his usual self. What to do? Keep traveling north. But the enemy has come after us. The original plan was for them to come after us. So what's the problem? The soldiers looked at me and I looked at you. And just hearing that statement, it didn't seem wrong. After all, it was supposed to be the task of their 1st Brigade to get the enemy to pursue them. But now this situation. The head of the 1st Brigade stepped forward and said, Colonel, in this situation today, it won't work to play guerrilla anymore. So it's better to withdraw to the west before the enemy packs up. Zhang Yan froze. Who said I'm going to play guerrilla? Ha! Soldiers dumbfounded. Not to play guerrilla, you still soldiers divided into two what? Zhang Yan could see that he seemed to have some thinking deviations from his own soldiers, because this operation is very significant. For the sake of confidentiality, the specific content and details are only known to individuals, is not to go with everyone to say. So from the beginning of his own order to return to the main army to fight the guerrilla, the soldiers were still more or less confused. After thinking about it, Zhang Yan said, You just obey my orders. I can't disclose the specifics. You'll understand when the time comes. The only thing I can say is that everything today is within my plan. Was it all in your plan? Despite Zhang Yan's wild statement, not many soldiers questioned it. Apart from the fact that Zhang Yan was very confident when he said those words, there is another very important reason, and that is, his name is Subov, Comrade Major of the 16th Regiment, whom Antony had previously held in high regard and admired for his command. If it wasn't for him, everyone in the room wouldn't be alive at this moment, and would probably have died long ago during the attack on the Korea military base. Everyone had only admiration and respect for him, at most sometimes thinking privately about why Zhang Yan had done that. Since Zhang Yan had sworn to guarantee it, then naturally, everyone had no problem with it. Since the enemy didn't turn around, Let's not delay. Let's move forward at full speed. No need to leave any traces. Yes. Just as Zhang Yan led the first brigade to start retreating north at full speed, the Ermal pursuers chasing behind them were equally fast. Quickly, quickly, as long as you can't run to your death, run to your death, and make sure you catch up with them. Go, go, go! The leader of the pursuing regiment, in the lead, came in person to catch up, not for any other reason than he was annoyed by the guerrilla across the street. Originally, all his attention was focused on the front, but news kept coming from the back. Said there was a surprise attack and a dozen or two people died. He was cursing. What's the point of reporting a dozen or two deaths, when you can't even step on a horse to catch up with the casualty targets? But soon enough, the number of such debriefings began to increase, totaling up to dozens. At this point, the chief can't stay out of the way, because dozens of returns mean that hundreds of people may have died in the rear. Although he rushed to respond and sent out several companies to look for the men, he just couldn't find them. It was like the group was greased on the soles of their feet, and like a fish, they just shook hands and ran away. So much so that the same thing happened one after the other, and it just gave him a whole lot of fire. He vowed that if he didn't catch the one who commanded the guerrilla, he would simply drink his bullet. Report, word from the battalion that fell behind the big rear, they've taken heavy casualties and are requesting support. The regimental commander didn't even turn his head back and said, "Support my ass. Didn't you already call for fire support for them? Let them hold their own. I'm busy." But if this continues, the rear battalion will most likely be annihilated. The regimental commander came on fire, just for a battalion. You're asking me to make a big deal out of saving it? Will my men still be chasing after them? But Captain, it's clear that enemy troops have appeared in the rear as well, so why do you have to go after them to the north? Couldn't you have gone after the south? The regimental commander griped with a slap. Idiot, can't you see that this is a ploy of the enemy? Soldiers divided into two. As long as we dare to turn back, the north immediately dare to pull out our hooks, and then we will be in their guerrilla game. The officer covered his face. I don't think there's any need to worry, right? This unit in the north is clearly outnumbered by the rear in terms of numbers and firepower. That's why I'm going after it. Ha! The regimental commander slapped him over again. You fool! I'm asking you, don't the enemy know that the north retreat is weak? Then why did he have the nerve to let this northern retreat draw our attention? Why? The regimental commander a dingshell, because people have that confidence, no? I strongly suspect that this enemy army in the north is far more experienced in guerrilla than the enemy army in the south. Then there is only one possibility. The commander-in-chief who is directing this guerrilla war is most likely among the enemy troops retreating north. I'm going to get him and rip him apart myself. After pursuing for most of the day, Ermal's pursuers came through the woods to a massive mountain range. From a distance, the mossy green ground interspersed with a little snow is extremely beautiful, but now was not the time for sightseeing. According to the traces left behind by the retreating enemy forces to the north, there is no other way for them to go but this mountain range. The regimental commander was sizing up the mountain range as a whole through his binoculars, hoping to find traces of Zhang Yan and the others. At this time of the day, they should have already gone into the mountains. Chief, should we go into the mountains to search? Wouldn't it be a bit late? A little late indeed. The regimental commander nodded, then opened his combs. Artillery Battalion, Air Force Battalion, I order you to aim all effective firepower at the Cocoa Mountains and carpet bomb them. Even if I blow this mountain flat, I must find him. Yes. Chapter 53 Firebombing. Zhang Yan ran away in a helicopter? 56th Regiment Artillery Battalion. At the first moment they received the chief's order, all missile vehicles immediately stopped the task at hand and turned their targets to the Cocoa Mountains. Swish, whoosh, boom. Swish, whoosh, boom. A missile was like a million arrows, pouring toward the Cocoa Mountains. At the same time, the supersonic bombers of the Air Force Battalion took off immediately, carrying 40 tons of munitions and aiming to flatten the Cocoa Mountains. Boom 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 boom. All of a sudden, the entire Cocoa Mountain range shook with the sound of artillery. The earth trembled, and one mushroom cloud after another rose. Under such intensive carpet bombing, the entire Cocoa range, even bacteria, would vaporize in place. The head of the artillery battalion of the 56th Regiment was very confident that he could blast the guy who was commanding the guerrilla warfare to death in this mountain range. The bombardment that was to come was over, and the hill before them had been cut down a couple of layers. The regimental commander did not hesitate and immediately led the men up to search, but after searching for most of the day, he did not even see a shadow of a hair. Chief, so far all we've found is animal tissue. None of it matches human characteristics. Upon hearing this, the head of the regiment immediately became angry and grabbed the officer's collar. What do you mean? Is it possible that they can still fly for no reason? While it does seem counterintuitive that this northward retreating force would disappear for no apparent reason, it is what happened. Chief, Could it be that our firepower was so intense that it just vaporized the enemy? Are you stupid? Even if it evaporates, there should be residual material in the dirt under your feet. Chief, could it be that they changed their position temporarily and they didn't actually evacuate toward the cocoa place? Do you want to listen to what you're saying? It's been a long chase. Do you see any traces left by them in any other direction? Chief, I suspect they're hiding in one of the caves in Kokoria, which is why we haven't found any sign of them. You're the most reliable of all the people who have spoken over here. So in your opinion, what should we do? The named officer held his head high and said with confidence, use thermal imagers to find their trail, or another round of bombing, 2 rounds of bombing, and even if God comes, he'll go to hell. Apparently, the cranky chief was very much in favor of his second idea, another round of bombing. He didn't believe that Zhang Yan and the others would disappear so quickly in Kokolia. That was too contrary to common sense. So Zhang Yan and the others must be hiding somewhere. Since you like to hide, I'll let you hide well. Artillery Battalion, Air Force Battalion, I order you, turn back immediately for a second bombardment. The order was given quickly, but the officer on the other end hesitated. I'm sorry, Captain. We refuse to carry out your order. The hand rejection simply caught the chief off guard. He was instantly furious. Idiot, you dare to refuse my order? Is that questioning my judgment? According to the time analysis, it's simply impossible for the enemy to withdraw that fast, and it's very likely that the enemy is now hiding in one of the caves in the Kokoria Mountains. If we let them go and leave them alive, later on, they will be a major threat affecting my Ermal army. The regimental commander thought he had made it clear that a second bombardment would be necessary in order to completely destroy this northward retreating enemy force. But why did that side refuse? He could never figure it out. But soon, he knew why. Karav, how much longer are you going to make a scene? A calm voice came through the receiver. Regimental Commander Kurlaf was stunned. Division Commander? The division commander chided. You moved your regiment's artillery air battalion in order to pursue a small group of enemy troops. Do you realize that because of this action you left our front-line troops without fire cover and under heavy fire from the Maoist side? I think you are really bewildered. But a small enemy army, so much to raise a crowd. Even want to come to the second fire bombing? This is with shells to hit mosquitoes. What is the difference? The divisional commander's meaning is clear. The number of enemy troops retreating north is so small that you are already raising a crowd by yourself with a regiment to pursue them. But all that, and you want to use firebombing multiple times? See for yourself if this is too much. Right now, the main army was fighting to the death against the combined forces of the Woolly Bear 13 and 16 Corps on the front. And yet you put your main force behind you to take on a small enemy force. Don't you think that's outrageous? Isn't it funny? Karav more or less felt that the division commander was a bit standoffish. Immediately, he defended. Division commander, retreating north, this enemy force is different. I seriously suspect that the commander who commanded the guerrilla attack that caused major damage to our rear is among this enemy force. Before the words were finished, the division commander interrupted. Well, since there has been a round of firebombing, a mosquito should become ash. Quickly turn around and come back. The situation at the front is grim, and your 56th Regiment is very much needed. Yonder pressed on without giving Kurlaf any room to talk back. Karav's face darkened to the point of blackness even as he looked at the blasted hill. Finally he gritted his teeth. Withdraw. But just as he turned back, before he had taken a few steps, an officer came to report. Chief, we found what looks like suspected helicopter wreckage on a gentle patch to the west. Helicopter wreckage? 16th Regiment Command. Anthony frowned as he looked at the image map he had just pulled from one of the satellites. So what you're saying is that Zhang Yan has successfully withdrawn, or was it by helicopter? The officer on the side nodded. Through satellite imagery analysis, 15 minutes before the bombing, a number of helicopters, almost 10 in number, took off from the gentle northern slopes of the western Cocoa Mountains and left along the low valley to the north. Anthony scratched his head. No, where did the helicopter come from again? Originally, when he learned that Ermo had carpet-bombed the Cocoa Range, Anthony had almost decided that Zhang Yan was going to die. But then someone told him that Zhang Yan ran away in a helicopter? That's unknown. Maybe they prepared it ahead of time and that's why they felt confident enough to withdraw to the north. Anthony thought for a moment. Any idea where the helicopter went? I don't know. They shut down all communication facilities and went into silence. At that moment, someone came to report. Sir, the latest news is that our troops spread out behind the enemy's rear in the west, southwest, and south directions have all disappeared without a trace. Removed all the people. Zhang Yan, what exactly do you want to do? Anthony looked at the sand table in front of him, more and more unable to understand Zhang Yan's behavior. Just then, however, word came from the higher-ups that the headquarters of the 16th Army should be allowed to return to quarters. Chapter 54. Ermo was terrified. Zhang Yan still wants to fight the 36th Regiment? Previously, when the main army of Ermos attacked, since most of the 16th Army's troops were there at the Kiria military base, Anthony gave the order to withdraw eastward and let go of the occupied area for the time being, and now they are being asked by their military superiors to, immediately, return to the occupied territories and press forward to the west to put pressure on Ermo. Of course, the 16th Army was not the only one to receive the order. The 18th Army Corps on the side, and the 19th Army Corps on the other end, likewise received the same order. Although everyone was puzzled by this, they dared not disobey the orders of their superiors and immediately mobilized their troops to press forward. All of a sudden, the pomp and circumstance of the three major legions pressing forward at the same time, coupled with the allied forces of the 13th Legion and 16th Legion that had gradually penetrated into the Ermo territory, it gave the Ermo side a dumbfounded look. Their main forces are all in the front line, so little soldiers they dare to press forward, surely not looking for death? Damn! Most of the troops from our nearby garrison have all been moved to support the main army. It's a bit of a defense to press forward at this time. The 18th Corps has pressed several kilometers inside our lines. What are they doing? How can they suddenly press forward? Even the conservative 16th Army dares to penetrate deep into our defense line. Is it possible that they won a big battle? Quickly call for help from the pretty country and also the Northern Alliance. If we don't call for help, the Maoists will be hitting our capital. The Hairy Bear's maneuver was so counterintuitive, like he was trying to fight Ermo to the death. It was scary. However, after the shock, Ermo calmed down and analyzed the situation, and always felt that Mao Zi's wave was a bit of a fox. There is a strong whiff of conspiracy behind this unusual behavior. Mao Xiong's frontline troops are simply not as battle-hardened as our main force, and all this time they have been waiting for assistance from the XX Corps, and there is only one possibility for this sudden behavior. The XX Corps is arriving. Even if the 20th Army Corps arrives, it's at most equal to our battle strength. Where did they get the confidence to press forward? Is there a possibility that the woolly bears are trying to break up the main force by pressuring us on all three sides and then forcing us to make the wrong choices, resulting in the breakup of the main force? I'm with you. Once we get the main Army Corps to split up to provide support, at this point in time, once the XX Corps comes to the frontal battlefield, it will completely turn the tide of the war between us. When analyzed in this way, the situation became instantly clear. The Hairy Bear is clearly a play, a sign of weakness. Ermo even felt that the Hairy Bear was treating himself as a silly cup. His intentions were so obvious that they were written on his face, and he still thought that others could not see it. Now that the situation has been analyzed, the next step is a solution. That three-way forward pressure problem must be solved. But our main army can't be moved. Is there any other unit that can go to support it now? Yes, the 36th Army. Previously there was news that the enemy would launch a surprise attack on the 36th Army. So the 36th Army recalled all the garrison in the rear and stood by at the headquarters, and told them to divide their troops into three, which should be able to deal with the enemy's forward pressure. Good. Then send out the 36th Army. At this point, someone asked a soul-searching question. If we send it out now, what if that unit that the enemy has planted behind the main force turns around and hits the headquarters of the 36th Army? The crowd was silent at these words. Indeed, this enemy force, located behind the main force, had been a bigger headache for the Ermac party. Previously, they relied on guerrilla warfare, pulling and pulling, but they had caused heavy casualties to the main force. The fact that most of the attention was drawn to the rear resulted in the main force being pressed for a time by the frontal forces of the woolly bear. And now, they have suddenly disappeared without a trace, going nowhere. I wonder if they will take advantage of the fact that the 36th Legion is out in support to catch the 36th Legion off guard. At that moment, the superior division commander of the 56th Regiment spoke up. No need to worry. According to the report of the 56th Regiment that pursued them, this enemy force is not very large, at most 1 battalion. We find them tricky simply because they use guerrilla warfare we've never seen before. I don't believe that in a frontal battlefield, one of their battalions can handle the entire 36th Army Corps. The division commander's words were persuasive and were supported by many of the Ermine officers, because in the opinion of many dime a dozen officers, that so-called guerrilla is just a speculative trick. While the eyes of the main force are all ahead, they sneak up behind them like a mouse. By the time the eyes of the main force fell to the rear, they had disappeared again without a trace, as impossible to catch as a fish. Much of the reason such decisions work is because the main force can't have their full attention thrown at them and are always distracted by other things. But what if it's a head-to-head confrontation? When your opponent has all the attention on you, are you still able to play as well? Though everyone thinks so, with a great deal of disbelief in their hearts. However, when it came to the specific arrangements, they were still a bit weak and transferred a group of air forces from several neighboring military bases to the 36th Army to cover them. Soon a large number of troops of the 36th Army set out, and, divided into 3 divisions, they sped off in the direction of the advance by the 16th, 18th, and 19th armies of the Woolly Bear. With Mao, the Hairy Bear, two sides respectively did their own deployment. Major international media outlets, too, smelled a hint of a major battle about to be fought in the deployment of both. So they scrambled to release the wartime news, giving the eating public something to gawk at. It's a bit hard to see. Didn't it start out as a furry bear attacking Mao's Kiria military base? How did it develop into a large-scale war? Who let Mao send his main army to sneak up on Mao's 13 Corps while Mao went to fight the military base in Kilia? There's no way the Maoists will put up with this. This is great. What was a military operation is going to turn into a showdown. Who will win? If Mao wins, I guess Mao is going to lose this part of the northeast, and it will be hard for them to fight their way in later. But if Mao wins, I guess they will have to fight their way to the Mao capital in a few days. How many people have been displaced by this damn war? No matter who wins, get it over with. There was a lot of discussion, and while there were a lot of people saying all kinds of rhetoric, more people, for both deployments, said they were a little confused, but it's normal to not be able to read it. After all, none of them are in the game, but now the Bureau has something to say about it. 2. They can't see it either. When the 36th Legion's gallop is close by, just fire back and let go of the occupation again? No, what the hell does the OP want? Anthony's brain was buzzing with the orders coming from his superiors one after the other. This one moment to let pressure, and the other moment to let retreat. The people as a puppet on strings? Anthony was a bit puzzled, always feeling that his superiors were just like being possessed by Zhang Yan, also engaging in some inexplicable operations. But if you go and ask yourself, your superiors won't tell you, and if you don't ask yourself, you can only be dry and confused here. No, I have to find out what's going on. With that in mind, Anthony began contacting friends who were staying in other units, but unfortunately, they were equally clueless. The secrecy of this operation was so high that except for some of the top officials, the lower ones were basically unaware of it. After a few rounds, Anthony finally got in touch with a friend who knew something about it, a section officer in the office of the head of the 18 Corps. He knows a lot of information, but he doesn't want to say it explicitly. Finally, after Anthony soft-pedaled him and claimed that he would buy him a year's worth of drinks, he was finally willing to reveal something. I can't tell you much more than that, so I'll tell you a simple one. Your Major Sabov side of the 16 Corps intends to attack the XXXDI Corps now. Anthony was dumbfounded. No, Zhang Yan, are you that obsessed? Making such a big show? Or to fight the 36th Army? Chapter 55 Formal Strike. Main attacker is not Zhang Yan, but the 20th Regiment? Anthony was about to be defeated by Zhang Yan. Why is that kid so obsessed with the 36th Army? Is there a difference between fighting now and fighting before? Don't say. There really is. The 36th Army sent 3 reinforcements. At this moment the moment of internal defense is empty. The offense has a better chance of winning at this point than it did before. While Anthony understood this, he still wasn't very optimistic. Although the 36th Army was empty, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. In this current situation, playing it, you're left with a fast attack. Once the fight slows down and allows the reinforcements that were originally sent out to go back in, that could be a problem. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, only had a Nightingale Scout Battalion plus the strength of Baikal Special Operations Squad and Andre Squad. Even if they were well armed and equipped, it wasn't that easy to make a fast attack. No Man's Land, border of the 36th Army post. As several helicopters went away, Zhang Yan stretched his back. That was a close call. One of the helicopters malfunctioned during the evacuation, and I'm afraid a dozen people would have died in that firebombing if they hadn't abandoned the aircraft in time. Major, what do we do next? At that moment, the squad leader stepped forward and asked, have all the 2, 3, and 4 teams been withdrawn? It has been done as you ordered, and at the same time we evacuated. They evacuated with us. Zhang Yan nodded. Then all good, all westward. Target the 36th Army. Remember, the commotion along the way. Make it bigger. Everyone froze when they heard Zhang Yan's words. What the? Going to fight the 36th Army again? Previously, when Zhang Yan suddenly took them to the enemy rear to fight guerrillas, they thought that Zhang Yan had temporarily given up the idea of attacking the 36th Army. Who knew that this was the time when such thoughts were revived in him? With so few men, can they really take down the 36th Army? Despite the doubts in his heart, no one dared to disobey Zhang Yan's order. When they had rested for a few moments, all of them brainlessly dug into the woods on the side and began to move in the direction of the 36th Army's headquarters. Along the way, Zhang Yan and the others were so loud that they almost saw a station squad about to rush up and destroy them. Walked all the way and exterminated all the way. So much so that Mao soon learned of their whereabouts. 1 in the northeast and 3 in the southeast. Still on guerrilla tactics. Seems to be the same enemy unit that was behind the previous main force. They are a bit too bold. Marching so squarely toward the 36th Army, do they really think we're afraid of them? There are only a few hundred men in surprising quantities, and they dare to attack the 36th Army. I really don't know where they got the courage. This rat force is so annoying. I'm requesting the Air Force that came in for support to firebomb them." Someone objected. Is it possible that they dared to act so squarely? That it was intentional? That they were covering their tracks? Someone laughed after hearing this. Are you paranoid of being persecuted? This is our territory. If there are any winds and grasses, can't we catch them? In the end, the minority obeyed the majority, and the Air Force sent to aid the 36th Army was sent out again to conduct firebombing of Zhang Yan's forces. However, just half an hour later, a deafening muffled sound above the head of the 36th Regiment drew everyone's attention. Boom 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 boom. Subsequently, countless artillery shells landed inside the 36th Regiment, as if raindrops fell on water, causing ripples. What the hell? The temporary commander pushed his way through the chaos and stepped out to take a look, and was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. An airplane was like a flock of birds of prey, and above the ground, a tank, a missile vehicle, plus armored vehicles, and soldiers arranged as densely as ants. It was raging towards the 36th Army. Kill! Ola! Ya holy sword! Bang! 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 Boom boom boom! It all came so suddenly that the 36th Regiment could barely organize an effective large-scale defense before the woolly bear soldiers charged in. There was a flurry of gunfire. One by one, the Ermau soldiers fell in a pool of blood, and the furry bear soldiers were in high spirits, quite intent on wiping out the entire 36th Regiment. Call for help. The enemy force is large, estimated to be a reinforced regiment. Damn it, where the hell did they come from? How come they never got the message? Hurry up and pull back the men you sent out. It's too late. I'm afraid we're going to have to regroup before they come back. Bang! A 5-star general slammed his hand heavily on the table at the Ermau General Headquarters. Can someone please explain where on earth this unit of hairy bears came from? Why? Why did such a large force enter the country and not a single person noticed? At this time, someone trembled and said, I'm afraid it's the 20th Legion of the Woolly Bear that came to support. They didn't go to the front battlefield, but came to the side of the 36th Regiment. Report, the surrounding units attempting to support the 36th Corps have been stopped by that rat force. Report, the enemy is coming on strong and has taken over a quarter of the XX Corps area. Report, the frontline troops were on their way back when they were met with a desperate attempt to hold them back by the 13th Woolly Bear Corps. Report, report, report. As news of the defeat came in, the 5-star general flopped with a thud into his chair. It was over. The defeat of the 36th Army Corps was final, and the loss of the northeastern part of Ermau was a foregone conclusion. Command of the 16 Corps. Anthony was also informed of what was happening up ahead. So the main attacker this time isn't Zhang Yan, but the 20th Legion? Zhang Yan is not playing guerrilla to help the frontline troops, but to provide cover for the XX Corps to enter the Ermau area? Gosh, even though it looks like the process was all wrong, it turned out to be right. Fighting the beginning. Zhang Yan had only one goal, and that was the 36th Legion. Anthony was completely convinced. He really wanted to open Zhang Yan's head and see what was inside. How did he come up with such an awesome ploy? A few hours later, Zhang Yan finally arrived at the headquarters of the 36th Legion with his men. The surrounding land was scorched black and bloody, and the bodies of soldiers lay almost everywhere. You can see the grueling and horrific nature of this war. How come I always feel that this place is somewhat familiar? Looking at the barracks in front of him, Zhang Yan inexplicably developed a sense of familiarity, but because this feeling had no cause, Zhang Yan directly put it behind him. We may be late, but we can't lose to our brothers in the 20th Regiment. Do you know that? No. Well then, generals, charge with me. Ola, chapter 56. You're surrendering just as I get here? You're playing me here. Zhang Yan led a few hundred men and charged into the battlefield with a brain, but after searching for a few rounds, he couldn't find any enemy troops, which instantly gave Zhang Yan a whole lot of embarrassment. Just then, a certain officer of the 20th Regiment approached him. Hello comrade, you must be Major Subov. My headmaster has a great deal of respect for you. Zhang Yan was polite with him. So what's the situation now that the battle is over? The officer shook his head. Currently, the last of the enemy forces have been surrounded by our troops underneath their command room, and I believe we will be able to break through shortly. Zhang Yan immediately sked, feeling that he was still late. How presumptuous is this? The command and plan are all your own, but you are not involved at all. So who is there to argue with? Zhang Yan held a breath in his heart and wanted to take this surrounded force to vent his anger. At this moment in the underground of the 36th Army, several hundred Ermau soldier officers were shivering. What should we do? All the people have been killed. There are only a few hundred of us left. How can we still fight? Didn't you say there was only one battalion of troops, and these thousands of men across the street? Are you sure it's a battalion? Damn. Someone must have falsely transmitted the information. Is it too late for us to leave now? Go, what are you thinking? It's all wrapped up, you can only fight to the death. Just as the crowd was still struggling with whether or not to go out and fight the hairy bear, the Ermau soldier in charge of keeping an eye on the outside suddenly exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk, it's that T-800, he's back again, he's even from the manhwa country. Although Zhang Yan had already forgotten about the last time he made a fuss about the 36th Legion, but this group of soldiers can still keep in mind, that guy was ridiculously strong, just like the Terminator T-800. What's creepy is that the guy broke into command and killed the legendary Commander Chekhov as well as several key figures of the 36th Army. It causes them to press for the truth when they report it. If their superiors found out that thousands of them had been broken into the enemy camp by one man, then probably all of them would have to be buried with Chekhov. Brothers of the 20th Regiment, you slow down. This bit of men, just leave it to us. At this time, Zhang Yan also rushed outside the command center and rolled up his sleeves and raised his gun to do it. I didn't get to fight on the front lines, but I'll take my chances now, won't I? But Zhang Yan had only just taken 2 steps. With a bang, a thud, the door over there opened. A white strip of cloth was held out at the same time as someone yelled, "Don't attack, we surrender." What? Everyone, including Zhang Yan, was a bit confused. Didn't you resist so strongly just now? How come this is the time to vote? Zhang Yan felt that the group of people across the street were targeting him, but he had no evidence. Asshole, who told you to surrender? Suddenly, the one who had cried out for surrender was pulled in, and there were sounds of infighting from Ermo's side. I don't blame you for not being at the barracks that day, but there was no way we were going to win with that man around. Isn't it just a man? What's there to be so godly about? You guys are afraid. I'm not. Then, Zhang Yan saw an Ermau sticking out his head, but it was only for half a second before he was pulled back again. That guy was scary. Thousands of us couldn't hit him with our bullets. He shot a little kid instead, and it was at his hands that our commander, Chekhov, and several other important officers died. Originally, the crowd had no idea what they were talking about until the content became more and more familiar. All the Maoist soldiers who knew the inside story turned their gazes to Zhang Yan at almost the same time. Major, you. Zhang Yan scratched his head. I don't know how. I don't know how long it took, but Ermau's side was probably clear from the discussion. Soon, a group of Ermau officers and soldiers came out while relieving themselves of their weapons. Don't shoot. We surrender in good faith. The Ermau soldiers were very self-conscious and came into the clearing crouching with their heads in their hands. Zhang Yan was very displeased. Do you guys know what you are doing? You are betraying your country. You are simply a disgrace to the military. The second hairs were silent. If others they could still retort and refute. Who would want to surrender if not for the fear of dying and not seeing their loved ones? But it turned out that this person was Zhang Yan, a terrifying figure who had once caused havoc with the 36th Army by himself, killing one in and one out. You can curse all you want. We won't say anything back. Then, one after another, hundreds of Ermau soldiers came out of the command center. Check it out. If there's nothing wrong, 20th Regiment. Who's in charge on your side? Me. The officer from earlier stepped forward. Tell your regimental commander that from now on he will immediately close in on all enemy forces on the front battlefield and purge the northeast. Yes, after an attack that was comparable to a blitzkrieg, the XX Corps set out again, from the rear, to launch an annihilation operation against the Ermau forces on the front battlefield in front of them. Although Ermau knew this news early, because of the involvement of the 13th Army Corps as well as the 16th, 18th, and 19th regiments, those Ermau troops could not run away at all. The battle lasted a full 3 days before it ended. 3 days later, when Zhang Yan returned to the 16th Regiment's quarters with hundreds of prisoners, he stunned everyone. I'm not mistaken. Hundreds of prisoners? Ah, about the same number as the Nightingale Scout Battalion. But why aren't they resisting? Ha, defiance? Major Subov is here. Who dares to make a scene? What's going on at the front? How come it feels like Major Subov's is more beloved by the soldiers? Let's put it to you this way. The battle was won all thanks to Major Subov's command. I'm fresh off the front line unit, and I can't thank Major Subov enough. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid we'd be dead in Krya, on both sides of the road. No matter whether they were soldiers or officers with a higher rank than Zhang Yan, once they saw Zhang Yan, they had to stand at attention and salute, not for any other reason, because they were full of admiration for Zhang Yan. Whether it's the way he held up the building during the defense of the 16th Regiment, or the calm and collected way he broke the ice when the military base in Krya was surrounded afterward, or maybe a handful of odd mobilizations plus guerrilla attacks to get the XX Corps deeper into the hinterland, all are enough to see Zhang Yan's talent and vigor. At the front door of the command room, from a great distance, Zhang Yan saw Anthony pacing there. My ancestor, you're finally back. Seeing Zhang Yan coming back, Anthony jogged all the way and hugged Zhang Yan's arm in a burst of greeting. No injuries, right? Geez, what's the matter? You've lost weight. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows and thought, you still have the heart to talk about me. You've got dark circles under your eyes like a panda. Chapter 57. A meeting dedicated to Zhang Yan. Must send him back. Anthony was sort of screwed by Zhang Yan these days. Almost that leg never leaves the command room. Eats, drinks and sleeps in there. He didn't dare to close his eyes for a moment, and was always keeping an eye on the situation of the front battlefield, just for fear that Zhang Yan would have any more accidents. Well now, he's finally back. It's good to be back. Go down and rest first. I've arranged a reception banquet for you in the evening. Good. It just so happened that he hadn't rested much in the past few days of trekking, so Zhang Yan didn't refuse and went straight back to his tent. Instead, Andre was left with Anthony. Tell me everything that happened along the way. Though Andre had reported back earlier, that was, after all, across a communicator, and in more general terms. Now Anthony was going to hear more details. Andre nodded, then fired off tirelessly. From the siege of the Korea military base, to Kever probing for information, to Zhang Yan being sent back to the battlefield by a faulty airplane, Combined 18 and XX Corps started the annihilation of the 36th Army of Irmo. After listening, Anthony's mind was nothing but shock. Zhang Yan is too powerful, whether it's leading an army into battle or his ability to fight alone. He's almost as strong as it gets. It's not too much of a stretch to say it's the god of war. It seemed that he had been right in keeping him in the 16th Regiment. From today onwards, make sure you keep an eye on Zhang Yan. You can't let him take any more risks. We furry bears can't afford to lose him. Yes, but just as Andre was about to leave, Anthony suddenly called out to him, but I'm not sure about one thing. Zhang Yan is just a major. Why would the 18th Army Corps and the 20th Army Corps listen to him? Andre paused, because both units are connected to one man. Who? General Batu. Anthony froze. Batu? That man was a great warrior for the Manhwa kingdom, and one of the few generals with an Asian face. After Zhang Yan finalized his plan to attack the 36th Army, General Batu personally contacted him. What? General Batu contacted him personally? Anthony felt that there was something perverse about this. How even a character like Batu was involved. I'm not sure exactly what they said, but after that, Zhang Yan got in touch with the 18th Legion as well as the 20th Legion, and I think it was because of General Batu. Since he was a general, it was only natural that he would have his own connections in the military. This made it easy to explain why Zhang Yan could be involved with these two legions. At that moment, a correspondent came in and reported. Report, Superior requesting a call. You go down first, remember, keep an eye on Zhang Yan. Saying that, Anthony picked up the receiver. Hello, sir, don't worry, Zhang Yan has returned. The superior officer's faint voice came from the other end of the line. Well, I know. Anthony was the first to notice something was wrong. The upper side has already sent someone to pick up Zhang Yan, so get ready. You're expected to arrive in just these 2 days. Anthony was dumbfounded. What does it mean? Didn't the superiors also advocate keeping Zhang Yan? What is this sudden sending of a pickup? But before he could ask a question, the other side hung up the communication. At this end, the superior officer, Division Commander Petrov, put down the communicator in his hand, put on his hat, and briefly straightened his dress. He's off to a meeting, a not-so-friendly regular meeting. I don't know what the Disya side actually used to persuade some generals to advocate for the return of Zhang Yan. This could give him a bit of a headache, all the way to the conference room, which was filled with some big names, making him a small division commander, under pressure. Petrov, explain why you were not late in sending back Zhang Yan. Just as he had taken his seat, someone had already started to give him a hard time. Petrov explained, the disorganized situation in the war zone, coupled with the failure of negotiations. That's not an excuse. We've all been to war. Who doesn't know the cattiness of the battlefield? You know there are many avenues to send him away. Why didn't you do anything? The officer's statement was so relevant that it made Petrov choke on his words for a moment. At that moment, another person rose. I heard that you wanted to keep him because he has some talent, and he helped your 16 legions escape. But think about it, he's a Daxia man after all, not one of us from the woolly bear country. At the moment, we Mao Xiong and Daxia have a close relationship, so if something happens to him and causes a rift between the two countries, it will be more loss than gain. The officer's statement represented many people in the conference room, and how could they not know that Zhang Yan was kept in the army because of his talent? But right now, it wasn't the time to continue to keep him. There was too much pressure from Daxia's side. It would be a major sin if the relationship between the two countries was affected by any further forced trips. Even though Petrov was very reluctant to let Zhang Yan leave, he didn't seem to have much of a response when people pressed him with the affairs of state. Are they all finished? At this moment, an old man with white temples knocked on the tabletop, and the scene fell silent. Who else could have spoken, if not General Batu? Batu took a sip of his coffee and said lightly, I hope you realize that we are not keeping him because of his slight talents. I'm afraid if you knew what he's done, you'd want him to stay even more than we do. Everyone was a little puzzled when they heard these words. Could it be that Zhang Yan has other feats that people don't know about? At present, the 20th Regiment, the 18th, is presiding over the closing of the northeastern part of the Irmo. I didn't want to make the details of this operation public too soon, but since it's all been done, I'll get right to it. The real commander behind this operation to attack the 36th Army Corps is none other than Zhang Yan, and it was I who authorized the 20th Corps as well as the 18th Corps to follow his orders. General Batu's tone was very calm, but hidden in the calmness was a shocking wave. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? The commander-in-chief of the battle to take the northeastern part of Irma was actually Zhang Yan? Because of the remoteness of the battlefield, the news was closed, and Petrov's deliberate cover-up. There were a lot of people who almost only knew that Zhang Yan had commanded the defense of the 16th Regiment. As for the rest, they didn't know. But now General Batu was telling them that the battlefield decisions that had previously shaken countless furry bear commanders were all made by Zhang Yan? So that sub-of is Zhang Yan? If what the general says is true, then such a man should be left behind. It's unbelievable. What's in his head that he's able to coordinate the whole situation in such a way? Damn it, why didn't you guys say so earlier? The receivers have already been dispatched. Perhaps thinking that this news wasn't heavy enough, Bata quickly attached another message that was enough to drop everyone's jaws. By the way, there's one more thing. Irmo's Chekhov, he killed him. Not only did he kill, he made a big mess of the 36th Regiment. Chapter 58. This son must stay in manhwa. Zhang Yan's battle record is too godly. The news that Zhang Yan had made a scene in the 36th Regiment and killed Chekhov had been recently tortured out of the mouths of Irmao's captors. When talking about that incident, the Irmao captives almost smelled it and called Zhang Yan the T-800 Terminator. Possibly fearing that the crowd wouldn't believe him, General Bata had thoughtfully attached a video for them that he had retrieved from the captive's cell phone. As soon as the video begins, the sound of thumping of shots being fired is heard. Then he saw Zhang Yan's feet generate wind, scurrying up and down for a while, dodging numerous bullets along the way, directly looking silly at the officers present. Ask any soldier who can do such a miracle. There shouldn't be anyone else except Zhang Yan, right? By the time they finished watching the video, a crowd of people already had their mouths wide open. General Bata concluded. Seeing this, do you still want to send him away? The crowd was silent. How justified they had been in questioning before. How torn they were at the moment. If Zhang Yan merely commanded a victorious battle, then they would absolutely send Zhang Yan away. After all, the last thing Manhwa lacked was commanders, and it was only a matter of time before they could train one like Zhang Yan. But if Zhang Yan was fierce like this, then they would have to think hard about it. This kind of person, but a godly person who can decide the victory or defeat of a large-scale war with his own strength. Wouldn't it be too much of a pity to send him back just like that? I don't think we can send him back. He might be the key to our victory over Irmo and the pretty country traders. Even if we send him back, it shouldn't be now. It won't do us a bit of good to let him go back now. So what? I admit that I spoke too loudly before, but the people have already been dispatched, and the words have been spoken to the Daxia side. How are we going to end this? Without realizing it, the content and direction of the meeting had all changed. It changed from blaming Petrov for why he didn't send back Zhang Yan to how to rationalize keeping Zhang Yan in Woolly Bear, pay him a salary, and since he is a Daxia man and has made such a war achievement, the salary must be high. I heard that Zhang Yan has just finished his college entrance exams. I think we can ask our Mayohu's top academy to give him an acceptance letter. If he goes to school here, then Daxia won't be able to control this place. Offer him a hefty commission, the kind you can't spend in a lifetime, and I'm sure he won't refuse. Don't a few of you have daughters at home who are still young? Introduce them to him as daughters-in-law. I've heard that Daxia has a kind of saying about entering the family. Let's let him enter the family then. For a while, the crowd was telling whatever the hell it was, but in response, General Bata said that he had done all he could and suggested a different approach. And so a meeting, which lasted several hours, began once again. 16th Regiment residence. After returning to the tent and lying down for a while, Zhang Yan began to be bored. It may be that the days of licking blood at the tip of the knife have been too long, and suddenly he was a bit unaccustomed to the blandness. Thinking, he took out his cell phone. The original cell phone crashed and fell to dust with the fighter jet. It was given to him by the vice commander of the XXTH Legion when he left earlier. It says it's some kind of military cell phone that's so resistant and durable that a nuclear bomb can't even penetrate it, and it's of the highest quality. But the disadvantage is, because the cell phone card followed a piece of elimination, Zhang Yan was now without a single person's phone number. Logging a prestige mount has to be verified. Nima, what do I need this cell phone for? Zhang Yan was so angry that he almost dropped his cell phone, but thinking that it didn't seem to break, he endured a hand. Zhang Yan, sitting down? At this moment, Anthony lifted the door curtain and walked in. Anything? Your representatives from Daxia, requesting to speak with you. They're worried about you after you disappeared for so long. You need to talk to them. Zhang Yan felt guilty that he hadn't answered his dad's call before because he wanted to be silent. Now that it's finally calmed down, it's time to talk. On the way to the communication room after Anthony always took one step and turned back 3 times, making Zhang Yan puzzled. What's wrong? What's the matter with you? Anthony's scared. I was thinking, I'm afraid your father still doesn't know about you going deep into the battlefield. Shouldn't you be a bit more careful when you say it later? Otherwise, what if you scare him? Zhang Yan thought about it. Although he had a title in existence, he couldn't die and could build as much as he wanted. But Dad doesn't know about this. And if he told him about the thrill of his journey, he'd probably give him a heart attack. Thanks for the reminder. I'll take care of it. That's good. Anthony let out a cry of celebration. He was afraid that Zhang Yan would slip up in a moment and then let Dasha find trouble with the furry bear. Soon arriving at the communication room, under the guidance of the staff, Zhang Yan came to a computer. On the screen, Zhang Yan was the first to see his father, Ten Shin, who seemed a bit deflated at the moment, with disheveled hair and a somewhat straggly beard. Dad, Rock. Father and son met again, and both men reddened almost simultaneously. Are you okay? Why do you look a little thin? I'm fine. It's not skinny. It's me working out a lot and getting rid of the fat. Between father and son, it's more of a rah-rah, as long as they're safe with each other. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing glasses appears in the shot. Zhang Yan, I'm Chen Guoqiang, the consular representative of Daxia. Hello Representative Chen? I'm sorry for taking care of my father, and I'm sorry that I've caused trouble for the country. What are you talking about? Protecting and serving the citizens of Daxia is what we, the people's servants, should do. Is the situation on your side okay? Zhang Yan nodded. It's okay. Captain Anthony takes good care of me, giving me good food all the time and letting me hang around his command room when I'm not doing anything. I've learned a lot. When I go back, I want to join the army, and I believe that I will be able to serve my country with all that I have learned. Chen Guoqiang knew that Zhang Yan was afraid that his father would worry, so he kept his mouth shut about the battlefield, and he understood this. It's good that you have this heart. There's good news. The hairy bear side has sent someone to pick you up. It's expected to arrive in the next few days, so you should be ready. Really? Great! Zhang Yan exclaimed out in shock and inner joy. Now that the situation in the northeastern part of Ermo has basically stabilized, he has done all he can, and has no regrets in his heart, so naturally he is happy to go back. However, it may be that they have been with these comrades for a long time, and it is inevitable that there will still be some reluctance to part with them. I'm used to living on the edge of a knife. I wonder if I can get used to it when I go back. And it was in this mood that Zhang Yan attended the evening celebration. All the officers and men of the 16th Regiment, with the exception of those on guard duty and sentry duty, came almost as far as they could, vodka in hand and openly drunk, pickles, air-dried fish and grilled meat topped off. During this period, perhaps with the intention of commemorating the occasion, Zhang Yan took photos with many people. Late at night, when Zhang Yan returned to his tent, but he always felt empty inside and couldn't sleep. Soon, he figured out what would cause this behavior. Because, today, he didn't post a friend. Chapter 59 going back, but not quite, and the receiving force is terminated? Zhang Yan is a person with a very strong desire to share. Whenever there is a thing, he is very eager to share it with others, and he gets anxious when he can't. As of this moment, Zhang Yan is about to poke the screen of his cell phone, and he can't even log on to his own Weixin. How am I supposed to verify it when the original cell phone card is gone? However, as a man, their IQ spikes in certain situations, such as when they want to see something featured. No matter where the tablets are hidden, they can't escape them and they always search them out. And at this moment, in order to send a friend circle, Zhang Yan also burned the CPU to the extreme. I don't know how it works, but it's connected to Daxia's satellite. Hey, I'm Zhang Yan. Hey, I'm Zhang Yan. Hey, I'm Zhang Yan. Taking advantage of the wine, Zhang Yan had quite a hint of middle-agedness. It was daytime in Daxia at the moment, and the communications hall of the Daxia military satellite base was inside. Sure Haihan had just returned from dinner to turn in his shift when he noticed a glimpse of the satellite. A signal from a furry bear terminal requesting connection to a Daxia satellite? Sure Haihan subconsciously assumed that this was the work of a furry bear hacker, and after a crackling operation, she successfully hacked into that furry bear terminal. Let me see. What kind of person you are? A familiar voice suddenly came from within the headset as the conblower key was tapped. Hey, I'm Zhang Yan. Hey, I'm Zhang Yan. Hey, I'm Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan? Sure Haihan exclaimed. On this end, Zhang Yan also froze for a moment. It's you, Miss Communicator. It's been a long time since I've heard your voice. It's still so nice. Sure, Haihan was a bit puzzled as to why the person requesting for a satellite connection would be Zhang Yan. Since the last time she helped the military hierarchy to convey the news of going to Kebuhar to Zhang Yan, she had never heard from him again because of her inaccessible status. I didn't expect Zhang Yan to take the initiative to connect to the satellite now. How come the source of your signal is in Ermoland? You didn't leave? Speaking of this, Zhang Yan threw the wine as a stomach of bitterness. No. I'm too miserable, you know. I'm sitting in the warplane to the ground. The code. The warplane malfunctioned and pulled back to me. I couldn't help it. I just followed the fight, and then when I won the fight, I went back to my old unit. Zhang Yan's tone was so exaggerated that it directly amused Sure Haihan. Then is there something you want to do this time by connecting to the satellite? If it's urgent, I'll convey the military for you. Zhang Yan aired. My phone is broken. This is the new phone they gave me. I can't log on to Weixin. Can you help me log on? I want to send a friend circle. Ha! Sure Haihan's mouth opened wide. You even military satellites to do this? Help me out. I'm bursting with sharing and I'm going to blow myself up if I don't post a friend. This reason was so odd that, to be on the safe side, Sure Haihan still requested his superior officer. The superior officer was also shocked when he heard that even the satellite just to get someone to sign up for him on WeChat choo. However, he had recently heard that the military hierarchy had a high opinion of Zhang Yan, so it was better to try to help with this kind of favor if he could. With Sure Haihan's powerful hacking skills, Zhang Yan's number was quickly boarded. In the past few days, the news was so dense that it was hard to see Zhang Yan's eyes. Missy, thanks ha. They've already sent someone to pick me up. I won't be able to return to my country for a few days. I'll treat you to dinner then. Good. The communication was quickly hung up, but Sure Haihan still hadn't stopped hacking into his cell phone, which made his superior officer a bit puzzled. What's wrong? There's a problem with Zhang Yan's cell phone, and Mao Xiang's side seems to have implanted some AI Trojans into the phone. AI Trojan horse? What's this being implanted for? What else could be done? Of course, was to prevent Zhang Yan from continuing to send out friend circles. Even though Mao Xiang's side was well thought out, he still forgot that Zhang Yan knew a correspondent young lady with great hacking skills. In no time, Sure Haihan eliminated this Trojan horse. It was only then that Zhang Yan was able to send out his own sharing-filled circle of friends. Major Subov's life will come to an end first, and Zhang Yan's life will return. So I'll show you my comrades. The copy was posted to friends along with photos of the celebration. It had been too long, since Zhang Yan had last sent out pictures of the bar. Many people almost thought that he mailed in the battlefield. And now when they see Zhang Yan's friend circle, they can be considered relieved. Rock, why did it take so long to post a friend circle? Scaring people to death, you know? Major Sapov? No, man, are you really a major? Rock, wasn't it last time we were going to say we were coming back? Why haven't we come back yet? Look at this circle of friends should be back soon. Right, last time I do not know which than rumor that you are coming back. There is a girl specifically run to the airport to wait for you for a few days. Shoo, the confession is still in the planning stages. How can I let Rock know? Zhang Yan took a cursory glance at the comments and ran the private chat box to return the message. Mom, Rocky, will you reply when you see the message? Don't scare Mom. Rocky, your dad said you'll be back in a few days. Is that true? Rocky, it's time. Why aren't you back yet? You don't answer the phone. And your deadbeat dad has started not answering his phone. How the hell are you guys doing? First of all, it is from the mom's crazy screen. Mom's health is not very good. Easy to get used to the soil. So did not go with dad to the woolly bear country. Has been staying at home. I guess she was the one who was most worried about Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan hurriedly typed, Mom, I'm fine. This is a battlefield. You can't turn on the phone often. Don't worry. I'm really coming back this time. Old gone, Rock. Did you kill anyone this time when you were trapped in the battlefield? What does it feel like? I don't mean anything by it. I'm just asking. Zhang Yan replied. The KDA is already in the thousands. But I feel that your kids asking is dangerous. I suggest you don't ask. Lianton, Zhang Yan. It's almost time to check the scores and fill out the application. Where do you want to apply for the school? Zhang Yan replied. No more. I want to join the army. Lian Tong replied almost in seconds. Ha, you replied. Zhang Yan glanced at it and didn't reply again. Going to reply to someone else's message. A circle of news back down. Zhang Yan finally had some drowsiness, accompanied by the snores from the tents on both sides. He also fell into a deep sleep. As a result, the next morning, Zhang Yan man was dumbfounded. Anthony, Andre and a group of officers surrounded Zhang Yan's tent. They looked wonderful. That's the way things are. We didn't expect pretty country would be so shameless as to send someone to terminate the people who picked you up. We got word that Ermao plugged all the holes in the back, and it's going to be hard to send someone after that. Chapter 60 promoted to lieutenant colonel, and made a regimental commander? According to Anthony, pretty country and Ermao's side are unwilling to see Zhang Yan go back. because as long as Zhang Yan was still in the battlefield for one day, they could make an article out of it and alienate the relationship between Mao Xiong and Daxia. Therefore, as soon as they inquired about Mao Xiongfang's intention to bring Zhang Yan back, they immediately dispatched a force of elite special forces to terminate the unit that came to pick him up. To prevent any subsequent pickups, Ermo went straight for all the holes. When Zhang Yan heard this, he cursed, "These dogs are too shameless. What does the international situation have to do with me as a tourist? They won't let me go home?" Probably because he didn't think it was too much. Zhang Yan directly sent a circle of friends to continue to scold. "Wannabe pretty country and its traitors. How dare you not let me, a tourist of Daxia, go home? Well, don't let me go back. Right, one day I'll end all of you." Zhang Yan is really pissed off. He is just a tourist. Is it that hard to go back home? Soon, the circle of friends once again received a sea of replies. "Holy, pretty country is so disgusting. Why can't we go back to the battlefield if we were supposed to be there by mistake?" It's not really an awkward hack to say pretty country is disgusting on the internet. It's just too disgusting. Rock is also out of his league, being used as a pawn by pretty country. "Who's this upstairs? Do you think you're funny? Then what if you can't come back? Brother Rock, you're not still going to stay in the battlefield, are you?" I don't know who forwarded Zhang Yan's circle of friends to the internet, and soon the whole country knew that Zhang Yan could not come back. Can the beautiful country have some face? Why are they detaining our Daxia tourists? It's been so long, and it turns out that the tourist hasn't come back yet. The walking 250 on the internet, come and see. This is the beautiful country you blow up to be dads. The world is so colorful, and pretty country is so shameless as to take advantage of even a single tourist. I was planning to study abroad in a pretty country, so I'm tearing up my acceptance letter today. There was a burst of righteous indignation among the netizens, and not surprisingly, a large number of netizens ran off to the extranet to play against someone again. So much so that on the extranet, it's made quite a splash. Pretty country and Ermo, who were the parties involved, were dumbfounded. Not, who sent an attack on Zhang Yan's troops, we don't even know, okay? You guys are wrongly accusing good people, even though they were quick to state that they had nothing to do with it. They had done so many bad things on a regular basis that no one would believe them now, resulting in pretty country and Ermo being dumbfounded again, unable to speak of their suffering, and carrying the heavy pot. By this time, Zhang Yan had been called to the command room. Anthony said rather caringly, "Zhang Yan, I know this matter is very heavy for you. Do you have any plans for the future?" Zhang Yan little bear clapped his hands. "What else can I do? Can you lend me troops so I can kill all the way back?" Anthony pondered over it. "I'm afraid that won't work, now that we've breached Ermao's northeast. But how to defend it? How to defend it is the most important thing. Moving the troops now will undoubtedly give Ermao's side a chance to regain lost ground." Zhang Yan was speechless. "Then why are you asking me, right now? Besides staying here, what other choice do I have?" It wasn't as if Zhang Yan hadn't thought about killing his way back by himself, and with the level of bravery that he had under his title's enchantment, he should be able to do it. But that would take a long time to use, probably months. It would be better to use a few months to go back, rather than just give him the end of Ermao's kingdom. Anthony nodded. "Good, then you will continue to act as Subov." "All right, Subov, at your service. In light of your outstanding performance in this battle, it has been decided by my superiors in the manhwa military to formally award you the rank of lieutenant colonel." Zhang Yan's mouth opened wide. "How long has it been since I was a major, and now I'm promoted to lieutenant colonel? Codes, stay a few more days. It's really not a dream to be a general." Andre and others were envious. They enlisted for more than 10 years before they climbed up to a captain, major or something. Zhang Yan can be good, that rank promotion with the horse strength potion like rubbing up, but they could understand this. After all, this was a sign that the higher-ups wanted to keep Zhang Yan, and there was also the fact that Zhang Yan's achievements these few times were just too outrageous. They even felt that it wouldn't be too much to award Zhang Yan a general's rank directly. "Also, your superiors have decided to issue you a military reward of 120 million rubles, and from this day on, you will receive a salary of your own, just like an ordinary soldier, but mindful of the fact that you are not a native of my woolly bear country. We will make some subsidies and incentives to your salary." "Raider, you said seize the young?" Zhang Yan's mouth was a little bit closed. 120 million rubles? Sounds like a bluff, but when converted, it seems like it's only 10 or so million RMB, but it's only one battle and it's giving more than 10 million, and you'll have to pay yourself later. The woolly bear military is too generous. Zhang Yan does not know is that the generosity of the Maoist bear military is also divided into people. Like people native Maoist bear people, at best, is to raise wages, send bonuses, at most, it is only a few 100,000. As for why Zhang Yan should be given more than 10 million, it can only be said that special talents, special treatment, you're still paid for fighting, why didn't you say so? Zhang Yan's sentence directly confused Anthony. What do you mean? If you'd told me, what else could you have done? Upon hearing that money was still given, Zhang Yan was full of energy. As long as the money is in place, I'll give you a dry break when the alien fleet comes. We'll see then. Anthony smiled and spent some effort to finally keep Zhang Yan again. Just then, the communications officer suddenly transmitted an order from his superiors. The superiors added the decision to reward Lt. Colonel Subov. From now on, Lieutenant Colonel Subov is appointed commander of the 16th Regiment, and Andrei, whose rank is raised to major, is deputy commander, assisting Lieutenant Colonel Subov in his duties. It was Anthony's turn to be dumbfounded as he incredulously pointed at himself and then looked at Zhang Yan. Nima, reward is reward. You don't have to sacrifice yourselves, do you? Oh, by the way, the 13th Corps had previously suffered heavy casualties and its commander had died heroically, and was in dire need of reorganization, and is now transferring Anthony, the former commander of the 16th Corps, to the position of acting commander of the 13th Corps to preside over the reorganization. Finally, Anthony breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought he was actually going to be sacrificed. You don't have to sacrifice me if you're just a little conservative in your decision-making. At this moment, Zhang Yan always felt a little dreamy. The battalion commander has not yet been a few days, and then hooked 8 when the head of the regiment. This promotion speed of one's own was simply absolute, more outrageous than in a nifty novel. Zhang Yan, congratulations. At this time, Anthony congratulated Zhang Yan. Ditto? Nope, you're kind of flat, aren't you? Anthony said with his hands behind his back. Reorganization work requires experience, and transferring me there shows that my superiors think highly of me. You're right. Chapter 61 The Superiors Differentiation. The 16th Regiment turns into a reinforced regiment in a second. Hello Chief. Aha. Hello Chief. Nice. Hello Chief. Well, very spirited. Zhang Yan walked with 2 lines plus 2 stars on his shoulders. The whole man, with his head held high and his hands behind his back, marched through the barracks with a tiger and a dragon. Code of Zhang Yan is not dare to think an 18-year-old lieutenant colonel, plus a regimental commander. That would be an extremely rare existence in the world. Now, Zhang Yan's thoughts of going home were dampened a bit, not for anything else. They gave too much. Ah shucks. The main reason is that Zhang Yan is concerned about world peace and understands that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and he is willing to fight for peace for the rest of his life. For the people, throwing their heads in the sand, never staying here for the thought of how much they could make if they took their troops and ended all of Ermaland. Thinking about it, Zhang Yan's desire to share came back up and he didn't hesitate to send a friend circle. Although I can't go back, I think that this is just the right opportunity for me. And yes, you're not mistaken. I've been promoted, and I'm now not only a lieutenant colonel, but also a regimental commander. I know the importance of being in a high position, and I am responsible for my troops. Tomorrow, I will lead them into the capital of Ermo, and I ask my family to cheer and shout for me. A very pretentious quote, plus a very deep, very classy selfie, sending 2 a day. It looks like Rock's situation is safe for now, so it's true that you can't come back? Rock is real miserable. No, where did you borrow the clothes from again? That's too low a rank to suggest borrowing a general's. Laughing to death. Rock is still in the mood for jokes. What a good heart. Zhang Yan, if you stay alone in the battlefield, you must be careful, okay? Rock, if you ask me, it's really good to beat up the Ermal country capital. That way, you'll be able to come back. After reading a few comments, Zhang Yan didn't want to read anymore. Yards, one is very sincere in sharing the good life with these people. How come this group of people don't believe it? How dare you say you're joking? What a bore. Although friends and family don't believe much, there are still people in this world who are willing to believe in Zhang Yan. Just for example, Daxia senior management, as well as the Daxia consulate. They were informed of the content the first time Zhang Yan posted his friend circle. Mao Xiong's side has only just sent back the news of the attack on the acceptance force, and the next second Zhang Yan was promoted to a higher rank. There's something strange about this matter anyhow. Obviously it's weird alright. Not only did he get a promotion, but he also became the head of the regiment, making a foreign tourist the head of the regiment. Zhang Yan's mentality is really overly good. I was afraid that his mentality would fall apart. There's something fishy about this matter any way you look at it. It looks like Mao Xiong is determined to keep Zhang Yan at the front line. Continue to put pressure on Mao Xiong. We can't give up any chance to pick up Zhang Yan. Soon, the Daxia representatives were engaged in a new round of exchanges with the Woolly Bear side. One asked to be picked up, and the other patted himself on the back and said he would, but only when the war had stabilized a bit, while it has been constantly agreeing to the demands of the Daxia side. In reality, the hairy bear has done nothing, and at this time, Zhang Yan has been in the head of the office on the official. Captain, The higher-ups have decided that the former occupation area of the Irma 36th Army will be jointly governed by my 16th Army and the 13th Army, so please formulate your guidelines for garrisoning the area. Captain, our 16th Regiment has lost a lot of men in this battle, so please plan for a replenishment. Chief, our regular meeting is coming up soon, and I'd like you to chair it. Chief, our Polar Bear Squad is having some problems clearing out Irmo's fleeing troops and is requesting your command, although he knew that it was not good to be a leader. Zhang Yan did not expect it to be so bad. He looked aside to Andre with an outrageous face. Is all this what I'm going to do? Andre nodded. These are the chief's daily duties. Zhang Yan was speechless. Otherwise, it's better to call Anthony back. I think he's quite good, quite professional, quite. Please don't make fun of the captain. By morning, Captain Anthony had already left for his post in the 13th Regiment. Now, Zhang Yan was unable to hide or run away. After a morning of office work, Zhang Yan felt like his CPU was going to burn. In the afternoon, finally finding a free time, Zhang Yan hurriedly sneaked out to catch his breath. At that moment, he noticed that army trucks carrying carload after carload of soldiers, plus some tanks, armored vehicles, and missile trucks were driving into the 16th Regiment in great numbers. Of course, there were warplanes, strategic transport planes, etc. flying overhead. Zhang Yan froze for a moment. The supplement he had submitted only a few hours ago, and he had sent someone over so quickly? And the one in charge of sending the new recruits. Zhang Yan also recognized. Surprisingly, Anthony, how does it feel to return to your old stomping grounds twice in one day? It's just like that. Anthony glanced at Zhang Yan, not in a good mood. Originally, he thought that this batch of soldiers was supplemented by the superiors to the 13th Regiment, but the result was that it just came to the hand has not yet warmed up, and the superiors let him send it to Zhang Yan. The question is, his superiors feel that his 13th Regiment's main task is to garrison, so he doesn't need so many troops, so he might as well give it to Zhang Yan and let him go on the conquest. Infantry Battalion, Tank Battalion, Air Force Battalion, Artillery Battalion, Reconnaissance Battalion. Now Zhang Yan, that fat is not a little bit half. I've roughly estimated that the original, with this group of soldiers I'm sending you, the 16th Regiment now has almost 200 men, which counts as a reinforced regiment. What's the game? Zhang Yan remembered that the previous 16th Regiment was capped at 2,000 people, and he didn't expect that now that he was the head of the regiment, there would be a full 1,000 more people. This furry bear military is quite nice. However, just at this moment, Zhang Yan saw a very familiar figure in the crowd. If it isn't Illick, what are you doing here? Reporting to the chief, Captain Illick, leading a reserve of 100 Baikal Special Ops Squad. Reporting to you. Zhang Yan was stunned. The Special Forces of the 18th Regiment, looking for himself to report? What's this way? At the request of our superiors, the Baikal Special Operations Squad of the 18th Regiment will assist Lieutenant Colonel Subov of the 16th Regiment by forming a special unit belonging to the 16th Regiment. When these words came out, not only Zhang Yan froze, Anthony was also dumbfounded. How is it that as soon as he was transferred, the 16th Regiment had everything? Yards, isn't it obvious that this OP is biased? When I was in office, you only gave me 4 battalions, but once Zhang Yan took office, you expanded it to 5 battalions, and you're going to give him a special force? This is the stuff I begged for back in the day and you guys wouldn't even form it for me. So what? I have things to do so I won't stay much longer. Zhang Yan, the 16th Regiment is in your hands. Making an excuse, Anthony simply left to find a place to cry. When the overall convergence of the soldiers at this end was complete, Zhang Yan also took the opportunity to gather them together. After all, I just came here. Certainly need to speak. Mobilize a bit. Chapter 62 established the North Sea Dragon King Special Force, the day with the most titles earned. After a speech, Zhang Yan thought that he had taken that majesty of the superior and the gentleness of the superior to the subordinate to the extreme. But he wondered why the group of soldiers down below always looked at him with strange eyes. Am I reading this right? The leader of the 16th Regiment is a brat? Or an East Asian face? Who else but General Batu is the highest-ranking Asian face in our Woolly Bear Army? Is the regimental commander not going to be the second person besides General Batu? Keep your voices down. You won't be surprised if you know what he's been able to do. And we owe it all to his command that we've taken the northeast of the Woolly Bear. I've heard that too. And it's rumored that he was also the lone man who made a big mess of Irmo's 36th Regiment and killed Chekhov, their commander. Oh my god, it's horrible. This kind of person can be called a god of war, right? I don't know who started it, but soon, Zhang Yan's valor spread among all the newly replenished recruits. Now, there was no need for Zhang Yan to forcefully convince the public, and everyone directly came with a hand of passive conviction. Everything Zhang Yan had done so far was too incredible. This made everyone realize that he could reach the rank of lieutenant colonel plus regimental commander at such an early age, and that he had never gotten it by relying on connections. What's not to like about being able to commit to a leader who was so brave as a soldier, eh? It should be said or not. The group of soldiers came at a good time, especially with Ilyich leading the 100 reserve special forces troops who came in to serve. This gave Zhang Yan some opportunities to stay busy. Where's the chief? There's a document here that he needs to sign. When Andre once again came to Zhang Yan with his work, he could no longer be found. The chief is personally overseeing the formation of the special forces, and when Andre arrived at the training plaza, he saw Zhang Yan mingling with 100 reserve special forces soldiers, as well as some of the Nightingale Scout Battalion's elites, performing some tedious training. Seeing Andre, Zhang Yan waved his hand and shouted, "Andre, if it's not a big deal, you take care of it yourself. I'm quite busy here. Don't contact me if there's nothing else." "Ah shucks, don't bother me if there's nothing else." Andre was speechless. Zhang Yan was really good at finding excuses, but he couldn't refute this excuse, because for a troop to have its own special forces is indeed a big deal and something that should be taken a little more seriously. In this way, Zhang Yan managed to dodge some of the chief's work in exchange for a moment of peace. Zhang Yan had a lot of thoughts about this special force of the 16th Regiment. The first thing was its name, and Ilyich and the others came up with a whole bunch of names. Something about Odin, something about Thor, something about Tomahawk, something about Berserker. One is more reckless than the other, and one is more powerful than the other. But Zhang Yan thought about it. He is the leader of the 16th Regiment, so since it is his regiment's special force, the name must have its own style to work. After a series of thoughts, finally Zhang Yan decided on the name of this special force. The country of the woolly bear is located in the north of Dacia, and your Lake Bega was, in ancient times, called the North Sea by us Daxians. In that case, the name of this special force will be North Sea Dragon King Special Force. The name, domineering and at the same time not losing a kind of elegant romance from the east. In short, very much to the liking of Ilyich and others. Thus, after asking for instructions from the higher-ups, the North Sea Dragon King Special Force was officially established, with Zhang Yan doubling as first captain and Ilyich as vice captain. No, you're a captain. What's the point of being a captain? Just give it to Ilyich? Andre was very puzzled by this and always felt that Zhang Yan was up to something again. Zhang Yan hemmed and hawed and patted Andre's shoulder. "This is our 16th Regiment's 1st Special Forces unit, but you do know that 100 or so people is at best a squadron level, not even a brigade, so the follow-up still needs some men from the regiment, but I can't be bothered to let Ilyich do it, so I'll have to do it myself. Without further ado, I'm going to check on their training." Unsurprisingly, Zhang Yan again used this to avoid numerous head honcho jobs. Of course, this was only one of the reasons why Zhang Yan was the first captain, and there was another reason. He wanted to take advantage of the intense training of the special forces to work on himself. The previous encounter with that furry bear super agent Ravlova when he was in Kever had been awakening Zhang Yan. Although he was strong enough with a series of titles added to him, there was ultimately a shortcoming. Just for example, in physical arts, he had been unable to win or lose against the skillfully drawn Ravlova in close combat, and it was almost fast becoming a major annoyance for him. So he has to work out. He has to get better. And special forces training is the most abrasive kind, with a wide range of training disciplines. On the division of physical training, specialized skills training, field survival training and tactical training and other subjects. Under this are subdivided boxing, wrestling, swimming, mountaineering, skiing, crossing obstacles, and weight marching, fighting, demolition, capture, climbing, skydiving, scuba diving, cliff diving, etc., etc. Although when he first started practicing, Zhang Yan struggled a bit, almost carrying it hard with the physique brought by his druid title, but after following the repetitive practice for a few days, Zhang Yan began to get better and better, all a bit obsessed, all day either eating or training. Ding! Accumulated 1,000 aerobic exercises and 1,000 anaerobic exercises. Obtaining the title, female college student's favorite gym student, body reckless as an ox, possessing stamina and endurance like an unrestricted plowing machine. Ding! Accumulated completion of special training subjects up to 1,000 times. Obtaining the title, Special Forces University Livestock, mastery of knowledge and experience in all subjects of special operations. In one fell swoop, Zhang Yan reached the conditions for acquiring 2 titles, except for the unlimited physical strength. Some of the previous experiences regarding combat that only the military god experience card could bring, were also thoroughly mastered by the arrival of the Special Forces University Livestock title. At the moment, Zhang Yan was training with Ilyich in terms of fighting. There were soldiers all around them, cheering them on. Charge the first sergeant, the lieutenant for me. What's the vice captain doing? The first captain's fighting is completely out of order. And this you can't beat him? Gee, a bottle of vodka would be nice at this time of year. Indeed, the ice coldness, coupled with the fighting demonstrations by the first and second captains, was a blast. In the center of the crowd, Ilyich swung a punch, and after Zhang Yan took it raw with his chest, he panted heavily. Lieutenant Colonel, what's your situation today? Usually you're hiding. How come you can still stand up after resisting so many hard blows today? Zhang Yan shrugged his shoulders. This was of course due to the title of physical education student. Now his physical strength was unlimited. He could wear out his opponents alive. But he couldn't say something like that explicitly, so he shrugged. Who made someone's fist too soft? Chapter 63 Oversight to fight Kever? Detri is a good son-in-law. Being provoked by Zhang Yan, Ilyich wanted to take a breath even though he was physically exhausted. He surged forward and engaged Zhang Yan in another round of exchanges. However, the result of the exchange was similar to the previous one. Except for the blow to the face, Zhang Yan would dodge the other attacks. Zhang Yan did not dodge any of them. It was just hard resistance, but hard resistance even if his subsequent attack Ilyich that cannot resist at all, can only run like a mouse to hide. I don't know how long had passed, but a system beep sounded beside Zhang Yan's ear. Ding! The accumulated number of fighting moves reaches 5,000. Obtain the title, the world's first martial arts meeting. I make Goku sweat, top fighting talent. Super Saiyan's can only be inferior when they come. At the same time the beep sounded, Ilyich launched his final attack, but just as the fist was approaching Zhang Yan's head, he saw that Zhang Yan's eyes were cold to the extreme. A very exaggerated sideways head dodge, followed by a knee bending, a knee strike that could be described as a phantom. Wow! Irich's immediate eyes and mouth opened wide. His throat went dry, and he flew backwards, but Zhang Yan didn't let him go at all, pulling his arm through and delivering another elbow to the back. Boom! Ilyich fell to the ground and passed right out. Everyone froze. It was because they found that at this moment, Zhang Yan's aura was significantly different from before. In the previous few days, they had observed Zhang Yan's fighting many times, and to be honest, it was all about strength and speed, without a hint of skill, without any rules and regulations. But now, Zhang Yan was pulling his strength, speed, and skill to the extreme. In this situation Ilyich could barely resist a single move before he was boxed out. Holy, awesome! Now that Super Agent is coming, I can always beat that, right? Zhang Yan clenched his fists and was so excited that he wanted to immediately call that Super Agent to come over and try. This time he already had a sure win. Looking down and seeing the unconscious Ilyich, Zhang Yan was a bit puzzled. What's wrong with him? Sleeping in broad daylight? Ha! The soldiers were dumbfounded by the question. The man was knocked out by you, and you're asking us? It's good to be young. Falling asleep. Help him down. In the past few days, it was just like stocking up, getting 3 titles out at once. Zhang Yan was in a great mood. He was about to go take a shower and relax when Detri came looking for him in a panic. No good, chief. Something's wrong. Detri has been recuperating at the back of the line ever since he pulled back from Kever. Mindful of Detri's great merit in Kever this time, Zhang Yan promoted his rank and made him a non-commissioned officer from an ordinary soldier. Permission was also granted for him to see Mila once a day. And now that it could make Detri panic and say that something was wrong, there was only one person that this thing could have to do with, and that was Mira. In the command room, by the time Zhang Yan arrived, some important officers had already gathered. In the past few days, we have carried out cleaning work on the Irmo of the former 36th Army's quarters, and the results have been, on the whole, quite good. But there is a problem at hand. Zhang Yan was puzzled. Question, that would be Kever. According to the KGB's intelligence, they found out that Kever, although they don't help each other on the surface and both sides pay money to maintain a peaceful situation, are actually quite involved with the pretty countryside, and they seem to be plotting something. That's why our superiors have asked us to take Kever immediately and disrupt the plot on the pretty countryside. Zhang Yan nodded and looked at Detri on the other end in confusion. Is this what you told me something happened? Andre likewise looked to Detri. For him, something did happen, because the remnants of the fleeing army on Irma's side are, for some reason, massing in the Kever area, and seem to be trying to attack Kever. Zhang Yan was a bit confused. Aren't they a gang? One of their own fighting one of their own? Irma seems to attribute the death of the legendary commander Chekhov to Kavsky, since the F-16 took off from Kavsky's airfield. Zhang Yan nodded his head. It seemed that Irma was blaming Kavsky for letting himself and the others go. At that moment, Detri stepped forward and almost fell to his knees. Chief, please, Kavsky is Myra's father after all. You want me to rescue him? Yes, after bringing him back, whether it's trial or jail, as long as he's alive, even if he only has one breath and becomes a vegetable. Zhang Yan laughed. If your old father-in-law knew about this, he would probably sigh. How did he find such a good son-in-law like you? Zhang Yan folded his hands and sank a fierce breath. Since our superiors told us to fight, we are bound to fight. As for Kavsky, he's got a lot of secrets as the Lord of Kever. Isn't it right to bring him back for interrogation? Zhang Yan wasn't too fond of mixing private and public matters, and whether Detri begged him or not, Kavsky, the city lord of Kefhar, was going to be brought back for interrogation. Soon, the combat meeting against taking Kever began, and Zhang Yan learned a lot of information through the meeting. The first thing is that the remnants of that assembled Ermo army were only a battalion at best. A battalion dared to fight a regiment. How did they dare? The crowd looked at Zhang Yan in surprise. Wasn't that what you did before? Why didn't you ask then? How you dared? Zhang Yan felt that they misinterpreted their own meaning. In fact, Zhang Yan meant that Ermo and no one like himself so against the sky. How did they dare to fight? It looks like there is no chance of winning at all. Andre quickly brought an answer. The current situation in Kever is not too optimistic. Do you remember that mercenary named Norwich from earlier? He took a portion of his men and raised an uprising due to his dissatisfaction with the city lord's rule. So much so that there are two forces currently at war within Kever, and Ermo is probably trying to take advantage of the division of forces on the other side. No, it's not accurate to say take it down. Their target should only be Kavsky alone. Zhang Yan was stunned. He didn't realize that after leaving Kever for so many days, the situation over there was already like that. Norwich, the man who couldn't get promoted because he offended the headmaster, who was drinking with himself one foot and sold the next, is now the leader of the rebel mercenaries? This always made Zhang Yan feel a bit unrealistic, but that's the battlefield. One day at a time, one situation at a time. A series of discussions ensued about how to attack Kever. There was a proposal to send a large force to press on the border, a proposal to sit back and take advantage of the situation, and a proposal to just firebomb Kever right into the ground. When it was Zhang Yan's turn, Zhang Yan pondered for a moment and abruptly came up with, I have a not-so-mature idea. Chapter 64. Zhang Yan is going to play the lead role himself. Some less mature ideas. A man who commanded 3 or 4 campaigns, all successful. That shook the entire Woolly Bear military. Surprisingly, he said he had an immature idea. So how immature could this immature idea be? People are very curious. Zhang Yan paused and said, I decided to send the newly established North Sea Dragon King Special Force as the vanguard unit to participate in this mission. Ha! As soon as Zhang Yan opened his mouth, he stunned everyone. Immature? Simply immature to a fault. Okay, the North Sea Dragon King Special Forces have only been established for a few days, and they're about to go on a mission? And a vanguard? Although in the past 2 days, under Zhang Yan's supervision, they had trained really well, and the number of people had expanded from 100 at the beginning to 200, but now they are not at all capable of being the vanguard. Okay? In the first instance, several officers came forward to object. No, the risk is too great. They were all previously reserve members of the Baikal Special Operations Squad, and have only participated in exercises. They have never participated in formal combat yet. If the mission fails, the consequences will be unimaginable. That's right, if it's just a simple practice of following the battle, it's fine, but Chief, you want them to serve as the vanguard? This won't do, resolutely won't do. Chief, we admire your courage to use people, but you should know that the special forces are the army's baby bumps, and I'm afraid you lack thinking when you use them like this. At this moment, Zhang Yan refreshed the officer's perception of him, and had thought that Zhang Yan was being modest when he said he was immature. I didn't expect Zhang Yan, he wasn't modest at all, and the idea he put forward was so shocking that everyone couldn't calm down. Zhang Yan was unimpressed, as if he had already guessed everyone's reaction. As you all know, the current situation in Kever can be described as a 3-legged race, and the ones fighting against Kavsky have 2 forces. If you want to bring Kavsky back for interrogation, the difficulty is high, so it will require a stronger than normal soldier. And since the Dragon King of the North Sea is the leading light of our 16th Regiment today, it would be most appropriate for them to accomplish this task. Seeing that the crowd was about to retort again, Zhang Yan directly stated his reason. I understand your feelings. Now that the 16th Regiment has a special force with great difficulty, you must all treat them as babies, thinking that good just has to be used on the edge of the sword. And when it's practiced, it's not too late to send them out on a mission. But comrades, have you ever thought about the fact that this is a battlefield? Do we really have the time to let them practice slowly? By the time they're practiced, the yellow flowers will be cold. Zhang Yan's sentence directly gave the officers dry silence. Indeed, it was now on the battlefield. Just dealing with the daily battles was enough of a headache. How else would they have time to practice? Aren't you like those new recruits who just joined this year and were pulled into battle without even touching a gun a few times? What's wrong with special forces going straight to war? Seeing that everyone was moved, Zhang Yan directly hit his king bomb. So, now is not the time to be heartbroken about them. How to make them grow up as soon as possible is our first priority. With that, the officers reluctantly agreed to Zhang Yan's idea. Zhang Yan nodded. Since everyone is fine with it, I still have a few immature ideas. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. What's the game? Do you have any more ideas? They felt that accepting the adventure of sending in the North Sea Dragon King's special forces was the best they could do. If Zhang Yan had a few more, they definitely wouldn't be able to take it. Don't be nervous everyone, I'm just being modest. I actually think my next idea is quite mature. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. This Chief Subov, probably because of his young age, always likes to scare people. What about first? I decided to send the Air Force. Air Force? The officers thought about it. This is very mature. Cover in the side of the chaos. Let the Air Force to go into bombing rounds. Cover the army to enter. Is also quite good. Ground to air combat. Still, you have to be careful. You have to avoid the air defenses inside Kefar to do that, especially the airfield in Kever, which is the area with the most intense air defense firepower in the whole of Kever. As a result, 1 second the officers were still worried, and the next second Zhang Yan spoke about the strategy, which directly made their hanging hearts completely die. The first batch, the main target, is the airfield in Kever. Let's bombard him first, and collapse the air defense, and then here comes the kicker, the second batch. The North Sea Dragon King Special Forces are in charge of parachuting in and taking the airfield in short order. Then we use the airfield as our home base, and the Air Force can keep moving troops here, and then we fight our way out. Of course, if you guys don't think it's safe, you can also arrange a group of people on the periphery to take care of the inside and outside. Did you guys get that? When Zhang Yan looked up, he saw the officers in front of him with their mouths open one by one. Is that your ing modesty? You think you're mature? This decision is so ing immature, isn't it? Officers are never expected. Zhang Yan, this guy even play back. 1 second he was quite mature and almost fooled everyone, but the next, he was living the whole life. Now, the officers sort of understood the mood of Anthony, the former head of the regiment. Zhang Yan thinks too wildly, always likes to engage in knife-edge operations that can scare other people half to death. This tactic, not surprisingly, was rejected outright by all the officers present. Zhang Yan's brows swished. You guys, how come you're as conservative as Anthony? Officers, people are stupid. Good lord, are we conservative or are you too radical? Fighting even if it's not enough, but also picking the most dangerous place to fight. Do you know that the airport is the most heavily guarded place in Kever? In the end, after a lot of arguments and discussions, the officers finally had no choice but to agree to Zhang Yan's plan. It couldn't be helped. Zhang Yan was too confident, practically standing there and patting his chest in assurance, claiming that this was the fastest way to take down Kevlar, making it bad to spoil his fun. Plus, the officers also thought of those previous battle achievements made by Zhang Yan in the meantime. It can be said that Zhang Yan's style is like this. Previously, if not for him licking blood on the tip of the knife, the hairy bear would not have achieved such great results, but always walk by the river where there are not wet shoes. They are afraid that day Zhang Yan planted on their own adventure. But young people, they have to suffer some losses, otherwise how can they grow up? They kinda hoped that there would be such an opportunity for Zhang Yan to grow up properly. Soon it was time for action, and at the airfield of the 16th Regiment Air Force Battalion, hordes of soldier fighters were assembling. This operation is very dangerous. You must be careful. Andre, as deputy commander of the 16th Regiment, was lecturing the soldiers. At that moment, Zhang Yan was seen walking over in his flight suit, holding his helmet. Andre was shocked. Zhang Yan, what are you going to do? Zhang Yan laughed. I thought about the fact that the airport isn't really that easy to fight. Plus that guy Illich sleeps like a dead pig and can't command. So I'd better take the lead myself. Andre hurriedly stopped him. Zhang Yan, you can't fool around. Who's fooling around? Hey, can I fly that Su-57? Wow, so handsome. Much better looking than that F-16. Zhang Yan is a bit of a walker once he sees a fighter jet. Last time he just clocked in to get the piloting class title, only to have that silly cup F-16 pop out for himself, having gotten himself a little bit of an addiction. This time, he was going to get it back. With that, Zhang Yan walked towards the hangar, and Andre once again stopped him. Zhang Yan, please recognize your identity. What's my status? It's reasonable for me, Special Forces Captain, to take my own soldiers to a battle, isn't it? You're being ridiculous. What kind of captain personally goes into battle? If something happens to you, how am I going to explain to my superiors? How am I going to explain to the Disya side? You'll see today. I'm a chief who just loves the battlefield. As they spoke, the two had arrived at the hangar. No matter how Andre tried to persuade him, Zhang Yan just wouldn't listen. Now Andre understands Anthony a little bit, and even feels that Anthony is blessed to be transferred. On Zhang Yan like this, who treats the people around him not crazy? At that moment, the newly awakened Ilyich arrived at the air camp, and from a great distance, he watched a group of officers pointing around an Su-57. Before I could figure out what was going on, the Su-57 suddenly launched. Buzz buzz buzz. Leaving a burst of officers behind him, he headed straight for the runway. What's the situation? Where's LT? Colonel Sabov? Illik rushed forward to ask. Andrei looked anxious. Where's the fighter? No amount of persuasion will help. Illik stared, then asked a very soulful question. Can he drive? And you guys just let him get in the fighter? Rumble. The officers were like thunderbolts. Earlier, they had been obsessing about whether Zhang Yan should go to the battlefield or not, but they had overlooked one thing. That Zhang Yan pressurized to fly a war machine. Where would he, a tourist from Daxia, have access to a fighter plane, even if he had the talent to command and the ability to fight? Turning their heads, the crowd was shocked to see the fighters rushing towards the hangar at that end at great speed. It's over. It's going to crash. Go stop some of them. How do you stop it at that speed? Finished. This is really finished. I just came to the 16th Regiment. I have to witness the chief perish? Boom, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But Zhang Yan let them down after all. Seeing that, when the fighter jet came to the position of 100 meters from that head hangar, Zhang Yan suddenly stretched the nose. The fighters then actually hovered and drifted at a 45-degree angle. With a boom boom, blue flames erupted from the tail of the fighter jet, which then shot straight up into the sky. Worry, dry land? Everyone at the airport, straight flaxen and frozen. Chapter 65 Piloting the Su-57. Dryland. Head of missions. Excellent driving skills. Dry land is a form of takeoff that is only used in extreme weather conditions. The difficulty is not typically hardcore, not typically great. Even the top pilots need several attempts to pull it off. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yan, who was thought by everyone to not be able to fly a warplane, had accomplished this kind of heaven-defying maneuver on his first try. The fighters went all the way straight up, and Zhang Yan was also dancing with excitement. Woohoo! Cool, hey! With the presence of the carrier title plus the endurance title, this time, Zhang Yan took off without any discomfort. Instead, it felt like he had a tendency to become one with the fighter. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds in front of me, I can't help but feel a little free. Chief, do you really want to go to the front line yourself? At this moment, the voice of the tower chief came from within the headset. Yes, tell the back ones to hurry up and follow. I'll take the lead and target Kever. Yes. Seeing that Zhang Yan could no longer be stopped, the ground troops reacted quickly. Soon, a bomber, transport, and fighter jet rose into the air, following closely behind Zhang Yan, and opened up towards Kever. At the moment, Kever, when viewed from a high altitude, was like a hell on earth. Countless fires and smoke rose, and large areas had been reduced to rubble. Apparently this place is no longer peaceful. The former mercenary compound is still in Kavsky's possession, but at that moment, Kavsky, who was staying in the command room of the mercenary bunker, was already sweating profusely. That Hathaway, in order to cover up her scandalous behavior, has privately rescued Norwich and inspired him to rebel. At this time, a henchman came to report. City Lord, the city gates have been lost and the remnants of Irma's army have attacked. How could it be so fast? It's the rebel side. They're the ones who helped the Irmo remnants. Damn Norwich, damn Irma, damn pretty country. Is this an attempt to unload? The house was falling apart. And then came the news that made Kavsky even more desperate. City Lord, a large amount of air force has been detected approaching from the southeast. It is assumed that Woolly Bear has sent people over as well. Damn it, open up the anti-aircraft guns for me. They must be dead. Yes, on the Warbird, Zhang Yan's sight was able to capture Kever. Unlike when he started, there was some sense of devastation, which made Zhang Yan feel a bit sorry. One can't help but think again about what war really brings to people. Bear, about to enter the enemy's fire strike range. Chief, let's leave the headshots to us. Although Zhang Yan had taken the fighter jet into the sky, the pilots and soldiers traveling with him were still a bit worried. Even if he could drive, he wouldn't necessarily be able to handle the situation on the battlefield. Besides, Zhang Yan is also a regimental commander. What does it mean to run to the front line without commanding in the command room? Zhang Yan rejected categorically. No need. You only need to be responsible for striking the ground forces. I'll intercept the missiles for you. Intercepting missiles? The pilots are stunned. This chief, not only is he going to take the lead, he's going to intercept the missiles? He's not kidding, is he? At the time of the surprise, Kever's anti-aircraft missiles had been fully activated. Missile after missile with fiery tails came in like a million arrows. Gentlemen, to each his own. I hope to see you on the ground. The pilots were ready to die. Zhang Yan, however, said with extreme confidence, don't worry, with me here, none of you can die. Da 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 da. Zhang Yan directly activated the aerial gun and swooped towards those missiles in a single bound. The pilots thought Zhang Yan was crazy. It was no different from a suicide attack. But soon, Zhang Yan used his exquisite driving skills and shooting accuracy to hit them in the face. The fighters swooped and fired all the way down. Da 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 da. Boom, 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 Missiles as far as the naked eye could reach would be blown up almost within moments, as so many were blown up that a curtain of fire even formed in the air. The most outrageous thing was that Zhang Yan was still able to fly a fighter plane and dance in a nest of missiles. A moment of spiral ascension. A moment of vertical hovering acceleration, so that those missiles can only chase him, but how to chase cannot catch up. But soon, accidents still happened because there were too many missiles and Zhang Yan inevitably missed something. So the one missile that was missed went right through Zhang Yan's blockade and chased towards the tail of one of the fighters. Despite the many methods used by the pilot of that fighter, including the release of infrared jamming bombs, nothing helped. This is E1609. I'm afraid I can't hide, so I'm going to parachute in now and leave the rest to you. As soon as the words left his mouth, before the pilot's hand could press the jump button, he saw Zhang Yan suddenly piloting his fighter jet towards him. The pilot almost thought he was going to crash, but Zhang Yan maneuvered the fuselage into a spin and flew out against the underside of the fighter. Boom! The missile was once again intercepted by Zhang Yan. Chief, the driver, who had survived the robbery, had only deep gratitude for Zhang Yan. I'll stop the missiles. You just need to take care of the ground. The follow-on unit will be here soon. All of you put your speed up. Yes, now. The pilots finally understood why Zhang Yan was so confident that he personally flew the fighter plane to fight in the lead, because he's fully capable of that, and his driving skills are far superior to even all the drivers here. With Zhang Yan as their backbone, the hairy bear drivers were able to act with confidence. Missile after missile was fired by them, aimed directly at the air defense force of the mercenary group's airfield. Boom 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 boom. For a while, the mercenary airfield was exploding, and many mercenaries were killed in the attack. That wasn't all, and soon after, the 16th Regiment's winning formula, the 2 series bombers, arrived. The bombers dumped a full 40 tons of shells instantly. With this blow, even a mountain would be flattened, let alone an airport. Within a short time, the entire airport was in ruins, almost a vacuum. One transport plane after another, helicopters came over the airport. The 200 men of the North Sea Dragon King Special Forces parachuted to the ground as fast as they could. The chief has asked us to clear the airfield and repair the runway in the fastest time possible. All speed up. Go, go, go. This is our first mission. We can't let the chief down, okay? Yes. Taking advantage of the time when the North Sea Dragon King Special Forces took the airfield, Zhang Yan took the flight team to the perimeter again to conduct fire coverage as cover. Reporting to the chief, the runway is repaired and is up to landing standards for landing. Zhang Yan replied, the flight unit continues to be responsible for reconnaissance patrols of the perimeter and can provide support if necessary. I'm going down. Please don't worry, Chief. I promise to complete the mission. Chapter 66. What? You already took the airport? Please see Kavsky. For a new army, the North Sea Dragon King Special Forces executed at a decent pace. By the time Zhang Yan landed, they had the airfield completely in their hands and had set up a makeshift command post. Walking into the temporary command headquarters, Zhang Yan was a bit surprised. Isn't Ilyich asleep? How come you're here too? Reporting to the chief, the North Sea Dragon King Special Operations Team has completed its mission. Please instruct. Zhang Yan nodded. You guys are doing alright. After a round of fire bombardment, there shouldn't be a single living thing left in the entire airfield when you landed. Reporting to the chief, during the occupation of the airport, the North Sea Dragon King Special Operations Team suffered only one casualty. One, Ilyich said with some embarrassment. One of the new recruits was a little nervous about his first mission and broke his arm when his parachute retracted too quickly. Zhang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. The North Sea Dragon King Special Forces were his precious pimples, and he would be heartbroken if he suffered a single casualty. Just then, the communications soldier reported. Reporting to the regimental commander, the higher-ups are requesting a call. Zhang Yan nodded and picked up his communicator headset. Then the anxious voice of Division Commander Petrov came from the other end. Zhang Yan, don't take any chances. Come back quickly. Andrei's side couldn't stop Zhang Yan, so he had no choice but to report the matter. At that time, Petrov was in the middle of his daily tug-of-war with the Dacia representative about sending back Zhang Yan. As a result, when he heard that Zhang Yan was acting as a demon again, he was almost not scared to death. The mercenary group's airfield isn't that easy to attack. You shouldn't take any chances, and we can think long and hard about cover. Zhang Yan looked puzzled. Sir Petrov, what are you talking about? We've already taken the airfield. Took. Petrov nearly choked on his spit. He looked at the clock on the other end in surprise. How long has it been? And you've already taken it? Yeah, you said it's not a good fight, so I'm sure I'll have to fight faster. Petrov choked on his words completely. The reason why everyone didn't support Zhang Yan to fight the airport wasn't because it was a bad ploy, but because the airport was very hard to fight. In the past, it was simply impossible to take an enemy airfield without some cost and a few dead pilots, and the attack will take a long time because of the confrontation with air defenses on the ground. But Zhang Yan has opened his eyes today. How long has it been? and he's already taken it down? What about casualties? Just one, or broke his own arm. Petrov was directly shocked, taking down the airport without injury. Woes, Zhang Yan, this is also too powerful. And as more details about this offense were slipped through the cracks, Petrov finally figured out why. So, it was you who stopped the anti-aircraft missiles from the other side so that our pilots could carry out their mission without fear? Can there be anyone else but me? That missile is so densely packed, who else but me could have stopped it? Petrov was completely shocked and was even more glad that he had made the decision to leave Zhang Yan in the battlefield. This guy, not only is he a top-notch solo fighter, but he also has an extremely high command talent. Now even more so, he was showing his talent as a pilot, and it was a talent that was definitely the highest Petrov had ever seen. It's awesome. Finally, Petrov compromised. Fine then, continue with your plan, but remember, never take risks and never do anything that threatens your life. Okay, I get it. Zhang Yan's ears were calloused from listening to him, and he felt that this Petrov was more nagging than an old woman of his age. As of this moment, transport planes are still transporting soldiers to the airport. One by one, the soldiers came to the airport like dumplings, and when the troops were almost ready, Zhang Yan began to arrange the next plan. According to the air report, the remnants of Irma's army have now joined forces with the rebel mercenaries and have launched a general attack on the mercenary group's headquarters side, and it is believed that it will be breached soon. Our mission on this trip, aside from taking down Kever, is to recapture Kavsky back for interrogation. Therefore, we must stop the attack by the remnants of Irma's army and the rebel mercenaries. Saying that, Zhang Yan was picking up a few flags on the sandbox and placing them as he spoke. First, leave 4 platoons to man the airfield. Next, the remaining men, split in 2, go around and attack the remnants of Irma's army and the rebel mercenaries on the front, preferably breaking them up. North Sea Dragon King Special Forces, your mission is, in the meantime, to go and end the rebels' lair. I want to make them retreat. Despite Zhang Yan's well-thought-out deployment, Ilyich asked a soulful question. So, Chief, on Kavsky's side, we're simply not going to fight, are we? Instead of responding positively, Zhang Yan asked a question. Has Detrai arrived yet? Here we are. Just landed. Call him over. Not long after, all the troops began to move according to Zhang Yan's deployment, and in the meantime, Zhang Yan brought Detrai and arrived at the engagement area between the Woolly Bear and the Kever mercenaries. Even though it was a belligerent area, hardly a shot could be heard here. The two parties were merely in a silent standoff. What's the situation with these Maoists? They've been here for half a day. They just started fighting for a while. Why don't they fight anymore? Who knows? I guess they are afraid of us. Afraid of us? They just hit the airport with a momentum that could have blown up the whole of Kever. And you're saying they're afraid of us? In the middle of the discussion, 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared in their field of vision. The mercenaries from across the street. Do you remember us? Zhang Yan held a horn and walked up smilingly. The mercenary at this end took a look with his binoculars. Holy, Han Chang, killed the leader and he still dares to come back. The mercenary on the side gave him a blow. Why are you so excited? Those who are fighting for the headmaster have gone to the rebel side. Do you want to be a rebel too? The mercenary wailed. As it is now, I'm kind of tempted to become a rebel. There's absolutely nothing to live for. At this time, Zhang Yan was also a bit puzzled. Originally he thought that when the opposite side saw him, he would not hesitate to shoot. But the truth is, they don't. Why is that? Zhang Yan seems to have guessed a little bit why Norwich could raise an army to revolt. Since this was the case, Zhang Yan had no more worries and continued. I've come to give you a way out. I request to see your Kavsky city lord once. Soon, the news was passed on to Kavsky. What? They dare to come back? Kavsky rose straight to his feet in amazement. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Where's Mira? Miss Mira wasn't with them, and they were wearing Woolly Bear uniforms. Kavsky sneered. Ha, is this an attempt to leave yourself alive? In that case, meet them and let them in. Yes. Chapter 67. The remnant of the rebels fought their way in, and the rebellious old man wouldn't leave. This place, a fortress located underneath the mercenary group, was dark and damp. The less than 2-meter wide passageway was lined with mercenaries with unfriendly faces. After a few days of fighting, they seemed to be in bad shape, all of them looking grimy, crazy, injured. Almost just as he approached, Zhang Yan was overwhelmed by the mixed odor of sweat mixed with the smell of urine and subconsciously covered his mouth and nose. Perhaps this behavior offended the mercenaries, who all rose and surrounded them with unfriendly faces. Zhang Yan, Detrai was already trembling with fear. Zhang Yan was very calm. Don't be afraid, just go. I'm here. All the way to the thick iron gate. The mercenaries behind them finally stopped. The city lord is just inside. Go in, and I warn you, no tricks. The mercenary leading the way slowly pushed the iron door open, and Zhang Yan and Detri walked in. Finally, behind a sand table, the familiar face was seen. Kavsky, perhaps infested by the state of Kever nowadays, looked much older and no longer had his old demeanor. "City Lord, goodbye," Zhang Yan politely greeted, but Kavsky ignored him. The eyes glared deathly at Detrai, as if he wanted to cut the yellow-haired man who had taken his daughter away by 1,000 cuts. Suddenly, Kavsky lifted the teacup on the table and heaved it toward Detrai. "Asshole, where's Mila? Mira." Detrai dodged the teacup, but was too stunned to be clear by Kavsky's attitude. At the end of the day, they were from two camps, and they had abducted someone's daughter, so could they not be angry? Likewise, can you not be a wimp when you see him yourself? Zhang Yan laughed. "Don't worry, City Lord, Mira is in my troop." "Your troops? I forgot to formally introduce myself. I'm Sub-Of, commander of the 16th Woolly Bear Regiment, and I assure you that all is well with Mira." "You, captain of the 16th Regiment?" Kavsky laughed loudly. "I may be old, but I'm not confused. You brat, and you're a regimental commander?" "That's just it. Just tell me, what are you guys doing here?" Zhang Yan replied. "Your precious daughter misses you, and this son-in-law of yours cowed out to me 3 times and begged me to save you back." Kavsky glanced at Detrai in disgust. "He's not my son-in-law, and I don't need you guys to save me. And go back. Go back where? To your furry bears? Please, I'm a ing Irmao, born and bred Irmao. What's in it for me to go back with you guys? Or will I still have to be put in jail and interrogated constantly by you guys?" Zhang Yan faintly said. "The reasoning is so reasonable, but you can live and one day you can still see your daughter. But if you won't leave with us, you'll never see your daughter again in your life. Are you threatening me?" Kavsky turned his back and stood looking at the bookshelf for a long time. "You guys go back. Take care of Mira for me. If anything happens to Mira, even if I become a ghost, I will personally come and drag you all down to hell." Detri couldn't take it anymore. "Why are you so stubborn? Why don't you go back when it's obvious that you can follow us back and all will be happy? Can you bear to see Mira shed tears for you? Don't you boy give me the wow factor." Kavsky burst out, turning to point at Detrai and cursing. "What do you know? There are always things in this world that are more important than your family, or even your life." Zhang Yan heard something and raised an eyebrow. "You mean, the classified documents of the Kever Underground?" Kavsky didn't respond, which made Zhang Yan a bit puzzled. "Those classified documents, didn't you keep electronic files?" Before he could finish his words, Kavsky suddenly stormed out and ripped Zhang Yan's collar. "That storage device, did you really steal it?" Rumble. Before Zhang Yan could argue, a loud bang came from the top of his head, shaking down a gust of dust. A mercenary pushed the door and barged in. "It's no good, City Lord. They're fighting their way in. You're coming in?" Both Zhang Yan and Kavsky were incredibly shocked. "There's a traitor in the mercenary corps, and he's the one who opened the door to those people inside and out." Damn! The attack of the Irmao remnants and mercenary rebels caught Zhang Yan off guard. Right now, all the troops were marching according to his deployment, and at this time of the day, the 2 units responsible for attacking the remnants of Irmao's army and the mercenary rebels shouldn't have arrived at the front yet. Nightingale Scout Battalion, press forward immediately to help the mercenaries of the mercenary group fend off those remnants of the army and the rebels, and cover my withdrawal. Detri, take the City Lord and retreat with me. Yes. Not caring whether Kavsky agreed or not, Zhang Yan picked up his collar and left. Along the way, the mercenaries stationed there were already in disarray. What to do? They're fighting their way in. Retreat outside. The only way to get out of the bunker is to get some breathing room. It's too late. They're already in. It's over. This is really ed up. I should have known to follow Norwich. No, we still have a chance now. Grab Kavsky. He's the only one who can save our lives. I don't know who shouted, but soon the mercenaries inside the bunker recoiled. Quick, get them. A large number of mercenaries pounced towards Zhang Yan's trio as if they were flood beasts. Detrai, take him and retreat first. I'll break off. Yes. Once Detrai and Kavsky left, Zhang Yan was finally able to fight with an open mind. Facing the 2 people who took the lead in rushing up with sharp blades in their hands, Zhang Yan turned his hands into eagle claws and fiercely grabbed both of their arms, and then with a downward flick, he gripped the hands of the 2 people who were holding the knives and then rushed to slit the other party's throats. At that moment, a mercenary with a long sword took the trick, intending to attack Zhang Yan's lower body. Zhang Yan directly dodged it with a splitting leap, followed by a whip leg thrown on the man's neck. Boom! Perhaps the force was a bit too great, and under the naked eye, the mercenary's head actually drooped in a weird position. Next, the narrow passageway became Zhang Yan's battlefield. I fight. Zhang Yan punched like a phantom, and kicked like a swift wind, like Ip Man in the movie, and like Bruce Lee. The moment Zhang Yan gently flicked his nose, there was already a field of corpses behind him. Not a single mercenary survived. At that moment, soldiers wearing Irmao uniforms appeared at the end of the passageway, and as soon as they saw Zhang Yan, they pulled the trigger without a second thought. Zhang Yan dodged the bullets with a roll to the side and scavenged an AK and a few magazines from the mercenary's corpse. Right now, the remnants of Ermao's army as well as the mercenary rebels had attacked. Looks like there's a tough battle ahead. Chapter 68 Split the winners and losers. Beating you now is not like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. The mercenary group's compound today was as chaotic as a food market. The remnants of the Ermo army, the mercenary rebels, the 16 regiments of the Woolly Bear, and the very few mercenaries still willing to embrace Kavsky gathered together. A four-legged situation. Getting the news from Detri's side that City Lord Kavsky was covered by some mercenaries and managed to escape through other exits, Zhang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Right now, he had only one mission, and that was to kill his way out of the bunker in the midst of a heavy siege and join up with the troops on the ground. Thump, 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 da 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 da, boom. Along the way, Zhang Yan stayed close to the wall and kept advancing with the tactics and techniques he had mastered from the Special University Livestock designation. Superb physical skills, coupled with 100% shooting accuracy, put him in an invincible stance for a while. Ka Chow. He had just backstabbed away a backwater mercenary who was looking for Zhang Yan. Da 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 da. Several more Ermo remnants and mercenary rebels rushed from that end. Without hesitation, Zhang Yan took a grenade, bit off the pull ring, and threw it. Boom. A huge explosion shook the bunker and shattered the encirclement plan of the two, while Zhang Yan took the opportunity to escape. The path of the bunker was too complicated, and Zhang Yan could find an exit after a lot of effort, but it's only just poking its head out. Buzz. A cracking sound came, accompanied by a silver light, and then, a dagger that was extremely familiar to Zhang Yan was stuck in the wall on one side. Is she? Zhang Yan could tell at a glance that this was the dagger of the super agent of the Woolly Bear country, Ravlova, who he had once fought with. He didn't expect it's been so long ago, but she hasn't evacuated yet? Swish. Zhang Yan's figure was like a panther, and he fiercely scurried out, dodging a crowd of gunfire and bullets as he looked to come to the bottom of the exit staircase. Swish. A black shadow suddenly sprang out from the side, and the slender whip leg swept towards Zhang Yan's lower plate. Zhang Yan dodged a swallow in the air and defended him back with a punch. Ravlova covered her chest, spat out a mouthful of blood and said in shock, "It's you! How dare you come back?" Zhang Yan greeted indifferently. "Hello again, you're really a ghost. You haven't left for so long, a furry bear of an agent, to be hanging out with those remnants of the rebels. It seems that you had a hand in orchestrating this rebellion." The higher-ups had just decided to attack Kever, and in a turn of events, Lavrova appeared in the camp of the rebel mercenaries, making it hard for Zhang Yan not to be suspicious. Did Ravlova receive the relevant orders from her furry bear superiors? But the truth is that the decision to attack was supposed to revolve around Lavrova. As a super agent of the furry bear, her importance to the furry bear cannot be overstated, and alone, she can be called a key player in the furry bear's underground battlefield. But on the very day Zhang Yan escaped from Kevuhar, eager to get the storage device in Zhang Yan's hands, she took a risk and let her other identity slip and was about to be exposed. It was only as a last resort that she quickly rescued Norwich, plotting a rebellion on the grounds that Kavsky didn't care if Headmaster Mountain Jack lived or died. Later, he reversed the facts on Ermao's side and blamed Kavsky for the death of the legendary Commander Chekhov, doing all this just to kill Kavsky, the only person who knew about it, and preserve his identity. "Why are you wearing a Woolly Bear uniform? Are you with the Woolly Bear soldiers out there? Told you I was a major in the Woolly Bear, but now I've been promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. Now, do you want to fight on?" Thump, 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 thump. Suddenly, several soldiers rushed out from the passage behind them. In a rare united front, Zhang Yan and Ravlova raised their guns to shoot at almost the same time. Zhang Yan had thought that this would be enough to turn things around with Ravlova. Who knew that just after taking out those people, Lavrova turned her head and charged towards herself. The two fought with their fists and feet, not giving way to each other, both moving so fast that it was breathtaking. Ravlova was indignant. "If you're a major of the furry bear, and why did you give the information to the Dasha people? Do you know that you're committing treason?" Zhang Yan gave a cut. "If you want to commit a crime, why don't you say so? I'm not a Mao Xiong person in the first place, so what's the point of treason? No, you all know my identity. You still hit me. Are you sick? I have nothing to say to a man who betrays a furry bear." Ravlova's offense got even more intense, giving Zhang Yan a speechless fight. If he hadn't known that Lavrova was a furry bear and had been instructed by the top, he would have been able to give Lavrova seconds in one move by now, and Ravlova was surprised, always feeling that Zhang Yan was different from the last time they met. His physical skills seemed to be more refined. It was clueless before, and at one point it was being pressed by itself. I didn't realize that I would now be able to see what I was doing and make myself unable to suppress it for a moment. Finally, at a certain moment, Zhang Yan couldn't take it anymore. "Why don't you take a nap otherwise? I'm still busy. How can I have time to play with you?" Ravlova's puzzled voice just came out, and then she realized that Zhang Yan's speed was getting faster and faster, making her eyes almost only able to catch phantoms. Go you! At a certain moment, Zhang Yan saw an opening and directly kicked Ravlova in the small of her back with a sweeping kick. With a thud, Lavrova flew straight backward and slammed heavily into the wall. I told you, it's as easy as chopping up a melon and cutting it into vegetables to beat you up, so just stay away from me from now on, okay? Finally, in the third exchange of hands to divide the winners and losers, Zhang Yan direct intention full away. At the moment when her consciousness was about to dissipate, looking at Zhang Yan's departing back, Lavrova raised her hand tremblingly and swore, wait, when I return to Furry Bear, I will definitely make you pay the price. The price. Quickly escaping along the exit of the bunker, Zhang Yan finally rejoined the large force. Where's Detry? Send him a plane and tell him to take Kavsky back first. Chief, Detry he didn't come back. What? It didn't come back. Zhang Yan was alarmed, fearing that something had happened to Detry and Kavsky, and kept calling over the communicator, but there was no response from Detry at this point. Just then, a squad reported urgently, claiming to have seen Kavsky with a group of mercenaries heading for a location in the city, and that Detry was most likely with them. Zhang Yan was dumbfounded. In the middle of the city? Hasn't that area already been taken by Ermo and the rebel mercenaries? What was Kravitsky doing there? On the road, which had been pitted by shells, numbers of armored vehicles were engaging the enemy while speeding towards their position in the city. Inside the car, looking at the constant call of Zhang Yan coming from the communicator that was flung aside by Kavsky, Detry swallowed and looked at Kavsky somewhat hesitantly. Has Mira mentioned me lately? Kavsky was still stern, but perhaps it was the hustle and manhood of seeing the evacuation all the way to Detry. It made him change his mind about Detry. Not so repulsive. He knew, of course, that rejection would do little good, for his own baby girl had long ago fallen for Detry. Mention it every day. She told me to not be afraid of you, that you're just fake stern. This girl, a rare kindness appeared on Kavsky's face. Don't worry, I'll go with you, but before that, I have to settle some troubles. Trouble? Chapter 69 Primo Period Labs, one truth masking another. The area of the city was, until then, a war zone between the mercenary corps and the mercenary rebels. For a time, the two were in check and neither could completely swallow the area. But it was with the attack of the remnants of Ermo's army into Kefhar that this balance was upset, to the point where the city's districts were completely annexed by the mercenary rebels. Kavsky's group, in all, was only a couple dozen strong. For these mercenaries to not turn against each other in a life and death situation, they must have a lifelong friendship with Kavsky. But how could dozens of men be a match for hundreds of rebel remnants? Soon, under round after round of exchanges, the number of people in the team, from dozens, plummeted to 10. Damn it, there's no way to get through if this is the case. By this time, the Kavsky crowd had abandoned their vehicles and ducked into a side alley. There was a steady stream of gunfire all around them. Apparently the mercenary remnants and Ermau. Searching for them. They were close to insanity and were attacking every corner within the reach of the naked eye with indiscriminate strafing. Kavsky hammered his hand and unconsciously looked aside to Detry. This trip might be a bit dangerous. Or would you go back first? Don't get me wrong. I just don't want Mira to hold a grudge against me. Speechless, Detry pointed around. Do I have anywhere to go back to now? Rumble. Suddenly, there were deafening pops in the air, followed by several Su-57s and Su-35s overhead. Following behind them were several strategic helicopters loaded with firepower. At that moment, Zhang Yan's voice also came from within the communicator that Detry was carrying. Detry, I don't know if you can hear me, but I've had the scouts capture your position. The Air Force will be told to cover you with fire, and soon our men will be advancing that way as well. Whatever you're going to do, make sure you do it fast, and if you can't evacuate, wait for us to rescue you. As soon as the words were spoken, the strategic helicopter side was the first to open fire and began to pound the enemy forces on the ground, and the fighters were shooting missiles, clearing the ground to clear the way for Detry and the others while clearing out the enemy armored vehicles and tanks along the way. Kavsky was a bit surprised. Is he really your leader? Exactly. How can you be so young? Detry shook his head. He's a little young, but he's got a record that's anything but young. Taking advantage of the Air Force's efforts to cover the ground with fire, Detry briefly described Zhang Yan's war record, from just arriving at the battlefield and leading him to break out from a group of Ermau soldiers, to later being ordered to command the defense of the 16th Regiment at the brink of danger. Then there was the tricky change of tactics at the military base in Krya to get the main force out. Then there was the theft of intelligence behind enemy lines in Kevlar, and so on and so forth. After hearing that, Kavsky's mouth dropped open wide. He didn't expect Zhang Yan to be so talented at such a young age. At a certain moment, he exclaimed, "What a young talent! You're making me want to marry my daughter to him a little bit." Detry grimaced. Shouldn't he have mentioned that one? Kavsky relieved. Never mind. It's impossible to think about it. Let's reluctantly agree with Myra's choice. After some firebombing of the ground and clearing out the local viable forces, Detry and the others were able to go on their way in peace. With the support of air power, this trip was much less stressful for them. Still, by the time they arrived at the city's main villa, there were only a few people left in the group. Looking at the city's main villa, which had fallen into ruin before him, Detry wondered why Kavsky had returned here. But some details made him suspicious. Something's not right. The troops in this neighborhood are a bit overly weak. Never mind that. Go in first. Come and get a lift. The crowd worked together to move the debris that was pressing against the entrance to the basement. Then it's all the way down through long flights of steps and deep corridors. Finally, stopping in front of a huge vault. Earlier, I heard Zhang Yan say that there was a large vault underneath the city lord's villa for storing those classified paper documents from the Primo period. At first, Detry didn't believe it, but today, he finally saw it. The vault in front of him was almost the size of a soccer field, with rows and rows of alloy bookshelves filled with paper classified documents on display. Detry froze. That's what you're relieved about? Kavsky nodded. Yes, it's a bit of a relief. After all, I, Kavsky, made my fortune selling this information. Whether it's Yumaoists, or Daxia, or the pretty countryside, you're always willing to pay a high price for the intel here. And there's a big chunk of it here that hasn't been sold out yet. And one piece of paper is worth $100 million. I'll give you a couple if you want. A piece of paper worth $100 million? Detry finally realized why Kavsky had been reluctant to leave. There are thousands and thousands of $100 million dollars here. Who would willingly give up this level of wealth? Of course, that's not what I'm really relieved about. Come here and give me another hand. Detry was called to a heavy bookshelf against the wall. When the crowd moved the bookshelves out of the way, a large door sealed with cement appeared in the back. Taking the hammer to the cement, Detry was shocked. This turned out to be the old pull-down elevator door? This elevator is some years old. I don't know if it still works. Pulling open the mesh door, Kavsky went to the dust-covered operator panel and operated it in a burst. Flutter, a sound. Light suddenly appeared in the elevator and it was successfully activated. The group then rode the elevator all the way down. And after an unknown amount of time, the elevator finally sank to the bottom. In front of us is a cave, which is said to be a cave, but does not look like a cave, because it was a little too modern, with 3 or 4 meters of old-fashioned computer consoles, test benches with all kinds of experimental instruments, as well as hospital beds, operating tables. What is this place? A lab? Kavsky nodded. Yeah, Primo-era labs. Detry was a little shocked, not realizing that there was such a place hidden beneath the vault. Could it be that Kavsky is covering up one truth with another? That's when Detry saw the bullet marks, the claw marks, on the walls on either side. There are also some petri dishes that have broken. Looking through the slit in the petri dish, Detry was barely out of his depth. Inside, there was a human bone, and this human bone was different from ordinary human bones. Some positions were a little too long, and some positions were a little too short. There are even some extensions that don't exist in humans today. What the hell is in here? It's not a ghostly thing, just the product of some failed experiments. This lab, doing human experiments? The Cold War was a time of the most ferocious technological development, and it should be normal for the former Mao and the pretty country to research everything in order to separate a winner from a loser, and to do a human experiment in order to explore human evolution, said Kavsky, moving a large box from somewhere. Without further ado, I deployed C4S here earlier, and now our task is to activate these C4S. You want to blow up the lab? Yes, this lab must be blown up. Once that Hathaway woman gets her hands on it, it could all be completely late. Chapter 70 Zhang Yan's Lone Rescue, a direct leap of faith. Who is Hathaway? Detry didn't know. I think it should be some character from the Irmao remnants or the mercenary rebels. But it was hard not to take Detry seriously through such solemn eyes as Kavsky's. A human laboratory that belongs to the last century. Although it's not clear what the mad scientists actually researched. But just by the misshapen human skeletons in those glass vessels, Detry could tell that it was more than likely not a good thing. Once such a thing falls into the hands of the Irmao remnants or the mercenary rebels, it will be dangerous both for the situation on the battlefield later on, and for the world. The crowd responded quickly, and before long, C4 was planted in every corner of the lab. For insurance purposes, the explosion has been set for 20 minutes from now. Pull out. With Kavsky's command, the crowd evacuated towards the elevator as fast as they could. Only, it's just coming to the elevator. Rumble. There was a sudden rattle from the otherwise calm elevator, moving towards the top. Detry froze. Malfunctioned? Kavsky yelled. Take cover. Someone's following us. Someone's following us? Who could it be? Is it hard to be one of us? Originally, Detri thought that Zhang Yan had sent people to provide support, but I didn't want to think that the moment the elevator came back again, the one sitting above. Surprisingly, it was him. Today's mercenary rebel leader, Norwich, temporary command at Kiefel Airport. In just an hour's time, the troops sent out to attack the remnants of the army and the rebels were rewarded with good news. Report, the vicinity of the mercenary group's compound has been cleared of enemy troops. Report, our troops are advancing continuously towards the city's center position. The enemy doesn't dare to counterattack at all. Report, the North Sea Dragon King Special Operations Squad has attacked the enemy base camp. No sign of the enemy leader has been found for the time being. Report, the perimeter forces have arrived, and in conjunction with the Air Force, a total blockade around Kever has been established. Zhang Yan sat in front of the sand table, constantly giving the most correct judgment based on the battlefield situation. Despite the current momentum of the attack, it would not be long before Kever was completely taken. But Zhang Yan could never relax. How come there's no word from Detri's side after all this time? And the Air Force reported they went to the townhouse. What the hell are they doing there? Is it really about the paperwork? At that moment, a voice came from within the communicator, reporting to the headmaster. We have discovered a small group of mercenary rebels that have also sneaked into the villa. Have our men arrived yet? It's advancing this way, but they seem to have encountered a desperate and suicidal blockade from the enemy, and won't be able to get here for a while. Hanging up the communication, Zhang Yan frowned. He remembered an earlier report from the Air Force that there weren't many left on the Kapsky side, and now a resistance force had slipped in. The front-line troops have still not been able to press through. So the Detri side. Thinking again and again, Zhang Yan directly walked out of the command room as fast as he could. The Mi-24 helicopter gunship closest to me. I demand you take off immediately. As Zhang Yan walked, he checked his guns and ammunition with a stern look. Chief, what are you doing? Popov, the new battalion commander of the Nightingale Scout Battalion, hurriedly chased after him. Go save Detri. Chief, this kind of thing can be left to the North Sea Dragon King's side. Why do you need to go personally? Earlier, whether it was Zhang Yan personally piloting the Su-57 to press the battlefield, or bringing the two Detri to break into the mercenary group's base camp, it's all adventurous to the extreme. Now that Zhang Yan was going to take the risk of going to the city's main villa, which was not yet in the hands of the troops, how could Popov not stop him? Zhang Yan was unimpressed. You've reminded me. Tell the Dragon King of the North Sea's side to send me a platoon to parachute into the city lord's villa to receive them after taking the enemy's lair. Saying that, Zhang Yan directly boarded the helicopter. Not going to listen to anyone's obstruction. The helicopter lifted off and flew towards the distant townhouse. At high altitude, Zhang Yan was able to get a detailed grasp of the entire situation in Kever. To the west, the Dragon King of the North Sea was swimming in the enemy's main camp, and the two forces, north and south, were advancing ever closer to the city. The enemy, however, had deployed almost all of their heavy firepower in the vicinity of the townhouse, which was the path of the north and south forces. The only remaining tanks, armored vehicles, missile vehicles, and large numbers of troops were deployed there almost exclusively. What's this about? Delay our troops from reaching the city? Air Force, immediately provide covering fire for the north and south units, and for the north unit, send a company around the enemy's northern flank to attack. Southern troops, now immediately split into three. Do not confront the enemy head-on. On the ground, both the northern and southern forces were somewhat overwhelmed by the desperate resistance of the remnants of Irmo's army and the mercenary resistance, though they knew that a long fight would surely be a win for them. But there was no time. Their superiors demanded that they reach their position in the city as fast as possible, but how to break through the enemy army was still a big problem. Just then, a voice came over the headset. At the same time, they looked out and saw the helicopter in the distance. It's the chief. He's personally come to the front line to command us. Do what the chief says at once. Yes, Zhang Yan's arrival has boosted the morale of our army, while at the same time it has attracted the hatred of the enemy. Countless bullets and shells came at once, but Zhang Yan didn't panic at all and held the onboard machine gun and fired intensely and fiercely at the bottom. Zhang Yan was a bit fierce and excessive, and even the ground troops were inspired by this heroic scene of his and attacked even more swiftly. After resolving the trouble on this side, Zhang Yan quickly rode the helicopter to the sky above the city lord's villa. After I go down, you immediately go to the North Sea Dragon King's side for reinforcements, and bring me people here as fast as you can. Yes, chief. Zhang Yan memorized his parachute bag and directly jumped off the helicopter with a leap of faith. A set of movements were smooth and flowing, just like the embarrassment when he first came to the battlefield was gone. Zhang Yan swung his arms upward, bent his legs, and swooped all the way down in a free fall. The parachute was then immediately opened at a position located 100 meters in the air. Swish! In almost a matter of seconds, he was on the ground. Unlocking the parachute, Zhang Yan did not dare to slack off and immediately ran towards the direction of the city lord's villa with his gun. At the entrance, there were 2 mercenary rebels on sentry duty, and Zhang Yan cautiously touched their side and back, raising his gun and blurting out twice. 2 mercenaries had barely time to report before their lives were taken. Afterward, Zhang Yan went all the way down along the basement entrance and soon came to the vault. Nobody? Zhang Yan was a bit surprised. If Kavsky came back here for this information, there shouldn't be no talent in the vault. Just then, there was a sudden ringing in the distance, and Zhang Yan ran over to take a look, and surprisingly, here, he found an elevator. Zhang Yan felt that this was somewhat unusual. Is it hard to believe that here, there are other secrets hidden? Chapter 71 Former Hair Horror Level of Technology. What the hell is this? Underground lab. Every now and then, a beastly hissing sound came from the wide space. Norwich frowned as he looked at the mercenaries on the ground who had already had their limbs chopped off, but still maintained their desire to attack. Kavsky, you're a madman to try a potion on one of your own, but I have you to thank for that. A living experiment. Thought the woman would have liked that. Kavsky covered the bullet wound in his abdomen and gasped. Make it quick. Kill or be killed as you wish. Kavs basically wanted to use the experimental potion left in the lab to get out of it, not realizing that this Norwich guy was just too experienced in combat. Facing the mercenary who was close to going insane, had no sanity, and still had an explosive fighting ability, he unexpectedly cut off his limbs without hesitation. Norwich waved his hand. Ooh, I can't kill you. You'll need a trial to make a decision on your life. With that, Norwich turned his attention to Detry, who had been shot in the leg. Ivan, hello again? No, I should call you Detry. Detry looked serious. Are you really going to give such a dangerous potion to Pretty Country or Irmo? You know full well that once something like this is in their hands, they're not going to do anything good, and could cause a bigger war as a result. Norwich sighed. That's none of my business. I'm on my own now, and the only way out is to go to them. I still have to rely on you guys. It's you guys, and Han Chang, who pushed me to this point. But don't worry, I don't blame you guys. After all, you helped me take down Mountain Jack, and it kind of made my career. Well, a way out. As he spoke, there was a rattle from the elevator at the other end, and the mercenaries in charge of carrying it returned. Hurry up, there's 5 or 6 minutes left before C4 explodes, and those bottles and cans, they have to be taken away. Understand? Norwich gave the order very normally. Who knew that the next moment he would be greeted by the blackened muzzle of a gun at the elevator? Chug, 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 chug. A barrage of bullets came through, exploding the heads of the rebel mercenaries almost shot for shot. And here in Norwich, it was spared because he reacted in time and ducked to the side of the dead center. Detry, can you move? Take Kavsky and leave immediately. Detry was surprised. Headmaster? Yes, Chief. Hearing the familiar voice, Norwich was also shocked. It's you, Han Chang? Did I hear it right? He even called you the head of the group? Chug, 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 chug. Zhang Yan didn't seem to have any intention of chatting and shot another barrage of bullets over. Hey, we are at least people who have played music together. Don't talk about it, don't be so cold. Chug, 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 chug. Another barrage of bullets came through. Zhang Yan didn't care about that much. His main task now was to evacuate with Detry and Kavsky. As for Norwich, though once upon a time there was a crossover, but the difference in positions doomed them to be on opposite sides. It was lamentable, but inexcusable. Between them, there was nothing to say. Eyeing the limping Detry had taken the injured Kavsky to the elevator. Zhang Yan was unwilling to engage in a battle and backed away while shooting, also intending to leave immediately. Seeing this, Norwich felt that his chance had come, and looking for an opening he stuck his head out and tried to take a black shot. Bang! However, he underestimated Zhang Yan's reaction power, and almost at the same time, Zhang Yan dodged the bullet with a sidestep, then raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew out and headed straight for Norwich's head. Luckily, at the critical moment, Norwich took the gun in his hand and blocked it, slowing down the bullet's lethality. The shot merely penetrated Norwich's eyeball and did not harm his life. Norwich covered his eyes and ducked to the side in excruciating pain. Seeing this, Zhang Yan hurriedly shouted, "Retreat!" Detry's side quickly pressed the elevator start button, just waiting for Zhang Yan to come over so they could get out of danger. Zhang Yan's speed was very fast, and he came to the elevator in a few steps, and it was not a problem at all to get in by jamming the elevator sliding mesh door. But at that moment, a black shadow beside him suddenly lunged towards Zhang Yan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Yan was stupid and was directly pounced to the side when the elevator started, which meant that Zhang Yan missed the best time to evacuate. Whoa 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 whoa. A beastly hiss comparable to zombies Dave came from the side. Zhang Yan looked up and was shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this? He saw a mercenary who had his limbs chopped off, His whole body was covered with veins and muscles bursting, lying on the ground like a toad, his eyes staring at Zhang Yan with a deadly gaze. In the next second, the mercenary directly stormed up and lunged towards Zhang Yan. Bang! Zhang Yan almost didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. At close range, he was very confident that he could explode the opponent's head with one shot, but who knew that the mercenary would turn his head sideways and the bullet grazed his scalp, grinding off some flesh but not taking his life? Zhang Yan's mouth opened wide. What play? Dodging bullets is not their own patent, buddy. You will also thump, 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 thump. Zhang Yan fired a few more shots. It should be said that the guy's reflexes were really ridiculously strong, and he was able to pick up some of the surrounding items and deflect bullet after bullet. This kind of feeling, which made Zhang Yan familiar, always felt that there was some resemblance with that Radlova, and the only difference was that the consciousness of the mercenary in front of him had been completely lost, leaving only a body of flesh that acted on instinct. Fortunately, the mercenary's bullet dodging wasn't as perverse as Zhang Yan's, and there was always a time when he couldn't avoid a barrage of bullets. But next, something that made Zhang Yan even more dumbfounded appeared. This guy has been shot several times in the head and surprisingly he's only slowing down and his body is still moving. Is this kind of thing really something that can appear in this world? Zhang Yan was so shocked that his hair stood up in sweat. He hurriedly changed the magazine and shot the mercenary's head into a sieve. This time he finally didn't move and died through and through. Zhang Yan just breathed a sigh of relief. Splat! The sound of a glass bottle crashing to the ground and shattering came from behind him. Turning his head, Norwich slipped up to a counter at some point, grabbed the potion above him and injected himself. And this guy doesn't know how to stop. He hates to inject all the potions. Han Chang, it's all because you forced. Bang! Zhang Yan casually raised his gun and exploded his head. Phew! Scared baby. Zhang Yan felt a bit outrageous. What exactly is this lab used to study? How do you get something that sick? The mercenary of the party, his physique, muscles, speed, physical ability, strength and also reflexes were almost out of the realm of normal people. Yards of it. It's outrageous to be able to move that much with all your limbs gone. To a certain extent, he seemed to bear some resemblance to the super agent Ravlova he had met before. This couldn't help but make Zhang Yan have a guess. Could it be that what is being researched here is how to enhance people's physique and cultivate super warriors and super agents? I thought that was something you'd find in a movie. The level of technology in the Primo is more than a little outrageous. Just as he was thinking, "Da!" suddenly came from beside Zhang Yan's ear. "Da! Da!" The sound of beep came from beside Zhang Yan's ear. What is this? Zhang Yan frowned and looked along the source of the sound, and then he found a red light that was flickering. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why does this play look so much like C4 in the game? Zhang Yan's brain twitched. Is it true that CT will be victorious if we dismantle it? But after looking at the dense red light and the surrounding gloom, Zhang Yan thought better of it. Now that there were still 3 minutes left before the explosion, he had to evacuate as soon as possible, or else when the C4 exploded, even if he had a system boost, he would still be dead. Thinking that, Zhang Yan hoofed it towards the elevator, but just 2 steps away, there was some noise behind him. Zhang Yan turned his head in confusion, and then he saw that Norwich, who had already had his head blown off, suddenly convulsed all over his body, and then stood up in a bizarre position while twisting his head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 72. Zhang Yan sacrificed? An accident. It came as a surprise. Underground vault. The dozens of North Sea Dragon King special forces that hurriedly arrived had already surrounded the elevator. According to Detry, the leader, Subov, was stopped below by a very scary monster, but a large amount of C4 had been placed below them long ago, preventing them from doing anything rash. As the elevator started up again moving toward the bottom, they stood at attention. Chief, the elevator has been activated. C4 is about to explode. Please evacuate quickly. Please respond if you hear me. Please respond if you hear me. Over. Someone immediately contacted Zhang Yan through the communicator, but a cacophony of fighting and fire came from the other side of the communicator. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Finally, accompanied by Zhang Yan's phrase of nationalism, the elevator on the other end suddenly rumbled with a bang. Chief, we need to know about you. Bear with me. Damn, can't get in touch. The elevator was destroyed from below. Is there another exit from this hellhole? According to Detry, the other exits have been blocked. This is the only one. Is there any other way? It's too late. C4 is about to explode. Retreat. As much as all of you North Sea Dragon King special forces would like to rescue their first sergeant, unfortunately, the elevator had been destroyed, and with the imminent explosion of C4, they had to evacuate immediately in order to avoid fearless casualties. Just pray that Zhang Yan's side is still alive. In the underground laboratory, Zhang Yan is fighting with the resurrected Norwich. As soon as Fong saw Norwich get up, Zhang Yan withdrew towards the elevator without hesitation. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Norwich's speed, and in barely a few steps the guy was on all fours, destroying the elevator controls with a single punch. Zhang Yan had really seen a ghost. Besides movies, he had never seen anything so outrageous. A man whose head has been blown off has risen again, prompted by a mysterious potion? And the resurrected Norwich was simply ridiculously strong. His body was bursting with veins and his muscles had swelled to an exaggerated degree. Wouldn't it be the living, breathing Hulk if you colored this guy's head green? Chug, 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 chug. Zhang Yan held his gun and swept a burst of shots towards the Norwich at that end. But this guy was like crazy, blocking all the bullets flying towards his head at the cost of scrapping one of his arms. Ka! Finally, Zhang Yan's bullets bottomed out. Facing Norwich, who once again pounced over like an ape, Zhang Yan directly pulled out the dagger between his legs. A sidestep dodged Norwich's attack, then without hesitation, plunged his dagger into the back of Norwich's head. Ah! Norwich let out a beastly hiss. He still had the strength to stop Zhang Yan despite the fact that he had already stirred the dagger in an attempt to churn his brain into mush. Zhang Yan was shocked. Can you still move when your brain is stirred up like this? However, just at the moment Zhang Yan pulled out the dagger, he suddenly realized that some of the brain tissues attached to the dagger were beating very actively. Through the hollow inserted by the dagger, Zhang Yan observed that his brain tissue was like a beating heart, and during the throbbing process, the previously damaged location would actually slowly derive some. At this moment, Zhang Yan finally learned the reason for Norwich's resurrection. Self-healing? In nature, there are many animals that possess the ability to heal themselves, the most common being the gecko, which escapes by breaking its tail in case of danger, and the tail grows back on its own afterward. As for the others, there's the salamander, which still grows even if the limbs and head, or even the heart, are amputated. And the ones with the sickest self-healing abilities are undoubtedly the starfish and the vortex worms. Even if they were chopped into hundreds of pieces, they could still grow into new individuals. Zhang Yan vaguely felt that the scientist who developed that mysterious potion must have specialized in studying these animals with self-healing ability, plus some miscellaneous research on enhancing one's physique and senses to come up with something so sick. But it was clear that the experiment was a failure. Even though the people who were enhanced by the potion were comparable to super soldiers, but they have long since lost their minds and have been reduced to monsters like the Walking Dead. Bang! Zhang Yan's heavy punch blasted at Norwich's face. Although it knocked out his teeth at once, he was as if he couldn't feel the pain, and he lunged towards Zhang Yan in a frenzy. Da 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 da. The C4 countdown around him was getting more and more urgent, and Zhang Yan knew that the C4 was going to explode, and he had to withdraw as soon as possible. Seeing a moment, Zhang Yan directly snatched the grenade on Norwich, pulled the pull ring and then stuffed it into his mouth. Boom! Norwich was directly blown into countless blood clots that flew in all directions. At the same time, the grenade blasted a way out for Zhang Yan, an escape tube hidden beneath the computer console. Outside the villa, a group of furry bear soldiers had already gathered here, and they were like ants on that hot pan, constantly looking into the basement, hoping that their leader, Sapav, would come out safely. Assholes, you guys just left the chief alone in there? Illik was enraged. He had merely taken his troops to end the rebel mercenaries' base camp. I didn't expect that. As soon as I came back, I received the news that Zhang Yan was in danger, and most importantly, no one was willing to rescue him? The soldier defended. C4 was about to explode and we had no choice. Shut the up, Illik chided, then picked up Detri, who was bandaging his wounds. Asshole, what's the point of running around blindly for nothing? You know full well that this is someone else's territory. Detri smacked Illik's hand away despite the guilt in his heart. Do you know what's hidden under here? Do you have any idea what kind of catastrophe this down here will bring to the world once Irmao and Pretty Country get their hands on it? Boom! As he spoke, the entire kever shook with a tremor, and even the turf flew out a meter high before crashing down. The last thing anyone expected to happen was for C4 to explode anyway. The entire perimeter of the villa, along with the vault below, all collapsed toward the bottom. 16th Regiment Quarters, Command Headquarters. What? The regimental commander sacrificed? Getting the news that Zhang Yan had sacrificed himself in Kefahar, Deputy Regimental Commander Andre slumped in his chair. We have traveled together, lived and died together, experienced so many trials and tribulations, and created so many miracles. I didn't expect Zhang Yan, who could be called the god of war, to still fall. Despite his reluctance to accept this fact, Andre held back his grief, reported this matter. What? Didn't I tell him to stay at the temporary command post? Division Commander Petrov was shocked out of a cold sweat. Originally, according to Zhang Yan's previous report, he all thought that taking Keber was a handful, but how could he have expected that Zhang Yan would run alone to the city lord's villa to rescue someone and end up being buried there? Could it be a false alarm? Is it possible that Zhang Yan escaped through other channels? Andre sighed. The location where Zhang Yan is located has been set up with dozens of C4S. There is no way for him to survive. Petrov despaired, not realizing that the accident would come so unexpectedly. After spending so much to make Zhang Yan stay in the battlefield, and going out of his way to give him a promotion, he didn't realize that this would be the trigger that would ultimately get Zhang Yan killed. Daxia tourists ended up dying on the battlefield due to mistakenly entering the battlefield. How serious the consequences of such a thing could be, Petrov was already too lazy to think about it, because at this moment, many people had learned the news of Zhang Yan's life and death. A conference that was once again due to Zhang Yan was held. One does not know exactly what was conversed in this assembly, except to hear from some of the officers' subordinates that there were loud arguments coming from the conference room. Subsequently, the military, knowing that the matter was prudent and could no longer be concealed, publicized the news of Zhang Yan's life and death to the Daxia side. Zhang Yan does not know that the outside world because of his death set off a furor. At this very moment, inside the dimly lit escape tunnel, he was riding in a human railcar. Shake the joystick while evacuating along the track in a certain direction. Chapter 73 How come Daxia didn't panic at all when the news of his death became public? Today is a sad day for both Woolly Bear and Daxia, because Zhang Yan, a future general who was commonly considered by both parties, was buried in a small military operation against Kever. Of course, Mao Xiong would certainly not drag out the truth, only saying that the 16th Regiment, in which Zhang Yan was a member, had encountered an attack by the remnants of Mao's army, and Zhang Yan had unfortunately perished. When this news, the moment it was told to the Daxia side by the Woolly Bear military, Mao Xiongfang had thought that he would be greeted by Daxia's endless anger, but who knew that Daxia's side was horribly calm. Just set a special person to dock to Zhang Yan's aftercare compensation matters. Other than that, nothing else. And the Daxia side also made a move that was even more unbelievable to the manhwa side, which was to announce the death of Zhang Yan to all Daxia citizens. They knew that announcing the deaths now would cause turmoil, but they did it anyway. What the hell are they trying to do? At 3:15 p.m. Today, the tourist who had been mistakenly entering the Woolly Bear Irma battlefield for nearly half a month was killed. All the media, newspapers, published the news about Zhang Yan's death almost at the same time. Immediately, it drew eager discussion from citizens and netizens. I thought he was back a long time ago. Why is he still at the battlefield? White candle. Wasn't there a rumor early on that Woolly Bear had sent someone to pick him up? So how is it that he was killed on the battlefield before he was picked up? White candle. It can't be helped. The situation on the battlefield is so bad that both Pretty Country and Irma are trying to use him to sow discord between us and Woolly Bear. White candle. Poor tourist. I heard that he is only 18 years old. Just finished the college entrance examination. Just want to go for a break. How could this happen? White candle. Harry Bear must give a statement, and Pretty Country and Irma must also give compensation, so as not to chill his family. White candle. That's just it. While Pretty Country and Irma are indeed rogues, Woolly Bear is not to be blamed. White candle. With the recent news, Pretty Country and Irma blocking Zhang Yan from going home in the wind, most of the netizens blamed Pretty Country and Irma for Zhang Yan's death. This can't help but make the Hairy Bear even more puzzled. You post the news, just post the news. Keep leading the spearhead to the Pretty Country and Irma head. How much do you mean? Could it be that Daxia wants to use this moment to intervene in the war in an honorable way? And Pretty Country and Irma, on their side, apparently thought the same thing, and were instantly on pins and needles. This war, if Daxia does intervene, will mean that the S3 season will be complete. As much as Pretty Country likes to make a national fortune on war, he can't just stand by and watch the S3 season actually arrive. Once it hits the fan, what's the point of making all this money on your own? Whether or not you can spend it, it's trivial to waste it all on military expansion equipment. The main thing it feared the most was that Daxia and the Maoists would join together and pull it down from its position of hegemony completely. By then, how can it still be arrogant? How can it be a peacemaker? How can it be the world's policeman? As a result, the consulates of the two parties hastened to issue an official document stating that they had nothing to do with Zhang Yan's death. But who cares about the angry netizens? They flushed them anyway. Although, at the moment, countries are speculating a lot about the purpose of Daxia, fearing that the S3 season will really hit the ground running. But the real purpose is known only to the top brass of Daxia itself. They did so not to intervene in the war. But, Daxia Military Satellite Base, Communications Hall. But it's only been a week or so, and it's become a place where the military brass hold their conferences again. In terms of rank, they were all above major, and ordinary officers, lieutenants, were not qualified to be seated. Back when Zhang Yan contacted me last time, I hacked into his cell phone and eliminated the surveillance Trojan horse that the Mao Bear military had on him. So at the moment, we're the only ones who know his whereabouts. Correspondent Sher Haihan, fingers tapping fast on the keyboard. With the press of the con blower key, a remote sensing image of the surroundings of Kever appeared on the big screen, and with it, there was a red dot that was constantly moving. Seeing this, all the top military officials were relieved. When the news of Zhang Yan's death came back, they were anxious, angry, and extreme, to the point that they all wanted to take their troops and go and end the Maoists. But at that moment, the news that Zhang Yan was not alive or dead came from the satellite base, so they rushed here on the news. Luckily, the news from the satellite base wasn't an empty rumor, and Zhang Yan really didn't die, and he had escaped from Kefhar to a location located a few kilometers to the southwest of Kefhar. Someone sensed something was wrong. It's not right. Zhang Yan's troops have already taken Kefhar. Why didn't he go back? Instead he ran outside Kefhar? Someone analyzed. According to the Maoists, Zhang Yan died under Air Mao's airstrike. But that's all bull ********. According to our intelligence officers, the real cause of Zhang Yan's death was being trapped underground in the main villa of Kefhar City when dozens of C4s exploded at the same time. So there's only one possibility that Zhang Yan would have appeared outside of Kefhar, and that's that he escaped into one of the passages left there in the pre-Mao period. While speaking, the man also pulled up some data. Look guys, Zhang Yan's current speed, which has reached 20 kilometers per hour. You can tell that he's definitely not on foot, but has taken some sort of transportation. This argument was justified and quickly convinced everyone. Just then, someone asked the sole question. Since Zhang Yan didn't die, why did the top side have to announce Zhang Yan's death in such a hurry? The old man with the very unusual shoulder patch came forward on his cane. That's what I mean. In order for Zhang Yan to better serve his country when he returns, his old identity must pass away for a valid reason, so that we can also help him operate. So it is. The crowd nodded, then focused on the pop-up. But just as it continued to watch for hours, the red dot had not stopped moving. Someone frowned. Haven't we reached the exit yet? Where exactly is Zhang Yan going? This looks like it's about to reach Mao's military occupation zone. But it was just 10 minutes after that statement was made. Slap. The red dot on the screen suddenly disappeared. It's over. Zhang Yan has entered the communication blind zone. Quickly check which unit Mao is stationed in this area. Soon, someone found out some information. Trimble Battlefield. After the area occupied by the 36th Regiment of the Mao was overrun by the Maoists, fearing that the Maoists would launch a general attack, the Mao dispatched a division of troops to garrison the area. A division's strength. The crowd broke into a cold sweat when they heard this. Then if Zhang Yan goes there, isn't it tantamount to throwing himself into the net? Should we have the diplomatic side immediately pressure Mao to voluntarily hand back Zhang Yan? Is there any other way now but to have Mao hand over the man? Act quickly. Never let anything happen to Zhang Yan. A group of officers acted with their hands and feet. Although it was great news that Zhang Yan didn't die, but the fact that he then broke into Mao's Trimble war zone, this is just a ing surprise. Just then, an officer signaled everyone to calm down. The intelligence officers had sent in the latest information. Maybe everything wasn't so bad after all. A few days ago, the Maoists sent an independent regiment, as an advance guard, into the Trimble theater. If Zhang Yan can join them, he might be able to save a life. On the edge of the Trimble war zone, in a stone cave in one of the valleys, Zhang Yan didn't know at this moment that he had already died in the world. All I know is that the passage in front of me is more or less winding and twisting and turning, like that mountain road. But even if there are a lot of curves, it is still ridiculously long, and I have been riding in a human railroad car and shaking the lever for half a day, but I have not been able to find out where its exit is. If it wasn't for his current unlimited stamina, he would probably have died of exhaustion halfway through the journey. At that moment, a glimmer of light came from the distance. Holy, it's finally here. Zhang Yan accelerated his rocking rate and came to the cave entrance as fast as he could. Where did this come from? This is just stretching out for a breath of fresh air. Boom! The sound of an explosion coming from the far end of the valley caught his attention. Chapter 74 Rendezvous with the Independence Corps. I'm here to ask for help, not to rescue you. By the location of the sun, and the surrounding winds, landforms, and references, Zhang Yan could roughly tell that his position should be to the west of Kefhar. As for how far away Kefhar actually is, based on one's ride in a human railcar, judging by the condition of the road, which had been pulled up to full speed and traveled for most of the day, it should have been 100 kilometers away from Kefhar. Learning this, Zhang Yan frowned. He had a hunch that he might have run into Mao's territory again, though right now, immediately contacting the 16th Regiment, or neighboring units, to call for help is the top priority. But when Zhang Yan picked up his cell phone and took a look, he was speechless. No signal. Isn't this a military cell phone that claims to be so durable that it can't even be nuked and is of the highest quality? How can there still be no signal? Zhang Yan tried to connect to a satellite, even Daxia's own satellite, but this cell phone was as if it had lost its mind. How could it not connect? Just as Zhang Yan was a bit desperate, the sound of distant artillery fire from far away and the sound of gunfire caught his attention. He wasn't able to see clearly because his view was blocked by the valley, but that was good news. There was the sound of gunfire and artillery on Irmau's territory, so it didn't take much to figure out that someone was fighting Irmau. So since they can fight Irmau, what exactly is this group about? It must be either the Maoists themselves or the rebels on the Irmau side. There's no way Irmau could have done that military maneuver thing in wartime, right? Holding on to a glimmer of hope, Zhang Yan directly followed the sound of gunfire and searched for it. Along the way, Zhang Yan trekked through the mountains, and gradually, Zhang Yan came to a divided area of plains and hills. In the distance, the fire of explosions and burning smoke had entered Zhang Yan's eyes, and as he continued to approach, soon, the bodies of some soldiers began to appear on the ground. Both Irmos and hairy bears? It's really the Maoists themselves. How did they come to be in the Irmo-occupied zone? The Independence Corps? Where did that come from again? Since he had not received the relevant orders and had not heard about it, Zhang Yan was puzzled by the soldiers of the independent regiment he encountered in front of him. Collecting some weapons, Zhang Yan continued to approach. Soon, he began to encounter some of Irmo's soldiers, who seemed to be closing in on a certain location. Needless to say, the target of the huddle must be the Maoists' own people. It is said that when a hometown meets a hometown, there are tears in both eyes. Although Zhang Yan and Mao Zi are not hometowns, but no matter what, we are comrades in arms and comrades. Seeing one's comrades being battered by the enemy, how could there be any reason not to save each other? Thus, Zhang Yan was on fire, and the 10 titles he already had were pulled up to full capacity, and he officially entered the killing god mode. Provisional command of the independent regiment, facing the situation of being raided and surrounded by Irmau, the head of the group, Smirnov, was in despair. This time, the mission of the independent regiment was to take the time to temporarily recuperate in the rear units of the 13th, 16th, 18th, and 19th regiments, or to clear and settle the remnants of the local occupation area. As the lead unit, it was the first to enter the Trimble battlefield to probe the situation in order to prepare for the follow-on units to press forward and engage Irmo in a decisive battle. Now, although all the troops responsible for reconnaissance had been sent out in batches, a most serious problem had arisen. Hidden in the rear of the big command of the whole situation was exposed. Irmau directly sent 2 battalions of troops, hugely attacked. Even though Smirnov thought he had picked his place well, why was he exposed? He was puzzled. The other troops still haven't been contacted? Hurry up and get them to turn around and rescue them. Reporting to the chief, the communications vehicle responsible for communications coverage has been destroyed by shelling, and we can't reach anyone at the moment. Damn it! Smirnov slammed his fist on the table. Their satellite communications had been the first to fail since they had entered the Trimble war zone, even though carrying a communications vehicle would solve the communications problem on the ground. But right now, the destruction of the communications van was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Where are the scouts? I asked them to find out if there was a breakout. Did they respond? Reporting to the chief, we are surrounded on all sides. There is not a single way to live. Smirnov, utterly desperate, growled hysterically. Are those sons of ES up there eating? Knowing that the enemy is particularly interested in the Trinberg theater of operations, they still send only one of our regiments to scout. Can't they send more? And the 16th regiment? The 18th regiment those? Irmau's main army has long been dispersed by the 20th regiment. Is it so troublesome to solve it? Need 5 regiments to solve it? Why don't you press forward and come to support? You're going to get me killed. Do you know that? Smirnov blamed the sky and the air, and cursed all 8 generations of his ancestors that he could. At that moment, a subordinate hurriedly ran in. Chief, good news. Help is coming. The enemy army was attacked from the rear in the southeast, and suffered nearly 100 casualties. Smirnov changed his face directly at light speed and said eagerly, Really? That's great. Do you know which unit? We don't know for now. Our people. They're on their way to pick it up. That's good. That's good. It wasn't long before a BWP infantry fighting vehicle appeared in Smirnov's field of vision. Although this is the equipment of the Irmu side, it is seen through our soldiers who follow it around. Someone should have captured this chariot. The chariot stopped in front of the command headquarters door with a drift, and Zhang Yan opened the door smoothly and jumped down. While saluting, he said, I am the commander of the 16th regiment, Lieutenant Colonel Subov. Smirnov was all over the place, really speaking of the devil. One second he was scolding people, but he didn't realize that the next second, they were here? Smirnov warmly shook hands with Zhang Yan. Are you Comrade Subov? Gosh, I can't believe I've met my honored father. You're so famous in our army these days. I, Smirnov, on behalf of all the officers and men of the independent regiment, express my deep gratitude and respect to you for personally leading the entire 16th regiment to your rescue. 1 second. Zhang Yan was smiling sociably, but the next he froze. What the hell? You're leading the 16th regiment to the rescue? What the hell is wrong with you? Hey, old brother. Zhang Yan was just about to argue, but Smirnov took his shoulder and looked into the distance. Hey, how come you're the only one who came over here and didn't bring a guard with you? Oh, I get it. The army should still be in the back, right? Hurry up and let them attack. Today we will be able to swallow these 2 battalions of Ermaus inside and outside, and fight the first battle of the Trimble Theater, said Smirnov with a gesture of prayer. Oh my god, I knew that waiting would be fruitful after all, but when he looked down, he found Zhang Yan looking at himself awkwardly. What's wrong? Zhang Yan couldn't bear to pour cold water on Smirnov, but still said as he did, older brother, listen to me, I didn't bring any troops here. Smirnov quickly responded, I understand, the whole force is moving too much, that's why you only brought a few battalions. I understand, I can understand, camp I didn't bring either. Then I see, you're leading a special forces unit, right? I heard before I came in that your 16th regiment seems to be forming its own special forces. I didn't expect it to be formed so soon. That's really good. Special forces, that's the existence of 1 against 100. That's enough. That's enough. Zhang Yan couldn't take it anymore. To tell you the truth, it's just me. There's no one else, and I came to this by accident. Gatling Warzone, so I'm here to ask for help, not to rescue you. Smirnov was nodding 1 second. Then his eyes bugged out. What did you say? Chapter 75 Zhang Yan flinging command. Foolish head Smirnov. Smirnov's mind is broken. How surprising it was 1 second. How desperate it is now. I thought I had finally waited for an addition to the 16th regiment, but to my surprise, there was only 1 man in this addition. This drop in mood is like riding a roller coaster. 1 moment high and 1 moment low. So much so that Smirnov completely broke his defense and tore into Zhang Yan's collar. Kid, are you here to tease me? Zhang Yan could understand Smirnov's feelings. Comrade Colonel, I definitely didn't mean that. Please believe me, there was no other way. Zhang Yan could only give a brief account of everything that happened. The ones about underground labs, human modification, mysterious potions, and super soldiers. He pressed on. It was only to say that he had come to the Trimble battlefield through an escape route after an accident on his way to lead the 16th Regiment's attack on Quarhel, when he was unable to retreat. After hearing this, both Smirnov and the surrounding soldiers had their mouths wide open. Zhang Yan had thought that telling the truth would make Smirnov feel better, but he didn't expect the guy to get even angrier. You stepped on a horse and really came here to tease me. You're not Sabov at all. Who's the head of a family that would go into battle himself? You're lying. Men, take him down for me. I think this guy was deliberately sent by Ermo to humiliate us. Surrounding the soldiers swarmed. Zhang Yan that called a speechless he said the truth. These people, why do not believe it? He had no choice but to be forced to counterattack, drying out everyone in just a few seconds. During this time, a soldier attempted to raise his gun to shoot, and Zhang Yan not only dodged the bullet, but also dismantled the man's gun. Afterward, Zhang Yan grabbed Smirnov's faithful neck. Open your dog's eyes and show me clearly. These are my papers. Then, use your pig brain to give me a good thought. Itama, 1 person can exterminate Ermo 100 or so people. Exterminate you guys is just a casual matter. I still need to come to humiliate you guys? This behavior, however, made Smirnov feel like he was being humiliated by having his face stepped on and became even angrier. How can you prove this document is real? Fake papers? We furry bears make them too. Zhang Yan was completely speechless. If it wasn't for a comrade in a camp, he really wanted to give this overly self-respecting Smirnov a direct shot. Just when the atmosphere was a bit tense, a correspondent rushed forward. Chief, a misunderstanding. Absolutely a misunderstanding. Before I left, I had seen Lieutenant Colonel Subov's portrait in the orders issued from my superiors, and the one in front of me is indeed Lieutenant Colonel Subov. The presence of a correspondent temporarily breaks the stalemate. Zhang Yan put away his gun and said indifferently, since the identity has been verified, bring your people and hurry to follow me. Just now I have torn a hole in the enemy's encirclement, and not surprisingly, at this moment the enemy is deploying a large number of troops in the places where I have appeared. At this moment, it's a good time for us to fight back. Smirnov got up and stared straight at Zhang Yan. Counterattack? Are you crazy? We only have 1 company on our side. How can we fight against 2 battalions on the opposite side? And the identity has been verified? Who knows if this correspondent is an undercover agent sent over by your Ermal? I still remain deeply skeptical of your identity. Finally, to remind you once again, this is my regiment and it's not your turn to tell me what to do. With that, Smirnov turned to look at all the officers and men. All of them, now immediately withdraw towards the gap that has been torn open in the enemy's army. As much as you can. This is our last chance. Zhang Yan's brows furrowed to the extreme. This Smirnov guy gave him a feeling. It's like going to school and somehow being looked at and hassled by some school bully, and you don't know why they're looking at you the wrong way, but he just gives you a weird feeling, like 2 people who are naturally at odds and have a natural aura of discord. Thinking about it, Zhang Yan sighed and directly went down with a hand slash. Slap. Smirnov has been cut to the ground. Perhaps because he was holding his breath in his heart. Zhang Yan's strength in this blow was great. It won't threaten Smirnov's life, but it will make his joints hurt every rainy day when he's old. Zhang Yan caught all the soldiers off guard with this move. With a swish, a pitch-black gun muzzle all pointed at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan looked indifferent. Don't worry, he's not dead, he's just fainted. This headmaster of yours has a level of stupidity that is so extreme that my former superior, Anthony, is nothing compared to him. In order to keep him from delaying us afterward, I'll just have to let him, for now, take a nap. From now on, if you want to live, follow my orders. If you don't want to, I don't mind watching you die for nothing, or unilaterally finish all of you off. Facing countless gun muzzles, Zhang Yan just stood there quietly, unperturbed. It was as if all these gun muzzles in front of him, all these soldiers, were nothing to him. Most of the soldiers were surprised. Where on earth did Zhang Yan get his confidence? But those soldiers who had just gone to meet Zhang Yan knew that Zhang Yan was not joking at all. He was an existence that took out over 100 enemy troops by himself, and during that time, he captured their tanks, their armored vehicles. This was generally the same as what they had heard from the rumors about Subov's legendary operation as a god of war. He's just adventurous, and he's still extremely good at solo combat, which is what he is. So they were almost sure that the person in front of them was Subov himself. If it was really him, then leading this one company of the independent regiment's command to escape from the enemy encirclement was obviously not a big problem. Soon, a small group of soldiers were the first to lay down their weapons and step forward of their own accord. LT, Colonel, Subov. So in your opinion, what should we do? Zhang Yan nodded with satisfaction, then asked for a copy of the map to look at. As I said earlier, I made a lot of noise before, and the enemy army might wonder if an outside force intervened and came to the rescue. So to be on the safe side, they will gather their main forces in this gap, and it is obviously not wise to flee down the gap at this time. So we're going to employ the counterthought. Since the enemy has gathered their main forces in the gap, where will their weakest point be? Hearing Zhang Yan's analysis, several soldiers immediately brightened up. Other than the gap, all other places are weak. Zhang Yan nodded. That's why I said, the time for us to fight back is here. As Zhang Yan analyzed the situation, the soldiers on both sides were quiet, and although they still had their guns raised and pointed, they were actually listening attentively. Through Zhang Yan's analysis, and the next tactical arrangement, they realized how stupid Smirnov's earlier decision had been. Evacuating down the gap would undoubtedly be a death sentence. And through more analysis by Zhang Yan, they even learned why the command headquarters, which was originally well hidden, was discovered by the enemy. They looked up and around. This place is covered by forests and surrounded by hills and valleys and whatnot that can be used for hiding, and it meets the hiding conditions of the frontline command. But bad in that the trees here, which are cedar, although densely planted, are unable to completely cover the tracks because of their small branches and leaves. It can be said that Smirnov was purely reading from a book, everything according to military theory, but not a single detail was taken into account. And Zhang Yan compared to him. Only then let everyone know what is the real professional. What is called a command. A head of a group should have the judgment and command. So, here comes the sole question. They, as soldiers of the independent regiment, really had to abandon the former regimental commander, taking orders from an outsider whose identity and origins are highly questionable? Chapter 76 must be annihilated. If you want to live, do as I say. Subov. Now a name like thunder in the army of the woolly bear, but anyone who has heard of his name, from the front line or to the rear defense, and even the top of the army, more or less will know some of his legendary experience. To a certain extent, he's currently surpassing Chekhov, the legendary commander of the Irmo who was killed by him, in terms of conversation. But it was such a legendary man that he would show up in the Trimble war zone, flat out, alone, without any orders. Even if he had explained it, someone else had verified his identity for him. But how many people would actually want to believe something so unbelievable? Not to mention the fact that he had now directly knocked out Smirnov, the former head of the regiment, in an attempt to flay the command of the independent regiment. Even if the two have the same position, but after all, one is subordinate to the division, one is directly under the military department. Zhang Yan dared to act in such a way. It is really a bit over the top. If this is known to the higher-ups, it's a felony to kill your head. Here's how it's going to be for a while. We're outnumbered. We're still playing by the underlying guerrilla logic, but we're going to have to do some variations. Let's split the army in two, one to the northeast and one to the northwest, and move in succession, hitting and running on one side to create a false impression for them. Then when they turn around and rush to the other side for support, we'll pull out their asses and take them by surprise. Once we're done with these two sides, we'll have some free time to deal with the main force on the other side. Just at this moment, Zhang Yan still didn't know what the soldiers were underestimating in their hearts and was still explaining his tactics. It's not like he flirted with command on purpose. Mainly that Smirnov guy is so unbelievable. It's almost more outrageous than Anthony. Anthony is frankly conservative and afraid to take risks, but has no problem with talent. And Smirnov this guy, but the ability not. Mentality not. Do what not. If he followed his train of thought, Zhang Yan wouldn't even know how he died. After explaining the tactics, Zhang Yan looked up at everyone in front of him. That's about it. Do you understand? Zhang Yan thought he had said enough. Who knew that these guys were still standing there without moving? The small gesture was there, and that was that they withdrew their guns at the same time. Obviously, they felt that Zhang Yan had a point, but the military's education made it difficult for them to make a choice for a while. Zhang Yan, as a tourist, is a bit free-spirited and can mess around, but they can't. This quiet scene, see Zhang Yan is mouth wide open. Well, to the loot. Okay, since everyone does not want to live, then do not want to listen to even if. I'll break out of the siege by myself. With that, Zhang Yan scavenged a few rifles, pistols, grenades as well as bullets and left quickly, leaving only a group of soldiers behind him to stare in confusion. Are you guys filled within your heads? This is our last chance to break out. If we don't keep up it will be too late. But who knows if he's telling the truth or not? What if he's really sent over from Ermao's side? What are you trying to say? Ermao could have just annihilated us and still had to send someone to humiliate us, right? Think with your pig brain. This is a battlefield. How could Ermao do something like that? I believe him. He just said guerrilla. And that is indeed a tactic that only Lt. Colonel Subov would execute. Those who want to stay by themselves. The rest, come with me. It's a death either way. Might as well gamble. I don't know who was the first to take a step, followed by 2, 3, 4, 5. Soon, almost all the soldiers of the independent regiment all followed. More than 200 men, who were divided into 2 groups according to Zhang Yan's orders, were deployed to the northeast and northwest. The 2 ends of the Ermao had already ceased their attack, leaving only 2 companies of troops stationed here, and all the rest heading southeast to support them. So much so that soon, the battle located to the northeast was soon fought. Thump, 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 boom, 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 boom. The Independence Regiment's counterattack caught Ermao off guard. Damn it, isn't their main breakout direction southeast? How did they end up here? Northwest, north, east, and southeast units. We have been raided by enemy forces. Please come quickly for reinforcements. Roger that. As a result, not long after the NW troops had moved on, 100 or so men appeared behind their asses in hot pursuit of them. They had just turned their heads to engage in a firefight when an alarmed cry came over the comms from the northeastern troops. The troops that attacked us are gone. The northwestern troops immediately felt bad, and as expected, in no time at all, the independent regiment that had originally attacked the northeastern troops appeared behind them. The 2 forces then conducted annihilation operations against the NW force as fast as possible. A victory that boosted the Independence Regiment's sagging morale. Excellent. Sir Subov, shall we take advantage of this opportunity to withdraw? Zhang Yan shook his head. This is the enemy's territory. They will find us even if we escape to the ends of the earth. The only way now is to annihilate these 2 battalions of the enemy and completely cut off this tail. Annihilate. Annihilate? Hearing Zhang Yan's words, none of the soldiers present had their mouths open wide. Brother, we only have 1 company on our side. You want us to wipe out 2 battalions on the other side? That's a hell of a thing to say, isn't it? But the party's combat, and Zhang Yan's talent will be revealed. On the guerrilla this hand command and professional degree, it almost made many people decide that the man in front of them was the legend of the woolly bear, Subov. There were still some soldiers, however, who maintained a deep distrust of Zhang Yan, especially now that we see that the enemy army in the northwest has been annihilated, revealing an escape hatch. Without hesitation, they rejected Zhang Yan's order. You're not our leader. Why should we listen to you? Those who want to withdraw, follow me. If you don't withdraw now, you'll have no chance at all. With that sound, nearly 30% of the soldiers chose to evacuate first. However, it was only just 400 or 500 meters away. Boom boom. A shell that came from nowhere crashed to the ground with a thud that was still a long way from the group of soldiers, but still resulted in some injuries. Frightened, the crowd hurriedly withdrew. Zhang Yan sighed deeply. This is what happens when you don't cut off the tail. The enemy has a large number of troops. Even if we manage to withdraw, they can still cover us with fire and keep tailing us. Right now, we have no choice but to annihilate them. Unsurprisingly, the enemy is now converging here, on my order. Turn back now immediately and make a surprise attack on the southeast and southwest positions. Now, in the face of Zhang Yan's order, no one dared to refute it anymore, because they knew that what Zhang Yan said was true. Now, to stay alive, there was nothing but following Zhang Yan's orders. they had no other choice. Chapter 77 Hunter's Identity Reversed. Mao's own people fight their own people. This guerrilla variant combat was the closest Zhang Yan thought he could get to the guerrilla warfare he remembered. Because the battlefield wasn't as grand as last time, and there weren't as many troops as last time, it was centered around a mountain forest. Whether it's a quick battle or a retreat, it can be accomplished in a matter of moments without having to stretch the battle lines out so far. And it was in these small to medium-sized battles that Zhang Yan's commanding talents were utilized to the maximum extent. So much so that half an hour after he ordered a turn back and a raid on the southwest position, they then took the lead in annihilating the enemy in the southwest. Another half hour had passed, and the enemy army in the northeast, which had just replenished its strength, was again annihilated by them. With 3 battles, plus the 100 or so that Zhang Yan took out when he broke in, the enemy army had almost suffered as many as half of their casualties. Mao's side finally sensed something was wrong. What the hell kind of tactic is this? I feel like we're being skated around like a dog. They attacked the southwest and disappeared. Should we go back? What if we go back and they hit this side again? I have an immature idea. How about we converge our forces and push through together flat out? Do you take the other side for a fool's cup? Let's push flat out. Won't they pull back? Retreat? Can they withdraw? A flat push is a bit risky though. I'm in favor of continuing the siege. Eventually, Mao developed a set of tactics. According to their conjecture, in the case of having fire coverage on the periphery to withdraw, the independent regiment, having finished its attack, would definitely hide in the mountains again. Therefore, they quickly made adjustments and collectively pressed forward in an encircling circle towards the center, narrowing the battlefield while trying to crush the independent regiment to death in the mountains and forests. But the groundbreaking thing is that they just pressed in with their front feet, and the Independence Regiment appeared behind them in a groundbreaking way. 2nd Battalion Commander, where's your Italian artillery? Blast me! Zhang Yan directly opened up the soldiers of the Independent Regiment, taking the mortars, rockets, howitzers, and grenades that had just been collected from Mao's side, and shooting as many as they could. Direct artificial rainfall. Boom! Bang! The roar of exploding shells rose and fell, and the raging aftermath boiled the pot of water that was the mountains. This artificial rain lasted 10 minutes before stopping, hit Mao like birds and beasts scattered. Since then, the identities of hunter and prey have been officially switched. All of you, charge with me, and kill anyone with 2 hairs. Yes, charge. Ola! The soldiers didn't expect that Zhang Yan really did it, and a company of their independent regiment could really fight with 2 battalions of the opposite side. So much so that at the moment, the morale of the independent regiment was at its peak, even though the number of enemy troops in the forest still far outnumbered them. But because of the storm-like bombardment that rained down before, most of those enemy troops scattered in all directions, and at this moment, it was a good opportunity for them to counterattack. Just this moment, the Mao in the forest had already suffered heavy casualties, and had even been beaten to the point of being a bit nervous. How could this happen? We have exponentially more troops than the other side. How could we lose? Where are our men? Don't we have artillery as well? Hurry up and organize a counterattack. The artillery was terminated by them before. And how could they have firebombed for so long if it hadn't been for the equipment of our artillery? Quickly, call for help from the higher-ups. If this keeps up, we'll be wiped out. 2 battalions, beaten like dogs by a company of hairy bears. That's hard to hear though, but now the Mos have no other choice but to ask for help. Soon the comms call was made to Mos superiors. What play? Did I hear you right? You're surrounded by furry bears. Don't they only have 1 company? The superior was dumbfounded. That's 2 battalions, beaten like that by a company? That doesn't make sense. On this end, perhaps a little embarrassed, the officer reported with some exaggeration. The opposite side support is following up. They now have at least 1 regiment. A regiment. The superior was alarmed. Although he had never heard from the border guards of the forward pressure of several units in the vicinity of Woolly Bear, and even suspected that the officer was exaggerating. But just in case, he still fought for a moment and said, I'll immediately send the Air Force and ground troops to support. You must hold on. Hanging up the communication, the Mao officer revealed a hint of a sinister look. Bastards of the Maohu country, just wait for me. As soon as the support arrives, I'll be sure to. Bang! The next second, a bullet went straight through his skull. Zhang Yan walked over to take a look and realized that this guy was actually using the communicator, and was a bit puzzled. Is the communication on Mao's side not affected? A soldier responded. They have the communications van, the one we captured a while back. Can we use their comm van to restore communications? With some modifications to modify the communication bands, it should be possible. Well then, bring it back. Yes. Also, it's highly likely that the enemy has called for support. Tell everyone not to get involved in the battle and to clean up and evacuate immediately. It's not good news that Irma's communications are unaffected. Smelling a hint of crisis, Zhang Yan directly gave the order to evacuate. Half an hour later, patches of Irmak Air Force arrived over the area. Great! Our reinforcements are coming. Just as the Irmos scattered through the forest raised their hands and cheered. The next moment they stared in disbelief. It was then that the Air Force fighters, the bombers, surprisingly began to cover the mountains and forests with indiscriminate fire and bombardment. And at this moment, Zhang Yan had already led the crowd back to the previous canyon. Listening to the rumble of the artillery shells at the other end, Zhang Yan almost didn't laugh out loud, calling for fire support, one of our own hitting one of our own. This is the first time I've seen this kind of operation from the army for so many days. In the end, Zhang Yan led everyone back to the escape passage he had once traveled when he came. This move is not about going back. As much as he wanted to go back, the back passage had been blown up by the explosion when he arrived. Now it's back here only because he thinks it's a pretty good place to be a rear command. The interior is spacious and the exits are hidden, although tanks and armored vehicles and whatnot can't get in. But this was a place that Irmo couldn't find without carpet diving into the canyon for a couple days. Another reason was that he realized that the passage was open in all directions, and that there were dozens of other holes stretching out beyond this one. I wonder if it would have facilitated some of the next attacks on the Trimble theater of operations. Fix it first. Comms. I want you to repair our comms as fast as you can, and if you do, contact your superiors at the first opportunity. Scouts, rest up just enough to follow those passages. I need to know exactly where they lead. Yes. Chapter 78. There's no way back but to attack. When Smirnov awoke again, then he found himself in a shadowy aisle, like a hospitalized patient who hadn't been able to compete for a bed. No one in the vicinity cared about him, despite the constant flow of officers and soldiers coming and going. For a moment, it left Smirnov amazed and alone. Chief, you're finally awake. If you don't wake up, our independent regiment will have to take that Subov's last name. Finally, a heartfelt subordinate spotted the awakening Smirnov and rushed over to assist him. Subov. Smirnov's neck throbbed and his head ached. By the way, aren't we surrounded? What's the situation now? You don't know, Captain. The subordinate briefly recounted what had happened during Smirnov's coma. As soon as he heard it, Smirnov was stunned. What do you mean? He commanded one of our companies and wiped out two of Irmau's battalions? With such a disparity in strength, the likes of Smirnov can only do despair. I didn't expect Zhang Yan to be bold and careful, and with such a small number of people, he fought a beautiful turnaround battle. The subordinate fawned. I think he's just lucky. In fact, we didn't exterminate many people. It's mainly because Irmau's side called for air support on their own, and then there were a few communication snafus, and most of them were exterminated by their own people. Smirnov thought for a moment, his eyes suddenly sharpening. Where is he? The temporary command of the independent regiment was hidden in some passageway that had been blocked at a dozen meters. Zhang Yan was discussing the current situation along with several officers from the independent regiment. The intelligence is now summarized together in two total categories, which are nothing more than good news and bad news. The good news is that comms are finally connected. We haven't lost too many of the troops we sent out and are approaching several enemy regiments along the original route. Moreover, this passageway is well connected, and the farthest distance surprisingly extends as far as 100 or 200 kilometers, allowing us to easily penetrate deep into the enemy's hinterland without being detected. Passing through the hand cranks left behind in the passageway will allow our men, as fast as possible, to join up with the scouting force on the front line. Saying that, the officer turned his gaze to Zhang Yan. As for the bad news, Lieutenant Colonel Subov, we haven't contacted our superiors and the 16th Regiment side yet, and the passage we entered has been cut off by the Irmau side. If you want to go back. Zhang Yan shook his head and waved his hand. I know, for the time being, I can't go back. Since I'm here, let's talk about business. Saying that, Zhang Yan cast his eyes on the sand table and casually picked up two flags. Currently, we have fought a good turnaround battle though, destroying 2 battalions of the enemy army. But I am afraid that this annihilation has aroused alarm on the opposite side, and through the report of the 2nd Battalion of the Independent Regiment, which is nearest to this place, they have seen that a large number of infantry airmen from the enemy's 113th Regiment are on the way toward where we are. That said, we're not in a safe position at the moment, and to be on the safe side, my proposal is to continue to be proactive, taking advantage of the gap in the strength of the 113th Regiment's garrison, and utilizing this passage where we are. We will unite the 2nd and 3rd Battalions of our regiment and launch a surprise attack on the 113th Regiment's garrison. At the moment, there is no way back but forward. Zhang Yan's decision remained bold, using a very small number of troops to touch the enemy army's large force. Although, according to him, once it was fought down, the proceeds would be very lucrative at the same time. It would also relieve the pressure on the command side. But this kind of risky decision-making, how it sounds, feels like pie in the sky. But according to what we all know about this sub-off, what he says shouldn't just be pie in the sky. For a time, the officers were in a dilemma. And just at the moment when the officers were contemplating and the command was silent, someone's decisive voice came from outside the entrance of the passageway. I don't agree. Then Smirnov, along with several of his loyal subordinates, vociferously killed the command room. The blackened muzzle of the gun was instantly pointed at Zhang Yan, and Smirnov came condescendingly in front of him. In wartime, you dare to attack the head of a regiment. Do you know that this is punishable by death by firing squad? Zhang Yan was very cold. I brought your people out of danger. This is how you treat your benefactor? Smirnov gasped. Benefactor? What's the point of knocking me out when you can obviously discuss it with me since you have a good decision to make? Zhang Yan looked at Smirnov with a look of a silly cup. Doesn't he know why he was knocked out? If you didn't want to go against me, would I have knocked you out? Perhaps the flinging of military power made Smirnov angry to the extreme. He turned his back. You led my men out of danger. I should thank you, but you fling my military power after all. This is not in accordance with the rules, and it is still a major crime. The merits and demerits. I cannot shoot you, but I'm still warning you. I'm the leader of the independent regiment, and we have our own mission. So don't presume to command my men and do anything risky again. Their lives are their own, not for you to sell to a guy who was bursting at the seams with command. Smirnov spoke tactfully, directly pulling the officers and men to sink together. And on the contrary, there were people who were really moved by the words. That's right, our lives are our own, and you're not our leader. So who are we to follow your orders? It's true that you led us out of danger, but did you really treat us as human beings when you were in command? I feel like you're even treating us as an object. The mission of our independent regiment was originally to scout the enemy, but now you're asking us to attack Ermau. I'm sorry we can't follow your orders. I still wonder to this day if you're really Subov or not. Seeing this, the corners of Smirnov's mouth turned slightly, waved his hand, and a group of soldiers swarmed up. Take our lieutenant colonel comrade down to rest, and after that, I have my own considerations, so I don't need your excellency to get involved. I'll send you back as soon as I contact my superiors. Smirnov held his head high and could be considered to have won the mental battle with Zhang Yan, but the next second, something beyond everyone's imagination happened. Just as the soldiers arrived at Zhang Yan's side, Zhang Yan did not hesitate to strike. Swish swish swish. He was so fast that he dismantled all the soldiers' guns in almost a moment. A prancing whip kick followed, snapping and flinging itself onto Smirnov's neck. Smirnov was knocked unconscious by another raw kick. This time, Zhang Yan's dislike for this idiot was heavier, and his strength was even greater than last time's, kicking away at least 10 years of his lifespan. Take our dear comrade colonel down to rest, and after that, I will have my own considerations, and I alone will bear all the consequences. And you guys, stirring up trouble during wartime, disturbing the military, attempting to divide the independence regiment, your hearts are punishable. Take them down and lock them up. Yes, Smirnov had his own heartfelt subordinates, and naturally, Zhang Yan also had them, and he could have collected quite a few little minions in the previous breakout battle. Soon, a group of soldiers swarmed into the room and took these disturbed people who had disturbed the order of the meeting down. Zhang Yan turned around, looked at the officer whose eyes were full of surprise and caution, and sighed. He was right about one thing, your lives are indeed your own, but the crucial question is whether or not you can keep them, or whether you have to listen to me. Chapter 79 Tunnel Warfare Decision. Hit him every time you see him from now on. After the combat meeting, Zhang Yan was already sweating profusely. He couldn't understand how things had gotten to this point. At first, he had clearly intended to ask for help from the independent regiment, then follow them, see what happened, and then see if there was a chance to go back. Now it's good, and flinging people military power, and knocking out the head of the people, and giving an order with some strong threatening tone. The whole thing made it sound like he was like that tyrant commander who would take out anyone who didn't follow orders. That was not his intention at all, but there's no way around it. Reality is what it is. Who called that Smirnov guy stupid, arrogant, and prideful? He just felt that because he was the head of the group, everyone had to listen to him. At this point, you make him an offer, and he feels like you've disobeyed him and are challenging his authority. Then he targeted you. On the contrary, this guy is almost irrational when it comes to targeting people, and is capable of doing anything stupid. Zhang Yan, as a mature commander, couldn't just watch soldiers being commanded to their deaths by Smirnov, could he? So to be on the safe side, Zhang Yan could only knock him out. And Zhang Yan could see that if he wanted to make sure that the combat decisions went smoothly, if you see Smirnov once in the future, you'll have to beat him up once. No negotiation. Speechless, Zhang Yan casually sent a friend circle. Speechless family members. A war is like going to work, not only to command decision-making, but also with colleagues to hook up. You and I swindle. Heart-tired. Oh, because of the lack of signal, this circle of friends kept going round and round. Zhang Yan wasn't surprised because he had also sent one when the breakout was successful before, about one company to destroy the opposite two battalions. Buddy's command is really more and more watery. I just ask who else. At this time, Zhang Yan also did not expect the circle of friends can be sent out. He has a tree hole trolling just. Maybe he felt that the scolding was not too much. Zhang Yan simply named Smirnov for some more trolling and sent a bunch of them. When he was done cursing, Zhang Yan looked at the long-winded dynamics and suddenly had an idea. Or else just write the circle of friends as a diary? How pretentious. When it accumulates to a certain number, take advantage of a signal opportunity to send out a brain. Those friends and relatives will not be surprised by their own experience to death? Gotta decide. That's it. Thinking about it, Zhang Yan immediately edited. It's a new operation soon. I'm now in the Trimble War Zone, an independent regiment, facing one of Ermao's divisions. Families, wait for my good news. After sending it, Zhang Yan put away his cell phone and gathered the officers and soldiers together as fast as he could. The men in charge of picking up the 3rd Battalion have departed. One group will remain here to help dispatch the entire army. The rest, follow me to the front battlefield and gallop to the aid of the 2nd Battalion. Be fast. Go, go, go. Although many soldiers knew about Zhang Yan knocking Smirnov out again, and next, they were going on a mission that was even more difficult and dangerous than a company fighting 2 battalions from the opposite side. Active attack. 113th Regiment Post, 10th Mechanized Armored Brigade, Ermao. Although this was only a drop in the ocean of the entire Trimble Theater, it was certainly a very difficult task for the independent regiment. The soldiers were more or less apprehensive and fearful. However, apart from a small number of people, most people almost supported Zhang Yan's decision. Whether it's knocking out Smirnov or now the counterintuitive decision to attack the 113th. They know that there is nothing wrong with Zhang Yan. Now they have no way back. All they can do is move forward and keep moving. It was the only way they could preserve themselves from becoming cannon fodder for spying on the military when the following large force entered the Trimble War Zone as a whole. All hands on deck. Target 113th Regiment. March! With Zhang Yan's loud voice. One by one, the soldiers boarded a human-powered railcar and sped off in the direction of the 113th Regiment. Because they were traveling through an underground passage left over from the pre-Mao period, their movements were not noticed by anyone. And the reason for this tactic, mainly because, after realizing that the underground passages were all over the place, Zhang Yan remembered another great classic tactic of Dixia, tunnels war. And the essence of tunnel warfare is to be able to fight and hide, waterproof and fireproof as well as poison-proof. Several tunnels working together can also form an internal and external defense, cooperating with each other to combat the enemy. Though the underground passage at hand was very different from the tunnels he remembered. However, Zhang Yan still felt that he could take the best of the best for a handful of variant combat. A few hours later, Zhang Yan led his men and unknowingly touched the area where the 113th Regiment was stationed, and they managed to meet up with the heads of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions, who had arrived through other passages. My goodness, knocking out Smirnov was absolutely the most brilliant decision you've ever made, Lieutenant Colonel, and not being able to see him makes me feel so much better. Who says it isn't? That stupid bastard. If it wasn't for his family's generations in the military, I really can't imagine what would have allowed him to climb up to this position he's in now. As a result, once he came up, Zhang Yan was directly led down by the words of these 2 battalion leaders. What's the game? Is that how a subordinate would denigrate his own chief? Zhang Yan was thinking before he came here that he had knocked out the head of other people's battalion, so their 2 battalion commanders would not pull out their guns as soon as they met, right? How to resolve the conflicts between everyone and then unite to attack Ermao's 113th Regiment once became the main goal of Zhang Yan's thinking. So, this is it? This situation? He obviously kerosene thought soon. Zhang Yan understood the reason. It turned out that almost all of the current independent regiments had more or less opinions about Smirnov. Except for the sycophants, the ass slickers, everyone can't stand him. The reason for this is that, firstly, Smirnov was parachuted in and had hard family connections and wanted him to come in and gild the lily. Second, airborne would not have been a problem, after all. The Independence Corps was supposed to be a subordinate unit that favored Smirnov's army, and the higher-ups in it all wore filters to a greater or lesser extent. But the point is that Smirnov is just plain stupid. Stupid to the core. So-called commanders will only follow what they are taught in textbooks and have no idea of variation. Coupled with arrogance and a suspicious nature, he does not allow anyone to disobey his orders. It can be said that, in addition to Zhang Yan, the rest of those who dared to give him advice were either sent to prison or found a reason to shoot directly. In several previous frontline battles, it was because of his stubbornness and arrogance that the independent regiment suffered great losses and was severely criticized by his superiors. As a last resort, the Smirnovs had to operate on their side. allowing the independent regiment to be sent as the advance guard to spy on the enemy. The task, though seemingly daunting, really only required the reporting of garrison information for a few places. Obviously, the Smirnov family is keen that this can be used to regain some goodwill for Smirnov, just as the trio hugged and badmouthed Smirnov. Smirnov, who was 100 miles away at the command of the independent regiment, also woke himself up with a sneeze. Subov. Smirnov was furious to the core, and the first thing he did when he woke up was to fight Zhang Yan. Instead, he was told that Zhang Yan had already led his men to fight the 113th Regiment. "This is my regiment. Who told him to take liberties?" Just as Smirnov was ranting impotently, the correspondent reported back with good news. "Chief, the higher-ups made contact." Chapter 80. Zhang Yan was posthumously awarded the rank of colonel. The great emperor, he is the hero of the times. Red Square, capital of the woolly bear country. From a distance, the towering towers glowed in the sunlight, and the entire square was red. Strolling through it makes you feel like you've stepped back in time centuries. In front of the Kremlin Palace, the guards were neatly lined up on either side of the steps, and behind them were residents from the woolly bear country as well as officers and soldiers. A magnificent ceremony of remembrance is being held here. The great emperor, the lord of the woolly bear, in place of all the people of the woolly bear nation, deeply mourned the martyrs who had fallen on the front line, laying wreath after wreath. After a series of mournful and wistful speeches, the great one spoke thus. Here I would like to highlight the name of one man, Subov Bachelovich Pinchelev. I have been impressed by this legendary commander, who has appeared several times in the debriefing of frontline troops in the last month. From the defense of the 16th Regiment, to the miraculous escape from the military base in Klaya, until the complete dismantling of Ermau's general attack on our army, all these godly turnarounds that boosted our army's morale came from his hand. In my eyes, he is as much a hero of the country as our martyrs, a hero of the times. In recognition of Lieutenant Colonel Subov's superior performance in the war, I have decided to posthumously confer the rank of colonel on Subov Bachelovich Pinchelev, with the Order of St. Andrei. The Order of St. Andrei, the highest medal of the woolly bear, was enough to show that the great one held Subov in high regard, and there were few objections or dissenting voices to this decision, because they know that Subov deserves that medal, and that he has done more than what the great one tells us he has done. During the very same Khwar offensive in which he died, the 16th Regiment salvaged many paper documents left over from the pre-Mao period from the rubble of the explosion. The secrets of Khyber have been opened to the hairy bear ever since, and, dozens of meters below the paper, scientists also collected human tissue with superactive and self-healing ability there. This may help the furry bear to decipher the secret of the monster reported by a soldier of the 16th Regiment. And all this, thanks to the wise command of Subov, without whom, it may be said, the woolly bear would not have been able to obtain so many secrets. Alas, it's a pity. Among the officers and soldiers in the rear of the great emperor, a certain army commander sighed deeply. Just then, a subordinate suddenly came to report. Reporting to the army commander, the independent regiment requests a call. Independent Corps? Hurriedly rushing to his office, the military commander hastily picked up his communicator. "Hello, uncle, it's me, Smirnov. Ahem, didn't I tell you to call plants anywhere but home?" "Yes, Sergeant." The military commander was puzzled. "Wasn't your kid sent to scout the enemy? How come you contacted me for no reason? But don't tell me that the newly replenished troops that were given to you have been hocked up again by your kid." Smirnov had wanted to sue Zhang Yan for blackmail, but as soon as he heard the military commander say that, he immediately demurred. "How can that be? I won't hide it from you. I just led one of my companies to a victory not long ago. The situation at that time was a critical one. We were besieged by Ermau's 2 battalions. Fortunately your nephew, Ahem, I'm a good commanding officer. Not only did we turn defeat into victory, but we also wiped them out completely." Total annihilation? The army chief was a bit unconvinced. "I'd believe it if you said it was that great hero of ours, Subov, but as far as you're concerned, I don't believe it." "Subov?" Smirnov froze, because it was really Subov who had done this. Sue had a little bit of a heart attack, and Smirnov directly opened his mouth. "Just him and a big hero? I think he's just a shameless scum. A scumbag. Don't talk nonsense. I can't protect you if the others hear you." Smirnov had no choice but to get down to business. "Army commander, when exactly are our troops going to attack? If you guys don't attack, I won't be able to keep my military power." When the military chief heard this, he was shocked. "Military power? Someone flirted with your military power? Who is so bold?" Smirnov was even more helpless. "This person you also know is Sue. Bear. Ka. Beep beep beep. Bear." At the critical moment, communications went down. The army chief hadn't heard who the man's name was, but he knew this was no small matter. Once the independent regiment is in trouble, I am afraid that it will have a very serious impact on the general attack of the next large force. Without hesitation, he called a meeting straight away. Ermau's remnants of the army eliminated is also almost finished. The 13th Regiment's troop replenishment is also basically replenished. When exactly do you guys plan to launch a general attack? The army commander's tone was very anxious. I just received a report from the independent regiment of the Advanced Reconnaissance Unit. The leader Smirnov has been stripped of his command, and I'm afraid that if this continues, it will affect our overall operations. Everyone was stunned at these words. Command was taken away, which is a big deal in the military, and is still extremely irregular and subject to court-martial. Though this nephew of the army chief, Smirnov, was a bit of a fool, and some were anxious for his command to be taken away from him and given to someone more talented. But there was no guarantee as to what the one who had taken away his command actually wanted to do. And if it was just that he didn't think he was good enough to command and wanted to do it himself, that was fine. But what if, say, the one who took away the command wanted to take the Independence Regiment to Ermau and Pretty Country? The consequences of this are extremely serious. Soon, someone spoke solemnly. It will take a few more days. At present, the 16th, 18th, 19th as well as 20th regiments are still in the process of finalizing the extermination of the last remaining strength of Ermau. Since the 20th Regiment overran the Ermau 35th Regiment's quarters, Mao Xiong has been engaged in a campaign of encircling and annihilating Ermau's various armies. Needless to say, this strategy was very effective, and in just a few days the various armies of Ermau were defeated and fled in all directions. But in doing so, there are good and bad things. The good thing is that it dismantles the Ermau's plot to stifle the woolly bears by taking the northeast, and the bad part is that the various remnants of the army are lurking like assholes in the furry bears' territory, not knowing when they'll jump out and bite you. And, by focusing on the extra remnants of the army, it gave Ermau and Pretty Countryside a chance to catch their breath. They immediately mobilized a division and stationed it in the Trimble battlefield, creating a kind of standoff with the woolly bear side. But we all know that the calm before us is an illusion. A hole had been torn in Ermau's northeastern defenses, and there was no way the hairy bear was going to miss this opportunity. They were bound to start a big showdown here, and finally attack all the way into Ermau's capital to end the war once and for all. After a few moments of deliberation, the final decision was finally made. It's settled then. Let the frontline troops take care of those two-haired assholes as fast as they can, and then 3 days later, officially attack the Trimble battlefield and launch Armageddon. This battle, what we are fighting for is not a garrison, nor is it for checks and balances. Our aim is to completely level Ermau and end this war. Chapter 81 Wheel Pulling Battle. Wherever the enemy army is empty, we will go. On the other side, Zhang Yan didn't know that his superiors had set the time of the Armageddon for 3 days later. At this moment, he was taking advantage of the moonlight to lead a group of independent regiment fighters out of the underground passageway, gradually approaching the 113th Regiment's quarters. Along the way, everyone held their breath and hid, so much so that the 113th Regiment's side didn't even notice them. The 2nd Battalion has reached its assigned position. The 3rd Battalion has reached its assigned position. We are ready to attack. Inside the communicator, the reports kept coming in, and everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the great battle to begin. I don't know how much time had passed, when the redeeming moon overhead was aptly covered by a cloud. Zhang Yan sank a sharp breath. It's now. Attack. Boom 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 dash. Da day 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 day. As the order was given, the artillery, which had already taken good aim at the enemy position, took the lead in launching the artillery attack. Under the cover of the artillery, all the soldiers of the independent regiment scurried out like reined-in wild horses. For a while, the entire 113th Regiment position was ablaze with fire and the sound of artillery fire. Charge! For the furry bear, Ula! It must be fast! Hit them by surprise! Roars, shouts, gunfire, and artillery were intertwined. This sudden attack directly confused the 113th Regiment. Before they could organize an effective counterattack and defense, the Malwashan soldiers had already rushed to 100 meters from the position. Da day 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 day. Boom 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 boom. Damn! Where is this enemy army coming from and why are they attacking here? The ammo dump is on fire. Someone put out the fire. We've been tricked. Contact the troops that were sent out and get them back. With the explosion of the ammunition depot, for a time, the 113th Regiment entered into a chaos, with effective troops fighting on their own, unable to organize an effective counterattack. Watching the soldiers of the independent regiment break through the gates and enter the barracks to burn, kill and loot. Even the armored vehicles and tanks on their own side were commandeered by them and used as a sharp weapon to attack them. Seeing that the helicopter gunship he sent out just appeared in the other side's field of vision, was sniped off by the opposite side snipers who sniped off the pilot. The commander of the stationed Ermau was directly confused. Report, the 113th Regiment's compound has been raided by unknown armed forces. Please come to the support of any troops who hear this message immediately. Repeat, the 113th Regiment's compound has been raided by unknown armed forces, and whoever the troops are that hear this message, come to support them immediately. The news cascaded up the chain of command, from brigade headquarters, to division headquarters, to military headquarters, and finally to military superiors. It was clearly a night that seemed like the most normal of nights, and the news woke up everyone in Irmo. No one expected that the 113th Regiment, which was in the heart of the Trimble Theater, would be the first to be attacked. Where the hell did they come from? I thought there was only one enemy regiment that entered the Trimble battlefield? They were operating near the border a few hours ago. How come they're here with the 113th Regiment now? Ignoring all that for the moment, the several regimental headquarters in the neighborhood, go quickly to the support of the 113th Regiment, and never let the enemy's plot succeed. Yes, promptly making commands and adjustments. Irma's superiors dispatched several regiments from the vicinity of the 113th to pack in on all sides and close in on this woolly bear enemy force. But just at this time, the 113th Regiment suddenly reported. They withdrew, taking all the weapons and ammunition with them, and the tanks and armored vehicles and planes were all destroyed by them. If you want to retreat, it's not that easy. Pack me, pack them. The Irmo superiors thought to themselves that under the siege of several regimental headquarters, this woolly bear enemy could not possibly get out, even if it were a fly. But the truth is, when several regiments searched for the bag all the way over, they simply didn't even see the shadow of others. Seeing that they were about to arrive at the 113th Regiment's quarters, they had already wasted several hours, and were somewhat puzzled. A panicked voice suddenly came from the headset. Report, the 115th Regiment's compound was raided by unknown armed forces. Report, the 115th Regiment's compound was raided by unknown armed forces. Boom 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 dash. The enemy's main gate is more heavily defended by troops, so we recommend attacking through the side gate. Roger, assault company is pounding the side gate. The enemy is sending a bit too much air power. Can LT, Colonel Subov help me with that? No problem. The 115th Regiment, at this moment, was subjected to the same raid as the 113th Regiment, and the whole area was in flames and shaking the earth. Zhang Yan was carrying a Barrett, hidden in the mountains and forests, and was in charge of sniping the enemy helicopter gunships while directing the battle. The 115th reacted much faster than the 113th. 2nd Battalion, have you had enough rest? Go and help. Attack as fast as you can and collect their weapons and ammunition. Yes. 3rd Battalion, 3rd Platoon, press forward a little to help the main gate troops draw the enemy to the west and buy time for the side gate troops. Yes. In this raiding battle, Zhang Yan added wheel warfare in addition to tunnel warfare. To put it simply, the 2nd Battalion was the main attacker of the 113th Regiment, and the 3rd Battalion was responsible for providing assistance at any time while resting. And the main attacker in this attack on the 115th was the 3rd Battalion, with the 2nd Battalion resting and ready to assist. The reason for this is to ensure that all officers and men have the stamina to fight a protracted tug-of-war. Wherever the enemy forces were empty, they went there, not to encroach on people's occupied areas either, but to grind down their men while collecting their weapons and ammunition. Gradually these regiments in the vicinity of the Independence Corps were worn down, leave them to their own devices and unable to devote their full attention to the heads of the independent regiments. That way the Independence Regiment can also have a chance of survival. Not long after, the Independent Regiment once again broke through the gate of the 115th Regiment, rushed in and had a melee, collecting a large number of weapons and ammunition, but also killed a lot of Irmo soldiers. At this time, within Zhang Yan's communicator, a scout's report came in. Reporting, sir, Irmo 132nd Regiment has moved, and this time the number of troops deployed is even more than what the 115th Regiment had sent out before. Zhang Yan instantly ordered, immediately retreat, target Irmo 132nd Regiment. Next battle the 2nd Battalion will be the main attacker, and it was with this tactical addition that the day and night passed quickly. At Irmo General Headquarters, Irmo Superior looked at the map of the Trimble battle area and smashed his mouth. Can any of you explain to me how the enemy fought from the far east, to the far west, and from the far west, to the far north, and then ran to the south? Didn't you guys say there was only one regiment coming in? Is this the kind of effect a single regiment can produce? Chapter 82 Dead Rival helps Zhang Yan dispel rumors. Subov actually didn't die at all. Irmo was really seeing ghosts. First, on the border of the Trimble Theater, 2 of his own battalions went to encircle a company of others and were destroyed. Now another team had inexplicably appeared and was running amok in his division's quarters. You chase it, it disappears without a trace, and then reappears from a place you would never have imagined. Although each time their attack was not ferocious, and they always ran away when Irmo's side moved, one after another, they still wore down Irmo's nearly 1 regiment of troops, lost large numbers of tanks, fighters and other equipment, At this point, a hypothesis was put forward. Did the woolly bears send other troops than the regiment we let in on purpose? From places we don't know about? There is absolutely no such possibility. Someone retorted. All the passages into the Trimble war zone are already in our hands, and without our authorization, they will definitely not be able to enter. And based on the reports from those regiments that were attacked, the number of enemy troops wasn't large. It seemed to be only 1 or 2 battalions, which would have been fine if it had been 1 time, but now it's been 2, 3, and 4 times. So I'm guessing that it was the same group of people that did all of these things. We suffered heavy casualties because their surprise attack was too sudden for us to react in time. I understand the reasoning. At this point, the Irmo superior spoke up. But can any of you explain to me how? If there is only 1 unit, then how did they manage to step on the horse and swim the dragon in our territory? At these words, the entire command was silent. The vast division headquarters is divided into several brigade headquarters and a dozen regimental headquarters. Tens of thousands of men can't stop one of Malbert's independent regiments? Letting someone stand on your head and take a dump. How humiliating it would be to tell the world. At that moment, someone thought of something. Sir, do you feel that the enemy's operation is a bit familiar? The superior said in a nonchalant manner. Of course I'm familiar with it. Humiliating us, just like we humiliated that company of theirs. Now it's someone else's turn. It's their turn to humiliate us. No, the officer shook his head. I'm saying that this kind of deus ex machina and the operation of destroying 2 battalions with a company regiment is very much the style of one man. Who? Subov. Hearing that name again, almost everyone in the command felt a chill down their backs. Subov, a previously unsung figure, is a fierce name in today's Irmo army. When he is mentioned, the soldiers hardly call him by his name, but refer to him as Demon, not for any other reason, but because his battle record is so remarkable and every time he swallows the victory battle, Irmo is always reduced to his background plate. More directly, he led a regional duel between the Manhwa side and the Irmo in the northeast, and destroyed the Irmo pretty country's plan to drive the Manhwa out of the northeast region, wiping out a large number of its main forces. The superior frowned. Isn't he dead? The hairy bear was holding a memorial service for him yesterday, posthumously making him a colonel. The officer shook his head. Sir, please think seriously. In the past, when we killed a general, or a major figure on the woolly bear's side, which time they didn't deny it vigorously. For what? It's just that they're worried about affecting the morale of the army, but this time they were generous and went straight to a memorial service for Subov. So I think there's something strange about this. It is highly likely that this memorial service is a cover-up maneuver, and that in fact Subov is not dead, but has sneaked into the Trimble theater, commanded that unit, and is harassing us, and it seems to me that no one in the world could accomplish such a feat but him. Hate to hate, but also as soldiers, some officers still appreciated Zhang Yan's talent. The superior did not hasten to respond to the officer's words, but looked at the sand table before him for a long time in contemplation, and gradually saw something, and his eyes grew wider and wider. Isn't this style of fighting just another form of guerrilla warfare from Treadmill? No, we should call him sparrow warfare. This kind of tactic, who else but Subov can command it? Boom! Irmo completely blew up. Originally, when they learned of Subov's death yesterday, they were puzzled, but they were still glad that that horrible opponent was finally gone. But now, reality was clearly telling them that Subov was not dead at all, and had come to the Trimble war zone. How could this not shock and anger Irmo? Soon, Irmo joined forces with Pretty Country, and Pretty Country's lapdogs, to spearhead the war of public opinion. A press release blaming the hairy bears hit every newspaper and media outlet in the world like a bullet. Mao Xiong directly by the 2 hair this hand-tart operation to the whole dumbfounded. You battle to lose we can understand, but you good reason to scold me to do what? But as soon as he saw the contents of the press release, the furry bear's side was shocked. What's the game? Hashtag Malbear cunning. Hashtag Sapov fake death. Hashtag Sapov's presence in the Trimble theater. Hashtag Sapov caused heavy casualties to Irmo. Hashtag word after word. It was almost impossible for the Maoist bear to calm down. How is it that, for good reason, Irmo somehow dug up Subov's grave? This makes the hairy bear very puzzled. One suspected that Irmo was not trying to discredit their hero Subov, or use the hero Subov to fight a public opinion war, as a way to take revenge on the deceased Subov. But before they could fight back, an unexpected camp spoke first. Dasha. The moment they saw the relevant press release, the Dasha executives were a bit puzzled. They thought that Mao Xiong might find out Zhang Yan's fake death, but they never thought that the one who took the lead in helping Zhang Yan to dispel the rumors about his death was Mao Xiong's nemesis. So, in order not to make an issue out of it, Dasha mentioned it at some diplomatic point, claiming that it was unethical for Irmo and Pretty Country to accuse the hairy bear in the name of Subov and disrespectful to the dead. Seeing this, Mao Xiong breathed a sigh of relief. thinking that they were right to give Zhang Yan an honorable memorial service. At least the Dasha side had finally stabilized. But then something happened that neither Woolly Bear nor Dasha expected. Just like taking gunpowder. Irmao suddenly pointed his spear at Dasha. You still have the nerve to say that you have no respect for the dead? The tourist you're picking up is clearly the murderer of our legendary Commander Chekhov. You're clearly humiliating us. Irmao directly chatted and exploded the recent matter of Dasha privately contacting Irmao and wanting to pick up Zhang Yan back as soon as possible. Dasha was directly shocked. You said you too. Why did you bring me along? In fact, this matter, I think, originally quite good, has been Irmao and beautiful country to take the blame for this matter. By the people of the world, they have the opportunity to solve this kind of honor problem, why not? But the problem, right, is in the handover? Dasha just handed the photo over to Irmao's side for him to recognize, and Irmao just blew up. Because the man in the photo was exactly the same as the murderer who had killed the legendary Commander Chekhov on the video footage that had come back from the 35th Regiment. For a moment, this made Irmao think that Dasha was using the opportunity to humiliate them. The hairy bear is dumbfounded? Dasha, want to pick up the tourists from the Trimble war zone? Did they have another visitor mistakenly enter the battlefield? That's simply impossible. There's no such thing as coincidence. When they ran to ask Dasha, specifically for this matter, the Dasha representative directly began to play Tai Chi. What was said? It was the international students on Irmao's side who were taken to the battlefield, and the matter had nothing to do with Zhang Yan. But Irmao's side clearly said that the tourist who was picked up was the murderer who killed the legendary Commander Chekhov. In that case, there's only one possibility. Zhang Yan, in fact, is not dead at all. Chapter 83 Sending out land, sea and air for Zhang Yan. The regard of the manhwa emperor. Within a very short period of time, there was already a lot of talk about this in the Hairy Bear's army. Is it true that Colonel Sapov is not dead? It can't be trusted so easily. The Irmao pretty countryside is very good at fighting the war of public opinion. They might be trying to use the opportunity to accuse us of being wrong. If only Colonel Sapov really wasn't dead. The last fight is still fresh in my mind. Yes, I'm afraid that with him, this battle would be over much faster than we thought. If we had him. Just as the soldiers were still wrestling with the question of whether Sapov was dead or not, the high-level meeting in the army had already begun, and the centerpiece around which it revolved was still Zhang Yan. Irmao's accusations, Dasha's confused attitude, are by no means empty. I have a strong feeling that Sapov he is definitely not dead. How can that be? Everyone knows the situation at that time. Dozens of C4s exploded together, and except for that fragment of human tissue with superb self-healing ability, the rest were all reduced to dust. Even if ashes fly, we should still find human tissues about Zhang Yan, shouldn't we? But until now, our scientists still haven't found any traces about Zhang Yan from the scene. At that moment, a communication soldier came in a panic. Report. I just got a report from the 16th Regiment. Kavsky has woken up, and through his confession, there is an escape route underneath the villa. The 16th Regiment has begun excavation of those escape routes and made a geological observation. Here is the geological observation map. Saying this, the communication soldier presented a map of the complex structure of the geological observation. At a glance, a military commander immediately exclaimed, "Look at the route of this passage. You guys." As the crowd looked in the direction he named, they saw an escape route that resembled the pattern of leaves, and its main path named in a surprising direction. Trimble War Zone? My god, it's all connected. Could it be that Zhang Yan escaped to the Trimble War Zone and then managed to join up with our advance troops? At this point, the immediate commander of the independent regiment remembered something. I think I know what's going on with flinging military power, and that stupid nephew of mine. A company regiment wiped out 2 enemy battalions. It seems that this is also Zhang Yan's handiwork. Just as the crowd was still in a shocked mood, ka-chow, the door was pushed open. The hard-bodied old man in a black suit walked in quickly, with one hand against his pants leg and the other swinging his arm. He saluted all officers and men before saying with sharp eyes, "Comrades, there is no time to wait. All division, brigade, and regiment headquarters, immediately launch an attack on the Trimble battle zone. Order the Navy and Air Force, as well as the Rocket Force, to provide cover for the main force. We must welcome back our heroes as fast as we can. Success only, for the sake of the furry bear." Ola! When these words came out, everyone flaxed and froze. The Navy and Air Force are joining? Even the Rocket Force? Until now, the war between the furry bears and the 2 furries has been a land engagement, aided by air power. But if they all joined in one brain, the nature would change. Yet none of them refuted it, because they knew. This was the regard that this hairy bear emperor in front of him had for a young 18-year-old colonel, and for a Dasha visitor. They had to do it for the sake of the relationship between the 2 countries. Dasha Woolly Bear, even if all the troops are deployed, and at great cost, he must be welcomed back. Seeing this, the various officers rushed down to make arrangements for deployment. It is impossible to hide a move as big as this from everyone. So much so that soon the world was shocked by the troop movements of the woolly bear. All those submarines of Mao Bear that are usually hidden deep under the sea have gone out to sea. Even the battleships in the Brown Sea have mobilized. All ICBMs of the rocket force are put on standby. Is Mao Bear trying to fight her Mao to the death? Forward pressure is on, and the hairy bears are going to officially enter the Trimble Theater. No, what's so sudden? Wasn't it just a foot ago that we were talking about some general of the hairy bear and our Dacia tourists? Maybe this troop movement by the woolly bear is for them? The world's population is up in arms about it, and on the side of Irmao and Pretty Country, they were dumbfounded. What the hell? I just yelled at you. Why are you so mad? What's the point of having a whole army at the drop of a hat? Air, land and sea. The rocket force strikes on all four fronts. Do you really want to give Irmao a clean bill of health? But Irmao and Pretty Country's lapdogs were no soft touch, and responded immediately. The Pretty Country and its lapdogs privately sent another batch of weaponry to Irmao, giving it big killers like ICBMs as well. To a certain extent, a check and balance can be achieved with the woolly bear. After all, a weapon of mass destruction like an ICBM, once employed, can be the beginning of a large-scale war, and no one takes that risk, and the furry bear side does not care. After all, the great emperor made this arrangement, but also just to check and balance the other countries, not to let them secretly do something. Finding Zhang Yan as fast as possible was the top priority of this mission, and at this moment, Zhang Yan, who was in the hinterland of Trimble, did not know that in order to find himself, the furry bears had almost sent out their entire army. He's still advocating his active offense tactics. Having converged on the 1st Battalion of the Independent Regiment, the whole of it was within his grasp. Utilizing the well-connected underground passageways, they launched a surprise attack on the troops around Trimble, killed their people, robbed their weapons and ammunition, robbed their armored cars and tanks. Just today, the Independent Regiment has already wiped out several enemy company headquarters, and the battalion headquarters has also been terminated by one of them. And the good thing about this god-awful play is that Irmo's side seems to have gotten a little mentally tightened up by them. For some reason, the enemy's neighboring forces are no longer sending reinforcements, and the 146th Regiment in front of us, which also seemed to have warning of our arrival, resisted to death, increasing our casualty rate by 1%. Thump, 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 boom, 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 boom. Another attack was made against the headquarters of the 146th Southern Regiment at Fort Ermitrin, but this time the battle did not achieve the same result as usual. Zhang Yan realized something and immediately ordered, "Retreat immediately." Returning to the underground passage, Zhang Yan signaled that from now on, the Independent Regiment would enter a rest period and did not have to take the initiative to attack again. An officer wondered, "Sir, why is this?" Although he was puzzled, his eyes were filled with worship and admiration for Zhang Yan, not for anything else. In this series of raid battles, Zhang Yan had strategized and his commanding ability was top-notch. Obviously there was only one regiment in hand, but he used it to the effect of a brigade. Now, Zhang Yan had conquered almost everyone in the Independent Regiment with his talent and charisma. Who is Smirnov? They don't even know each other well. Zhang Yan explained, "It's very simple. The enemy side has already reacted. No surprise. Now all the regiments of Irmao are waiting for us with tightened spirits. To go over now would be to give them a fight for nothing. Why don't we take advantage of this time and rest? When their spirits are weakened, then it won't be too late to attack over there." As he spoke, a voice suddenly came from beside his ear. Ding! Cumulatively commanded and completed 50 small battles, obtaining the title, Brothers, by a hang? Top-notch command talent. CPU brain capacity greatly expanded. Can command large battles? Zhang Yan smiled and nodded. It seems like it pays to be in command a lot. Chapter 84. The battle was fought. The richest battle fought by the Independent Regiment. By this time, Zhang Yan's total accumulated title acquisitions had reached 12, while the system's rule was that only 10 titles could be worn at a time. Zhang Yan had to make some trade-offs. For that matter, it's actually quite a good solution after all. Out of the 12 titles, there happen to be 10 that are appropriate for the current battlefield, and 2 that seem a little less appropriate. And right after adjusting the title to wear, a brand new mission appeared in front of Zhang Yan's eyes. That's about the conditions for acquiring the title of Warlord, and acquiring 20 titles related to combat warfare will unlock the Warlord title. Zhang Yan had always remembered the power of the military god title, and although he had only used the experience card so far, that kind of power was far beyond what the current him could compare to. After a brief understanding, Zhang Yan began to rest while waiting for the right moment, and in the meantime, a major battle was fought in the Trimble Theater. In response to the desperate resistance of a division of Irmao, the Hairy Bear also mobilized a division of army troops from the periphery. Using either brigades or regiments as combat units, they launched a general attack on the Trimble theater from 6 directions. Boom! Da 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 da. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 6 directions, 6 battlefields, densely packed with soldiers like ants moving their nests to the Trimble battlefield. The sound of gunfire interspersed with the sound of warplanes slicing through the sky turned these 6 places into hell on earth in a flash. Irmo and the pretty country dogs were shocked by Hairy Bear's determination, even though they had expected it. There's no trying, no backing down, it's all or nothing. The Hairy Bear's attack this time was vast, seemingly pressed to think of a way back, with a kind of determination in it that vowed to push Irmo flat. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Report, the enemy fire is too fierce. The northeastern defense line is going to be unable to carry on. It's about to be lost. It's about to be lost. Report, the eastern defense line is being covered by enemy Air Force fire. Requesting support. Requesting support. Damn, underestimated them. Report, the enemy has torn a gap in our defenses and is moving deeper into our hinterland. Attention all units. Attention all units. One of our companies is surrounded. News of the loss of the defenses came one by one. It made Irmo's superior, who was sitting at Irmo's general headquarters, frown. We underestimated Mao Bear's determination. A massive battle of 2 divisions, with the Air Force, Navy, and missile forces all facing each other, and at this time of the day they have the guts to attack so valiantly. It's a suicidal attack. At this point, an officer suggested, "Sir, we can't wait any longer. Just order the rear troops to go forward and support them." Previously, the Irmo forces in the Trimble theater were really physically and mentally exhausted by the independent regiment led by Zhang Yan. So, in response to the independent regiment's surprise attack, Chief Irmo gave a direct order to defend the station to the death and never support it. Doing so, while effectively guarding against a surprise attack by the Independence Regiment, raised one of the deadliest problems. Their defense couldn't hold up against a surging woolly bear offense that didn't care about the cost. Someone has to go forward to back it up. Someone held the opposite opinion. But what if that regiment hiding in our hinterland launches a surprise attack on us at this time? Everyone was silent. That independent regiment lurking in the Irmo hinterland was just too difficult to handle. A division couldn't do anything with him. If we send troops forward now to support the defense and they jump out and mess with the troops in the rear, how can this battle be fought? But right now, it would be stifling to have your hands tied because of this asshat. The Irmo superior thought for a moment and immediately ordered the electronic jamming unit to immediately activate the pretty country's new remote modular terminals and block all signals from the enemy forces for me. Since they like to fight, I'll let them fight us blind. This is a beautiful country's newly developed ground-based weapon, which can be used to interfere with enemy satellites and communications with antagonistic signals, and is also considered to be Irmo's bottom card, which will never be exposed until an important moment. The Irmo superiors were absolutely confident that, with this weapon activated, they would make the attacking Maoist bear forces completely blind and weaken their air and missile forces. This would also relieve some of the pressure on Irmo's side of the troop deployment. Studied the map and mapped out the attack patterns of this independent regiment hiding in the hinterland. Irmo's superior appeared to have sensed something and instantly order the 118th, 156th, and 456th regiments, units that have not been attacked by the enemy, to immediately send troops to support the front line. At the first moment these 3 regiments moved, Zhang Yan received a report from the scouts. Hooked. Think I'm not hitting them because we can't get by? Zhang Yan laughed coldly, although at this moment, he also heard the rumbling sounds coming from the distance from time to time and realized if there was a battle happening there. However, because the communicator suddenly malfunctioned, he couldn't get in touch with the temporary command, so Zhang Yan could only call it quits and focus on doing his own thing. Have you all rested enough? Here's your chance. Let's keep fighting. The independent regiment moved again and reached the 118th Regiment's garrison as quickly as possible through an underground passage. Through the binoculars, observing the weak garrison of the 118th Regiment, the commander of the 1st Battalion looked a bit agitated. This time, the 118th Regiment has sent out a lot of troops, and almost only one battalion has been left to garrison the area, which is very unusual. Is it that our troops have attacked? The independent regiment, as the vanguard, has been alone in Trimble for many days, and if it weren't for Zhang Yan, they would all be nearly regimented. Now that the big guns are hitting, that's exciting news. Zhang Yan nodded. It seems like the time is almost up. Alright, they fight their fight, we fight our fight. Right now the enemy army is sending a large number of soldiers out. It's a good opportunity. Saying that, Zhang Yan ordered, 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion, I order you to divide your troops into 4 directions and attack me from all 4 directions to take the enemy garrison as fast as possible. 3rd Battalion, remote communication is currently disabled. You are responsible for the perimeter guard. Any support from the enemy, report back at the first opportunity. Yes, with Zhang Yan's order, the 3 battalions immediately acted according to Zhang Yan's order. Soon the battle started and the sudden appearance of the independent regiment caught the 118th Regiment by surprise. They left only 1 battalion in garrison, and were no match for 3 battalions. So much so, that soon, the independent regiment breached the gate and rushed in. 1st Battalion, 1st Company, prioritize destroying the enemy's anti-aircraft guns and communication positions. 2nd Company for the ammo dump. 3rd Company for the machinery dump. And move everything you can. 2nd Battalion. This time the number of enemy troops is smaller. Grab the weapons and immediately give me to execute the annihilation operation. Exactly how to implement it. Look after yourself. Yes, at this moment, the 118th Regiment's quarters are filled with gunfire and killing and shouting. This was by far the richest battle the independent regiment had ever fought. Before it was all about fighting more with less. But now, well, they finally fought less with more. That's not a good way to clog up a spring and abuse them. Chapter 85 Destroy 3 regiments in a row. Ermao's wimpy turtle tactics. Support has arrived. Soon, the 118th Regiment's quarters were basically bulldozed by Zhang Yan with the independent regiment. All important facilities were destroyed. All enemy troops were wiped out. And a whole lot of weapons and ammunition were collected. At this time word came from the 3rd Battalion claiming that they had not seen any enemy support. Zhang Yan was a bit puzzled at once. No, it's all been fought like this and still no support. Is it so tolerable? Zhang Yan had 2 guesses about this neglect of Ermao. The first was the fighting happening on the front line, which made it difficult for them to divert their attention to this side. And the second is that Ermao's side has been scared by his own fight, fearing that as soon as he sends troops to support him, the independent corps will go and attack somewhere else. So it would be better to just sacrifice the 2 battalions to preserve the integrity of the rest of the force, and the Independence Corps wouldn't be able to pick up any bargains if they focused on defense. Zhang Yan decided to continue to test the waters and once again ordered the entire independent regiment to open 156th Regiment. The situation on this side was similar to that of the 118th, and the force left to defend it was weak as hell, the only difference being that the artillery was a bit heavier, but with Zhang Yan at the helm, it took little effort for the 156th Regiment to be taken down by the independent regiment. At this time, Ermao's side still didn't have any reaction, and seemed to be directly ignoring the independent regiment's misbehavior in their own territory, treating the independent regiment as a mouse stealing the cake. Okay, so much for fun, right? Ermao's continued neglect emboldened Zhang Yan to continue ordering an attack on the 456th Regiment. Zhang Yan felt like the Qi Tian de Shang who had caused havoc in the Heavenly Palace, and now he was stealing peaches from someone else's territory, and have already stolen 2 and are on their way to a 3rd. Not long afterward, when news of the destruction of the 456th Regiment reached back to the Ermo General Headquarters, the Ermo superiors' looks were hard to resist and their toes buckled. As much as he didn't want to admit it, the truth was that he had lost the bet. It had been thought that the 118th, 156th, and 456th Regiments would not be in the range of the Woolly Bear Independent Regiment, but who knew that the reinforcements had just been dispatched, and the Human Independence Corps came sniffing around. Then it's like a toll. You send people out there, right? Fine. I'll just end up at your regiment. Favorably, Ermo also because of the big picture, cannot easily send troops to support, which can be considered to let the independent regiment to play cool. So much so that by now, there was a lot of grumbling in Ermao's general headquarters. Suffocating, too suffocating, there is only one regiment on the opposite side. Why can we only watch and do nothing? They're too nimble. As soon as we send out a siege, they'll disappear without a trace and turn to sneak up on other places where their forces are weak. Waiting and watching is already the least casualty-ridden way of fighting that we can think of. Minimal casualty rate? We've had nearly 2 regiments ground down by this force since they appeared in our hinterland. What else can we do? Now that the Woolly Bear attack is gaining momentum, we have no other distractions left to deal with him. Horrible opponent. Why did such a person appear in the enemy's camp? While complaining, some of the officers began to envy the Woolly Bears. Why should they have such awesome commanders? Code. Man with a regiment dared to swim the dragon in a division's territory, and no one could do anything about it. If this guy was in Ermao's or Pretty Country's camp, he wouldn't even have to think about it. He'd be straight up invincible. Some other officers were so angry that they began to simulate various tactics of catching rats in the hope of eradicating this enemy cancerous unit in the hinterland. But the deduction went on, and they thought hard about it. At present, the momentum of Mao Xun's attack is not a little bit fierce. At this time they spend a big price to find that independent regiment, pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. It is very likely to lead to the defeat of the war. It's a bit worthless any way you think about it, so you might as well keep it the way it is. Soon the word came that the independent regiment had disappeared again, and in the course of nearly an hour there was no more news of the independent regiment. That was a relief on Irma's side. Their harboring was finally rewarded by containing the Independence Corps and allowing them to concentrate on the frontal battlefield. But at the same time they pondered over another issue. The battle was currently being fought, and at a later stage, that was definitely going to send out troops. Although the Independence Regiment is contained now, what about later? You can't send a team and pay a battalion's toll, can you? That's fine if it's money, but the tolls that the problem man Independence Corps wants are actual human lives. On the other side, Zhang Yan brought his team back to the underground passage to recuperate once again. Although 3 cities in a row, picking 3 peaches, indeed boosted the morale of the independent regiment. But for the moment, they could no longer continue to extend their advantage. Regarding Irma's wimpy turtle tactics, Zhang Yan was simply speechless. What do you think they're wimpy about? Shrinking like a turtle and not coming out of the compound. It's just that I have fewer troops. Now if I had a brigade in my hands, I could end up with all the troops in their rear. And at this moment, Zhang Yan didn't know that the troops he needed were already on their way. Provisional command of the independent regiment. Rumble, bang, da. Listening to the constant sound of gunfire coming from the perimeter, Smirnov was really tickled, constantly grumbling, "This damned Subov took all my team away. Otherwise I would have taken my team now to meet the main force inside and outside. Wouldn't that have been a great credit?" As he spoke, dense footsteps suddenly came from the distant passage, followed by the appearance of a silhouette. Who? The soldiers of the independent regiment stationed there were directly stressed and immediately raised their guns to take aim. Whoa, don't get excited. We're the 16th Regiment North Sea Dragon King Special Operations Squad, and we've come to meet you in response to orders from our superiors. The one who led the North Sea Dragon King Special Operations Squad on this trip was none other than Vice Captain Ilyich. The first time they dug through the underground escape passage of Kever, he rushed over with his men just to find Zhang Yan in the fastest time possible. The 16th Regiment? Smirnov frowned and stepped forward. You are Subov's men? Do you know our chief? The leader, Ilyich, couldn't help himself and stepped forward and said urgently, "Where is he now? Is he still alive?" Smirnov glanced at him and said perfunctorily, "Dead." What? Ilyich was shocked, but he still kept his sanity, and through his professionalism as a special forces soldier, he detected from the details of Smirnov's expression that the guy seemed to be lying. And this guy seems to be a bit of a bad match for Zhang Yan. As early as when he left, he heard that after Zhang Yan fled to the Trimble war zone, he appeared to fling the command of the independent regiment. It is hard to believe that the officer in front of him is the head of the independent regiment, but even so, Ilyich looked serious. "Comrade, please don't joke. Finding Colonel Subov is an order from the great emperor." "Colonel, he's been promoted again?" Smirnov's mouth was wide open. He remembered that Zhang Yan was promoted to lieutenant colonel a few days ago, but now he has become a colonel. The same rank as himself? If we let him serve for a few more years, he'll be promoted to general? What is the picture of a general in his 20s? He didn't dare to think about it at all. Realizing that it was an order from that woolly bear emperor, Smirnov didn't dare to slack off. He's taken my team deep into the Irmo hinterland, and hasn't contacted me for a long time, and besides, at this moment, with the whole battlefield communications down, we can't get in touch with him. That said, Smirnov had some thoughts. Since Subov had scuttled his own military power, could he not scuttle his as well? "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you," Smirnov suddenly asked. "How many of you are here this time?" "There are 200 of us in the special forces, and on top of that, there's the 13th Regiment, which has just been reorganized, and there are a lot of them, so they should be heading this way right now, and they'll be arriving shortly." Smirnov nodded. "Since you're here to pick up the slack, take my orders first. I order you all to follow me now to support the frontline troops. We should be able to open up a gap for the frontline troops as fast as possible if we work together inside and outside." Ilyich was cold. "I'm sorry, comrade. We only take orders from the head of the regiment." Subov. Chapter 86 Letter of Appointment. Zhang Yan promoted to brigade commander. Mrs. Smirnov stupefied. Smirnov didn't expect that. Ilyich would have refused so categorically. Even if he told Ilyich that it would be an absolutely huge credit to follow him now and go inside and out with the frontline troops. Afterwards, when the rewards for the merits come down, the promotion and title is never a dream, but Ilyich just wouldn't budge. It made Smirnov envious. It made him jealous. It made him hate. On what grounds? By what right does Subov have such a loyal subordinate? And look at yourself. At least you're the head of an independent regiment. As it turned out, most of the troops let Subov abducted with a few words, leaving only one company for himself. And who could stand that? The code. Their subordinate officers and soldiers cannot learn from others. "We have a mission, so we won't be chatting with you, sir, so goodbye." Words were not enough. Ilyich could see Smirnov's ambition, so he fortunately didn't say much nonsense, and just said bye-bye, once again embarking on the road to find Zhang Yan. Hey, Smirnov didn't know what was on his mind, and after a moment's thought, he followed suit. Finding Zhang Yan is easier said than done, because Ilyich knew that Zhang Yan was mostly in the underground passage at this moment, and he would always find it if he persistently searched for it. But, on the contrary, there are so many paths through the underpass that it's like opening a branch. Plus, nowadays, communication is not easy, so it will take time to find them one by one. So, after a day and a night of searching, Ilyich finally made it all the way to Zhang Yan and the independent regiment's hideout through a scout that Zhang Yan had sent around to scout for the enemy. Just this moment, Zhang Yan was leaning against an ammo box and posting his friend circles in a bored manner. To say it you may not believe, buddy with a regiment of troops, in Ermau, a division of the hinterland of the swimming dragon. Should say not to say, our Daxiao's classic tactics is strong ha, guerrilla warfare, tunnel warfare, and sparrow warfare, directly hit Ermau dizzy. Alas, Ermau is too much of a tortoise, simply a big turtle, simply closed the door in order to fend off his buddies. If only I had a brigade of troops now. No signal is so annoying want to chat cannot chat, video brush cannot, even the game is not to play. My big number have not logged in a few days it. Counting the time. Isn't it almost time to check the scores of the college entrance examination? How did you all do? I'm here at the Maoxiong Airmal battlefield commanding operations. I wonder if I can get extra points. Because of too much boredom, Zhang Yan simply wrote the dynamic as a diary. Anyway, cannot send out, to relieve their boredom. It was also at this time that Ilyich sought out the North Sea Dragon King's special operations team with him. Seeing Zhang Yan again, Ilyich was so excited that he was on the verge of tears, coming up with a bear hug. Chief, you've suffered. Zhang Yan froze for a moment. Which eye of this one saw himself suffering? Their own days are obviously very nourishing. Okay, in addition to some boredom, all day to eat from Ermau collected from the feast, have gained a few pounds it. So, what's the situation now? Our 16th regiment has already hit us? It's not just the 16th regiment, one of our divisions. All of them are attacking the theater of Trinberg. You don't know, before you disappeared to Kvar, we almost thought you were dead. Through Ilyich telling what had happened during his absence, Zhang Yan was dumbfounded as he listened. What the hell? Just by himself with the independent regiment in the Ermo hinterland when he was traveling the dragon. One is worldly dead. The Daxia Direct major media outlets are open and honest in their reporting. On the Hairy Bear side, the Great One himself officiated at his own funeral and gave himself the posthumous rank of colonel. This news scared Zhang Yan immediately sent a circle of friends. I'm not dead Who says I'm dead? This is a rumor. It's slander Just as the two of them were talking, Smirnov walked over and glared at Zhang Yan. Since your people are here, then my people, I'll take them back. All of the independent regiment, come back with me at once now to support the frontline troops. Regardless of whether Zhang Yan agreed or not, Smirnov directly gave the order, and as a result, no one on the side of the independent regiment said a word when the order was given. Instead, all of them turned their gazes to Zhang Yan, as if waiting for his meaning. Smirnov was dumbfounded. What the hell? I'm your leader. Why are you looking at him? Is it hard to believe that in all this time, you've become subservient to this guy who's flirting with military power? Smirnov was a bit annoyed. Do you guys want to disobey military orders? Please get it straight. I'm your leader. I think you know very well what happens when you disobey military orders. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Ilyich. By the way, before I came here, the military hierarchy handed down the latest letter of appointment for you. Headmaster, a letter of appointment? Zhang Yan and Smirnov were both stunned. Ilyich took out a letter of appointment from his small chest pocket and read it out directly. In response to the desperate defense of the Ermau forces in the Trimble Theater, as well as in consideration of the current situation on the battlefield, hereby, the former 13th, 16th, and 18th regiments of the 9th Brigade of the Infantry Armored Division, as well as the independent regiment of the Army Direct Smirnov, are hereby mobilized and combined into the new 727th Composite Brigade, with Colonel Subov, as brigade commander, in charge of operational command. At these words, Zhang Yan and Smirnov were shocked. Smirnov, what's that? Him, the brigadier? Zhang Yan pointed at himself with an outrageous face. Me, brigade commander? Smirnov absolutely did not expect Zhang Yan promoted colonel even if, code now are promoted brigade commander. He himself was at least a military descendant of some big family, and had climbed up the ladder and risen to this position in his 30s. Zhang Yan can be good, not yet 20, promotion is like a rocket. This put Smirnov in a bit of a trance. Zhang Yan's backstage, it couldn't be harder than himself, could it? Zhang Yan also did not expect. He rose to the head of what has not done it. The results of people directly let themselves when the brigade commander, This promotion route is not how much hasty a little bit? But the truth is that Zhang Yan's promotion was not hasty at all. With all the things he did in the Trimble Theater, with the independent regiment, he even got Irmo to break his defenses and yell at the furry bear directly on social media. All of this was in the eyes of the hairy bear. One man, with a regiment, in a war zone where an enemy division was stationed. Not even if the regiment was destroyed, but still managed to break the enemy's defense. Just this kind of ability was enough to show that Zhang Yan's talent far exceeded that of an ordinary chief. If he doesn't become a brigadier general, who else can he make? After reading the letter of appointment, Ilyich glanced over to Smirnov. So, Colonel Smirnov, before you give your orders, I suppose you'll have to consult your immediate superior, Brigadier Sabov? Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows and also turned his gaze to Smirnov. Smirnov was in a cold sweat. He had a premonition. It's going to be bad on its own. Chapter 87. After scavenging so many Irma troops, you tell me the supplies aren't enough. As the saying goes, a new officer has 3 fires. This is an eternal truth, both in Dacia and all over the world. Smirnov's heart thumped just by seeing Zhang Yan's unsuspecting gaze. This first fire, it's not going to burn on you, is it? But there was one thing, the more he thought about it, the more wrong it was. How had his own independent regiment been divided into the 727th New Brigade? Thinking about it, Smirnov frowned. No, my independent regiment is directly under the military headquarters. It's not the same system as yours. If you want to organize into a new brigade, no matter what, you can't organize into my independent regiment. You kid won't be framing me, right? Ilyich was speechless. Your immediate military commander nodded his head in this matter as well, and the appointment letter was still signed by the Woolly Bear Emperor himself. In fact, what Ilyich wanted to say, originally the independent regiment was not organized in, but who told Zhang Yan to fling the human military power, and also took the independent regiment to roam the dragon in Irmao's compound, directly breaking Irmao's defense. The higher-ups had also incorporated the independent regiment into the 727th Synthesized Brigade on the basis of its good suitability with Zhang Yan. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Yan swept a whip leg onto Smirnov's neck. Slap! Smirnov swooned again. Zhang Yan disliked. You'll be redundant in explaining to him. This man has a brain problem. He's more suspicious than Chow Chow. If you see him in the future, just knock him out directly. Originally, Zhang Yan knocking out Smirnov might have been a bit of an inversion of the Big Dipper. But today, no one dares to say that he is not, because he is now Smirnov's general officer. The superior beat the subordinate. You beat him to the dog. That all said, soon, Zhang Yan's first fire started. After my observations, I don't think Comrade Smirnov possesses the talent to lead an independent regiment at all. Alexander, the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Independent Regiment, stepped forward. I have decided to remove Smirnov as head of the regiment and make you acting head of the Independent Regiment, with the commanders of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions as acting deputy heads. These 3 are on the Smirnov side of the family though, but no matter what, they were the ones who had followed them to war this time, so how could they not be properly recognized? Over at the 16th Regiment, let Andrei be promoted to head of the regiment, and Ilyich, you'll be deputy head as well. After doing a series of mobilization arrangements, Zhang Yan in a good mood. Code Land, now they have a brigade. This battle may not want to fight. How to fight? But he still had to get a rough grasp of troop deployment before the fight started. Our 16th Regiment is on the front battlefield and will join us as soon as we help the main force break through the defense. The 13th Regiment gave the order in a hurry, but it's this late in the day, so they should be ready and will meet us through the underground passage. Ilyich reported information about 2 regiments successively. Only the 18th Regiment was not mentioned, which made Zhang Yan feel puzzled. What about the 18th Regiment? That would be your previous unit, right? Ilyich choked on his words for a moment. Their commander, Daniel, seems to have a problem with you. He thinks it's too soon for you to be promoted to brigade commander, and he even had a big fight with his superiors over it. In the end he decided that he would only attack from the front and would not follow us. Quite a bit. Zhang Yan remembered that when he was in the Kevlar region before, the leader of the 18th Regiment who advocated attacking had even helped himself. I thought he was quite enthusiastic at the time, and he had expressed his admiration. So why was he suddenly quite critical now? Could it be because, by forming the North Sea Dragon King Special Forces, the 16th Regiment gutted the base of the 18th Regiment Baikal Special Forces? Or was his appreciation of himself limited to a superior-to-subordinate relationship, the nature of which would change once his status was switched? Zhang Yan really feels more and more. This battlefield is actually no different from going to work. The relationships between co-workers and the workplace are exhausting to think about. Then let him be. Not to care about the 18 regiments. The barrier cannot be eliminated for a moment, but can only be conquered with strength. Anyway, with 3 regiments in hand now, it was enough for Zhang Yan to play. Soon, Zhang Yan began to develop a brigade-based battle plan. Before, we only had one regiment, so we only dared to raid and feint, and didn't dare to attack too deeply. But it's different now. The 13th Regiment, the 16th Regiment, and the Independent Regiment, the three regiments combined, already possess the ability to annihilate the enemy regiment. My plan is to take the lead from the regiments where the enemy is likely to send reinforcements and cut off their paths in their delusional attempts to reinforce the line, so that the large force can easily break through the front pressure of the enemy line. As for the method of fighting afterward, I advocate continuing my previous course of utilizing this underground passage for sparrow warfare, and stirring up the enemy's hinterland for him. With the addition of the command title, Zhang Yan does not think too much about the CPU like before in Burns, but instead, he is handy for this kind of large-scale battles that involve 10,000 people, from brigade to regiment, from regiment to battalion, from battalion to company, from company to platoon, from platoon to squad, and what each man was to do when he was to do it. He was able to arrange it in such a way as to make it clear. North Sea Dragon King Special Operations Team, I need you to find the enemy's communications compound and destroy it as fast as you can. Because of their interference, our long-range communications are now almost dead, and in the long run, it's bound to cause more casualties on the front battlefield. A series of strategies were arranged, and the heads of each unit went about preparing them separately, just waiting for the arrival of the 13th Regiment's side. The Independent Regiment will move first with the 13th Regiment and fire the first shot in the hinterland. A few hours later, the 13th Regiment finally arrived at Zhang Yan's place at a fast pace. Seeing Anthony again, Zhang Yan only felt a little weird. A week ago, just after arriving at the battlefield himself, he entered his unit and then rose from big-headed soldier to major. As a result, after one battle, he himself was promoted to lieutenant colonel and elbowed him out to become commander of the 16th Regiment. Well now, he's become a major straight away himself, and he's a brigadier general, Anthony's top man. It's more or less outrageous. Congratulations, sir, a brigadier general at 18 years old. That's putting it in perspective in the world. Except for those warlords, almost no one can surpass you. Anthony's face was also a little strained, having seen each other twice, but it was a different place. In fact, he did not have much rejection of Zhang Yan as a brigade commander, although Zhang Yan is a bit green, but in terms of his command, and judgment of the big picture, he is capable of assuming the position. After a few moments of casual conversation, Zhang Yan began to deploy the 13th Regiment's mission. As a result, once he heard it, Anthony's conservative streak immediately revealed itself. I don't agree. This kind of scurrying battle plan of yours will stretch the battle line so long that our supplies simply can't keep up, and because of the underground passage limitations, our tank armor can't get through at all. They can only follow the big troops in, and with infantry and artillery alone, it's going to be very difficult for us to attack. Look at you, still so conservative. Zhang Yan was speechless and directly pulled Anthony to a passageway. As a result, Anthony's scalp went numb just as he arrived. The passageway in front of him was long and could not be seen at a glance, but the weapons and ammunition, the food and medical supplies, were carried all the way from one end to the other. You think dude came to the Trimble war zone for a job? Labor has raided so many dime a dozen troops, collected enough supplies to sustain a brigade for a month, and enough weapons and ammunition to wipe out a quarter of the Trimble theater. And you're telling me there aren't enough supplies? Chapter 88. You can't open champagne too early. You'll get what's coming to you. It is now more than 36 hours since the battle was fought in the Trimble theater. On the side of the woolly bear, apart from the more courageous battle at the beginning, which caught Ermal by surprise and broke through individual lines of defense, ever since the moment Ermal began to activate the BlackTech remote modular terminal that Pretty Country had assisted, the furry bear had been struggling a bit. The paralysis of all long-distance communication systems means that the battlefield command can no longer be carried out from the division headquarters to the brigade headquarters, from the brigade headquarters to the regimental headquarters, and then from the regimental headquarters to the battalion headquarters, the company headquarters, and the platoon headquarters and other subordinate units. The short-range communications that were only available pretty much left them to their own devices. Obviously the hairy bear poured out all his strength to launch a general attack with the strength of a division, but did not want to, but because of a small remote modular terminal was tied up. Although currently, furry bear hackers and scientists are already working on cracking the remote modular terminals. It's going to take time, less than a few days, more than half a month. Compared to the current troop losses of the woolly bears, it was almost too late for them to wait and think of a solution to the remote modular terminals now. The situation on the battlefield is now gradually normalizing, and we have fended off the first wave of the woolly bears' general attack. Ermau General Headquarters. Ermau Superior talk about this matter is also like a spring breeze. If not, the conditions do not allow. He really want to smoke a cigar and drink a glass of whiskey. He admitted that Irmo's side did mess up for a moment when the battle started, but the good thing is that they stabilized, and now with the passage of time, Irmo and Hairy Bear can even fight back and forth. Even more, with the added power of the remote modular terminal, the balance of victory was gradually leaning towards Irmo's side. Report: the Mao Bear forces that attacked our hinterland have been completely dispersed by the combined attack of my 118th, 156th, and 456th regiments. 3 regiments. Report: the 118th, 156th, and 456th regiments are racing to our defense from 3 directions. Report: the 118th, 156th, and 456th regiments have arrived at their designated positions, and with their joining us, we've completely held the line. Good news followed over the next few hours. Snap 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 dash. In the command room, the applause was thunderous, and every Irmo officer was excited and applauded by the results of the victorious battle. Irmo's superior exclaimed, "Not bad, this is our Irmo's warriors, courageous and stalwart." Although the regiment's base camp was destroyed, they turned their grief and anger into strength, and it was this streak of strength that became the key to their defeat of the manhwa troops, which is worthwhile for all of our soldiers and officers to learn from. At this time, an officer proposed, "Since the situation on the battlefield has stabilized, why don't we take advantage of this time to fight him a counterattack and get back the 36th Army's quarters that were previously lost?" The command room fell silent at these words. Everyone was wide-eyed, or embarrassed, or toe-picking the ground, and in general just looked a little off. The officer could see everyone's dilemma. "Come on, you guys aren't still worried about that unit in Subov, are you?" Yes, the situation was unstable earlier, and rushing out would indeed fall into his path. But it's different now. With that, the officer came to the sand table, took the flag and began to project. "You see, because of the remote modular terminals, the Hairy Bear is now no different from a blind bear. The troops that entered earlier have been dispersed, and the ones attacking on the periphery can't get in at all because they can't communicate. At this point in time, with all of our front troops pressing forward in support toward the line, the troops in the center giving them responsibility for the rear, and the rear troops hugging and focusing on the defense. I'm just going to ask you guys, where can he go to fight Subov? He has only 1 regiment, and going forward and backward, he is not fit to stay in the center of the country, like a dull bird, and cannot get out, nor fight. And by the time we've beaten back those woolly bear troops and can free up our hands to deal with him, what's this position he's in called? It's called catching a turtle in a jar. And yes, he is that turtle." Upon hearing the officer's words, the others instantly lit up. In fact, this kind of tactic is so common that everyone can think of it, but it's just that no one dares to think of it and dare not talk about it even if they think of it. The question is, they've been scared out of their wits by Subov. To put it nicely, they were so in awe of Subov that they couldn't get around how to deal with him when organizing their tactics. They will always brainstorm to themselves what will happen on Subov's side once they do that. Will he come up with some more has-beens? Or amazing command, and then beat himself up? So much so, that most of the officers were too constrained by this thinking to blatantly call Subov's bluff. And this proposed officer happens to be a rash. In his opinion, Zhang Yan is only a regiment in strength. What makes him scare a division of Irmo like this? He's just not convinced, and he's going to pull Subov off the pedestal. Soon, after some discussion, Irmo approved his decision almost unanimously. In between the implementation of decisions by the Irmo forces, Irmo and Pretty Country and their lapdogs did not forget to use this to fight a war of public opinion. Mao Bear suddenly sent a division of troops to try to start a decisive battle with our army in the Trinberg battle zone. They insisted on trying to start a large-scale battle, which we did not expect. This is an inhuman and unethical behavior. For the sake of the motherland, we will never back down. With all the soldiers and people of Irmo on the same page, we have finally defended against the attack of the woolly bears, and next we will give to make these invaders pay the price they deserve. In the press releases issued by the relevant newspapers and media, Irmo directly categorized himself as the weaker party and the aggrieved party, accusing and criticizing the Maoist bears for their lack of martial virtues. At the same time, the news of his bite of the fruit of victory was publicized with a small wave of deception. That's the way Irmo is, only playing downwind games. Earlier, when they were scared out of their wits by the furry bears' general attack and were pressed down and beaten like dogs, they didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Now that they've managed to capture the trust of the goddess of victory, they can't afford to pop a nice bottle of champagne. The world's netizens were stunned to see the news in question. Asterisk 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 already fighting? Why are you thinking differently than me? Shouldn't the furry bear be pressing the second furry? Why is he being defended? Sea, land, air, rocket army, 4 armies, the battle is so big, but the result is even defended. Irmo is really that strong? The main focus is still on the land forces. I guess, and the sea and air rocket forces generally only serve as a deterrent and won't be activated as a last resort. Not Ermao strong. Is his father strong? Scolded the beautiful country and those of his lapdogs is really shameless. The hairy bear is equal to a country to fight with a dozen countries. This how to play? Isn't Daxia on good terms with the furry bears? Why don't they help out? Help? If they dare to help, then the S3 season will begin. Seeing the reaction of the netizens, Ermao's side was in a good mood, something they were most happy to see. It's the netizens who praise them for being strong, as well as sing the praises of the furry bears. But there's always a price to pay for popping the champagne early, as at this very moment, when all the Ermo's forces are mobilized in unison as originally planned. Instead, word came from the rear troops that Subov, with his troops, had reappeared. Chapter 89 The Futuristic Air Force and Army Implode? Anthony's Ventriloquist Tactics. Report, the 67th Regiment's compound was suddenly attacked by enemy forces and the hangar was blown right up. Report, the 98th Regiment's compound was attacked by the enemy. They destroyed our ammunition depot. Report, enemy forces have attacked our division's 10th Mechanical Armored Brigade headquarters and shot our brigade commander. Though it was guessed that as soon as the troops moved, something would be done on Subov's side. But who would have thought that he would act like that? 3 reports came in at once, and the officers of Ermo were dumbfounded. What's the situation? Didn't Subov only attack one of our quarters in the past? How come he attacked 3 at the same time this time? Attack even if, how every one of them hit so fast, these regiments can be deployed in full strength. Even the 10th Mechanical Armored Brigade deployed a reinforced regiment. Even they can't defend against Subov? Damn, we've been tricked. The cunning Subov. He definitely has more than one regiment in his hands. The feeling of suffocation spread out. And just as follow-up reports followed, when it was learned that both the 10th Mechanized Armored Brigade headquarters and the 67th Regiment had been attacked by a regimental level of crushing, this stifling atmosphere has also reached its extreme. Combine that with the fact that the actual strength in Subov's hands was not a regiment at all. Instead, there are 2. The officer who had proposed the decision earlier only felt a fiery pain on his face as if he had been slapped. All his decisions had been based on the fact that Subov had only one regiment in strength, and now a second one had suddenly sprung up. It can only mean one thing: he just made a very stupid tactical decision that will most likely lead to losing the war. How could it be otherwise for the Ermo officers, who originally felt like they were on the verge of quitting their Subov phobia? However, Zhang Yan used practical actions to tell them that all their previous worries were correct. He's really pulled off another tawdry maneuver and played a cover-up. Tell all the troops in the rear that from now on, the order to stand still and watch is cancelled, and give me all the support you can. Also, any troops that have not yet reached their assigned positions, pull back immediately. The Ermo side responded quickly. If Subov had only one regiment, they could have continued to ignore him and dealt with him when their hands were free. But now, the fact that people had 2 regiments meant that they had the strength to annihilate a regiment at any time. If left unchecked, the rear troops will most likely be messed up by them. But soon, something happened that made Ermofang even more stunned. Shortly after the order was given, the troops, which were falling back, were suddenly attacked by the Woolly Bear Regiment, which had sprung up from the north as well as from the south, and they were utilizing tactics that Ermo was still familiar with, the very same guerrilla tactics that had once harassed Ermo's main army. This look is the handiwork of Subov. The Ermo superior man was dumbfounded. The actual strength of Subov was not 1 regiment, not 2, but 4. My god, that's a reinforced brigade already. When the hell did they get mixed in? Ermo's officers were thoroughly confused. Now that the front line was scorched and in desperate need of support, another enemy brigade suddenly appeared from within. They go to mine the front line, and the interior will be stirred up by Subov with one of his brigades. And if they concentrate on that brigade of Subov's, the front line will be completely lost not long from now, and the Woolly Bear hordes will be officially in the Trimble Theater. This game of chess, because of Subov's stirring, somehow became deadlocked. What on earth should they do? On Zhang Yan's side, his first brigade-based combat command began. Because of communication failures, the communicators have improved a matrix node communication system by means of communicators and communication vehicles collected from Ermo. To put it plainly, there is a communication soldier standing a few dozen meters away, or a short-acting communication device is set up as a microphone to pass the words from one layer to another, while the delay may be higher. This is the optimal solution for now. At this moment, Zhang Yan sought out a high ground, holding the most accurate binoculars he had collected from Ermo, and commanded while watching. Originally, he thought it would be difficult, but with the command title Brother, by a hang, he was now thinking extraordinarily clearly. Moreover, he had grasped the essence of command, which was that each did his own thing, and as he was the brigade commander, it would be well to give the command orders to the regiment chiefly, and as for the other parts, they would see to it themselves. Independence. Send a company of men to keep an eye on the eastern slopes for me. They're trying to run. 1st Battalion. Don't put your asses on the line there and try it. The ammo dump is empty. Don't worry about going in there and moving it for me. Holy, Artillery Battalion. Who told you guys to blow up the man hangar? Don't you know that what we're short of right now is airplanes and tanks and artillery? At that moment, another communicator rang, and came the voice of Anthony, the commander of the 13th Regiment. Report, we have successfully taken the airfield and anti-aircraft gun positions of the enemy armored brigade's brigade headquarters. Zhang Yan nodded. Very well, now immediately have your pilots get on the bombers for me and go around to the big unit. Halfway there you can stop by to support the 16th Regiment and the 18th Regiment. Speaking of the 18th Regiment, Zhang Yan was a bit speechless, after hearing from Ilyich earlier that Daniel, the commander of the 18th Regiment, was quite critical of himself. For this operation, he pressed the 18th Regiment for any orders, as if he didn't have this regiment under his hand. But who knows, when the 16th Regiment moved on its side, the 18th Regiment actually followed suit. Zhang Yan had thought that Daniel had changed his nature, but it turned out that people told him that Daniel had been impeached by his men because he didn't want to follow his orders. Impeachment? What a novel word. Zhang Yan had a daze. When did he have such a high prestige in the 18th Regiment, that he could make other people's men lead a rebellion? As he was thinking, a sudden vision appeared in the telescope. Zhang Yan hurriedly picked up his communicator. Independent Regiment. Now immediately evacuate back to the underground passage. The enemy's infantry regiment and air force have already come over. Let's continue the fight in a different place. Yes. Just as Zhang Yan was rushing to the next battlefield with the Independent Regiment, on the 13th Regiment's side, the pilots under Anthony had already run to the front battlefield in Ermau's bombers and fighters. Although Anthony was conservative by nature, I don't know if he was influenced by Zhang Yan, but he even started to play with tawdry sets. He ordered his pilots to blend right in with the enemy flying formations as soon as they saw them. I have to say, this setup is really tasty, and it directly hits the Ermo side by surprise. The Ermos were dumbfounded when they saw that their own air force had actually started to fight their own land forces. Asshole, are you blind? Watch and hit. Sucka not listed. One of my companies was not captured in 4 hours of deadly defense, and I'm surprised to see my own planes end the nest? Damn, is there an enemy force mixing in with our air force? I don't know. They fly together all the time. It can't be that all the pilots on the top side are enemy, can it? I think I found the son of a... Wait, I'll blow it down now. A ground force spotted a few planes that were getting their hands dirty and moved in with missiles without a second thought. The missile turned out to be impartial and hit Ermau's own plane directly. What the hell? Why are you hitting me? The pilot man was stupid. Like playing werewolf. Whoever hit him, he started biting. Holy, this 118th Regiment's artillery battalion might have a spy. I was flying fine and he gave me a shot. We have spies in the army? It's obviously your air force that has spies. Okay? Artillery Battalion of the 118th Regiment, would you please explain why you are hitting your own men? I don't need to explain it to you. Don't you know how to look at it yourself? Are you blind? The gun was like a fuse that inexplicably stirred up strife between the Ermenegildo army and the Air Force. Of course, after all, they belonged to the same camp, and they couldn't really fight. At most, they would tear each other apart. But it was at this time that the Woolly Bear pilots, again, took advantage of the crowd's inattention to make a bombing run toward the ground. The powder keg was completely ignited. Chapter 90. Breaking through the defense line, the big forces converge. Roll up your sleeves and work openly. A volley of shells shot up into the sky. One missile came towards the ground. Ermau's air force and army inexplicably fought. This could look silly to the Woolly Bear soldiers who had been suffering from communication failures for some time. Come on, while we're at it, all advance. Tank battalions, artillery battalions, get in position quickly to help the enemy air power and strike at the enemy land forces. Where are the missile trucks? Look at how hard the army is fighting. Give a hand with the airplanes. Tell the rest of the troops to close in this way quickly. We can tear through the enemy 118th Regiment's defenses in the shortest time possible. Seeing how lively the fight was within Ermo, how could the Woolly Bear troops miss this great opportunity? They have to help the field too. Boom 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 boom. Da 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 da. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For a while, the sound of gunfire, artillery, and missiles was deafening, and the area where the Ermo 118th Regiment was located was in a state of chaos. In the meantime, although the Woolly Bear side also suffered heavy losses, they were not afraid in the least. Each one of them was incredibly brave, fearless of life and death, shouting Ola, and they charged, together with tank units, artillery units, and air power cover. It didn't take long for them to tear through the 118th Regiment's defenses. Charge! All units take the perimeter quarters as fast as possible. Ola, go, go, go! Raging swarms of infantry, tanks, and armored vehicles poured in like a tidal wave and split into two groups the moment they entered, quickly dissolving the Irmo defense line and providing cover for the rest of the troops to move in. Soon, an hour had passed, and Irmo's front line of defense had been riddled with holes. Many of the area garrisons have been taken over by the woolly bear side. A pilot from one of our jump planes just now brought advice from Brigadier Sabaf, who was deep in the enemy's heartland. Send out a brigade, divided into 4 directions, to press forward at once, to help the 16th and 18th regiments of the 727th Brigade, and to delay the retreat of the enemy's forces. What? Sabov is really alive. What's Sabov? To call Comrade Colonel? Tell the whole army to follow his deployment at once. Yes, soon. The 5 reinforcements accordingly rushed to their respective designated positions. Originally Irmo's retreating troops have been 16 regiments and 18 regiments of guerrilla warfare to be dazed and confused. Retreat footsteps greatly delayed. At this precise moment, a brigade of Mao Xiong directly and volubly killed over, under the combined siege of nearly 5 or 6 regiments of troops. 3 hours later, Irmo's retreating troops could almost only be pressed by the opposite child's head, as a grandson to beat. Seeing this, Andrei, the acting commander of the 16th Regiment, immediately decided, our armor is also in place. Tell the 18th Regiment to press forward immediately now and join the brigade commander for the next operation. Obey. At this very moment, Zhang Yan was leading the Independent Regiment and the 13th Regiment to attack a rear defense regimental headquarters of the enemy in a remote area behind Irmo. Since taking the 67th and 98th Regiments, as well as the brigade headquarters of the 10th Mechanical Armored Brigade, the Air Force battalions of the Independent Regiment and the 13th Regiment, and the armored battalions were given very exaggerated arms. After this again, they took a regimental headquarters and a number of battalion and company quarters of the enemy. But now, this kind of action isn't very easy anymore, because Irmo's side adjusted their decision-making, and instead of deciding to be a big turtle, they're going to strike boldly, so much so that whenever Zhang Yan had just attacked a garrison, support would be quickly sent from their side to block the movement of Zhang Yan's brigade, preventing Zhang Yan from taking the battle quickly. Almost every time you have to run just halfway through a fight, or just before you breach someone's gate. As a last resort, Zhang Yan could only aggregate the strength of the 13th Regiment and the Independence Regiment to implement a blitzkrieg. Blitz those enemy units that are farther away. As soon as the battle starts, the enemy army will receive a report to send troop support, so we must be fast. Anthony, where's your ING Air Force? Get over here and bomb around as fast as you can. The 3 battalions of the Independent Regiment, don't stand so close together, spread out. The 13th Regiment has broken through the enemy's gates. The Independent Regiment, you will hold the enemy in the other direction, and not let them go to their support. Yes, under Zhang Yan's command, the 6 or 7 battalion headquarters of the Independent Regiment and the 13th Regiment, plus their subordinate companies, were also interspersed with each other, and their mobility was drawn full. At this time, the warriors were only thinking about how to attack according to Zhang Yan's deployment, while Zhang Yan was thinking about a bit more. An hour later, in time for the arrival of enemy reinforcements, the 2 regiments completed the annihilation of the enemy forces, as well as the collection of supplies, and successfully withdrew into the underground passageway. At this time, good news came. Reporting to the brigade commander, Andrei of the 16th Regiment, and Vasily of the 18th Regiment have arrived at the place of rendezvous with their troops. Well, 2 regiments are still a bit tied up fighting, but if it's 1 brigade, then I can roll up my sleeves and start without worry. Zhang Yan held his head high and the corners of his mouth were harder to press than AK. This feeling of having more people under his hand is different. The 16th and 18th Regiments, at once, will conduct harassing operations against the enemy's rear forces in 4 directions, north, northwest, northeast, and east. Remember, your mission is only to harass and distract the enemy's reinforcements, and leave it to your own judgment as to whether or not you want to actually attack. 13th Regiment, you are responsible for harassment in the southeast, south, southwest, and several directions to the west. As for the Independent Regiment, it's still under my leadership, and I'll take advantage of the opportunity to attack those units that are weak. The combat approach was quickly finalized, or Zhang Yan's usual sparrow warfare and will-pulling warfare, although before, this tactic of Zhang Yan's didn't yield much result and only exterminated 2 regiments of the enemy army. But now, because of the increased number of troops under his hand, Zhang Yan was confident that he could fight with excellent results. Soon the 4 regiments of the 727th Brigade were quickly put in place and went to war. Boom! Da. When news came from the northeast position that the regiment had been attacked again, Irmo thought little of it and sent reinforcements. As a result, just as the reinforcements had left, news came from the southwest of the invasion of several battalion sites, attacking at both ends. Are they trying to divide our forces? Nice try. Send a small force to reinforce. Not too many. Our main objective is to defend against those attacks on the regiment. Yes, Ermau thought he had made the best decision. Who knew that immediately? News of the attack on the regiment's headquarters came from the far west as well. Asterisk 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 3 units? Weren't Subov's other 2 units blocking our retreating troops? Sir, it's bad. The airfield at the brigade headquarters where we just sent our troops was attacked. I cam. Again. Ermau was already sweating a bit when news of regimental, battalion, and company headquarters being raided by the enemy came from all directions. And as the frontline defenses were successively breached, the news came back that the retreating troops had suffered 80% casualties. The Ermau superior had slumped in his chair. He had a strong hunch and feeling. Ermau's side is going to be mailed. Chapter 91 Attacking the Trimble Theater. 60% to 70% of the land is given away. It's over. The retreating troops have suffered heavy losses and are being held up. The front line is lost, and the woolly bears are advancing rapidly. How did this happen? Why is our air force engaging our land force? We must now divide our forces to support the front line, or we will lose this battle. But 4 of Subov's forces have been assembled and are fighting on all sides in our rear hinterland. So if we send them out at this time, do we need our rear? Aren't there any other troops near the Trimble Theater, and can't they be brought in for support? Supported how? This neighborhood was originally the site of our 2nd Division, and now that all their main forces are in the Trimble Theater, the strength left in the rear is, at most, 1 regiment, and it's been divided into battalion and company headquarters stationed all over the place. Inside the command room, it was already a mess. Every officer, whose clothes were almost wet with cold sweat, kept running and shouting orders and information. They also do not understand originally the balance of victory towards their own fall well. How the hairy bears suddenly broke the line of defense. Then you break through even if we are both the same division of troops. Frankly speaking, or each other can check and balance a fight. But therein lies the crux of the problem. Now that a rat has appeared in their hinterland, or rather, the rat has been there for a long time, but they have not been able to solve it. So much so that now, the tiny rats had become straight-up sky-swallowing behemoths, constantly nibbling away at what was left of their forces and attracting most of Ermau's attention. Now if you support one side, you have to give up the other side, which is equivalent to a situation where there is a wolf in front of you and a tiger behind you, and this game of chess is already dead beyond repair. Seeing that his side was going to send, Ermau's superiors spoke directly to the higher-ups, requesting the neighboring forces to send reinforcements. However, such requests are ruthlessly rejected. Today the battlefield for the woolly bear and the 2 hares is a 4-way battle, with wars being fought in the north, the northeast, the east, the southeast, and the south. The Trimble Theater was supposed to be a division versus division encounter, sort of a large battle in the northeastern theater. Suffice it to say, it's not a good time to send anyone. Sending the ones from nearby theaters, while it would bolster the dime a dozen troops in the Trimble Theater, would weaken the overall strength of that theater, and would most likely be exploited by the woolly bear forces in that theater. And if we have to urgently transfer troops from the military bases in the rear, let's not even talk about whether or not they can be transferred in a short period of time. Whether or not they can come in a short period of time is a big question. I'll be discussing sending you troops with the higher-ups, but of course, I'm afraid it'll take a few days even if I can. For the time being, you can only defend this place to the death. Even if you use up every soldier, you must defend this place for me. This is your responsibility and your way to atone for your sins. Anyway, I can't figure out how you guys can lose a fight with the same division strength plus remote modular terminals that can jam communications. Just how incompetent are you guys as commanders? Hanging up the phone, Ermau's superior broke straight into a rage. How can we defend? How can we defend when the enemy attacks so fiercely? And they say that we are incompetent as commanders. Do they want to come and see who we are up against? It's Subov. He came to fight Subov and see? The Ermau superior gas shivered cold and kept pacing in front of the sandbox, hovering and pacing. The other officers' faces didn't look a little too good either. Subov. What kind of a man of God was this that he could have gotten them into this situation? The good news is that the higher-ups didn't say they wouldn't send us troops. They just said it might take a few days. And in the meantime, we have to hold this place to the death. So what should we do? Since we're going to defend, why don't we defend more thoroughly and pull back all the troops? Let's focus on defense and then kill him once the troops arrive? That would be giving away 60 or 70% of the Trimble war zone. But we don't seem to have a better solution. After a cautiously tight defense, the officers, reluctantly, adopted the decision to pull back and focus on defense. On the frontline battlefield, the Ermau troops, who were fighting the Mau bear to the death, quickly retreated when they received the order. The hairy bear is dumbfounded. We can understand if you withdraw 1 or 2, but what do you mean by withdrawing all of them? Ermau doesn't have a plot. Give me chase. All the Ermau units on the battlefield are starting to pull back. That's good news. Give me a quick forward pressure. Charge. Ola. Woolly Bear took advantage of the situation and pushed his way through, and within a few hours, he had taken nearly half of the Trimble battlefield and constructed a defense of his own. By this time, the sky was tinted a deep orange red, and the sun was slowly setting, and it would soon be evening. The firefight between the two sides waned, with only a few individual units still rounding up Ermao's evacuation force. On this end, Zhang Yan, who had already wiped out nearly 1,000 enemy troops, also learned the news that Ermao's troops were retreating back. Subconsciously, he was about to give the order to evacuate, because when those Ermao retreated back, the density of the enemy's troops in the rear would be great. It was unfavorable for Zhang Yan to continue to perform this surprise attack tactic, but just then, news came from the side of the North Sea Dragon King's Special Operations Squad, claiming to have discovered the enemy's communication jamming position. When Zhang Yan arrived here, the sky was already shrouded in darkness, leaving only a full moon hanging in the sky, emitting a serene and tranquil glow. While we were performing our reconnaissance, we inadvertently discovered that, at the same time as the enemy troops on the front were withdrawing, Ermo had reinforced this area with a full 2 regiments. At first, we were surprised, but through the probing of the signal wave detection device, we are almost certain that the signal waves that are interfering with our communications are emanating from this compound. Listening to Vice Captain Ilika's report, Zhang Yan's expression gradually became grave. Doesn't that mean that as long as we take this place and destroy the facility transmitting the signal wave, we can solve the problem of our army's communication failure in one fell swoop? Ilik nodded. Theoretically, yes, but it would be extremely difficult to either take this place or destroy the jamming facility. First of all, through our reconnaissance, a full 3 reinforced regiments are stationed here, which can already be said to be a brigade headquarters, and they have a lot of firepower. Basically heavy machine guns and artillery on the perimeter and anti-aircraft gun positions inside. Secondly, the proximity of this area to the neighboring Erdnase forces means that once the war starts, enemy air power will be the first to arrive in half an hour, and their land reinforcements will be here in an hour. Saying that, Ilik suggested, why don't we go back and join the large force first, and wait to discuss the specific plan before attacking? Zhang Yan shook his head. It's too late. Currently the enemy's troops on the front battlefield are in full retreat. Once they retreat back and man the defense line, it'll be too late if we want to fight. So what do we do? Chapter 92 Destroying communication jamming devices and implanting AI into drones? What to do? What else can we do? We must fight. With the command title Brother. By a wall? Brother? By a hang-up? Zhang Yan's ability to judge the battlefield situation and sense of smell, not to say the world's first, should also have the world's second. It was clear to him that right now was the best chance, and probably the only chance, to attack the Ermao communications jamming position. If you miss it and allow the enemy to successfully withdraw and set up a tightly garrisoned defense, it will be too late by then. 16th Regiment, 18th Regiment, now immediately launch an attack on your nearest brigade headquarters of the 9th Mechanized Storm Brigade. Make a lot of noise. It's better for 2 regiments to hit 4 regiments to attract the enemy's reinforcements. 13th Regiment, Independence Regiment, take all your equipment and immediately construct positions to the northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest of the communication jamming positions. After saying that, Zhang Yan looked at Ilik on the side. Ilik, pick 30 elites from your special forces for me, and parachute in with me to destroy their jamming devices as fast as possible. Ilik was a bit hesitant. Brigadier, I'm afraid the enemy has placed a large number of anti-aircraft guns and missile vehicles here. Airborne at this time. It doesn't matter. I will have my Air Force take their lives to open a passage for you. It was very rare for Anthony not to be conservative, as he had similar views as Zhang Yan. If we don't attack now, we may never get another chance to destroy the enemy's jamming devices later. Once the enemy forces hold out until support arrives, and with their black technology that supposedly interferes with communications, I'm afraid the furry bear forces will be routed. Who knew that at this time? Zhang Yan was very disgusted. You're still the same. Still so conservative. Antonians are stupid. Holy, I'm agreeing with your tactics and willing to send men with their lives to back you up. And you're calling me conservative? How is that not considered conservative? Do you want to have to fly your own plane on top of it? What era is this? Still taking human lives to fill them. This is the age of technology, you know? That's why we should fight a technological war. From now on, all regiments, battalions, companies, and platoons, call up all the communications and information soldiers in your ranks and report to me immediately. After making a series of arrangements, Zhang Yan returned to the underground passageway and made his way to the temporary warehouse for material storage. In front of me, densely packed black boxes were stacked neatly, stretching all the way from one end to the other. These are the drones that Zhang Yan has seized in recent days, because there are too many Ermao warehouses that have been robbed, and there are drones here. not to say hundreds or thousands, but at least tens of thousands. And Zhang Yan precisely wanted to intend to use these drones to defuse the enemy's communication to interfere with the air defense facilities of the compound, allowing himself and the 30 fighters of the North Sea Dragon King's special forces to carry out the destruction mission successfully. Let's get to work, all of you. Put your speed on the line. With that, Zhang Yan took a military laptop from the side, connected it to the drone and started to input the code. This was an old craft of Zhang Yan's, though he himself didn't know much about such programming type things. But right after the Warlord experience card expired, the code about automatic drone cruise bombing stayed dead in his mind. Nowadays, for some reason, more code about it appears in the mind, even about automated AI. And it was the program code about this automated AI that Zhang Yan was inputting today, though he had typed so fast, tapping the keyboard almost every second, his fingers as light as a dance, that he was almost on the verge of seeing phantoms. However, it still took Zhang Yan a full 15 minutes to finish losing this code. Just at the moment when the AI program was completely replicated by him on the drone, a system beep sounded beside his ear. Ding! Detected that the number of reasonably typed characters has exceeded 1 million. Obtaining the title, Kill Your Mom Along the Net, the world's top hacking technology. Handy with all kinds of information technology. Zhang Yan was stunned, not expecting to complete a seemingly very difficult task so quickly. When he saw the task at the time, he almost didn't even think to go over and complete it because he knew nothing about programming or anything, let alone typing millions of characters in a reasonable manner. But now, with the inexplicable extra programming experience of the Army God experience card in his mind, it was lent to the completion. The program has been edited. Your job is to copy this code into all the drones immediately now, and be quick about it. The communications and information soldiers who had been ordered to come and assemble could not have been more shocked by the scene. What the hell? 1 million characters of code programming and you did it in 15 minutes? You can't copy that fast even if you copy it. And when some of them who knew what they were doing, roughly viewed the contents of the program, they were dumbfounded. Good guy. What Zhang Yan programmed was even an AI program, and it was also very reasonable. I've heard that our scientists at the Woolly Bear Research Institute have unsuccessfully attacked the automated combat AI several times, and the Brigadier General actually programmed it. In such a short period of time? I didn't realize that the Brigadier General knew this in addition to having a knack for commanding battles. I just don't know how effective it is. Get to work. The exact effect will be tested by the battle in a while. If this thing is as powerful as we think it is, will the Brigadier change our battlefield landscape on this? Handing over the copy and paste task to these communication and information soldiers, Zhang Yan immediately rushed as fast as he could to the nearest airfield controlled by the 16th Regiment. At this moment, 30 Special Forces soldiers of the Dragon King of the North Sea, handpicked by Ilyich, as well as a new CH-47F Chinook heavy transport helicopter of a beautiful country were waiting here. When they saw Zhang Yan coming over, they immediately saluted. Zhang Yan did not say much nonsense and immediately began to mobilize. This mission will be difficult. We, 31 people, must go deep into the enemy's 3 regiments of troops stationed at the site and destroy their jamming facilities. Once we're in there, we'll have to go airborne, and the transports could be shot down at any time. It's safe to say that between the completion of the mission, its fulfillment, and the withdrawal, there won't be anyone to back us up, and all we can rely on is ourselves. But for the sake of the greater good, even if we have to pay a great price, we must complete this mission, or else all our previous efforts will come to naught. Is it all clear? With Zhang Yan's high-pitched and loud speech, the 30 Special Forces soldiers with steely eyes replied in unison. Understood. Zhang Yan gave an ultimatum. Now, if anyone regrets it, I won't blame you. You can quit. Never quit. The Special Forces soldiers answered quickly, as if they had long been looking at death, which made Zhang Yan quite surprised. Well then, off you go. With Zhang Yan's order, the 30 Special Forces and Zhang Yan boarded the transportation plane together, with Zhang Yan acting as the main pilot, and rushed towards Irma's communication site. Chapter 93 Irma, it's the aliens that are attacking us. The power of drone swarms. Just as Zhang Yan set off with the Special Forces of the North Sea Dragon King, the 16th Regiment, the 18th Regiment, took the lead in the battle against the 9th Mechanized Storm Brigade headquarters. Irma Command received the news first and was a bit surprised. Isn't Subov withdrawing yet? Is he trying to use these last few minutes to fight us to the death? He's really bold, but it's a bit too easy to think of taking our brigade headquarters with these few minutes. We can't be careless. That man is a Subov. He never fights a battle he's not sure of. We've already lost the 10th Mechanical Armored Brigade headquarters. We mustn't lose another forward command. In the face of Subov's renewed strange behavior, the Irma officers were like frightened grass snakes. In a few minutes, all the Irma troops will be withdrawn, and at this time suddenly go to attack a brigade headquarters that has a lot of firepower and troops. What exactly does Subov want to do? At this point someone suggested, At the moment all of our troops are withdrawing towards the rear and the defense line is getting stronger. I think we should be a little bolder. What do you say? Someone nodded in agreement. It's time to be bold. I have an immature suggestion. It's nighttime and the attack on the furry bear's side has weakened quite a bit. I think we can get more support this time around and see if we can wrap Subov's forces up in here. Someone shook his head. Wrapping up death is definitely a no-brainer. But our current troop density is very dense. So I guess we can make him lose quite a lot of troops. If put in that earlier situation, how dare the Irmo officers think of such things as killing Subov, or regimenting his troops. But not anymore. The front-line troops are constantly pulling back, causing Irmau's present-day quarters to become denser and denser. In other words, they'll be able to back up whatever crap Subov pulls in the first place. Eventually, Irmau's superiors finalized. Well then, now immediately have the perimeter forces support the 9th Machine Step Storm Brigade headquarters. Also tell the other units to report back as soon as they receive an attack. I think there's a good chance that Subov is playing the same old game. Needless to say, the guess of the two-haired superior was quite correct. For soon, they received reports of anomalies found in the communication jamming positions. I told you, surely Subov wouldn't hit a brigade headquarters that couldn't be taken down in a short period of time for no reason. So the real target was the communication jamming position? How many troops do they have? Sure it's Subov's troops? In fact, Irmau's superior was just casually asking. Who knew that the officer on the other end of the communication hesitated? Not sure. The two-haired superior froze. What do you mean you're not sure? The officer looked up, gazing at the sky as if it were dotted with drones, failing to recognize them for a moment, and could only guess, because what's attacking us seems to be treading on aliens. Aliens? Boom 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 boom. With a loud explosion, the communication was disconnected. Communication jamming station of the Irmo officers and soldiers. People silly. They only just saw those stars more than 10 seconds. Who knows the next second? Those stars on them to launch a suicide attack. Like a cluster of meteors, they fell down in all directions towards the compound, crashing up one gorgeous firework after another in the compound. Harry Crab. It's not even an alien. It's a drone. What? I thought we blocked all signals from the enemy. How can they still maneuver the drones? There are thousands of these drones to say the least. Quick, activate the anti-aircraft guns and shoot them down. Anti-aircraft gun positions. Artillery positions reacted quickly, and shell after shell was shot up like rain pouring into the sky. There were even anti-aircraft guns, anti-aircraft machine guns and other heavy firepower sweeping the sky indiscriminately. Would have thought that would have been an easy way to get rid of those drones. But what Irmau didn't expect was that those drones were as if they had their own sanity, that they would dodge shells and bullets? Hell no. They're too nimble. If there's one controller for one drone, there's 1,000 of them here. Where on earth did the woolly bear get so many of them? Obviously interfering with the signal. But they're still moving. That's what's weird, right? Not good. There are enemy units attacking all around. Please support all units immediately. Support? How can I support? At this point in time when a swarm of drones across the street will lift my lair if we move. With the ground forces working in conjunction with the drone swarms, the strength of the communications jamming compound was thoroughly polarized. It was also at this time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A Chinook helicopter, with its head on the ground and its ass in the air, was coming toward the compound as fast as it could. Under the cover of the drone swarm, the missiles could barely lock on to its position. Boom, boom, boom. Shells were constantly being stopped by drones, exploding in mid-air. The aftermath and heat of the explosion could almost as easily have affected the transporter itself. Well, with the added benefit of having a driving class title with a wheel, Zhang Yan's hand is as steady as an old dog. Even if the nose was blown askew, he could still pull it over. Soon enough, Zhang Yan piloted the transportation plane, under the cover of a swarm of drones, through the rain of gunfire to the sky above the communication compound. Drone swarm, help me clear the ground. The drone's AI intelligence program was programmed by Zhang Yan into the voice command recognition system, and in the absence of any signal, as long as there were drones a few meters or a few dozen meters near Zhang Yan, they could communicate their orders to every drone through the Matrix B-net communication form. Thus, with Zhang Yan's order, the drones began to dive towards the ground, launching a suicide carpet bombing. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Yan pulled the joystick and ran straight for the ground. Ilyich and the others thought that the helicopter was out of control, and they were all ready to jump. But then they heard Zhang Yan shouting there, "Trust me, don't jump." Bang! Soon, with a lurch and a shake, the helicopter surprisingly landed straight on the ground and drifted for quite a while before coming to a hardcore hard landing. The Ilyich crowd gasped in fear. I thought we were talking about airborne? How do you descend when the enemy fire is so heavy? Get off the plane quickly and move as planned. Thump, 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 thump. chug, 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 chug. Boom 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 boom. As soon as they got off the plane, Zhang Yan and the rest of the 30 special forces quickly engaged the arriving Irma troops. Special forces, that's an existence that can fight with 1 against 100. So those ordinary soldiers of Irma were just like little caramels in their eyes. Soon, they broke out of the encirclement and rushed towards the location of the jamming facility. Chapter 94, Destroying Pretty Country's Black Technology. Enjoy. Daxia Hulu famous songs. Currently, communications jamming positions. Most of the enemy forces of the 3 regiments were attracted by the drone swarms and the allied forces of the 13th and independent regiments attacking on the periphery. Therefore only a small number of troops were blocking Zhang Yan and his 30 special forces from the Dragon King of the North Sea. Thump, 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 da 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 da. Zhang Yan was the first to fight, and he was courageous, holding a PP-2000 miniature submachine gun, standard issue for special forces, borrowing tents, campers, or multi-purpose folding rooms from campgrounds as guardianship. He constantly led the special forces to break through. There's a platoon of enemy approaching from the north. Use grenades and blow them up for me. Receiving Zhang Yan's order, the soldiers reacted quickly and fired grenades using the GP-25 40mm gun-mounted grenade launcher, which had the reputation of being the world's smallest mortar. Dash. Boom 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 boom. Tiny bodies, big power, and soon the grenade launcher was blasting a path for them. Looks like we're almost there. Drones in close proximity. Cover our entry into the enemy communications base immediately. Buzz buzz buzz. With Zhang Yan's cry, the drones that were still going around in suicide attacks suddenly turned around and came towards Zhang Yan's area. They defended around Zhang Yan, building a defense network. With the presence of smart AI, it's basically point and shoot. Zhang Yan couldn't help but sigh. This battle really have a sense of future technology, that flavor. Drones with external skin-like, fighting along the way. The group finally followed the detection device and found the location of the enemy's communication base. In fact, saying it was a communication base was a bit of an overestimation, as it was clearly a matrix fleet consisting of dozens of communication vehicles of all kinds. Leave 20 men behind to work with the drones to interdict the enemy, and the rest of the men's to do damage as fast as possible. Yes, soon, 11 special forces soldiers, including Zhang Yan, quickly interspersed into the matrix convoy. Boom 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 boom. During this time, they were interfered with by enemy forces, but as special forces soldiers capable of fighting 1 against 100. These interferences were nothing more than a sprinkle. Boom, boom, boom. A round of grenades were continuously thrown out by them into the interior of the communication vehicle, and as the grenades exploded, the overall operating system of the communication vehicle was also directly blown up. Just like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No good. Enemy commandos have broken into our communications matrix. Stop them. Ermao quickly responded, but before he could run a few steps, thousands more drones, which had just been activated, sped toward the area in the sky. All enemy troops attempting to support them were immediately blocked. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, Zhang Yan had already broken into the large satellite vehicle located at the center of the matrix. After some hard fighting and killing a dozen or so enemy soldiers, Zhang Yan didn't say much nonsense and directly started to plant C4. The car was so big that normal grenades couldn't do much harm to it. Only C4 could take care of it. After setting a countdown of a few minutes for C4, Zhang Yan was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. Crouching down, he took out his cell phone and connected it to the console with a transmission cable. With the added power of his new title Kill Your Mom by Following the Net, Zhang Yan already possessed all the skills of a mature hacker. Now, he wants to use the enemy's communications van to get something going. Just as he did, hacking into Irmo's communication system, a lot of voices suddenly came from the headset on the side. Bear, follow-up reinforcements are expected to arrive in 3 days at the earliest, so please fight to the death. Bear, report, the communication matrix where our army's remote modular terminal is located is under attack. Bear with me. This is the headquarters of the 9th Mechanized Storm Brigade. Our deputy brigade commander has died heroically. Bear with me. The Trimble Theater is our last line of defense, and if we lose it, there is a high probability that the enemy forces will kill all the way into our second largest city, Vatax City. With this, Zhang Yan obtained a lot of interesting information. Like to block people's communications, huh? Let's give you a taste of being blocked too. Zhang Yan directly changed the shielding band of the remote modular terminal, and as the confirmation button was pressed, barely, at the moment communications were cut off for all the Irmos units in the Trimble Theater. Fark, what's the situation? I haven't finished my report yet. I heard a report earlier that Subov had led an attack on our communications position. He didn't really make it, did he? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We sent 3 regiments there. How could he have succeeded in his attack? Just as the Irma were a bit confused. A Dacia language they couldn't understand came from within their earphones. Next, please enjoy the Halusi, Feng Huang Bamboo in the Moonlight. Along with the lilting sound of the huckleberries, it also seemed to blow the countdown to regimentation for the Ermits in the Trimble war zone. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Since the sad one is Ermau, the happy one must be the furry bear. I can't believe communications are back up. Hello? Brigade headquarters, I'm here with the 20th Regiment Division. My brigade has captured most of the southern portion of the Trimble Theater. Please advise, Captain. Our battalion chased too deep and got bagged by the enemy. Can we get some support? Whoever sabotaged the enemy's communications jamming, you did a good job. And on behalf of all the officers and men of the Woolly Bear, I salute you. Satellite communications are restored. The Air Force is cleared for approach. Please keep yourselves in order with each other and fly safe at night. Previously, Woolly Bear had been summoned by short-range communications, or by communicators running back and forth. Now that communications are back up, there's a lot they can do. Division Commander Petrov, who was the overall commander, quickly made adjustments to the strategy and reorganized the various brigade, regimental, headquarters. Just as the work was in full swing, a familiar voice came over the big guy's communicator. Hey, this is the 727th Brigade. This is Brigade Commander Subov. I have hacked into the enemy communications jamming console and temporarily blocked enemy communications. In 5 minutes, the enemy's communication jamming facilities will be completely destroyed, and it is highly likely that enemy communications will reply at that time. So my suggestion is to ask everyone to immediately launch a general attack within 5 minutes to catch the enemy off guard. Subov. Hearing that name again, that familiar voice, a cheer went up throughout the Woolly Bear army. It's amazing that this legendary hero of the furry bear really isn't dead. And he was the one who led the troops that ended the enemy's remote modular terminals and saved the Woolly Bear from destruction. Petrov was very excited. That's good. According to what you said. Now, you immediately mobilize all the troops. From the enemy's internal breakout, we are inside and outside. It is bound to be the fastest speed. Disintegrate the enemy's defense line. But who knows? Zhang Yan refused. I'm sorry, sir. I'm afraid I can't follow your orders. Chapter 95. Into the second largest city in Ermau. The local people welcome the people? Mrs. Petrov was dumbfounded. Although he had heard that Zhang Yan had the problem of rejecting his superiors. On the last occasion, he had refused Antony's orders because he felt his command was too conservative. But now, Zhang Yan even started to reject himself. What does this mean? Could it be that you feel your command is conservative as well? There has to be a reason. At this point, Zhang Yan explained, I just acquired a lot of intelligence while hacking into the enemy's communications. The enemy's reinforcements will arrive in 3 days. And at the moment, the enemy's presence around the city of Watakazi, the second largest city in Ermau, is very weak, with a maximum of 1 regiment combined. Even if we launch a general attack now, I'm afraid that if we want to completely take down this unit in the Trimble Theater, it will take a few days, and once we wait for the enemy's reinforcements to arrive, we will lose our head start. That's why I think someone has to take advantage of the situation to break through the enemy lines and get into the Watakazi city area to take advantage of the situation so we can slowly go about digesting the enemy forces in the Trimble Theater. Petrov was silent. He belonged to the category of commanders who were neither radical nor conservative. But it had to be said that Zhang Yan's proposal was just a little too radical. Once the enemy's reinforcements arrived, Zhang Yan and his brigade would be the first ones to engage the enemy. But if there's no one there to stop it, once the enemy backup reaches the Trimble Theater, it's the same as zeroing out the battle here again and starting over on both sides. Petrov sank in a sharp breath. Are you sure? Zhang Yan said squarely. I'll be honest. 1 brigade is completely insufficient. You'll have to find a way to transfer troops to me. Okay, I'll figure it out. But you must be careful and report anything. Yes, with Petrov's permission. Zhang Yan quickly launched into action. Because of Ermau's communication failure, the soldiers in the entire communication jamming compound were no different than deaf and blind. As a result, the Allied forces of the 13th Regiment and the Independent Regiment also took advantage of the opportunity to tear a hole somewhere in the garrison. Zhang Yan, with 30 Special Forces soldiers, managed to kill his way out with only 3 casualties under the cover of the drones. Subsequently, Zhang Yan made some arrangements on the hoof, and all the regiments of the 727th Brigade immediately led their troops into the underground passageway and gathered towards a certain place. At the same time, the side of the Hairy Bear hordes launched a general attack on the Ermau hordes. Perhaps being blocked by Ermau's signal earlier had caused the furry bears to build up quite a bit of anger, so their attack had a lot of momentum. attracting almost all of Ermao's attention to deal with it. It was also at this time that Zhang Yan arrived at the farthest end of the underground passage with 4 regiments. The large rear of the Ermo rear force is just a step away from the Watakazi city area. Here, 4 separate regiments were stationed, probably because of their distance from the battlefield, and they appeared to be somewhat lazy. There is a feeling of being out of this world. Zhang Yan immediately ordered 13th Regiment, 16th Regiment, 18th Regiment, and Independent Regiment. Now while the enemy's communications have not yet been restored, give me the fastest possible speed to blitz the 4 regimental headquarters in front of you, whether it's planes and tanks, artillery or armored vehicles. Take what you can. Because of the underground passage, there are a lot of heavy equipment cannot be taken away, and want to replenish, then you can only go to rob Ermao's. This blitzkrieg caught these 4 units of Ermao by surprise, and they couldn't understand that the main direction of attack of the Hairy Bear was not the front. How come so many troops popped up at the back again? They couldn't figure it out, but by the time they figured it out, they were already reunited. Zhang Yan led his brigade headquarters and marched through the gap into the Watakazi city area. From now on, the 4 regiments, divided into 4 groups, will clear and recover all enemy garrisons in the area of the city of Vatax. It has to be fast. We need to take the city of Vatax completely while the enemy's communications are back up. This is an area not yet baptized by war. Halfway down the road Zhang Yan could still look out at the flickering streetlights, and villages and towns that looked serene and peaceful. Although most of the residents had been evacuated in advance due to the proximity of the Trimble war zone, this place still allowed Zhang Yan to feel peace and tranquility after a long time. But that vibe didn't hold for long. Whoosh, 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 boom 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 boom. Soon the battle was on. A fighter plane streaked across the sky and a tank opened fire directly on the main road. Although the number of enemy troops was small, they were very cunning and borrowed villages and towns and such to fight alley battles with Zhang Yan's troops. And that kind of fighting leads directly to the destruction of an otherwise calm and peaceful village and town. Damn it, wasn't the Trimble Theater not yet captured? Where did all of a sudden come all these woolly bear troops? Hurry up and report for support. Our troops are scattered and we're no match for them. Damn it, the division took the main base station with them before they left. And now it looks like there's a problem with the base station, and we can't even contact our superiors. What about it? Quickly, evacuate toward downtown Vatax. The 727th Brigade attacked at such a rapid pace that in almost 3 or 4 hours they had taken most of the city of taking Vatikas, and from 4 positions, they forced the remnants of the local Ermao army into the downtown area of Watakazi city. It's a big city with tall buildings and an urban vibe, and at this hour there are neon lights flashing in the middle of the city. Because the 727th Brigade attacked with too much momentum, at the moment there were many people who did not have the time to retreat and were taken as hostages by the remnants of Ermao's army, claimed that if the 727th Brigade dared to attack, they would drag the whole city with them. War is supposed to be a battle between nations, between armies, but when civilians are involved, the nature of the battle changes. But Ermao was ultimately wrongly calculated. With the title Cold Heart added, Zhang Yan did not feel much about it. It even felt like it was okay to push through flat, but he didn't go that far simply because, well, he was good. Da 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 da. Zhang Yan rode in a helicopter and came directly over the city of Vatax, holding a loudspeaker and shouting, "People of Vatax, I really didn't expect that your army would attempt to threaten us with your lives. It is shameless, it is nasty, and even then are you willing to put your lives in their hands? I am here to assure you that once we are in the city of Vatax, we will keep all of you safe. You can go about all your daily lives and work, and we will never burn, loot, or take a pinch of your money." Zhang Yan hadn't expected much from the shouting. After all, this was Ermao's city. How could the Ermao people help outsiders fight their own troops? Think about it. Still, he had underestimated the state of the country, and no sooner had he finished speaking than he heard the sudden sound of gunfire from somewhere in the city of Vatax. This sound was like the first shot of the uprising in the city of Vatax, and soon the shots came in rapid succession. Like firecrackers, the inhabitants of Vatikas city inexplicably got into it with the remnants of the Ermao army. As the day gradually broke, the city of Vatax fell silent once more. Seeing that it was about time, Zhang Yan also formally entered the city with his troops. The results had only just arrived, and he was dumbfounded then. Just see those local folk of Vatax city, led by a couple of slick plutocrat representatives, lining the streets. Chapter 96. 470 kilometers straight ahead from the Ermao capital, Zhang Yan encounters assassination. The rising sun, gradually rising from the horizon, looked like a brilliant jewel of splendor. After a night of fighting, the Ermo forces at Trimble have finally stabilized the current situation. Though in the meantime, they lost a great deal of land and thousands of soldiers in battle. Almost on the verge of being cornered and beaten by the woolly bear forces, they were still able to hold their ground in the Trimble battle area, waiting for support to arrive from the rear. But as it happened, when communications were restored after a night of emergency repairs, bad news came one after the other. What? 4 regiments in the rear were destroyed last night, and there's a group of enemy troops moving in force into the Watakaze city area? All communications in the Watakaze city area are out of contact. So what the hell is going on right now? Damn it, who the hell did this? Now our army is caught in a situation where we are surrounded by enemies. Once that enemy unit in the rear blocks our support, what are we going to do then? Who else could it be? This looks like the handiwork of Subov, who was the only one who was able to stage a surprise attack in the middle of our army at the time, and the only one who was able to move into the city of Vatax at the fastest possible speed. If it was just a single defense, by holding on for dear life, Irmo was absolutely confident that he would be able to hold on until the moment support arrived. But now the situation had changed, for Subov with his brigade had made a great push into the area of the city of Watakaze, presenting a two-sided pincer movement with the woolly bear forces on the front. If, at this moment, they launched a general attack, the entire Irmo of the Trimble Theater would have only one end, and that would be a rout. Just as the Irmo forces in the Trimble Theater were desperate to know the status of the battle in the Watakaze city area, a certain senior commander of the Maoist Bears, however, spoke on his personal social networking software, saying, "In the battle with Irmo, our troops have been so powerful that we have successfully captured the area of the city of Watakaze, the second largest city of Irmo, last night, and have taken the city of Watakaze in our pocket, and the entire population of the city greeted the entry of our troops into the city with the most enthusiastic gesture." This is certainly a heavy-handed counter to Irmo's earlier foot-hopping behavior. You can't wait to jump out and taunt when you've only temporarily captured a little bit of the victory battle, so how should you react if I pull this out? Now the whole world knew about the hairy bears killing from the Trimble battle zone to the Watakaze city area overnight. Wow, it's still a hairy bear, too strong, before also in Trimble by the 2 hairs pressure. The result overnight, the balance of victory between the reversal. Who says it isn't? Knowing that the hairy bear is a being who can fight Irmo. Pretty country and its lapdogs with one country. Just ask Irmo, what is he without those daddies of his? I'll be damned. We've hit the city of Vatax, and if we fight all the way to the northwest, won't we be hitting the capital of Irmo in a few days? I thought this war would last for years, so wouldn't it be true that within a few months, the 2 countries will be completely divided? The populations of the countries are a bit confused. Obviously the other day Irmo was jumping up and down saying that they had fought back against the woolly bears and had gotten good results. It's only been a few days, and the battle has suddenly been turned upside down, with the hairy bears all nippy hitting the city of Watakaze. Here, the straight-line distance from the Irmo capital is only 470 kilometers, and if there was a highway, it would take 4 hours to get there. If it was high-speed rail, airplanes, whatever, it would be even faster. That's like hitting someone right in the bedroom doorway. In a flash, the comments split into 2 tiers. It can't be that easy to tell the difference. Just watch. Pretty Country and his lapdogs sure as hell aren't going to let Woolly Bear fight through it that easily. That's right, Pretty Country is the #1 power in the world. Do you understand what #1 means? Once he intervenes, can the hairy bear still fight so easily? The world's #1 power? Isn't the world's #1 country my country? Zybear, don't be an awkward hacker. My baseball country is the #1 power in the universe. You're just here to brag about the beautiful country. Do you take Dacia for granted? A developing country. What's there to worry about? Oh, developing countries? What people mean by developing countries is to develop the world into a home for the Dacia people. Seeing that the public began to brag about the hairy bears and sing the praises of Irmo, the pretty country, some netizens could not sit still and jumped out to refute. And what is their pretty country father doing at this time? Of course it's in the process of being confused too. How did this good battle come to this? Just because we're facing Subov? Is he that scary? Let's not talk about whether he's scary or not. But in any case, it's a problem that he's bringing troops into the Watakaze city area. As we all know, the Burn River is the mother river of the Irmo, connecting the Irmo capital in the north and the Murray Sea in the south. But as you can see, next to the Watakaze city area is the Lek main reservoir. Once Subov takes the reservoir in his hands with his men, the situation in all of these downstream battlefields south and east of the Ebenezer River will be turned upside down. What then? How about having the Irmo forces in the Trimble theater, and those in neighboring theaters, pull back quickly, combine support forces, and wrap up Subov's forces? Doing that would undoubtedly give away Trimble and several surrounding war zones, and it wouldn't be worth it to do that just to bag a unit. What about it? After a close discussion between Pretty Country and Dogleg, in the end, they established a course of action for this time. The Mao Bear forces have entered the city of Watakaze in force and are pointing their swords at the capital of Irmo. so it looks like they are trying to set off the final showdown. We must not sit back and wait to see what happens. We must stop the woolly bear's ambition to encroach on Irmo. Now immediately send weapons and equipment to Irmo. And yes, send some more mercenaries to help Irmo's support force and regimentally destroy Subov's brigade headquarters. By the way, aren't there many of our agents in the city of Vatax? Tell them to quickly embark on an assassination mission, and we'll fulfill any request as long as we can assassinate Subov. Yes. At this moment, Zhang Yan didn't know that because of his decision to move into the city of Vatax, he had caused Irmo, the pretty countryside, to make a big move. As the current supreme commander of the city of Vatax, the local plutocrats, in order to please his new master, put him in the most exclusive hotel in the area, with the best breakfast and the best suite. At this moment, Zhang Yan is resting in the bathroom to take a bath. The battle for half a month, a bath has not been. Couldn't take advantage of this restful time to have a good time. But this bath, Zhang Yan didn't have much peace of mind either. And soon, a blonde beauty pushed the door in. Zhang Yan froze for a moment. Didn't I say that I don't need this kind of service? Who knew that the beautiful woman would not be able to help but raise her gun and start shooting? Chug, chug, chug. Zhang Yan instantly understood. This is a ING assassination. Dodging the bullets with great speed, Zhang Yan pulled off the shower head and water pipe, rushed up and didn't exchange a few hands, and strangled that beautiful woman. I cam, scared the baby. Wrapped in a bath towel and coming to the living room, Zhang Yan drank a glass of whiskey to suppress his shock. Unplugging his cell phone, which was charging, he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, snapped a picture of the temporarily tranquil city in front of him, and sent it to a friend. Gudkatnan, Vatax, look for the war to end sooner. Oh yeah, let me explain the fighting in the Trimble Theater isn't over yet, but I killed my way to Vatax with my men in order to block Irmo's support and was warmly received by the local populace. That's what happened. Also, dude just had an assassination attempt. A very pretty young lady rushed in and drew her gun, scared the out of the baby. When Zhang Yan pressed the send button, the screen will begin to turn up the circle, which makes Zhang Yan very speechless. This horse, what cell phone? But also the military. A run on the boundary of the 20 cents on the signal is not as good as my xia for it. Xia for no. 1, right? As he was sputtering, boom, a strange sound came from the window. Zhang Yan fixed his eyes and was shocked. Out of nowhere, the rockets were coming straight at him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 97 Brand new mission, destroying the Lexmark main reservoir. And the war takes a bit of a turn for the worse. Zhang Yan suffered an assassination. The assassination was a frenzy, with another beautiful woman breaking into a bathroom. Rockets, a helicopter crashing into a building, long-range sniping, and unidentified armed forces killing the suite. That frequency round after round. If an ordinary officer, or a soldier, had been in such an intense assassination, they would have died several rounds ago. But what kind of person was Zhang Yan? With a full 13 heaven-defying titles to boost him, he was no different from the god of war. Grabbing the matching gun on the table and shooting off rockets, he went into complete kill mode. 5 minutes later, when a group of soldiers and plutocrats arrived, the only person he saw was Zhang Yan, who was covered in a bathrobe stained with blood and holding an AK in each hand, just like a god of war. It's not safe here. I'm afraid I can't afford to spend it, so I'll go back first. With that, Zhang Yan threw the heavy gun on the ground and glared at the plutocrats. The plutocrats fell to their knees in fear. Sir, we really didn't do it. We're pretty clueless too. Although a lot of them are from the hotel, we assure you that we are definitely not involved. Sir, think about it. If we wanted to kill you, why would we bring our private armies to help you take out those Irmo remnants? Sir, we have an old man and a young man, so please forgive us. Zhang Yan smiled. This group of rich people, in order to keep their status and money, even if you betray your own compatriots, you are still so cowardly. What's the difference between you and the scum of the earth? Whether I can forgive you depends on your sincerity, don't you think? Zhang Yan faintly said, then hoofed it away. After that, Zhang Yan encountered several assassinations, but fortunately, he was immensely powerful and easily disposed of all the agents who attempted to assassinate him. It was only then that he finally arrived at the brigade's quarters in the city. This used to be one of Irmo's military bases, and as soon as they entered the city, Zhang Yan's troops took it over as fast as they could. He wasn't afraid that Irmo and the pretty countryside would throw in the towel and directly bombard Vatax without regard for the ordinary military and civilians of Vatax. Because of the high specification of this military base, it is even nuclear bomb-proof. Brigade Commander, Division Commander Petrov is calling. Zhang Yan nodded and picked up his communicator. This is 727th Brigade. This is Subov. Petrov's voice on the other side looked tired. Thanks to you, Irmo was almost on the verge of being driven out of the Trimble battle zone by us, but still they need out. Have you repaired your side yet? If so, Why don't we turn around and let's destroy this unit of Ermaus first? Zhang Yan shook his head and said, I'm still on the same strategy as before. Doing so will be too late. Not to mention that at the moment, our 13th Regiment, 16th Regiment, 18th Regiment, and Independent Regiment, the 4 regiments have been sent to confront the enemy in all 4 parts of Vatax. Once they suddenly turn around, the enemy forces around them will not be able to take back Vatax as fast as they can. Petrov rubbed his temples. Alright then, I was actually just mentioning it off the top of my head, and by the way, to tell you the bad news, some time ago, the air and rocket forces of the Ermos, as well as the Navy, pressed forward as a whole, and the Vatax were within range of their ICBMs, but rest assured, our army has responded likewise, and is currently engaged in another leveling with them, with no one daring to fire the first shot. Zhang Yan nodded. These things had long been within his expectations, or else he wouldn't have set up the brigade headquarters in the crisis-ridden Vatikas. It's to beware of being hit by enemy long-range fire. Also, Pretty Country and those lapdogs of his have sent another huge amount of weapons and ammunition to Ermau. They're playing a big game, and a lot of mercenary organizations with military backgrounds have been sent to the war. Almost a brigade, which means that now you'll not only have to deal with Ermau's support forces, there are also mercenary forces to be faced from Pretty Countries and the Northern Alliance. Zhang Yan's brows furrowed. Having hacked into Ermau's communications earlier, he probably learned that the strength of Ermau's forces in this aid to the Trimble war zone was almost 2 brigades, and now Petrov was telling him that another brigade of mercenary regiments was coming. The 3 brigades together are the strength of a division. To have a brigade of your own face a division, and that too without an underground passage for cover, wouldn't that be just waiting to die? Where's my backup? I've reported back, but right now, we can't get through at all. The enemy forces in Trimble and several surrounding battle zones are so well guarded that even airborne won't work. Then won't my troops and I be left to die? That's not so bad. There's another path that works at the moment. What? By water. A few dozen kilometers southwest of the city of Vatax is Ermau's mother river, the Berny, which stretches all the way out to join the Sea of Murk. And at the moment, the Kia Peninsula in the Sea of Murk is in the hands of our army, and we can transfer troops from there to you. Only before that, you need to complete a task. Zhang Yan was puzzled. What? Blow up the Luck main reservoir, just upstream from your neighborhood on the Burnett River. It is currently in storage. Blow it up and there will be a period of uplift on the lower Burnett, which will allow our warships and yachts to get into a wide position on the Burnett to stand by in one fell swoop to support you in the meantime. Of course, in doing so, there is a cascade of benefits, as the enemy forces in the theater near the lower reaches of the Burn River are currently using the Burn River to desperately counterattack and intend to launch a large-scale landing campaign. Once you blow up the Lex main reservoir, you'll destroy their plot, flush out their forces, and give ours a few months of breathing room so that not only the waterways, but even the land forces in the vicinity can augment you. Zhang Yan frowned, but doing so is going to cause flooding. Isn't this a violation of the international laws of war? International law, while advocating peace, permits the waging of war, but its bottom line is that civilians must not be jeopardized. The blowing up of the reservoirs, however, would be so harmful that it would ease the war situation, but it would also displace tens of thousands of civilians. For the sake of winning the war, we have to do this, so please be able to understand. You just need to finish the job and leave the rest to us. The communication quickly hung up, but Zhang Yan was in deep thought. He always felt that, at this point in the battle, it seemed, it's gotten a little bit worse. The battle conference was held soon after. The Lake Main Reservoir, with its military-grade construction methods, is so impenetrable to ordinary missiles that it can only be detonated from the inside. Engineer officers, who are analyzing all aspects of the Lexmark main reservoir from a professional perspective, have the added benefit of expertise that will make the task easier. At this moment, Zhang Yan folded his hands together and rested them on the desktop. I'm not asking you how to detonate it, but the consequences of doing so. First of all, after the dike breaks, the originally stored water will rush downstream in a brainstorm, and after meeting the water flow from the Muromachi, it is highly likely that it will lead to a backflow due to the difference in heights, triggering a large-scale flood that will last for a long time. Also, all facilities that are supplied with water and electricity from the Licking main reservoir will be disconnected from water and electricity, said the officer, who suddenly froze. Zhang Yan inquired, "What's wrong?" The officer stammered, "Brigadier General, there is a nuclear power plant on the water supply list for the Luck main reservoir." A nuclear power plant? Chapter 98. There's a bottom line in war. It's for the sake of all mankind. Webster Nuclear Power Plant, which is currently the largest nuclear power plant in the territory of Ermo. It's even at the top of the list in all of Europa. Just hearing the words nuclear power plant, Zhang Yan frowned, because he knows too much about the disasters caused by nuclear power plants, both in the last century and in this one. there have been countless disasters caused by nuclear energy leaks and explosions, which have caused irreversible crises for entire countries and for people all over the world. Now, the officers finally realized why Zhang Yan had been concerned about the consequences of blowing up the Lek main reservoir. Originally, I thought it was just an ordinary demolition mission. Who would have thought that the implication would be so extensive? Even they are a bit confused. How could the higher-ups give such an extreme order? Once they blow up the lake main reservoir, causing flooding is one thing. What if the Webster nuclear power plant fails to cool down because of it, and the reactors go out of control? Crazy, really crazy. This is a war crime. Even for the sake of winning the war, you can't do anything to this extent, right? Divisional Commander Petrov is always vacillating, and it seems that this time, he is under orders from some hawkish general. That hawkish general is a bit too extreme. Does he know that what we are doing is highly likely to trigger the S3 season? Just as the officers were sputtering, someone suggested, actually, I don't think the situation is that serious. Don't nuclear power plants usually have 2 cooling lines for backup and main use? Therein lies the problem. The engineer officer nodded, then pointed to the map. There are a total of 6 gated reservoirs on the Burn River, and back at the beginning of the war, because of the intensive firefight between our forces and the Ermaks, we had already destroyed the Kabazik Reservoir, the first water storage and cooling chain of the Webster nuclear power plant. The current Lexmark main reservoir is a backup, and once it is blown up, the Webster nuclear power plant will no longer have cooling water available and will have to make an emergency call for seawater from the Murray Sea. Seawater? When Zhang Yan heard that fire came up. Using seawater to cool the reactor made him think of a country. Those little, dog-eared, short-wintered people. If blowing up the Luck main reservoir today triggers a cooling failure at the Webster nuclear power plant, will they later do the same dastardly things that those shorties did to endanger all of humanity? Thinking about it, Zhang Yan directly said, things have come to a head. I think we all know in our hearts that the higher-ups' order for us to blow up the Lek main reservoir is definitely a stupid, extreme, and unscrupulous order. We can fight to the death with Ermao, pretty country, and those traitors in pretty country, but we must have our own bottom line. And this kind of thing that jeopardizes civilians and jeopardizes all of humanity is something we must not do. Do it, and we are the sinners of our times. And ask, even if the war is won as a result, would you like to see your children, your relatives, your loved ones, living in a world where they could be deformed at any moment and die of disease? Zhang Yan's impassioned speech quickly mobilized the officers. They yelled, can't. Very well, I will still unilaterally decline this mission, and you will not be held responsible for it. The officers are admiring Zhang Yan, outstanding in single combat and commanding ability, and the leadership ability is also excellent. Most of all, he has his own bottom line, and his heart goes out to all of humanity and the general population. Such people are most revered and loved by officers and soldiers. But, after the admiration, the officers frowned. Now that an enemy division was approaching, where else were they going to find a way to survive if they didn't blow up the Luck main reservoir? At this point, Zhang Yan offered his insight, the Lex main reservoir. It's still on offense. What? The officers were full of questions and outright stupid. What the hell? All that impassioned talk earlier, only to have to attack now. Brigadier, do you ever feel like your words are inconsistent? Or do you perceive the gap between reality and ideal and all of a sudden the edges are smoothed by reality? Zhang Yan explained, it's not about destroying it, it's about getting it in your hands. Major Engineer, describe the Lek main reservoir in detail. The engineer officer nodded. The Lake main reservoir was built in the last century. It's a gravity dam made of military-grade reinforced concrete. Even just trying to blow up one of the water gates would require about 10 tons of explosives. Through the careful explanations of the engineer officers, the group learned all the details about the Licking main reservoir. At a certain moment, Zhang Yan suddenly brightened up. You said that its control system is networked? The engineer officer nodded. It's the 21st century. Technology is advancing. Times are progressing. And basically all 5 remaining lock reservoirs on the Burney River use networked control systems. By one master control, each of the 5 sub-controls is controlled. Zhang Yan nodded. Doesn't that mean that through the sub-control you can hack into their master control and then control all the reservoirs at once? Theoretically it's possible, but it's been reported that a few years ago Ermo introduced the latest from the pretty country. Before the words were finished, Zhang Yan directly interrupted. Don't care which country it is, as long as it can be hacked, then the problem will be solved. With the added bonus of hacker-type titles with violent names but even more violent skills like kill your mom by following the net, Zhang Yan already has the perfect solution to the problem. Pass on my order to the 16th Regiment North Sea Dragon King Special Operations Team, and the 18th Regiment Baikal Special Operations Team, to commence reconnaissance operations on the Lexmark main reservoir immediately. Also, the entire brigade is on combat readiness. We don't have much time. we must be fast. Yes, when Zhang Yan gave the order, everyone in the command center got busy, running and scurrying around, and just a few hours later, the Dragon King of the North Sea and Baikal's side returned to scouting. The enemy's defense of the Lek's main reservoir is very tight, with a regiment of Ermao troops stationed there, in addition to a mercenary regiment, and a team from a civilian security company, almost 5,000 troops deployed. They manned one defense line each, 3 in all, and the firepower was ferocious. And the area around the Lek main reservoir, all the areas they couldn't defend in time, were mined. As Illich reported, the officers in the command room frowned more than one. The enemy is too attached to the Lek main reservoir. It was surprising that 3 regiments, almost a brigade, were sent to hold it there, and the 727th Brigade compared with it only because the 16th Regiment was a reinforced regiment, and thus had a couple of thousand more men. Other than that, it's not much of an advantage. And the enemy had also placed minefields around the Lek main reservoir, which meant that even if they beat those 3 garrison units around, it would also take a very long time for the Woolly Bear side to attack the Licking main reservoir. It was simply too late to break the situation before the army arrived. Chapter 99 Breakthrough at the Reservoir. Ermo Zaibatsu gifts in unison. Silence, long silence. The entire command was silent, and almost everyone had their heads up their asses about it. A brigade's strength to guard the reservoir, but also Nymphets to set up 3 lines of defense and minefields. How can this be fought? Even with the legendary hero Subov's command, being able to fight was a sure thing, but it's only 2 or 3 days now until the enemy army arrives in force. There's no time for that, okay? Might as well just blow it up. A few ICBMs coming through. Even if the reservoir is hard, it should be blown through, right? And then what? We send out ICBMs, the enemy will also launch ICBMs, and the 2 sides will bombard each other, and the result will be what triggers the S3 season, and the situation on the battlefield will change again. Not only will the situation on the battlefield change, but we, as the initiators of the bombing of the reservoir, are bound to be blamed and reviled by the world's population, even if we are scolded. The main thing is that our warlike behavior will completely change from defending ourselves to outright aggression, and then the pretty country and its lapdogs will seize the opportunity to go to war with us. The officers felt that they could not be beaten, and their minds could not help but become a little extreme. At this time, Zhang Yan waved his hand to signal everyone to calm down. A frontal hit, while it could be taken down, would simply be too late, and it's possible that enemy support would have arrived while our engineers were still concentrating on demoning. So, we're going to have to find another way. Along with Zhang Yan's sentence, the officers were curious as to how Zhang Yan was going to find another way. The best way to do that today is to infiltrate, and it's best carried out by 2 special operations teams, the North Sea Dragons and Baikal. What did the officers think it was? But it turned out to be this? The original enemy troops were like steel helmets and were very difficult to fight. What the hell are you doing sneaking in at this hour? Even though everyone had quite a bit of respect for Subov, the legendary hero of the Woolly Bear, at this point in time, they had to be skeptical. Is this legendary hero like everyone else? Running out of ideas and gradually polarizing his thoughts, Zhang Yan didn't care about the stunned eyes of the crowd, and said to himself, have the information support unit of the independent regiment check out the background and specific information about this Lek main reservoir, and see if there are any implicated people in Vaitak City, which might be the key for us to break the situation. Of course, if we really can't break through, then we'll have no choice but to retreat immediately, join up with the main force, and take the Trimble war zone first. With Zhang Yan's words, the officers' emotions eased quite a bit, but the matter of finding a way to break the game is undoubtedly a big gamble. Once the gamble does not succeed, then they can only give up the city of Vatax, and return to the liberation of the past overnight. And just as the Independent Corps Information Support Unit was on fire to investigate, the plutocrats of Vatika's city, too, came to the troop garrison to visit Zhang Yan, not for anything else. The assassination a few hours ago had messed them up. Especially Zhang Yan's sentence, whether I can forgive you or not depends on your sincerity. What do you say? This sentence caused them to be horrified. No, in order to turn a war into a war, they rushed to show their sincerity. Sir, this is an authentic Nemo painting from my personal collection. Originally auctioned for $100 million and now gifted to you. What's a Nemo authenticity? I've got the world's only copy of an emerald blood diamond. Priceless. Sir, this is my daughter. She just turned 18 this year. Don't worry. She's still a virgin, or else I'll let her serve you by my side from now on. Sir, I don't have much to show here. This is the most top-of-the-line black card from Express. Unlimited spending. I'll pay for all of it. Please smile. Sir, these are my mistresses and secretaries, all supermodels. You'll be satisfied. One by one, they were like the ancient ambassadors who paid tribute, offering gifts one after another. directly giving Zhang Yan a whole speechless. Zhang Yan's sincerity means that these plutocrats should be honest and not make a fuss. This was because Zhang Yan suspected that those agents who assassinated him might be supported by certain plutocrats. Of course, if these plutocrats were willing to send out their private armies to help them take out those agents, Zhang Yan would not be repulsed. What do you think? These guys directly misunderstood their own meaning. Yardage, send a painting, gems, diamonds and so on. Zhang Yan can still understand. Isn't it too much to send your daughter, your secretary, your supermodel and your lover? Zhang Yan's face was full of black lines. I'm busy, please don't add to the chaos, okay? Bring your gifts and get the hell out of here. Zhang Yan's tone was very harsh, making the plutocrats somewhat unable to withstand this pressure. In a chaotic world, the rich are at the bottom of the heap because anyone can plunder their wealth. That's why they are careful about everything, and make an effort to preserve their wealth and status. In their opinion, Zhang Yan must have disliked the gift they sent and felt it was too little, so it seemed that they had to prepare a bigger portion to make it work. And just as the plutocrats turned around and prepared to leave, a soldier came and suddenly handed Zhang Yan a document. Zhang Yan looked at it for a moment and frowned. Calvin, stay for a moment. The plutocrat named Calvin, the one who had given his daughter away, was so delighted to hear this that he hastened to turn back with his daughter. The other plutocrats took a look and were shocked. Holy, so the officer is good at this. I should have known I'd bring my daughter too. Better not. Your daughter is so spent playing with her ecstasy's curate that you dare to bring it. It's mostly just a show of affection. Besides, the chief's a hairy bear. It doesn't hurt to get a plum or an AI. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm confused. I should have learned from Calvin's. What's the point of bringing a secretary and a lover? The officer doesn't think I'm looking down on him, does he? All cut the crap and hurry back to prepare your gifts. Seeing the crowd leaving, Zhang Yan looked at the inexplicably extra black card on the table and suddenly froze. Holy, I said I don't want it. How come there's still someone who insists on stuffing it? Sir, Zhang Yan wanted to deal with it, but Calvin had already brought his daughter to him, so he had to deal with Calvin first. But before he could speak, Calvin's daughter, Sharona, spoke first. Want me to stay with you? Dream on. I shucks. Zhang Yan reacted extremely fast and dodged Sharona's saliva like a bullet. Facing the dagger that Sharona pulled out from nowhere, Zhang Yan directly seized it with just a tackle. Sharona broke her defense. You don't go looking for so many women in your furry bear. Why do you want to look for me? Aren't there more women than men in woolly bear? You wouldn't be unable to, would you? Zhang Yan was speechless. I'm not interested in you, Big Mother Susan. I have business to talk about. You go down first. Saying that, Zhang Yan directly gave Sharona a kick. This is the Sigma man, who never falls into the trap of women. Who are you calling Aunt Susan? You're the one stepping on the horse. Sharona broke her defense even more, but before she could rush up to fight with Zhang Yan, she was taken away by the soldiers. Calvin was so scared that he directly knelt on the ground. Sir, please forgive your daughter. She just couldn't accept it for a moment. She never meant to offend. Just give her another chance. Come on. I'm really not interested in crooked people. Looking for you. It's business. Zhang Yan gave him a hand to grab him. I heard that you were an engineer for the Lek Main Reservoir. Chapter 100 Suicide Missions. Personal sacrifice for the collective good. Calvin broke out in a cold sweat of fear. He thought that Zhang Yan was going to settle the score with himself because of what happened when Sharona offended him. Who knew that Zhang Yan only asked him a very simple question? Calvin nodded carefully. Served there for a time when I was younger. Only serving? Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow. Reselling the construction materials of the Lek Main Reservoir made you a lot of profit. And then you extended your hand to the other 5 reservoirs. Of these, you made the most money on the Cabasco Reservoir, and no one even knew it until now. At the beginning of the war, the reason the Kabazik Reservoir was so easily destroyed was because of jerry building. And it was because of this kind of business that you climbed up the ladder of the Minister of Water Resources of Irmao, and jumped to this position today, didn't you? Poof, a sound. Calvin fell to his knees again, sweating profusely. Sir, my little girl really didn't mean to. Why do you keep directing this toward your daughter? Zhang Yan was very speechless and once again pulled up for Calvin, pressed him into a chair and lit a cigar for him. I just want to ask you, a professional, some questions. First, is there a problem with cutting corners at the Licking Main Reservoir? Calvin's head shook like a rattledrum. No, absolutely not. The Luck Main Reservoir, as a vital hub among the 6 reservoirs, I wouldn't dare to withhold its construction materials even if I had more guts. Very well. Second question. Is there any way to raise the water level downstream without blowing up the Luck Main Reservoir, cutting off the water to the nuclear power plant, or causing massive flooding? Calvin thoughtfully. You guys, trying to blow up the Luck Main Reservoir? Don't ask irrelevant questions. You just need to answer mine. Calvin nodded. 5 reservoirs with intermittent releases is achievable with regulated release flows. In response to heavy rainfall and other natural disasters, within a few kilometers around the various reservoirs of the Bernie River, there are several flood drainage channels, which are not surrounded by any residential areas. As long as the regulation is sizable, it will not cause large-scale flooding. Zhang Yan was very satisfied with Calvin's answer. There is no one who knows the condition of a reservoir better than an engineer who has been involved in its construction. With his help, it's not unlikely that the same result would have been achieved even if we hadn't gone ahead and blown up the Lake Main Reservoir. Okay, last question. Do you have a way for us to get into the Lake Main Reservoir? A new round of combat meetings has begun. Only this time, the officers didn't have the embarrassment they had before, and a few smudges of elation appeared on their faces. Apparently, we bet successfully. Just now, I sent a man around to Calvin's house and, by great coincidence, picked up a copy of the detailed design and map of the Lake Main Reservoir on his floor. It was also an accident to learn that his nephew, who is now the station master of the Licking Main Reservoir. I think we can make a lot of noise about this. Saying that, Zhang Yan cast his eyes toward the sand table that had just been piled up according to the map. First of all, there are flood drainage channels around the Lexmark Main Reservoir, and there are dark entrances between the channels, and our special forces can enter the Lexmark Main Reservoir through this dark entrance. But just to be on the safe side, someone else will have to take over inside the reservoir in the meantime. So someone will have to enter the reservoir from the front. There is no need for anyone to worry about that. Plutocrat Calvin can give us good cover. In the meantime, however, our large force, we still need to launch an attack on the periphery to attract their attention. Hearing this, an officer swore and assured, "Isn't it just attracting attention? This is simple. Directly send the Air Force and the ground forces in concert to ensure that they don't have any spare time to worry about the big rear." There was more agreement on this decision. Since we have to fight and distract the enemy, we must fight hard. Send up all the firepower that should be sent, so that the enemy will think that the Hairy Bear is trying to fight head-on, when it is not. The real purpose of the Hairy Bears is to practice special operations through their odd army, the Special Forces, to take the hydroelectric power plant and carry out the mission as fast as possible. An officer had the opposite attitude. We can't send the Air Force. Our purpose is to occupy, not to blow up. Once we send out the Air Force, Irmal Pretty Country and those lapdogs, I'm afraid that they will make a big fuss about international public opinion. By doing so, we are giving them more chances to send out their troops. Are they not going to make a big deal out of it if they don't send in the Air Force? The nature of the two is not at all the same. Seeing that the officers were about to quarrel, Zhang Yan signaled everyone to calm down. At this time, it is indeed not easy for the Air Force to be deployed. It will cause the international situation on the contrary is one aspect. The main thing is that the weather does not allow it. A report just came in from the weather monitoring side that in an hour's time, there will be a possibility of extreme weather in and around Vatax. As the meeting progressed, as actions were worked out, the officers' frowns were growing. This mission was fine for them, the frontal forces, but for the two special forces, the Dragon King of the North Sea and Baikal. But it was a suicide mission. Not only do they have to infiltrate the reservoir, they even have to get control of it and hold on to it for 30 minutes to an hour in a short period of time. Delay the control system for hacking into the reservoir. It had to be said that Zhang Yan's arrangement was really too risky and radical, but everyone knew that if Zhang Yan hadn't arranged it this way, he wouldn't have become the subov that resounded through the Mao Bear army today. He's just so gutsy. However, when next, Zhang Yan suddenly said that the mission of entering from the front would be carried out by him with a few special forces. The officers couldn't sit still any longer. Brigadier, never. It's better to leave such a dangerous task to the soldiers. That's right, you're a brigade commander. What if there's another accident like last time? No, this mission is just too adventurous. Or we'd better pull back and gather with the main force. It's indeed a bit of a risky move, tantamount to risking the lives of our special forces, which is obviously not worth it. I'm in favor of pulling back. It's better to stay with the main force than to be here in fear. Most of the officers here were basically transferred up from the 16th Regiment, which Zhang Yan was very familiar with. After the last time Kafu Hal, Zhang Yan faked his death in the city's main villa. As soon as they heard that Zhang Yan was going to take the risk again, they were all very happy to hear that Zhang Yan was going to take the risk again. He was a bit stressed and said that he would not let Zhang Yan go in person. But Zhang Yan's attitude was very tough. I have to go. No one but me can hack the control system of the Lek Main Reservoir in the first place. Yes, it does seem a bit risky to do so. One might even say that one is taking a human life. But has it ever occurred to you that this is a war, and it's impossible to fight a war without dying? Yes, we can pull back. But what happens after we do? When enemy support arrives, another round of fighting between the two armies in the Trimble battlefield will produce even more casualties. Zhang Yan said as he stood up with the full faction of a commander and superior. for the sake of the long-term consideration of the war situation, using the sacrifice of a small portion for the benefit of the whole. It's definitely worth it. Chapter 101. A big show out of town. Mao Xiong chasing Zhang Yan? Button-sized raindrops gradually fell from the sky. It hit the steel helmet with a ticking sound. Zhang Yan stood in the gathering square with his back hand, eyes closed, enjoying the moment of tranquility. At some point, he took out his cell phone, snapped a picture of the soldiers assembled, and sent it to a friend. The rainy season in a foreign country doesn't seem to be much different than at home. It's all so refreshing. Another very risky decision has just been made, but I don't see anything wrong with it. Since we were children, we have read a lot of stories about heroes who undoubtedly represent the exchange of the individual for the collective good, and it is the presence of such people that we have gained the victory of the war and the victory of the nation. Next, I'm going to lead the troops to hit the lake main reservoir, and no one will see it, but wish me success. Saying that, Zhang Yan put away his cell phone, and when he looked up again, his eyes were full of perseverance. Looking at the North Sea Dragon King and the crowd of Baikal Special Operations Squad in front of him, he slowly spoke. Today's weather is very good, very suitable for use in an attack, and in your words, God is favoring you all. This one is similar to the last one. Again, we're deep in the enemy camp, alone, and I know it's going to be hard, but I've always believed that we, as warriors born for special operations, were born for exactly this kind of situation. Frontal combat is not our strong suit. Surprise attacks are our show. Without further ado, I'll go ahead and wait for you at the reservoir. All actions will proceed as planned. And when we take this battle, I'll personally organize a celebration for you, for the furry bear. Although Zhang Yan's voice was not loud and could be said to be conducted in a tone of speaking to a friend, but the special forces were impassioned and shouted, "Ola!" The operation began soon after, with the 727th Brigade headquarters as the main attacking force, and the 13th, 16th, 18th, and independent regiments also contributing their respective supporting units, fully 1,000 soldiers, in military trucks, armored vehicles, missile trucks, tanks, etc. braved the pouring rain and drove off in the direction of the Lexmark main reservoir. Zhang Yan didn't choose to move with the large group. Instead, in disguise, he is disguised as a flat-headed black bouncer wearing sunglasses, appearing in front of the plutocrat Calvin's house in a Cadillac with the highest level of bulletproofing. All set? Don't worry, my team of bodyguards only know that I'm going out of town. They don't know anything else about it. As soon as Calvin got into the car, Zhang Yan stepped on the gas. A procession of black vehicles then marched in great numbers towards the border of the city of Vatax. Zhang Yan made this move in order to use Calvin's cover to blend in through the reservoir's main entrance. Of course, he wasn't too big to go it alone. Along with them, Ilyich, Alexei and others. Alexei, haven't seen you in so long, and you don't even say hello? While driving, Zhang Yan looked at Alexei, who was sitting in the back row in a serious manner, through the rearview mirror and flirted. "I'm sorry, Comrade Brigadier. Being on a mission right now is a special circumstance." Alexei's tone was very rusty, as if the two didn't know each other well at all. In fact, he was a bit nervous and didn't know how to face Zhang Yan. After all, the last time we met, the person Zhang Yan was still a major, and now not only is he a colonel, he's a brigade commander? It's more or less outrageous to have an official position greater than your own. Just pretend you. As we approached the checkpoint, Calvin was a little nervous. "Sir, are we just going to waltz out of town? Will the reservoir be suspicious?" Zhang Yan was unimpressed. "Of course we'll be suspicious, so we can't just waltz out." "You can't waltz out?" Calvin froze. "Then how do you get out?" As a result, as soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed that Zhang Yan had accelerated. "Of course it's out in a big way." With a bang, Zhang Yan directly used the tons of weight of the car to crash through the guardrail of the checkpoint. No good. Someone's trying to punch the card. Stop them. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. The stationed woolly bear soldiers reacted in time with machine guns, automatic rifles and then opened fire. There's even one with rockets. All of a sudden, the checkpoint was a mess. But what is strange is that the hairy bear soldiers have quite a tacit understanding. They only hit the rear vehicles. There are special forces in front of the hiding place. They pressed not to hit. Only after seeing Zhang Yan and the others driving away in their vehicles did they stop. The enemy has escaped our range of fire. Contact the neighboring garrison. Give chase. Yes. In this way, the Mao Xiong military, and the caravan Zhang Yan was in, started a chase drama. Calvin could kind of see that Zhang Yan was clearly putting on a show. No wonder he had to ask himself to bring his bodyguard team with him. He was going to let them be cannon fodder, right? Calvin felt more and more the terror of Zhang Yan. That heart is not ordinary ruthless nah. Calvin was a little too upset and was about to say something. Zhang Yan, however, turned back indifferently. using your men in exchange for the safety of one of your families. I feel that this is quite a good deal, don't you think so? Dang. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have come along. Calvin smiled sarcastically on the outside, but inside he was cursing. Had it not been for his daughter, Sharona, who had been detained in the army for offending Zhang Yan, even his family had been picked up to accompany him, so how could he possibly be in person? It was all he could do for the family. The rain got heavier and heavier. Gradually, the wind was raging, the dome of the sky looked like a big hole had been broken, and the rain poured down like a torrent. A few hours later, Lexmark main reservoir perimeter defense. Even though the visibility of the field of vision was already less than 100 meters, the mercenaries and security personnel still stood firm on the defense line. They had received orders that a brigade of the Woolly Bear had completely occupied the area of the city of Watakazi. Next, they will most likely launch an operation against the Lek main reservoir to get a hold of the important nodes of the Burn River in preparation for the next key battle in the attack on the capital of Ermo. Therefore, the mercenaries and security personnel were tasked with holding the Lek main reservoir until the moment reinforcements arrived. Boom! Da 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 da. Suddenly, there was the sound of gunfire in the distance, coming from far away. Engaging the mercenaries and security personnel tightened their nerves. Soon, several black vehicles appeared in their view. Give it to me. I don't know who gave the order, but the mercenaries and security personnel raised their guns and launched an indiscriminate fire. There was a pinging sound as bullets hit the bulletproof glass and the body of the car. Tramp! It's me! Stop fighting! It wasn't until the onboard radio sounded on the other end that the head of the security staff froze. That voice is, Calvin boss? Asterisk 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 asterisk. All cease fire. Chapter 102 Black clouds pressing down on the city. You call this a chase? Braving the pouring rain, a group of mercenary defenders cautiously stepped forward, packed a couple of black cars. Just then, Calvin was pressured by Zhang Yan and directly stepped out of the car. Assholes, open your doggy eyes and show me. It's me. It's really you, Boss Calvin. The head of the security staff was pleasantly surprised. It's one of our own. All guns out. Zhang Yan also realized not long ago that the security personnel here had a very ambiguous relationship with Calvin. In fact, in a way, Calvin is the biggest backer behind the security company. It's the least time-consuming way for security officers to move up the ladder and go fawning over Calvin. The man in charge held up an umbrella for Calvin. What brings you here, boss? Calvin spat. The whole of Vatax is surrounded by those hairy bear scumbags. So if I don't run, do I stay inside and wait to die? Boom. Da 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 da. Intense gunfire came from the distance, startling everyone. Damn, the pursuers are coming after us. You guys fix it. Where's my no-good nephew? Station Commander Kleist, standing by in the reservoir. Take me. Yes, with acquaintances leading the way. It was convenient to do things, but in just a few words, the barricade of the first line of defense had already been opened for Zhang Yan and the others. As the convoy moved away, the mercenaries and security personnel held their breath, waiting for any pursuers that might arrive at any moment. Originally, they thought that the number of pursuers would not be too many. After all, a couple of Calvin's cars made it to the Licking main reservoir in one piece. How many could have chased them? But when shortly afterward, it was accompanied by a bolt of lightning that lit up the otherwise incredibly dim sky. Even though it only lit up for a few seconds, the mercenaries and security personnel were already sweating, because they clearly saw, in that pouring rain, a steel division, with a cloudy head, was marching towards the reservoir with an oppressive posture. Quite an atmosphere of black clouds over the city. Ward Law, Boss Calvin, what the hell do you call this a chase? Report quickly, the enemy's main force is hitting. Reservoir garrison troops, please provide immediate support. Repeat, please provide immediate support. Just as the Ermos, mercenaries, and security personnel stationed at the Lexmark main reservoir quickly responded. On the side of the 727th Brigade, the command of the frontline troops, consisting of the heads of the regiments Andrei, Anthony, and Alexander, was also quickly deployed. Soldiers will be divided according to the original plan, and the outer defenses of the reservoir will be pounded from the east, west, south, and north directions. Emphasize here that it is imperative that the Western forces hit the hardest to provide cover for the special forces to infiltrate the reservoir. Yes, boom. The battle officially started with a missile that landed with unerring precision on the reservoir defense line. Da 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 da. Boom, 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 boom. The Woolly Bear soldiers, scrambling to be the first, work in concert with each other and the T-90 main battle tanks, and Tiger armored vehicles. Braving the pouring rain, the general attack on the reservoir was launched from 4 directions in the most courageous manner. This time, the 727th Brigade could be said to have used all the weapons and ammunition it could, just to create a false impression for the enemy. By this time, Zhang Yan and his group had successfully sneaked inside the reservoir. The car had only just arrived when Calvin's nephew, Kleist, came out to greet him warmly. After all, he had gotten to where he was today thanks to his old uncle's promotion. Old uncle, you've really brought me a big surprise this time. You've brought me the whole bunch of hairy bear mongrels? Calvin was a little weak, but still played it cool. If I don't run while they're all out, am I going to have to tough out one of their brigades? What kind of words are these? Don't worry, I don't mean to blame you. On the contrary, I want to thank you. With that, Crest looked at a few cars in the neighborhood. Then his brow furrowed. Where are my mom and the girls? Your mom and the girls. Calvin didn't know what to say to that. He couldn't say that his entire family had been detained in the woolly bear army. Crest was instantly annoyed when he saw this. Thick gift crab. No, you left them to run off on their own again? What do you mean again? You asshole. Crest said, flipping out, and directly threw a punch towards Calvin's nose. Zhang Yan was directly confused, not knowing what was going on, but what made him even more confused was still behind him. After all my mom has done for you, why don't you take her with you? Want to leave her alone again like you did when you were young? Leaving her to the oligarchs? Leaving her to the hairy bears? Come on, she's the first woman in your life anyways. How could you do this to her? Calvin was also a little annoyed. This is between adults. Your mom and I have it all figured out. All in your mind? Crystal growled. I'm your son, the bastard son of you and my mom, and I've seen exactly how you've treated my mom all these years. Zhang Yan's mouth opened wide. This melon to eat, he was a bit caught off guard. Crooked fruit Yan, play are so flowery? But he pulled himself together and gave a wink to Illik and also Alexei on the side. The two of them understood and took a few special forces with them, then left to take advantage of the chaos and went on a pickup mission. The argument reached a certain stage. Calvin straight away got a big head and looked at Zhang Yan. Seeing as it's ugly, let's talk alone. How about you guys go around first? Zhang Yan nodded, then similarly brought down the remaining special forces and walked into the reservoir. With the status of Calvin's bodyguards, they could pretty much go unimpeded here. All put on your headsets and, as fast as you can, find the location of the reservoir control room. When you encounter a special situation, don't get involved in the battle and rejoin everyone first. After briefly laying out their tasks, the special forces dispersed and began searching for the reservoir's control room. Zhang Yan chose a passageway alone and was walking leisurely, and when he met mercenaries and Irmo halfway, he was able to greet them in very authentic Irmo language. But just at an intersection, a woman wearing glasses and clutching papers came face to face. With just a glance, Zhang Yan instantly perceived that the woman seemed to be tapping her arm with her hand, knocking out a piece of Morse code. Follow me. Zhang Yan thought for a moment, but still followed. In the storehouse, Zhang Yan and the woman had only just entered when the woman said very anxiously, quickly send your troops back. You shouldn't have come. You are one of us? Zhang Yan thought that the woman might be a furry bear spy lurking in the Luck Main Reservoir. The woman didn't answer Zhang Yan's question head-on, but said directly, they have deployed high-powered microwave weapons here, as well as 2 full truckloads of explosives, just waiting for you to take the bait. Zhang Yan frowned. Why are they doing this? The hawkish commander of the woolly bear would choose to blow up the reservoir, which he could understand because it would make the war faster to win. But Ermao's side, blowing up his own reservoir? How come Zhang Yan can't see it a little bit? Bombing a reservoir is a war crime against international law, and once the reservoir is blown up and you happen to be attacking it at this time, think of the consequences that will cause. Zhang Yan was an afterthought. The enemy army will plant the crime of blowing up the reservoir on us, and then Pretty Country and its lapdogs will have a justifiable reason to send their troops directly into Irma without the need to borrow aid and send mercenaries as a cover. Chapter 103, the two-haired Pretty Country trying to pull the woolly bear down? You're hurting the enemy 1,000 times, but you're hurting yourself 800 times. What Zhang Yan didn't know was, just 10 minutes after the main force of the 727th Brigade attacked the Lake Main Reservoir, Mao, the Pretty Country and its lapdogs, got ahead of the game and started prepping on all the major social media platforms as well as the news media. It is reported that on the battlefield of the Irmo bear, the bear, in defiance of the relevant provisions of international law and the laws of war, insisted on attacking the Irmo Lake Main Reservoir, which was an inhumane and despicable act, with no thought of the consequences that might result. Obviously the furry bears haven't taken the Lake Main Reservoir yet, but the press release is already detailing the consequences that could potentially result from the furry bears blowing up the reservoir. What triggered large floods that displaced tens of thousands of people in Irmo? What water cuts triggered a cooling failure in nuclear power plant reactors? A repeat of the heavy disasters that affected half the world in the last century. A press release, with great baiting power, came crashing down on the hairy bear's head. As soon as it was issued, the hairy bear was blamed by people all over the world. How can a hairy bear be so unscrupulous? Boycott, must boycott, even for the sake of winning the war. There's no need to do this, right? there's no humanity or moral ground at all. Was kinda rooting for Hairy Bear? After all, Pretty Country and his lapdogs are really bullying people. But what's the difference between what you're doing now and Pretty Country? The nature of the war has changed. Are they trying to use this to spark the S3 season? I'm just drunk. It's all mankind that's jeopardized by this fight. Aren't they afraid at all? The world's populace is put on edge a bit, fearing that if the situation stays scorched any longer, it will trigger the S3 season altogether. And it was at this point that the Hairy Bear reacted quickly, directly pointing out the shamelessness of Irmo, the Pretty Country, claiming that they were targeting the Licking main reservoir and that it was just a routine operation. The fight has just begun, and not much has dripped yet, and Irmo and Pretty Country are in such a hurry to throw dirty water on it. And the Lexmark main reservoir is of the highest military-grade construction and is simply not that easy to blow up. Irmo had sent almost a brigade to garrison the place, and Mao Xiong, with the same brigade, would not find it so easy to attack. If the reservoir is blown up in the short term, there is only one possibility, and that is that Irmo himself blew up his own reservoir and tried to plant evidence. Once again, public opinion is reversed. According to the level of shamelessness of the Pretty Country, don't tell me, this is something they can really do. They're already doing it alright. The furry bears have said that the battle has just begun, but they're already throwing dirt on the furry bears for blowing up the reservoir. Isn't that opinion leading? It seems that there are still people who understand. I didn't raise my voice before because the Hairy Bear didn't strike me as a country that would commit that kind of despicable act. Instead, it's the Pretty Country. It's all routine for him. Either way, the battle for the Lexmark main reservoir has been fought, and we can only pray that nothing goes wrong with the reservoir, or the S3 season. Instantly, comes, the public opinion war between Woolly Bear and Irmo is still going on, and in a nutshell, you splash me, I'll bite you. For a while, the winds of public opinion were polarized to the left and right, with no one being able to convince anyone, and no one being able to defeat anyone, and at the moment, there are already bigwigs fuming at the highest regular military meeting of the Woolly Bears. He pointed to the nose of Petrov, the immediate division commander of the 727th Brigade, and scolded, "Who on earth told you to give the order to attack the Lek main reservoir?" Without waiting for Petrov to speak, a representative of the Hawks raised his hand in disbelief and said, "It's me. Now that the enemy has the Bernie River at its back, it makes all of our battles in the battlefield downstream of the Bernie River look like a bit of a struggle." And on the KGB side, there's also news of Irmo's attempt to use the Bern River to launch a general battle of landings against my forces downstream. Blowing up the reservoir will slow down Irmo's side of the operation and give us several months of breathing room. In the meantime, we can do a lot of things. For example, the fleet that enters using the rising water level of the Bern River, and the surrounding battlefield forces, can immediately rush to support the 727th Brigade, and in the short term, taking the Feudamo capital will not be a problem. The big man pestled his finger and said, "How dare you? Do you realize that this will put us furry bears in the middle of 1,000 accusations?" The hawkish big man pulled his mouth. "You don't have to say that it's 1,000 points of view. Isn't public opinion good right now? Even if the reservoir is really blown up, the responsibility won't be on our heads. Irmo is helping us share it. When the time comes, it's a big deal. Not a big deal. Not a big problem?" The big man's nose almost went askew in anger. Once the reservoir is blown up, triggering a reactor cooling failure at the Webster nuclear power plant, when only seawater can be used to cool it down, won't Irmo's part of the world be just like those doggone bonobos? That could cause a worldwide disaster. A worldwide disaster? Not really. Some things are just raised on the table. How dark under the table everyone is clear. Have been so long, have not seemed to bring much disaster to mankind. Hawks, as the name suggests, are individuals who use strong and extreme means for military expansion or to defend the national interests of their country. In the case of the Lek main reservoir, you can't say that he did wrong, only that he put the people of the world behind the interests of his nation and acted in a somewhat extreme style. In the end, after a vote at the meeting, the officers who stood up for the people of the world won by a very small margin over the Hawks. Tell the commanders of the 727th Brigade to cease operations against the Lek main reservoir immediately. We furry bears must not be the sin of the ages. The big eagle laughed. I'm afraid it's too late for that. By this time, their men, presumably, have already infiltrated the Lek main reservoir. What? Just as the crowd was somewhat alarmed, General Batu, an old man with white hair and a fierce, strong frame, spoke. I don't think we need to panic so much, because the commander of the 727th Brigade today is none other than our hero of the Woolly Bear, Comrade Subov. I'm sure he'll make his own judgment. With General Batu's words, the crowd finally calmed down. That's right, the commander of the 727th Brigade was Subov, the legendary man who had made his mark in almost just 1 month. Now, the Woolly Bear brass can only pin all their hopes on Subov, and hope that he, well, won't be so extreme. So, does Zhang Yan have his own judgment? Then of course there was. Almost as soon as he heard the words of the hairy bear spy woman, he felt only one thing. Burma, pretty country and his lapdogs are just crazy. Surprisingly, he wanted to continue to expand the battle by injuring the enemy by 800 and damaging himself by 1,000. Could it be that their purpose, really, is to cause the S3 season? Why? Just to profit from the war? Yards, can you have some bottom line? It's too late to pull back now. The battle's already started. It's as good as stained. And no matter what, Irmo and Pretty Country have something to say about pulling us down. The only way to do that now is to stop them from destroying the reservoir. Bang! When Zhang Yan just made his own judgment, there was a sudden gunshot outside the utility room. Thinking that his identity as a Special Forces soldier had been discovered, Zhang Yan rushed to the location of the gunshot with great speed. This was an office, and when Zhang Yan cautiously pushed open the office door, seen, except for the back of Kleist, who had left through the secret door, and Calvin who fell dead in a pool of blood with a bullet poking a hole in his head. Chapter 104 High-power microwave weapon activated. Want to wipe out Zhang Yan's troops? The Zhang Yan people were dumbfounded. No, how did he just leave for a moment and Calvin was killed? And the one who did it was, ostensibly Calvin's nephew, but actually Calvin's illegitimate son, Kleist? A real son kills his own father, right? It's time for the father to be kind to the son. Family, Boss Calvin was killed by a single shot. How? Who is it? Who is so bold? According to eyewitnesses, it appears that it was Station Chief Kleist who killed Boss Calvin. How? Just this moment, a number of mercenaries had already been attracted by the gunshots here, but not for long before they were shot. Boom! Da-day-day-day-day-day-day-day. The sound of artillery fire suddenly came from the end of the passage. The entrance is under enemy attack. All units are requested to provide rapid support. How did they get in when our outer defenses are so tight? Damn! What are they trying to do? They're not really going to blow up the reservoir, are they? The interior of the reservoir was in chaos as the red light symbolizing the alarm went off. Every single Irmao soldier and mercenary stationed there had already reinforced themselves towards the entrance as fast as they could. Zhang Yan took advantage of this gap and quickly rejoined the scattered special forces. Illik, Alexei and the others have already come in with their men. Now is the best chance to infiltrate the command room. The furry bear female agent on the side nodded. I know where the command room is. Follow me. The group then, as fast as they could, went through the layers of passages, but before he could get to the command room, a change of heart occurred. Latest orders from Station Commander Kleist. Boss Calvin is a traitor, and the bodyguards he brought with him are all woolly bear soldiers in disguise. Naive. Think you can take the reservoir with so few people? Find them quickly and annihilate them. Got them on the trail. They're heading for the command room. Stop them. So much so that Zhang Yan and the others soon exchanged fire with the Irmao soldiers stationed there as well as the mercenaries. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Inside the immensely dimly lit passageway, muzzle flames rose and fell, and bullets continued to dance on the walls like jets of fiery snakes. Every now and then there were fool's eggs thrown out, illuminating the whole passage through and through. Zhang Yan and the others are armed with special PP-2000 submachine guns or CP-2M Varesk submachine guns which are suitable for close-range combat. Using corners, iron gates and other cover, they made a valiant counterattack, pressing forward all the way. Even if a steady stream of enemy troops packs in from all sides, they can barely pick up any advantage against the special forces who are pulling all the stops in terms of single combat capability. Almost just show your face, and bang, it's a bullet through the head. Perhaps sensing the gap in battle power between the enemy and us, Irmo and the mercenaries began to use some unconventional weapons, like howitzers, smaller unmanned traversing aircraft, clay bombs, rocket launchers. Anyway, the reservoir is sturdy enough for them to build as much as they want. Originally, this level of fighting could almost kill a teacher with a messy fist, because the space of the passage was too small. Even if the gods came, they would still be blown up. But who told this side to have Zhang Yan? Who is more powerful than a god? Whether it's howitzers, drone traversers, or claymores, rockets, the moment it appeared in Zhang Yan's field of vision, he would not hesitate to raise his gun and detonate it. Boom 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 boom. So much so that the unconventional weapons that were originally used to deal with Zhang Yan and the special forces had instead caused the Irmao mercenaries themselves to suffer heavy casualties. As a last resort, Irmao and the mercenaries, leaving behind their last vestiges of humanity and bottom line, used the gas bombs. There, as green smoke poured out of the tank, Zhang Yan was alarmed when he detected the pungent odor. Wear a gas mask. The special forces reacted quickly, and in almost no time at all, they were pulling out gas masks from within their accompanying tactical pockets and wearing them. But the furry bear female agent wasn't so lucky, as there was no spare gas mask for her. She almost choked to the point of suffocation from the pungent, poisonous fumes. Use mine. A soldier, unable to bear the suffering of his fellow comrade, said and was about to give her his gas mask, but he was stopped by Zhang Yan. My physique is stronger. I should be able to carry it for a while. Use mine. With the title Who Says Humans Can't Be Druids as well as college girl's favorite gym student to add to the list, Zhang Yan's physique had surpassed the human category in a way, and he was confident that he could resist the poisonous gas for a while. Regrouping as quickly as possible, the line continued to press forward on the attack. By this time, there were very few enemy troops standing in their way, for many were too late to escape, and were claimed by the poisonous gas, and either festered all over their bodies, or fell down by the side of the passage, foaming at the mouth. With the exception of a few individual enemy troops who had donned their gas masks in time, they were still stubbornly resisting. Taking out an enemy soldier, Zhang Yan directly commandeered his gas mask. These guys are really crazy. Do they even want to victimize their own people? Illik, Alexei, the enemy has released gas bombs in the passageway. Take care to protect yourselves so you don't fall into their trap. By the way, the enemy has deployed 2 truckloads of explosives in the reservoir. Find them quickly upon entry. Understood. Giving a heads up to the Special Forces unit that was attacking the reservoir, Zhang Yan continued to march with his men. Soon they arrived at the command room. The door to the command room was locked, and Zhang Yan directly signaled to use the special plasma cutter. In no time at all, the door to the command room was cut with an opening that would allow a single person to pass through. At this time, the enemy troops stationed inside also began to resist tenaciously. Zhang Yan took the lead and led the Special Forces to kill them, and it didn't take long to finish off everyone. The Special Forces take control of Kleist, who was operating in front of an odd instrument. He was about to shoot him, but Zhang Yan waved his hand and said, "Keep him, he might be of great use." With both arms bound, Kleist laughed madly. Ha 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 ha, you guys are too late. I've activated a high-powered microwave weapon, the latest technology in the pretty country. As soon as the buildup is complete, all of your active communications, radar systems, including fighters, will be destroyed. Through the knowledge brought to him by the title Special Forces University Livestock, Zhang Yan was able to learn what this high-power microwave weapon really was. To put it bluntly, it is through the high-gain antenna directional radiation of high-power microwave electromagnetic energy into thermal energy, to achieve the effect of destroying the electronic components and interfering with electronic equipment to make it destroyed. And this destruction is not just destruction, it is extremely lethal. For example, a warplane if it is attacked by a high-power microwave weapon. Not only would all the in-flight control systems be destroyed, but even the heated-up electronics could roast the pilot into a roasted chicken in a matter of moments. At this time, a report from the frontal troops also came from within Zhang Yan's headset, reporting to the brigade commander. An enemy reinforcement unit has been spotted in the north. They are passing through the Luria Bridge. We have sent our troops forward to block them. The Lulia Bridge is not far from the reservoir and is a key hub in this area connecting the east and west banks of the Bernie River. Zhang Yan sneered. What is this high-power microwave weaponry and dispatching of reinforcements for? Not only do you want to pin the bombing of the reservoir on us, but you want to take advantage of the opportunity to kill us all together? Chapter 105, Microwave Weapon Seconds in half a minute. You guys are pretty good. Ha! Inside the control room, a tense look appeared on the faces of almost every Special Forces soldier. It was clear that they were doing all this to prepare enough troops and forces before the arrival of the supporting hordes of that one division of the enemy. But now with the activation of high-powered microwave weapons, as well as the Ermos units supporting from west of the Lulial Bridge. But tell them the bad news. They may not wait for the enemy's supporting hordes. At this very moment, their 727th Brigade has the possibility of being wiped out in one fell swoop. Once high-powered microwave weapons destroy their communications, their radar, and their tanks and armored vehicles, that Ermao didn't even need to waste any effort to regiment them. On the contrary, Zhang Yan was calm and unperturbed at the moment, seemingly not taking the high-powered microwave weapon in front of him as a matter of fact. It just took out a data cable, connected it to the weapon console, and started its own operation. Seeing this, Kleist continued to clamor. Don't waste your efforts. The encryption of high-power microwave weapons is at the top level of the world. Even if your top hackers from the Furry Bear arrive, I'm afraid it's all for naught. Now, there is only one way to abort the weapons operation, and that is to destroy it. Of course, let me warn you, this thing is about as tough as a tank, so I'm afraid it can only be used with C4 or armor-piercing rounds. Kleist hadn't even finished his sentence when the high-powered microwave weapon suddenly lit up with an indicator light. Buzz. Tong 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 tong. At the same time, the buzzing sound that had symbolized the startup gradually diminished. Snap dash. The high-powered microwave weapon that was blown out of proportion by Kleist was cracked by Zhang Yan in only half a minute of uselessness. Kleist's mouth dropped open wide. No, man. What the? This is a high-powered microwave weapon. The latest technology from a beautiful country. And you did it in half a minute? Don't we want to lose face? The atmosphere was awkward for a while until Zhang Yan broke the silence. Thanks for the science. I think this weapon will provide us with no small amount of help on the battlefield in the future. Kleist had been too stunned to speak. Zhang Yan waved his hand. Take him down. Find a place where no one can interrogate him. It's best to take a video or something, just in case. Yes. Looking at Kleist's distant back, Zhang Yan did not immediately carry out the reservoir opening operation. Instead, he went to the corner of the control room and gave a middle finger to the security camera in the corner. Just now, when Kleist was clamoring, he skimmed his eyes this way several times. So how could Zhang Yan not see his little plan? Reminding yourself to destroy a high-powered microwave weapon with a bomb is nothing more than an attempt to mislead yourself. And if you do it, there's no chance it'll just happen to be captured by this security camera. Irmo and Pretty Country's side of the family might want to take it out of context. But what Zhang Yan didn't know was, at the moment, the scene of him giving the middle finger had been captured by Irmo and Pretty Country, who were always keeping an eye on the internal situation of the reservoir. And in a very short period of time, a screenshot of this segment was posted to all major social media platforms and media outlets. Woolly Bear has sent a special forces unit that has stormed the inside of the Lake Main Reservoir and taken over the command room. And at this moment, they are deploying to blow up the reservoir. A very seductive press release was accompanied by several photographs, including one of Zhang Yan giving the middle finger, and a few security footage of the Mao Bear soldiers standing next to a truck filled with explosives. Almost as soon as it hit the news, it completely stunned the internet. Woolly bears are so fast. Aren't they supposed to be hard to hit? The special forces are out there, so it must be fast. No, are the woolly bears really going to blow up the reservoir? Didn't their diplomatic spokesman say they'd never do anything that would break the boundaries of human morality? Are you stupid? What do you believe in what they say? Isn't it normal to say good things in front of people, but afterward they might do something disgusting? It feels fishy. Why does it look like Irmo and Pretty Country are directing themselves? I feel like it too. Didn't I say that Irmo had a brigade of troops stationed at the reservoir? How could the hairy bears have fought so fast? The comments split two ways, with some people choosing to believe it and berating the hairy bears for their shamelessness. However, most people still feel that things are different and choose to wait and see. In view of this, Irmo and Pretty Country had to fill in the evidence of hairy bear's attempt to blow up the reservoir. And this evidence was simple enough. They just posted 2 photos of eyes that were coded. The latest news is that the murderer who once killed the legendary commander of the Irmo, Chekhov, has also appeared on the scene. Irmo didn't care if he would make a fool of himself. Anyway, the news that Chekhov had been killed had ceased to be classified since the last time he talked to Dasha about the explosion. Now, it's going to be another scandal, but the effect is remarkable. Isn't the presence of a soldier of the woolly bear within the surveillance video of the reservoir part evidence of the woolly bear's attempt to blow up the reservoir? As expected, the news was a complete reversal of opinion. No way. Are the hairy bears really going to blow up the reservoir? I didn't realize they could be so hypocritical, saying they won't bomb, but ending up doing these things behind their backs. The hairy bears really shameless, but also day after day black beautiful country. I see them and beautiful country is not much difference at all. Hairy crab. That's true by the facial profile, but why the code? Coding is the way to go because it would violate people's right to their likeness. No, it's a nasty war and you still care about that? The people of the world have begun to criticize the Mao bear. See, the results are remarkable. Irmo beautiful country and take advantage of the opportunity to make a demon. Posted a series of articles about hashtag Chekhov's killer. Most likely Dasha. Hashtag Chekhov's affair is inextricably linked to Dasha. And hashtag Dasha's support for the woolly bear's bombing of the Lek Main Reservoir. Last time, the matter of Dasha's private contact with Irmo in an attempt to retrieve Zhang Yan was brought back to the forefront. Irmo and Pretty Country don't mean anything else. Aren't you Dasha's loyal ally to the furry bear? Then we'll share the same blessings and difficulties. When we pull the stomping on the furry bear, how can we leave out you, Dasha? Of course, it's a warning. Just wait. After we clean up the hairy bears, it's your turn for Dasha. Dasha's side was shocked at that time, and even a little delighted while surprised. They had completely lost Zhang Yan's whereabouts since he entered the Trimble war zone. Later Zhang Yan's signals appeared in the Irmo hinterland of the Trimble war zone for a short period of time though, but before they could make contact, Zhang Yan disappeared again. Let Dasha Sr. that anxious all kinds of relations to inquire, but just cannot inquire, because the level of secrecy about the whereabouts of Sapav and the army of the woolly bear is almost the highest. Now it was good that a tawdry operation by Irmo and Pretty Country had directly helped them find Zhang Yan. Hey, You guys are really nice. Chapter 106 Dasha sends fleet to pick up Zhang Yan. Intermittent flood relief operation begins. This wasn't the first time Irmo and Pretty Country had helped Zhang Yan. Last time, just when everyone had pretty much decided that Subov was dead, it was still Irmo and Pretty Country who started the rumor for Zhang Yan. Plus this time, he helped Dasha find Zhang Yan's whereabouts. Dasha unilaterally wanted to give Irmo Pretty Country the title of warm-hearted citizen, but that's going to have to be put on the back burner for now, because Dasha has to hold down the heat for a while. They couldn't let too many people in the country see the photos about Zhang Yan, even if they were coded. This is to prevent unnecessary trouble. Tourist Zhang Yan's fake death has been finalized. Once it was discovered at this time that Zhang Yan's identity belonged to the same person as the furry bear soldier who killed Irmau's legendary Commander Chekhov, it would be terrible. From now on, the level of secrecy regarding Zhang Yan is elevated to the highest level. Our objective is the same as that of the furry bears. We must not allow Zhang Yan to be involved in any way with Subov and the furry bear soldiers who killed the legendary commander of Irmo, Chekhov. Yes, after making a series of arrangements, the top management of Dasha also began to study Zhang Yan's motives. It seems that the operation at the Lek main reservoir was led by Zhang Yan. What exactly does he want to do? Wouldn't really want to blow up the reservoir. Impossible. I believe in our education. I believe in the flowers of our motherland. Zhang Yan, as our outstanding young talent of Dasha, can never do such extreme things. This is the time to be afraid of catching the duck. In case Shekim can't help it, to be on the safe side, we'd better make plans early. Good thing too, we currently have 6 warships on routine escort duty in the Middle Earth Sea, ready to enter the murky sea through the Stan Strait. You mean, you want to use a warship to pick up Zhang Yan and bring him home? The situation in Mohi is so chaotic nowadays, and besides, with how much importance Mao Xiong attaches to Zhang Yan, how could they possibly agree to it? Humph, you have to agree even if you don't. Trespassing and using our people, and almost getting Zhang Yan killed in Kevuhar. I don't believe that Mao Xiong's skin would be that thick. At this time, the hairy bear was anxious to deal with the war of public opinion in the beautiful country of Irmo. Basically after Irmo Pretty Country posted a comparison chart of Zhang Yan's before and after, Mao Bear is no longer dominant in public opinion, and his approval rating has plummeted to only about 9%. They understood that there was only one scenario that could break the critical situation now, and that was that the Licking main reservoir had not been bombed. By then, the rumors will have been dispelled. But it was at this time that the Dasha military suddenly contacted the Mao Bear military and directly opened up. They will be sending a fleet into the Murray Sea to carry out an evacuation operation, asking for assistance from the Mao Mao military. This kind of request directly catches the Woolly Bear military off guard. Evacuation? Evacuate which diaspora? Mao Xiong can think with his toes. It must be to pick up Zhang Yan. In normal times, the hairy bear might still use the situation in the Mohi is disorganized, and the war situation in the lower reaches of the Bernie River is unclear to make excuses. But now, the excuse didn't work. With the last time Zhang Yan faked his death in the Kever City Lord's Villa as a prelude, Mao Xiong is always a loss. If this time and then the wholesome moths, then the relationship between Dasha and Mao Xiong will inevitably be affected. We're about to hit the capital of Irmo. Can't we take them back later? I can't. Dasha's attitude is very strong, saying that they will pick up Zhang Yan no matter what. There's no more room for maneuver. Even though Dasha didn't blame us last time, but that was standing on the fact that Zhang Yan didn't really die. This time we can't say no to anything. Better send it back. Anyway, we've already hit the city of Vatax, and it's only 470 kilometers from the Irmo capital. I'm sure we can make it. Folks, don't think too much. Colonel Subov is only away for a while. He'll be back in August or September, when the school year starts, and no one can turn down a special offer from one of the top academies in the Woolly Bear. After a meeting to discuss, although very reluctant, but the hairy bear's senior management still agreed. Dasha wants to use warships to pick up Zhang Yan idea. And just at the moment when the Dasha warships were heading all the way from the Middle Earth Sea towards the Stan Strait, Lek's main reservoir, Zhang Yan stood in front of the operation desk and used his palm-top computer to hack into the reservoir's control system as fast as he could. Because of the networking, he can now maneuver 5 reservoirs, including the Licking main reservoir. Special forces, I may need some time. In the meantime, please guard the control room. Yes. Letting out a deep breath, Zhang Yan pressed the enter button smoothly. Upstream of the Bernie River, at the Lan Open Reservoir, the closest to the Irmo capital, a beep 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 suddenly came from the otherwise uneventful control room. Immediately afterward, with a rumbling, sound and vibration, the reservoir opened its valve. The rolling floodwater splashed out from the gate, raising thousands of agitated waves, and the sound of the flood was like thunder, roaring straight down the river. Because of the injection of floodwater, the height of the river quickly exceeded the limit, and this is when the floodway came into use, dividing the floodwaters as if they were yellow dragons rising up into the air into various ditches. But even so, the river flooded much of its banks and looked to be running toward the lower-lying neighborhoods. At this critical moment, is through the monitoring instrument to observe the amount of flooding Zhang Yan, in a timely manner to close the water valve, which allows Irmo residential area spared. In this way, the majestic floodwaters flowed downstream at a very fast pace. Zhang Yan used, as proposed by former reservoir engineer Calvin, the intermittent release method. The advantage of doing this is that the amount of flooding can be monitored at all times, and as long as it is regulated in a sizable way, it will not cause large-scale flooding at all, and water and power outages are basically non-existent. Sort of an optimal solution to make the Bernie River level rise enough to allow the fleet to enter without blowing up the Luck main reservoir. But there is a downside, and that is that the remaining 4 reservoirs, excluding the first Lan open reservoir, can be dangerous when released. This is because the arrival of the previous wave of flooding increases the reservoir load and brings a wave of shocks. If not operated properly, the reservoir is at risk of being directly overwhelmed by floodwaters. This required Zhang Yan to pull the regulation of the flood discharge to the highest degree, and nothing could go wrong. Its difficulty is almost comparable to the manual docking mission on the space station. Just for the moment, as the poison gas dissipated, the enemy support gradually increased. They came on strong, constantly trying to attack the control room and stop Zhang Yan. There was no way back for Zhang Yan and the special forces. They could only defend the command room until the flood relief work was completely over. Dozens of minutes later, the floodwaters reached the Adia River Reservoir, located in the middle and upper reaches of the Burn River. After opening the valves of the Adia River Reservoir using the same operation, Zhang Yan also frowned. We're next. Let's hope the reservoir can hold up. Chapter 107 Accidents happen. Big trouble. Heavy rain causes excessive water flows. The rain was torrential, as if venting some kind of fury, tearing the sky into countless dark fragments. Boom 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 boom. On the battlefield on the outskirts of the reservoir, dense raindrops fell together with shells and bullets, one splash after another on the soaked, soft dirt road. The soldiers, stepping over the pitted dirt road, kept shouting and charging. Blood mixed with rainwater thoroughly drenched their uniforms, and the bone-piercing touch made them almost numb. The northern part of the enemy's first line has been torn open by our troops. They're shrinking their defenses. Stop them. Damn. I've got a tank stuck in the mud here. Can anyone come help? The visibility is too weak. My squad's dead. How much longer do we have to fight? As long as the orders from the higher-ups don't come, we're going to keep on fighting. Charge. Don't stop us. The battlefield environment was too hostile, both for the Woolly Bear soldiers, and the Irmos, mercenaries, and security personnel. The casualty rate is almost always measured in seconds, but the Woolly Bear soldiers lost momentum and took up a desperate stance, for they knew that once they stopped what they were doing, then Brigadier Subov, who is on a mission inside the reservoir, as well as the special forces, will be under even greater threat. Are these Maoists crazy? Fighting so hard to take the reservoir? The head of the Irma defense line frowned tightly. At the moment, the manhwa troops were like mad dogs, completely disregarding life and death, grinding the defense line with human lives. Despite the ferocious firepower of the Irmo defense, heavy machine guns, tanks, armored vehicles, and rocket launchers were almost everywhere. But you can't beat a hairy bear like that. Report, the northern part of the line has been completely breached by the enemy and the defenders have been completely annihilated. Report, the enemy south of the line is letting the tanks press forward. They're coordinating with the infantry and tanks, and they're causing our troops to suffer heavy losses. Report, the enemy is less than 100 meters from our central defense line. The brow of the head of the Irmau defense line furrowed to the extreme. It felt that if the fight went on like this, sooner or later the defenders of the first line of defense would be worn clean out by the Woolly Bears. He had to make a choice. Everyone, withdraw to the second line of defense immediately. Yes, within a very short period of time, the Irmau mercenaries who were still holding their positions and the arrangement personnel began to retreat while fighting. The enemy has retreated. Good opportunity to press forward at once. Just as the Woolly Bear troopers were planning to pursue the attack, an order came from the acting commander Andre in the headset. All troops, retreat 3 kilometers at once. What? The hairy bear soldiers are confused. It is hard to repel the enemy army. Now is a good opportunity to catch up with the victory. The upper side suddenly let the withdrawal is how much does it mean? But soldiers, whose duty it is to obey orders, though curious, though puzzled, they retreated without any hesitation, and the withdrawal is still very fast. Some of the armored vehicles that are stuck in the mud, tanks and so on, they simply do not want. Irmau's side was directly confused. No, dude, what the? He fought so hard before. hating his own life for his own. What kind of play is it that results in breaking the first line of defense and running away? Just as Irmo, the mercenaries, and the security personnel were puzzled. Rumble. Wow. A strange sound suddenly came from the distance, like a river flowing or a wild beast roaring. In short, it was oozing. They gazed over in confusion. Ka-chow. At this moment there happened to be a flash of thunder that lit up the sky. It allowed them to see a high wall in the far distance. Walfa. What the hell is that? Like a moving wall? No way. Did the hairy bear get hold of some high tech? And just as the strange noises got louder, the high walls got closer and closer to the reservoir. Someone sensed what was going on and was alarmed. Hairy crab. That's a flood. Run. Rumble. Floodwaters up to several meters high lapped above the reservoir like the sea lapping at a reef. This is because at the moment the Lek main reservoir area is in the midst of extreme weather with heavy rainfall, with the maximum precipitation even exceeding 600 millimeters, making the reservoir level well above the warning level long ago. As a result, under the thrust of the floodwaters, the water from the reservoir came right up the mouth of the dam. It was like a sea wave, a huge wave lapping the air. Again, it was like a large hand that was dozens of meters high, slapping towards the ground, as flesh and blood dime a dozen soldiers, mercenaries, and security personnel. How could they cope with this situation? Barely able to even stand on his feet, he was wrapped up in the floodwaters. Reservoir control room, a ground shaking. This is the first time Zhang Yan intuitively feel the power of the flood. It was clear that the reservoir tolerance and regulation values were about to peak. The walls were all cracked by the flood. Zhang Yan didn't hesitate and directly opened the gate. The water roared, and the flood, like a mighty and imposing beast, once again rushed out down the gates. The water flow seems to be a bit high, and you can't stop it in the middle or the reservoir will break. Despite not wanting to cause massive flooding, still, Zhang Yan underestimated the amount of water that would flow from the flood's confluence with the Licking main reservoir. Blame it on today's torrential rainfall, yards and yards, which directly raised the original water level of the Licking main reservoir by a few dozen meters. This water flow today seems like it's going to be more anticlimactic than blowing up the Licking main reservoir, so much so that the two reservoirs that followed, which seemed to be overwhelmed by this flow of water, would be immediately washed out. I'm afraid that the lower reaches of the Burn River near the Murray Sea will be flooded. Z, Brigade Commander. Good news. The flood has washed out the Luria Bridge and the enemy can't send any more reinforcements. Z, Brigadier General. The floodwaters that came up to the surface completely washed out Irmo's 3 lines of defense and set off the minefields. So when the floodwaters pass, we'll be able to capture the Lexmark main reservoir with no trouble at all. Z, Brigade Commander. We've located 2 truckloads of explosives that the enemy deployed inside the reservoir, took out everyone and stopped them from detonating. In the case of the operation to take down the Lek main reservoir, the wave of flooding that accidentally washed out for the Irmo forces was indeed a good thing that happened to the blind cat, but that's nothing compared to the disaster the flood is about to bring. We may be in big trouble. Where is the head engineer? Tell him to report to me as fast as he can. Saying that, Zhang Yan instantly opened the valves of the remaining 2 reservoirs, the Rensselaer Reservoir as well as the Langford Reservoir. He wanted to keep both reservoirs empty to meet the floodwaters with minimal contact. By the way, he also programmed the 2 reservoirs to automatically open and close the valves when they reached the extreme water level, in order to face the situation that he might not be able to take care of himself in a while. Soon the head engineer arrived. Because of the heavy rains, the water flow has exceeded our estimates, and the flood flow must now be reduced immediately, or the Rensselaer Reservoir, as well as the Langford Reservoir, will be destroyed in a matter of moments. It would be no less effective than the direct destruction of the Lexmark main reservoir, and you're the professional about that, so I'll have to ask your opinion. The engineer officer nodded. I've looked into it halfway across the river, and for now, I can only divert the subsequent flooding into the diversion of the Burney River. The 2 nearest diversions to this point are, respectively, the Tun River in a southeasterly direction, and the Rice River in a southwesterly position. There is a section of the Tun River right in the Watakazi City area that could be bombed with bombers to create a diversion channel within the fastest possible time. As far as the Rice River goes, I actually feel like it's perfectly capable of solving all of the problems as long as it's operational, because it belongs to the old course of the Burn, except that with the diversion of the Burn in the last century it has had very little flow, but the course has been preserved, and is very wide and large. But the thing is, it's kind of hard to get. Zhang Yan was puzzled. How? Because it's located on Irmo's land. Chapter 108 Flood Diversion Program, Attack on the West Bank of the Burn River. The Rice River, in fact, is not far from the Lake main reservoir. It's located on the west bank of the middle reaches of the Burn River, roughly 10 kilometers to the west. But why say it's hard to get? First of all, it was on Irmo's territory. and the 727th Brigade was not aware of Ermau's troop presence there. Secondly, because of the extreme rainstorms, it will be very difficult to try to get a diversion channel with ground forces when air forces are not available at all. During this time, not only do they have to suffer from extreme weather, but they are even blocked by the presence of the Ermo garrison on the west bank. But Zhang Yan didn't have time to hesitate. Within 40 minutes, the raging floodwaters would reach their next destination, the Rensselaer Reservoir. That means they only have 20 minutes to half an hour to divert the floodwaters. Once this time is exceeded, the enormous volume of floodwaters overwhelms the Rensselaer Reservoir almost instantly upon reaching it. Hell, I don't know if the two remaining reservoirs, which supply water to the nuclear power plant, actually provide hydroelectric power to how many civilians. The consequences can be more than just massive flooding. If he is held accountable afterward, Zhang Yan will be court-martialed. Inform the Air Force units stationed in the city of Vatax to immediately use bombers to take the lead in diverting tons of river. Engineer Battalion, I demand that you repair the washed-out Lulia Bridge for me immediately. Leave one battalion stationed at the Lex main reservoir, and all the remaining troops, at once, go into the north bank of the Burn River, and even if you have to use bombing, blow out a channel for me. Yes, with Zhang Yan's order, the entire 727th Brigade quickly sprang into action. The first was the Air Force units stationed all over the city of Vatax, sending out bombers as fast as they could. They flew in great numbers to the extreme proximity of the Burn and Tun River basins, and launched bombing missions on the rivers as fast as they could. Boom 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 boom. A volley of bombs, laid flat in a straight line, and just after the bombers were lined up for several, if not a dozen, dozens of rounds of bombing in a circular fashion. It was as if the earth had been torn open, and the raging floodwaters split in two directions from the diversion and flowed into the territory of the Tonkin River. Tons of river diversion tasks lead the way. On the other side, the engineers deployed dozens of heavy special boat bridge trucks, tank bridge carriers, and heavy door bridges as fast as they could to carry out the repair work on the Luliao Bridge. These bridge trucks, like transformers, unfolded their folding bridges just as they arrived at the place. A group of engineers were deployed as fast as possible to carry out reinforcement maneuvers on the bridges, so that as soon as the bridges were erected the 727th Brigade troops could move in on the west bank of the Burn River as fast as possible. But the task was not easy either, for the Ermenegildo reinforcements on the west bank of the Burn River had spotted them. I can't believe the Woolly Bear troops are repairing the bridge. What are they trying to do? Pick up an opportunity to attack me on the west bank of the Burn River? Quickly stop them. The flooding just now washed out most of our troops. Once they get through we will have nothing to fight back with. Where are the missile units stationed at the old course of the River Lees? Quickly get them to help. Just blow up their bridge car and all problems will be solved. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't be of assistance to you in extreme weather when the missiles are affected by the magnetic fields of thunderstorms. Damn it, press forward quickly and stop them from building a bridge. The Ermo reinforcements, having no idea of the true purpose of the 727th Brigade, only assumed that they were trying to attack the west bank of the Burn River. They naturally would not agree to such arrogant behavior, so much so that in a very short time, the Ermo reinforcements, which had been backed up by the onset of the deluge, rapidly pressed forward. Taking out all their crushing weapons, they began to stop the Woolly Bear troops from building the bridge. Boom! A shell hit the special folding bridge with pinpoint accuracy, failing to injure the bridge but blowing up the engineer crew working above. The enemy is trying to interfere with our bridge building. We must not let them succeed. Tank units, immediately cover the enemy forces on the opposite bank with fire. Boom 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 boom. A shell fell on the Ermo reinforcement troops on the opposite bank, and despite heavy casualties, the Ermo reinforcement troops did not give up. Press forward quickly and use the bridge for cover. They won't dare bomb us. And right after the Ermo reinforcements cracked the fire coverage of the Woolly Bear tank units with forward pressure, the two sides then engaged in a firefight around the Luria Bridge with neither side letting the other in. In the meantime, the Ermo reinforcements managed to destroy several of the Maoist Bear's bridge carriers. Even if the Manhwa side let the armored vehicles, tanks forward pressure, but also a little bit cannot top the defense of Ermo. It could be said to have put the bridge restoration in jeopardy. 10 minutes in, and still no progress at all on the bridge restoration? Reservoir control room, Zhang Yan, according to the monitoring instrument, perceived that this extreme rainstorm weather seems to aggravate the amount of flooding again. Cannot help but some anxiety. Brigadier General, because of the enemy's harassment of our troops on the west coast, the restoration is very difficult. Even if we lost the lives of a number of armored car tanks, and hundreds of engineers, and struggled to get the bridge across to the other side, we would not be able to get through. Bridge warfare, unlike land warfare, prevents the use of a variety of tactics because of the confined space. plus extreme weather prevents calling in air support. All the troops could do at the moment was to attack from the front. Zhang Yan's brow furrowed as he looked at the map, and finally made a heartless decision. Tank units, bomb the coast northwest of the Luria Bridge for me, and blast a gap as fast as possible to bring the floodwater to the other side. Zhang Yan had no choice but to use the power of the flood to interfere with the enemy's blocking force. Brigadier, our operation hasn't even begun yet, and I'm afraid that once we let the floodwaters enter the West Bank first, it will hinder our next move. Is there anything that can prevent us from moving more than an enemy force on the opposite shore? Why didn't Zhang Yan know that this was a very risky behavior? But now that they were blocked by Ermao, they couldn't even pass. And if they didn't even dare to take the risk, then they could simply do nothing and wait for the remaining 2 reservoirs to be washed away. Once again, the tank units moved out and took aim at the upstream coast just northwest of the Ray Bridge and began bombing. Boom 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 boom. The river level would have been almost level with the bank, and after several rounds of bombardment by tank units, a low-lying crater suddenly appeared on the upstream bank. People go higher, water goes lower, and with little hesitation, the raging floodwaters split off into a tributary, and then poured down the lowlands into the west bank. Are they crazy to bring the floods here? Retreat, or you'll be swept away by the flood. Run for higher ground. Damn it, can we just watch the enemy attack the west bank? Don't worry, the flood will stop us and naturally stop them. They won't be that smooth. As a last resort, the Ermao support unit had to be forced to retreat, and taking advantage of the lull, the Woolly Bear engineers quickly moved up to repair the bridge. Barely a few minutes passed before the Woolly Bear forces marched into the West Bank in force. Chapter 109. Ermao is shocked. How did Subov know the missile unit was in Rice River? Illik, take those 2 truckloads of explosives and the high-powered microwave weapons. All infantry get into armored cars and tanks immediately. Bring all the artillery shells. Next we need to get into a race with this raging flood. Zhang Yan was not idle and reached the west coast as fast as he could for tactical deployment. It was never his intention to introduce the flood early. According to the original plan, they should have blown out a river channel before bringing in the floodwater, which would have been safer, but there was no way around it. It was an act of necessity to take out that blocking group of enemy soldiers. At the moment, the floodwaters, from high to low, are running amok over the boundaries of the West Bank. If left unchecked, then a dozen or so kilometers along the west coast could be affected, and the floodwaters would make their way along the lower ground and converge to an even lower position. To prevent this then it would require the 727th Brigade to make some corrections to the flood flow, finding an area where the floodwater showed a flat flow attitude with a height of less than half a meter. Zhang Yan immediately ordered all the troops to come to the upstream position that was not affected by the floodwater. 2 battalions will be responsible for stopping the enemy coming from the rear, and 2 battalions will be responsible for making adjustments after we blast open the river. We don't have much time. We must be fast. Yes, with Zhang Yan's order, the soldiers rode the armored car tanks and started running at breakneck speed. Boom, boom, boom. They barely had time to stop, as the armored car tanks marched along the flooded border. Just don't hesitate to use artillery shells and bombard around and in the center of the flood. This was done in order to blast out a low-lying section of the river in a short period of time and get the flood flow roughly on their side. It then exhibits an angled diversion in a northeast to southwest position to introduce floodwaters into the Rice River channel. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of Ermao's side. The previously evacuated Ermao support unit reported the matter almost as soon as they reached a safe position. Report, a Woolly Bear force has attacked into our West Bank area and is bombing the perimeter inhumanely. The Ermao superior was dumbfounded. Aren't the Woolly Bear forces attacking the Lexmark main reservoir? And why are they running the West Coast area again? Why didn't you guys report this earlier? The commander of the support unit was very helpless. A sudden flood overwhelmed our lines at the Licking main reservoir. Then the enemy, in turn, quickly launched an operation to move into the West Bank, even going so far as to introduce floodwaters into the West Bank, which we had been dodging and had no time to report. Flood? The Ermao superior's mouth opened wide. No, and where did the flood come from? Ignoring all that for now, what about the enemy's movements? Where are they fighting? They're not going all the way up from the West Coast, planning to fight right up to our capital, are they? According to normal thinking, the Woolly Bears' hasty attack on the West Coast will only bring Ermao a sense of vestigial feeling that they want to take advantage of the opportunity to go north and attack Ermao's capital. But the commander of the support unit denied it. No, they're marching southwest. They're moving toward the Rice River. What? The Ermao superior practically screamed. The Rice River area? Almost upon hearing the name of the place, the Ermao superior's heart thumped. No, how did the Maoist Bear Army know that we had deployed a missile unit at Rice River? Ermao superiors are shocked. In order to contain Subov's 727th Brigade in the city of Vatax, Ermao Pretty Country's missile force as a whole forward pressure. and covering the entire city of Vatax within it was this very missile force that was deployed in the dry channel of the Rice River. They thought they had done a good job of covering up, but how did the Woolly Bear army locate the missile unit's position directly? The support unit commander's mouth dropped open wide. Ha! He was talking about the direction of the Rice River, not heading towards the Rice River. OP, do you have to be so stressful? The Irmo superior couldn't contain the excitement in his heart. Damn Subov. Even this? He's counted on it? What a terrifying opponent. The commander of the support unit looked outrageous. No, sir, calm down. How do you expect me to calm down? Quickly get the perimeter forces to block them for me. We must not let the Woolly Bear forces disrupt our deployment. Although I think the Irmo superior is a bit nervous, but his order is not a problem. It is a good idea to block the attack, in case the Mao Bear troops are really running towards the missile troops. So much so that soon, the flood diversion operation that was going well on Zhang Yan's side was desperately blocked by Irmo's troops. They came from almost all directions, except for the Irmo troops in the lower positions of the ground, who were stopped in their tracks by the flood. Those in other directions, on the contrary, attacked extremely vigorously, making the 2 battalions of the Woolly Bears originally used to block the enemy troops feel the strain. Da 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 da. Boom, 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 boom. Soon the West Bank was in chaos, with fighting almost everywhere. But even so, Zhang Yan didn't stop and led the large troop, still following the flood. It's true that it's risky to rush in when intelligence is unknown, but there is no way back for us, and it really does fulfill that old saying of Disya, a general's success is 10,000 bones. Boom. Carrying the rocket launcher, Zhang Yan couldn't wait to grieve for the troops who had suffered heavy casualties because they had blocked the enemy's attack, for he had a more important task, to bring the floodwaters into the River Lys. So far, the mission to bombard the diversion channels was going well, and while a small portion of the floodwaters were still flowing toward lower elevations, most were traveling in accordance with the pits that had been blasted open by the main force. At a certain moment, Zhang Yan had just shot a rocket when he suddenly felt his body was a bit out of control, with a sense of suffocation. Holy, why did I forget to take this off? Zhang Yan took off his gas mask. The situation was so anxious before that he even forgot to take it off. But just then, a line of warmth flowed down Zhang Yan's nostrils. Blood? Zhang Yan froze for a moment. How could he somehow get a nosebleed? Looking at the gas mask again, I was surprised to see that it had broken open at some point. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Yan was shocked. It couldn't be that before. There was a certain period of time when he had been exposed to the poisonous gas. Despite having the title who says humans can't be druids, as well as female college students' favorite physical education student added, Zhang Yan's physique was very strong, but after all, it is not a body that is invulnerable to all poisons. And now the nosebleed is a sign of poisonous gas entering the body? He's not going to mail it because of this, is he? Just as Zhang Yan brought his large troop closer and closer to the Lace River, Woolly Bear's side was also informed of what was happening at the front. Excellent. The Lek main reservoir has been captured by our forces and the enemy's blasting activities have been stopped. Colonel Sapov did not let us down, but they seem to be getting the intel a bit later than Irmo. But at this moment, everyone was relieved. They were afraid that Zhang Yan would go to an extreme and blow up the reservoir. In that case, they'd be guilty as charged in public opinion. Pretty Country and his lapdogs will be sending troops into the Irmo territory with honor, and then the battle will not be easy to say. It could be said that Zhang Yan's move had solved a big trouble for them. An officer got very excited and rushed to the communicator. Where is Colonel Sabov? Ask him to speak to us immediately. We want to thank him properly. On this end, the 727th Brigade's correspondent scratched his head, not knowing what to say. The brigade commander is leading the men after the flood. Chapter 110 Legendary heroes are helping Irmo drain the flood. Where is Irmo? Irmo is blocking. Chasing the flood? The Hairy Bear executives were baffled by the correspondent's words. Now that we've taken the Licking main reservoir, we can just build our tactics around it. What's the point of chasing a flood for good reason? We had an accident while attempting to raise the water level of the Burn River for an intermittent flooding operation. The extreme weather in the Licking main area has caused the original reservoir levels to be abnormally high, and if left unchecked, there is a high probability that the subsequent Rensselaer Reservoir, as well as the Ranfurter Reservoir, will be washed out. In order to prevent accidents, Brigadier Subov intends to divert the floodwaters toward the Tun River and the Rice River. Then, through the correspondent's report, the Woolly Bear brass learned everything that had happened at the Licking main reservoir, unable to help but look tight. Before that, all they knew was that Petrov had given Zhang Yan the task of blowing up the Lexmark main reservoir at the behest of the hawkish bigwigs. The bulk of the 727th Brigade then killed its way to the Lek main reservoir. For a moment, this put Mao Xiong's heart in his throat, fearing that Zhang Yan would really blow up the reservoir. But they didn't even know that Zhang Yan, in private, actually had his own arrangements. It seems that our fears were unwarranted, and as early as the moment we were given the task of blowing up the reservoir, Subov had no intention of blowing it up at all. Worthy of our legendary hero, before the victory of the war and the safety of all mankind, he chose the latter without hesitation. Subov is truly a man of great justice. Despite refusing to carry out the orders of his superiors, he tried to borrow other means to raise the water level to allow our fleet to enter, which is the kind of judgment a mature commander should have. The compliments were coming in thick and fast, and every officer had nothing but deep awe for Colonel Subov. At this point, one of the officers exclaimed, Colonel Subov was so well thought out that he chose to direct the floodwaters to that old channel of the Rice River. Did he also discover the importance of that old river channel for us woolly bears? Many of the officers froze at this statement. The reason the Rice River was diverted as the old course of the Berny River, all to make way for those hydroelectric plants, was to provide resources for Irmo. But river diversions are often fraught with two sides of the coin, though providing a constant source of water and electricity to Irmo. However, it destroys the original ecosystem and triggers regional droughts, making the southwestern region of Irmo less habitable. The most serious problem, of course, is the loss of access to the sea, which originally held a natural advantage. Today's access to the sea, near the Kia Peninsula in the Murray Sea, will be contained once the Kia Peninsula is under control. The original access to the sea, however, was far away from the peninsula of Kia, near the country of Vader, and the country of Nia, which, with the Strait of Stan, held an absolutely natural advantage. Back at the beginning of the war, the Woolly Bears had a special meeting to discuss the problem, and when the fight was over, the old access to the sea would be reactivated. And now, Zhang Yan's act of directing the floodwater to the Lace River had helped the Hairy Bear to execute this idea in advance. At the thought of this, the officers could not help but think thinly. Is this a coincidence, or is Colonel Subov doing this on purpose? Colonel Subov has never been involved in our high-level meetings before, and if he's relying on the battlefield situation alone to make a judgment, he's going against the grain. Definitely not a coincidence. Our legendary hero Subov has never been like that. Strategizing is his specialty. Yes, it's not surprising that he could do such a thing if it was him. But just then, an officer said languidly, then why was such an important matter never reported by Colonel Subov? Everyone was silent at these words. Whether it was the refusal to blow up the reservoir, or all the actions that followed, it is safe to say that the Woolly Bear hierarchy had no knowledge of it. Zhang Yan had been acting according to his heart, but why is it in such a state? Everyone can basically think of it with their toes. Petrov, and those hawks, your hearts are in the right place. How shocked and desperate Zhang Yan had to be when he received this mission. His move not to report it speaks volumes about his attitude. He must have been disappointed in us and felt that we were acting differently from the original reason for starting the war. Suka Buell, don't those dog-eared hawks think at all about the consequences before they do anything? At this point, a respected old general spoke up. Subov is our most talented commander in the Woolly Bears, our legendary hero. Now that the divide has occurred, we must bridge the gap and make sure that Subov knows that those extreme ideas are nothing more than the philosophy of a small minority. Our original intention is the same as it was in the beginning. The enemy doesn't offend me. I don't offend them, and it's all for the sake of ultimate peace. With the old general's impassioned words, the officers nodded their heads. Bridging the gap is necessary, never letting their legendary heroes look down on them. Originally, they had planned to instantly send long-range missiles to bombard the vicinity of the Rice River to help Zhang Yan open up the situation. However, due to the extreme weather of heavy rainfall in the area at the moment, it would interfere with the missile's cruise system, thus yawing it. Thus, they had to give up forceful support and turn their attention to the battlefield of public opinion. Not long after, a video was the first to be posted online. The subject of the video, naturally, is Kleist, who was being interrogated. His face was coated and one hand was handcuffed and chained to a hose, and although he looked unharmed, he had actually been through the rigors of the special forces a long time ago. At this moment, he faced the camera and told what he knew to be true. The Irmo military spent a lot of money, and the status of permanent citizen of a pretty country, to let me take the opportunity to blow up the Lake Main Reservoir when the Mao Bear forces were attacking, and planted the evidence on the side of the Mao Bear. As of right now, the war of public opinion continues in the beautiful country of Irmo, and they are still throwing mud at the Hairy Bears because they don't know what is happening at the Lake Main Reservoir. So much so, that the instant this video was released, the battlefield of public opinion exploded straight away. Really? Irmo pretty country is really heartless to such an extent that they are going to blow up their own reservoir? Dare to be a little more fake. The reservoir is human Irmo's own, and it is said that this reservoir is to supply water to the nuclear power plant again. Once it is blown up, the consequences will be very serious. Irmo can't possibly do this. It's just a video. just a random person recording it and saying whatever they want. There's nothing informative about it. But according to the piss-taking nature of the beautiful country of Irmo, there's a real chance they'll do it. The world's population, some shocked, some surprised, some believing, but most still questioning. After all, it's true that a video alone proves nothing, so much so, that soon, the furry bears' public opinion counterattacks were being fought. They announced the results of the battle directly. After a difficult campaign, our forces have successfully taken the Luck Main Reservoir. In this battle, a brigade section of our army, led by the legendary hero Subov, was so powerful that it dismantled and stopped the plot of the Irmo in the pretty country, and wiped out the forces of Irmo, mercenaries, and security personnel who were attempting to sabotage the reservoir. Currently, there is a high potential for large-scale flooding due to extreme weather that has resulted in abnormal water levels in the Licking Main Reservoir, threatening the safety of downstream reservoirs. Our legendary hero, Subov, is leading his troops deep into the Irmo-occupied zone on the west bank of the Burn River, on a difficult flood relief mission, blocked by Irmo forces. A press release, a social update, slammed into the face of the beautiful country of Irmo like a combination of punches. Originally still invincible in the battlefield of public opinion, they were dropped by the hairy bear in an instant. They people are stupid. No, you're on the other side of the fence, aren't you? And what shocked the world's population, aside from the fact that Irmo was really planning to blow up his own reservoir, there's one more piece. That would be Subov, who had originally been declared sacrificed, after a series of rumors, surprisingly resurrected and returned to the public eye once again. Chapter 111 Head-on encounter with missile troops. The last 100 meters. The last time they announced Subov's death, they dedicated a funeral memorial service to him, the hairy bear that was to give Dasha a piece of his mind. Even knowing that this event might lead to a slump in the woolly bear army, they had to do that. After all, Dasha's wrath was not so easy to bear. But now, in order to remove the gap with Zhang Yan, they did not hesitate to directly announce the news that Subov was still alive, and he is mentioned emphatically to his credit. Holy, Subov is really alive. No wonder Irmo was so anxious last time. I say, how could a division of Irmo in the Trimble Theater lose so badly against a division of the Malwat? If it was Subov, it would be no surprise. It feels like Subov is on the verge of becoming a nightmare for the beautiful country of the Irmos, and the Irmos are barely picking up the slack against him. King Subov is back. This is trouble for Irmo and pretty country. I'll believe you if you say that in a few days the woolly bear troops hit Irmo's capital. For just over half a month, the three words, Subov, kept appearing in various news media. It has long impressed some military enthusiasts and netizens who constantly follow the situation on the battlefield. As for the rest of the internet, even if they don't know exactly what Subov is or has done, but with the constant brainwashing of the news, those three words still sound familiar. And just with the hairy bear's openness and honesty at this moment, the name of Subov has kind of completely resonated around the world, sparking a very heated discussion. Helping Irmo stop Irmo from blowing up his own reservoir. Mrs. Subwa is kinda nice about it. Just outrageous. The water level of the reservoir is dangerous. Isn't that Irmo's business? How come Subov is still helping? That's right. Shouldn't he rejoice when flooding occurs in Irmo's territory? It can only be said that Subov he is good. He has a kind heart, and although he is attacking the land of others, he does not want to see civilians dying. What feels even more outrageous is that Subov is clearly helping Irmo with natural disasters, but Irmo is trying to block him? Irmo, what is the situation? Crazy? For the sake of winning the war, simply bottomless awe. People are obviously helping you and you don't appreciate it. What a wolf. Soon, Irmo was met with a flood of accusations. Netizens are berating them for their meanness and shamelessness. The furious Irmo reacted quickly, using all the means at their disposal in order to move the hairy bear down on the battlefield of public opinion. So much so, that, in a moment of carelessness, the sky exploded in conversation again. The hairy bear is lying. Subov didn't bring his troops into the west bank of the Berny River at all to solve the natural disaster. His real purpose is to solve the missile units of our army hiding in the Berny River, to break the current stalemate in the city of Vatax. With that, the whole world knew that Irmo had hidden a missile unit in the Burn River, but Zhang Yan knew nothing about it. His purpose in approaching the Lace River now was neither to open the old river channel to the sea, as the hairy bear hierarchy thought, nor to go and put an end to the manned missile unit. As Irmo had guessed, there was only one thing he wanted to do, and that was to divert the floodwaters to the Rice River to prevent the subsequent reservoirs from being washed out. Whoa, 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 rumble. The rain gradually got heavier as it got closer to the River Leith. It's the same as having a shower over your head, pouring on a person who is soaking cold and has a soaring heart. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. Brigade Commander, our northwest, northeast, and north are full of enemy blocking forces. We can't hold out much longer. Brigadier General, a company from my battalion has been regimentally destroyed, and the enemy has torn a hole and is heading in your direction. By this time, the battle was getting more and more anxious. In order to stop Zhang Yan from bringing his troops close to the Rice River Road, the Irma troops in this neighborhood were like mad dogs, catching them and biting them. Although the main force that was opening up the river was not much affected, those battalions that were responsible for maneuvering around the enemy were in a bad way. They had suffered heavy casualties in order to buy time for the larger force. Zhang Yan looked at his watch and couldn't help but frown. The main force split 2 more battalions to stop the enemy from approaching. We don't have much time. We only have 10 minutes at the minimum. All the rest of you, never slow down. Keep blasting me. Yes. Saying that, Zhang Yan filled a rocket and blasted towards the flooded surroundings. But just as he raised his hand, Zhang Yan was struck by a wave of dizziness, so much so that the rocket, which had been well aimed, directly deviated from its course and hit the distant woods. Damn, the toxin is getting worse again, and it's really picking a good time to do it. Zhang Yan had already confirmed with the system that the toxin would not kill his little life, but it will have to be endured until a certain point in time to be diffused. Put, Zhang Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, giving the soldiers in the same vehicle a fright. Brigadier. Zhang Yan waved his hand. It's fine, just a poison. Small problem, it'll be fine in a while. The soldiers' mouths were wide open. Getting poisoned. What is it? That's quite an understatement. Brigadier General, you've vomited blood a dozen times on this trip. Are you sure you're okay with that? Brigadier, otherwise you'd better go back first. Just leave the task to us. Cut the crap and keep blasting. Yes. Under the combined bombardment of hundreds of tanks, armored vehicles, and soldier rockets, 5 minutes later, they finally arrived at the perimeter of the Rice River. This location is just a kilometer from the River Lees. Obviously, it looked close at hand, but at that exact moment, several missiles were shot from the sky. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The speed of the missiles was comparable to that of a fighter jet, and by the time the crowd reacted, they had already arrived at the head of the large group. Not good. Zhang Yan quickly reacted by raising his gun and shooting, once again performing the divine skill of bullets hitting missiles. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. Quickly taking out several missiles, that's when the vertigo hit again. Hiss. In just the time it took Zhang Yan to cover his head, several missiles struck over his head and scurried into the troops. Boom 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 boom. The fire of the explosion came along with the blown away tanks and armored vehicles, and the screams of the soldiers. Reporting to the brigade commander, our scouts have spotted a unit of Irma's missiles, almost a regiment in size, in the river ahead. Can't press forward any further or we will be in their fire coverage area. A regiment of missiles in strength, on the River Lees? Zhang Yan was really convinced that he had done Irma a big favor by drawing the flood water over, saving their country from flooding. They are so good, even if they don't thank themselves. They even send such a large vehicle of troops to stop them. Are you really such a wolf? Zhang Yan frowned. All armored vehicles retreat immediately. T-90, T-80 tanks press forward quickly, and since they won't let us through, we'll take long-range fire. Yes, rumble. A tank, accompanied by the roar of its engine, deployed quickly. Click through boom, click through boom, click through boom. The tankers aimed, loaded, and fired as fast as they could. According to the past, the T-80, T-90 can almost reach a range of more than 5 kilometers. As far as 8 kilometers away to hit the enemy armored vehicles have been recorded. Facing this short kilometer should be a breeze. As expected, the diversion channel was soon opened up a full 900 meters further under the continuous bombardment of hundreds of tanks. Originally, as expected, the remaining 100 meters, the flood should be able to flow through by itself, but by this point, the terrain presented a slope from northwest to southeast, allowing the flood to make a sharp turn straight away. Just 100 meters to go. Victory is at hand. Keep blasting me. Originally, Zhang Yan wanted to capitalize on the victory, but reality gave him a head start. Boom, 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 as dozens of tank shells raced toward the river again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lis River Channel, but dozens of small missiles burst out of nowhere, intercepting the tank shells in midair, raise a brilliant curtain of fire. The engineer officer frowned. 900 meters away. It seems to have entered the enemy's anti-aircraft artillery positions. They will intercept our tank shells. It seems that long-range strikes won't work. Then the last 100 meters will have to be turned over to manual completion. Missile units are pretty extravagant. Taking anti-aircraft missiles to tank shells? Zhang Yan spat out a sentence, and seeing that there wasn't much time left, he simply shouted at the communication mic. Illik, where's your ING high-powered microwave weapon? Pull it up for me. Chapter 112 Bombing the River in a Military Truck. It's good to be young, fall down and sleep. A high-powered microwave weapon with the appearance of a giant disc. At the moment, strapped to the top of a military truck, he was pulled over by Illick. Everyone, shut down communications and engines immediately. Anything with electronics, shut it down. We don't have much time. Once the high-powered microwave weapons are activated, the enemy's missile vehicles will be instantly paralyzed. Take advantage of this time to quickly press forward for demolition missions. Without much ado, Zhang Yan jumped onto the military cart in a few steps, took out his palm-top computer and started the startup of the high-power microwave weapon. That's when the bad news came. It's no good, Brigade Commander. The 2 battalions that were sent to block the enemy earlier have been dispersed and the enemy is coming in packs from all sides, less than a kilometer away from our troops. It's true that all good things come together. Looking at the last 100 meters left, it's a missile block and a chase. Zhang Yan gritted his teeth. All of you turn around immediately to deal with the enemy and break out quickly. Dragon King of the North Sea, Baikal Special Operations Team, leave a platoon behind and follow me on the demolition mission. Yes. Doodle do 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 do. Buzz 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 buzz. There was a sharp sound as the high-powered microwave weapon was activated. Boom. In an instant, originally still bombarding the Mao Bear army with missiles, a missile unit of Ermao suddenly fell silent. It's now. Come with me. With a command, Zhang Yan led his men to quickly press forward. Ward Law, why did the missile system fail? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The console blew up directly in front of me. Don't you dare believe it? It's over. The missile car is heating up rapidly for some inexplicable reason. Pull back or the missiles will blow up. Ermao was so tired of dealing with the system malfunctioning as well as the heating up of the missile car that he didn't even notice Zhang Yan and the others who were pressing forward. So much so that within a very short period of time, Zhang Yan and a group of special forces arrived at the designated point. Give it to me. Boom 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 boom. In order to blast open this last 100 meters, Zhang Yan and the special forces did everything they could. Rockets, mortars, grenades, C4, any weapon that can do sizable damage that can be used anyway. A 2 to 3 meter deep channel was soon blasted open, but the floodwaters did not turn because of this, as there was still a very noticeable drop in height. The only solution is to blast the diversion channel a little deeper, but it can't be done by hand alone. Not in a short time. Illick, shut down the high-powered microwave weapons and the tanks are rapidly activating to bombard my place. Yes. Zhang Yan quickly thought of a way to deal with it. By all rights, being affected by high-powered microwave weapons, Ermao's side should not be able to cope with it at all in a short period of time. But who knew that just as the manhwa tank side had started its bombardment, Ermao's end had another missile up in the air. Another fight with the woolly bear. What? Zhang Yan's face is full of question marks. Is Ermao so powerful? Their missiles are even protected against high-power microwave weapons? How did you do that? Reporting to the brigade commander, the enemy has put into service the old Katyusha rocket launcher, which, because of its older style, is not affected by microwave weapons at all. Slap. Zhang Yan slapped his head and was directly speechless. What can I say? What can I say? Should I say Ermao is smart or poor? It's 4,202 years old and you're still using antique equipment? If he didn't have his beautiful father to support him with equipment, he wouldn't even be able to cook, would he? Where are the 2 boxes of explosives brought earlier? If they haven't been used up, send them over to me immediately. Although he spat in his heart, Zhang Yan still didn't give up. Soon a military truck loaded with explosives drove by, braving a hail of gunfire. Afraid of accidents, Zhang Yan even brought his men over to pick up a handful of people. As a result, accidents still happened because Zhang Yan was overly poisoned, causing him to faint from time to time. So much so that one missile, which he failed to stop, went straight over toward the army truck, although it ended up exploding just beside the military truck. The fire from the explosion inadvertently ignited the tarp covering the perimeter of the truck. Put out the fire. Put out the fire. No, the fire is too big. It's too late. Let's just pull out. It's full of 10 tons of explosives. Even an aircraft carrier can be blown up, enough to cause a small-scale earthquake. Seeing that it was too late to put out the fire, Zhang Yan frowned and quickly got into the car and started the engine. The special forces were alarmed. Brigadier! Zhang Yan didn't respond. Not that he didn't want to. Rather, at this point he felt like he was going to pass out, with stars floating in front of his eyes, and he couldn't speak at all. He left the special forces with a look that said, "You guys take over, I'll be right back," which was misinterpreted by the special forces as a look of generous sacrifice. Zhang Yan stepped on the gas, and the military truck surged forward as if taking off directly. Under the enchantment that the title had a wheel to drive, Zhang Yan was certainly dizzy, but he was able to act according to his body's instincts. Away through the gunfire, looking to reach the river where the party had been blasted open. Zhang Yan took one of the guns and deadlocked on the gas, saying that he was going to jump out of the car. As a result, the car door just pulled open. Slap. Zhang Yan rolled his eyes and directly leaned on the seat to sleep. Zhua. It's good to be young. You fall asleep and you don't pick a place. Awesome. Frames. At this time, the tires of the military truck happened to hit a rock, and the powerful inertia directly threw Zhang Yan out of the cab. The direction was unbiased, and it flung itself right into the floodwaters on one side. Brigadier! Boom! The stunned cries of the Special Forces men came along with the sound of 10 tons of explosives going off. All of a sudden, it shook the sky and the earth. 10 tons of explosives, releasing 2 million joules of energy, completely shaking the surrounding location of 100 meters. It has changed the original high and low landscapes, but Zhang Yan couldn't hear or see it at all. Lying on the river in a large formation, pulling in snores while being swept by the floodwaters towards the river lees. Woolly Bear High Command. The officers were anxious, shaking their legs and sitting on their hands. 40 minutes had now elapsed since the 727th Brigade had killed its way into the west bank of the Burn River. Can't get in touch at all. They were anxious to know the status of Subov and the 727th Brigade, but just couldn't get in touch. This matter was so big that even the great emperor who had just returned from a visit had arrived at the sound of it. What's the status now? He had only just entered. However, when the communications officer followed close behind, report, the floodwaters successfully passed through the Rensselaer Reservoir, cracking only the walls and not in a condition to wash out the reservoir. According to the instrumentation of the neighboring forces, it was found that there is a large amount of TNT explosive substance in the air in the direction of the west bank of the Burn River, and there is no doubt that the 727th Brigade, they have succeeded. At these words, the command room was completely abuzz. Chapter 113 Hawks removed in unison. New division commander candidate valued by the great emperor. The floodwaters are unstoppable and have once again managed to cross the Ranforder Reservoir and are racing towards the sea outlet. With the added flooding, the water level of the Burn River has risen by nearly 100 meters, and has reached the entry requirements for our fleet. The Irmo Rice River Garrison missile unit was destroyed by the flood. The old river channel is ready for use, and the Irmo is furious and is discrediting public opinion against Colonel Subov. The diversion of the Tun River Basin has disrupted some of the Irmo's military deployments on the east bank of the Burn River, and the corresponding theater forces are currently riding the wave. According to the report of the 727th Brigade's unit at Luck Main Reservoir, a large force of the 727th Brigade is currently breaking back and taking out a large number of enemy troops, and they are requesting that the fleet quickly enter the sea to support them, and take individual areas of the west coast in one fell swoop, at which time our troops can form a deterrent of firepower against the futuristic capital. From the east and south directions, good news came one after another. Listening to the officers are all relaxed and happy. The heart for a long time blocked that breath, finally can be loosened. Worthy of Colonel Subov. It seems like there's no mission that can't be accomplished when he's on the job. Yes, it's really a blessing for our army to have Subov join us, and it can be said that the current situation on our battlefield is all made possible by his own hands. There's an old saying in Dacia that the back waves of the Yangtze River push forward the front waves, but this back wave of Comrade Subov's feels like it can even slap us on the beach. It's a good thing he stopped it just in time, or we furry bears would have really fallen for Irmo and pretty country. The officers did not mince words, and complimented Subov. Good, good, good. Even the hairy bear emperor did not mince words as he said 3 good words in succession. But just at this moment when all is happy, someone is not understanding. It's a pity. He's going to go back when our army's passage at the Burn River is opened, and I don't know if he'll come back, but it doesn't matter if he comes back or not. He's already set the stage, so it's up to us to perform next. But do we really want to let him go? Dacia has long known about the matter concerning Zhang Yan, and when we go back, Zhang Yan will be reused no matter what. Once our relationship with Dacia stiffens later, will he turn around and help Dacia beat us? In fact, in my opinion, he might as well have been sacrificed at Kevlar from the beginning of the fight. The officer's smiles instantly froze at these words. The Great One's brow swished. Leonid, what the hell are you talking about? This action by Subov is all about wiping your asses for you hawks. Do you realize that because of your stupid decision, you almost put us woolly bears in a dilemma? What's wrong with me is only, everything is for the furry bear. The Archon grunted, getting up and coming behind Leonid. For the sake of the woolly bear? Almost got the pretty country and his lapdogs to send in troops in the name of legitimacy. That's what you call it. For the sake of the woolly bear? Leonid looked calm. In fact, we've known for a long time that even if we beat the Irmos completely out of Irmos territory, we won't get much relief from our situation. It might stall for a year, 2, 3, 4, but as long as we're here, Sooner or later they're going to make a move on us. Instead of that, it would be better to have a good fight. And only in a melee can we furry bears get back all that we originally lost. Enough. The Archon took a death grip on Leonid's chair. It's a good thing nothing serious happened in this operation, or you would have been court-martialed. I can let you off the hook for the contributions you've made to Woolly Bear in the past, but in the meantime, you'd better take it easy. I'll tell you what, I'll give you a vacation. You go and relax. Didn't you say your daughter-in-law just you gave birth to a grandchild? It's also good to spend time with your family while you can. When these words came out, all the officers heard the implication of the great emperor's words. That's not a disregard. That's a suspension. Saying that he will give a vacation, but not explicitly saying for how long. Wouldn't that mean that when the Great One remembers him, when will he come back? This hookade is almost as good as a removal. Are you sure you want to do this? Leonid turned his head, his eyes looking straight at the Archon. Just for that Dasha mercenary who worked for us, take our General Leonid down to rest. Look, you see, what a busy man he is so stupefied that he can't even remember individuals. At the Archon's command, a host of soldiers poured directly into the command room and invited Leonid out. Coming to the door, Leonid did not say much, leaving only the words, he must not be put back so easily, or you will regret it. The Great One didn't care and just sat down. Leonid has paid the price for his recklessness. Next up is Petrov, the commander of the 99th Division. Upon hearing that the Great Emperor was going to deal with Petrov, an officer hastened to speak respectfully. Mr. Great Emperor, you can't do that. At the moment, the battle in the Trimble Theater still needs Petrov to take command. Changing generals on the verge of a battle is a big no-no. The Great Emperor was unimpressed. Although it's a big no-no, it depends on who the replacement is. Do you have any good people to recommend? What? The officers were confused. Listening to the first half of the sentence, the Archon sounded like he already had someone in mind. The second half of the sentence asks for recommendations. What does that mean? Is it to avoid suspicion and keep everyone guessing? So the officers proposed to give all the names of those who were on better terms with the Great One, or whom the Great One had favored and praised. As a result, when he finished speaking, the Great Emperor was directly filled with black lines and tapped his finger on the desktop. Why would you guys recommend these people? I feel that, as a division commander, you should have to be personally present on the battlefield to command. But what's the difference between the man you recommend and the original division commander? Petrov? Loud clamor. The officers get it. The Great One is trying to pick another man for the front line. So they reported a few more names. All brigade commanders and frontline units who had met the requirements for promotion and were missing an opportunity. TSK. The Archon said softly, I think, this person, he has to at the very least understand the current situation in the Trimble war zone. You guys are talking about other battlefields, and I don't really think that they'll be able to do their job very well. Loud clamor. The officers get it again. It's a pick-em in the Trimble war zone. So the officers began to report the names of the men again, but at the end of the report, the Great One simply leaned back in his chair and swung straight up. The officers were dumbfounded. None of them? They had reported almost all the brigade commanders and regimental commanders in the Trimble Theater, but the Great One just wasn't satisfied. And who exactly is the new division commander he's looking at? No, there's another one. Just then, an officer reacted. Subov. The Great One snapped his fingers. Your proposal is good. It's all about Subov. Appoint him as the new commander of the 99th Division with immediate effect. The officers' mouths were wide open. Ha! Chapter 114. Only the rank of Major General is worthy of Subov. Sleepy and awake to the murky sea. Zhang Yan was promoted to brigade commander from the last time and fought all the way from the Trinberg Theater to the city of Watakazi. How many days has it been? Getting promoted to division commander again? That's a hell of a lot of speed. 100 years ahead of the Hairy Bear army. The officers were shocked, but when they thought about it, they didn't see the problem. If it wasn't for Zhang Yan, it was estimated that by now Mao Xiong's troops would have long since allowed Ermao to drive them out of the northwest. How is it possible to fight all the way to the city of Vaticas, a location 470 kilometers in a straight line from the capital of Ermo? It can be said that he changed the whole situation of the battlefield with one brigade, and indeed deserved the position. But all the same, the officers were puzzled. Wasn't Zhang Yan going back soon? What is the significance of the Great Emperor giving him a promotion at this time? The Great Emperor spoke eloquently. Comrade Subov's action this time is of great significance, and I feel that no matter whether he goes back or not, he is considered to have done us a great favor, and he should be given some rewards, and should not be allowed to give our international friends a chill. Although the Archon spoke in a serious manner, the officers heard something else in it. That is to get on good terms with Zhang Yan, using a series of rewards and indirectly pulling the strings. In that case, the possibility of Zhang Yan coming back would also be greatly enhanced. At this time, the once silent old General Bata spoke. Comrade Great Emperor, I personally feel that since we are going to reward him, in addition to his official position, there should also be a certain promotion in rank, so that he can enjoy a higher salary package. What do you think? The crowd nodded at these words. The present Subov is a colonel, whereas generally the division commander is a major. In that case, the rank is raised along with it. At this point, someone frowned. Comrade Subov has made such a great achievement. It can be said that the situation is entirely made by him. He can receive several St. Andre medals alone. Do you really think that a major can be worthy of him? Ha! The crowd was shocked. Good guys. Although they had also sprouted this idea that Zhang Yan shouldn't be just a major. But think about it, Zhang Yan was promoted to colonel only a few days. You cannot give him directly at this time to cross the rank into the major general, right? That would be counterintuitive. Once awarded, Zhang Yan can be the first person to become a general in the 21st century of the Mao Bear, in the capacity of a foreign tourist, and still today, the youngest general. It would cause a stir, not to mention that it would not be easy to explain on the daxia side. Now, it's hardly a secret among the manhwa daxia hierarchy that manhwa is using a daxia tourist as one of their own, and the attitude of the two parties is inexplicable, one pretending to be crazy and the other pretending to be deaf and dumb. However, Mao Shong knew that daxia's side just wanted to exercise Zhang Yan, and was unable to go too far. Once at this time, he suddenly announced that he had conferred the rank of Major General on Zhang Yan. What would the daxia side think? What if they suddenly stop pretending to be deaf, seeing that Zhang Yan is about to be picked up? At this time, there's no need for us to do something over the top, right? Or it won't be good if it affects the relationship between the two countries. It's better to be a major general or something. It's not too late to award him when he comes back. And what if he doesn't come back? TSK. Zhang Yan has done all these things. The daxia side mostly knows about it too. What if they get the jump on him and they suddenly give Zhang Yan a major general? All of a sudden, the officers were in a dilemma, and it seemed like there was something wrong with how to do it. At this point, the Great One lightly clasped the desktop. I think there is a problem with your thinking, Comrade Subov. As the commander with the highest level of secrecy in my manhwa about his ordination, why must we make a fanfare of it? The great emperor's words directly caused everyone's eyes to light up. Yeah, if you're afraid the fanfare will cause a stir, then just do it privately. By then this matter, you know, I know, Zhang Yan knows, and then at most the 727th Brigade itself knows. What will be the problem? Without delay, the Great One immediately summoned his correspondent. How is it going with Subov? If the situation has been secured, ask him to contact me immediately. The correspondent had an anxious look on his face. It's no good. I just received a report from the frontline troops of the 727th Brigade. Colonel Subov he sacrificed himself. All the officers were alarmed. What? Sacrificed again? It was a deep and mysterious sea, like a curtain of darkness and an infinite abyss. The Murray Sea, the sea as its name suggests, is divided into two bodies of water due to the relatively low salinity of the water that flows into it. Below, the otherwise clear sea was quite dark due to the large number of anaerobic black corals entrenched. At this moment, countless corpses, armored weapons, float on the sea level. They had been swept up by the flood, then rewashed by the currents, and by now had long since moved away from the surrounding continents. Ding! Random toxins have been detected to have penetrated deep into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and resisted for 60 minutes. Obtaining the title, I'm now terribly strong. Calling for 100 grasses to come, resistance to all types of toxins has reached full level. Ding! Immersive drowning detected for 120 minutes. Earning the title, Amphibious Upright Ape, whether you live in water or on land. It doesn't really make a difference. Accompanied by the system beep, Zhang Yan awoke with a jolt. Gulp! As it turned out, just as he woke up, he realized that he was face to face with seawater, and he almost didn't drown. It was a good thing that the title was given a replacement in time to be spared. Asterisk 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 where's this Thomas me again? With the augmentation of the title Amphibious Upright Ape, Zhang Yan had mastered an extremely high level of swimming skills even if he was a dry duck. He stood in the water and looked around, barely able to see more than a shadow of land. This scene, directly to him dry stupid. He will not be flooded directly into the sea, right? Through. At this time, the sound of an engine came from the distance, and when Zhang Yan turned his head, he realized that there were several escort boats coming towards this place. Look at the flag above. It's Mao. Look carefully for all of them, and bring back all that you can use. It's too tragic. A regiment of missile troops. All washed up. Subov is a madman to think of using the flood against us. This is going to be a tough fight, with several units affected by the flooding on the lower Burnett River, and the Woolly Bear units riding the wave of the flooding and almost beating us out of the east bank. It's a good thing the pretty country and those allies blocked the entrance to the sea in time for the Woolly Bear to get in with only 2 regiments of fleet, or I have a feeling they'd be hitting our capital tomorrow. Wait for our reinforcements to arrive in the city of Vatax tomorrow and settle the fighting in the Trimble Theater first. Then we can slowly wrestle the situation back. Zhang Yan hid in the seawater as the title amphibious upright ape was added. He didn't need to close his breath at all. Being in the seawater was as easy as staying on land. By this time, he had snuck underneath a small ship the size of a marine police boat. Through the chatter of the Ermau soldiers, he learned some information and couldn't help but frown. It seemed that he had indeed been washed out to sea correctly. But, after the task of releasing the flood and raising the water level, this follow-up progress, how come it's different from what I thought? Chapter 115 Ermau Fleet Chasing, Chance Encounter with Daxia Navy. Originally, as planned, after the water level lifted, the Woolly Bear Naval Fleet, with 2 or 3 brigades, would come to the middle reaches of the Burn River, almost a few kilometers from the Luck Main Reservoir, in the open river area, right against the 727th Brigade in the area of the city of Vatikas to counter the coming enemy reinforcements of 1 division tomorrow. But now you're telling me that the entrance to the sea is besieged by the fleets of the Pretty Kingdom and the Allies? Only 2 regiments ended up going in? How can we fight Ermau's reinforcements? Is this what they call the ideal is rich and the reality is bone dry? Zhang Yan is convinced. However, at this moment, Zhang Yan could not afford to think about other issues because he had already been washed into the sea and was too far away from the city of Vatax. Now the big question is how to get back to Vatax as soon as possible. First, if you want to go back, you'll have to break out of this group of dime a dozen ships searching for supplies. And the best way to break out is to commandeer their ships. But the task was not a very easy one, for there were Ermo ships all around, and even Ermo warships in the distance, standing there like an island. Once Zhang Yan caused a commotion here, it was highly likely that he would be besieged by the sea. But right now, Zhang Yan had no choice but to attack. Fight! Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yan directly pulled out the dagger pinned on his leg and said that he was going to get on the boat. At this time, however, the system's beep sounded beside his ears. Ding! Special scene, special mission, special conditions detected. Obtain, temporary hidden assassin experience card. It's been a while since I've gotten an experience card. Similar to when I got the Warlord experience card and the Commander experience card before. They are all earned by punching a card under certain conditions or triggering a special scene. Even though Zhang Yan was currently unable to find the rules of obtaining this temporary experience card, its arrival had helped him a lot. An assassin undercover, as the name suggests, is an assassin who only walks in secrecy and kills invisibly, comes without a shadow, goes without a trace, and is gifted at the top of his game in sneaking, assassination, and sleight of hand. With this title in hand, where in the world can you not go? But sadly, after a systematic reminder, this title is even more difficult to obtain than the Commander's experience card. You must kill 10,000 targets on your back to get it. And at the moment, Zhang Yan has only completed about 10% of the progress, which is far from being officially acquired. That's quite a system you've got there. It doesn't move during normal times, but when it does it's like it can't stop. Flirting, Zhang Yan climbed onto the ship as fast as he could with the temporary hidden assassin experience card enchantment. He did it almost silently with his every move. The first moment after boarding the ship, Zhang Yan turned his back and wiped out the neck of a Ermau soldier who was smoking and groping the fish. Ding! Current cumulative back assassination count 1028/10,000. Subsequently, Zhang Yan then proceeded to use the plywood, cab, stairs and the like as cover, and like playing Assassin's Creed, he took out several enemy soldiers one after another. Ding! Current cumulative back assassination count 1029/10,000. Ding! Current cumulative number of back assassinations 1030/10,000. Ding! Current cumulative back assassination count 1031/10,000. Ding! Current cumulative back assassination count 1081/10,000. Until the end, Zhang Yan directly took out more than 50 people from the ship and cleared the ship. This would put the assassination count at over 5,000 more than likely if we took out all the people from the neighboring ships, right? Although this kind of assassination was kinda cool, Zhang Yan didn't choose to kill all the people. After all, he had a limited amount of time, and had to break out and find a way to get back to the city of Vatax. Therefore, Zhang Yan chose an area where the density of ships was not very high as a breakthrough and killed his way towards the border. Ding! Current cumulative back assassination count 1300/10,000. Ding! Current cumulative number of back assassinations 1500/10,000. Ding! Current cumulative number of back assassinations 1800/10,000. Ding! Current cumulative back assassination count 2356/10,000. Until the end, Zhang Yan took out almost all the enemy troops in this ship area and froze without being discovered. He chose a marine police ship, changed into Ermau's uniform, Switch the language title of the dog language Rauji understand a little bit, with the most pure Irmo language, rush to the walkie-talkie to speak, Z. Here is 110,735 ship. We are done. First go back to send a trip. Brothers cheer. Z. I'll go. So fast. A small ship is comfortable, unlike a 100-man ship like ours. Z. Can you bring us some cold beer on your way back? It's damn hot as hell. Z. No problem. With that said, Zhang Yan changed back to the driving title that can be driven by a wheel, started the yacht vessel and fled at a rapid speed. And just as he was nearly a kilometer away, the alarming voice of the Irmo soldier suddenly came from the intercom. All of our men in the south have been taken out. Damn it, ship 110,735 isn't one of ours. Stop him. Boom 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 boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Yan was bombarded by a series of missiles, naval cannons, depth charges, torpedoes and the like in succession. Luckily, with the title, Zhang Yan's driving skill reached full level and he could easily dodge it, but it was useless to just hide. And what was now giving Zhang Yan a headache was that he was supposed to head north to the Irmo coast. This is a good thing. We're being driven directly south by Irmo's fleet. The chase lasted for nearly 3 hours, and as the sun was about to set, Zhang Yan was slowing down as the fuel of the ship he was traveling in was running out. Through the map on the ship, Zhang Yan roughly judged that he seemed to be nearing the vicinity of the Dastan Strait. Yards, it's a long way from Irmo, and back to Watakazi City. How do you get back? Just then, a distant warship the size of an island was reflected in Zhang Yan's field of vision. Zhang Yan was shocked, and thought that the enemy had transferred naval forces from other directions to pack himself. Who knew that when he took the binoculars to take a look, he was stunned. Daxia's warships? The Daxia fleet, consisting of several 050 destroyers and 054 frigates, is commanded by a major named Hu Guoguang, who serves as the fleet commander. In the first moment from the moment they received the mission from their superiors to take back the tourists from Daxia, they left the task at hand behind. A headlong drive from the Middle Earth Sea to the Straits of Stan and then into the Murray Sea. For considering the tense situation in the Sea of Mexico, with the presence of the many naval fleets of the Woolly Bears, the Irmos, the Pretty Nations, and their allies. So upon entering, they folded into the fringe and waited for further instructions from their superiors. Report, there is a Ermac ship that is approaching our group of warships at a very high rate of speed. Ermao ships? Hu Guoguang frowned. Maybe they're here to test us. Yell first, if he persists. Send out the water cannons. Yes. The soldier saluted and picked up the walkie-talkie in passing. This is the Shanghai ship of the Daxia Navy. Attention! You have entered the escort area of our fleet, possibly affecting the safety of my escort. Immediately identify yourself and stay away from it immediately to avoid miscalculation. Hearing the country accent, Zhang Yan was thrilled. I'm a citizen of Daxia, one of our own. I'm being chased by the Irmao naval fleet. Can you help me with a hand? When these words came out, Hu Guoguang and the soldier who was shouting froze. What the hell? Citizen of Daxia? Chapter 116. What has this damn war done to our tourists? In exotic waters, suddenly a man in another country's uniform, speaking fluent Daxia, claimed to be a Daxia citizen. Who would believe this thing? I repeat, stay away immediately to avoid miscalculation. The soldier was serious as hell. In his opinion, the Zhang Yan who was approaching was nothing more than a spy, a mercenary, or a monkey from the neighboring countries of Daxia. Such a person, naturally, does not need to give any good face. Zhang Yan explained, I'm really a citizen of Daxia. I'm a tourist who came to Manhwa to travel. Because of some accidents I mistakenly entered the battlefield, and I haven't been able to go back. Hu Guoguang was shocked. Good guy, still dare to pretend to be our Daxia's tourists. Who tourists will run to the Murk Sea, piloting Irmao's ships and wearing Irmao's uniforms. Ah, you won't even pretend to be able to 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 pretend. Did this guy know what our mission entailed and is here to stop us on purpose? I repeat for the last time, stay away immediately to avoid miscalculation. Zhang Yan was helpless. Yes, the whole thing about a tourist running the Murk Sea and being chased by a fleet of Irmos in a Irmo ship would have been pretty outrageous. It would be outrageous if people could believe it so easily. But now, seeing that the ship's fuel is about to run out and the Irmo fleet is about to catch up, the Daxia fleet in front of him is the last straw for Zhang Yan. He had to grab it. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Below the ship, a volley of torpedoes, once again, struck. Zhang Yan gritted his teeth, but fortunately, he jumped into the sea silently while there were still tens of seconds left in the hidden assassin experience card. Boom! Huge fireballs blossomed on the surface of the sea, and shockwaves swept around, confusing everything. The Irmo fleet. All the soldiers cheered. It worked. 6 torpedoes hit at the same time. Even God would have to choose Christmas all over again. Too bad we didn't catch him. What the hell is he? It looks as if it was rushed down from the Rice River Road. I guess it's the wrong kind of furry bear soldiers. It's still really strong, killing so many people. We froze and didn't notice. At this moment, someone noticed the fleet in the distance. That's Great Xia's fleet? What are they doing here? Earlier there was news that the hairy bear had invited Daxia to come to the Merc Sea for a joint military exercise. So it seems that the news is true, and they've arrived. Another military exercise. Is this an attempt to put pressure on us? But unfortunately they've got the wrong idea. No matter what, we won't let go of our access to the sea. Forget it, it's better not to provoke them if nothing else. Let's go. After only a few glimpses, the fleet of dime a dozen slipped away. And at that moment, Zhang Yan, who had the title Amphibious Upright Ape Enhancement, climbed onto a certain warship in a smooth manner, but just halfway through the climb, it was discovered. Freeze! On deck, Zhang Yan was tied up to an iron post. Soldier brothers, I'm really a Daxia tourist, I didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me you can contact your superiors to confirm. If I was really a spy or something, I'd have done it when I got on the ship, and while it's a bit arrogant to say it, I have a feeling you guys combined wouldn't necessarily be a match for me. The soldier who was interrogating pulled his mouth. The accent is quite standard, and the looks are those of a Daxia person. If you're not a spy, who is? Of course, there's another possibility. You're a mercenary. By this time, the fleet commander, Hu Guoguang, and several officers had arrived at the warship on a yacht. Commander, at this point the guess is that mercenaries are more likely. These people, give up their nationality to go abroad to platinum, encounter trouble, turn around and think of the motherland. If I had known this, why did I bother? Hu Guoguang sneered. Since he's not a citizen of my Daxia nationality, go back where you came from, contact Ermo Fong and send him back. Boarding the warship, Hu Guoguang came all the way to the deck and passed through the crowd of soldiers, and was trying to see what kind of person this person was who had the audacity to board the warship. As a result, the moment he met Zhang Yan's eyes, his eyes suddenly glared like an ox's. Commander, do you need us to contact the Ermac parties immediately? They shouldn't be far away yet. Hu Guoguang waved his hand, then pulled a photo out of his jacket pocket, looked up, looked down, looked up, looked down. It was compared back and forth no less than 20 times. Get loose. Ha! The soldiers froze. This is a spy for hire. Commander, are you sure you want to cut loose? But it was the chief's order and they had to carry it out. When the rope was loosened, Hu Guoguang personally went forward to help Zhang Yan get up. Why did you run here? Did Mao Xiong send you out? Those bastards. Couldn't they have waited for the situation to stabilize a bit before sending it? How dangerous it is now. Zhang Yan was puzzled. You know me? I'm the commander-in-chief of the Shanghai escort fleet. At the request of my superiors, I've come to Mohai to pick you up and take you home. Your name is Zhang Yan, right? Zhang Yan subconsciously nodded. But turn your head to think not right. Come to the Mohai to pick up their own home. Such a big thing. How do you not know? And he had just been brought to the Sea of Murk by the flood. And then he turned his head and ran into the fleet that had come to pick him up. Should it be such a coincidence? Seeing that Zhang Yan was a bit dumbfounded, Hu Guoguang suspected that he was scared silly and pacified. Don't be afraid. You're already safe. There's no need to keep on worrying. You'll be able to go home and reunite with your family soon. Going home? Zhang Yan was shocked. No, I can't go back. Even if I want to go back, I can't go back at this time. Hu Guoguang froze. Why? Ow, I get it. You're tugging at the furry bear unit that sent you out. They must have gone through a very difficult task in order to get you evacuated. I will report it so that the higher-ups can express their gratitude as well as their condolences. There is no need for you to worry about that. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. I wasn't sent out. I was washed out by the flood. At that time I was on a flood relief mission on the west bank of the middle reaches of the Burn River with my brigade, but because I was poisoned, I simply passed out when I drove my explosives-laden army truck in the last drive to bombard the river. Originally we were going to raise the water level of the burn to get the fleet in to support it, but now that the pretty Allies fleet has surrounded the inlet, the woolly bears are only going in with 2 regiments, and that's just not enough. Tomorrow, reinforcements from one of Ermao's divisions will arrive in the area of the city of Vatikas. I absolutely cannot go back at this time. If I do, what will happen to my troops? Although what Zhang Yan said was the truth, it was a statement that froze the ears of a group of officers, including Hu Guoguang. Army doctor, where's the army doctor? Almost instantly, Hu Guoguang started shaking the military doctor. Because of the secrecy, his knowledge of Zhang Yan was merely a tourist trapped in the battlefield. He knew nothing about what happened to Zhang Yan in the battlefield, so much so, that when Zhang Yan uttered such an anticlimactic statement, he was almost certain that Zhang Yan's mental state was definitely in trouble, triggering the war traumatic stress disorder syndrome. The military doctor arrived soon, a young lady with short hair, and without any further ado, she pulled out a tranquilizer and wanted to give Zhang Yan a shot. Zhang Yan was shocked. Hey, I'm not doing anything. This is not necessary. Yes, although I was poisoned before, the poison has almost healed. Hu Guoguang was even more shocked. What? And poisoned? What a damn war. Look what it's done to our tourists. Chapter 117 Psychological Counseling. Daxia military doctor people are stupid. You say you're Supav. After putting it off for half a day, Zhang Yan still received a shot. I can't help it. They're too enthusiastic. The fact that he came all the way here to pick himself up, and the worried little eyes, made Zhang Yan embarrassed to let down the good intentions of others. Take it. Anyway, with my now strong and terrible, called the title of the 100 grass withered to add, Zhang Yan 100 poison does not invade. The medicine, naturally, also does not invade. At this moment, Zhang Yan was arranged in an independent officer's residence. 1 bedroom, 1 bath, and quite a bit of space. Zhang Yan was repairing the communicator that had been soaked in water for too long and had lost its waterproofing effect. All the while, he looked over to the medic lady sitting in the chair at the end of the room. You just said that your name is Lin Junyi, right? Then I'll call you Sister Junyi. Sister Junyi, I'm really fine. You don't have to keep guard here. Lin Junyi sighed. You have a serious problem. You're now so hyper that you can't even suppress the tranquilizers. Haven't you noticed yourself that you've already begun to engage in some unthinkable behaviors? Zhang Yan unwrapped the cover of the communicator and picked it up to shake the water. Yes? Lin Junyi was speechless. Then why did you fix the communicator somehow? Wow. You mean this? I have to find a way to contact my troops, but there's still no cell phone signal here, so I can only start with the communicator, and if that doesn't work, I'll have to beg Commander Hu Guoguang. Lin Junyi covered her forehead, starting to babble again. This can't go on. Saying that, she moved her chair to Zhang Yan's side. Tell me, what happened during the time you mistakenly entered the battlefield? I can also do psychological counseling for you. Counseling? Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. Together, after talking for half a day, you just want to chat? It's also true that as a female soldier who spends a long time following the fleet on escort duties on cruising missions, it should be pretty boring not being able to go ashore. And as a misguided visitor to the battlefield himself, the experience during this time should be a conversation starter for anyone who wants to know about it. The calms aren't fixed anyway, so let's talk. It started, I guess, when I drew $1 for summer camp for hairy bears. So, Zhang Yan repaired the communicator while telling a story. Almost from the moment she arrived at the airport on the manhwa border and boarded the wrong airplane, Lin Junyi's eyes had begun to widen. What followed was a parachute jump just after arriving at the battlefield, landing, taking an old suicide-loving recruit, and breaking out of a neighborhood surrounded by Ermos. Slow down. How did you get to use a drone and you just went to war and you have the guts to kill people? Lin Junyi's entry point is very tricky. To Zhang Yan her whole froze. That what? Students like to play drones is normal. As for just on the battlefield dare to kill or something, the main I was on the battlefield is a real CS. I thought it was a summer camp program. Regarding the system, Zhang Yan can never say it explicitly, and he can only fool around from other aspects. Lin Junyi nodded. That's right, originally going to summer camp, but it turned out that you were actually going to a battlefield. It's normal for you to have cognitive errors, so when did you realize that you had actually entered the battlefield by mistake? Zhang Yan thought for a moment. During an operation against a military base, we fell for Air Mao's plan and were surrounded. In the meantime, one of the scout battalion commanders, with whom I was relatively close, was unfortunately killed in action. Lin Junyi pursed her lips and patted Zhang Yan's arm. Condolences. Your perception must have experienced a collapse at that time. I can understand how you feel. Zhang Yan was unimpressed. It was alright. Then he entrusted the scouting battalion to me, and since then I've been the battalion commander of the scouting battalion at the rank of major. Lin Junyi froze. After that it was the matter of sneaking into Kever to find information in response to the main force of the Ermao. When it dismantled the plot of the main force of the Ermao, and directly gave the entire Kever region a full take. After that, I was promoted to regimental commander at the rank of lieutenant colonel. Lin Junyi's mouth opened wide. No, in the back. Well, the remnants of the regional army ran away to Kever, and we made a special trip to fight. But during that time I had an accident and was able to get out of it by using an underground passageway, and then I ran into the Trimble war zone, harassed them for some time with an advance force, and when support arrived I was promoted to brigade commander at the rank of colonel. What happened after that, as you know, was nothing more than spending some time in the city of Watakazi, and then being swept away by the flood to the Sea of Murray. What? By this time, Lin Junyi was already dumbfounded, her mouth wide open. She had thought that Zhang Yan's feeling of mistakenly entering the battlefield was nothing more than being frightened by all the gunfire and life and death in the battlefield. What do you think? This guy is directly telling himself about his promotion? Almost a month's time to rank up to colonel. And damn as a brigade commander. Big brother, you're not kidding, right? I guessed correctly. Your situation is really serious and you've already shown symptoms of delusion. Lin Junyi didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly took out another tranquilizer, intending to calm Zhang Yan down. Oh yeah, and to hide my identity, Harry Bear even got a new identity for me with a weird name. What? Sub of. Slap. Zhang Yan's words directly scared Lin Junyi so much that the tranquilizer in her hand fell to the ground. What did he say? Is he Sapov? The legendary woolly bear hero whose fame is spreading around the world? 055 A destroyer. Captain's command room. After some debugging, communications were finally restored, and Hu Guoguang hurriedly contacted his superiors. Report, this is Commander Hu Guoguang of the Shanghai Fleet. We have picked up the visitor Daxia as required by the mission. Please instruct your superiors. The alarmed voice of his superior came from the other end of the communicator. What? That fast? How is he doing now? Report, Zhang Yan was washed into the Mohai by the flood and happened to have a chance encounter with our fleet. He is currently in good physical condition, but his mental state seems to be somewhat traumatized. Flooded into the Sea of Murk? That's really his style. The superior froze for a moment, but there were some things he wasn't able to tell Hu Guoguangming. It's only right to be traumatized after being on the battlefield for so long by mistake. You guys depart for home immediately, and when you reach safe waters, I'll arrange for communication between Zhang Yan and his family. Yes. At this time, however, Zhang Yan came to the command room under the leadership of military Dr. Lin Junyi. Zhang Yan saluted almost without thinking, then looked around. Comrade Commander, our 055 ship is really grand ha. Hu Guoguang subconsciously wanted to salute back, but just as his hand was raised, he suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Why would Zhang Yan, a tourist, salute himself? And this is a bit of a leader's visit? What's wrong? It's Zhang Yan. He came to the command room, just in time for him to speak with me. Zhang Yan just picked up the earphone, and the voice of a certain Daxia naval officer came from the other end. Comrade Zhang Yan, this is the Daxia Naval Command. Please don't worry. Our Navy will definitely send you back to Daxia safely and securely, and all of our officers and soldiers will be waiting for your triumph at the harbor. Zhang Yan sank his breath. I'm sorry, I can't go back to my country right now. My troops are still in the Vatak city area, and there are a series of subsequent matters waiting to be resolved. I can't just stand by and watch my troops encounter danger. This is not something a brigade commander, a commander should do. Why is this starting to be a problem again? Hu Guoguang said and was about to stop it, but he was stopped by Lin Junyi. What's the matter with you? He's crazy and you're crazy? Lin Junyi shook her head. Commander, if you knew his identity and what he had actually gone through, you wouldn't think he was crazy. What identity? Legendary hero of the woolly bear. Sub of. Chapter 118 Daxia granted the rank of Brigadier General. Shelved Foreign War College entrance examination plus points? Who? Sabov? Just him, Zhang Yan, a Daxia tourist, and you call him a legendary hero of the furry bear? If he's Sapov, I'm still Qin Shi Huang. Hu Guoguang only felt outrageous. Comrade Lin Junyi, what is your situation? As the most professional military doctor in our fleet, you shouldn't at least be misled by an ordinary tourist with a mental state problem. Or is it because this escort mission has been so long that even your spirit? There's nothing wrong with my spirit. Lin Junyi shook her head and then recounted what happened to Zhang Yan. After hearing this, Hu Guoguang man was dumbfounded. Just 1 month to be promoted to colonel. When the brigade commander so outrageous plot, you also believe? Believe him might as well believe that I am Qin Shi Huang. At first I didn't believe it either, until he took out this. Saying that, Lin Junyi handed a soaked document to Hu Guoguang. The photos and names are clear, although much of the writing is illegible due to soaking. The photo is of none other than Zhang Yan in his woolly bear uniform, and in the column of names, above it was written, Sabov Bachelovic Pinchilef. What? Hu Guoguang looked at Zhang Yan, who was still communicating on the other end, with surprise and some incredulity. Is he really Sapov? If at this time, Hu Guoguang's heart has been a little shaken, but it is still a little unbelievable. Then the next scene was one that he had to believe even if he didn't. Zhang Yan, who was originally communicating with the Naval Command, simply explained why he couldn't go back. The original communication was then immediately transferred to the Military Region Command, then from the Military Region Command to the Grand Military Region Command, and then from the Grand Military Region Command to the Service Command, and finally to the top level. If Zhang Yan was merely babbling, I'm afraid the call would have ended as early as the first round of Naval Command. Being able to transfer so many organizations can only mean one thing. Zhang Yan isn't lying, he really is the legendary hero of the furry bears. Sub of. Zhang Yan, do you still remember me? The last person to speak to Zhang Yan was the old man with the very extraordinary shoulder badge. Zhang Yan laughed. You are the old grandpa who spoke to me last time. That's right, it's me. Do you really want to do this? It's the only chance you'll get to go back before the war of the two furry bears is over. Zhang Yan nodded firmly. Think about it. This time the situation is different from the past. I'm already a brigade commander. I can't just leave my troops behind like this, otherwise even if I go back, I won't have peace of mind. The old man didn't say much and quickly agreed. Good, since your mind is made up, then I'm sorry to stop you. I'm now representing the military hierarchy and officially appointing you as a major. From now on, if there is anything you need help with, my Navy's mountain and sea fleet can assist you. Ah, Zhang Yan was shocked. Wasn't he talking about going back or not? How did he somehow get promoted? And an officer of the daxia, higher than his own colonel in the woolly bear, and straight away a major. Wouldn't that be a brigadier general? Yourself, Commodore? Yards up, 18-year-old brigadier general? Zhang Yan's eyes widened and he stammered. This. It's not in line with the rules. Right, I haven't joined the party yet. I'm just a youth league member. And, my idea was actually to join the military when I got back. Since I haven't done anything for our motherland, and you suddenly gave me a rank. The old man laughed. Ha ha ha, there's nothing out of order. You can write your application now and have the mountain and sea fleet bring it back. But if you join the party, based on your performance, you'll have more than one major rank. What? Zhang Yan was made to think carefully by this sentence. What does it mean? More than one major. What else could it be? Could it be? The old grandpa across the street wants to make himself a young. Alright, boy, hurry up and fight your battles. I just hope you're careful with everything, and we'll be at home ready to welcome you in your triumph. Slap. Before Zhang Yan could react, the communication was hung up. At that moment, another communication came in, from the Naval Command for Huguoguang. My naval headquarters received an order from the higher-ups. From now on, you, the Shanghai Fleet, listen to the orders of Senior Colonel Zhang Yan. If necessary, can participate in the battle, to help him return to the battlefield of the Ermo Mao Xiong with the fastest speed. This is a hard-earned opportunity, and I believe that under his leadership, you can reap the benefits of good wartime experience that awaits your triumph. What? It was Huguoguang's turn to be dumbfounded. Just the effort of picking up a communication. Zhang Yan directly changed from a tourist to a major, directly on par with himself. Gosh, an 18-year-old brigadier general. That's incredible. That's a pretty anticlimactic and explosive presence anywhere in the world. Hanging up the communication, Huguoguang's mouth was dry. Are you really Subov? Zhang Yan also pulled his mouth and nodded. So, it's precisely because I'm a Subov that they made me a major, right? When you're fighting a war abroad, you're still promoted to rank at home? Huguoguang also felt incredulous. In fact, fighting in foreign battlefields, the domestic generally will not be promoted to rank. Otherwise that group of running abroad as mercenaries, has long been in the army to eat and drink. This is not allowed. But now, Zhang Yan has set this precedent. What does it mean? It means that this identity of Zhang Yan Subov is really too powerful. Even daxia did not want to put him out easily and wanted to keep him in the army. Isn't that the point of giving rank at this time? At this time, Zhang Yan brain twitch, then stop abroad to fight. Domestic college entrance examination plus points? All when the brigadier general, but also add what points ah. Huguoguang was speechless and hurriedly urged. Okay comrade major, aren't you going back to the battlefield? Hurry up and act. Oh right. Zhang Yan came back to his senses and rushed to the warship console's communicator. Soon there was a burst of Russian from inside, to give you all the sad news. Subov Bachelovich Pinchalev, the legendary hero of our woolly bear nation, died tragically a few hours ago. According to reports from soldiers of the 727th Brigade, even before his death, Comrade Subov had been severely poisoned and had repeatedly vomited blood, but he continued to fight tenaciously. Huguoguang is wondering why this voice is so familiar. Zhang Yan picked up the communicator and started cursing. Asterisk 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 off. You're the one who sacrificed. I'm alive and well, and you're letting me die in the world again, aren't you? Perhaps after spending a long time in the Mao Xiong army, Zhang Yan's temper has become extraordinarily rude and violent, just like his mother Li Yunlong. As a result, this sound directly gave the hairy bear emperor, who was delivering a speech, a complete daze. Good man, who is this? He came up and cursed. The great emperor forced down his anger. Who are you? I'm Subov Bachelovich Pinchalev. I was swept by the flood into the Sea of Murk, and I'm not dead at all. Chapter 119. Subov has such a high status in the furry bear. Ah, the great emperor dares to hang? This time, although Zhang Yan played with disappearing, he didn't play with faking his death. As soon as he got through to Hairy Bear's comms, he immediately cracked up as soon as he heard someone say he was dead. As a result, this scolding gave Huguoguang a shock. He had only just remembered the owner of that voice. Wasn't it the Hairy Bear Emperor? During the last joint military exercise, the great emperor even personally received the mountain and sea fleet. The two of them shook hands and made small talk. As a result, Zhang Yan opened scolding. Good guy, feeling Zhang Yan and the hairy bear so powerful even the great emperor dared to hang? Su, Bav. The great emperor was also shocked when he heard Zhang Yan say that he wasn't dead. Are you really Su Bav? Zhang Yan didn't even know who was on the other end of the communication, but only knew that he was there to rumor that he was dead. So Zhang Yan was very angry and continued to hang. How many other Subovs are there in this world? I have said that I was washed by the flood ink sea. You dragon? By this time, the Archon was out of breath. And the good news that Subov wasn't dead made him more than ecstatic. How are you doing now? Since you can connect to Combs, that means you're safe? Zhang Yan nodded. When I first came to the Merc Sea, I was chased by Ermao's fleet for a while, and then I came across Xia's fleet, and I'm now in their command room. The Archon suddenly fell silent, as this communication was a military-wide broadcast, along with some of the officers who knew the inside story. They all knew that this Daxia fleet was definitely here to pick up Zhang Yan, but how could it be so coincidental? Zhang Yan just arrived at Mo Hai and met them? Doesn't that mean that this is the last time Zhang Yan will talk to them? Did he actually come to say goodbye? The Archon sighed. Alright, I know. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. What do you know? Which army are you from? Do we know each other? Okay, I don't have time to chat with you. 727th Brigade. Can you here get back to me quickly and report your situation? And can the fleet near the mouth of the Bernie River contact me as well? I need to get back to the front battlefield as soon as possible now and need to know the distribution of the enemy fleet at the mouth of the Bernie River. Upon hearing this, the great emperor was directly shocked. You're not leaving? Go what? Where to go? Who said I'm leaving? My troops are still in Vatikas City. I'm a brigade commander as a deserter. Right. At this remark, all the officers in communication gave a cheer. Not only is Subov not dead, but he's not leaving? This is great news. The great emperor was so happy that he simply did the reporting himself. At the moment, the mouth of the Burn River has been surrounded by the fleets of the Pretty Kingdom and the Allies, and only 2 regiments of our naval fleet have entered. But Ermao's side was able to use the cover to transport a steady stream of troops into the Burn River, and they have now landed on the east bank of the Burn River, leaving our army, which had been riding the wave of victory, in a stalemate again. Zhang Yan frowned. It seemed that the situation had changed for the worse than he had imagined. The original purpose of raising the water level of the Burn River was to call for help for the 727th Brigade, but now it has backfired on the enemy. Can't you find a way to fix it on the Navy side? Even though they're surrounded, they should be able to break in if they break out hard, right? The great emperor sighed. There's no way around it. Once we attack the pretty country or the allied country's fleet, it will be seen as a direct declaration of war, at which point the pretty country and the allied country will drive their large forces in openly and honestly. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. Good guy. Put here card bug it is. Dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water hot this is. That 727 Brigade situation how? At the moment, because of your re-murder, the morale of the 727th Brigade has taken a serious blow. The 13th Regiment and the 16th Regiment are doing fine, but the 18th Regiment and the Independence Regiment over there are having a tactical argument with the other 2 units. Zhang Yan's brows swished up. What happened to them? While the 13th Regiment, the 16th Regiment favored remaining in the city of Watax, the 18th and Independent Regiments entertained the idea of pulling back to the Trimble Theater. Now that Daniel of the 18th Regiment has regained control of the army, he has taken his troops and withdrawn further ahead, and Smirnov of the Independent Regiment seems to be replicating Daniel's operation, but without success at the moment. The tiger is not at home. The monkey is the king. This is. Zhang Yan's fire suddenly rose. Pass on my order. All regimental headquarters and battalion headquarters of the 727th Brigade, all retreat back to Vatakazi City. Whoever dares to be disobedient, I'll be the first to shoot him. Understood. Hu Guoguang had been dumbfounded by the scene before him. Good guy. Zhang Yan's status in the Malbare is so high. The great emperor personally give him a report on the status of the war even if he dares to call the great emperor to give him as a microphone? Not bad for a Subov. By this time, Zhang Yan had already put his hands behind his back and looked at the sea outside the window of the command room. Tomorrow the supporting forces of an enemy division will be arriving, and once they join the enemy forces in the Bernie River Valley, then I'm afraid that the only path awaiting the 727th Brigade and the various brigade regiments in the Trimble Theater is that of extinction. Therefore we must act quickly to break up the enemy's encirclement at the mouth of the sea and drive our troops in so that we can have a chance of survival. The great emperor laughed. Looks like our hero already has an idea? Just a preliminary thought. Right now the 727th Brigade only needs to do one thing, and that's to hold the city of Vatax, which still has almost a couple million inhabitants. Just enough to give the troops cover. Ermao shouldn't be heartless enough to ignore civilians and attack without authorization, which would at least buy us some time to open up the entrance to the sea. By the way, can you send a few warships to meet me? Desia's warships might not be convenient to enter. The great emperor shook his head. I'm afraid I can't. The enemy has set up blockades in all directions in order to prevent us from getting a hold of the Rice River. Although these blockades are constructed by the fleets of both the Irmo and the Pretty Country allies, they are arranged in such a way that as soon as we attack the Irmo fleet, the fleets of the Pretty Country and the allies will immediately turn around and surround us. Not a good fight, yo. Zhang Yan lightly clasped the desktop, pondered for a moment, and looked at Hu Guoguang, who was beside him. Commander Hu, can we go in on the pretext of a military exercise? Hu Guoguang sighed. If we could have gotten in, we would have done so long ago. Zhang Yan was helpless. Originally, I didn't want to involve you guys in this, but things have come to a head, and apart from the mountain and sea fleet, I don't have any available troops. Hu Guoguang nodded. You don't need to worry about that. Our superiors have instructed that we can participate in combat if necessary. Saying that, Hu Guoguang picked up his walkie-talkie, immediately returned to stand straight. Find a place where no one is around, camouflage our ships, and then put up the flag of the Mao Bear, and all of them change into the Mao Bear's uniforms. What? Zhang Yan people stupid. Good guy. Can still be like this. Chapter 120, 18-year-old Major General and Division Commander. You two are competing here. Warship camouflage is considered one of the mandatory subjects in the Navy. In order to cope with a variety of complex war situations, intelligence is stolen by disguising enemy warships and the blockade is broken, or reduce the chances of being hit is especially important. Along with the order of the fleet commander Hu Guoguang, the fleet immediately adjusted its course towards the stand straight, and taking advantage of this hiatus, Zhang Yan also discussed with the Great Emperor, and a group of high-ranking officers to come up with a feasible solution. Considering the identity of the mountain and sea fleet, even if it's disguised, it's not secure. This operation, therefore, must be set for the night, and although there is a lot of commotion, if we hit and run fast, with the radar turned off, the enemy really won't be able to spot us, and the Irmo region, because of its proximity to the North Pole, has long days and short nights in the summer, with darkness around 11 o'clock and light at 5 o'clock in the morning. That means we only have 6 hours to break through the enemy blockade and try to open the mouth of the sea. As Zhang Yan voiced out his thoughts, the Great Emperor also added, it's better not to put too much pressure on yourself. Tonight, you're only responsible for breaking in. As for opening up the entrance to the sea, we can take our time. Anyway, with the 727th Brigade stationed in Vatican City, there shouldn't be any danger to it. Yes, there will be no danger, but those troops in the Trimble Theater will suffer. Once the enemy support passed, the original good situation will become stalemate again. Then the 727th Brigade will become isolated, cannot hold out for too long, so I advocate quick battle. The tactics were quickly finalized. Just as Zhang Yan was thinking about the next tactical details, the Great Emperor also added, by the way, in order to ensure the smooth running of the operation, it has been decided by the military hierarchy that you will be officially appointed as the new division commander of the 99th Division. In the meantime, concurrently, Commander-in-Chief of the fleets of the 17th, 18th, and 19th Fleets of the Mercian Navy. Due to wartime considerations, you are immediately promoted to the rank of Major General over the ranks. What? Hearing this, Zhang Yan was directly confused. How come I just got promoted on the Daxia side, and then the Furry Bear side got promoted too? You two are in a race here, and this time it's an even tougher promotion. Brigade Commander to Division Commander, Colonel to Major General? Good lord, that's too fast. The Hu Guoguang people on the side were directly dumbfounded. Is this Subov? Horrible as hell. Promotion is like riding a rocket. He came to the battlefield for a month at the most, and as a result, he transformed from a tourist to a major general. That is a major general. Sentimentally, the country still gives the rank lower, and they had thought it would be a good faith to press the Woolly Bear by giving it higher than the Woolly Bear's colonel. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yan's promotion speed in Mao Xiong was completely at the speed of light. At this moment, Hu Guoguang looked at Zhang Yan with eyes full of admiration. He was already pondering whether he should contact his superiors directly in a while to report it. Mao Xiong's side was too despicable, directly making Zhang Yan a major general. And how can Daxia stay down for so long? It has to get the field back. Big deal. Just become a Changyan lieutenant general. He's so powerful in Woolly Bear that even the Great One has to give him face and give him a hand. It's a position he fully deserves. While the idea is wonderful, the reality is very bone-chilling because of the mission plan that has been set in motion. From this moment on, the mountain and sea fleet had to remain silent, so the idea of debriefing had to be postponed. Hanging up the communication, Zhang Yan turned around and then looked at Hu Guoguang and Lin Junyi, who were a bit dumbfounded. Congratulations, Comrade Subov. You're a real general now. Hu Guoguang is okay. At least he can speak. Lin Junyi was miserable. Everything she had just heard was too much information, directly giving her brain CPU all washed out. She was regretting why she stayed here. It was curiosity that killed the cat. Sister Junie, what's wrong with you? Sister Junie, Sister Junie? Zhang Yan shouted several times before Lin Junie reacted. Ha! She looked like a frightened kitten, her face full of panic. At one point, even with a trembling hand, he took a shot of tranquilizer out of his accompanying medical bag and shot it directly into his arm. I'm fine. You guys talk. There's nothing to do. I'll go down first. Lin Junie took her arm and headed for the door as if she had lost her mind. Zhang Yan was a bit puzzled. Sister Junie, help me find a piece of paper. I want to write an application to join the party. Flop. Lin Junie had just reached the door when the tranquilizer went straight to work and her whole body fell to the deck. Soon arriving somewhere in the Straits of Dastan, all the soldiers of the Shanghai fleet were engaged in a busy camouflage process. They started by changing into woolly bear uniforms and flying the woolly bear flag. Then changes were made to the details of the individual warships, like what to lower the antennas and weapons to hide the warship's serial numbers. The reason for doing so was to change the structure of the warship so that no association could be made with the warships of Daxia. By the time the camouflage was completed, it had come to 9 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was beginning to darken. There are still 2 hours to go before the operation begins. Hu Guoguang gathered the warriors on the deck for some mobilization. Previously, our Shanghai fleet, on more than one occasion, has excelled in escort missions. We've been around pirates, we've fought terrorist organizations, we've rescued kidnapped ships, and overall, we've been in a lot of battles. But today, our opponent is different from the past. For the first time, we will be facing and engaging another nation's fleet head-on. Upon hearing this, the warriors were a bit shocked. Didn't they say, military exercises? Why are we suddenly engaging another country's fleet again? Don't ask what you shouldn't. It's a decision from the top. We just need to implement it. This is another change of woolly bear uniforms and a woolly bear flag. It's not going to be a fight with Ermao and the others, is it? No way. Are we going to intervene in the battle of the two furry bears too? Hu Guoguang coughed lightly. I don't think this will be an easy fight, but it is a rare opportunity for us. Through this, we can gain wartime experience that is more real than military exercises, which will make us stronger. A strong army is a strong country. This is for Daxia, for our motherland. Along with Hu Guoguang's impassioned voice, the warriors were mobilized. For Daxia, for the motherland. The pre-station mobilization ended and Hu Guoguang returned to the command room. At this moment, Zhang Yan was seen lying on the table, writing something. This battlefield mobilization should have been done by you, but because of the issue of your identity that needs to be kept secret, you can only be allowed to stay here. It's hard for you. It's fine. Zhang Yan waved his hand. Quickly show me if the formula of my party application is right. Hu Guoguang nodded and picked up the paper and read it. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Yan looked at the sunset on the distant sea and felt that the atmosphere was just right. Involuntarily, I took out my cell phone and took a picture, editing an impossible to send out circle of friends. After the fight on the Luck main reservoir, and the drive around and the run on the Murray Sea, the next thing to do is to try to break through the enemy's fleet lines, and fight back up the Burn River. Should not say, beautiful country and his lapdogs is really shameless. Put their card bug blocking the estuary, really think I do not dare to beat them, right? Oh yeah, there's good news. Buddy got promoted again, brigade commander to division commander and rank to major general. You've never seen an 18-year-old major general. You'll see it today. Chapter 121. Daxia fleet so fierce, half an hour, breaking through the first chain. Maybe it wasn't the woolly bears, but Zhang Yan didn't have much of a sense of belonging. When posting to your friends, all you think about is pretending and documenting your life. And like a big leak, you blow up everything you should and shouldn't. But for Daxia, Zhang Yan kept his mouth shut, whether it's encountering the Yamahai fleet, and operating with them, or being promoted to Grand Commander himself. After all, it was a matter of the motherland, and he felt it had to be kept secret. The sky gradually darkened, and the moonlight and the stars in the sky were reflected in the waves of the sea, full of depth and mystery. But the entire officers and men of the Shanghai fleet had no intention of appreciating this beauty. At the height of the night, they set out under the cover of night. For insurance purposes, they turned off the radar and activated a series of anti-detection technologies. Almost without attracting anyone's attention, it touched the southern end of the enemy's first chain. At this moment, Zhang Yan was staying in the information control room of the warship, performing a series of dazzling operations on the console in front of him. This undoubtedly gave the information soldiers on both sides of the fence a silly look. The system upgrade problem that the Military Research Institute has been agonizing over for a long time has been completed so easily? How is it possible that the shield is overclocked to operate and cover 0.6 nautical miles more than ever before? Wow! You even simplified our operation panel. That's much better than the previous one. Weapon systems also change. Class President, you were not a high achiever in the field of information before, right? Hu Guoguang, standing behind Zhang Yan, had an outrageous face. He had thought that Subov was only good at fighting wars, but he hadn't realized that he knew a little bit about this tech stuff. It was only because the shield was needed in this battle, and it turned out that the shield was not as effective as he had hoped. Then he came up and gave it a whirl, overclocking the shield, not to mention upgrading all of the warship systems along the way. The most outrageous thing is that even the weapon system, he's going to have a hand in it. Wouldn't that shock the hell out of the group at the Military Research Institute if they knew about it? Okay, done. As the enter key was hit, Zhang Yan clapped his hands and got up. In a few moments the submarines of the Woolly Bear will be the first to attack from the northern end of the blockade chain, and the 17th Fleet will faint at the second blockade chain. When the pretty Allies' warships are drawn over to us, it's our turn to attack, and it has to be fast, and we mustn't be surrounded. Understood. Hu Guoguang nodded and immediately went down to make arrangements. Not long after, with a fire in the extreme distance, Zhang Yan knew the opportunity had come. All warships, approach at full speed. Yes, the Shanghai fleet sailed to full speed, propelling the water and charging straight towards a nearby Irma warship. I will immediately activate shielding measures to block enemy communications. Once in range of fire, ships' guns, missiles, don't hold back. Give me full power bombardment. Yes, the Irma's Lecky cruiser, at the moment, was standing silently on the surface of the sea. Although they were on a blockade mission, the officers and men did not have much sense of crisis, but instead were very relaxed. Even kicked off the party at the restaurant. The blockade is nothing more than a showpiece in their eyes. Not to mention that they are still the last line of defense. Even if they did fight, the enemy would have to fight from east to west, and with the help of the pretty and allied fleets, they wouldn't really see fit to enter the war. At that moment, there was a sudden ringing on the captain's room communicator. This is the East Nikki at the northern end of the first seal chain. We are under attack by an enemy submarine. Can you please come and provide support? Copy that. We're on our way. Listen to the response in the communicator. The captain of Sleeky's ship, sipping vodka while hugging a dime a dozen female soldier, picking up the communicator. He flirted. It's just a submarine. You still need support? Do you guys charge for it? Can you stop annoying the big brother of a beautiful country? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nondelev. Have you been drinking again? Z. Before the words on the other end of the communicator could be finished, there was a sudden sound of a communication breakdown. What the hell? Captain Nondarev narrowed his eyes and was whacking the table with his communicator to fix the malfunction. Whoosh! At that moment, a breaking sound suddenly came from beside his ear. Immediately after that, a missile, coming straight for his captain's cabin. With a boom, the captain's room was blown right out of the sky, and Captain Nondarev was killed instantly, along with the Irmo female soldier. Boom 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 boom. Da 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 da. Immediately after that, the Yamahai fleet, which had already reached 100 meters from the Sriki cruiser, immediately went into a frenzy of bombardment. There's an enemy attack. All stop drinking and counterattack. Ah, the enemy is coming from the west. How is this possible? Ah, damn, the hold is leaking. Where are the engineers? Come and fix it. The rest pods were bombed and the engineers are all dead, because the raid was so sudden. Plus the officers and men of the Sliggy cruiser were overwhelmed with defenses. So before you can react, you're basically on the verge of being massacred. Within a short time, the sledge cruiser was in flames and not a bit of life left in it, because of the leaky cabins. At the moment, the entire cruiser was sinking towards the bottom. Zhang Yan was shocked. This fleet of our Dacia is quite fierce. That must be, a product of Dacia must be a fine product. Hu Guoguang scratched his head. He was actually quite stunned. It always feels like, today's Shanghai fleet is more than a little bit fiercer than before. Ah, why was this? Was it because the system had been upgraded by Zhang Yan, making the missiles more accurate? Or is it that Zhang Yan chose too good a time to attack, so that the enemy army had no time to react at all? No matter what, he decided that it was definitely Zhang Yan's credit. Is this Sapov? So strong. Alright, there's no time for idle chit-chat. Immediately march towards the second sealing chain as fast as you can, and work in tandem with the Woolly Bear 17 fleet to try and finish off the enemy fleet group. Understood. The Shanghai fleet broke through the first chain with little effort, taking only half an hour, the speed of light, and in the meantime, except for a fire, the sledge cruiser's communications pressed on without dialing out. This, in turn, set the stage for the next reoccurrence of the mountain and sea fleet's invisibility. And at this time, Mao, pretty country and their lapdogs didn't know that their natural enemy, Major General Subov, had already led his troops into the Sea of Murk. At this point, they're still on a public opinion spree, just in time to block the mouth of the Burn River because of the fleet of the pretty allies, interrupting the troop shipment plan on the Woolly Bear's side in turn allowed Irmo's side to ship their troops up, so much so that Irma's side is getting confident and jumpy again. Reports are coming in from the east bank of the Burn River that our troops have managed to hold off a raging wave of attacks by the woolly bear. In 6 hours, our reinforcements will arrive in the city of Vatikas, and what awaits Subov and his troops then will be utter defeat. We will take back everything we have lost, and drive the invaders, the woolly bears, out of our land. So please wait and see. At this very moment, Irma is giving an impassioned winner's speech. As a result, of bad news came up quickly. Report: the southern end of the first sealing chain of the Merksea was attacked by an unknown armed force. The Sliggy cruiser was sunk on the spot. After investigation, it is highly likely that that unknown armed force has already entered our blockade block. What did you say? Chapter 122. Trying to catch a turtle in a jar? Tough second seal of the chain. A momentary victory, allowing Irmo to once again jump on the bandwagon and take the upper hand in the battle of public opinion. In favor of this time, there was no response from the slightly disheveled hairy bear. This scene was a good one for the netizens. Good lord, you two are stranded here in a turn-based system. How impassioned the hairy bear was before, and how much the two hares are raising their eyebrows now. Why isn't this battle developing the way I thought it would? And how did Irmo suddenly catch hairy bear off guard? Who says not? According to what hairy bear said earlier, at this very moment, shouldn't their legendary hero, Subov, just lead his troops to attack the Irmu capital? Don't let Irmo give it a straight drive out of Irmo's country. It'll be embarrassing then. Subov was carried in mass view in just 1 month, and during that time coincided with the death and battle of Chekhov, the legendary commander of the Irmo, and everyone who knows what they know understands that the hairy bear is making a god of himself. No, are you all wallflowers? If it weren't for Subov, the lower Armabani River would have flooded by now, and maybe even caused a nuclear leak disaster. What do you believe in what people say? Maybe it's a play directed by the hairy bear. The loss of a momentary battle resulted in the legendary hero of the woolly bear, Subov, being looked down upon by everyone. Some are even beginning to think that a counterattack from Irmo is coming. Timing is right. Irmo has almost taken over. There's no chance that they'll actually drive the woolly bear out of their country in one fell swoop and win the war in the end. But the truth was, at the moment, Irmo was not even thinking of counterattacking. They were already sweating from an unidentified armed fleet that had rushed into the blockade block. Though at the first sign of the report, ships from Irmo, Pretty Country, and the Allies had entered the blockade block and searched for it. But the unidentified armed fleet was like a ghost, and could not be found. Therefore, Irmo's side urgently started a combat meeting on whether or not to contract the first seal chain. It's so strange that that unidentified force is hitting from the east. Aren't all of Malwat's warships trapped in the west? So we're speculating whether this unidentified armed fleet, the possibility of an outgoing fleet from the Malwat, returned to the Malhai precisely to relieve the Malwat. Unlikely. If they really wanted to break the siege, they would have started with the River Lees. Wouldn't that have been easier than breaking the blockade chain? Let's not scare ourselves. It's possible that people are so adventurous because they happen to be back and are in desperate need of resources to replenish. That's right. It's better not to move the first chain right now. Moving one hair moves the whole body. You know the enemy's submarine force can always be eyeing us. We mustn't give them a chance. Agreed. Anyway, the entrance to the sea is blocked by the big brothers of the Pretty Country and the Allies. Even the main fleet of the woolly bear can't do anything. They alone shouldn't be able to make any waves. After a series of discussions, Irmo's side of the first seal chain finally decided that it would be that unknown armed force that would go. Anyway, casualties on the Irmo side weren't too high this time, with the loss of a Sliggy cruiser that should have been scrapped long ago in the last century. Now once rashly send people to chase, accidentally hit someone else's plan, then the loss can be more than a Sliggy cruiser. Irmo's this hand operation, directly to Zhang Yen Hole will not be, no, this is not even chase a little bit of, my secret weapon are getting good, pity ah. Just as he was rushing from the first chain to the second, Zhang Yen soaked in the information control room again, relying on a hacker-type title like Kill Your Mom by following the internet cord, which has a violent name but an even more violent skill set, to add to the mix. Make a secret weapon that will amaze the world. How dangling this secret weapon was, right, felt almost every information soldier in the neighborhood plus Hu Guoguang. Once this kind of weapon was put into use, the Shanghai fleet could easily take down a warship, or even a fleet, almost without wasting a single soldier. It was at this moment that Hu Guoguang realized more and more the terror of this person, Subov. Unlike other prima donnas, this man was an existence that could change the entire battlefield by himself. Alas, our motherland believes in me and gave me the rank of major, but I haven't made any contribution to our motherland at all. I'm quite embarrassed. This thing, I'll give you an open source version when the time comes. Take it back with you. It's just a pity that it hasn't been battle tested. I don't know if it's good or not. Hu Guoguang pulled his mouth. Actual battle test? Isn't this simple? You look there. Looking along with Hu Guoguang's guidance, Zhang Yan spotted the fire on the sea level in the distance. It looked as if the Woolly Bear's 17th Fleet was engaging the enemy fleet. As requested, the deployment of enemy forces in the second chain is different from the first. The number of warships here is much larger and more densely distributed. Instead of having a single warship stationed, the blockade will be carried out as a fleet. And here, just a nautical mile or two from the regional third seal chain, in the event of a windfall, the fleet of the third seal chain could be backed up in short order, creating a situation of catching a turtle in a jar. So much so, that as the Shanghai fleet got closer and closer to that sea battlefield, clearly visible except for the 17th Fleet and the Irmo fleet, which were engaged, there are other fleets approaching on all sides, seemingly trying to blockade and surround the 17th Fleet. Zhang Yan's brow furrowed. It seems that the communication soldier before was right. The blockade chain isn't that easy to break out of, and it's already burnt incense to be able to break into it in 6 hours. Communication soldier? Hu Guiguang sweated coldly, but still gave a reminder. That one isn't a communication soldier. That one is the Hairy Bear Emperor. What? Zhang Yan turned his head, his face full of questions. What play? Hairy Bear Emperor? The one I hung before? Hu Guiguang nodded, also surprised. Emotionally you don't know. Zhang Yan's mouth opened wide. Holy, you know, why don't you tell me? I thought you knew. I thought that's how you got along. Way to get along my ass. That was the first time I ever spoke to the Great One. Just when both of them were a bit skeptical, a warrior came to report. Reporting to the commander, the fleet is currently only 0.5 nautical miles away from the battlefield ahead. 1 fleet of Irmo and 2 fleets of the Pretty Country North Alliance have been spotted. Please advise. Zhang Yan temporarily withdrew his disordered thoughts and frowned tightly as he looked ahead. If we fight rashly, although we can win, the casualties will be very heavy. This is a battlefield for Mao Xiong and Air Mao. Our Xia soldiers can take the opportunity to gain wartime experience, but that's about it. I can't stand by and watch you all die. In that case, we'll have to use that secret weapon as well. Get ready to send out the drones. Yes. Chapter 123 Secret Weapon. Activate. A dog bites a dog's mouth. This is the sea located at the southeastern end of the second seal chain of Irmo. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. Currently, 4 or 5 minutes had passed since the Woolly Bear 17th Fleet had gone to war with the Irmak fleet. Both sides are using all the means at their disposal. Guns, missiles, torpedoes, mines, depth charges, combat ships, shipboard helicopters. Use almost all the weapons you can. For a while, the fire was heavy and smoke filled the air. The original mission of the 17th Fleet was to make a feint here to attract the attention of the surrounding enemy forces, so as to open up the possibility of a breakout for their legendary hero, Subov. But they still underestimated the strength of the enemy army, just at the moment when they had been fighting for a few minutes and were ready to retreat. Just as he turned his head, he realized that the fleet of the enemy's third seal chain had already wrapped up towards here. This moment also made them realize, no wonder, the defense of the third chain was so easy. Their real purpose is not a blockade at all, but an invitation to the world. Once you come to the middle block of the third and second seal chains, even if God comes, you will only be ensnared. Ha 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 ha, what a bunch of idiots. This is great. Surrounded, to be destroyed. It was previously reported to the first chain that an unidentified armed force had broken through the blockade chain. Could they have come to meet them? Who cares if he receives it or not? There is only one possibility of being surrounded by us, and that is, being completely annihilated. The two Pretty and allied fleets, like a press, and like a dogpile, blocked the back of the 17th Fleet and didn't move a muscle. Compared to the Irmak fleet that was engaging the 17th Fleet, they were a little stressed and emboldened. After all, no matter how furious the Woolly Bears were, they couldn't possibly attack them on their own accord. That would be too heavy a price to pay and would be tantamount to a declaration of war. 1 minute you're fighting, the next minute Pretty Country and his lapdogs start sending troops to Irmo in the open, and the furry bear can't afford it. Damn it, the back way is blocked. We can only fight the Irmo fleet to the death. Can't we call for help from the rest of the fleet? Most of them are confronting the enemy at the mouth of the sea and can't get through at all. If we go on like this, even if we can win the battle, we will suffer heavy casualties. And when Irmo's other fleets come to support us, the only thing waiting for us is to be wiped out by the regiment. What the hell should we do? The 17th Fleet was already in a hurry. What had been a feint was now a frontal battle, and it's also being back and forth. Who can stand that? At this moment, the fleet admiral was the only one who remained calm. Comrades, don't worry, don't be afraid. I think Admiral Subov should be on his way already. He will surely save us from ourselves. Everyone froze at these words. Yes, General Subov, the legendary hero who has performed miracles on the battlefield countless times. If it was him, he would have found a way even in the most desperate situation, right? At that moment, a certain soldier who was fighting on the deck suddenly shouted, "Look, you guys, Comrade General is here." When everyone looked around, they saw a fleet suddenly rushing out of the dark sea to the east. Almost the moment they revealed themselves, they were on fire. Boom 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 boom. Da 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 da. All the firepower used together is frighteningly accurate. In just a few dozen seconds, a feudal warship was submerged in cannon fire. Ola! The sight certainly lit up the morale of the otherwise desperate 17th Fleet. Very well, work quickly with Admiral Subov to destroy this fleet of Ermos as fast as possible. Yes, boom, da 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 da. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The 17th Fleet reacted quickly, using heavy firepower at the same time. With the enemy's rear of the mountain and sea fleet two parties to cooperate, directly beat Ermau dizzy. Looking at the regiment will be destroyed. Coming so fast? Quickly stop them. The pretty and allied fleets reacted in time, detaching 4 warships and going to block them. They were so wild, the same as lawless school bullies confronting good students with no hands. With his head held high and his nose to the sky, he detoured around the road to get in front of the Shanghai fleet, blocking its guns. The distance between the two parties was close, barely 100 meters. Standing on the deck, one could see the soldiers on the warships of the pretty countries and the allied countries, giving the middle finger towards the Shanghai fleet. If it had been any other fleet led by a furry bear commander, it's not likely they would have put up with it. However, now that the person in charge of the mountain and sea fleet is Zhang Yan, he endures his grandmother's leg. You're pretending your mom is pretending. The drone is taking off immediately. Yes, without hesitation, Zhang Yan directly dispatched the drone. Soon, 4 drones arrived at the head of each of the 4 warships. As of this moment, the officers and men of the pretty country and the allied nations had not realized anything unusual and wrong. Anyway, any more screwing around? A hairy bear can't fire on himself, can he? Even in the face of the drone that put out some green light and seemed to be scanning for something, some of the soldiers were waving their hands, giving the middle finger and repeating the word "fark" under their breath, taking provocation to the extreme. But the next second, they couldn't stop laughing. Do 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 do. It was accompanied by a sudden alarm in the weapons control room. Immediately afterward, their missiles and weapons systems, uncontrollably, activated themselves. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. A volley of missiles, a volley of ship's guns, went straight for the fleet of Ermos that they had stopped behind them. The Ermo fleet had thought their backs were secure and were dealing with the 17th Fleet on the front with full force, when they were caught off guard by the backstabbing of the pretty and allied warships behind them. On the contrary, these 4 warships were still targeting the same thing, aiming at the logistical support ships of the Ermo fleet, directly drying out the fleet's arsenal. For a moment, Ermo and the pretty country and allied warships that were blocking the 17th Fleet looked dumbfounded. Harry Crab, what are you doing all of a sudden? Why are you hitting your own people? We don't know. The weapon activated itself. Fark, the comms can't be reached. They're not going to defect, are they? Are you sure you can't get in touch? We can clearly hear you guys. Don't rule out mutiny, but it's highly unlikely. Stop them now. Originally, the warships on that end were trying to stop it by surrounding it, but they had barely sailed 100 meters when a drone came silently over their heads. In just a split second, this group of pretty and allied warships that were originally on a mission to stop the 17th Fleet were the first to open fire. The target, none other than one of their own who blocked the Shanghai fleet. For a time, the entire sea battlefield was in chaos. The scene was so unexpected. Directly to Zhang Yan, look happy, dog bites dog. A mouthful of hair. Really good pill ah. Chapter 124, Eradicating all the Morkai fleet. A not so sophisticated idea. The power of the secret weapon tried out. I can't say it's very anticlimactic. It's simply quite anticlimactic. By using drones as repeaters, worm Trojans with automated offensive awareness are pinged into the control systems of enemy warships through the communication bands. Then by constantly replicating, parasitizing, and taking over and controlling their weapon systems in the fastest time possible. And in addition to killing the worm Trojan virus completely, the only way to deal with this weapon is to shut down the warship's power completely. Or else the worm Trojan's attack won't stop as long as the electricity is still on. Just at this moment, the mouth of Hu Guoguang, the commander of the Shanghai fleet, along with several information soldiers, had opened wide. This seems, it's more powerful than we thought it would be, and once it's put into use, it'll completely change the landscape of naval warfare. The weapon systems of the beautiful country and the allied countries have the most advanced level in the world. This worm Trojan horse will easily break in. How did it do it? Squad leader, were you ever a hacker before you joined the military? That's too much. Look guys, they're shutting down the warship's power facilities. With a certain warrior's cry, the crowd looked around and realized that the group of pretty country allied warships that were originally bombarding each other had successively stopped moving. They killed the worm Trojan as fast as they could? That's bound to be impossible. This worm Trojan, after all, is a spin-off of the Kill Your Mom title down the internet. The system produces. That must be a fine product. Pretty country, this small mortal. Want to attack this problem in a short period of time? That is still 20,000 years away. The only possibility left then is that they were forced to shut down the power to the warship, leaving it to dangle over the ocean like a remote control car with no batteries. Seeing this moment, Zhang Yan immediately ordered, "Don't worry about them, take out the Ermal fleet as fast as possible to break out." Yes. Da 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 da. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Boom 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 boom. The Shanghai fleet and the 17th fleet of the manhwa then worked together on both sides, using the heaviest firepower, and in barely 10 minutes the Ermal fleet in front of them was completely annihilated. At this point, Pretty Country and his lapdogs, though, were still watching from the sidelines, but this look is already a world away from what it was before. Before it was emboldened, even a little shameless and provocative looking, but to look at it now is a loving look. Hairy crab. What kind of horrible technology did the hairy bear use to directly paralyze our warships? I don't know. It's impossible to detect. We don't even dare to turn on our machines. Even tablets, PDAs and cell phones are instantly attacked once connected to a warship. Fogman, is it possible that all we can do is watch? People are regrouping, so if we don't watch, are we going to rush up and fight? Damn, they're leaving. Zhang Yan barely even glanced at those Pretty Country allied fleet. Once the Ermal fleet is taken out, the evacuation will be commanded immediately. The battle was, in general, quite fruitful. The Yamahai fleet side suffered few losses. However, the damage on the 17th fleet side was a bit more extensive, with 2 warships having their decks blown through, starting fires, and now needing to go back immediately for repairs. But this part of the way back was equally not easy. The commotion caused by the previous battle was too great, and the nearby warships of the 2nd and 3rd SEAL chains were encircling towards them. Though with the Yamahai fleet, the 17th fleet sailing at full speed, the enemy may not always be able to catch up. But at this moment, Zhang Yan had a less mature idea. What? Already broke through the 2nd seal of the chains? It's only been less than 2 hours. When Zhang Yan took the initiative to open his communication and contact the Hairy Bear executives, the great emperor, who had been paying constant attention and hadn't even slept, was suddenly startled. Originally, in his opinion, Subov had burned his bridges if he could break through the blockade in time for these 6 hours of daylight, but to his surprise, he managed to break in after only an hour or so. Let's just say that, true to form, Subov always brings surprises. The Hairy Bear Emperor immediately ordered, "Very well, immediately return to the Kia Peninsula naval base to recuperate and discuss the next battle plan for the entrance to the sea." Zhang Yan shook his head. "I don't plan to go back because I have an immature idea." An immature idea? The Hairy Bear Emperor froze. "Comrade Major General, don't sell yourself short. I don't believe that an idea that can come out of your mouth would be immature. Just say it." Zhang Yan nodded and said, "I think this is a good opportunity. Apart from opening up the mouth of the sea, I also want to annihilate all the fleets here except for the Furry Bear Daxia." "What?" The Woolly Bear Emperor's eyes swished taut. "What's the game? Wiping out all fleets except the Furry Bear Daxia? Sucka doesn't list. It's kinda an immature idea." "It's true that it's a bit immature. You should know how the Pretty Country and the Allied side are treating us. Once we initiate fire." Zhang Yan was unimpressed. "I've already found a way to break through the Pretty Country and the Allied fleet." "What? Let them beat themselves. This call is only 3 or 4 minutes." When hanging up the moment, Zhang Yan immediately ordered the warships that need to be repaired to return immediately. Immediately after the repair to the estuary area standby. Shanghai fleet and the remaining warships of the 17th fleet, rejoin me in the enemy blockade chain. Since they like to run a blockade, let's make a mess of them. Yes, with Zhang Yan's order, the mixed fleet split into 2 at this moment. One way returning to the military base in Kia Peninsula to recuperate, while the remaining way followed Zhang Yan back to the enemy blockade area. At this moment, several warships were pulling full speed, propelling the raging waters all the way towards the enemy fleet that was encircling over. This scene could have frightened the enemy fleet that came to surround it. What are they trying to do? Fish out of water? Probably trying to stall their wounded fleet. We can't let them get away with this. The Ermo fleet is going to fight them head-on. The Pretty Country Allies fleet is quickly going to block the enemy's wounded fleet. Yes, the Ermo Pretty Country side reacted quickly, and similarly utilized the countermeasure of dividing the soldiers into smaller groups. But just then, the mixed fleet consisting of the Mountain and Sea Fleet and the 17th Fleet unexpectedly split into 2 once again. What's the opposite side up to? Are they running out of ideas? What good will it do them to divide their forces at this time? Never mind that, just hit and be done with it, and as soon as you're in range of fire, open fire. Yes, soon the mixed fleet came within fire range of the Ermac fleet. Just at the moment the Irmo fleet activated their weapon systems and fired their missiles. The next second, the people were dumbfounded. Why is this missile aimed at a pretty allied warship? Chapter 125. The Ink Sea is in turmoil. Many armies are fighting, and the woolly bears are beginning to move. But for just an hour, the entire western part of the Ink Sea was a scene of flames. Zhang Yan just took the two fleets and charged one after the other, not thinking about anything else, but leave it to Irmo, pretty country, and the allies to consider. That's a lot. Fark, are you stepping on? What are you hitting me for? I don't know how. The weapon automatically aims. Hey, that yacht is the one I sent over to contact you guys. Can you not fight? How come every warship's comms can't be contacted? Did Irmo suddenly turn against us and start a war with us? No. How come the allies are fighting the pretty kingdom? Their contract was torn up? Holy, why are the allies suddenly hitting us? There's not really someone who's gone rogue, is there? It's too late to think about it. Just fight the out of it, or we're going to let the group die. Obviously, Zhang Yan's side had only infected a dozen warships with a secret weapon, but the effect of the final fight was that dozens of warships were stranded there together in a melee. Because of the large battlefield wave, it almost encompassed Irmo's first, second as well as third sealed chains. Therefore the various forces that were in the middle of the battle were not to mention how dumbfounded they were, feeling like they had inexplicably started a chaotic battle. The futurists fought the pretty country fought the allies fought the futurists, and then no one knew who was the first to fire. Anyway, it's a fight. Not to fight can only wait to be destroyed by the group. The melee was so tumultuous that even the pretty allied fleet at the mouth of the estuary was roused. What's going on over there? It can't be the woolly bears launching a general attack on the blockade chain. Even if they launch a general attack, what are they going to do over there if they're not going to hit the estuary? To vent their anger? When the entry fleet started practicing the enemy forces in the blockade chain area, that communication was a mess to the point of explosion. The pretty country has turned against us and has sunk 4 of our warships. Don't trust them. Put your mother's bull ********. It's obvious that you North Alliance made the first move. The missiles came with a straight hook. Who do you hit if not you? Two big brothers. Let me say one thing. Boom. Sukabuli, you beautiful country of the Dog's Day. You don't know your enemy from me, do you? The entry fleet people are stupid. What's the matter with you? You think they're fighting amongst themselves? Why is that? No, we have to stop them. What's with the infighting at this point? But how to stop it? They've hit their heads and won't listen. In that case, send a couple of warships. Go over there, and see if you can stop a bar. At this time of the year? What if a warship is sent out and the enemy suddenly attacks the entrance to the sea? Attack? Do they have the guts to initiate a war with us? Soon several warships left to rush to the blockade chain, but not more than half an hour later, they came through with this communication. Crazy, all crazy, can you believe it? Irmo is actually hitting his own fleet. Harry Crab, make no mistake, Allied soldiers have made a ship-robbing landing on our warships. This is the mighty. I'm under attack from our Saras. Requesting backup. Just listening to the communications, I can tell how outrageous the battlefield is over there. It's no longer as simple as Irmo fighting pretty country fighting allied country, and allied country fighting allied country. Now they have begun to fight their own people, and fight in a thieving kind of way. What are we going to do? Do we just stand by and watch our fleet get shot up? Farking squid, it must be the hairy bears. To stop them, our fleet at the mouth of the sea will have to go out in full force. But once we do, what about the mouth of the sea? After much thought, the entry fleet had to make a decision that went against their ancestors. Tell the fleet of Irmos that have entered the Bernie River Valley to return immediately. We need their help. Must we do this? Recalling them would undoubtedly be giving up what had been a great battle. Well, what else is there to do? Sooner or later those fleets in the blockade chain will devour each other without recalling them. It was not long after the order was given for the Irmo fleet to be recalled. On Zhang Yan's side, he also received reports from the 81st and 96th Regiments of the 19th Fleet of the Manhwa Sea, which had previously entered the Bernie River Basin. Reporting to the division commander, the enemy fleet that engaged our forces for several hours on the River Burn has withdrawn. Zhang Yan nodded. Very well. Now, you will land immediately and head to the Trimble Theater for support with the high-powered microwave weapons that the 727th Brigade captured from the Lake Main Reservoir. Yes. After saying that, Zhang Yan immediately dialed the communications of several brigade commanders in the Trimble Theater. This is Subov. Comrades, now is the best time to counterattack. It is now only 3 hours before dawn, and I have dispatched support with high-powered microwave weapons to your theater of operations in support. I hope to hear good news of your taking the Trimble Theater before dawn. Yes, promise to finish the job. As Zhang Yan made a series of arrangements, it caused Hu Guoguang, who was on the sidelines, to be hyperactive. It's moving. the furry bear is finally moving. As the situation in the MO-High was messed up by Zhang Yan, the front battlefield finally started to move. Although Hu Guoguang didn't know how the situation would develop, but he had a hunch that the woolly bear forces, led by the legendary hero, Subav, were about to welcome a great victory of their own. Hanging up the communication, Zhang Yan raised his head and looked around. Call the fleet back, they'll fight the next battle on their own. We'll go back to the inlet. Hu Guoguang saluted, chest out and head up. Yes, soon. The Shanghai fleet and the 17th fleet quickly returned to the vicinity of the estuary. Just after arriving here, Zhang Yan received a report. Reporting to the division commander, the enemy fleet in the Burney River Basin has returned in full, but the enemy is very cunning. They seem to want Pretty Country and his lapdogs to continue to sit at the mouth of the estuary, supported by the Ermatian fleet. Zhang Yan sneered, you call this cunning? I'll show you an even more cunning one. Go, the whole army is mobilized. Give me all the annihilation of that group of Ermo fleet. Cut off their last hope for me. Yes, Zhang Yan's order could be said to have invigorated the furry bear party to no end. It's been too long. They've been holding back for too long, always being stopped by Pretty Country and his lapdogs, never even getting a chance to fight Ermo head-on. Now they've found their chance. Soon, the 17th, 18th and 19th fleets were deployed one after another and rushed towards the Ermo fleet side as fast as they could. Meanwhile, on Hu Guoguang's side, his eyes also blazed. Can we go and have a fight too? Honestly, ever since that secret weapon of yours was put to use, I'm getting the feeling that this war is starting to get boring. Originally, we're here to accumulate wartime experience, and if we can't accumulate any experience at all, that's quite a loss, don't you think? Zhang Yan was quite speechless by this hint from Hu Guoguang. Commander Hu, if you want to fight, just go directly, there's no need to ask for my opinion. Hu Guoguang waved his hand. Hey, that's different. In this MO-High, you, Subav, are our boss. Who else can we ask if not you? Then fight, and be careful, or I won't be able to answer to our motherland. No problem. Just don't worry. Hu Guoguang smiled with his mouth wide open and ordered without hesitation. All of the Shanghai fleet, follow Mao Shun's warships and beat him up before leaving. Yes. Chapter 126 Robbing Ships in Combat. The Big Picture. Pretty allied fleet shivering. A dark sea dotted with moonlight and starlight. A warship sails as if it were a flooded beast, riding the waves and making waves. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Boom 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 boom. Da 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 da. Dozens of warships, well equipped, interspersing and coordinating with each other. Missiles and aerial cannons flew in the sky, constantly firing in unison towards the Ermo fleet group. The 17th, 18th, and 19th fleet groups of the manhwa, perhaps having held back for too long earlier, did battle with great valor. The warship's weapons were firing on all cylinders, dazing the fleet of Ermos, which had just been withdrawn from the front lines. Prioritize attacking the enemy logistics supply ships. 17, 19 fleet will be responsible for feinting the flanks. 18 fleet, Shanghai fleet, take advantage of the opportunity to attack the enemy's main ships. Yes, Zhang Yan sits in the command room, with his eyes and ears on all sides, though at the moment, his Shanghai fleet was also in the middle of combat, messing with the ship a bit. This, however, did not prevent him from making the most precise command. At this time, Zhang Yan received a communication. Admiral Subav, I'm here at the Naval Command in the Kia Peninsula. The warships used by this Ermo force are the newest Constellation-class frigates supported by the Pretty Country. If the situation permits, can we make a seizure? No problem. Nodding his head, Zhang Yan quickly ordered, all Naval Commando members of the fleet, quickly assemble towards the enemy Constellation-class frigates for a ship-grabbing operation. Saying that, Zhang Yan came to the ship's ammunition depot, hand-picked QBJ-95 light machine guns, Type 95 automatic rifles, PF-98 bazookas and a host of other weapons. Then came the deck. Target the enemy warship's missile pods for me and hit them hard. Tao Tai, Karen, you are responsible for encircling from the left and right flanks and quickly take out the warships in front of you. At this very moment, Hu Guoguang was commanding the battle with his exuberance value stretched to the limit, only to see Zhang Yan walking over with his body full of weapons. Zhang Yan, what are you doing? Zhang Yan said lightly. Mao Shun's side wants us to capture the enemy's Constellation-class frigate, but the naval commandos here don't know their way around like my special forces do, and I'm a bit uneasy, so it's better to go together. Is there a speedboat on board? A helicopter would be fine. Upon hearing that Zhang Yan was going to personally go to the battle, Hu Guoguang said nothing. No, if you have an accident, how can I explain to our daxia and explain to your family? By this time, Zhang Yan had already spotted the speedboat hanging by the deck parapet in the distance and walked over quickly. You don't have to answer to anyone because I won't have an accident. And what if it is? It won't be in case. As he spoke, Zhang Yan had already arrived above the yacht and activated the lifting facility. No, some things can obviously be left to your subordinates. Why do you have to risk yourself? Hu Guoguang eyed another stop. However, Zhang Yan didn't give him any chance at all. During my absence, the Shanghai ship is under your command, and that's that. Saying that, Zhang Yan directly loosened the grappling hook above the speedboat. Plop, a sound. The speedboat dropped directly from a position tens of meters above the sea, and the moment the speedboat sank to the surface, Zhang Yan also started the engine directly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The speedboat cut through the hail of gunfire, threading its way from ship to ship, heading quickly toward the distant Constellation-class frigate. Da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. Halfway, Zhang Yan was blocked more than once. Apparently, in addition to the woolly bear, the Ermac side is also attempting to conduct boarding battles. It was just that they had only just dispatched their men when they had the very bad luck to meet Zhang Yan, letting Zhang Yan, one man and one boat, almost take out their hundreds of naval commandos. This scene, looking at Hu Guoguang's mouth that was completely unable to close. It seems that all the rumors about Subov in the streets are true. This guy's ability to fight alone, that's better than the special forces. Wow. Is it hard to believe that one's worries are, indeed, redundant? Soon, Zhang Yan converged on the naval commandos on the manhwa side and came to the flank of the Constellation-class frigate. Use the grappling hook. Yes. At Zhang Yan's command, several grappling hooks rose to the sky and grabbed the frigate's guardrail with a death grip. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yan, along with dozens of Navy commando members, quickly boarded the ship. No good. There are enemy forces attempting to board the ship. Stop them. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. There's more over here. Someone come on. The enemy troops reacted quickly and opened fire the moment they realized Zhang Yan and the others. Flop flop. In a flash, several woolly bear soldiers were shot and fell down. On Zhang Yan's side, he dodged several rounds of bullets, and took advantage of the gap between the enemy troops above him to change bullets. He scurried up with his hands and feet, like an ape climbing a tree. Raise your gun and shoot. Boom 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 boom. With the addition of the 100% hit rate of the title national football striker, Zhang Yan shot his gun to the head, one shot a little friend, and soon cleared the enemy troops on the nearby deck. Board the ship quickly. Part of you take the left flank, part of you take the right flank, take cover. Go go go. Zhang Yan then led the members of the naval commando team, fighting and crushing all the way. Originally this type of mission was very difficult for the Navy Rangers, but with Subov, a bug-level leader, leading them, they barely wasted 10 minutes before completely mastering the deck area. Reporting to the division commander, the residual enemy forces have taken refuge in the ship's hold, and they are using the narrow space of the hold to block us, making our advance very difficult. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. In that case, don't fight head-on. Use grenades, C4, bombs instead, as many as you can give me. This is a warship anyway, resistant to manufacturing. Yes. Boom 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 boom. Soon, the members of the Navy commandos, with a bunch of grenades, C4, and the like, were in throwing action. In just a short while, the entrance to the cabin had been blasted gray and black. When Ermao's side withdrew deeper, they chased them deeper, so much so that by the end of the day, Ermao's survival was compressed beyond repair, and they were forced to raise the white flag in the face of renewed grenade and C4 attacks. Reporting to the division commander, the entire crew of the Constellation-class frigate has surrendered. Very well, collect their guns and supplies and send this warship to the Kia military base later. Yes. After arranging everything, Zhang Yan cast his gaze towards the other warships and realized that the battle had basically been finalized at this moment. The 17, 18, 19 fleet, plus the Shanghai fleet side, had the originally demoralized Ermao fleet destroyed, surrendered, and captured at the cost of only 3 warships wounded. When the battle was over, Zhang Yan also instantly ordered, all forward pressure. Give Pretty Country and his lapdogs a bit of pressure. Yes. The vast group of warships drove directly in front of the Pretty Country and Allied fleet, blocking the entrance to the sea. Just for the moment, the Pretty and Allied fleets were already shivering a bit. Chapter 127, Capturing the Sea Inlet. Victory in Battle. Zhang Yan's offensive scheme. The fleet of Ermits withdrawn from the Burn River. It can be said to carry all the hopes of the Pretty Country and the Allied fleet, but at the moment, hope was destroyed by the hands of the Woolly Bear fleet itself. They took a swipe at the Ermo fleet in front of the Pretty and Allied fleets, leaving the Pretty and Allied fleets, like kidnapped husbands, unable to do anything but watch. It's suffocating, it's really suffocating, and in the face of the forward pressure of the Woolly Bear fleet, the Pretty Country and the Allied fleet at the moment were divided into 2 camps. Otherwise it's better to withdraw. There's no point in guarding this place. What the hell are you talking about? The only way to ensure our army's dominance in the city of Vatax is to hold this place. That's right, don't say demoralizing things. Our support forces will be arriving in the Vatican City area in 2 hours. If we hold, they will salvage the losing battle. Just for the army's victory, should we lose our entire naval fleet? If we keep this up, the fleet we deployed in the murky sea will be completely wiped out. Everyone had their own views, but they were mainly centered around two types of decisions. One is to withdraw and go to block the multinational navy that is messing around and save the Morkai Navy deployment from being completely wiped out. One is to continue to defend. Even if the King of Heaven comes, they will defend to the end. This is for the victory of the front battlefield. But no matter what kind of decision was made, it was a tough moment for both the Pretty and the Allied fleets. This question is the same as the question of who to save first when your own mother and wife fall into the water together. And it seems a bit wrong to choose either one. The two sides faced off for several minutes. Seeing that the other party had no intention of giving way, Hu Guoguang was a bit anxious. Zhang Yan, don't you still have that secret weapon? If you don't use it at this time, when will you use it? Zhang Yan shook his head. The ones guarding this place are the Pretty country and the Allied fleet. Attacking in and them letting us in are two completely different kinds of words, so if we can't fall in line, we'll have to let them let us in. But would they really let the Woolly Bear fleet go in so easily? By the looks of it, they seem to be in a tangle. Might as well give them a hand. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows and instantly ordered, all of you, turn around immediately and target the enemy blockade chain. Yes. Seeing the sudden turnaround of the Woolly Bear's warships, the Pretty country and the Allied fleet, which were in a tangle, finally panicked. What do they want to do? Can't attack the estuary? Want to go to the blockade chain and keep fighting? No, absolutely not. Letting them pass will hasten the death of our fleet. Stop them. How to stop it? In short, I'll keep my own opinion. The inlet must not be released. If you want to defend, you can do it yourself. The navy we deployed in the Merc Sea are all elite. I must not see them destroyed. In a flash, several warships rushed out, exposing several openings in the originally very tightly defended entrance to the sea. It's now. Turn around and charge me. Seeing that the offense had worked, Zhang Yan saw the needles and ordered directly. At this point, it was too late for the Pretty and Allied fleets to try to stop it, as the moment revealed too many holes. Soon, the Woolly Bear fleet came right back at them, cutting through the blockade line of the Pretty country and Allied fleets to regain control of the inlet. Fark, 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 fark. These ING assholes, they just gave away their access to the sea? It's over. Our 10 hours of deployment. All for nothing. What do we do? Keep confronting them? Confrontation my ass. Don't hurry up and stop those assholes in the mess. Finally, the Pretty and Allied fleets were forced to withdraw. The Woolly Bears have finally won the battle to seize the inlet. Great. We won. Ola. Long live the Woolly Bear. Long live the Great One. Long live Sabav. On the Woolly Bear warship, cheers rose from the soldiers, but Zhang Yan's nerves were always tense. Alright, 17, 18 fleet will enter the Burn River first, then stand by in the Lek main area. Have the military base on the Kia Peninsula quickly send reinforcements to block the inlet, the 19th fleet, and then move into the Burny River area when reinforcements arrive, and to help resolve the fighting on several battlefields on the east coast. When he finished arranging everything, Zhang Yan looked at Hu Guoguang, whose gaze was a bit reluctant, although following Zhang Yan has only fought for a few hours. Hu Guoguang's admiration for Zhang Yan is just like that torrential river, which can't even flow to the end. Really not going back? This is your only chance to go back at the moment. Zhang Yan laughed. If I'm just an ordinary tourist now, or a big soldier, I might really go back with you. But now, I'm a major general, and the head of a division, and I can't leave my soldiers behind. Hu Guoguang expressed his understanding and teased. Your maturity is a bit unworthy of your age, Comrade Sabav. Zhang Yan smiled. Alright, I don't have much time. There are still 2 hours before dawn, so let's say goodbye here. See you at home. See you back home. Hu Guoguang nodded, then personally escorted Zhang Yan to the edge of the deck to board the Furry Bear's ship. Suddenly, Hu Guoguang remembered something. Right, aren't you going to contact your parents before you leave? You've disappeared for a while. They must be worried about you. Zhang Yan was silent for a while, and finally shook his head. It's better to forget about it. The war is too chaotic right now. If they know about it, they can't be more worried. When the war is over, I'll reach out to them. Hu Guoguang scratched his head. It's also true that, according to the way you're playing, it's not likely that you'll be directly hitting the human Ermau capital in a few days, so it's not too late to contact them then. Then I wish you, General, a victory and a triumphant return. The two looked at each other and saluted, and Zhang Yan left without stopping, then took a ride on the Woolly Bear's warship and drove into the Burny River Valley with a brain. It wasn't long after Zhang Yan entered the Burn River with his fleet. After a report from the naval headquarters on the Kia Peninsula, the Hairy Bear Brass also learned the good news that the entrance to the sea had been regained. Unbelievable. So unbelievable that in less than 2 hours again, Our Major General Sapov has led us to victory again. This war result is too luxurious. Not only mastering the estuary, he also really led Irmo, beautiful country and allied countryside to fight themselves completely towards the reunion. The destruction of the enemy fleet in the Merc Sea is good news, so we'll be able to send more fleets into the Burn River to support the other battlefields. This sub-situation was all started by Major General Sapov himself. Really, he's always screwing up so much. I don't know what to reward him with. Rewarding that isn't easy? Promote him to Lieutenant General immediately. Lieutenant General, I'm afraid that's not quite enough. The 17, 18, 19 fleets brought in add up to at least a division, with the troops in the Trimble Theater and the 727th Brigade in the city of Vatax. That's 2 divisions. I strongly suggest that Subov be promoted to commander. Chapter 128. A few hours to promote an army commander? Records are meant to be broken. Promoted to sergeant? Almost all the officers' mouths opened wide when they heard the proposal. This proposal is also too radical. From Zhang Yan last promotion only how long ah? He's only been a division commander for less than 10 hours. And he's been promoted again? Would that be too soon? Fast? It's a big deal. Originally Comrade Subov had more than 2 divisions in his hands. What's wrong with being an army commander? That's right. Are you guys questioning the ability of the legendary hero Subov? The battles he has won are fully deserving of this position. No, the main army before. Never happened this kind of short term a few hours. From the division commander to the army commander of the existence of aren't records meant to be broken? Is it not outrageous to realize that Comrade Subov came to the battlefield only a month ago and was promoted to division commander in a month? You've misunderstood me. What I mean is that with such frequent promotions, even if we agree, I'm afraid the officers and soldiers underneath, let them hold back their disobedience, and if they have the guts, they'll also make a huge war effort like our hero, Subov. Just as the officers argued and chattered about giving Zhang Yan a promotion, after only an hour's sleep the Great One got up and was the first to force the issue. Let's do as you say, promote the lieutenant general and make him the commander of the army. I'm sure, no matter what, our comrade Subov will be able to withstand the pressure. With that, the new appointment letter went on its way instantly, and taking advantage of this hiatus, the Hairy Bears have begun to build momentum for themselves on the battlefield of public opinion, which has been silent for hours. According to the observation of our naval headquarters in the Kia Peninsula, in recent hours, an epic battle took place in the Sea of Mo, beautiful country and allied countries, in the area of the Sea of Mo engaged in a fierce battle. The end of the battle is very tragic. Irmo and allied fleet has taken the lead in the reunion of the destruction of the fleet. Only the beautiful country's fleet is still in the infighting each other in the bombardment. Previously, public opinion had been dominated almost exclusively by Irmo and Pretty Country alone, with the Hairy Bears remaining silent. So when the Hairy Bears finally started to speak out, the world's population was the first to come along for the ride. As a result, the first time they saw the melon, they were just dumbfounded. What the hell? A 3-way fight between Irmo, Pretty Country, and the Allies? Holy, what's going on here? How is the Pretty Country's fleet beating itself up? Irmo and the Allies. Aren't Irmo's own grandfather and father? How could they fight? This development. I obviously kerosene thought of it. Really? Holy, if we do this, won't the inlet be back in the hands of the Hairy Bear? By posting this news, the Furry Bears are presumably implying that all previous blockade tactics against them by the beautiful country of Irmo have gone up in smoke at this very moment. This is not understood by many of the world's eating public. Earlier, Irmo had been jumping up and down, claiming that he had blocked the entrance to the sea and was going to beat the crap out of the bears. It was a bit of a fool's errand to think that only a few hours later, Ink Ocean would have such a major infighting incident. Doesn't that mean that the Furry Bears will regain their lost advantage? Then the battlefield is bad again. At the first sign of the Furry Bears report, the side of the beautiful country of Irmo noticed it too, so much so that they broke the defense straight away. The Hairy Bear is shameless to the core. Please don't listen to these rumors. Irmo, the Pretty Country, the allied countries, still maintains a very friendly communication attitude. There will be no infighting at all. According to the investigation, what happened in the Sea of Merc was fabricated by the Hairy Bears, who used unconventional weapons to cause our fleets to attack each other. The Pretty Country and its allies have always been committed to the defense of world peace, and this move by the Mao Bear is undoubtedly a provocation, which is a signal of an attempt to start a world war. Mao, it's so shameless on the Pretty Country's side, just at this point in time, to put a big hat on the Furry Bear. The situation for a while burning up. Once this time Mao Xiong did not have a reasonable explanation. It is estimated that the beautiful country and the allies will take this opportunity, directly intervene in the war between Irmo and Mao Xiong. But who knows? The Hairy Bear is not in a hurry, and directly released the video of the multinational melee in the Sea of Mexico, as well as intercepted fragments of the recording. They even thoughtfully annotated the warships featured in the video, even spelling out which army the warships belonged to in the beautiful country of Irmo. And the clip recordings are even more weighty. You can clearly hear the Irmo, pretty country and allied captains swearing at each other, swearing dirty, and they seem to be having fun fighting? It is not at all like what the Irmaha pretty country says, it is the work of the woolly bear country. At this time, the extra defense, all seem pale and powerless. Irmo beautiful country can only eat this dumb loss. And that's when Hairy Bear took advantage of the situation and announced the good news. At the moment, the entrance to the sea is back in the hands of our army, and our legendary hero, Subav, is leading the fleet all the way into the Burn River at this moment, back to his quarters. Slap. A short message that scared Irmo, the pretty country and the allies, the commanding superiors of multiple forces, and dropped their cigars in their hands. Walt, Subav, isn't he in the city of Vatax? Thick gift crab, Subav. This Subav again. In just 1 month, he's already appeared in the public eye several times. What the hell is he? No wonder our naval fleet was decimated. There was even Subav's involvement in this? What's the situation? How come Subav is in Murkai? If we knew he was in Murkai, we wouldn't have deployed like this at all. A naval battle that made the pretty country, and the allies, completely changed their attitude towards Subav. Originally, Zhang Yan, who was Irmao's nemesis, at this moment, more or less, also made the pretty country and the allied countries feel a deep fear. And just as the enemy high command was still in the process of shock, the 81st Regiment, 96th Regiment of the 19th Fleet of the Manhwa Sea, sent by Zhang Yan, had arrived at the Trimble battle zone with high-powered microwave weapons. The current situation in the Trimble theater can be described as completely lopsided. The 99th Division, with the exception of the 727th Brigade, which had penetrated deep into the city of Vatax, had in the meantime reduced the existence of Irmo almost repeatedly, but it's still very tough to break through, because Irmo had integrated their forces, their equipment, and left the best of the best on the border between the Trimble war zone and the Watakazi city area. I'm afraid it will still take more than a month to fully capture it, but not anymore. Here comes their help. Almost immediately after arriving at the border of the Trimble theater, the 81st and 96th Regiments did not hesitate to turn on their high-powered microwave weapons. With high-powered microwave weapons activated, in a flash, the missiles, tanks, armored vehicles, warplanes, and other equipment with electronic components of the entire Irmo force in the Trimble theater were completely paralyzed in an instant. Chapter 129 Armageddon in Watakazi City. Irmo misjudged the situation. Originally, at this time, the Irmo's unit in the theater of operations at Trimble, almost all hope was pinned on the supporting forces that followed. But at this moment, with the activation of the high-powered microwave weapon, their hopes were completely eroded. Comms are down again. What's going on? Holy, the console is heating up. Our satellite receiver is straight up hot. Multiple missile vehicles of the missile force spontaneously combusted, triggering missile explosions that have already caused heavy casualties among our troops. Not good. The enemy army has launched a general attack. Boom 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 boom. Almost at the same time, the 99th Division, lightly armed, launched a direct general attack on the Trimble theater while it was still dark. Though with the deterrent of high-powered microwave weapons, they were also forced to resort to infantry warfare. But at the moment, Woolly Bear and Irmo were in two completely different morales. The Hairy Bear, with a burst of energy, invested all of its grievances from the long attack, and attacked towards Irmothang with the most majestic stance. Irmo, on the other hand, has become terrified by a series of communication failures, spontaneous weapons combustion, and scrapped tank communication vehicles caused by high-powered microwave weapons. Coupled with the Furry Bear's raging attack, they were outright desperate. Even the morale to counterattack could not be raised, and soon the defense line was torn wide open, and the Malwat soldiers poured in like a flood. I don't know how much time has passed. The sun, like an egg yolk, slowly climbed up from the eastern sky. After a long night's journey, by this time, Zhang Yan had already returned to the Lek main region with his fleet. After merely standing on the bow of the ship and stretching, Zhang Yan got busy again. The first to call for communication was the military brass. Subav. It has been decided by the military that the 99th Division, the 17th, 18th, and 19th Fleets of the Morkai Navy, are now organized into the brand new Subav Group Army, with you as the commander, with the rank raised to Lieutenant General. Subsequent reinforcements, if any are added, are automatically organized into your group. When Zhang Yan heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Good man, he was just promoted to division commander yesterday, and now he's been promoted again? You're an army commander? But even if it's okay to be an army commander, this newly formed group army is even named after himself. This treatment really flattered Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan had wanted to mean it and shrug it off, but it was too late, and at this moment, the troops located in various positions began to report back. Report, the enemy reinforcement force has entered the area of Vatak City and is heading towards Vatak City in a fiery drive, reporting a major victory in the Trimble Theater. The remnants of Irma's forces have begun to retreat toward the Watakazi City area, seemingly to join up with the reinforcements. Report, this is the 727th Brigade. Numerous intelligence agents have suddenly appeared in the city of Vatax, and they are attempting to start unrest from within. Zhang Yan's brow furrowed as he instantly made arrangements. 727th Brigade. Impose martial law on the entire city of Vatax. Residents are not allowed to go out unless necessary. And send 2 regiments to go to the Irma remnants of the troops that were evacuated from the battle space of Botrenburg. The rest of the 99th Division. Just send a brigade to exterminate the remaining forces of Irma. And the rest of you give me a quick forward push. I need you to build a defense line around the outskirts of Watakazi City in a short period of time. As for the 17th, 18th Fleet, follow me. In a short time the 17th, 18th Fleets, carrying a steady stream of men, were launched for landing. Then under Zhang Yan's leadership, they made their way through the Luria Bridge and entered the west bank area of the Bernie River. As the midday sun shines on every part of the land, boom! It was accompanied by a shell landing inside the 99th Division's recently repaired defenses. Armageddon is officially underway in Vatax. The Irmo Mercenary Division and the Woolly Bear engaged in a fierce battle around the city of Vatax. Da. Boom! Gunfire exploded all around the outskirts of the city of Vatax, fires raging and heads gathering like ants. The township, which was calm and peaceful, was destroyed in a few moments by tanks, warplanes and other weapons. Charge, and take back the city of Vatax and the Trimberg Theater. Be quick, and never wait for the enemy's reinforcements to arrive. Report, our fighters. The inside of the tanks suddenly began to heat up. Boom! Just as the 2-haired mercenary division was in a flurry of activity, intending to get back all that was lost, the Woolly Bear side also had resources never to be saved, and once again activated the high-powered microwave weapon. Let the Irmo tank fighters that rushed over first, directly scrapped. This scene certainly shocked the Irmos. Taking advantage of this lull, Woolly Bear launched a direct counterattack. The entire 99th Division immediately pressed forward and, step by step, forced the Irmak Mercenary Division away from the Watakazi City area. Damn it! The enemy army has black technology in their hands. How can we fight this battle? Can't we find a way to destroy that black technology? How do we destroy our tanks and armored vehicles that spontaneously combust as soon as they start up, and our fighters that go out of control as soon as they get over their heads? No, it can't go on like this. I suggest sending in the death squads. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In a flash, a ship of Irmal fighters rushed toward the Mal Bear troops as if they didn't want money or lives. Though once there, the fighters' communications, electronics would be completely disabled. But in order to destroy high-powered microwave weapons, they had no other choice but to take human lives. I found it, in a military truck. Boom dash, charge, for Irmao, charge, for the pretty country. The moment the high-powered microwave weapon was discovered, a fighter plane crashed down like a dumpling, even though the Woolly Bear soldiers had reacted in time. But there were just too many fighters crashing through. Rumble. Finally, at some point, and out of control, spontaneously combusting fighter jet slammed precisely into the military card, triggering a violent explosion, and the high-powered microwave weapon, too, was buried in this suicide impact. The Irmos cheered, just when they thought the balance of victory was finally going to tip in their favor. Instead, bad news came from the rear. Report, behind our army, a unit of Woolly Bears has appeared, almost a division in strength. What? How is this possible? It was at this moment that the Irmak Mercenary Division, which had come to support them, realized just how difficult it was to get the city of Vatax and the Trimble Warzone back. They were not facing a brigade or a division. Instead, 2 divisions of hairy bears. This is because previously the means of communication of the Irmal forces in the Trimble Theater had been destroyed as much as possible by high-powered microwave weapons. Therefore the troops that came to support them had no idea that the Trimble battle area had long since been overrun by the Woolly Bear, and thus misjudged the battle. At the moment, 2 divisions of the Woolly Bears were encircling them in a 2-sided package of cheese in the heart of the city of Watakazi. The originally planned advantage was pressed out of existence, and all that awaited them was the fate of being annihilated by the regiment. To the west of Vatax City, Zhang Yan was in the lead, leading his troops to straighten out the hooks of the Irmak Mercenary Division. Thump, 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 da. Holding a brand new tactical rifle of AK, he killed the enemy formation as if he was breaking into no man's land. With every pull of the trigger, the head of an enemy soldier exploded. But in the long run down the road, by observing the deployment of enemy troops in the neighborhood, Zhang Yan, however, frowned, is there really a division on the other side? How does this troop strength feel a bit off? Chapter 130 The Disappearing Ermo Main Force. The first person to know Zhang Yan's details. In this month, Zhang Yan could be said to have crawled out of a mountain of swords, because he had been involved in too many battles. He was very sensitive to the numbers on the battlefield. It had only been a fight for but a moment before he sensed something was wrong. Was the enemy really outnumbered by one division? It always feels like there are only 2 brigades, and just looking around at the enemy's armored vehicles, tanks, and warplanes hovering in the air, one could describe them as ridiculously few. Is this enemy force really coming for support? With this amount of troops and this configuration, I'll believe you when you say you're here to give away your head. The enemy has only 2 brigades in strength. Don't waste time. Settle the battle quickly. Yes, Zhang Yan felt that it was a bit of a fuss for almost 2 divisions to follow 2 brigades. Fortunately, a direct order was given to all troops to fire. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. Getting Zhang Yan's approval, the hairy bear troops directly do not pretend. Tanks' armored vehicles have dared to drive into the enemy's crowd pile of swimming dragons. Fighter planes are daring to dive low and drop missiles and bombs. The infantry, on the other hand, took advantage of this time to make a valiant charge, without the slightest regard for the safety of their own lives. They just want to settle the fight quickly. The troops in the big rear, on the other hand, pressed forward all the way under Zhang Yan's leadership, dispersing the enemy formation and dividing the battlefield while continuously compressing the survival space of the enemy army. This is a battle that can be described as too rich to be true. 2 divisions, beating Ermo's 2 brigades, was similar to Ultraman beating a cosmic man of only human size, casually taking seconds. 2 hours later, Zhang Yan had led his team to the outskirts of Watakazi City, and good news was coming from everywhere. Report, in this battle, our army has won a great victory. At present, there are only individual areas where the enemy army has not been eliminated. The others annihilated and surrendered. Zhang Yan's demeanor didn't relax one bit. You said someone surrendered? What's the rank? The one who surrendered was a pretty country mercenary, holding the rank of lieutenant colonel, and was the leader of the mercenary group. Very well, take me to him. Inside the dungeon of the military base in Vatak City, Zhang Yan met this mercenary group leader, Harry V. San of Arabiqui. Dream on you guys if you want to get information out of me. You must think carefully. I am a citizen of the pretty country. If something happens to me, you are like declaring war with the pretty country. Harry, the leader of the mercenary group, remains firm in the face of the special forces in human interrogation tactics, swearing under his breath. It seems the only thing that could have emboldened him to surrender was that he was a citizen of the pretty country. This identity allows him to walk anywhere in the world at will. At this moment, seeing Zhang Yan walking in, Harry laughed maniacally. Hey man, I recognize you. You're the one who killed Ermo's Chekhov, and our mercenary corps even received a mission about assassinating you. But nah, we couldn't find your people all the time. I didn't expect that you're here. Zhang Yan moved a chair and did it in front of Harry. Let's make this short. Where are the rest of your division's troops? Harry's cheek twitched. What other troops? Dude, you're not confused about the war, are you? Making imaginary enemies for yourself? Obviously, Harry was an old fart, but through the frequency of his face twitching, Zhang Yan could clearly feel his heart rate speeding up. This guy, he must know something. There were only 2 brigades on the frontal battlefield, which we took without much effort. And I would ask, if this is your reinforcement, then your pretty country is really in the sunset. Harry swallowed a mouthful of blood and laughed once more. Are you proclaiming your war record to me? I admit that we misjudged the situation and had thought we were facing only one of your divisions. Who in their right mind would have thought that you would be able to break right through the Trimble defense in a matter of hours? That our opponent would become 2 divisions? Originally, if there was only 1 division, we were perfectly capable of handling it. This time, Harry hadn't lied. They had really misjudged the situation. The Trimble Theater played a very critical influence in this battle. Previously, the Ermo there had been on a deadly defense, making it extremely difficult for the woolly bear to attack. Ermo, the pretty country and the allies, also developed a set of tactics with this in mind. But who knew that the Trimble Theater would be overrun just as we were setting out? This simply caught the 3 forces off guard, and it was too late for them to change formation at this time. They could only execute it with their heads. Zhang Yan was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. Totally coping? It seems like the main mission of your 2 brigades is to stall us. I think I know where your troops went. Harry was inexplicably nervous, but managed to keep his composure. Come on. No dude. You're too good at self-brainstorming. Are you a little mentally challenged? I mean, we're 2 brigades, and we can beat one of your divisions without any false pretenses at all. And our firepower is ferocious. You know? Zhang Yan stood up and rushed to the officer on the side and order the artillery to immediately head to the northern region to stand by. Also, The 17th? 18th Fleet. If the 19th Fleet is coming as well, tell them to go into standby mode immediately. Yes. Although the Mao Xiong officers and soldiers did not understand the original reason why Zhang Yan did so, but Harry, who knew something, couldn't remain calm anymore. He couldn't figure out how Zhang Yan relied on just words to make such a precise judgment. This judgment, it's unbelievable. Seeing that Zhang Yan was about to leave, Harry shouted violently, "Who the hell are you?" Zhang Yan didn't respond, but the special forces soldier beside him told him the answer. "This is our army commander Subov." Sue, Harry almost didn't bite his tongue. Thick gift crab, a all lost thieves rice? Harry went a little crazy. So Subov was the one who killed Chekhov. And Dasha once even claimed that he was a tourist and tried to take him back. I get it all. Just like that, the first person from the rival camp who knew Zhang Yan's details appeared. But it was a great pity that in this life, he would never be able to get out of this dungeon. Walking out of the underground facility, it was starting to look gray and drizzly again. Zhang Yan stretched his back. This battle in Batak City was much easier than he had imagined. There's no way around it. This one was so well prepared that it simply took over. The great successes in the Trimble Theater, and the opening of the mouth of the Burn River, raised his strength to 2 divisions from the original 1 brigade. It would be a hell of a fight if it was very tough against the support of an enemy division. Right now, though, there was another crisis, and that was the vanishing force. But Zhang Yan already had a thought process, or he wouldn't have sent the artillery unit to the northern region to stand by. Thinking about it, Zhang Yan was about to go to the command center to direct the big picture when some clamor came from the distance. "Subov, get your ass out here." Chapter 131. Aim for the point I've labeled Deadly Blast. Let's turn this into a big deal. Let's turn this into a small deal. The cry was harsh and loud. When Zhang Yan looked around, he saw a familiar figure, plutocrat Calvin's daughter, Sharana. In the past 2 days, there are too many things to be busy. Zhang Yan almost forgot that Calvin's family is still in the barracks as a guest. At the moment, Sharana was open-mouthed and blocked by several woolly bear soldiers. When she saw Zhang Yan walking over, she yelled like crazy, "What did you do to my father? Where is he and why didn't he come back with you?" Zhang Yan sighed. "I'm sorry that your father was killed by your father's nephew, your cousin Crest." Upon hearing this, Sharana became even more frantic and even tickled the hairy bear soldier who was blocking her. "You shameless bastard. Stop lying. He must have been killed by you. Cousin Kleist is such a gentle person. How could he do such a bastard thing?" Zhang Yan shrugged his shoulders. "He really wasn't killed by me. That cousin of yours has long had a deep-seated grudge against him. To tell you the truth, you may not believe it. That cousin of yours is in fact really your brother. He's the illegitimate son of your father and your aunt. TSK. That should be said not to be said. You crooked nuts, this is really messy." Sharana busted right through the defense. "Let go of your mothers." "So what? Let me say something." That's when a most unexpected person showed up. The long-dismissed head of the independent regiment, Smirnov. Zhang Yan did not expect these two people are when to get together? As soon as Smirnov came up, he counted on Zhang Yan for a while. "Subov, you're being too unreasonable. Calvin, no matter what, is also the one who led the civilian surrender of the entire Vatican city. Even if you don't treat him kindly, how can you treat him like this? You're violating the rules, you know." Report, artillery units have arrived in the northern area to stand by. At this time, coinciding with the arrival of the battle report of the completion of the artillery deployment, Zhang Yan did not have time to break up with them. Fortunately, the major incident was resolved quickly. "You're just in time. I heard that some time ago, you almost took the independent regiment back out?" Smirnov froze. The situation was critical at the time, and I was doing this for the good of the troops, so I hope you can understand." Zhang Yan nodded his head. "Very well, you've done very well. A dismissed head of the regiment, and still intends to regain his authority. I see that you really have a rebellious heart. Come on people, bring them down, and lock them up in the dungeon for a good introspection." "Yes," Smirnov exclaimed in shock. "Subov, you asshole, can't you tell the difference between good and bad words? I'm trying to relieve you, unwind you hell. Suck a don't list, at a glance, you don't have a good heart." Cursing bitterly, Zhang Yan looked at Sharana who was already furious. "I'm sorry for your father's death. I'm the one who brought him into a desperate situation. No matter what, I have an unshirkable responsibility. I'll make compensation after the war. But there is a limit to my patience, and I expect you to rat-tail it. This is a warning and an admonition. Send her and her family back." "Yes." After solving everything simply and roughly, Zhang Yan quickly returned to the command room. As of this moment, the commanders of the various units are still having headaches. Where could that group of enemy soldiers go? We sent so many people to look for them, but we couldn't find them. It's not possible that not all of them came over and some of them stayed at the Ermau compound, is it? It is possible that Chief Subov in solving the problem of Fort Trin and the entrance to the sea, solved it so quickly that the enemy must have smelled a crisis, and seeing that the tide was turning, withdrew his main force. It should be said or not, General Subov is strong. Originally waiting for the city of Vatikas is obviously a dead end, but because of him, directly desperate to survive, defused the possibility of a major war. The words were but a few, and everyone started blowing off Subov. It can't be helped, who asked their legendary hero, Subov, to be so powerful? Without him, it's estimated that the Licking main reservoir would have been blown up and the hairy bear would have taken the fall for it. Forced to fight the forces of Irmo, the pretty country, and the allied powers, it's safe to say that without Subov, the woolly bear press wouldn't be in the situation it's in today. And right in the middle of the bragging, the subject of the conversation, Zhang Yan, walked into the command room. As if he was directly ignoring everyone, he came to the sand table and stared at the map for a long time. A flag was then picked up and some labeling was done. Order the artillery units, and the fleet at the Burn River, to use their longest range missiles and give me a death blow on these sites. This sudden order was heard by various commanders. They went up and took a look at Zhang Yan's labeled position and couldn't help but frown. Army commander, what are we doing somehow hitting Irmau's border area? You wouldn't guess that enemy troops would be in a place like this, would you? How is that possible? Otherwise, let's send someone over there to scout it out. And if that's true, it's not too late to strike at it remotely. Zhang Yan shook his head. He guessed that enemy force had split in two, and that the main force was at this moment making a detour toward the Trimble battlefield, or elsewhere. Although they have been disorganized, it is not excluded that they will have new ideas, such as killing all the way to the border of the Malwat along the weak point of Malwat's rear troop deployment, slowing down the pace of the troops in front, and unraveling the situation for the battle. I'm afraid it'll be too late to send out a scout. Fortunately, Zhang Yan was decisive. Follow our orders. About the replay, wait until after the fight. Through Zhang Yan's urgent tone, the various commanders could almost realize Zhang Yan must have seen something they didn't, but because of the tense situation, there was no time to discuss it with the others. Since this was the case, they could only follow Zhang Yan's orders. With the order, whoosh 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 whoosh, 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 whoosh. Both the artillery units in the northern region and the fleet stationed in the Burn River Basin fired missiles immediately. A volley of missiles, like scurrying monkeys, shot in unison toward the border area of Irmo that Zhang Yan had labeled. At this moment, the main force of the Irmo Mercenary Division had completely bypassed the woolly bear forces in the city of Watakazi and marched all the way along the border, towards the east. They decided on this tactic as soon as they got the news that the entrance to the sea was in the hands of the woolly bears. The two brigades were left to hold the Warmbloods and Wataks while the main force detoured to the Trimble Theater to settle the battle quickly. Then a pack of woolly bears and Watakets. While the idea is wonderful, the reality is bone-chilling. It was not long after the opening of the battle on the frontal field that they received the news that the Trimble Theater had been overrun. The news had caught them off guard, but it was too late for an impromptu change of formation, and they could only carry out the next task with a stiff upper lip. At this moment, the mission of the main force of the Irmo Mercenary Division had changed, and they didn't need to go galloping to support the Trimble war zone, as there was nothing to gallop to over there. It was now their task to go around as far as they could, and to go straight for the hooks of the woolly bear troops. Let's see if we can force the woolly bear unit to turn back. That way, Irmo can have some breathing room. Report, the two brigades that involve the enemy are completely out of contact. They have, in all likelihood, been destroyed by the regiment. The mercenary division commander frowned. Damn, the cunning Subov. Under his command, the woolly bear troops are also too brave. I'm afraid that even if we go to the frontal battlefield, we won't be a match for him. Now we can only pray that he hasn't picked up our trail. The subordinate officer was unimpressed. How can that be? We're so careful this time, all the way along the border. I'm afraid no one would expect. Mouth. Before the word bar could be uttered, the subordinate officer's eyes suddenly widened, because he had inadvertently spotted the missiles coming from the distant sky, as if they were a million arrows. Thick crab. Chapter 132 Total Annihilation of Irmo Mercenary Division. Officers who don't want to take the heat. A missile, like a roaring dragon, cut through the sky. With an extremely long air tail, like rain, it rushed towards the crowd. No good. Run. The Irma officer roared hysterically, trying to alert everyone in the troop, but it was too late. The missiles were just too fast. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. The ear-piercing roar of an explosion exploded through the pile. In a flash, the ground shook, and the fire caused by the explosion was almost connected to a sea of fire, covering every corner of the Irmak Mercenary Division. Ah ha ha ha. Help! Mom! I don't want to die yet. Ahem. Damn. How did they know our whereabouts? Quickly report that our operation has failed. The capital is about to fall. Couldn't get on the wire. The comm van was blown up. Soldiers were blown to mush for those who were blown to mush. Blown off limbs for those who were blown off limbs. Burned by fire for those who were burned by fire. And fled for those who fled. The scene was gruesome to the core, filled with the smell of blood intertwined with roasted meat. But even then, the missiles in the sky didn't stop. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Boom 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 boom. It was as if they were using it as a destruction site for missiles. The bombardment went on for a full hour before it stopped. Under the heavy firepower, which was comparable to that which could level mountains, there were hardly a few survivors left on the scene. At this moment, the woolly bear troops on the other battlefields. It also quickly resolved its own battles, supplemented by a steady stream of fleet troops from the Burn River. The highest commanders of regimental, brigade, and even divisional and military headquarters were called upon by the top brass of the Woolly Bear military, is traveling by special plane or car to a military base in the city of Vatax to discuss the next big thing, battles against the futuristic capital. But just halfway there, they suddenly learned some bad news. Irma went so far as to publicly state on social media that a division had been sent to work behind enemy lines, deep in the rear of the Maoist bear forces. The move was in response to the furry bear's next attack. In the past, a classified operation like this one would not have been taken to the media to talk about it openly and honestly. But right now, Irma was really pushed by the hairy bear. The sudden breach of the Trimble Theater and the extra division messed up all their plans. Thus, in anticipation of the deterring division of dime a dozen mercenaries having moved away from the Woolly Bear Brigade, they were fortunate enough to make their actions public. In order to do so, they wanted to put pressure on the hairy bears, and as long as they turned around and went looking for people, or had individual units retreat, then the purpose on Irma's side would be accomplished. Therefore, at the first moment of arriving in the city of Vatax, these senior officers of Mao Xiong, unable to rest, immediately ran to the command headquarters to find Zhang Yan. For just a moment, the originally small command post was as full as a bar, bursting at the seams. A missile at this moment would probably be the end of all the senior officers in this part of the battlefield. The enemy is really cunning, to use this method to force us to retreat. Never take their bait. Retreating now would be like giving up the chance to face the feudal capital straight on. That's what they're thinking. Right, we can't retreat. Big deal. Let's match them and see if they hit us furry bears first or if we hit their capital first. But if we don't retreat, it's the same as giving away all the occupied areas in the rear. You know that the opposite side is not as simple as a regiment or a brigade. It's a division's strength. The officers spat and sprayed spit and explored with such passion. But after exploring for half a day, they didn't explore, so they simply cast their eyes to that end. Zhang Yan, who was holding a cell phone and editing his friend's circle. General Subov, right now you are the only commander at the rank of army commander in the entire Irmahonian battlefield. We listen to you. You take the reins. Later, Zhang Yan waved his hand and continued editing. So much has happened in the past 2 days. So to make a long story short, last night I took the fleet and pretty much wiped out the Irmo Pretty Kingdom's Morkai fleet, and then took back the mouth of the Burn River. By this time it had taken a warship, returned to the city of Vatax, and was engaged with a division of the enemy. At the beginning I thought it would be difficult, but when it really came down to it, I realized how I had somehow managed to get 2 extra divisions on my side, and beating the opposite side was like beating a dog, with no pressure at all. Oh yeah, you guys might not believe me when I tell you, I just got promoted to Major General Division Commander last night, but early this morning my buddy got promoted to Lieutenant General Commander. It's just too fast, isn't it? Next, it is the main event of the Irmo Bear War. We intend to hit the other country's capital. With a bit of luck, it is possible that tomorrow buddy will be able to return to the country. You all relatives in Dacia to wait for my glory triumph. After editing, click send, although it cannot be sent. Still spinning in circles, but when there is a signal, is sure to be able to send. Zhang Yan put away his cell phone and looked at the officers in front of him. My idea is that there is no need to worry. What? The officers were humanly stupid. They thought Zhang Yan would have said to pull back and look for people, or attack the Irmao capital side now. Who knew he'd come right out and say there's no need to worry? That's a little too emboldened, isn't it? Comrade General, that's still something to worry about, isn't it? Like I said, that's a division they've got there, numbering in the tens of thousands. That's it. It can't be child's play. There's so much a division can do. Even if our border troops are a little negligent, they can storm our soil. I'll say what I think. Although we have a lot of fight in us right now, no one can guarantee that it will be smooth sailing for all of us attacking the Irma country. Yeah, first of all Pretty Country and his lapdogs will definitely make a demon out of us. In case our operation fails and the back quarters are taken over by Irmo and the others, that's a bit of a lost cause. That's what I mean, comrade army commander. Or please take an idea. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. Although these people in front of him seemed to be looking out for the war effort, but why did he always feel that these people didn't want to take the blame and wanted to make themselves take it? Everyone knows that Irmo suddenly released the news in order to put pressure on the hairy bear, and the retreat at this time is exactly what Irmo wanted. So it takes a lot of courage to either leave it alone or to make the decision to pull back and look for someone else. These people, it's obvious that they want to take it all on themselves. Zhang Yan smiled. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. As expected of General Subov. You've already made arrangements? Then I wonder what arrangement you made. I arranged for the artillery to go to the north and bombard the area toward the border for an hour. Ha! All the officers' mouths were wide open. What the hell are you doing hitting people's border areas for? Chapter 133 The war can be lost. Subov must die. Although this decision of Zhang Yan to bombard the border had baffled everyone a bit, but they don't dare to countenance or denigrate it so easily. After all, this is Subov in front of him, the centerpiece of the war on the Irma Bear today. It can be said that today's battlefield has been pioneered by him. If he's doing this, he must have his reasons, right? An officer speculated. Could it be that your men, General, have discovered the enemy's movements at the border? It must be so. Really, the general will play tricks on people. Obviously already found out. But still do not say. Make everyone on edge. Almost did not die of fear. Zhang Yan sipped his water and said in disbelief. No, it was simply too late to send people to the border. I simply guessed and then hit it. Ha! The officers' mouths were wide open. Guess? It's that simple? We don't sisterly ah. Some of the officers who were already very inexplicable in their attitude towards Zhang Yan couldn't stand it at once. Comrade General, we don't deny your previous great service to the woolly bear, but wouldn't you be a little too intentional in doing so now? Still young, rashly attacking the border without confirming the location of the enemy army, and with white hair on that side of the border. Do you realize that this will affect the relationship between our two countries? It's a small thing to affect the relationship between the two countries, isn't it? White hair was already with us, but it's a waste of shells to mess with it like that. Zhang Yan pulled out his ears as if he had taken all the words of this group of people as if they had fallen on deaf ears. At this time, a communications soldier came to report. Reporting to the army commander, the scouting team we sent out reported that a large number of corpses were found in the northeastern part of the Irmo-Whitemao borderline, belonging to the Irmo mercenary division that we've been searching for so hard. After a brief lineup, we're almost certain that the Irmo mercenary division has been all but annihilated by our fire coverage. Slap. Zhang Yan clapped his hands, stood up, and directly the bear spread his hands. What can I say? No, 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 or should you guys can I say? The officers' mouths had grown so big they were about to dislocate. Good lord, the two-haired mercenary division that just put the furry bears on edge was just taken out by Subov. By guesswork? Just like that? Should they say that Subov guessed right? Or that he was right about the situation? Remember the saying that life is all about big bets. The right ones are fired and the wrong ones are opened. Okay, meeting. After a few minor storms, the meeting proceeded normally. At the same time, the Hairy Bear executives received the news and also posted the news of the annihilation of the Irmo mercenary division at the first opportunity. Led by our legendary hero, Subov, our army took out Irmo's so-called divisional unit with little effort. Hairy Bear didn't go into a long speech, didn't even buy himself a push stream, just a simple sentence. It seemed very casual, as if exterminating the Irmo mercenary division level troops was as simple as beating a dog to death. So much so that Irmo saw it and broke the defense straight away. My plants, how did they find out the location of our troops? It's outrageous that you can get caught walking around the border. Is it possible that someone has leaked the information? And seeing that the enemy army is about to hit our capital, someone has found a way out ahead of time? At this point, a Irmo officer who admired Subov sighed helplessly. Don't get excited you guys, people have said that Subov led the fight. His name is out there. What else is impossible? As a result of this sentence, it gave Irmo a dry spell to break his defense even more. Subov again. I'm convinced. How come he's everywhere? God. No. Satan. Come and take him. He's on the battlefield. There's no way we can fight. There's no one left to cure him, is there? Originally we were clearly able to arm wrestle with the hairy bear, but just because of his appearance. So far, how many of our actions, how many of our plans, have been blocked by him? How can I cure it? The assassination should have been sent, but it can't be assassinated at all. Since I can't make him die physically, I do have an idea. Just for the moment, the whole of Irmo, up and down, already hated Subov. Even they all had the very extreme idea that the war can be lost, but Subov must die. It's enough to see how much they really resent Subov. Achoo! On the other side, Zhang Yan, who was in a meeting, sneezed coldly. He wiped his nose and rushed to the officer who had just finished speaking. I don't agree with your idea of a full push. While a full-scale advance would allow us to securely take Ermau's country, it would be extremely unfavorable for attacking the Ermau capital, Kizhou Castle. For one thing, it would take so long that it would give Ermau time to catch his breath, and for another, it's highly likely that Pretty Country and his lapdogs would use that time to get things going. Therefore I advocate that all troops, from several positions, north, northeast, east, southeast, and south, attack the Ermau Kingdom capital, Key Town, immediately. The national capital is a symbol of a country's spirit. Once we take Key City, then Ermau is basically considered to exist in name only, and after that, we can take our time and take down the surrounding lands. The meeting didn't last very long, during which there were arguments and debates and even a near fight. However, in the end, after discussing the matter, the crowd was still dominated by Zhang Yan's strategy. Now, the hairy bear Ermau had just been through a battle of overwhelming strength, a battle that had dealt a very serious blow to Ermau's morale. This was clearly the best time to attack the capital of Ermau, Kizhou, but this battle isn't expected to be that good. Although the city of Watakazi is only 470 kilometers away from Key City in a straight line, I'm afraid that at this point, the woolly bear could send out its air force and go for several rounds of bombing. But the crux of the problem lies in the last 400 kilometers, where the Ermau, the beautiful countries and the allies, deploy their troops most intensively, especially after the complete loss of the Watakazi city area. They were afraid that they had guessed the next move of the hairy bears will deploy more ferocious firepower here to stop it. And, of course, there was the overriding question of how was the woolly bear supposed to get into the city even if he fought his way through? Going by the pissy nature of Ermau and Pretty Country, they're sure to hold the lives of civilians hostage, and it'll still be a big problem when they do. But at this moment, Ma Xiong has no time to hesitate. Right now is the best opportunity to attack the capital of Ermau. Once you give up, I'm afraid that after that, it will be even more difficult to fight. Go back and follow the deployment. I believe that with your energetic cooperation, we will be able to win the war. For the furry bear, the officers were sent to the door, and it looked like everyone was going to go their separate ways. Instead, a group of soldiers suddenly came up around them. The eyes that looked at Zhang Yan were very unkind. Chapter 134. This is a battlefield. If you don't want to serve, you should hold your breath. That little look was as if Zhang Yan owed them $25,000 to $80,000. There was resentment, disbelief, and intense hostility. Why do you have that look in your eye? Zhang Yan thought he hadn't offended anyone in the military. Except, of course, for that former head of the independent regiment, Smirnov. It can't be helped, the two are naturally at odds. Zhang Yan is fortunate to have high morals and literacy. Smirnov generally does not provoke himself. He will not take the initiative to move him. But not Smirnov. That guy, the ego, the arrogance. Instead of reflecting on his problems after being removed from office, he repeatedly speculated and made things happen. And at this moment, seeing the figures of several very familiar soldiers of the independent regiment in the crowd of soldiers, Zhang Yan mostly understood what was going on. This is the lapdog coming to redress his master's grievances. General Subov, please release our leader immediately. As expected, the first words the group of soldiers came up with revealed their intentions. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows and was about to speak. Whoa, what's going on? At that moment, the officer who had come to the meeting on his side spoke up, with an eager look on his face. The leader of the independent regiment's soldiers looked like he had grabbed a straw. Our headmaster had some conflicts with General Sapov. So much so that General Sapov abused his power and imprisoned him without authorization. We are here today to redress the grievances of our chief. Please General Sapov release our chief immediately. Upon hearing this, the surrounding officers froze, wide-eyed, most of them not daring to speak, except for a few. Comrade Corporal, you mustn't be joking. General Subov is the hero of our woolly bear country. How could he do such a thing? That's right, why don't you hurry up and shut up? If the general does something, naturally there is a general's reasoning. You only need to listen and not ask for the reason. Don't you even understand this reasoning? Is there some kind of misunderstanding between this? And if there is a misunderstanding, wouldn't it be good to clear it up? Anyway, I don't believe that Chief Sapov would do such a thing. Otherwise wouldn't he be virtuously incompetent? It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Ha, you guys picked a good time to do this. On purpose or by accident? Although it seemed that all these people were speaking for Zhang Yan, but except for a small portion of people who were really speaking in favor of Zhang Yan, the rest of those backfired like irony, or sarcasm. And coincidentally, these few sarcastic people were the same people who had previously said that Zhang Yan had acted with intent. Zhang Yan thought about it and felt ridiculous. He was promoted to this official position. Although the speed is fast, but it seems to have some bad side effects. That is, too much red eye, too much hate, As soon as they find an opportunity, they can't wait to come out and stomp on you. Thinking about it, Zhang Yan stepped forward and said, "Releasing people? It's impossible. As for what you said about abuse of power, it doesn't exist either, because during the time I traveled to Amohai, he attempted to fling military power and disobeyed orders against his duty, and this is the punishment for him. By all rights, I should have shot him, but I don't like to fight among my own people, so the word is out, so taste for yourself." After saying that, Zhang Yan is about to leave. What should be explained has also been explained. I think everyone can understand. But on the contrary, the soldiers of the independent regiment refused to give up, and simply gritted their teeth and said directly, "General Subov, you have also flung military power." "Right, and the person who was flung military power by you was coincidentally our head of the regiment, Smirnov, and if you can, why can't he?" This statement was so powerful that it directly dried up everyone in the room. At the moment the story about Subov flirting with military power is only circulating in the 727th Brigade, or at the top of the woolly bear hierarchy. Regimental commanders like these in other theaters, division commanders, pressed on, so much so that they who didn't know the inside story, once they heard this, even the way they looked at Zhang Yan changed. While admiration was still admiration, there was a hint of contempt along with the admiration, so much so that a few officers with impure minds couldn't help but come out and pull the pedal to the metal right away. I don't think it's true. How could someone as honorable as General Subov do such a thing? I can't believe it either, but I'm afraid that's the way it is. So no wonder these soldiers are so righteously angry. General Subov is young. People should understand that. Who hasn't done a few assholes when they were young? Comrade General, it's not a solution for this matter to go on like this. It's better to ask you to give a statement, or else it's quite difficult to solve this matter. It's hard to convince the public. That's right. Don't get it in the end and hang a stain on your reputation. Zhang Yan laughed. Right now the big battle is approaching. Do you guys really want to waste your time on such things? An officer named Lantrav explained. It's precisely because it's a great war that we should solve this internal problem. Internal problems that are not solved are hidden dangers. I think you should be able to understand that. General, I can indeed understand. Zhang Yan nodded his head and coldly unloaded the gun on Lantrav's waist and directly pressed it against Lantrav's head. General. Lantrav was caught off guard by the scene, even shaking. What is this for? Zhang Yan laughed. Aren't you people with red eyes scrambling for an argument? This is my argument. This is a battlefield. If you don't want to serve, just hold it in, and don't trip me up behind my back. If you don't like it anymore, you can sue me in the Woolly Bear Emperor or in a military court, and I'll be waiting. Although he said he was giving an argument, Zhang Yan was actually pointing at the face of the red-eyed group led by Lantrav and cursing. Of course, there was a sentence that Zhang Yan didn't say explicitly. That is, he didn't care if he was convincing or if his reputation was tarnished. He's a tourist in Tama, and Subov is just his fake identity. His real name was Zhang Yan, a dignified daxia man, and when the war was over, he was going to return to his country and serve it. He doesn't care about the reputation of a fake identity. Saying that, Zhang Yan directly adjusted the muzzle of his gun and grazed Rantalov's ear and fired an empty shot. Next time you give me a snide comment, I'll just hang you 2 titsocksinis from a tree in your mouth and beat them like a gyroscope. I'm not kidding. Afterward, Zhang Yan leisurely came to the soldiers of the independent regiment. Why I fling military power? You independent regiment know better than anyone else. I do not take Smirnov's military power. You independent regiment will have to do all the regimentation under his stupid and ignorant command. And he's flirting with military power and disrupting the war in the city of Vatax. So how can it be the same? The entire 727th Brigade knows this. Can you not? You know this, and you still deliberately bring it up. Deliberately picking this time of day to pick on me. What are you resting on? Being asked by Zhang Yan's one-handed death trifecta, the leader of the soldiers of the independent regiment simply couldn't even speak a word. I made it clear earlier. Whoever dares to disturb the army, I'll shoot him directly. But I don't like to fight in a nest, so I'll give you one more chance to say what kind of heart you're resting on, or what kind of heart the people behind you are resting on. The leader of the soldiers of the independent regiment was anxious, nervous, beads of sweat were left on his forehead, and at this moment he could not even speak a word. Seeing this, Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow. Come on people, bring them down for a good interrogation. Check who they've come into contact with recently. These guys are definitely not normal. Afterward, Zhang Yan turned around and looked at the group of officers who had themselves shocked. I still say that the Great War is approaching. Whoever dares to mess around with the army again, I'll shoot him directly. Although I don't like to fight in a nest, but if you step on my line, I can only say sorry and go to heaven to complain to your God. Get back quickly and prepare for war. Yes, Chapter 135. The final battle is launched. Sword points at Ermao Kingdom's capital, Key City. just 2 hours after the duel in the city of Vatax. The woolly bear was the first to wage the final battle, with the sword pointed at the capital city of Irmo, Kijo, the city of Watakazi. The woolly bear forces of all the theaters on the east bank of the Burn River were almost in full force. Toward the north, northeast, east, southeast, and south, 5 positions in the direction of the base city were killed. It was intended that the capital of Irmo, Kisong, would be surrounded and taken completely. The main force in this duel was, naturally, the army of the Sapov group, stationed in the city of Vatikaz, only 470 kilometers away in a straight line from the city of Ki. 99th Division, with the 727th Brigade as the main point of attack. You will enter the west bank of the Burn River from the Luliao Bridge, take charge of the rest of the troops, and then together press forward from the south, as well as from the southeast, and, if you have the opportunity, take the west as well. 798th Air, Land, and Sea Composite Division, the army to fight me along the river, due east of Keystone City, and the Air Force to be on standby to provide air support to all units. As for the 17th, 18th, and 19th Fleets, under cover of the Army units, you'll drive me all the way up the Burn River as far as you can, preferably with firepower that will give me direct coverage of the base city. Lastly, this is the 996th Mixed Division side. You're all supported by various units that haven't cleared the battlefield yet, and we're not very familiar with each other, so I'll personally lead you into battle. Everyone must be careful in this battle. Pretty Country and his lapdogs haven't made a move until now, so maybe they're holding back the big one. Zhang Yan made a quick deployment on his side. 3 divisions were assigned to fight in 3 directions, and this time, he still intends to personally go to the front line, even though he is in a high position, but commanding the indoor pointing is never his style. He still preferred to be on the field, that way he could see a lot of details that he couldn't see in the command room. The most important reason is that this horse is going to hit the capital of other people's Irmo. If he has been staying in the command room, did not personally participate in it, that is not a waste of time. Families, coarse hair, now go to hit the capital of Irmo. This time we are very well prepared. The timing is also just right, maybe a night to hit. Tomorrow morning back to Syracuse for breakfast. Ride on the command vehicle. Zhang Yan cannot wait to edit a circle of friends, to tell the excitement of their feelings. Then a vast array of military trucks, tanks, and armored vehicles drove all the way out of the military base, aiming straight in the direction of Key City. At this moment, every single furry bear soldier had a high fighting spirit, rather like pushing all the way to the flat and directly taking down the base city. But this was just before they reached the streets of the city of Vatax, when the march of the troops suddenly slowed down. A large number of people rushed out from nowhere, holding up various signs that read, Subov, murderer, please give the Calvin family an explanation. Woolly bear people, please get out of Watakazi city, and blocking the road. Zhang Yan was speechless. Okay, don't swim in the morning, don't swim in the evening, specially pick this time to swim, right? Now that the duel was imminent, Zhang Yan didn't have time to break up with them, so he fortunately picked up an AK, opened the car window and stuck his head out. A barrage of bullets that hit the ground not far from the marching public. In an instant, the screams continued, and the swimmers were as disorganized as the beasts. Keep marching, let the garrison troops have a good look into it. There must be a push behind this. First the soldiers messing up and then the march. Yes, just in the gap between Zhang Yan leading his troops to the battlefield, a series of reports such as #final battle. Hairy bears have launched an operation to attack the capital of Irmo. Hashtag sword to the base city. Hairy bears are all out in full force and fire. Related reports were also immediately posted on the internet. There's no way. This is the Irmo Bear War, the final finale. Even if the furry bear side of the secrecy, this thing cannot be stopped. As soon as the report appeared, it completely ignited the entire internet, drawing an outcry from the world's population. Holy, that fast. Didn't Irmo say a couple hours ago that he had already involved the woolly bear? Your message is out. The human hairy bears have said that the troops Irmo sent to cause trouble were directly destroyed by them. This is the battlefield? It's really a minute-by-minute change. Earlier the Irmo hairy bears were still fighting in the city of Watakazi. Just a few hours' time, people's hairy bears are going to start attacking the base city. No, it's that time of year. Don't the pretty countries and the allies take a stand? How can I make a stand? How to make a stand? People have always thought that Irmo can take back the city of Vatikaz in the Trimble war zone. Who knows that Irmo pulled a big one on him? 2 divisions all regrouped. I guess at this moment they are doubting life. It always feels like the pretty country and the allies won't let the woolly bear win that easily. But why haven't they made a move until now? As soon as they read about it, the world's population was not unsurprised. Just by the piss-poor nature of the war of the 2 furry bears that started so far, they would have expected it to last months. if not years, longer. But who would have thought? Wow. It's like the gas pedal has been turned on the Hairy Bear's side within the past month. Basically from the moment we fended off the main Irmo attack on the Northwest Theater, everything went wrong. And during this period, this battlefield repeatedly appeared in the public eye with only one figure. And that was Subov. It's so strong. Subov is probably going to be a nightmare for Irmo, the pretty country and the allies now. I don't know about the pretty country or the allies, but anyway, Irma sleeps at night, and the covers must be full of Subov. Ha 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 ha. They're pretty miserable too. Every time they make a new move, they get stopped by Subov. I'm really curious. Who the hell researched this Subov thing? How come it's so strong? Strong? It feels like a hairy bear blowing it out of the water. If he's really that strong, why don't you protect him properly and instead open him up to the public on multiple occasions? I can't believe there are still people who underestimate Subov. The individual battles he was involved in are included in the textbooks of some countries' military schools. And you dare to question that? It is recommended that you go and fight with Subov. The situation today is pretty much exactly what this legendary hero of the furry bears has started, and it's really something that most of the world admires to no end. It made the militaries of many countries a bit chilly, as they had another terrifying opponent. And just as the internet was praising Subov in between, pretty country snapped. One would think that they were going to make a statement about the woolly bear attack on Keystone City, but who knew that all it posted was a reprint of a news article. Subov shoots civilians in the street in Vatican City because they blocked his way? How inhumane. Chapter 136 FIB wants to arrest Subov? Pretty country allies officially intervene. Seeing that the big battle is just around the corner, pretty country managed to dry silence everyone with a very American cognitive disruption. Smear type story. People all over the world know that the pretty country has always been behind Irmo. So at this critical moment, many people are expecting, or worrying, whether he will make any big moves. But who knew that at the end of the day, he'd just a big one? Even if you don't take a stand, you've started to slander the human hairy bear, Subov. If you can't beat him, you'll slander him, won't you? Well, you are invincible. Fark, don't look at the time of the day when you post the news. People are about to fight. Do you think it's useful to post it at this time? So Subov really shot civilians? That's too arrogant. The video has no beginning or end. You just hear someone shooting and then the crowd is just a bunch of mosaics. So who knows if they killed anyone? So what? What are you trying to convey? What's the point of condemning people's moral issues at this point when the human Subov is on the verge of taking down all of Irmo's country? I think the pretty country is really at its wit's end. Is it really afraid of Subov and doesn't even dare to give a hand? It's good not to help, so that the hairy bear can take down Irmo in the quickest possible time, and avoid any trouble. The world's population, some happy, some sad, and some extreme supporters of the beautiful country of Irmo, are even a bit hateful. Just at this critical moment, pretty country issued a direct statement. My beautiful country severely condemns Subov's bad behavior. Shooting civilians is not allowed by international law. So for the sake of world peace, our FIB intelligence decided to immediately arrest Subov and go to the International Military Tribunal to be tried, to give an explanation to the world public, and to give an explanation to the civilians who were shot and killed by Subwa in the city of Vatikas. A handful of backhanded shots that directly caught everyone off guard. Thick gift crab, FIB captures Subov. How dare you guys think that? Have you been pushed this far by Subov? You're all having a seizure. What a seizure. He's looking for an excuse to send out troops. Fark, don't tell me your intel guys went in fighter jets. Definitely have to fly fighters. On top of that, stepping on tanks and armored vehicles now. Even Subov has to be flabbergasted when he sees it. Naya FIB's intel has a couple of divisions of troops, right? Can the beautiful country have some face? Send troops, just send troops. And find this kind of inexplicable excuse. Won't you feel abrupt? Well. Pretty countries have now learned our Dasha's desire to raise and first suppress. Right, you're really invincible. The world's population was divided into two levels. Part of the support for the beautiful country Irmo, part of the scolding the beautiful country Irmo, for a long time have not been separated from the winners and losers. But now, everyone knows that pretty country has moved. They used the FIB's capture of Subov as an excuse to send troops directly into the Irmohan Bear battlefield. Even after that, those allied countries also took a stand, and their intelligence services, such as CAI, ICU, ISI and so on, also joined in helping FIB to capture Subov. From this moment on, the Woolly Bear Nation's attack on the Irmo Nation's capital city of Key was raised to hell difficulty. By this time, Zhang Yan had already led the 996th Mixed Division all the way around to the designated position. Next, they needed to break out all the way to eventually reach the northern part of the Irmo Kingdom's capital city of Key, as well as the northeastern part of the country, from where they could launch a general attack. In front of us, there was a wooded area located next to the highway, from where it would take the least amount of time and effort to hit it in a straight line. But before the battle even started, Zhang Yan received a report. Reporting to the army commander, we have a large number of F-35 fighters appearing here, as well as B-series bombers, which are weaponry that has never been seen before, and we're guessing that the pretty country's side may have intervened. Reporting to the army commander, the troops fighting on the west bank of the Burn River have sent an urgent report claiming that the soldiers fighting them are wearing the attire of the FIB, Kai, ICU, and other intelligence services. Comrade Subov, this is the military general headquarters. The pretty country and also the allied side have already made their move. They have sent a large number of air and land forces under the pretext of capturing you. You must be careful. Listening to round after round of news about pretty country allied soldiers joining the battlefield, Zhang Yan frowned. These guys are really shameless. I force back the marching people with my gun and all of them can make a rumor about shooting civilians? So if I go to the street corner and take a piss, will they say I'm making bioweapons there? Although he was not angry in his heart, Zhang Yan did not feel any surprise. To be precise, the entire army of woolly bears didn't feel surprised, because they all knew that at this most critical moment, the pretty country and the allied side would certainly not sit idly by. It's nothing more than a question of how to get in. But that entrance, let's just say, pretty country still smells so roguish. Since they're here, let's fight. I've long wanted to rub them on the ground. It's a good time to test their military strength. It's also considered to be for our disya, to feel out their old background. Thinking, Zhang Yan saw that it was about time and directly ordered, all units prepare, attack, a 79th, B86th, for the left flank, a 109th, M738th, for the right flank, and the rest of the troops to break through the center, artillery, tanks, and air force for supporting fire cover, a command, tanks that stayed near the highway, missile vehicles reacted quickly, whoosh 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 whoosh, a volley of shells, missiles rose into the air and landed with unerring precision deep in the woods. Immediately after, boom whiz 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 whiz, a flight formation of dozens of Su-57s, Su-35s, and Tu-95 bombers quickly skimmed the air. A second round of bombing was carried out. Kill thousands of hairy bear soldiers like a tidal wave. Wu Yangyang surged towards the depths of the woods. At the beginning of the battle, facing an unknown force in the woods, Zhang Yan directly pulled the insurance factor to the fullest. Ground-to-air synergy, step-tank synergy, pincer attack, everything that could be used was given. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. Soon, the woolly bear soldiers engaged the Ermao, pretty country, allied country, and multinational coalition forces stationed here. For a while, the eardrum-shattering sound of gunfire rose and fell through the woods. Shells and missiles, lifting up patch after patch of dirt and blowing open trench after trench. Kill, Ola, kill all these pretty country allied country scum. Ah, I've been hit, someone help me. The sounds of killing, shouting, and wailing filled every part of the woods, facing the hard-charging tactics of a stream of hairy bear soldiers. Apparently, the enemy had been prepared. Although the two earlier bombardments were somewhat sudden, but they were still able to react, relying on their natural geographic advantage, and they threw in heavy firepower weapons straight away. For a while, the two parties actually fought a stalemate. Chapter 137, CPU Overclocking. Subov finally gets serious. It was a stalemate, and both Zhang Yan and the enemy forces side could hardly accept this result. How did they fight three of our divisions with only one division? Shouldn't we have easily crushed them? Normal. This is Subov's unit. You can't use common sense. We've fought like this before. They are too nimble and seem to anticipate all our schemes. And every time we attempt to steer some ploy to lure them in, they simply don't fall for it. Is this Subov's unit? It's also too scary. It's fortunate that all three of our divisions are here. Otherwise there's a real possibility that we won't be able to beat them. Hold it. We must hold it. Once we let them break through the defense line too quickly, I'm afraid we won't be able to build any defense line after that. The Ermao commanders were not surprised, while the pretty country, the allied commanders, were shocked. It's a real shocker. Is this Subov? It's scary how one division can be played like three by him. It seems like the enemy forces have a very wise commander. Zhang Yan's side similarly frowned, although he had the command title brother. Do you want to buy a hang? Zhang Yan thought that his command ability had already reached the top. However, there were still many masters in the world who could infinitely approach Zhang Yan's command ability just by relying on their minds. Although not as powerful as Zhang Yan, it was still a handful to beat a Zhang Yan who was fighting with a unit he had never worked with before. Since this was the case, Zhang Yan had to show some real skill in command. Seriously. He couldn't touch the fish anymore. A 79th. There are a couple of electrical towers in your neighborhood, where the ground is high and open, perfect for snipers, as well as scouting for enemy movements, and see if you can take them down as fast as you can. M738th. I've noticed on my side that a great deal of the support is coming from the right-hand side, so get over there quickly for me and see what's going on, and block their support if you can. C999th. The missiles from the enemy artillery units are having an effect on our forward pressure, so you're going to cut through as fast as you can, find out where they are, and end them as fast as you can. Frontal forces, now immediately split up in two directions and force the enemy troops in front of us into the depression 2 kilometers away. Missile units, air units, stand by to execute annihilation operations. The previous command, although Zhang Yan also commanded very well, but there is a big gulp meaning in it, but now it was different. Zhang Yan directly ran his brain CPU to the extreme, directly overclocked, and commanded the battle from the details, accompanied by Zhang Yan's order. Each regiment's headquarters reacted swiftly and split into separate divisions, each going to carry out their respective tasks. Thump, 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 thump. Guns were firing in the forest, and the woolly bear soldiers were engaged all the way, braving the gunfire, to finally reach their assigned position. Report, the battalion headquarters of the A79th have reached the appropriate electrical towers, but it appears that the enemy has also dispatched troops to hold the key entrances in deadly earnest. Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow. In that case, don't scatter and break it. Quickly consolidate the troops and specialize in one place to break it as fast as possible. Then surround that electric tower and give me a siege. Yes. Just after commanding one side, another communication came from the other side. Army Commander, this is C999 Regiment. We have found the enemy artillery group position, but there are almost 2 regiments guarding this place. I'm afraid that we are no match for them, and I'm afraid that if we send air force to support it, we'd be shot out of the sky if we flew over to them. Zhang Yan nodded. It doesn't matter, since real airplanes won't work. Let's use drones. Take advantage of the time when the drones are fainting. Immediately rush in and settle the battle as fast as possible. Yes, at Zhang Yan's authorization, hundreds of drones equipped with intelligent AIs lifted off. It's a big killer in the woolly bear army today, having previously made a splash in the Trimble Theater, and now it's about to work new wonders. At this time, the M738th Regiment, which was the most difficult of all the missions to execute, sent a communication. Army Commander, we've discovered the enemy's support point. They're coming through a mountain road, but with the space there, I'm afraid our regiment won't be able to maneuver, and there are so many enemy troops around us that we could easily go belly up once the battle starts. Zhang Yan nodded. Since it's hard to fight, don't fight. Just give the coordinates to the Air Force and let them bomb around. Take care to stay hidden, since they came through a mountain road. That means their headquarters are behind the mountains. As soon as the bombardment is over, get yourselves into that road and try to find out the enemy's command, and I'll send troops to guard your back roads without worrying about going belly up. Yes. Next, Zhang Yan received several more communications from the troops. He all made his instructions in turn, marshaled his troops, lined them up, and gave his orders, hardly taking a breath. Soon the battle raged rapidly at all points. Gunfire, artillery and missile explosions were heard almost everywhere, and the situation on the battlefield was particularly heroic. Gradually, the hairy bear found a feeling and a rhythm. They are gradually breaking the balance of victory in their favor. Phew, this battle is fought with such intensity. Zhang Yan was finally able to catch his breath, and the group of commanders across the street were really fracking it up. He himself ran to the front line, originally wanting to fight with the soldiers. Now, he hadn't killed a single person, and had wasted all his time on command. The officers behind him, all wide-eyed, did not dare to let go of the atmosphere. As staff officers of the wartime command, they should share the command, provide opinions, and provide ideas for Zhang Yan. But since the battle started, they realized that they had no chance to interrupt at all. Zhang Yan's brain circuits were too fast, and for many questions, he had already responded with the optimal solution before these staff officers could even think of a solution. Engaged in these staff officers, just like a background plate, can not help anything, can only serve tea, provide refreshments, nothing to do and then buckle hands. It's awkward, stifling and boring though. However, their admiration for Zhang Yan did not diminish one bit. Worthy of General Subov. Previously only heard of his amazing talent, but now see it with their own eyes. They realized that the stories circulating in the Woolly Bear's army today about Sapov were less than 1% of the awesomeness of Sapov himself. At this time, Zhang Yan, who was drinking water, received the communication once again, reporting to the army commander. This is the M738th Regiment. You guessed correctly that the enemy's command is behind the mountain. For now, we have relied on the favorable terrain and exchanged fire with the enemy. Zhang Yan almost didn't spray out a mouthful of water and said with some excitement, "Wait, I'll come over right away." Ha! There was an ah on the other side of the communicator, and the staff officers behind Zhang Yan also ought. Zhang Yan was unimpressed. Now that the battlefield of each part is basically finalized, the next command is left to you guys. I'm going to have a good time. Code. This is the final battle. Pretty Country and his lapdogs are involved. If I don't kill a few myself, am I still a daxia man? Hearing Zhang Yan's words, the officers' mouths directly opened wide. Chapter 138 The God of War returns to kill all the pretty dogs. Aphelios mode. Activated. Zhang Yan carried a big bag of weapons and equipment on his back and went on his way in a watery manner. The officers would like to stop it, but they can't. Zhang Yan was so determined to slaughter the pretty dog that 8 horses couldn't pull him back. The officers thought to themselves, we really don't trust you, so we can send some people to follow you. As a result, the soldiers who were sent out to follow them were back just as soon as they had left. They looked bitter and helpless. Not that they didn't want to follow, but they couldn't follow. General Sapov's speed is too counterintuitive. Pose at the start like Lu Xiang, speed at the start like Bolt, speed increase after the start like a cheetah, and finally just whooshed away like the big black rat flash? Even the gods can't catch up even if they come here. At this moment, Zhang Yan traveled through the woods at an extremely fast speed. He did not choose to take a detour, nor did he choose to go where the enemy was less spread out. Instead, they went straight for the valley where the M738th was located. There's a charging woolly bear soldier to the southeast, Harry Crab, and how he's going so fast. How can you miss? He's coming at the main force, most likely a death squad coming from the bombing grounds. Everyone take cover. Da 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 da. The moment they saw Zhang Yan, although Ermao, Pretty Country, and allied soldiers reacted in time. The thousands of bullets that were fired over there couldn't help Zhang Yan at all. Zhang Yan directly staged rolling, sliding shovel, kicking the tree leap 3-piece set, like flying in the sky, with the name of filming wolf and anti-Japanese divine drama, to dodge all the bullets that should be dodged. The Ermao Pretty Country soldiers thought that Zhang Yan was a death squad, and the group of hundreds of people dispersed in an instant. However, this gave Zhang Yan an opportunity, and the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth slightly skimmed a standard Nike Arc, a Bob Osha submachine gun in one hand and an AK-12 in the other, and the moment they were close enough to shoot into it, they opened fire. Euphorious mode. Activated. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Bullets came out of the muzzle like fiery snakes. The heads of the enemy soldiers spewed out mist after mist of blood as if they didn't want money. Fark squid bitch, go to hell. Zhang Yan hated his teeth and cursed bitterly as he fought. Normally, when he played Ermo, he was rarely in such a state. Not for anything else. Pretty Dog has a direct grudge against daxia. Everywhere targeting, everywhere tripping, that shameless rogue degree. Simply ing even do not want to face. If Zhang Yan doesn't kill them all, he simply can't swallow this bad breath. With Zhang Yan's anger pulled to full capacity, he ran while frequently changing his weapon and pulling the trigger, once again performing the miracle of Aphelios. For a while, the fight made the opposite team of 100 enemy troops lose their armor and doubt their lives. Damn, is he here for the movie? How can he be so strong? I remember. It's him, the one who killed the legendary commander of Ermo. Chekhov. Fark. I told you how he could be so fierce. This Tama is an unbelievable being who broke into a regiment by himself and almost wiped out the entire command. Mobilize the perimeter forces for immediate support. It's hard to see him. We must exterminate him. Yes, it had to be done. The enemy ranks couldn't beat the direct shaking of the man-children. And soon all the enemy troops in the neighborhood were wrapped up. Along with them came the woolly bear soldiers who were fighting them. When he saw Zhang Yan's lone face of hundreds of enemy soldiers, 7 in and 7 out, killing people like drinking water operation, the hairy bear soldier's mouth swished open. Whose ministry is that? And how can it be so brave? Holy, it's Subov. It's General Subov. Geez, even he's coming to fight on the front lines himself. Comrades, go on, and gallop to the aid of General Subov at once. Charge. Seeing Zhang Yan holding an RPK and facing hundreds of enemy troops alone, he didn't flinch at all. Instead, the scene became more and more fierce as he fought. The morale of the soldiers of the woolly bear also came up, and they rushed into the battlefield in great numbers. Originally, the enemy troops in this area were about to be killed by Zhang Yan alone, and the arrival of the furry bear soldiers was the icing on the cake. Within 5 minutes, the battle was easily resolved. General, thanks to you, my battalion has been held up by them for almost an hour now, and has not been able to tell the difference. The battalion commander of the infantry battalion of the K382 ND regiment of the Woolly Bear expressed his gratitude to Zhang Yan. Even the surrounding soldiers were extraordinarily excited to see Zhang Yan. Hello General, I'm your idol. Ah shucks, I'm your fan. I'm so lucky to have the honor of seeing you in action. General, I have another cigar here you want? I think it's simply awesome how you press forward with your machine gun in hand, Comrade Sabov. You are definitely the most capable single general I have ever seen, and compared to you, a lot of officers in high positions are just drunks." Facing the soldiers' warm greetings, Zhang Yan responded one by one, but he didn't have much time and needed to move immediately. And just before leaving, Zhang Yan suddenly looked at a certain direction in a daze. "What's the situation with a few buddies over there? Why are they still carrying a katana?" The commander of the infantry battalion explained. "They are Gervais mercenaries, temporarily organized in our unit at the request of their superiors." Gervais? This Zhang Yan familiar? Harry Bear, a certain area of the military security company, combat capability giant, characterized by, among other things, a penchant for growing a big beard and carrying a katana around. Zhang Yan was a bit hot-eyed, and it wasn't their beards that were hot-eyed, but their katanas. Because looking at this katana, Zhang Yan was born with a not-so-mature idea. Soon, Zhang Yan left in flames, but unlike when he came, behind his back, 2 more katanas came out. Northern Electrical Tower area. After receiving Zhang Yan's order, a 79th regiment immediately launched the strategy of taking down an electrical tower first and then surrounded it. Needless to say, this strategy was indeed very effective, as they exterminated numerous enemy troops and took advantage of their weak firepower to take 2 more electric tower areas in succession. But the strategy, used too much, that's a bit of an aesthetic fatigue. Almost shortly after the A79th regiment's side got a taste of it, the enemy side also began to switch tactics. They were no longer obsessed with retrieving the electricity towers, but instead they gathered all their troops at the last electricity tower. It had the most expansive view, and standing here, you could almost overlook the various battle zones in the surrounding area. Once lost, the scales of victory would tip completely in the direction of the woolly bear. As a result, an intensive firefight ensued in the vicinity of this last electrical tower between the Irmo, Pretty Country, and Allied coalition forces, and the woolly bear A79th regiment. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. One side attacked, one side defended, and both sides threw almost as many troops and heavy firepower into the mix. Heavy machine guns, mortar shells with no money, rushed to the other side of the mountain forest is a burst of heavy shooting and bombardment. With this intensity of fighting, both sides had suffered considerable casualties. But to defend, to attack, you have to take a man's life. Just at this critical moment, Zhang Yan also killed his way here. Chapter 139. No kidding. A Deadpool across the street and he takes a katana to stop bullets. Army commander, why are you here? Seeing that Zhang Yan actually came to the front line in person, the commander of a 79 regiment was both shocked and excited. Could it be that the army chief is aware of their difficulties and has come to take command himself? But very sadly, no. Zhang Yan just happened to be passing by, and according to his straight-line travel, the electricity tower here happened to be his necessary route. Zhang Yan picked up the binoculars and took a look. What's the situation with you guys? You haven't taken it down yet? The commander of the A79th regiment hurriedly explained. The enemy has sent 2 more battalions toward here on top of 1 regiment, and we're not doing too well at the moment. Then call for air support. The Air Force is currently traveling around the battlefield and is not the first to take care of us. Alright. Zhang Yan only looked at it for a few moments and immediately made a deployment. From now on, divide the troops into 4 paths and press forward under the cover of the artillery. Saying that, Zhang Yan directly came to one side and borrowed a military mountain motorcycle that had just been refueled. The A79th is a mechanized regiment, and one of those rare ones equipped with military mountain motorcycles, the likes of which can be found all over the place. Zhang Yan put on his special helmet and started his motorcycle smoothly. I'll go and help you disrupt the enemy army. You guys take advantage of this time to quickly attack in. The commander of the A79th regiment was shocked when he heard, Army commander, you're going there yourself? Never. Alright, cut the crap. I'm just passing through. Help out if you can. Deploy quickly and wait for my news. Saying that, Zhang Yan directly released the handbrake and twisted the throttle. Buzz, buzz. With the added bonus that the title had a wheel that could be driven. He scurried off with a straight dragon's head. Rapid movement ensued over complex and rugged terrain. Boom 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 boom. Enemy shell after shell fell, blowing up mound after mound. Da 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 da. At the same time, a dense rain of bullets came in like a swarm of bees. Luckily, Zhang Yan's driving skills were awesome enough, plus his extremely strong reflexes. Even on a motorcycle, he dodged as much as he could. Boom 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 boom. During this period, Zhang Yan didn't forget to help the soldiers who were fighting to solve the enemies in front of them. Even when outnumbered, he simply spread the handle with both hands and fought with 2 Uzi submachine guns in each hand. It's so fierce. It's so fierce. Is this the legendary hero of the Woolly Bear Nation? Sabov? Pinch? That's too good. the head of the A-79th Regiment all but dropped his jaw, even almost an excited one, crushing the officer next to him, bucking egg toy on his chest. Because of Zhang Yan's courageous combat, the Mao Shong soldiers of A-79 Regiment were also deeply infected by it, and their fighting spirit and morale reached an unparalleled level. Charge! Follow in the footsteps of General Subov. General Subov goes forward without fear of life or death. What are we afraid of? Charge! Ola! A vast army of soldiers from the country of the woolly bear, rushing out of the woods and dividing into 4 directions, stormed the hill on which the electric tower stood, and at this time, Zhang Yan also drove his military mountain motorcycle and came close to the enemy defense line. The hairy bear has sent out another motorcycle daredevil. Stop him. Thick gift crab. This man's driving skills are a bit strong. I can't believe I can't stop him. Then send out the rocket launchers. Whoosh. A tracking rocket came straight at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan didn't panic at all and raised his gun to shoot. Boom. A barrage of bullets exploded the rockets, sparking skyward flames at the same time. Buzz, buzz. He twisted the throttle and accelerated with all his might, then leapt out on a slope, abandoning the motorcycle straight up high in the air. In a mighty Hulk landing position, submachine gun in hand, he launches into a strafing run. Zhang Yan was as fierce as a god of war, destroying dozens of enemy soldiers in an instant. Before rushing to the ground, Zhang Yan directly dropped the submachine gun that was shooting empty magazines, and turned his hand toward the katana. Swish! The harsh cold light fell with Zhang Yan. Immediately after the offering, blood shot out in all directions. A head rolled to the side as if it were a leather ball. As soon as Zhang Yan came up, he surprised the defending enemy soldiers by directly cutting off the head of an enemy soldier with his katana. Realized that it is not easy and requires a certain level of skill. Need to be able to accurately target the gap between the bones of the neck to deliver the force. Enter the knife from a point above the tsuba, then take a long pull, using the sliding blade to cut through the muscles at the neck. But with the fighting title The World's First Martial Arts Meeting, I make Goku's sweaty additions. Zhang Yan's understanding of close-range fighting, as well as the human body's structural organization, has reached the top. It can be done easily. Pretty dogs, your big summer daddies are here. Zhang Yan laughed maniacally and directly entered the state of killing god. A moment to roll, a moment to slide and shovel, a moment to cut off the enemy's arms, a moment to cut off the enemy's legs, or a moment to stab right through the enemy's old home. The scene is so bloody and violent. Absolutely 18 ban 3S level. Ward law. Man, do you think you're stepping on Deadpool? Thick gift crab. What the hell? Is this really something an ordinary human can do? Don't froth in your pants. Stop him. The enemy soldiers were simply dumbfounded by Zhang Yan and subconsciously pulled the trigger. In an instant, bullets, like a rain of bullets, came from both sides. Zhang Yan dodged the densest batch first, and then the corner of his mouth flicked once again. Holding the knife in both hands, he turned it quickly. The moment the speed increased to the extreme, the sword in his hand spun like an electric fan, performing a handful of phantom sword dances. Bing bang 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 bang. Zhang Yan charged all the way. During this period, the bullets were constantly blocked by the blade and froze without a single shot hitting Zhang Yan's body, and even Zhang Yan was able to slash the bullets with his knife. Within a short time, Zhang Yan had cut down nearly 100 or so enemy soldiers just by hacking. The enemy troops were directly stunned and almost pissed their pants. How? Crab, are you really Deadpool? Report, we have a Marvel superhero on the battlefield. The guy looks exactly like Deadpool. I just saw the movie before I came here. I'm not kidding. Back Mountain, Coalition Command, Mao. The commanders of the pretty country and the allied nations also had their mouths wide open when they heard the news. Comic danger superheroes? And Deadpool? I'm a ING Wolverine. Boom 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 boom. At that moment, a tremor shook the earth, rousing the commanders from their inexplicable thoughts. At that very moment, their command was being suddenly attacked by a unit of woolly bear. They attacked ferociously and even cut off other units from supporting them. The situation is not encouraging. Chapter 140. Mao strikes back in desperation. If you don't succeed, you'll die. Boom. Woolly bear's offense is too aggressive. At the moment, the Mao pretty country Allied coalition command post is as good as standing on an earthquake zone. A small tremor for a few seconds, a big one for a few tens of seconds. In addition to the shells constantly falling, there are also stray bullets flying, so that the entire site, there is no place to land. As a last resort, the commanders immediately withdrew to the improvised trenches. Report, the enemy forces in the forest have pressed forward for tens of kilometers. Our defense line has cracked and is being compressed. Report, my frontal forces have been forced into the vicinity of the depression by the enemy. They are bombing us inhumanly and are currently taking heavy casualties. Report, the area with the widest view of the electrical tower has been lost, and enemy snipers are utilizing this high ground to conduct decapitation operations on our various heavy fire points. Report, our artillery, tank units, have been completely annihilated by the enemy. Report, a large number of enemy troops are massing towards our support corridor. They seem to be trying to prioritize our command. As the news of the defeat continued to come in, the commanders of the countries went straight to black eyes and were on the verge of fainting. 3 divisions, that's 3 divisions in a horse. Why would they be beaten like dogs by 1 division? The commanders completely broke their defenses. They're fighting a 10,000 man level of combat now, not a skirmish like 100 or 1,000. The opposite side of the hairy bear at most 10,000 or so people, is how to beat the 30,000 or so people holding their heads. Is that reasonable? Is that polite? Told you. That's Subov's troops, not the booze hogs you usually cross paths with. Commander Ermau seemed to have expected this. His brows furrowed like an old woman's shroud piled together. The other officers pulled their mouths. Even if it's Subov's army, the officers under his hand can't be as shrewd as he is. If everyone is like him, how can we fight when the base city is given to the furry bears? Commander Ermau tapped the desktop. That's the problem. According to the intelligence coming in from the various theaters, this woolly bear unit we have here seems to be the one advancing the most rapidly. I highly doubt that Subov has directly interfered in the operations here, or else those hairy bear officers alone could not have done this. As Commander Ermau deduced this, the pretty country, the officers of the allied nations also froze. A careful tasting followed, and there was some fine-tuning. In terms of firepower, their 3 divisions, pressed on, were even more fierce than the manhwa troops. In terms of numbers, they were even more exponentially crushed. Then why can't we beat them? Is it not because the opposite side makes decisions that are just too shrewd? Almost every step of the fall fell just right, landing on the most crucial point of all. This kind of maneuver, who else but Subov could do it? Thick gift crab? No. Is this unit commanded by Subov himself? Oh my god, we actually kicked the bucket right off the bat? So what do we do now? I should have known to bring more people. It's too late to adjust the decision. At this rate of fighting, it's only a matter of time before our troops are wiped out. We must plan ahead. The command panicked. If they had known they would be in direct contact with the forces under Subov's command, they would never have fought as they did. Or, let's pull back. Wouldn't pulling back now give the enemy a chance to enter Keystone City in one fell swoop? Then what should we do? We can't die defending against the raging enemy attack, can we? That's obviously not wise. It's not a question of being wise or unwise. It's a question of being able to hold Kijo. It's only 400 kilometers away from Kijo now, and the next heavy fire defense line is 100 kilometers away, and if we lose it, the enemy will be completely in Kijo state. Can you understand that? Gradually, the officers became involved in disputes over disagreements. One part advocated a deadly defense, while the other advocated retreat. Seeing this, Commander Ermau sighed. We don't have a chance to retreat. The orders from above are firm. We must defend to the death. There is no other way. But I don't advocate holding on for dear life. We still have quite a bit of strength in numbers after all, so I advocate taking the initiative, and as long as we can break a unit, we still have breathing room. The officers were silent, even if they already knew that they were crushingly outmatched by Subov. But military orders are like mountains and cannot be refused. Soon, each of the Ermau, pretty country, and allied forces received their orders in turn. No matter how strong the enemy's firepower is, how ferocious the attack is, and no matter how many people have to die on their side, they still have to hold their line. It's all or nothing. The soldiers were helpless. They all understand that in this situation where they know they can't fight, but they still have to fight. The only thing that would ultimately greet their end would be to be annihilated by the group. Thus, empowered by the fear of death, the soldiers of Ermau, pretty country, and the allied countries suddenly increased their combat power and burned up their own little universes just as if they had drunk a potion with magical powers. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. Charge. If you want to live you can only fight the enemy hard. Fark. If you're going to die anyway, you might as well die in battle and kill the hairy bear dog. Where's that Deadpool just now? Yards out. I'll get you. The battle was in a complete frenzy, and the allied soldiers were quite literally going to fight the hairy bear to the death, launching a death charge. It is said that desperate situations are the most capable of stimulating human potential, and this was clearly the case for the Union soldiers at this moment. With their counterattacks that could be described as desperate, they actually managed to break the battle back a bit. Reporting to the army commander, The enemy is highly motivated in fighting in such a frantic manner that our forward pressure has been suspended. This is the N312th regiment. The enemy forces that were surrounded by us have suddenly counterattacked. Can anyone come and give us a hand? General Subov. The garrison of the enemy's command followed like a demon, and rushed out hard against our artillery fire. And we felt that the state of affairs was so strange that we had to fall back. Swish 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 swish. Bang, 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 bang. Zhang Yan, the Deadpool, who was roaming among a group of enemy troops with his katana in both hands, frowned when he received the first report from the troops. True to form, the intensity of Armageddon is nifty. How dare the other side not retreat after all this, and still want to pay with one life? Bang! As he was thinking about it, the katana in his hand suddenly jammed a little. The silky smoothness he felt when chopping off his head no longer existed. Zhang Yan simply threw the knife away, pulled out his gun and blitzed the dozens of enemy soldiers in front of him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's only been a few hundred cuts and the knife is dull. It's not enjoyable at all. Spitting out his sentence, Zhang Yan immediately rushed to his headset and said, "The enemy army is probably planning to fight with their backs to the wall. It's obviously not worth it to fight them hard now. All troops, now immediately reduce fire and start pulling back." Chapter 141 Retreat? Subov wimped out, crushing the coalition's last hope. Pull back? The furry bear soldiers were all confused by Zhang Yan's sudden order to retreat. This is a good fight. Why are you pulling back? Yes, the enemy army is a little more capable of fighting, even if they have a small universe to burn. But even stronger, with the side of the hairy bear. It's just 50-50. It's totally beatable. What the hell is a pullback? Is it hard to believe that General Subov has wimped out? It shouldn't be, right? According to the officers' and soldiers' knowledge of this legendary hero, he should be the type that likes to lick blood on the tip of the knife the most. Zhang Yan didn't explain much, but immediately rushed to his headset and said, "Engineer unit, how's the road opening going? Can the tank armored units press forward now?" A response quickly came from the headset, reporting to the army commander. "The road we opened up is expected to connect to the rear of the main force in 5 minutes. Very well, have the tank armored units, including the artillery units, give me immediate forward pressure, and the Air Force support me with another group of fighters and bombers." Yes, the officers and soldiers were confused by Zhang Yan's operation of this 1-2. This and withdraw and forward pressure is to make a mess of what? I'll explain a few things here. That the large force should not be too deliberate in their retreat, to give them the false impression that we are intimidated by them. Despite their doubts, the woolly bear officers and men eventually chose to carry out their orders, on the side of the main force, exactly as Zhang Yan instructed. First, the firepower slowly weakened, and then in an inadvertent moment, it was hit and run by the enemy side. Report, our army's momentum is ferocious, beating the furry bears dizzily, and at the moment, they're making a retreat and don't seem to want to fight us hard. Coalition Command was the first to receive word. Great, the woolly bear must have been scared by our surging offense. Our strategy worked. Humph, as the saying goes, not afraid of the bold, but afraid of those who don't want to die. We can even put our lives on the line. What will the hairy bear take to fight us? Ha 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 ha. I guess even Subov didn't expect that we would choose to fight hard. Now is our best chance. Organize a counterattack immediately. Just as the officers burst into laughter, the Irmao commander stepped forward. No, we can't counterattack. The commander on the other side is Subov. It's unlikely that the woolly bear troops would retreat without a reason under his command. There's no chance that there's a trick. Being the most knowledgeable, and seeing Subov as a nightmare and the strongest opponent, the commander was cautious almost to a fault. There was no way around it. The previous battles, Subov had cost the Irmao forces a lot of money, and to put it bluntly, they had been scared. If we are not cautious at this point, the thousands of soldiers who died because of Subov died in vain. However, the Allied commanders, who had only seen what Subov could do, but had not yet been scared and still kept their flukes pretty, were dismissive of this, although previously, their fleet had been decimated in the region of the Murky Sea due to Subov. But that was the Navy. What business was it of their army? You have a point, but I don't feel it's absolute. It's also possible that the enemy army saw that it wasn't wise to fight us hard, so they pulled back. That's right, our fighting spirit is so high that even if God comes, he'll shake a little. In the end, as powerful as Subov is, he's still a human being, and it's normal for him to feel scared and fearful. That's why he commanded the retreat. Commander Irmo thought these two guys were crazy to think that they thought Subov was scared because he was intimidated by the fighting spirit of the coalition. Yards, you guys wouldn't say that if you actually knew the horrors of Subov. When has he ever been afraid? He's the one who's afraid, okay? Commander Irmo was still trying to persuade, but those two were already immersed in their own little world and couldn't get out of it. Right now is our only chance. Previously we were almost crushed by the hairy bears. Now there is a good chance. We must seize it. That's right, even if there's a pit to jump into, it's to bow a way out, just to be on the safe side. Let's call in some more Air Force. We just received a report that our Air Force has arrived ahead of you and will be able to come over as soon as we've refueled. Is it finally here? Yards. The Air Force of Irma was really weak before, and it was blocked by the Air Force of Woolly Bear right at the edge. If that's the case, then our chances of winning can be greatly increased. The tone of the duo's voice was so loud that it was almost impossible for Commander Irmo to refuse. Even if he wanted to refuse, he couldn't refuse at all, because these two were Irma's big father and second uncle, and if the younger generation was stubborn with the elders, wouldn't that be a mess? It can only be fought by them racked together. Soon, the coalition team took advantage of the timing of the retreat of the Woolly Bear forces to pursue and advance all the way, took back a lot of areas that were previously lost. A taste of the sweetness, coupled with the fact that the side of the Woolly Bear forces showed for a time that they were intimidated by the coalition forces and were holding their heads in the sand. This gave the Union Army a great deal of confidence and they pressed even harder. The scene at the moment was comical, with thousands of soldiers running wildly through the mountains, now and then raising their guns to shoot a few times. They fled, they chased, they winged it. Reporting to the army commander, the enemy forces have been attracted by our troops, scattered in all directions, and have entered the range of our tank artillery fire. Zhang Yan nodded. Very well, artillery shells, missiles immediately go into standby mode and wait for my order. Yes, where's the Air Force? Haven't you guys arrived yet? Inside the headset came the voice of the flight formation leader. Reporting to the army commander, we have found an allied air formation consisting of F-16S and ASC-890 AWACS, and are engaged with them. I'm afraid we won't be able to provide fire assistance in time. Allied Air Force? Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. Don't fight them. It's too much of a waste of time. Let them in immediately. Ha! The flight formation leader froze. Letting them in now will cause great distress to our troops. It's okay, I have a way to deal with it. You guys just come in and firebomb. I'll do the rest. Yes. After making some deployments, Zhang Yan hid himself on a certain high ground and kept an eye on the movements on the front of the battlefield through his binoculars, late waiting for a large number of enemy troops to enter the fire coverage area. He instantly seized the moment and ordered, "It's now! Blast me!" Whoosh 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 whoosh. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, countless artillery shells and missiles poured out of the Woolly Bear position. Straight hooks went toward the Union pursuit force. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, the entire forest shook. Dirt and flesh and blood were blown up in the sky, and flames connected. This sudden attack could be said to have completely shattered the last hope of Irma, Pretty Country, and the allied nations in their attempts to salvage the war and find a way to live. The Woolly Bear Army's winning percentage, from 50% at the start, has experienced a 70% to 49% drop-off during that time, and now, it has jumped from 49%, at one point, to 90%. Chapter 142 Selling Teammates. Pretty Country allies ran away. Irma people are stupid. From this moment on, the war officially entered a white-hot phase. Where's white? Where hot? Naturally, the enemy's bones are white and his body is hot. Yards of it, so many shells, missiles falling, it's a wonder it doesn't get hot. Boom 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 boom. The artillery shells and missiles of the Maoist bears showered down like no money, blowing the allied soldiers to bits and pieces. Damn, we've been tricked. Farking squid, hairy bear mongrels, no martial virtues, why don't you fight us head on hard? Run, run, we'll be wiped out at this rate. Where to run? They're surrounded by their firebombing zone. They screamed, cursed, and wailed for the last moments of their lives. Zhang Yan is more or less not talking about martial arts. The Aikido enemy army burned up its miniature universe, wanting to pay for one life with the furry bear soldiers, but he just didn't fight head-on, and firebombed directly, leaving the allied forces with all their strength to spare, and only cursing under his breath Subov's lack of martial virtue. At the first moment of learning of the battle report, Commander Irmo was pained. I told you so. This is the enemy's conspiracy. You guys nonetheless don't listen. That's Supov. He never makes useless strategies. The faces of the Pretty Country and allied commanders were also green and white, but they still had their fingers crossed. Don't worry, our Air Force hasn't arrived yet. Once it does, we'll be able to save the day. Soon after, the Allied air formations arrived. This Allied air formation consists of F-16S, as well as ASC-890 AWACS and B-series bombers. At the first moment he arrived at the battlefield, he opened his ammo compartment, always ready to give the Woolly Bear a deadly counterattack. Great! Our Air Force has arrived. Now there's nothing to fear. All units get ready. In a moment when the Air Force has finished bombing, immediately organize a counterattack. This is our best chance to defeat the manhwa forces. This is Allied Flight Formation 331. Please have all ground units report enemy distribution immediately. After obtaining the detailed coordinates of the Woolly Bear unit, the Allied 331st Flight Formation quickly adjusted its course and prepared to launch a counterattack, but not before they pressed the missile, the bomb launch button. Zhang Yan, who broke into the radar car one step ahead of them, was the one who pressed enter first. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Boom 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 boom. Missiles came out of the fighters and bombs fell like dumplings. This scene gave the Union soldiers so much excitement that they were shaking their arms and shouting. It's been held back for so long. Their chance to fight back finally came. Ha! In the next second, their mouths opened wide. It's the wrong direction, isn't it? How come the missiles and bombs are coming at you? Where are you stepping to fight? The roaring explosions shook the entire forest like the roar of a giant beast, and the fiery flames turned over round after round, devouring the lives of one enemy soldier after another. At this point, not only were the coalition forces stupid, but so were the fighter pilots. Fark, obviously the coordinates are set. Why is the hit just in the wrong spot? They reacted quickly and tried to stop the bombardment, but at this moment, the screen displayed a logo related to Weapon System Anomaly, and just as they attempted to turn the direction of the flight, the joystick was directly locked again, and the screen once again displayed the Pilot System Abnormal prompt. After waiting late for their bombardment to inflict great casualties on their own people and knock out almost all of their ammunition, they thought it would finally be over. As a result, a series of words such as auto cruise control is on, and fuel tank connection lock is on, and fuel tank is abandoned, appeared on the screen again. The flight pilots' mouths were wide open straight away, watching the fighters, the bombers, the AWACS, that you flew get out of the field, crashing towards a mountain several kilometers away. The enemy air force has been resolved. Our air force can enter, but it looks as if we don't need to. But just to be on the safe side, it's better to bomb another round of decontamination. Otherwise it wouldn't be good if there's a plague. Frontal forces, after the firebombing is complete, turn back to me immediately to execute a penetrating annihilation operation to take down the enemy as fast as possible. Yes, at this time, even a little cutie could all understand Zhang Yan's tactical arrangement. This is not a heart attack, so that the enemy mistakenly think that the bear does not want to fight with the momentum of their hard. The bear decadence through the courage to press forward. Unbeknownst to them, the harder they press and the more ferocious they press, the price they have to pay will multiply geometrically. As it was, with 2 rounds of bombing, plus the addition of Manhwa series bombers, nearly 10,000 soldiers had perished, and immediately after the bombardment, the Woolly Bear forces returned to the field and engaged in penetrating operations. Thousands and thousands of people, shouting and fighting, rushed into the bombed-out battlefield with great vigor. They were divided into several columns, and from different directions, they intercepted and annihilated the fleeing enemy troops. The woods were a mess at the moment. Body parts and charred bodies abounded, and the earth was burned to a crisp by the flames, although a small number of enemy soldiers still survived. In the face of the hairy bear soldiers that came like a tidal wave, the only thing that greeted the Allied soldiers was deep despair. Report, our pursuing forces suffered heavy losses and were almost wiped out as a regiment. The enemy is currently in full pressure, heading towards our command. See, I told you so. Getting the battle report, Commander Ermau hammered his fist heavily on the desktop all the way to blood. As a result, when I turned my head, the officers of the pretty country and the allies, the originators of this pursuit station, had disappeared? Commander Ermau hurried out of the command room. The scene in front of him simply stunned him. Just see the officers and soldiers supported by the beautiful country and the allied countries. Unexpectedly, they all began to pack their luggage, boarded the military jeeps and military trucks, ready to run away. Commander Ermau rushed forward to stop them. What are you doing? The pretty country commander glanced at him. Defeat is assured. If we don't withdraw, are we waiting to be destroyed? But the orders from the higher-ups are for us to defend to the death. The allied commander on the side was very disdainful. Please get it right. That's your superior, not ours. We're just here to augment. There's no need to accompany you guys and get killed for nothing. The pretty country commander nodded his head in agreement. That's right. We've done our best but with little success. Instead of resisting needlessly, we should pull back and make plans. Commander Ermau was really getting his defenses up with this face of the duo. Yards, you guys are the same ones who say Subov is not a good fighter, and you guys are the same ones who get on your mouths when the battle is reversed. And now that the game is over, you're going to sell out again? This is too shameless. The Ermau commander was upset. Do you know the consequences of retreating? Do you all want to stand by and watch Mao Xiong move into Qitown? Once Mao Xiong takes Qichang, it will not do you guys any good. We know, but the rest of the fight is garbage time that we don't feel the need to waste. So with that said, go for it. Depart. Buzz 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 buzz. Boom 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 boom. At the word of command, a vast procession of military trucks, armored vehicles, and jeeps left from the rear of the command. There wasn't even a hint of a thought of fighting the woolly bear unit. This sudden scene directly gave Ermao's side a complete daze. Chapter 143 3 hours to resolve the battle. Ermao's army was disorganized and could only surrender. These bastards. They are the main force in this defense. How can they retreat at this time? Shameless. Too shameless. What bull asterisk support is fake. They only sell out their teammates at critical moments. But there's one thing they say that's true. We're lost and it's only a matter of time before the defense is breached. We're down to one brigade, and the orders from our superiors are to hold on for dear life. How can we do that without the shelter of the pretty country and the allies? The Ermao officers and soldiers were completely confused as they broke into a fit of rage. Currently, the coalition forces and the woolly bear army have been engaged for several hours at this location, 400 kilometers from Keystone City. In fact, they all knew in their hearts that if it was just Ermao's own troops to defend it, it wouldn't have lasted this long. The pretty kingdom and the allies were the mainstay of the defense, but now that they've pulled out and left a mess behind, what's Ermao going to do? Or else, let's pull out too. Dude, are you kidding me? If we pull out now, we're going to get shot. Then shall we watch the enemy fight? The words just fell. Boom! A shell landed precisely in the barracks, instantly killing pieces of Ermao soldiers. Da. Intense gunfire came from a distance. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A woolly bear MiG passed over the head of the command post. Damn it, the enemy has already hit us. What do we do? Are we going to defend or not? Forget it. If you want to guard, you guys, I'll moist first. Find a deep forest to hide for a few days, and then come out again when the wind is over. Or just surrender. If you do, you don't have to worry about being shot. Surrender is fine. But what if we are subsequently handed over back to our country? Then we can only hope that the hairy bears can bulldoze through Key City in one fell swoop and take out that clown actor who's responsible for this war. At this moment, the Ermao officers and soldiers had almost completely lost their will to fight, and their military spirit had been disorganized. The thought in his head was either to be a deserter or to be captured. That's exactly why it was so important to see the woolly bear forces coming to blows. The fire of the Ermao troops, who were guarding the desperate situation in the entrance to the mountain, was suddenly suspended. Don't kill me. We surrender. This hand of surrender looks like it's leading some kind of trend. When Zhang Yan led his troops deeper, there were all the surrendered remnants along the way, after they were captured by the woolly bear forces, wandering around, persuading one enemy soldier after another to join the surrender line. Even more outrageous, originally wanted to take the slightly strenuous Ermao command gate, but surprisingly, they were also opened by a mouthful of words. The woolly bear army entered Ermao's command with almost no effort at all. You assholes, do you know what you're doing? This is treason. Facing a group of Ermao soldiers who suddenly turned against him and surrounded himself, the Ermao commander was helpless. He was truly surprised that the battle would take this form. They finally failed, and it was a crushing defeat. If you don't surrender, you'll have to wait for death. Finally, after thinking about it again and again, facing Zhang Yan, who had just arrived at his place on his motorcycle, Commander Ermao flopped down and knelt down. Gritting his teeth, he said, "We surrender." At this point, the defense line at 400 kilometers was completely dismantled. Ola, a victory that had the woolly bear soldiers cheering, but Zhang Yan didn't relax much. Not bad for Armageddon. Yards, that's really high intensity. With his full body skills pulled to full capacity and not a single misstep, it was surprising that it took a full 3 hours of fighting to take down a defense that was about 400 kilometers away. How tough the battle would be afterward. Zhang Yan simply didn't dare to think about it. Why did you surrender when you could have retreated or chosen to fight to the death in defense of your homeland? Zhang Yan frowned. Although he was in a different camp, he still maintained a contemptuous attitude towards this kind of surrender behavior. A nation, in the face of a threat to the motherland, if it has no perseverance, no backbone, no cohesion, no determination to fight to the death, then it can be completely ruined. Commander Ermao was filled with righteous indignation. Those bastards from the pretty country and the allies withdrew as soon as they saw that the situation was unfavorable. They were the main force of the defense line, and when they withdrew, we had no recourse but to surrender. What? Once he heard this, Zhang Yan straightened up and called out, "Good guy." Lightspeed Cell teammates saw this. Do not say. Quite in line with the stereotype of Zhang Yan to those Western foreigners, one and all are exquisitely egoistic. So-called teammates are nothing more than a community of interest for a few moments, and will be unceremoniously discarded once there is no gain to be had. The hairy bear officers beside me also think it is quite outrageous. Pretty country and allied countries, since you want to help, you should help people to the end. Send Buddha to the West. What's the deal with running off in the middle of a fight? At this moment, the general headquarters of the woolly bear military is keeping a constant eye on the offense of each unit. At present, In the direction south of Kijo, the 99th Division of the Subab Army, which has managed to join up with the 44th, B-23 RD, and K-877th divisions in the theater on the east bank of the Burn River, is advancing to a position about 440 kilometers away from Kijo when it engages the enemy in 3 divisions, and since it is fighting the lesser against the greater, it should be able to settle the battle very quickly. In the eastern direction, with the combined efforts of the 798th Air, Land, and Sea Composite Division, and the M16th Air Division and N38th Army Division deployed from the periphery, our fleet has penetrated deeper into the Burn River Basin and has taken up station 410 kilometers away from Key City. Next up is the 996th Mixed Division led by General Subov himself. He's only got 1 division with him, and to be honest, this battle shouldn't be too easy, and it's all but unknown whether or not the battle will be resolved by tomorrow morning. Before the words were finished, the communicator suddenly rang. Headquarters, this is the 996th Mixed Division. This is Subov. We have captured the enemy line at 400 kilometers and will continue to press forward towards Kijo. Zhang Yan's handful of reports directly caught everyone in the command center off guard. What's the game? Already captured? That's fast. It's only been 3 hours. Are the troops there weaker? The officers were a little puzzled when it became clear that Subov was carrying one of the smallest forces of any branch, but it was he who was the first to settle the fight. The speed. It's incredible. Weak? I'm not sure compared to other war zones, but we annihilated 3 enemy divisions. The pretty country allies commander escaped from the battlefield, and captured nearly 1,000 of the Irma prisoners. After hearing that, everyone in the command was confused. What's wrong with capturing and wiping out 3 enemy divisions? What a division Subov has with him. How did he do that? Chapter 144. Are the woolly bears too strong? Or is the pretty country too weak? The most shameful day. Since the beginning of time, the world has not been short of classic battles in which less is more though, but then it was then, and now it is now. Since entering the 21st century, with modern technological weapons, and with artillery fire capable of striking at long distances, such cases are few and far between, let alone examples of such head-to-head battles where less is more. And through Zhang Yan's detailed report, the general command of the Woolly Bear Army, too, probably has the key details of this battle. Couldn't help but be a little confused. From the command at the beginning when he was evenly matched with the enemy, to the subsequent takedowns when the enemy counterattacked, until the final invitation, it's safe to say that Zhang Yan didn't miss a beat at all. Every move falls on a critical point and every decision works to his best advantage. It was a battle of 10,000 people, and it lasted a good 3 hours. In this situation, Zhang Yan didn't make any mistakes at all, which was a bit scary. Let's just say that Subov deserves to be called Subov, and he is a well-deserved hero of the Woolly Bear legend. Of course, what shocked the general command even more was this: the officers of the pretty country and the allied powers, when this happened to them, just skipped off with their men, leaving Irma alone on the battlefield. Good lord, this teammate sells. The hairy bear wants to give these two goods a nod of approval. We have lost over 300 men in this battle, and we will continue our attack when the battlefield is cleaned up. On this end, the head of General Command was also silent for a moment. General Subov, be careful with everything. The next battle, I'm sure it won't be very easy. We've just received word that after you breached the enemy's first line of defense, the pretty country scrambled several more divisions to replenish at the small town of Gaydev, 100 kilometers away in your direct line, an industrial town encased in the mountains, where you don't have any options for a detour. Be sure to be wary of pretty country and his lapdogs playing the rogue. Understood. Hanging up the communication, Zhang Yan organized to clean up the battlefield, while he was recuperating and preparing for the next battle. Taking advantage of this gap, he also took out his cell phone and edited a circle of friends. Ha, I've already made the first move in the battle of attacking the base city, so you guys can try it too. 3 hours, with 1 division, toppling 3 enemy divisions, capturing nearly 1,000 Irmao commanders and soldiers, and forcing away the commanders of pretty country and his lapdogs. I ask, who else? Wait, I'll get you guys the base city tomorrow, and if you want to come back for a drink and dinner date, you can already make reservations ahead of time, although you won't be able to see it as all. And just as the entire 996th Mixed Division went into temporary rest, the Woolly Bears side didn't stay idle, and immediately publicized the good news of breaching the 400-kilometer defense line northeast of Kyokuk. 3 hours into the final battle, one of our divisions has taken the lead in breaking through the defense line 400 kilometers northeast of Key Town, completing the incredible, great battle of 1 division against 3 enemy divisions. In this battle, our forces wiped out more than 20,000 men and captured thousands of soldiers as well as one of the top commanders of the Irmao defense line. It is inconceivable that this defense line is clearly formed by the beautiful country, the allied countries, Mao. But when our troops arrived, but the shadow of the beautiful country and the allied country's commanders are not seen, and after investigation, it turns out that in the most critical moment of the battle, they see the situation has gone, directly fled, and only the Mao stayed in place to wait for death. In this press release, Woolly Bear spends a great deal of time focusing on the pretty country and the allied commanders run, in response to their earlier despicable act of using fake news about Subov to send troops in a dignified manner. So much so that the news has only just been released and has attracted the attention of the world's population. I'll go. So fast. Only 3 hours to break through the human defense line. If this is another 3 hours, won't we even take the base city? 3 hours is probably impossible, but if it were a night, it would be extremely possible. No way. Are we going to witness history? 3 hours, and with one division against 3, are the hairy bears so fierce now? This unit of the woolly bears attacked the northeastern part of Keystone City. And looking at the direction, could it be under the command of Subov again? Subov, I'll let you guys smear me, believe it or not. I'll put the barrel of a gun in New York's mouth. Everyone didn't expect the hairy bear to move so fast. It's still the final battle, so let's make it more confrontational. As a result, it's only been 3 hours, and the hairy bears have already breached the first line of defense, and they're still winning with fewer fights. It puts people in a bit of a trance. Are the woolly bears too strong, or are the Ermos, the pretty country, and the allies too good? What play? The commander of the pretty country and the allied country ran away? Yards, are they still human? Ha 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 ha. Going to all the trouble of going on a mission in the name of the intelligence service and this? Just went up there and got a closed door. Selling out your teammates at the drop of a hat kinda fits the pretty country stereotype. No, isn't pretty country pretty strong? How can they fight like this? I don't understand. There is a saying in Dacia, is a mule as a horse come out to slither? This is not to try it out. Pretty is a donkey Pretty country, the world's dominant power, suffered a big defeat in the first battle, but the defeat was even. People also just run away, which can be a bit much for the world's population. Where's the usual arrogance? Where's the usual bullying when it comes to meddling in his country's affairs? And this is what happens when you go to war. It seems that this beautiful country is just like that. Mao bear a hand of public opinion set, directly let the beautiful country win rating was harmed. Shame cannot be more shame. Pretty country and his lapdogs, for a time, hated hairy bear, and Subov. So soon after, their response came. Hashtag Woolly Bear's God-making program exposed. Subov department as a beneficiary of God-making program. His true ability is saddening. Hashtag Subov's true identity is revealed to be the son of an oligarch, and the Maoist bears have long been corrupt within. Hashtag Watax scandal. Subov abusing surrendered civilians, taking women, doing everything. Hashtag infighting in the Woolly Bear army. Hashtag Subov's strong hand directly suppresses the disgruntled Woolly Bear officers. Hashtag this wave of responses is a bullseye. It's clear that the entire internet is blaming them for their escapades, but they turn around and start blaming the legendary hero of the Woolly Bear, Subov. In between the words, the usual pretty country cognitive disruption operations remain in place, plus some walking 500,000 retweets bought with money. Soon a news story appeared in every corner of the world. Even 90-year-old grandmothers can turn on their cell phones to listen to a play and swipe it. What's the deal? Who is this Subov? The legendary hero of the Woolly Bear, under whom the Woolly Bear forces are marching all the way to the capital of Ermo. Really convinced? Smear? Not necessarily. How can it be a smear when the news is posted like this? Vigilance. Now is the period of the Mao Bear Mao Armageddon. This time the beautiful country came forward to smear the Mao Bear's Subov. At first sight there is a problem. What could be the problem? The body is not afraid of the shadow. This is to see that Subov usually did not do a good job, and then was exposed by the beautiful country. I'll go. I was particularly admiring Subov before. I didn't think he could be such a person. Most people with a brain could tell that this was a ploy by the beautiful country, because both the timing and the method of release were too clear. But there are still a large number of people who like to follow the wind and watch the fun, and do not think at all about the type of people who simply cannot see and listen to the wind is rain. So much so that after this series of press releases about Subov, to a certain extent, surprisingly, it actually did have a series of effects on Subov's reputation. Chapter 145 The Hard Way to March. War of Attrition. Pretty country troops in person. After almost half an hour of tinkering, Zhang Yan took the 996th Mixed Division on the road again. At this moment, he did not know that the media of the pretty allied countries were smearing him in various channels. Of course, it doesn't matter if you know. After all, the person smeared was Subov Bachelovic Pinchalev of the Woolly Bear Nation. What's it got to do with his Dacia's Zhang Yan? the rest of the ride wasn't exactly peaceful, because for another 100 kilometers, even if it is officially in the area of Kajojo State, pretty country, and the allies to keep the woolly bear army from getting closer. Blocking fire points had been planted in all directions, and minefields had been laid out, so that from time to time, sneak attacks would be launched against Zhang Yan's troops, and they also deployed M142 self-propelled rockets with a range of tens to hundreds of kilometers alone, paired with the harassment of warplanes. This round after round of offensives could be said to have slowed the advance of the 996th Mixed Division considerably. To put it bluntly, the closer we get to Keystone City, the harder the fight gets on the woolly bear's side. It's worthy of Armageddon. Even a march is like hanging on to a jackhammer. It's hard to move an inch. The intensity is really high. It was good that Zhang Yan was calm enough. It's a good thing the woolly bear soldiers were stoic enough. Under Zhang Yan's precise command, they counterattacked and pushed flat out all the way, taking out multiple units of and the allies. Almost nearly 10,000 people. Soon it was afternoon time. By this time, the air temperature had heated up dramatically, and the blazing sun was hot and dry against one's head. If it was on a normal day, Zhang Yan would have been at home with a popsicle blowing the air conditioner. But this was a battlefield, and even if the environment was harsh, as long as there was a war going on, they just had to fight. This is a plains area located 320 kilometers in a straight line direction from Keokuk, and in another 20 kilometers the woolly bear unit will reach the small town of Gardev, Keokuk State. Just after arriving, enemy troops hiding in bunkers relied on heavy firepower to strafe the 996th Mixed Division. Zhang Yan had thought that this was just a more simple blockade by the enemy army, which is what I thought. The next second, whoosh 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 whoosh, boom 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 boom. Pretty country F-22, F-35 fighter group, AH-64 Apache helicopter gunships, AH-1 Cobra attack helicopters in flying combat formation, MBT main battle tanks with M10 light tanks, M2 infantry fighting vehicles formed the tank armored units. Surprisingly, he suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It instantly raised the level of warfare to a new quantum leap. Boom 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 boom. All of a sudden, the battlefield was a cacophony of noise. The sound of artillery rumbled, and smoke and fumes lingered. Taking cover from the tanks and armored vehicles, soldiers from both sides charged bravely, and in the air, the Maoist bears Su-35s, Su-57s, Mi-28NS, and Mi-24 helicopter gunships began to engage the enemy air force. The fighting was unusually fierce, with a mini-duel between the two sides here. Reporting to the army commander, according to our scouts, the enemy forces here, almost 2 divisions in strength, are all standard American equipment. At the rear, Zhang Yan was first reported by the frontline troops and could not help but be a bit surprised. Good lord, feeling like we're fighting a proper pretty country's army this time? Zhang Yan felt that his journey was just like upgrading and fighting a boss. At first the encounters were still mixed, or Erdnase and allied forces, but after you've destroyed them both, the now bigger boss, pretty country's troops, pop up again. Before they would mix and match their troops, but now they don't even bother to make them up and they're just going to go to war with us? If I were, I wouldn't have agreed to the mixing. After all, and the allies are just too weak. Pure drag. To invest so much weaponry. Is this an attempt to stop us completely 300 kilometers away? But to stop it, would 2 divisions be a little less? Didn't the top say that the pretty country sent several divisions? So why not all of them? 2 divisions is quite a lot. It's a standard U.S. Ordnance division. And it's no match for the the allied shrimp and crab generals. Just as the surrounding officers were offering their insights, Zhang Yan always frowned tightly. After looking over the map carefully, he said decisively, there is something wrong with the enemy's movement, although it seems to be in a large formation, rather like trying to stop us here, but it's unlikely by any stretch of the imagination. Around here, there's only one battlefield that's most favorable to them, and that's the town of Gardev, where they can take advantage of the terrain and catch us off guard. But here, on the plains, they can only fight us hard at best, and they can't pick up any advantage by fighting rashly, not to mention the fact that they've only sent 2 divisions over. Therefore, my guess is that their real purpose is not to blockade, but to wear down on us, and once we fall for the trick and consume too much ammo, when we get into the town of Cardiff, we'll only get beat up. Zhang Yan's words woke up the dreamer with a single word. It made a bunch of hairy bear officers call out for a good guy. How fast is this General Sapov's brainwiring? Just as all the officers were commenting on running into the main force of the pretty country, his side over there had begun to start with the battle and had made the clearest judgment. This could not help but make the group of officers secretly walk in shame, and their eyes were filled with admiration for Zhang Yan. We all know in our hearts that without this legendary hero's command, the 996th Mixed Division would not have survived this time. Not to mention what it is to fight with less. Zhang Yan had his hands behind his back, quite the gesture of pointing out the situation. Since the enemy wants to consume us, they have to come up with something that will cost us a great deal of money to take down. Have you found anything on the scout side? The enemy's operations are very conventional. Other than ground-to-air coordination, it's infantry-tank coordination, but it's hard to say what's wrong. Saying that, the reconnaissance officer directly took out a pen and began to mark on the map. The enemy army has constructed a large number of bunkers and trench facilities totaling more than 24 in the direction of the front of our army. They have utilized the battle trenches in tandem with each other to form a defensive line, and heavy firepower has been set up inside, making our attack very difficult. The frontal forces used a lot of methods and even tried to go around the two flanks, but the enemy tanks and armor were stationed on the two flanks, while the artillery positions in the rear were covering the frontal battlefield with fire, and it was impossible to get through. Before the scouting officer could finish his sentence, Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. So nowadays, our infantry has lost its proper role. Only artillery tankers, or air power, can be utilized against these bunkers. In the meantime, a way has to be found to take out the enemy's tank units and artillery positions. Good man, the enemy army is planning to consume all our ammunition here. What a damn dirty trick. Chapter 146. If you're poor, you're tactically penetrating, and if you want to be killed 3000, you'll fight only by land forces. Zhang Yan glanced at Ding Jin and saw the opposite side of the ploy. It was to try to catch a wave of the woolly bear hordes before they reached the town of Gardabil and consume them hard. Although the enemy had only 2 divisions, it wasn't that hard to fight, to put it mildly, but they have a hard line, like an iron barrel, and can't be beaten down without using heavy firepower. Along the way, the 996th Mixed Division fought and won. Victory, however, comes at a price, and apart from the casualties of the soldiers, the most serious attrition was undoubtedly the problem of ammunition. This is despite the fact that infantry firearms and ammunition can be airdropped. However, the ammunition for the missile and tank units will have to be issued on the side of the logistics unit. And now that the 996th Mixed Division is deep in the hinterland of the northeastern region of Keystone City, the transportation chain for logistical units is not a very stable one. If there is a blockage, it may be serious enough to prevent the shipment from coming through, or it may be less serious, but the timing may be a major problem. Thinking for a moment, Zhang Yan immediately ordered, have the missile and tank units retreat to standby for repairs, leaving only the artillery carrying mortars, rockets, and howitzers. With that very sound, it soon aroused the objections of the officers. Army commander, never, the enemy's artillery fire is very fierce now. Once we lose the shelter of artillery fire, the casualties will be very heavy. We're able to fight them back now on an even footing, relying solely on the missile tanks. It's not wise to pull out at this time. The enemy's bunker trenches are so strong that they have to be hit with shells or there is no other way. Zhang Yan listened to these opposing voices and didn't take it personally. As the saying goes, if you're poor, you're tactically interspersed. If you're rich, you're firebombed. And even though we're not considered poor right now, we still have to retain some strength for the next battles, so it'll be good to be tactically interspersed. Hearing Zhang Yan's words, the officers' mouths directly opened wide. Good man, forget about pulling out the missile and tank units. You want tactical penetration? Isn't this the ants touching the elephants? Tactical penetration in the face of heavy enemy fire. Are you crazy? Officers do not understand. Before the General Subov is not quite wise. Why suddenly make these unthinkable moves? But at the end of the day he's still Subov, and the officers still have some filters on the legendary hero. Therefore, they chose to watch and listen. Zhang Yan's mouth turned slightly. Of course, I personally am also more greedy. In the next battle, I want a both also. I not only want tactical penetration, I also want a fire bombardment. But it's not our missile tank units that need to do the firebombing. It's the enemy's, and not only that, but given the high likelihood that the enemy will lay an ambush in the town of Gadiv next, we'll probably have to commandeer the enemy's missile trucks, and artillery shells as well. The officers' mouths were opening wider and wider. This idea of General Subov's was too heavenly. Is it really possible to accomplish this? The fish in the bear's paw can't have it both ways. There's no such thing as a good thing. Zhang Yan quickly made arrangements. Notify the Information Technology Force side. Give me an immediate activation of Want Your Life 1500. Block all the high-tech weapons of the pretty country's army, and pull them into the army confrontation as well. It'll kill you for 1500. It is a simplified version of the worm Trojan horse that automated the attack that Zhang Yan wrote earlier by relying on his hacker title to kill your mom along the network cable, which can be spread through the communication band. The original version was named by Zhang Yan as Want You Dead 3000, powerful, and once almost annihilated the fleet of pretty country, Mao, and the allied nations in the Sea of Murk. But in the spirit of the best things must be left to Dasha, who gives you the principle of the hairy bear. Zhang Yan has come up with this to kill you 1500. To kill you 1500 belongs to a similar castrated export foreign trade type, although many functions get simplified, but the power is still good, fully capable of handling the next battlefield. After the 1500 is activated, the infantry will split up and immediately press forward, execute penetration tactics, take down the enemy trench bunkers as fast as possible, and then get on the anti-tank guns in full force and disrupt the enemy tank line for me. Yes, when Zhang Yan gave the order spread quickly. The 996th Mixed Division of the Woolly Bear reacted quickly. The missile units, tank units that were still bombarding the enemy missiles and artillery shells immediately ceased fire and retreated. Ha, did you find out about our plan? That guy Subov reacted pretty quickly. Isn't it a death wish to withdraw missile and tank units at this time and lose fire assistance? What are they trying to do? Fight our armored troops with their land forces? Let's not even talk about the armored units. They can't even break through our defenses, can they? Our original mission was to feint and block and deplete the enemy. Now it looks like we seem to be able to achieve more results. If we can stop this force here, we'll have more time to react. I think it's better to be cautious. The commander on the other side is Subov. He won't do a tactic that doesn't have a reason. With the exception of a few, the other pretty country officers remained very arrogant, even if the furry bears had caught on to their strategy of attrition and responded in time. But they still don't give a damn. What's the point of finding out? What's the point of reacting? As far as they were concerned, there was only one way the hairy bears could beat them, and that was to fire and blast with all their might, and shoot as much ammunition as they had. But now, the Mao Bear's side has withdrawn its missile and tank forces, and adopting the land forces to fight hard. Isn't that just cutting off your own fists and feet and costing you your own martial arts? That's it. How are they going to win? Replenish our bunker trench defenses with some more heavy firepower. And since they like to let the army fight it out, let them fight it out. Let's press forward immediately with the tank and missile units as well. It's a much better battle now that we don't need to worry about their fire assistance. The pretty country commander had no qualms about making a series of arrangements. As far as he was concerned, the hairy bear no longer had the slightest chance of winning. But the next second, boom 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 boom, a series of explosions appeared in the pretty country army. In the blink of an eye, flames shot up into the sky, and nearly 100 soldiers were blown away, perishing in the explosion. Ward Law, is the enemy pretending to surrender but actually attacking? The pretty country commander froze. As a result, he stepped out of the command to take a look, and he was instantly humanly dumbfounded. How did that shell come from behind you? Are you guys blind? Where are you hitting? Report, the weapon system carried by our missile unit has suddenly malfunctioned. The missiles are flying around uncontrollably. We are troubleshooting the problem. As soon as the words left his mouth, whoosh, the beautiful country's F-35s in the sky, which were originally engaged in a battle with the furry bear fighters, suddenly, without a reason, rushed straight toward the command headquarters. Report, my fighter plane has a sudden malfunction. Requesting parachute. Requesting parachute. Boom. Chapter 147. You think this is S2 season? Pretty country is retreating again. Report, the enemy Air Force missile unit has been rendered completely useless under the influence of the worm Trojan. Eyes to Kill 1500 has been working as it should. Zhang Yan instantly ordered, all of you, launch an attack, charge, kill, Ola. The overwhelming mass of woolly bear soldiers, guns in hand, instantly launched a charge. The entire plains battlefield was crowded as the Air Force missile units had been disintegrated by wanted 1500. The pretty country can pretty much only send tanks, armored vehicles, and regular artillery in response, and move heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, howitzers and the like to bunker trenches. Da 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 da, da 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 da, boom 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 boom. For a while, the battlefield was once again lively. Despite the promised tactical penetration, this just came up, and the woolly bear unit utilized little tactics. Instead, it's hard charging, hard recklessness, and there's no way around it. The pretty nation forces are so ferocious in their firepower, there had to be a way to dismantle their defenses before they could make their next move. Da 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 da, boom boom boom. Every now and then a woolly bear soldier would fall in a pool of blood under the heavy machine gun fire from the bunker trenches. Luckily, with the fire cover from the woolly bear artillerymen, such casualties were not too great, knowing full well that using flesh to fight the enemy's defense is not worth it. But there was no fear in the eyes of the woolly bear soldiers, and they were always brave, not for any other reason, because ahead of them, there was a man who was charging even harder than they were. The legendary hero of the woolly bear, Subov, is now braving the elements with a Barrett sniper rifle. He rolled and slid one moment, dodging the hundreds of bullets that swept by while he kept pulling the trigger. firing armor-piercing, bursting, and incendiary rounds at close bunkers, trenches. Boom 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 boom. The original heavy sniper rifle, at this moment, was used as a submachine gun by him. The rate of fire is outrageous and is augmented by the 100% hit rate of the title international striker. He shot, almost 100 times, all the way through the walls or sight ports of the trench bunkers. Boom! The bunker trenches that were shot at, without exception, all gave a muffled bang and spewed fire from them, and most of the enemy soldiers were burned to death or blown to mush by the bursting bullets. Within a short time, Zhang Yan took the lead in disintegrating several bunker trenches close by, tearing a hole in the enemy's defense line. Take these enemy bunker trenches and fight around them as fast as you can, and fast you must. With a command, Zhang Yan took the lead in rushing into the battle ditch and purged the enemy troops in it. Da 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 da, da 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 da. Zhang Yan was armed with 2 submachine guns and killed people on sight, and when the pretty country's GIs saw him, they almost only got their heads blown off, because of the passage he had opened. The woolly bear soldiers were quick to rush in as well, and in doing so attacked the surrounding trench bunkers. Damn it! Some enemy troops have stormed our battle ditch and are splitting up and attacking our trenches and bunkers. They're so fast, we've lost 5 of our bunkers. Command! The enemy's offense is too fierce. Do something. Just for the moment the pretty country force command is also panicking, because just now, their commander was barged to his death by one of their own F-35s. It's all burned to the ground. At this time, the commander, who had been given a temporary assignment, hastily picked up his communicator. Missile units, have you not solved your problem yet? Our defense line needs your support. The best we can think of at the moment is to shut down the weapon systems, but then our missiles won't be able to fire. As soon as the temporary commander heard that, the man fainted then. Damn it, do your best to defend. All of your men get your guns now and come to this side of the bunker for support. Tank units, drive me to the front of the line. Fast. Yes, the pretty country forces have gotten antsy. They did not expect the hairy bear cannot use heavy firepower, relying closely on the form of soldiers charging, disintegrate their defense line. Isn't that awkward? Their original attempt to deplete the manhwa's ammunition was not accomplished, and now even the defense line is going to be breached. So how can this be fought? So they responded quickly, attempting to block the woolly bear's line of march with tank units. Unbeknownst to him, at this time, Zhang Yan made another deployment. We have taken 12 of the enemy's bunker trenches, and are now leaving only a small force to continue the attack. Split the rest of the troops up, 1 part to take care of the enemy tank units and 1 part to take care of the enemy artillery units. The part of the attacking artillery unit, listen to me. It's best not to destroy it if you can. Our main objective is to commandeer their missile vehicles and weapons. Yes. While giving the order, Zhang Yan took out an anti-tank grenade himself and stuffed it into the barrel of his gun. Don't look at the small size of this thing, only the size of a bottle of iced tea, but the power is not to be underestimated. Along the way, he engaged the enemy troops in the battle ditch, and Zhang Yan saw the right moment and slipped directly behind a tank that had just stopped. No hesitation in pulling the trigger. Bang! Strong recoil came from the anti-tank grenade that was toppled out by the bullet and flew directly towards the enemy tank. Boom boom! The firelight that rushed into the sky stayed for only half a second before turning into a flash. Then there was a cloud of dust and smoke, and when the smoke cleared, the tank in front of him was directly blown to pieces, completely losing its ability to maneuver. At the same time, the furry bear soldiers scattered in all directions also replicated Zhang Yan's operation. Some of them threw directly, others blasted at close range, and in a very short time and heavily damaged no less than a dozen tanks. As much as pretty country would like to fight back, man's mobility is, at the end of the day, more flexible than tanks. Not to mention, the soldiers of the 996th Mixed Division, who applied some of the finer points of guerrilla warfare in blowing up tanks. This handful of hits directly silenced pretty country's entirety. Thick gift crab, are they still living in S2 season? Who's a good guy to throw anti-tank grenades himself? This style of play was eliminated a long time ago. Okay? Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that our Air Force and missile units are sealed, I'd give them hell. What to do? We have now come to the stage where the infantry of both sides are fighting each other, but it is clear that the woolly bears are more capable of fighting under Subov's command. Pretty country is a bit handicapped. All they relied on before was all that high-tech equipment they had, but nowadays, the equipment was directly sealed, causing them to fight the furry bear with their bare hands. In this situation, they were simply stifled to the extreme as they could not pick up any benefits. Report, our trench bunker defenses have been completely lost, and the enemy is driving in. Report, near our missile position, a large number of enemy troops suddenly appeared, after our artillery had rushed to the trench area to support them, so it didn't take them much effort to completely occupy our position. Bad news came one after the other. There is no doubt that at this moment the hairy bear has taken absolute dominance of this battle. They did not utilize any heavy fire weapons, and by relying solely on land penetration, they overwhelmed the beautiful country. Finally, the commander of the pretty country could bear it no longer, and needed to bear it no longer, shouting, "Retreat!" Chapter 148 Courtesy. Pretty country doesn't speak of martial virtue. EMP bombs. Retreating again? Zhang Yan was a bit speechless. He felt that Irmo and pretty country were the two extremes. One moves to surrender as if possessed by the bread country. The other, on the other hand, gets mouthy when he's beaten, and when he can't, he runs away at light speed, faster than a big black rat. Then the war has come to this. Why don't we just stop fighting? There is no backbone at all. Why fight? Wasted time for nothing. And a standard armorer. That's all it looks like. It's only been what? An hour and a half. And they can't even top it to run away? 2 divisions, and without Irmo and the allies dragging their feet. That's it. And they still can't beat one of our divisions. Pure and simple trash. That just goes to show you one thing. Pretty country wouldn't be a dog basket without those high-tech weapons of his. Even the pretty country's troops themselves can't stop us. Can anyone else? I think just one of our divisions alone can take down Key City. A big win that made all the officers and men of the Woolly Bears frown. Smooth, too smooth. Pretty country, as the hidden big daddy behind Irmo, has been changing its mind and stuffing people and equipment on the battlefield since the beginning of the war. Woolly Bear had been looking at them for a long time and could not wait to beat the out of them. And now they finally had that chance. Not exactly wiping out the pretty country army, but twice beating them into fleeing. It had been a blast for the hairy bear officers and men, watching the pretty country troops leave almost in disgrace, not even wanting many of the tanks, armored vehicles, and missile vehicles. Many officers in the 996th Mixed Division felt that this was a good opportunity. General, should we pursue? Zhang Yan waved his hand. The poor enemy is not to be pursued. The current situation of the town of Gaydev is still unknown to us. Since the enemy sent an advance force to deplete our ammunition, it's not likely that they've already set up an ambush in the town of Gaydev, and it's highly likely that we'll be caught in a trap if we rashly chase after them now. Order the entire army to continue to recuperate after cleaning up the battlefield and wait for my orders. After saying that, Zhang Yan directly took away the map and studied it carefully. This study took several minutes, during which Zhang Yan took a pen and wrote and drew on the map. At a certain point, he suddenly raised his head and inquired toward an officer at his side. What about the retention of enemy missile units? Reporting to the army commander, after counting, our army has captured a total of 1,000 enemy missiles, 100 sets of launchers, and dozens of missile vehicles, all of which are the most advanced equipment in the pretty country. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. Good lord, bringing so many missiles, they came prepared and are determined to run out of our artillery shells. Saying that, Zhang Yan knocked on the table and thought seriously for a moment. Order the missile unit to immediately utilize the enemy's equipment to carry out long-range fire strikes against these points I have marked. Receiving the map handed over by Zhang Yan, the officer looked at it carefully and his eyes widened instantly. Above, are all the ambush locations around the town of Gardev, as presumed by Zhang Yan. The small town of Cardiff, as an industrial town encased in the mountains and forests on both sides. There were too many points that could be made. Zhang Yan used this as an inference, large and small, marking a total of hundreds of places, even infantry ambushes, sniper point ambushes, missile unit ambushes, and artillery ambushes are clearly marked. It really surprised the officer, who knew that Subov's head revved up fast, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. It's only been a few minutes. Marking hundreds of dots. That's too god. General, if we're planning on long-range fire strikes, why don't we just firebomb the town of Gardev? Zhang Yan glanced at him. Cardiff is an industrial town with numerous factories in it, many of which are using toxic materials. By bombing it directly, are you trying to let the poisonous gas leak out completely? The officer responded promptly. It was my subordinate who was not well thought out. My subordinate will go and make arrangements. As Zhang Yan's order was given, soldiers of the Woolly Bears missile unit, 2, pressed forward to the range point as fast as they could in their captured missile vehicles, and those launch facilities. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The missiles, one after another, quickly rose into the air, as if they were bow and arrows shot out, drawing graceful arcs in the air, a steady stream of them, striking towards the interior of the valley in the distance. The bombardment lasted nearly half an hour before it ended. Seeing that it was about time, Zhang Yan could order the whole army to attack. They pressed forward, taking out several enemy blocking points in the process, and soon entered the valley territory. During this time, perhaps due to the previous bombardment, debris rolled down, blocking the road to some extent, But the good news was that the remains of the pretty country soldiers that appeared along with the rubble just showed that Zhang Yan's previous guesses were all correct. Just as the woolly bear engineers were beginning to clear the road, communications came in from their superiors. General Subov, through our intelligence reports, in response to the advance of your 996th Mixed Brigade, the pretty country has urgently deployed their high-tech weapons. Depending on the time of year, it's highly likely that they've already deployed in the town of Cardiff ahead of you. Zhang Yan wondered. High-tech weapons? Good guy. So it's a hang-up if you can't beat them, right? Last time it was a high-powered microwave weapon. What is it this time? As soon as the words left his mouth, whoosh, a beautiful country fighter, like a moth, swept over the heads of the manhwa troops at breakneck speed. The naked eye could see him for barely an instant. Immediately afterward, a very round-shaped missile was seen rushing straight towards the direction of the furry bear troops. Holy! Zhang Yan felt bad. Dodge! The woolly bear officers and men were in disarray, ducking as fast as they could into the mountains on either side of them. Zhang Yan thought that pretty country must be crazy to send out strategic weapons. Bang! But who knows? The missile even burst directly in mid-air, emitting some white smoke, and did not fall to the ground. Hello? General Subov. Is something happening? Zip, 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 zip. At the same time, the ongoing communication, as if suddenly blocked, came with current sounds and white noise. Barely. Immediately afterward, there was a burst of fire and lightning on the communicator. Good lord, the communicator even self-destructed? Army Commander, our missile car's weapons system is paralyzed. Report, the electronic components of our satellite communications vehicle have been destroyed by an unknown impact. General, our military trucks, armored vehicles, all lost power, and we are currently troubleshooting the cause. Hearing this familiar report, Zhang Yan immediately understood. Good lord, is that missile an advanced version of a high-powered microwave weapon, by any chance? No need to build up power, no need to read progress, instant pop and start. Zhang Yan was tempted to call it a high-powered microwave bomb. However, the experience of the warlord experience card in his head told him that it was a weapon similar to an electromagnetic pulse. Microwaves that can radiate billions of watts of power in a billionth of a second can instantly dismantle power supplies and computer systems. Zhang Yan reacted instantly. So, this is the legendary EMP bomb? Chapter 149. Arriving at the town and releasing poison gas? Enemy forces are actively using guerrilla warfare, EMP bombs and whatnot. Zhang Yan had only seen them in movies before. I didn't realize that pretty country had actually researched it and put it to use against themselves quickly. Seeing that he was about to enter the boundaries of the town of Gardeville, that's a handful of things that can catch a hairy bear off guard. An electronic pulse that washed out all their weapon systems with electronic components, as well as communications systems. Of these, the missile units were undoubtedly the most severely damaged, with the exception of individual manual launchers, which were fully automated, and almost all of them were wiped out. Damn pretty countrymen, if we can't beat them, we'll cheat them. How can we fight without the shelter of missiles? Sukabuli, they're still holding back, aren't they? Even if they can't use up all our ammo, they still have a way to weaken our firepower? Damn, even the thermal imager is ruined. Can we keep fighting, or else retreat first? It's not a good idea to keep fighting like this. There's bound to be a vicious battle in Gardeville, but do we really have the ability to deal with a vicious battle? Because of this sudden attack, the morale of the 996th Mixed Division was severely demoralized. The officers and soldiers are backing off a bit. If there is a disparity in strength, they are not afraid. With General Subov's command, one of their divisions would even dare to fight in Key Town, but not anymore. Their weapons were also banned, and the closer they got to the base city next, the more ferocious the fighting became. So how could they fight? Zhang Yan frowned. Sure enough, pretty country wasn't that easy to deal with. Even if one had repelled them twice, when they pulled out those unreasonable weapons, they would be even more difficult to deal with than Irmo and the allies. He had caught them off guard using high technology on one foot, and they were courteous on the other. If it wasn't for the lack of time, Zhang Yan really wanted to immediately study how to deal with this impulse attack and give the pretty country another return gift. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Yan still denied the idea of the officers retreating. It's been hard to fight here. If we retreat now, that will undoubtedly give the enemy time to react, and if we try to fight again later, this battle will be even more difficult. While our heavy fire weapons are blocked these days, the good news is that we've also bombed the perimeter of the Gardev area before, and it seems to be working pretty well. Attacking the town at this time of year might be the best opportunity. Conducting some mobilization, Zhang Yan instantly ordered the scouts go first, to probe the situation ahead. The infantry, artillery, and those tanks and armored vehicles that can move, quickly follow. Missile units, in conjunction with engineers, stay in place and overhaul their equipment immediately. Zhang Yan did not intend to waste any time and only left the missile troops that had become useless to repair in place. The rest of the whole group traveled light and pressed forward all the way toward the town of Gardeville, and just as it got closer to the town of Gardev, the surrounding mountains and forests were bombarded more and more. Through those flattened trees, one can clearly see the exposed corner of the blown-up tanks, the missile vehicles, as well as patches of dead pretty country soldiers. There was no doubt that most of the ambush points Zhang Yan had guessed earlier were correct. After the bombardment by the manhwa missile units, these ambush points were almost completely wiped out by the regiment, so the road after that was a lot smoother. In addition to the airborne forces, which from time to time would launch sneak attacks from the air, and the missile forces, which would strike with long-range firepower, the 996th Mixed Division encountered little difficulty. He soon came to a highland several kilometers away from the town, and just after arriving here, Zhang Yan smelled a pungent odor. Looking further into the distance over the town, a strange white gas filled the air. Reporting to the army commander, according to our tests, as we get closer to the town of Gaydev, the levels of sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, and other toxic gases in the air are exceeding the standards, and we have detected excessive levels of lead in the surrounding rivers and streams. The current level of poisonous gas has far exceeded the amount that an ordinary human body can withstand, and the possibility of a deliberate release of poisonous gas by enemy forces cannot be ruled out. Zhang Yan's brows swished up. It's also true that the closer you get to Keystone City, the harder it is to fight. You see how hard it is to fight. The beautiful country's troops can't stop it. They even step on the horse and release the poison gas? There really isn't a shred of moral ground. Army commander, do we really have to keep fighting? The officers were a bit hesitant. Originally, they wanted to retreat, and this time, seeing the enemy troops release poisonous gas could be said to have expanded their ideas. It had come to a point where they felt the battle was no longer necessary to fight. Zhang Yan's eyes were resolute. Fight. Must fight. There is only one possibility for the enemy to release poison gas at this time. Our previous bombardment had caused them so many casualties that they had no choice but to use such underhanded means to block our advance. Inform the entire army to put on gas masks immediately and officially enter the town. Yes, military orders are like mountains, and soon the hairy bear soldiers were all wearing their gas masks and heading towards the entrance of the town. Along the way, they had encountered almost only small groups of enemy forces. Then it was very frankly into the town. Strange. By all rights this should be the hardest place to fight. How come it's so easy to get in? It wasn't because General Subov planned ahead and bombed a wave in advance, and it's estimated that a lot of the enemy army died horribly at those ambush points. But it's time to say no. Wearing this gas mask in combat is a real nasty liability. The remaining number of enemy troops is small. They should all be entrenched in the town, so everyone must be careful. The words just fell. Da 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 da. Boom. The sound of gunfire suddenly came from behind his ass. Report, we have an enemy sneak attack on our left flank. The brigade has just turned around. Da 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 da. Boom. Surprisingly, another group of enemy troops came out on the right flank. Luckily, the 996th Mixed Division had enough men to quickly split up into fronts. However, just at this time, enemy troops also appeared in front of them and behind them in turn, harassing them. Sukuber, why are there enemy troops everywhere? Are they trying to surround us? Are we being tricked? Immediately press forward and break out immediately. As the commanders of the brigade and regimental headquarters gave orders, the woolly bear soldiers charged in all directions. However, just at this time, the enemy army that had been attacking aggressively unexpectedly dispersed like a tidal wave. When the woolly bear soldiers went after them, they were gone. And it was at this time that another group of enemy troops unexpectedly appeared in the rear of the woolly bear's pursuing force. What kind of fight is this? As soon as we give chase, they disappear in turn to launch a sneak attack on us from other directions. Damn it, these guys are too nimble to take a few shots and run. They don't even want to confront us head-on. Yards, what's the point of chasing? There's people everywhere, but we just can't hit them. The tactics used by the enemy army gave Zhang Yan a strong sense of familiarity. At a certain moment, Zhang Yan's mouth opened wide, only feeling outrageous. Nice guy. Guerrilla warfare? Chapter 150 Banzai. Defeating magic with magic. Zhang Yan would never dream of it. It's amazing that one day guerrilla warfare will be mastered by crooked people and then used to fight themselves. Not to mention the fact that this mastery of guerrilla warfare is still a pretty country Joe, what's going on? It's not like people have been working on this kind of stuff because of the failure back then, is it? Do not say. Mastered quite good. Whether it is the deployment of troops, or the timing of the emergence, all mastered just right. The essence of guerrilla warfare. Enemy advancement and retreat. Enemy stationing and disturbance. Enemy fatigue and fight. Enemy retreat and pursuit is taken to the extreme. Heavy firepower is missing in the woolly bear unit due to EMP bomb interference. as well as wearing gas masks with obstructed vision due to the poisonous gas that permeated the town of Cardiff. This guerrilla warfare fought around the street and alleyway entrances really worked out well in the beginning. You can't chase or catch the enemy troops that inexplicably pop up from all over the place. Let the 996th Mixed Division, that's powerless, all over the place, report, our strategy is working. The Woolly Bear Army is currently losing close to 100 men. If we keep this up we'll be able to wear them down sooner or later. When the latest battle report was reported to the Northeast Regional Command Post of Pretty Country Base City, every officer's ironclad face beamed with joy. It wasn't easy. It was too easy. Originally they deployed several divisions to be planted in the town of Cardiff. The intention was to wipe out that unit of woolly bears in one fell swoop. But who knows? They had only just ambushed them. The woolly bear side of the force then went straight to firebombing without any martial arts. But firebombing even, using surprisingly their Pretty Country's equipment. The bombardment has caused heavy casualties on the side of the beautiful country, with a large number of soldiers and equipment perishing in a missile attack comparable to a rainstorm. So much so that when the woolly bear forces did come, they didn't even have the strength to fight them head-on. Earlier our ambush troops were knocked out in turn. I thought I couldn't carry it off, but it's still Johnson, who came up with the tactic of guerrilla warfare, worthy of being a descendant of a famous family and a 5-star admiral. If your grandfather, seeing you today, would be very pleased. Back then, this tactic of disguise was a headache for us, but now it's good that someone in our army has finally taken hold of this tactic. It's better not to underestimate Subov too much. He's also an excellent user of guerrilla warfare, so it doesn't necessarily follow that he won't be able to cope with it. At these words, the young man Johnson, who had his back to the crowd, smiled disdainfully. Let's have a match then. Let's see if we're quick at guerrilla warfare or if he, Subov, is quick to react. Achoo. At this moment, Zhang Yan, who was in the battlefield, sneezed coldly. Army commander, our casualty count has already exceeded 100. The Air Force went back to recuperate and hasn't come back yet. Think of something. Don't rush. Thinking about it. Zhang Yan nodded, then studied on the map. Guerrilla warfare in the urban area. Those guys from Pretty Country really dare to think. Isn't this just a class act? All of the 996th Mixed Division on your mark. Now by brigade. 1st Brigade, 2nd Brigade give me quick access to the perimeter. Form an encirclement and gradually advance into the interior of the town. 3rd Brigade, quickly deployed to key nodes in the town, repeatedly sweeping and encircling, dividing and closing, cooperating with peripheral forces, inside and outside, gradually compressing the enemy's guerrilla space. 4th Brigade, come with me, let's use magic to defeat magic, and guerrilla warfare, to counter guerrilla warfare, with a command from Zhang Yan. The originally disorganized 996 mixed divisions deployed quickly as brigades. The 1st Brigade, and the 2nd Brigade, taking advantage of the fatigue of the enemy's attack, whizzed out and advanced rapidly toward the right and left flanks. The 3rd Brigade, on the other hand, hardened itself against the feints of the enemy, took the intersection, and, with this as its center, pushed forward to encircle it on both sides. The 4th Brigade will now, from now on, occupy the east, west, south, and north sides of the town as regiments, and will conduct counter-guerrilla operations with battalion, company, and using the terrain to their advantage. Boom boom boom. Soon the battle was fought. All of a sudden, the entire town of Cardiff was ablaze with artillery fire and bullets flying. The woolly bear troopers spread out in 4 directions, using the surrounding houses, street corners, for cover. They interspersed and received each other, and surrounded and closed in on the various battlefields from the inside and the outside. Siege warfare, coupled with the tactic of using guerrilla against guerrilla, to a certain extent, it greatly stifled the fighting space of the Pretty Country's big guns. Originally, they could still conduct raids on various parts of the woolly bear force, but that wouldn't work now. Once they show themselves, they haven't yet stolen any battle against the enemy forces in front of them. A host of woolly bear soldiers would then suddenly spring up around them and fight to annihilate them. In time, the number of dead in the Pretty Country forces began to climb. By the time the command side reacted, their casualties had greatly exceeded those of the manhwa side. Damn, they're really reacting. This kind of splitting in and out is too much of a restraint on our playstyle. Is this Subov? Terrifying as hell. Damn it, the town is surrounded. This won't work. We must shift our playstyle. At the very moment when the Pretty Country officers were anxious, Johnson stepped forward very calmly, and guerrilla warfare and switched to tunnel warfare. A tunnel war? The officers were startled. Johnson, we know you've studied Daxia tactics quite a bit, but wouldn't it be a little inappropriate to use tunnel warfare at this time? Johnson was unimpressed. There's nothing wrong with that. Now that the enemy's heavy firepower has been dismantled, they don't have any ability to deal with our tunnel warfare. As the order was given, It was noticeable on the side of the 996th Mixed Brigade. The enemy forces around us suddenly became fewer. What is this about? Could it be that the enemy army has been pretty much killed by them? No way. The enemy troops they took out were only a few hundred at most. Okay? That is, until somewhere on the battlefield, a large number of pretty country GIs suddenly sprang out and took out a battalion of a regiment of the 996th Mixed Division in a flash. The hairy bear reacted then, reporting to the general. The enemy forces have shifted their method of fighting. They are utilizing underground facilities to conduct raids on our weak points. Underground facilities? Isn't that tunnel warfare? Zhang Yan straightened up and called out, good guy. He really saw a ghost today. The enemy army this and guerrilla warfare. And tunnel warfare. Really take the battle as S to fight it? What's this? Some kind of tuition fee? Did you find the entrance to those underground facilities? More than a dozen entrances have been found so far, and we're guessing that this facility underground is connected in all directions, presumably throughout the town of Cardiff, and the enemy has also placed heavy firepower inside the entrance, so I'm afraid our men won't be able to kill their way in. At this time, if Zhang Yan stepped in, I'm afraid that he would break through the defense line at the entrance as fast as possible, and then let the furry bear soldiers kill their way in. But it's too much work and effort to do so. After all, people had said that the underground passages were spread all over the place, and even if you went in, you might not be able to take them as fast as you could. Moreover, the space in it is small, and the battle is also restricted. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Yan planned to play something tawdry. I'm afraid the smoke and fumes won't work now that everyone is wearing gas masks. In that case, immediately have the engineers set up pipes for me and employ a water attack. Also, send out a communications officer and get me in touch with the rear artillery as fast as you can, and tell them to bring me the Katyusha rockets they captured from Irmo. Chapter 151. Still dare to use tunnel warfare? I'm going to attack directly with water. Whoa! The engineers were so fast that in almost 10 minutes the water pipes as well as the pumps were set up. Subsequently, raging and polluted river water laced with heavy metals, along the various entrances. Take advantage of the differences in height to surge into the tunnels as fast as possible. This sudden response caught the pretty country forces off guard. Water attack? He, Subov, really knows how to think. The underground passages are spread all over the place. Even if they are filled with water, when will they be filled? That's just it. As long as we stagger the low part of the underground facility, by the time they fill it up with water we'll have terminated them long before we have to worry about it at all. It's not a question of whether to irrigate or not right now, is it? The main thing is that they're using river water with excessive heavy metal content, and some of our soldiers have been exposed to it and are already experiencing noticeable symptoms of discomfort in their bodies. This is not going to work. Prolonged exposure to toxic river water will eventually cause the toxins to seep through the surface of the body. Pretty country officers completely did not expect this Subov's reaction will be so fast. It's almost as if they change tactics one foot and he comes up with a strategy the next. Really doesn't have to think at all, does he? At this point, Johnson, who was twice pinned by Subov, showed a rare look of displeasure. Right now, if we want to stop the enemy at 300 kilometers, we have to pay the price. Once it retreats again like the previous troops, sooner or later the base city will be in the pocket of the furry bears. Now, even if the circumstances are tough, our soldiers, we must persevere. Pass on my order. Keep moving. Boom. Da 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 da. Soon, one of the weak points of the Mao Bears force was once again attacked by a sneak attack by the pretty country forces. After this battle, Zhang Yan was basically able to judge the enemy's strategy. Even if they are hardened against a river with excessive heavy metals, are they going to fight us to the death? Report, Katyusha rockets in position. Zhang Yan nodded. Very well. How is the entrance search going? The search has so far yielded entrances to underpasses totaling more than 30. Since they don't want to come out, then none of them should come out. Zhang Yan's heart was hardened, and he directly ordered, Katyusha rockets, give me towards those entrances. Bomb them hard. Attention all troops. Immediately after the bombardment is completed, contract the encirclement. It is highly probable that the enemy will be forced out at this time of the day, and give me a severe beating on them. The great tortoises. After Haside's missiles were paralyzed by the enemy's use of electromagnetic pulse, Zhang Yan was making what he had. The Katyusha rocket launcher scavenged from Irmo was used directly. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A volley of missiles lifted off and launched a carpet bombardment towards the vicinity of the tunnel entrance. The moment he got the news, Johnson was instantly shocked. Missiles? Didn't their missile vehicles and launchers already disintegrate? Where did they get the missiles? Damn, there must be a leak. Notify the rear military base and drop another EMP bomb on me immediately. Upon hearing this, the officers rushed to stop it. Never, never. Once an EMP bomb is used in an urban area, along with our communications and also our weaponry, it will be paralyzed. But is there a better way now? Just as the crowd was arguing, the correspondent brought in the latest battle report. "Sir, I'm afraid it would be inappropriate to send out an EMP bomb at this time." Johnson froze. "What do you mean?" "Because they're using the oldest model of Katyusha rocket launcher, which doesn't contain any electronics inside. EMP rounds won't do anything to it at all. The Johnsons are silly." "Good guys. Some of you guys don't talk about martial arts. It's a messy punch to use antique equipment from the last century to fight a war. Who did you learn that from? Hey, don't you guys tell me. This old gear is pretty good sometimes. We're not afraid to launch another EMP bomb even if the pretty country is furious. I learned that from Irmo's missile unit earlier." Eyes on the deafening explosions coming from all around the town, Zhang Yan also exclaimed. Though currently, with the title boost, his skills were already very impressive. But he kept up the habit of studying, like using older equipment in a situation where there is a high likelihood of getting hit by the enemy into a round of EMP strikes. Defeat magic in the plainest way possible. Rumble, rumble. At this moment, the pretty country GIs hiding in the underground facilities were also caught off guard by the sudden bombardment. What should we do? The exit is buried by the ruins of the house. We can't get out. Where are the other exits? Some of the undiscovered exits are still open. Are we going out? The orders from our superiors are for us to utilize the underground facilities to launch a sneak attack on the enemy. If we go out at this time, isn't it clear that we're sabotaging the tactics? What's the point of talking about tactics at this point? Do you want the enemy to just block all the intersections and we'll be drowned by the constant flow of incoming river water? The more life-thirsty soldiers couldn't stand it right away. Ignoring the others, he insisted on going out through the tunnel entrance that had not yet been discovered. I ended up just stepping out of the entrance, and I haven't even hidden it yet. The furry bear soldiers hiding in the shadows came straight at them with a barrage of bullets. Next, the initiative of the battle was actively held in the hands of the hairy bears, who, like gophers, guarded the pretty country soldiers in the tunnels, and hit them as soon as they showed their heads. An hour passed. As the gunfire decayed, the soldiers of the pretty country were killed and surrendered, trapped underground. As for the pretty country officers in command, seeing that the battle was not going in their favor, they fortunately abandoned the town's forces and began to study new countermeasures. The battle for the town of Cardiff was almost at an end. It was also at this time that the Woolly Bear Air Formation arrived late. Earlier, after participating in the pretty country's battle to stop the Woolly Bear, they quickly went back to recuperate. This return was not in time for the Great War, but it brought a great deal of ammunition and food replenishment for the 996th Mixed Division. They were dropped in the form of airdrops and scattered around the town. The captured supplies, plus the replenishment, gave the 996th Mixed Division a good breath of relief. Now it can be said that the army is strong and has a good amount of ammunition. Facing the last 300 kilometers, they had no pressure. It's not even a problem to fight all the way to Keystone City. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zhang Yan quickly commanded his troops to move forward and detach from the toxic area of the town of Gadiv to recuperate. It's almost nighttime, so let's have a good meal, fix up, and let's get going again. It's going to be all hard fighting next. And just as the soldiers were full of joy, they opened the boxes and took out the military rations that had just been supported, intending to feast on them. As soon as the bag was opened, a foul odor, however, came to the surface. Vomit. Succubur. This military food, it's spoiled, isn't it? Holy, why is mine expired too? Why does this taste like stepping on a horse that feels like it got poop in it? The deterioration of the military rations supported over gave Zhang Yan a bad feeling, and at that moment, the officer who was counting the ammunition in the distance suddenly shouted, "General, look at this ammunition." Chapter 152 Armed Coup d'etat in the rear. Considerations of attack and retreat. Opening the ammo box, a raging tide came over the room. The paper wrapping that sealed the bullets had not been unwrapped, but it had been soaked with water and his heart was flying. How did these munitions get to the front line when they were so badly damped and, by the standards, were supposed to be scrapped? There's no way a logistics unit would make such a low-level mistake. The officers were puzzled, and on examining the ammunition boxes one by one, it was found that large quantities of them were so badly damped that they were incapable of fighting. And when he opened the packages of ammunition that looked fine, his heart instantly went cold. Suck it, don't list. Shell casings? Are those assholes kidding? Zhang Yan watched from the sidelines and also felt outrageous. Yards of, first, expired military rations that were out of place, and then ammunition that was damp or simply shell casings. What's going on? What's the point of having a war? Zhang Yan felt something was wrong and had a bad feeling. Where are the comms? Are the channels tuned? Because of the previous effects of the EMP bomb, the communications facilities of the Manhwa side were almost completely destroyed. Luckily, though, after the Battle of Gardasil town, they had captured quite a bit of the pretty country's communications equipment, which would come in handy at the moment. Reporting to the general. The channel has been debugged. Contact command immediately. Yes, the communication had just been connected, and before Zhang Yan could ask any questions, an anxious voice came from the other end of the communicator. General Subov, I can finally contact you. There's a change in Vatica's city. Zhang Yan was shocked. Changes in birth? What's the situation? After the departure of your large force, spies from other countries lurking within the city of Vatica's, using public opinion and emotions, incited the local population to revolt, and the commotion grew louder and louder. At the same time, the Gervasian mercenaries, who were supporting the various units, suddenly mutinied and turned around, and even the troops stationed in the city of Vatax rioted within themselves. Currently, the rebels, who have staged an armed coup within the city of Vatax, are on the verge of taking the entire city of Vatax into their hands. Nice guy. Zhang Yan's mouth opened wide directly after hearing this. He led the troops, is resting on the front line of the feverish fighting it. The results of the rear even happened such a moth thing. He could sort of understand why there was something wrong with the airdrop supplies. The city of Vatikas is a logistics point for all the units under the Subov army. Now that there's an armed coup at the logistics point, it's a wonder that the supplies are right. I just went to check. The Gervasian mercenaries from our subordinate unit have suddenly disappeared, probably sneaking away while we were in the heat of battle. It's this Guath again. All these years they've been moving and mutinying. I don't understand why the great emperor insists on keeping them. The ones who defected were only a minority after all, and they had previously been instrumental in the military campaign to take the Kia Peninsula. They could have just cut off the transportation chain. Are they trying to kill by dropping this crap? Luckily we scrounged up tons of supplies along the way. Not quite enough missiles or anything, but barely enough food and ammo. Sudden armed coup d'etat in the city of Vatikas. To the officers of the 996th Mixed Division are all whole body uncomfortable. You say fighting well, why suddenly out of such a file? It's not a drag. At this time, the latest order was also issued from the side of the military's general command. Comrade General, it has been decided by the command study that it is better to slow down the attack at the moment. The hustle must be settled internally. The problem of the city of Vatikas must be solved. Otherwise there is a strong possibility that the overall tempo of our troops. What do you think? Zhang Yan pondered for a moment. A solution is a must. Just have each unit send back a regiment each. As for a reprieve or whatever, I disagree. I advocate continuing the attack. We have now advanced 300 kilometers in the direction of Kijo and taken the battle for the small town of Gaydev. Before the words were finished, a startled voice came from the other end of the communicator. What? It's been taken? Didn't Pretty Country send a couple divisions? How did you guys win the battle? Zhang Yan said indifferently. As luck would have it, before entering the town, we conducted some fire coverage near the town, which happened to knock out their ambush force, causing them to suffer heavy casualties. Zhang Yan's light tone directly gave the officers on the general commander's side a whole lot of confusion. Good lord, they had been unable to contact the 996th Mixed Division earlier, and they thought the 996th Mixed Division had been decimated by a regiment of Pretty Country troops. After all, the Pretty Country faction had too many troops. Even if the 996th Mixed Division, under Subov's leadership, could fight 1 against 3, but what if it's enemy 4, enemy 5, enemy 6? Is that even a fight? So much so that they all breathed a sigh of relief when Zhang Yan sent the communication again. But no one dared to ask questions about the town of Gardev first, for fear of breaking the face of this legendary hero. But there was no need to fold his face now, for the town of Gath had been taken by him, and in a way that seemed very easy, without bothering about the officer's consternation. Zhang Yan said to himself, because of this, now that the sky is about to get dark, it's a good time to hit the base city with a bang. We've collected quite a bit of supplies along the way, so I'm sure it shouldn't have much of an impact as long as we fight a little faster. The reason for the coup d'etat in the city of Vatax is nothing more than a trick by the enemy to slow us down, and because of that, it is all the more important for us to go on the offensive and soldier up to the base of the city so that we can better confront them. Originally, the general command would not agree with Zhang Yan's strategy, but that was standing at a time when the town of Cardiff had not yet been taken and the future was still unknown. Not anymore. The town of Gardev has been taken, and the 996th Mixed Division has taken out several divisions of the Pretty Country with a single division. With this fighting force, what's there to worry about if we continue to fight? Well then, Comrade Subov, we'll ask the other units to send troops to reinforce the city of Vatikas. All you have to do is continue the attack. Don't worry about anything else and wait for your good news. Understood. After receiving the approval of the general headquarters, a few moments repairs were made, and the officers and men were allowed to eat. Zhang Yan instantly ordered to move on. This is because resources are limited. Taking into account the current logistical cutoff, Zhang Yan changes tactics temporarily. From now on, we're going to have to play a quick attack. A blitzkrieg. and we can't take too long with the remaining enemy troops. What's left of the tanks, armored cars, and infantry fighting vehicles? Construct the first charge point. Infantry, artillery, for the second and fourth charge points. Cover the missile units at the third charge point. Remember, when you come across enemy lines, don't maneuver for too long, push in fast and deep, and then talk about splitting up and closing in. At the word of command, the vast array of hairy bears, totaling tens of thousands of people, set out at once. It's getting closer and closer to the direction of Key City, and taking advantage of this hiatus, on the battlefield of public opinion, the hairy bears are also taking advantage of the town of Cardiff being taken down as if it were, to launch a counterattack against Pretty Country, Mao. Once again, just these few short hours, Mao and Pretty Country are like crazy, shelving public opinion to create crazy rumors and smear Subav. At first, a lot of people didn't understand why they did it. That is, until they released a news story about an armed coup in the city of Watax. Chapter 153. The war is super escalating. Pretty Country wants to trigger S3 season? Under the brutal tyranny of Subav, the long-oppressed citizens of Watakazi City, along with the long-grudging woolly bear soldiers, are forced to raise the banner of resistance. At the moment they have a lot of momentum and almost have most of the city of Watakazi in their pocket. It was never their intention to stage a coup. They have only one demand. Ask the Mao bear to impeach Subav immediately and shoot him. To give all the people of Vaticas an explanation. Press release, written in a language that is both decent and comical. Almost as soon as it was released, it amused the world's population. Good man, and impeach and shoot Subav, or you can go to sleep, dreaming of everything. And you're going to make the hairy bears accountable to the city of Watakazi? They're lucky they don't nuke you, but they're still giving you an explanation? Beautiful country Irmo will not be crazy. Why these hours? What war report not send? Has been caught and Subav not let go? Who called Subav's bottom unclean? Pretty country Irmo can't beat him, so he can only dig his black material. Honestly, do those count as blackmail? It's already a hostile country. He's lucky he didn't slaughter the city of Vatax. Upstairs is talking. It's a war crime violation. Just as the world's population was buzzing about it, here comes the furry bears counterattack. Just now, a certain unit of our army, led by the legendary hero Subav, annihilated several divisional units from the Pretty Country FIB, and is currently gaining momentum, and is constantly advancing towards Key City. We are confident that we can completely take Key City tonight, and put an end to the war. The world's population's mouths dropped open at this news. Good lord, wiping out the divisional units of several pretty countries? Are you sure you didn't say the opposite? This is kind of the first time the furry bears have fought the Pretty Country. Aren't they so fierce? Wiped out FIB's divisional forces. I'm afraid the world would be over if FIB had a few divisions. Told you, Pretty Country is a paper tiger. He won't be able to beat it in a real fight. It's over. The woolly bear is going to be unstoppable. It's not going to be early tomorrow morning that I get to read about the fall of Keystone City, is it? Just before the world's population could react, the Pretty Country made their response directly. Just moments ago, the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Supav on charges of war crimes. At present, the member states of the International Criminal Court have, in turn, dispatched criminal arresting officers, constituting a criminal organization, to arrest Supav. One alone isn't enough. The next one follows immediately. The woolly bear would not respond, and the citizens of the city of Watakazi were so distraught that they were forced to contact Western Allied headquarters. Upon learning of the news, the Western Allies sympathize deeply with the experience of the citizens of the city of Vatikas, and they intend to send a peacekeeping force immediately to maintain security there. Slap. Obviously it was just two simple news items, but it was so good that the world's population, their jaws almost didn't drop. Good lord. In just 2 sentences, the battle escalated straight away? And stepping up is not even a little bit of an upgrade. Feeling like Pretty Country and Irma went to such lengths to discredit Subav. Again, to take advantage of the opportunity to send troops? What a nasty use of shamelessness to the extreme. Don't you dare to be more deliberate. Thick gift crab, Pretty Countries, Allied countries, Western allies, and members of the International Court of Justice. How many countries must be involved? Just think of it. Asia, Europa, America. All the lapdogs of the Pretty Countries are probably coming to this battlefield for a meeting. Fark, is Pretty Country trying to just trigger the S3 season by doing this? For the first time, the world's populace, who had been watching the fun, had a twinge of heartbreak. Hairy Bear, this is the two hair and Pretty Country forced in order to hold the base of the city. They directly face do not want to shake people. It's almost like you have to shake all the Pretty Country's lapdogs over. If this isn't handled properly, isn't that the start of the S3 season? At this point, almost everyone band waited for a response from the Hairy Bear, because his attitude is the key to determining whether or not the S3 season is played. We, the Hairy Bears, strongly condemn the shameless behavior of Irmo and the pretty country, and we hereby formally state that all forces of other countries that enter the battlefield under the pretext of the war will be treated equally and regarded as Irmo's accomplices. The hairy bear, on the other hand, after only a routine condemnation of the shameless tactics of the beautiful country of Irmo, went on to send out war reports. Our troops gained ferocious momentum and were the first to break through a multi-defense line 270 kilometers from the city of Key, and in 1 hour, wiped out nearly 10,000 enemy troops. Irmo and the beautiful country FIB despicable. Even once again use electromagnetic pulse bomb attempt to dismantle our army communications and electricity. Good thing the hero sub of early preparation, so that the enemy forces cannot steal the chicken. Irmo forces were annihilated. The beautiful country FIB organization once again escaped, and has now successfully advanced to 250 kilometers. Hero Subov has successfully used captured EMP rounds to strike enemy M142 self-propelled rocket positions hundreds of kilometers away, successfully disrupting enemy fire coverage, and has now pressed forward to 220 kilometers. In just 3 hours, battle reports were constantly being posted on the internet. This proud record alone has blinded the world's population as well as many countries. Good lord. 3 hours and 100 kilometers of forward pressure. The hairy bears aren't really going to flatten Keytown tomorrow morning, are they? It shouldn't be possible. Pretty country Sheikh's men are already on their way. There's no way they're going to just stand by and watch Woolly Bear take Key City. From now on, the war is going to be difficult to fight. How the Woolly Bears are going to face the strength of more than 10 or 20 countries, I don't dare to think about it at all. Really just shameless cannot fight to escape, but also Nima shaking people. Beautiful country face do not want. Everyone was surprised by the speed of the Woolly Bear unit's attack, though with the escalation of the war, some feel the battle is no longer a good one, but there are still a lot of people who want to see the hairy bears storming Keystone City tomorrow. At this time, Zhang Yan and the 996th Mixed Division, which had already advanced 200 kilometers northeast of Keystone, encountered a thorny problem. Currently, they had arrived in the city of Olean, which was under the jurisdiction of the state of Keijo. It had been expected that what awaited them here would be a bloody battle, but when they came here, the scene in front of them shocked them to the point where they couldn't be shocked anymore. The flashing neon lights, the traffic, it's as if the war hasn't affected the place at all. Giving the Woolly Bear troops are a bit of a hole won't do. Am I right? The streets are full of civilians. What's the situation? Is it one that didn't make it to the evacuation? It shouldn't be. It can't be one that didn't have time to evacuate. At this point, it's nigh on late at night, and there's still so many people. Does that make sense? Could it be that the enemy forces are faking it and trying to confuse us with civilians? Going by the pissy nature of Irmo and pretty country, are they trying to use civilians to stop us in our tracks? Zhang Yan observed his surroundings, and the more he looked, the more wrong he became. Through the binoculars, he could clearly see the civilians that were roaming the streets. From a distance, it looked like an ant colony, blocking the various entrances and key nodes of the street. It's intentional at first glance. Pass on my order for the whole army to go around. The number of civilians in the distance was too great, and whatever they actually were, I feared it was a trap staged by the enemy. Zhang Yan didn't intend to fight hard, so he could only go around. But not long after the troops had moved on, intelligence came in from the scouts, reporting to the general. The moment we moved, those civilians also got into their cars and gave chase to us. Chapter 154 Breaking Through the Lower Limit. The enemy army actually used biochemical virus weapons? Can't get through. Can't get through at all. The civilians went crazy, chasing after them in their cars. On the other hand, on the side of the furry bears, apart from tanks, armored vehicles, missile vehicles, and army trucks, most of them were infantry. How can you outrun a car? Soon they were stopped at some intersection. Looking at the vast caravan in the distance, the hairy bear soldiers were very helpless. It's confirmed. These civilians, they must have been deliberately dispatched here by the enemy to stop us. Are they certain that we don't dare to strike at civilians? Surprisingly, they are so arrogant. It must be to stall for time. Didn't the superior say during the earlier communication that the pretty countryside was already shaking people down? This is only 200 kilometers away from Key City. We must rush there in one fell swoop. How do I rush? Should we take a shot at these civilians? Pretty country is already shameless like that. Why don't we learn from them? Gradually, the officers and men became anxious and restless, seeing that they were about to hit the base city. Who can stand it when the enemy suddenly stumbles like that? Suddenly, a soldier took off his uniform. Since they are so shameless and want to use civilians to block the road, don't blame us for being ruthless. Big deal. I won't wear this uniform anymore. Shoot me. Giving the uniform a toss, the hot-blooded soldier said he was going to raise his gun and charge. The gesture resonated with many officers and men. That's right. What kind of a thing is this? To stop the road with civilians, to go have to keep up and open the way for the army. Snap 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 snap, piece by piece, the uniforms were thrown on the ground, and the hot-blooded officers and men, rather as if they had never returned. After all, it's going to be a shot at a civilian. The consequences can be quite severe, that is, no stockings, or they'd all want to put stockings over their heads and pretend to be terrorists. Zhang Yan stopped them at the first opportunity. Don't be so agitated. I suspect that the civilians blocking the road is just a manifestation. The enemy army might have other plots. Go, have the scouts bring me 2 civilians while it's dark. Yes, buzz 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 buzz. Just 10 minutes after the order was given, a red sedan sped up, drift and park in one fell swoop. Soon the scouts pulled a man and a woman from the car. They knelt on the ground, their faces pale and looking around in horror while coughing. Cough. The soldier with a green face held his head high. Reporting, sir, 2 civilians captured. Zhang Yan's mouth opened wide. How can you be so honest? Let you catch 2. You really catch 2, ah? Saying that, Zhang Yan walked forward. Based on the experience brought to him by the military god experience card, he vaguely sensed that there was something not quite right about the state of these 2. Ahem. Put. As expected, before he asked the question, one of the men suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood, thanks to Zhang Yan dodging fast, otherwise the blood would have splashed all over him. Zhang Yan glanced at the blood on the ground and frowned, stepped forward and very rudely examined the man's palms, arms, fingerprints, and other parts of his body. Not a soldier? You're quite the civilian. It was Ermao and Pretty Country's order to have you guys block the road? Even if it was their order, you guys could have fled. Why are you being so obedient? Is there something in their hands? Saying that, Zhang Yan suddenly and inexplicably put his hand on the man's wrist and began to take his pulse. This kind of action was not spontaneous. It was just that the experience brought to him by the military god experience card made him feel that there was something strange about the person in front of him, and he couldn't help but start taking his pulse. Why would the warlord experience card have such a thing? That's ridiculous. But with this number 1, Zhang Yan frowned even more. You're sick? And very sick. Subsequently, Zhang Yan cast his eyes to the woman on the side. After checking the eyeballs, pulse and a series of other signs, Zhang Yan was shocked. You're the same? Tell me the truth and I can have the soldiers send you to Vatak City for treatment. The man stared straight into Zhang Yan's eyes. You don't need to set me up. Kill me or die as you wish. Anyway, we're already dying. And you're all dying too. What do you mean? Ha 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 ha. The man began to laugh abruptly. You don't need to know. Anyway, go to hell. Hairy bear scumbag, get thee out of your and reincarnate. The man refused to answer and began to swear. Any interrogation techniques are useless in the face of someone who is already desperate. As a last resort, Zhang Yan had to interrogate another woman, but the result is the same. Women say the same things, play the same dumb riddles, and swear at every turn, even swearing dirtier than men. The spittle could have soared Zhang Yan's face. Zhang Yan's brows were furrowed and he always had a bad premonition. Have the military doctor conduct a lab test on the blood immediately. All fall back, and all units practice self-sterilization with the highest precautionary measures. The order was given so suddenly that the officers and men were somewhat caught off guard. Even before, knowing that there was a coup d'état in Vatika City, Zhang Yan never gave up his attack. But what is the reason for the sudden order to retreat now? Zhang Yan explained, I suspect that the enemy army has run out of steam and used a biochemical virus weapon here. Otherwise those civilians couldn't have been so desperate. General, what if it's just 2 civilians we captured who happen to be seriously ill? You can't generalize just because of 2 people. The officers and soldiers wondered if Zhang Yan wasn't a bit overzealous. These words reminded Zhang Yan, you're right, go catch a few more civilians, and by the way, have the soldiers wear chemical-proof uniforms to avoid exposure. The scouts were fast, taking advantage of the night to feel their way directly to the civilian convoys, or near the entrance to the city of Olian. A dozen or so civilians were recaptured, and when they looked at their state, they all looked like they were coughing up blood and had a pale complexion. Some, even halfway back from being captured, had vomited blood. Report, according to the lab tests, we found a large number of bacterial viral conjugates in the blood of these civilians, and after sampling the air around the city of Olian, we found that the air also contained high levels of bacterial viruses. As soon as they heard this, the hearts of the hairy bear officers and men went cold. No way, they really dare to be so shameless as to engage in biochemical warfare? It's not possible that all the civilians in Orion City are infected, is it? Pretty country, what a despicable code. A shameless country like this should be nuked and flattened. Ahem, Sukuber, is it so immediate? I feel like I'm already infected. Reporting to the general, in our army, there are many officers and soldiers who have already developed coughing symptoms, and it is highly likely that they have been infected by the virus. Zhang Yan people numb, This battle is really more and more fight the lower limit. Chapter 155. The attack is blocked. The virus plague must be solved first. The shamelessness of Pretty Country is well known to many people around the world, but many people have only heard of it and never seen it. But today, Zhang Yan experienced it himself. If you can't beat them, you can't shake them, but you're still doing the biovirus thing? The codes, the face is not even If you ask Zhang Yan what he's feeling right now, what he's feeling is that he can't wait to fly a bomber straight to level Pretty Country land. Shameless and despicable scum countries like this should not exist in this world. Things have come to this. The offensive operation could only be put on hold for a while. Zhang Yan had to solve the epidemic prevention work within the army first. From now on, only one brigade will be left behind. The rest of the brigade will retreat 20 kilometers back, away from the city of Olian. All soldiers are wearing chemical-proof uniforms and there is a centralized quarantine for those showing symptoms, and all units are being disinfected to the highest specifications to avoid the spread of the virus. After sending off the large force, Zhang Yan looked at the one brigade of troops left behind and solemnly said, "Comrades, our task is daunting. We must figure out the source of the virus and figure out how to fix it. Otherwise there's no way for my offense to continue and I'll have to stay here. From now on, an arrest operation will be carried out on the civilians of Olian City. If we can't find out one, we'll ask two. If we can't find out two, we'll ask three, and we'll get to the bottom of the virus." After conveying the order, Zhang Yan also contacted the command headquarters at the first opportunity, reported the attack by the enemy biochemical virus in the city of Orian. The officers of the general command of the Woolly Bear army were numb at the sound of it. This dime a dozen Pretty Country has no boundaries either. In order to stop the 996th Mixed Division, a biochemical virus weapon was used, and to have civilians who become carriers of the virus to block the road? Condemned. Must be condemned. Soon after, Harry Bear issued a plethora of press releases and videos condemning the behavior of Irmo in relation to Pretty Country. The content is simply that the civilian roadblock is shameless. The use of biological weapons is a violation of international law, and it is also against the morals and conscience of mankind. And Irmo and Pretty Country responded with a rather roguish response, claiming that they don't know anything, and that it's possible that the furry bears got high and accidentally bombed one of the labs, which then led to the leakage of the virus. As far as civilians blocking the road and whatnot, it's not unusual for the Woolly Bear forces to fight so fast that they would evacuate untimely. A handful of routine dumps that straight up give the furry bears a hard time, and then these parties stranded the internet in a fight. It was a sight to behold for the world's population. So the furry bears' offense is contained? Battles are fought to such an extent that they really change from hour to hour. One moment the Woolly Bear army is unstoppable, only to be stopped the next. Shameless, right? In order to stop the road, let the civilian top even if, but also directly use biological and chemical weapons? Isn't this a regular operation in the Pretty Country? Just ask which war, meddled in by him, hasn't had an outbreak of plague. Pretty Country is such a tumor. With them around, Blue Star is going to be a few years short. I'm afraid the Mao Bear's strategy is going to fail. The viral weapon is really no solution. And when it drags on until tomorrow, when all the people from the beautiful country are here, the battle will be even worse. And just in between the festering public opinion, an emergency meeting was also held at the Woolly Bear military headquarters to discuss the 996th Mixed Division's encounter with biochemical warfare. Eventually, they decided, we will send a group of our best virologists, along with all kinds of medicines and sterilization equipment, to try to travel by sea to help you in Irmau's territory, and expect to arrive tomorrow during the day. When Zhang Yan heard this, his eyebrows swished up. Tomorrow during the day? That would be too late. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the officer on the other end of the communicator. It has been decided by the senior management that from now on, the 996 Mixed Division's attack on Key City will be put on hold, and the virus problem will be solved first. Because the temporary laboratory can only be placed in Vatak City considering the risky nature of a virologist going deep into the front battlefield, please send someone to deliver the virus samples to the Vatak City area immediately and settle the dispute in Vatak City. General Subov, I'm sure you can understand the seriousness of the problem this time and must protect yourself. Slap. This time, the problem was so serious that the Harry Bear executives barely gave Zhang Yan any chance to refuse the order. Immediately after delivering the order, hang up the communication. Zhang Yan was a bit helpless, and as things stood, he was still unwilling to give up the opportunity to attack Key City. He only felt that once he dragged it out until tomorrow and let those lapdogs from the Pretty Country deploy, he feared that this battle would be even harder to fight. But for the offense to continue, the virus must be addressed in the quickest time possible. What's going on here? And just then, an officer came to report. Based on the splicing of all the civilians' confessions, it appears that there is a virus experimentation facility in the city of Olian. And just 2 days ago, there was a sudden outbreak of epidemic influenza in the city, which spread extremely fast, causing a large number of citizens to become sick and die. When the army organized the evacuation of the civilian population, these sick citizens were forced to stay behind and use the area as a quarantine zone. The Irma military assured them that if they could stop our Hairy Bear's army, each of their accounts would be paid a sum of up to $2 million and their families would be given green passes to the pretty country to live a privileged life. Zhang Yan heard immediately came to fire. Could a beautiful country simply the means of enlisting people to play flowers. They cannot do anything else. The oppression of the civilian population is a hand. Even death cannot die a peaceful death. Sinking his breath, Zhang Yan ordered, the source of the virus, maybe it's in that so-called experimental facility. Send a squad and take it down for me as fast as you can. But just after the words were said, the experience that inexplicably appeared in his mind made him frown. Forget it, it's better for me to lead the team myself. You guys can't recognize what's inside, so something might go wrong. The officer hesitated. But General, what should we do about the civilians who are blocking the way? If we rush into the city like this, it is very likely that we will be surrounded by them. After all, we can't really do anything to them. Do we need to send people to stop them a bit? Zhang Yan thought for a moment. At this time, it's better not to start a direct conflict. I suspect that the enemy army still has a backhand. In this way, let the main force, at once, send those prisoners over. The 996th Mixed Division captured not tens of thousands, but thousands of Irmao soldiers along the way in this battle. Out of humanitarianism, and a policy of favoring prisoners, the woolly bear also had to feed them, at considerable expense. If he could take advantage of this time to throw out those hot potatoes, Zhang Yan would be happy to see it. In a short time, a group of prisoners were sent by the main force to be escorted to the front line. Zhang Yan looked at the group of captives who had all but lost their fighting spirit and slowly spoke. I can now give you a chance to return to your native land safely, but only on the condition that you do me a small favor. Chapter 156 Operation into the City. Are there even Daxia people in Olian? In a short time, the Ermac prisoners, who had changed into full woolly bear uniforms, were on their way. They were not allowed to wear any weapons. Being carried on the backs of the heavy firepower of the woolly bear soldiers, they were escorted in all directions to deal with the civilians blocking their way. General, do we really have to let them go? Letting go of several thousand prisoners at one time made the woolly bear officers jump a little. Captives are a bargaining chip at the negotiating table and can make a significant difference at certain times. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, was very generous and released them all. Is it a shame to have the woolly bear officers feel? Well, a little? Zhang Yan was unimpressed. It's not about letting them go, but letting them help us scout the way, and lure away the civilians in the process. The officer wondered, even if we are going to explore the road, there's no need to release all of them, is there? Zhang Yan glanced at him. With not many people, how can we attract the enemy troops to fall for it? And also how can we draw out their next move? But what if they turn against us temporarily? What if they don't want to cooperate with our operations? We can't just shoot at prisoners and civilians alike. Zhang Yan laughed. Do you think that letting them wear our uniforms is for nothing? I'm not afraid of them turning against us, as long as it serves a purpose. Go down and get ready, and when the group of captives draw the men away, I'll take advantage of the chaos and enter the city. The officer gritted his teeth and finally agreed. Yes. On the other side, thousands of captives, divided into a dozen or so teams, had been gradually approaching the area for which they were responsible. At first, it was threatened by the Malhuasian soldiers with heavy machine guns behind them, as well as infantry fighting vehicles and armored vehicles. The Irmao captives are not yet afraid to act rashly. The rest of the way, you're on your own. No tricks. It wasn't until they got closer and closer to the civilians that the woolly bear troops suddenly stopped following the escort. It made them think, here's an opportunity. Run! I don't know who shouted. The captives were like birds and beasts disorganized, and immediately fled in all directions. It was expected that the woolly bear soldiers would not hesitate to shoot, but they did not. Instead, he chose to just turn on his flashlight. The high beam. Swish! In the darkness of the night, the strong beams of light shone through the Irma captives. Civilians not far away immediately noticed the vision here. Look, it's the woolly bears. They're trying to sneak into town. Stop them. Never let them pass. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An unlimited number of civilian sedans started up and charged straight at the Irma captives. And by this time, the woolly bear soldiers in charge of the escort had long since departed, deep into the past. Report, all areas of the operation are proceeding according to plan, and the Irma captors have led those civilians in all directions. Seeing that the time was ripe, Zhang Yan immediately ordered, depart. Buzz 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 buzz. In the darkness of the night, Zhang Yan and a group of furry bear scouts, special forces, were dressed in chemical-proof uniforms, scampered out of the suburban woods as fast as he could in his civilian automobile. According to the intel coming in from the darker sources around, they chose the safest road, with cars for cover, and few civilians spotted them. The Olean neighborhood, though, has a large number of roadblocks made up of heavy trucks, buses, and coaches. They also made several trips to the inner city, utilizing foot and looting cars. A speedy, wild ride. The streets on either side were lined with lighted signs and street lamps that illuminated the streets like long lights, and on both sides of the street, cars ablaze with flames, and civilians running in pursuit of their Ermenegildo captors, almost abounded. And beyond that, there are some oozing sights. A madman who liberates human nature, burns and pillages, kills and sets fire to people, and commits abusive acts in the street. Suicides who, having lost faith in life, simply choose to jump from tall buildings or set themselves on fire in the street. There are also killers who drink alcohol while holding shotguns and shooting civilians indiscriminately. Today Olean is like a primitive jungle, liberated from man's most primitive nature. Everything was seen by Zhang Yin, and there was nothing else to do but sigh. It is important to ask what war really brings to the table. The immediate future may be the best answer. Passing a certain intersection. Let go of me, you villains. Suddenly, the little girl's shriek reached Zhang Yan's ears. The shocked Zhang Yan is a foot sharp breaking, not for other reasons, because that little girl speaks even the Daxia language? The soldiers wondered. General, what's wrong? Zhang Yan waved his hand, enhancing the efficacy of the title who says that humans can't be druids, and directly pulled the hearing full. Let go of me, or your brothers and sisters will come back and you'll be finished. Shut up you little. Confirming that it was a Daxia language and that the subject was a little girl, Zhang Yan frowned. Although he didn't understand why there were Daxians in Olean today, he didn't hesitate to turn the car around with a drift. Straightening his hook, he sprinted toward a fork in the road. Buzz, buzz. Zhang Yan increased the speed of his vehicle to the extreme. A group of youngsters with firearms were soon spotted on the side of the road, holding a little girl hostage as they walked forward. Zhang Yan didn't care that much, charging all the way and knocking the youngsters away. A sharp break followed. After these days of combat, the manhwa soldier gate of the 996th Mixed Division's tacit understanding with Zhang Yan had reached its peak. The moment they opened the car door, they fired almost in sync. Chug 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 chug. In a matter of moments, they take out everyone. By this time, the little girl was stunned. Through her facial features, Zhang Yan was almost certain that she was an East Asian. However, whether or not they are from Daxia needs to be verified. Facing the shivering little girl, Zhang Yan was very patient, squatted down and deliberately said in Daxia language, "Little friend, don't be afraid, we are not bad people." When the little girl heard this, she was shocked. You're also a Daxia person? Too, kind of interesting. Zhang Yan nodded. Where is the Lord? Why are you alone on the street? The little girl stammered. My brothers and sisters told me to stay home, and then they came and knocked on the door, but I didn't open it, and then they rushed in. Brother and sister? Zhang Yan frowned. They are also from Daxia? The little girl nodded heavily. They are all daddy's students. Zhang Yan's mouth opened wide. Nice guy. Students? Is it a foreign student from Daxia? It's not right. The situation is so chaotic now. If the foreign students should have been evacuated long ago, why are they still here? Thinking for a moment, Zhang Yan ordered, come 2 people, now immediately take her back to the compound. Leave a few more men to stake out their place of residence. Let's get another squad from the troopers, and look around the neighborhood or something. As soon as you find those Daxia students, take them out immediately. Also, tell the troops to keep an eye out for any Daxians that may be among the civilian population, and to rescue them quickly if they are found. Although time is short and the task is heavy, but when you meet a fellow countryman in a foreign land, you should help him out if you can. When he finished arranging everything, Zhang Yan continued to set off on his mission. Chapter 157 The original poisonous strain arrives. Detained Daxia students. Kamloops Virus Experimental Facility, located in the eastern part of the city of Olean. It was expected that what awaited Zhang Yan and the furry bear soldiers when they came here would be a bloody battle. But who knows? Just after coming here, Zhang Yan's mouth grew. In front of me, the crowd is packed. The 20-cent citizens, in and out like old ladies and grandpas who grab eggs like nymphets. It's almost empty for the inside. The lack of any defensive setup can only mean one thing. They didn't leave anything behind. It seems that the city of Olean is really only civilians left. Damn, still here for nothing? At the sight of this scene, the woolly bear officers and men understood almost half of what was going on. They must have come for nothing. What does it mean that even civilians can come and go freely in them? It means that the enemy must not even have left them a hair. Zhang Yan frowned, just to be on the safe side. It's better to go in and take a look. Don't miss anything. The crowd nodded, and then they took advantage of the crowd and blended right in. But going around, It turned out to be just as they had suspected. No paperwork remains. All computers have been destroyed. I did find some mice for experiments on my side. I wonder if they could be useful. These people are really crazy. In order to stay alive, they find experimental potions and have to inject them no matter what. But I snatched a few of them over. I don't know if they're what we're looking for. On this trip, the furry bear soldiers had little success, and just as Zhang Yan was planning to order a retreat, stop them. They found the antidote. Stop, damn thief. The stuff is mine. Give me the stuff or I'll shove my fist in your mouth, believe it or not. There was a clamor coming from the entrance. When the crowd turned their heads to look, they realized that a group of citizens were chasing a man with glasses in a beige shirt. What made Zhang Yan feel strange was that the man with glasses was also an East Asian face. Please believe me, this really isn't the antidote. You'll get in trouble for handing it over. Even though he was beaten and bloodied, the man with the glasses continued to cling to the capsule device in his arms without letting go. Lin Xian, proceed. At a certain moment, he saw the right moment and shouted, directly throw the capsule device in your hand, like a basketball. On this side of the gate, the girls, who had been hibernating for a long time, took the capsule device as soon as they could and ran off at the drop of a hat. Yu Wan-yen, seeing another pack coming around her, she followed the example of the glasses guy before her and had a handful of tossing motion. The capsule device then passed through several hands and was in the hands of a short-haired girl. She rushed as fast as she could to get near a certain car, but before she could pull the door open, a pair of beating hands gripped her fateful neck. Asterisk 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 asterisk, where do you think you're going? Hand it over. The muscular man covered in tattoos was rude as hell and toppled the short-haired girl with one hand. Ordnance. The capsule device came off and rolled toward the side. All of a sudden, the surrounding citizens were like hungry wolves seeing a sheep. Their eyes were able to sparkle, and they were about to perform a hungry tiger pounce immediately. However, at the same time, Zhang Yan also pulled open the car door and scurried out. Swish! People just felt like a big black rat flashed before their eyes, and when they reacted, Zhang Yan already had the capsule device in his hands. Kid! The tattooed strong man was about to strike at Zhang Yan immediately. Ka! Zhang Yan, on the other hand, was a ruthless man and directly pressed the muzzle of his gun against the strong man's head, giving the strong man a shiver of fear. Big brother, there is something to discuss. At the same time, the woolly bear soldiers, too, aimed their guns at the civilians in front of them. Most of those who were entrenched here were people who were greedy and afraid of death. Otherwise they wouldn't have come to the virus experiment facility in the middle of the night to look for the antidote. So as soon as they saw the muzzle of this gun, they were instantly intimidated in place and did not dare to move. Zhang Yan looked at the short-haired girl. Are you international students from Daxia? Are you with that little girl? Hearing authentic Mandarin from a stranger, the short-haired girl was a bit shocked. You said, Nan? You. Zhang Yan understood as soon as he heard it. There's no time to explain. Call your men and get in the car. Who the hell are you? Zhang Yan was speechless. Women, can you split the timing when asking questions? Zhang Yan shouted. All Daxia people, get on the bus immediately. It was a cry so strong and powerful that it subdued almost everyone present. At this time, a group of Daxia people including the glasses man, Lin Xian, and Yu Wan-yen also reacted, hurriedly retreating to Zhang Yan's side. Zhang Yan looked at it. There were almost 5 or 6 people. The man with glasses came closer and covered his eyes, carefully sizing up Zhang Yan, but he couldn't see clearly at all because Zhang Yan was wearing a chemical-proof suit. What the hell? Are you on your own? Zhang Yan shoved the capsule into his arms. Don't be about it. Get in the car if you want to live. The glasses guy nodded, but just as he pulled away from the car, he realized something was wrong. Pointing at someone who was approaching, he said, Hey, what's your situation? Big brother, he's not a Daxia person, he's a Japanese. When Zhang Yan heard, his eyes stomped and his eyes opened angrily. I'm going to you. Called you? You just come over. Little kid, give master death. A spinning flying kick, a kick with all his might, directly to the Japanese who attempted to blend in and retreat together. The kick was so weighty that it directly caused the Japanese's chest to cave in, collapsing a wall with a hard impact. At that moment, another short-haired girl on the other side of the room was heard to yell. And that one, he's a stick. Ouch. Zhang Yan came to fire, went up as a slap. To the stick fan fly, small West 8 children. Ger lousy roll. Buzz. Soon, when all the Daxia students were on board, the woolly bear convoy immediately withdrew. Halfway through the journey, through casual conversation, Zhang Yan also roughly learned. Inside that capsule device, contained, is the only remaining original strain of the virus experimental facility. The virus leak, so to speak, was its handiwork. This was undoubtedly good news, proving that this trip, Zhang Yan and the furry bear soldiers were not without gains. The rescued students, too, were curious about Zhang Yan's identity. Big brother, what exactly are you? Are you from our Daxia? It must be, or else whoever is crooked speaks Mandarin so smoothly. While driving, Zhang Yin said, "Are you really international students? Now that the battlefield is so chaotic, shouldn't all of you be evacuated? Why are you still here?" The foreign students looked at each other and said helplessly, "We were forcibly detained." Zhang Yin was shocked. Forcibly detained? Why? Is Ermao so lawless? Because we are Mr. Valley students and belong to the same subject group. Zhang Yin thought for a moment. Mr. Gu, that little daughter's father? The crowd nodded. Where is he? He's been moved away. Nowhere to be found. Good guy. Zhang Yin always feels that there is something behind this, and it is still a big deal. Just as he was about to ask something more, a soldier's report suddenly came from within the headset, reporting to the general. The enemy army has deployed missiles and is coming towards the city. Zhang Yin was shocked. What play? Missiles? Are they crazy? Aren't they afraid of accidentally injuring civilians? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yin wanted to slap himself. The yards have no bottom line to the point of starting biochemical warfare. Do they even care about civilians? Whoosh 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 whoosh. Look out the car window again. In the sky, a missile was like a fiery meteor, pouring toward the ground. Chapter 158 White Phosphorus Bombs. Pretty country completely torn apart. World chaos. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The missiles, so large that they formed a rain of bullets, carried tails like fiery dragons and lit up the sky. Rumble. Watch out for the dodge. Run. Ah. For a while, roars, explosions, and the screams of the Ermao citizens came one after another. In but a few moments, the entire city of Alian was rendered a hell on earth. Buzz 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 buzz. The fleet of furry bears led by Zhang Yin almost pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The car is as wild as a beast, playing speed and passion on the road. In the back row, the Daxia students led by the man with glasses, Lin Xian, were already trembling with fear. That's crazy. How dare they take on civilians? Aren't we also being held against our will by them? There is no fairness in this world. Rumble. As soon as the words left his mouth, a missile landed precisely on the side of the car. Fortunately, Zhang Yin reacted in time and turned the steering wheel. Otherwise the party could have blown the car into scrap metal. It's over. It's over. What should we do? We won't really die. Screams, cries, and disheveled voices hovered. Shut your mouth if you want to live. Zhang Yin chided. Seeing that this was not going to work, he immediately rushed to his headset and ordered, all convoys, quickly seek shelter in underground facilities. Zhang Yin could see that the missile, it must be the backhand of Ermao pretty countryside. Once the woolly bear force is strong enough to enter the city, it will be a direct missile shower to the woolly bear force. Fortunately, Zhang Yin let Ermao captives add hairy bear soldiers to the opposite means forced out. The woolly bear unit was saved from extinction. Buzz, buzz, bear bear bear. Extremely fast turns and hot drifts. Zhang Yin maximized the power of the title having a wheel to drive, dodging missiles and roadblocks along the way. But the speed of a car, after all, is no match for a missile. Boom! Soon after, a car at the end of the convoy was hit directly by a missile. With the fire in the sky, the car was overturned, and a group of hairy bear soldiers were killed immediately. Boom 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 boom. Missiles fell everywhere like raindrops, blowing up pedestrians and blood and flesh and crumbling buildings. The density of missiles was in too high a density, and it was clearly unwise to continue to use vehicles to make the journey at this time. Abandon vehicle immediately. At Zhang Yan's order, all the furry bear soldiers, including the Daxia students, reacted quickly and desperately fled off the bus. Only just out of the range of the road, the vehicle in which they had been traveling earlier was bombarded by missiles in turn. On the other hand, on Zhang Yan's side, he took over the VKS large-caliber sniper rifle in the hands of a certain soldier as fast as he could, pulling the bolt and loading the bomb in one fell swoop, once again performing the miracle of hitting the missile. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. 12. 7*54mm subsonic rifle bullet with extreme penetration. So much so that the missiles in mid-air exploded like fireworks in all their splendor. If there are underground facilities, look for underground facilities. If there are basements, look for basements. Don't look back. Speed. The group scrambled along the side of the road, looking for underground facilities along the way. Zhang Yin, on the other hand, stayed alone at the back, shooting while covering the evacuation of the soldiers and the Daxia students. But just as the density of the missiles became higher and higher, it became more and more difficult for Zhang Yin to cope with them. Right in the middle of some bullet-changing gap, whoosh, a missile, which had been missed, charged straight at the Daxia students. Bang! Even though Zhang Yin changed the bullets in the fastest time and successfully detonated the missile. But when he saw that the missiles were not so much on fire as they were spewing out a pungent white mist, Zhang Yan's scalp directly went numb. Misty grass. White phosphorus bombs? White phosphorus bombs, a colorless or light yellow, translucent, waxy substance with a strong irritant, generally burn at a temperature of more than 1,000 degrees Celsius. Realize the seriousness of the problem. Instantly, the ability to title whoever said humans can't be druids was pulled to the extreme. Zhang Yan was as if he was possessed by the Nima flash. Swish and dash. Go! One pushed the Daxia student in front of him, but at this time, some smoke had splashed onto Zhang Yan's back. Ah! White phosphorus bombs. Hairy crab. What the hell? Isn't that a banned weapon under the convention? The pretty country people didn't sign the weapons convention at all, so it won't work for them. Even if it doesn't work, how dare they fire on the civilians of a city, disregarding the lives of civilians? What a genocide! Pretty country, can't you have some face? You've got biochemical warfare, you've got civilians blocking the road, and now you're using white phosphorus. You really think no one dares to touch you, don't you? Do you really want to go this far just to block the furry bear's offense? Nima has intervened so much, or else you'll give the woolly bears a direct nuclear flattening? When the tragic event that happened in Olian City was uploaded on the news, the internet is in an uproar. Just in the last few hours, as public opinion has been festering, the pretty country used biochemical warfare in an attempt to thwart the despicable actions of the woolly bear. It was also criticized by the alliance countries led by Woolly Bear and Daxia, as well as by netizens from all over the world. But all the blood and filth that pretty country has done since the beginning of its existence to the present day has not been for nothing. They've long since developed cheeks tougher than Edelman alloys. Faced with curses from all directions, they were not affected in the least, and kept directing public opinion in an attempt to dump the pot on the hairy bears. So much so that nowadays, it's amazing to see the pretty country break the bottom line for a time, not only firebombing urban areas where there are large numbers of civilians, and the use of white phosphorus bombs, a weapon of genocide, is just too much for people to tolerate and no longer needs to be tolerated. In a very short period of time, the allies, including the pretty country, among the Western allies, there were a large number of demonstrations calling for peace and against the hegemony of beautiful countries. What's more, it directly triggered riots and demonstrations, and the scene was chaotic for a while. The hairy bear side, on the other hand, is rather hardcore and doesn't even condemn it. The Air Force directly dispatched several Tu-160 strategic bombers to carry out precision strikes against a number of targets in the occupied areas of the Irmo, destroyed several key points such as military bases, airfields, and strategic commands of the Irmo. At the same time, woolly bear mercenaries dispatched on every continent have launched retaliatory operations against military bases in pretty countries. What people didn't expect, though, was for Daxia to get involved. Their air force, their fleet, went so far as to blatantly cross areas such as the Umakoshi Strait and the Monkey Strait, a wave of deterrence against the pretty country's naval bases stationed around Asia. There are even rumors that Daxia took advantage of the darkness, directly to the beautiful country of a fleet of main ship dry smoke. Fighter aircraft also directly dry crashed into the sea. The fire is a lot of. For a while, the whole world was in chaos, causing panic. At this point, pretty country, even though it was hard-pressed to carry a great deal of pressure, still maintained its shameless attitude. We didn't do it, but we know who did. Just a short while ago, a Middle Eastern terrorist organization, taking advantage of the chaos, entered the territory of Irmo, and they were the ones who guided this tragic statue. So much for pretty country choosing to remain shameless. And yet some terrorist organization actually came forward and claimed responsibility? So much so that the pretty country has publicly stated, all along we in the pretty country have been committed to maintaining world peace and have stopped terrorist activities in the Middle East on more than one occasion. That's why we decided to send elite troops, warplanes, and warships to fight this terrorist organization. Chapter 159. Zhang Yan is dead? Zhang Yan is alive again. Hidden quest, heavenly title. Pretty country tore the last of its face off. In order to stop the woolly bear from taking Irmo in one fell swoop, he chose to openly send in troops. Following this, the Allied powers, the Western allies, have also expressed their willingness to commit troops to help eliminate terrorist organizations. In this move, the elimination of terrorist organizations is a sham, and the large-scale dispatch of troops is the real thing, because they realized that the troops they had sent in the name of FIB, ICU, CAI and other intelligence services were simply not enough for Subov to fight. Despite the follow-up emergency shaker, the offense on Subov's side was just too fast. If they hadn't planned ahead and used bioviral weapons with civilians to block the pace of Subov's forces, otherwise at this very moment, Subov might have hit Kijo. After many encounters, they finally realized the terror of Subov and had to take it seriously. And just at this critical moment, Daxia, Mao Bear, White Hair and several other countries have also announced that they will be holding large-scale air, sea and land military exercises in the Murray Sea. It's over. Things are going to be a big deal. A multinational standoff. and the S3 season is about to begin. Yards, it's only been 2 days. How did things get to this point? Hasn't Disya always called for peace? How come even they want to intervene? If you call for peace again, you can't just stand by and watch the manhwa get bullied. If the manhwa is defeated by the pretty country and his lapdogs, Dasya will be next. How else is the battle going to be fought in this situation? It won't be another long standoff. The netizens panicked straight away. Though usually they all eat the Ermac Bear War like it's a melon. But when the war escalates again and again, on a world scale, no one can stay away. If this is not handled well, the impact will be so great that the S3 season will be a complete war. By then, the Ermau family will not be the only ones displaced. A worldwide panic that did not spread to the front lines. But at the moment, the 996th Mixed Division was, to be honest, still quite panicked, because of their commander, the legendary hero Subov, resisted a white phosphorus round hard to save the Dasha students. By now it was covered in bandages and had been lying around all day, not knowing if it was dead or alive. Da. The cold beep of the detection instrument echoed in the tent. The woolly bear medic, looking sad, announced to the group of officers, the wounds have been treated, but the burns have spread all over his body, and I'm afraid that Sergeant Subov won't last the day. The officers were overwhelmed. Succa not listed. How could this happen? The general is so strong. How could this accident happen? Is there really no way out? Can't we try harder? The general has faked his death twice before, and each time he survived, so he'll be able to pull through this time, right? Damn pretty country. Men, charge with me, end the enemy artillery position and avenge the general. Just as the officers were filled with righteous indignation, a shout came from outside the tent. Zhang Yan, where is Zhang Yan? I'm looking for Zhang Yan, comrade of the great summer country. Be at ease. There is currently a virus infection in the frontline battlefield. Please take protective measures first. Your protection. I'm looking for Zhang Yan. How is he? Accompanied by a rude voice. Soon, Hu Guoguang, the commander of the Great Xia Shanhai fleet, found his way inside the tent. A day ago, Daxia was suddenly notified by the Woolly Bear side, claiming that several Daxia students had been found in the city of Olian. The Shanhai fleet, which had not yet evacuated the Merksea, was naturally the first to receive the task of receiving the evacuation of the Daxia students. Originally, this kind of task was fine for the fighters to do, but Daxia suddenly learned that the beautiful country of Ermo had used white phosphorus bombs in the city of Olian, because he was a bit worried about Zhang Yan. Commander Hu Guoguang, at great risk, arrived here. Looking at Zhang Yan, who was wrapped in bandages on the hospital bed without a single reaction, Hu Guoguang couldn't accept it. How could this happen? How could this happen? Followed by the military doctor lady, Lin Junyi quickly went forward to check. Eventually, he sighed. Most of the flesh and blood has been burned away. It's already a miracle that Zhang Yan can hold on until now. As soon as Hu Guoguang heard this, his eyes reddened and he stormed out. I'm going to it up. Mother ******** ing pretty country. Chow 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 chow. Hu Guoguang gritted his teeth in hatred, and his inner rage reached its peak. Where's the correspondent? Yes, please sir. Order all officers and men of the fleet to put on the uniforms of the Woolly Bear Nation and come to the front of the battle for me. Pretty country dares to step on our Disya's seedlings. Even if I fight until the regiment is destroyed, I will still beat the out of them. Ha! The Woolly Bear officers, on hearing this, rushed forward to persuade him. This cannot be allowed. This war is frankly the matter of the hairy bear and two hares. If Daxia is involved, then the nature of the change. Hu Guoguang is a hamstring. Even if he takes his uniform off, he's still going to ing fight. Although he hadn't known Zhang Yan for a long time and had cooperated in a battle together once, but that battle is still fresh in Hu Guoguang's mind, and in his heart, Zhang Yan is already the person he admires the most. He didn't understand. It's only been a few days since we said goodbye. How can we see each other again and be separated forever? Beep beep beep, beep. At that moment, an alarm sounded from the monitoring instrument, and the wavy line above it bounced up and down, looking like the straight line was about to pop out. This seems to announce that Zhang Yan's life is coming to an end. Zhang Yan, your mom, don't sleep, wake up, ding, the death of the host is detected. The hidden mission has been completed, obtaining the title, Brave Bull, cut without fear, super self-healing ability. More bullish than Wolverine Deadpool, can heal itself even when turned into ashes? Zhang Yan, who had originally lost consciousness, was a little hot. There was also a cacophony of voices beside his ears. It was as if he heard someone crying, someone complaining, and someone else raging. The voice became clearer and clearer and clearer until one moment. Come on, let's go home. I'll take you home. Hu Guoguang's eyes were full of hot tears, and he said that he was going to hug Zhang Yan up. Who knows? The next second, Zhang Yan unexpectedly sat up, Hey, old Hu, why are you here? Hu Guoguang almost didn't fly out of the room in shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Yan has been resurrected. This is incredible. The legendary hero, Subov, surprisingly carried through the third wave of fake death. The military doctor wanted to go up and check at the first opportunity, but Zhang Yan didn't give him any chance at all. It's just a minor injury. No need for that. Do what you need to do. The medic man is stupid. The back of the coat is almost burned out. And you say minor injuries? What makes it even more incredible is this. Soon, Zhang Yan, who was wrapped in bandages, arrived at the temporary command headquarters in a wheelchair. Report immediately on the current status. Reporting to the general, the forces of the pretty country, the allied countries, and the Western allies have officially entered the Ermao territory. Currently, they are in a standoff with us, using the city of Olian as a buffer zone, with only skirmishes and not outright war. Zhang Yan was speechless. Yards, or did you let them send the soldiers over? Well, since we're here, none of us are going anywhere. Chapter 160 World War can only be avoided if they are completely feared. A death that allowed Zhang Yan to be blessed with the title Against the Heavens, having a superb self-healing ability that was even more awesome than Deadpool Wolverine. It was now impossible for Zhang Yan to die even if he wanted to. Now that he was awake, Zhang Yan naturally had to settle the score. Pretty country's despicable behavior of repeatedly breaching the moral boundaries of this back and forth has managed to piss him off enough not to beat the out of pretty country and his lapdogs to make them feel a deep sense of fear. His name would not be Zhang Yan. After briefly understanding the current situation at the front line, Zhang Yan did not hesitate and immediately contacted his superiors. Just at this moment, the atmosphere inside the general headquarters of the Woolly Bear military was extremely depressing. Currently troops from the pretty country, the allied countries, the Western allies, and the lapdogs of the pretty country on each continent have been deployed in Key City, as well as in the neighboring countries. A beautiful name for catching Subov and finding terrorist organizations for finding terrorist organizations. But according to the idiom of Daxia, it's Sima Zhao's heart is known to all. Once we continue to launch operations against Key City, then they will officially wage war against us. By then, the scale of the war will involve the entire territory of Ermao, and if not handled well, it will completely trigger the S3 season. Hearing this, a group of generals gritted their teeth in hatred. Sukuber, they are simply too deceitful. We tolerated it before when they secretly sent in people, weapons and equipment, and warplanes and tanks, but now they are openly sending in troops. Are they simply not taking us seriously? Ermao has already taken this time to initiate negotiations, and I wonder what the top brass will decide. Once we accept those unequal contracts of Ermao and pretty country, then where is the usefulness of what we have been fighting for so long? If General Subov were here, he would have a solution, but alas, at this point, someone brought up Subov out of the blue, causing the command to wail. That's right, their legendary hero, Subov, is going to die again, being doused with white phosphorus bombs. The heart soars. Even if God comes, it will be weighted down. But this time, the Woolly Bear officers were not as flustered as before. After 2 fake deaths of Subov, they still maintain a glimmer of hope. Oh my God, please bless General Subov to carry this through. I guess it's hard, but I still hope General Subov can carry it through. Or else we'll each part with 10 years of our lives for as long as it takes for General Subov's safety. If General Subov can carry it through, let alone 10 years, 100 years will do. As soon as the words left his mouth, the correspondent suddenly ran in. Report, General Subov, requesting a call. Ha! Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. Good Lord! 1 second they were praying for Zhang Yan, but the next second Zhang Yan called the newsletter. Is this prayer so good? The hairy bear officer with a 10-year life expectancy and a 100-year life expectancy in one mouth suddenly covered his mouth with horror. Suka doesn't list. We're just kidding. God, you're not serious, are you? Elated, the Supreme Commander carefully picked up his headset. Hello, General, how are you? Soon, Zhang Yan's energized voice came from the other end of the headset. Don't be so damn bull asterisk tie. I want the supreme command of the battlefield. Give it to me now. He yards. If I don't beat the out of those son of a goons, laborers won't be surnamed Zhang. It seems you are in good shape. The Supreme Commander breathed a sigh of relief. General Subov, please be at ease. The current situation is very serious. Once it is not handled well, I am afraid that it will lead to a world war. The top management is studying the decision. Zhang Yan was unimpressed. Grandma chicken. The fact that the opposite side didn't fight even after sending troops means that they don't want to fight either. They just want to put pressure on us. Now just be fast. Give them a head-on thrashing. Beat the out of them, and there'll be a world war of. Give me supreme command. 3 days, that's all I need, to completely regiment all those sons of ES. Although Zhang Yan had a point, the Supreme Commander still refused. Anyone understands this reasoning, but the other side has a large number of troops and is eyeing us in all directions, so we don't have any tolerance for gambling. Zhang Yan laughed. There is no room for error. I stepped on the horse to serve you. This tone I have heard. Exactly the same as our subordinate 16th Regiment's head Anthony. I'll just ask you, now is the time to be conservative? You're going to give up when you're about to hit Keytown and the dawn of victory is right in front of your eyes? Yes, there are more troops on the other side, but where are the hairy bears worse? Can't we beat them or what? Zhang Yan's sentence directly gave a group of officers dry silence. How could they think otherwise? The furry bears had invested so much in this war. Who could stand it if that's what happens in the end? But now, at the thought of the hairy bears having to face the allied forces of a dozen or so countries head-on, they still hesitated. The cost of continuing to fight is too great. The gamble is made, and the one will be made. The gamble failed, and the rout of the furry bears was at hand. In this case, the hairy bear is clearly not a betting man. The Supreme Commander sighed. General, please wait a little longer. The higher-ups are looking into it. Study your horse. You can't even eat hot enough to catch it. Get out of the way. Slap. Zhang Yan's sentence of nationalism directly hanged up the communication. Simple mouth odor. Ultimate enjoyment. After Zhang Yan vented his heart, he started contacting his subordinate units again. All units of the Subab Army, report your situation immediately. Currently the 99th Division, after picking up other units on the west bank of the Burn River, has pressed forward to a position 290 kilometers from Kiev. The 798th Air, Land, and Sea Composite Division, on the other hand, escorted the 17th, 18th, and 19th Fleets all the way east along the Burn River Basin, almost to the 250-kilometer mark. After roughly grasping it, Zhang Yan looked at the sandboard and contemplated for a long time. In a while when it gets dark, all the troops, give me to move out in batches in a low-profile manner, and approach the Burny River Basin. A division commander wondered. And General, what about the other sister units? Don't worry about them, they can do whatever they like. I can't wait for them to stay where they are and help us attract attention. And don't tell them about the specific operation, just say normal mobilization. Remember, keep a low profile when marching, don't let the enemy troops find out, and wait for my orders when you reach your designated position. Yes, the subordinate officers didn't know what Zhang Yan was going to do, but they always felt through his tone that he was holding back. It seems to be about to do something earth-shattering. Arrange everything to take advantage of the time the rest of the troops are marching in. Zhang Yan also has to address a very important issue. That is, right now, the problem of the biochemical virus infestation that the 996th Mixed Brigade is suffering from, because it wasn't noticed at first. As of right now, almost half of the officers and men of the 996th Mixed Brigade have been hit. For mild symptoms, it's just a cough and a fever, while for more severe symptoms, it's simply a bedtime illness. There have even been cases of death by vomiting blood. It's time to say no. Pretty Dog is pretty damn mean with this one. Chapter 161. There are no slaves in Daxia, so he traveled alone to settle the strife in the rear. Inside a tent, in the area of separation, the Daxia students were dressed in isolation suits, some laying on beds and posing, some paced from side to side in a panic, and others sat still. The man with glasses stared blankly at the ceiling. That big brother doesn't know what happened. Did you guys see it at that time? That white phosphorus substance. It burned off his clothes in almost a few seconds, and then burned along with his skin and flesh. It was really scary. The short-haired woman blamed herself a bit. He was injured to save us. We have to take responsibility, or else talk to those furry bear soldiers later to check on him? Or is it just a matter of figuring out a way to help them with the epidemic in the barracks? Yu Wanyan frowned tightly. How can we solve this? Aurelian's lab has already been destroyed, and this virus is not the subject of our experiments at all. Lin Xian sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes dropping small pearls. Actually, in the end, I'm the one who should be the most thankful to him. At that time, I was so scared that I fell down. If it wasn't for the fact that he threw me out with a single hand, I might have. Ooh-hoo. Crying, Lin Xian suddenly made a decision that went against her ancestor. I've decided, as long as he's still alive, no matter what becomes of him, I'm willing to be an ox and take care of him for the rest of my life. You're pretty thoughtful. The words came in an unsettling voice. Zhang Yan lifted the tent and walked in. Don't say this kind of words in the future. We don't have slaves in Daxia. Everyone is an independent and autonomous individual. Everyone was surprised to see Zhang Yan again. He's still alive after resisting a white phosphorus round? But alive even. Except for being covered in bandages, he's surprisingly like a nobody. You're in a wheelchair and you're prying your legs off? Zhang Yan ignored the shock of the crowd. I heard what you all said just now. It seems that you guys are somewhat related to that virus experimentation organization? The international students looked at each other and didn't say anything. Zhang Yan waved his hand and made to walk away the accompanying furry bear soldiers. We're all Daxia people, so if you have something to say, just say it, don't worry, those hairy bear people won't dare to do anything to you. Lin Xian gathered her courage and was the first to speak. It's not that we're related, but our teacher, we're just his assistants. Lin Xian roughly recounted the beginning and end, and Zhang Yan finally figured out everything. The little girl Nan's father, Gu Shixing, a man who is particularly accomplished in both genetics and virology, for falling in love with a girl of summer descent who lived in Ermo during her college years. So after graduation, instead of returning to Daxia, he stayed at Alian University and served as a tutor. And just a few years ago, he was approached by the labs that Pretty Country had set up in Alian, and the two parties began a series of commercial research collaborations. After listening, Zhang Yan's mouth opened wide. Good guy, feelings of this virus, is he out? The man with glasses shook his head. What Mr. Gu is conducting is research about genetics. We don't know the specifics, we are only responsible for giving him a hand. Even if you're doing this kind of research, there's no need to detain all of you. Is that what it's for? To threaten him? To force him? If that's the case, why didn't they take you guys with them when they evacuated? There are too many things that cannot be figured out. Zhang Yan always feels that there is something hidden behind it, but in the end, it has nothing to do with him. What should be saved has been saved. Love it. The people from our Daxia who came to pick you up have already arrived at the barracks, so when the epidemic is resolved, you can go back. Now, give me the virus capsule immediately. Da. Not long after, a Mi-171 helicopter lifted off. This is because in order to stop the spread of the virus, considering that the 996 Mixed Division is currently suffering from a viral epidemic, Zhang Yan refused to be accompanied by anyone. After meticulously sterilizing himself, the helicopter, then he took the virus capsule and hit the road, targeting the city of Vatax. On this trip, picking up the virologist and developing a virus vaccine to address the effects of biochemical warfare is one aspect. Taking care of the dispute in Vatax City on the way is another. Halfway, Zhang Yan urgently contacted the troops responsible for the support of Vataca City to learn about the situation in detail. Currently, the Woolly Bear support force is attacking with extreme difficulty, having taken almost only a small portion of the city of Watakazi. The rest of the area, on the other hand, is pretty much in the hands of the Gervais, the Woolly Bear rebels. This includes the military base where the 727th Brigade headquarters was previously located. That's why the frontline troops have problems with supplies. 50 minutes later, Zhang Yan piloted the helicopter and came over the city of Vatacas. Comrade General, we have plotted a landing route for you. Please proceed to the coordinates. Zhang Yan was unimpressed. No need. I'll go directly to the military base's airport. Ha! The support unit commander froze. General, what do you want to do? We don't have much time. We need to settle the city strife as soon as possible. Just wait for my order to prepare to enter the city. But General, the city is now almost full of rebels. Slap. Zhang Yan directly hung up the communication. After seeing the shamelessness and meanness of Ermo Pretty Country, something changed in his mindset with it. It just feels like I've been too set in my ways with tactics and warfare. Isn't it time to make some changes? The moment the helicopters entered the city, the peripheral rebels were the first to notice and report the news. Report, a Mi-171 helicopter has been spotted, heading towards the military base. Looking at the direction, it seems to be coming from the front line. Do we need to shoot him down? From the front line? The rebel commander frowned. Isn't the front line in an epidemic right now? This guy is coming back at this time. He definitely doesn't have good intentions. Permission to shoot down and use our artillery shells to clear the virus from his body. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Soon, a volley of rockets rose into the air in an attempt to blast down the airplane Zhang Yan was in. Good thing Zhang Yan has a wheel can drive driving title directly pull full. Staged driving god skills. Dodged a bunch of shells and bullets. Seeing that it was not working, the rebels directly raised their guns to shoot, but they were neutralized by Zhang Yan one by one. Within a short time, Zhang Yan piloted the helicopter and forcefully broke into the military base, and settled down on the tarmac. By this time, a crowd of rebels had surrounded them with guns. Realizing that the driver was only one person, they were instantly free of any stress. Is this driver drunk? Surprisingly, he's headed this way. Could it be that someone on the front line can't handle the pressure and wants to join us? I don't think it's that far-fetched. Maybe it ran out of fuel and was forced to land, or it came back on purpose to spread the virus. So be careful. Ugh, how much longer do we have to hold it? Even though the woolly bears can't fight their way in, it's so boring day after day. The Mao bears' surrender is just a couple of days away, and when the negotiations are over, we'll all be able to eat and drink, so bear with it for a little while longer. But the driver's costume was so strange. Wrapped in bandages from head to toe, that it was impossible to see what he looked like. There was also a layer of military uniform on the outside. The rebels just want to ask, "Aren't you hot?" Zhang Yan got off the airplane very leisurely, whistling while carrying a capsule device in one hand. Like a terrorist, as soon as he saw the rebels in range, he raised the Velesk submachine gun in his hand and opened fire. Da 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 da. Chapter 162. Subov is only one person. The advantage is mine. Ha, how did you lose? The originally calm military base became no longer calm due to Zhang Yan's arrival. Boom. Da 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 da. All of a sudden, in the direction of the airport, there was fire and a constant rain of bullets. So much commotion naturally drew the attention of the other rebels. At first, they thought it was the defenders on the side of the airport who had engaged the helicopters with the soldiers of the woolly bears who had returned from the front line, until the sound of that gunfire went on for a full few minutes, getting closer and closer. Even at one point, a rushing explosion was set off in the direction of the airport. It was only then that they sensed something was wrong and were confused. What's the situation? What's all the commotion? It's just a Me-171, carrying 29 people at most. What's taking so long to get rid of it? It's not like the ones coming back from the front line are special forces, is it? The kind with strong combat skills. Even if they are special forces, there are hundreds of people guarding the airport side. Can't they stop 29 people with hundreds of people? As soon as the words left his mouth, a sound came from the communicator. The military base is under attack. All units are requested to come to support quickly. The rebels were shocked at how this suddenly started calling for support. Nima, it can't really be stopped, can it? Are those special forces that strong? How many men are there in the enemy army? Only one. Sokabul, are you kidding me? You can't even get rid of one person? And when the rebel forces, from all sides, rushed to the direction of the airport for reinforcements, seeing the scene in front of them, the people were dumbfounded. He saw Zhang Yan, who was wrapped in bandages and had a military jacket, was as good as a nifty superhuman, spinning, jumping, rolling, eyes closed, dodging numerous bullets along the way. Instead, as he pulled the trigger, the rebels on either side fell like bowling pins. After getting the self-healing title of Brave Bull, who cuts without fear, Zhang Yan made a battle, which was extraordinarily leisurely and elegant. Multiple times, the real man never looks back at the explosion and casually throws out a round that directly skewers 3 or 4 people in the operation. So much so that when the rebels saw this scene, their mouths directly opened wide. Is that a human being? Are you making a movie here? Stop him. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. As support arrived, the intensity of the rain of bullets increased to a new order of magnitude. But Zhang Yan did not panic at all, and against the rain of bullets, he pressed forward and fought all the way. He was, so to speak, one man, whisking hundreds of people around. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Finally, the rebels couldn't take it anymore and started using rockets, mortars, howitzers, and even finally missiles. They thought they could always blast Zhang Yan to death this way, right? But the next thing that made their jaws drop happened. Zhang Yan not only took the gun to fight the shells. I can't believe he's Naya still parkouring in the fire coverage area. Da 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 da. Soon, the defenders in the direction of the airport were all regrouped, and Zhang Yan killed them directly in the barracks with a bang. This way, kill the rebels that a ghost cry. Are you all eaters? How come you can't even stop one person? He's too strong. Our weapons are useless against him. We can't stop him at all. Fark, Harry. How did he get so strong? Harry Crab. What exactly is he? Is there really such a brave warrior in the Hairy Bear army? The story reached the rebel headquarters side, and their people were dumbfounded. Is it common sense that hundreds of people can't stop one man? Just then, a soldier reported. According to eyewitness intelligence, some people have determined that he is, by his size and combat habits, General Subov. Ha! The mouths of the rebel officers were wide open. What game? Subov, legendary hero of the furry bear, the rebel leader of the furry bear side. Once he heard the name, his legs trembled a little. Sukuber. He. How did he come back? The Gwath rebels directly frowned. He dares to barge into our barracks alone? Is he simply not taking us seriously? His country's intelligence officer pondered for a moment. If he really is Subov, then he's come at just the right time. And if we can just take him down, we'll be able to completely wear down the last of the furry bear's hopes. In terms of negotiation, the woolly bear can only be forced to agree to all of Irmo's terms. The leader of the woolly bear rebels pulled his mouth. Take him? You've seen how well he fights. The intelligence officer was unimpressed. He's certainly strong, but strong, there has to be a limit. Immediately call the soldiers stationed in the outer city to come back for reinforcements. Take the pile of human lives. Sooner or later, we'll be able to take him down. It is only natural to leave professional matters to the professionals. Apparently, This intelligence officer is not very good at leading soldiers into battle, making decisions with one hand and straight up giving the rebel officers the whole mask of pain, piling up human lives. You're not mistaken. And, by calling in the outer defenders now, aren't you giving the furry bear side a chance to attack? The corner of the intelligence officer's mouth slightly skimmed, rather imperative. As long as we can take down Subov, what can the Mao bear fight in? When the time comes, the initiative can be on our side. Eventually, after a series of wrangling and bickering, the rebels adopted the decision. In any case, they couldn't just stand by and watch Subov swim the dragon in front of their eyes. Subov was a must-take. Soon, the peripheral defenders, one after another, sent troops back to the military base to reinforce them. This, in turn, left the garrison strength of the various positions on the periphery quite empty. The rebels had thought that they would be able to take Zhang Yan down for good, but soon, they couldn't laugh anymore, because Zhang Yan was fighting. He suddenly ran over to the missile unit and got a few missiles out. The targets are pinpointed to various positions on the rebel perimeter. Boom 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 boom. Earth-shattering sounds responded everywhere, with flames and small mushroom clouds rising. In a matter of moments, a large number of rebels were killed in the explosions at various positions. It is now, all units of the Woolly Bear, attack immediately and take back the city of Watakazi as fast as you can. Yes, da 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 da. Boom. The Woolly Bears are starting to attack, with the rebels pulling back their troops earlier, plus Zhang Yan utilizing missile support to pave the way. They, almost effortlessly, were the first to break through the outer defenses. Charge, kill, Ola. Then the rabble of troops rushed into the city and marched in all directions. At the same time, tanks, armored vehicles, missile vehicles, warplanes, and transport planes were also put into the battlefield one after another. The original line of defense held by the rebels was a sham in the eyes of today's Woolly Bear soldiers. Zhang Yan wasn't idle on his side either, while fighting with the defenders and the rebels that came in support. While doing so, he also stopped by the prison area and rescued all the captured Woolly Bear soldiers. Comrades, the time for counterattack has come. Pick up your weapons and charge with me. Zhang Yan took the lead, taking the Woolly Bear soldiers on the warpath. He stirred up the military base and killed a large number of rebels. Although this time it was sort of one of their own fighting one of their own. The treatment of traitors was hated by the Woolly Bear soldiers. They almost killed Red-Eyed, but in half an hour's time, most of the military base had fallen. Please, officers, let's evacuate quickly. The Woolly Bear troops have already fought their way in, and it's too late if we don't withdraw. The atmosphere at the rebel headquarters at the moment was low to the ground. The rebel officers still haven't figured out exactly how they lost. Just Subov barging into their quarters alone, and what was so great about the situation went up in smoke. How did this happen? The intelligence officer leaned back in his chair, his expression raw. After this wave, he was finally clear about Subov's terror. No wonder Subov didn't care when the city of Vatikaz was in such a mess earlier, hoping that for him it's a very simple little thing that can be solved. Boom. Da 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 da. Suddenly, the earth trembled and gunshots rang out beside his ears. They're hitting us. Withdraw. According to the Disya saying, stay green and don't worry about firewood. Damn it, why is this happening? Obviously we'll be able to get the final victory if we hold out for a while longer. Blame it on the fact that Subov is just too strong. We are not his match at all. Withdraw. As long as we are still alive, we still have hope. Soon, a group of rebel officers made their way out along the underground passage, hoping to evacuate before the Woolly Bear soldiers killed their way in. Still, the speed of the Woolly Bear soldiers was more than they could have imagined. Boom! With a blasting sound, the underground passage they were in was directly breached. Woolly Bear soldiers poured in from all entrances. By the time the rebel officers reacted, a pitch-black gun was already aimed at them. At the head of the group, a man wrapped in bandages and jacketed in military fatigues slowly came forward. Have your men surrender immediately, or else, shoot on sight. Chapter 163. Quell the rebellion, kill on demand, and add all sins to my body. The rebels surrendered. Not even an hour and a half had passed since Zhang Yan arrived in Vatak city. He then solved the rebellion in the city of Vatax at light speed. Currently, the Woolly Bear army is making a rapid takeover of the urban areas. Martial law is in effect throughout the city. Send out a clearance of the laboratories around the city of Vatax. Make sure to check every corner to ensure absolute safety. Also, has the virologist arrived yet? The officer responded. It arrived half a day ago and is being stationed in a safe area behind the perimeter. Zhang Yan nodded. Very well. When the situation in the city stabilizes, immediately secretly pick them up and start developing the vaccine. Yes. After making the deployment, Zhang Yan came to the barracks square, reporting to the general. All the rebels are already here. The rebels in front of them, almost 1,000 of them, included soldiers who had once been Woolly Bears, mercenaries from Gervis, and even a few intelligence officers from other countries mixed in. They were all responsible for the rebellion in the city of Vatax. Zhang Yan looked at them with an almost cold look. All senior officers, intelligence officers, take them down for detailed interrogation. The rest, shoot on sight. Killing? Upon hearing this, the rebel captives were startled. General, didn't you say surrender? Bang! A rebel officer was trying to theorize, but Zhang Yan didn't give him the slightest chance and directly exploded his head. Zhang Yan quickly was not a fan of fighting in a nest and striking out at his own people. But these people in front of us are no longer considered our own. It's okay to kill it as a dog. Seeing that Zhang Yan had already made his move, the hairy bear officers around him swallowed their saliva and stiffly pulled the triggers. Da-da-da-da-da-da. A barrage of bullets went down, and a large number of rebels were shot directly on the spot. Slow down. Zhang Yan came to the side of the senior generals who were being taken for interrogation. Stopped an old acquaintance of his, the ever-present Smirnov. It was unexpected to see you in the rebel pile. I thought we'd see each other as bad as we were, and the nesting was even. Isn't it a bit much for you to help the enemy delay your own people? Smirnov grimaced. Subov, you've got to believe me. I was hoodwinked by them. They just told me I had a chance to regain military power, but I was pressurized. Bang! Before the words were out, Smirnov hit the ground hard. Zhang Yan, who had previously given him many opportunities, was not willing to give him another chance this time. Since you chose to be a traitor, even if your father is a prince, he can't save you. Pull it straight to cremation. Go back and give the ashes to their family when you're done, and let their family take a good look at what kind of scum they've raised. Saying that, Zhang Yan carried his hands behind his back and came to the front of the other person. I know you, Daniel of the 19th Regiment of the 727th Brigade. I was too busy to bother you before, but you're good enough to make a rebellious move, which I didn't expect. To kill or die. Bang! Before the words whatever you want could be uttered, Zhang Yan had already pulled the trigger. There was no psychological pressure on Zhang Yan to kill two traitors in his own army. Where are the officers of the garrison? Yes, please instruct the general. What happened to the things I asked you to look into before we left? Remember that the city of Watakazi was not peaceful even before Armageddon was officially fought. Smirnov's minions in the army deliberately make trouble, and the civilians of the city gather in a parade. But a great war is imminent. At that time, Zhang Yan didn't have time to care. He just let the check first. Now he can take advantage of the hiatus in vaccine development to take care of it. Reporting to the general, according to the investigation, intelligence agents from various countries are already in contact with our soldiers. Most of them play the role of bar or brothel attendants and conduct infiltration operations against our soldiers. Here is a list of known intelligence personnel. Zhang Yan side. This is what happens when the military style is not strict. How could the enemy infiltrate so easily through bars and brothels in the Daxia army? Taking the list, I briefly looked at it, and there were quite a few people on it, and there are very few individuals who have already been captured in the counterinsurgency operation just now. That means that there is also a large number of intelligence agents that are hiding in the city of Vatax. Have the peripheral garrison troops keep their eyes open, and when they find someone trying to escape, make an immediate arrest, and if necessary, kill them outright. Mobilize a special ops team and arrest them with me. Yes, the rebellion in Vatax city had only just been resolved, and Zhang Yan was back with his men, on the road without stopping. Start tackling those gutter rats. The end has come for the intelligence agents hidden in the city of Vatax. Zhang Yan came to settle the score with them. Bang! Da-da-da-da-da-da. For a while, Zhang Yan's figure appeared in all directions. Office buildings, residential areas, factories, bars, ruins, brothels, schools, sewers. One intelligence officer after another was pulled out of the gutter by Zhang Yan. This kind of overriding action quickly messed with the intelligence officers in the city, and everyone was in danger. They tried to break out, but the defense of the woolly bear soldiers was so tight that not only did they fail to break out, they even got themselves involved. The intelligence officers, as a last resort, had to buy themselves time by going through the civilian population of the city of Vatax. Strongly resist the tyranny of Subov. Let go of those innocent civilians. You are in violation of war crimes and are subject to sentencing by an international tribunal. Soon, a parade of citizens reappeared in the streets. The woolly bear soldiers were at one point pinned down by their formation and kept falling back because they didn't dare to clash with the citizens. Until this parade stopped Zhang Yan's convoy that was returning with the intelligence officers. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. This time, Zhang Yan still chose to fire a warning shot just like last time. But who knew that the marching citizens would not give a damn about him, treating the gunshots as firecrackers. We are in the process of catching spies in the city, and I can understand that you are hindering our military operations. I have the right, in the interest of the proper conduct of military operations, to shoot each and every one of you if necessary. Zhang Yan gives a final notice, but the citizens remain unimpressed. Go ahead, come and shoot me. Kill me like you killed Calvin. Who are you scaring? Shooting at civilians is a war crime violation. We're not afraid. You can kill one person, but can you kill millions of us? Bang! As soon as the words fell, Zhang Yan fired. It was because he had just fixed his eyes on the crowd, and the one who was screaming the loudest in the middle of the crowd was actually one of the intelligence officers on the list. Whoosh! The bullet traveled through the crowd at great speed and went straight for the intelligence officer's head. Flop! With a bloody hole through his forehead from the bullet, the intelligence officer planted himself heavily on the ground. Ah! The citizens were stunned. They didn't expect Zhang Yan to really dare to shoot. In an instant, the originally united team was suddenly as disorganized as birds and beasts. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Yan also ordered, "Listen to me, the soldiers of Mao Xiong. Whoever dares to block the road and stage a parade again, will directly shoot me down. Don't have any mental pressure. All sins are added to me. Your God won't let you go to hell because the one who is going to hell is me. But I'm not afraid." Zhang Yan didn't finish a sentence. That's if he doesn't believe in God and God wants him to go to hell. Please turn to the International Divine Customer Service and talk to the Jade Emperor, Buddha Rulai, Lord Taishan or whatever. At this scene, the mouths of the hairy bear soldiers were wide open. Especially those who were originally under Zhang Yan's command were too shocked to be surprised. They always felt as if General Sapov had changed a bit this time he came back. Chapter 164. Be sure to stabilize Sapov. He's been waiting for you. After settling many matters in the city of Vatax, the woolly bear virologists were finally able to be secretly accessed. Vaccine development is also in full swing. After a detailed review of the various laboratories in Vatax, eventually, the virologists chose a laboratory in some private hospital. The security and building materials are of the highest standard, making it the perfect place for vaccine development. And right around the time the vaccine development work began, the Woolly Bear Military General Command got wind of it. What? The rebellion in Vatax City has been resolved? The commander-in-chief looked at the time on his wristwatch with some incredulity. It was clear that it had only been half a day since he had last spoken to Subov. It is amazing that he has made it to the city of Watakazi and in one fell swoop he has solved the rebellion that has been a headache for the Woolly Bear side for a long time. And as more details are revealed, especially the part where Subov breaks into the enemy camp alone, it left the senior officers of the Woolly Bears, in no uncertain terms, amazed by Subov's superior combat abilities. Let's just say that, true to form, General Sapov is amazing enough in every battle. With his talent, I'm afraid that without the intervention of the pretty country allies, he would have flattened Key City by now. Let's not talk about leveling the base city. There's no chance that even the entire Irmo has already been taken by him, but it's a pity that the times are not favorable. Negotiations are going on right now. I just hope he can hold his breath. The slightest breeze right now, I'm afraid, could lead to very serious consequences. Representatives of the Irmo and the Woolly Bear are currently negotiating in Whitehair territory. But the negotiation process didn't go so well, because Irmo had dozens of countries, including beautiful countries, as backers. His attitude was arrogant to the extreme and he kept raising the price. The mere clause for the Maoists to withdraw their troops and return the land they have appropriated in recent decades is unacceptable to the Maoists, not to mention all the other miscellaneous, unfair economic, material treaties. For the time being, a negotiation has been temporarily interrupted more than a dozen times, and it is simply impossible to talk about it. Sokabul. These assholes, they are so damn arrogant that they are making our overseas ports give them a cut of the money, and making some kind of indemnity treaty. The price they are asking for is outrageous. What's even more heartless is that they have the audacity to threaten us with an epidemic on the front line, claiming that only they have the vaccine in their hands and no one else can develop it. Looking down on who? Yard. If it wasn't for those wolfish countries of pretty dogs staring at it, the laborer would really like to beat the hell out of him. This kind of talk, just talk about it, it's not realistic. How are we going to fight when there are so many countries on the other side participating in the war? Some of the grumpy attackers are so nasty they want to fight pretty country, but most of them still held on to their senses. In the way of the pretty countries, the allies, and the Western allies who were watching, keep talking. As far as the results of the last call are concerned, General Sapov doesn't seem to agree to negotiate, and why wouldn't we? But there's no way around it. It has to be done. It's a hidden danger. General Subov has refused orders from his superiors on more than one occasion before, and now that he's stopped reporting things to us, we can't afford to let him get into trouble now. Don't worry, vaccine development can't be done overnight, and that alone will slow him down. There was some concern among the officers at General Headquarters. The fear is that Subov will mess things up at a critical moment in the negotiations and disrupt the overall pace. After some thought, the commander-in-chief hardened his heart and took the initiative to contact Subov in the hope of persuading him. General Subov. At this point in our negotiations, but only just 2 sentences in, the call was simply hung up. Right at this moment, Zhang Yan was in the ward of a private hospital. He had originally been uneasy and had come to personally act as an escort for the virologists. But I didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance here. Detry, Mira, and lying bone thin in a hospital bed, the former owner of the city of Kefahar, Kavsky. Dad, he hasn't been doing too well, although he had an operation in Kever earlier in the day. So after the situation settled down in Watakazi city, they followed the main group and were moved here to receive treatment. Zhang Yin frowned and glanced at Detry. No, it's only been a few days. You're stepping on a horse. You're calling it daddy? Detry lifted the hand holding Myra's to reveal a large and small ring. We're engaged. And Dad says that his days are numbered and he wants to see Mila married before he dies. Zhang Yan nodded. So what? What did you call me over for? To give me an invitation? Or do you want me to officiate your wedding? Mila spoke up. Dad, he has been waiting for you. Wait for me? Mira nodded. He had been waiting for you since he awoke, and even had Detry reach out to you to call you back. But the war was tight and you had been on the front lines. During that time, Dad, his injuries continued to worsen, but he managed to hold on by sheer force of will. And Detry and I guessed that he had held on until now because he was waiting for you. Waiting for yourself? Zhang Yin, people stupid. He thought he and Kavsky did not have any interactions. He has nothing to wait for his own. Why? As he spoke, Kavsky, who had been unconscious, woke up, hearing Zhang Yan's voice and seeing the familiar back. His originally cloudy eyes suddenly let out a radiance as he got up violently. You, finally, cough cough cough. Because of the excessive force, Kavsky had a coughing fit and even spewed out blood. Detry and Mira tried to step forward to assist, but were stopped by Kavsky. Get out, Dad, get out. When Detry and Mira left, Kavsky saw that no one was around and pulled Zhang Yan's arm. You have the storage device? Zhang Yan froze for a moment. That play storage is when things. This old man is still thinking about it? What? You can't let go of the information inside? Isn't it more or less outrageous to hold out for just this? You can forget about the storage device. It's been sent back to Daxia. I thought Kavsky would be outright infuriated, but I didn't expect him to laugh. Daxia? Also, cough cough, listen to me. There's an encrypted file in there, and the password is. What's inside is a matter of the safety of all mankind. Ahem. The pretty country has. Please. Ahem. A violent cough interrupted what Kavsky was trying to say. He coughed worse and worse, and at one point even vomited up a bloody mess. Zhang Yan was startled and was about to call the nurse, but Kavsky held him back. Don't. Ahem. Waste your energy. Make me suffer less. Ahem. I'm afraid. Can't witness. See Mira get married. So please. Ahem. Be a witness for me. Good luck. Sue. Slap. Before he could finish his words, Kavsky's tight grip on Zhang Yan's arm loosened and his whole body planted itself on the hospital bed, and on the side of the monitoring instrument that emits a beep 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 sound above. What had been a wavy line also changed into a straight line. Chapter 165, Developing a Vaccine. Relying on people is better than relying on yourself. New title of R&D capability. The sound of bawling filled the hospital room with overwhelming sadness. The passing of life, at times, is so sudden. However, at this moment, Zhang Yan did not feel much. After a brief moment of silence to say goodbye to Kavsky, he walked out of the hospital room. He hadn't thought that the storage device he had stolen from the Kever City Lord's villa earlier would be that important. It would allow Kavsky to hang on to his last breath just to give himself something to account for. Didn't hear exactly what was going on in there though. However, one sentence about the safety and security of all mankind was enough for Zhang Yan to be on guard. But thinking about all this now is a sham, and we can only wait until we return home to figure out the documents inside. After his thoughts let fly for a while, Zhang Yan made his way to the lab. General, you're just in time. We need some volunteers for clinical trials to go along with the vaccine. Volunteers or even. Zhang Yan instructed to the officer on the side. Go, bring those senior officers who have finished interrogation and haven't been shot and the intelligence officers. This is the best material for experimentation. As much as you want. Yes. After arranging everything, Zhang Yan leaned back on the chair outside the lab and pressed the battlefield himself. Taking advantage of his leisure time, he took out his cell phone and edited a friend circle after a long time. I'm a bit tired. I originally thought that the battle would be over when I pushed down the base city, but I realize now that this war isn't going to end that easily. There are so many things involved in it, and all along I've taken war as a very serious, very proper thing. Two armies fighting, talking about a hard fight, fighting with honor, but when it comes to a real fight, all I see is the ugliness, meanness, and lack of boundaries of human nature. I guess I'll have to let go of some of my sense of morality and justice. This circle of friends suddenly shifted styles. There was nothing of the whole liveliness and teenage spiritedness that had been there before. What there is only teenage helplessness and a hint of steadiness. Putting away his cell phone, Zhang Yan leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling, enjoying his rare free time. Just lay there. For an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. During this time, rebel prisoners and intelligence agents were continually brought into the laboratory, and not many hours later, were taken right out again for being dead. Zhang Yan looked at all this indifferently, only wanting the vaccine to be developed quickly. The time came late at night, and a group of virologists pushed open the door and stepped out. They looked tired, had changed into civilian clothes and, by the looks of it, seemed to be going back to rest. Zhang Yan frowned. I can understand everyone's hard work, but right now the front line is in dire need of vaccines to solve the pressing problem. Isn't it a bit early to go back to rest at this time? The virologist sighed. Comrade General, researching a vaccine is not something that can be accomplished in a moment. It requires a relatively long period of time. We need to measure the structure of the virus, and then propose the corresponding strain from inside the virus for repeated clinical experiments. And only then can we find the corresponding strain that can solve the virus. Zhang Yan frowned. Cycle? How long will it take? Less than a few months. More than a year. When Zhang Yan heard it, he was numb. The frontline troops are now suffering from a ING epidemic. And you guys are telling me I need a few months? By the time you develop it, people will be dead. The virus expert waved his hand. General, please be at ease. We have, today, screened some medicines that can work on the symptoms of the outbreak and researched a feasible set of treatment measures. With their help, our soldiers, who can afford to wait completely, will be left with side effects, but it's a very rare thing to be able to stay alive. Bang! Zhang Yan hammered his fist against the wall in anger, leaving a large hole in the otherwise hard wall. The virus expert's heart skipped a beat. General, don't put too much pressure on yourself. At the moment our senior management is negotiating and consulting with the Irmo side. The war won't start for a while. We have plenty of time to make preparations, don't you think? Soon the virologists left accordingly, not in the least bit in a hurry, as there was now plenty of time. But Zhang Yan was in a hurry because he didn't have enough time and he had to solve the epidemic problem as soon as possible, and then give the pretty country sons of ES a little credit. Right now, the virus experts can't be relied on. It's better to rely on others. Zhang Yan gritted his teeth and broke into the lab alone, looking at the bottles and jars and electronics in front of him. The experience that suddenly flashed in his mind caused Zhang Yan's mouth to turn slightly. There are times when you really can't figure out the Warlord experience card and why there are always those miscellaneous experiences. Without hesitation, Zhang Yan took out a disposable needle directly based on his experience guide. Start drawing your own blood. Experience has taught him that having the title "I'm now horribly strong" called Bacchus to come with a strong boost. His blood, which is impervious to all poisons, will probably be the key to breaking the game. Just one drop, in a test tube of virus preservation solution, after a series of miscellaneous treatments. When Zhang Yan microscopically observed its slices, he was taken aback. Good lord, you can't even see the virus being destroyed. Your eyes just hitch up and all you see is a clean blood sample. In other words, one's own blood is so terribly strong that just one drop can kill the virus in an instant. This is certainly good news. But the bad news was that experience told Zhang Yan that this concentration of blood was still too powerful. Once made into a vaccine and injected into the human body, it is highly likely that the human body will not be able to withstand it and will instantly explode and die. There was no other way. Zhang Yan could only dilute the blood concentration. Dilute it tenfold and the effect is a big departure from what it was before. Diluted 100 times. The virus is still destroyed at the speed of light. Diluted 1,000 times. It's still light speed annihilation. As a last resort, Zhang Yan directly utilized the new type of dilution method given by the military god experience card experience. Dilute the blood 10,000 times, 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times, 10,000,000 times, until the final dilution of 1,000,000,000 times. Looking at the instrument, a scene of the virus strain being devoured. Although the speed was still fast, this had achieved the effect Zhang Yan needed. Subsequently, Zhang Yan tried to make one on rebel prisoners of war and intelligence officers for clinical trials, but the test results are not very good, even if diluted over 100 million times, but the human body is still a bit unable to carry. Just injected, the prisoners of war directly bleeding, died a violent death. So Zhang Yan tried to improve it again, diluting it 500 million times, diluting it 1 billion times, and diluting it 2 billion times. It was only when it was finally diluted to a full 5 billion times that the problem was finally solved. Then, in order to stabilize the effect of the vaccine, Zhang Yan diluted it to 7 billion times before stopping. Damn, sometimes being too strong isn't a good thing. Determine the raw materials of the vaccine. Zhang Yan then quickly put into the process of vaccine production, and that production was all night long. This night, it took Zhang Yan half a day just to remodel the existing vaccine production line based on his experience. The vaccine was then fire-produced at a rate of 300 doses per minute. 40 minutes, 12,000 vaccines, freshly made. Also at this time, beside the ear came the system beep, ding, detected that the scientific research and development production has reached 10,000 times. To obtain the title, hand-rubbing the light of the otter, the universe's top scientific research and development capabilities. Only you cannot think of. There is nothing you cannot do. Hey, that's a good new title. I'm going back to my home country to give myself a big gift, so I can go back and give back to my country better. It was just barely dawn when a group of virologists rushed to the lab to continue the research and development work. Looking at the soldiers who were moving box after box of vaccines to the military vehicles, they were dumbfounded. What's going on? Chapter 166 Counterintuitive Effects. Inventions that shocked the world. Speed up and load quickly. Notify the supply dispatch station over there. Food, medicine, water, ammo, all of it, and load it on the plane for me. Air Force, send me a transport unit to drop supplies quickly to the front lines. Zhang Yan is methodically organizing the removal. At that moment, the virologists approached. Comrade General, this is. Zhang Yan glanced at them. It's nothing. You guys should do what you need to do. No need to ask much if it's superfluous. Zhang Yan originally didn't intend to say much, but the virologist, after all, was a professional, and a quick trip to the lab revealed something. Comrade General, someone touched our lab last night? The slice sample, the viral solution, that we had left for today's experiment is almost half missing. Zhang Yan looked at him with cold eyes, and the virologist who was talking shut his mouth at once. But there's still one virologist, with a one-track mind, yammering on. I told you guys before we left, don't move, don't move. That's a test subject we've had a hard time raising, and it'll take some time to grow up. Now we have to start all over again. And if we delay the vaccine development, Zhang Yan frowned. Do I need to tell you guys bluntly? Do I need to personally blow your self-confidence? Your work is done, but given the situation, you'll be asked to stay in Vatak City temporarily for the time being. Don't stress. Think of this as a tour. The soldiers stationed there will take care of you. The virologists are humanly stupid. What game? How does one's work end? Isn't the front line in dire need of the vaccine they developed? Just then, the porter soldier on the side stumbled and accidentally dropped the box on the ground. No vaccine was injured, but the lid was still open. I'm sorry, General. I'm guilty. The soldier was in a cold sweat of fear, but after carefully checking, he breathed a sigh of relief. Reporting to the general, the vaccine was not damaged. Zhang Yan glanced at him. Do you need me to tell you what to do? The soldier stood at attention and saluted. Yes, armed cross-country 5 kilometers. Now, it's a vaccine? Who made it? The virologists swarmed over, somewhat incredulous. Comrade General, I don't know who you asked to make these vaccines, but you can't be too sick. Vaccine development is a process that requires cycles and a lot of clinical trials. Zhang Yan was too lazy to listen to their chatter. How exactly is the effect of the vaccine? You'll know if you try it. Bring them in. Yes. When the medical items and vaccines were all moved onto the car, Zhang Yan didn't make a fuss and directly rushed towards the military base. And in the lab at the moment, the virologists, looking at the small tube of vaccine in front of them, are a little skeptical. Seriously, a vaccine was just developed? Who developed it? Is the general being lied to? How can there be a vaccine that is developed and finished in one day? I don't have to think about it. I'm sure I've been cheated. We're the only professionals in the city. Who else but us could make a vaccine? At least he's a general, or a legendary hero of our furry bears. Why is he so fidgety about things? No, this vaccine must not be put into the frontline battlefield, and the general doesn't understand what to do with its poison. The virologists were a bit worried and then went into testing and experimenting with the vaccine at a rapid pace. Hey, did you take the wrong slice? That's a cancer pathology slice. As soon as a certain virologist's words left his mouth, he heard the virologist who was doing experiments over here let out a shocked cry. Sucka don't list. What? The cancer cells were swallowed? What the hell are the ingredients in this vaccine? The virologists' mouths were wide open. Good lord, does this vaccine still work on cancer? It's a real shocker when you don't measure it. At that moment, another lab technician shouted, look at this, you guys, the epidemic virus is also in the process of being devoured over and over again. Waldorf, is this vaccine so outrageously effective? Realizing what was going on, a certain virologist yelled, go get more pathology slides over here. They then took a series of slices of the disease and experimented with them. It was discovered that leukemia, AIDS, could be cured almost instantly. Can it even, repair tachyzoic neurons? The most outrageous thing is when they take a drop of vaccine liquid and drop it into paraquat, which has no specific antidote. The toxicity of the 100 grass killer was surprisingly dissolved in a matter of moments. Everyone was shocked. Sukuber, who developed this vaccine? It can cure all diseases? It's too outrageous. Ward Law, This is an invention that can shock the world. Get General Subov. He must know who that man is. That's right. Report it immediately. Something of this magnitude must be reported to the higher-ups. The virologists intend to split up into two groups. Those who contact their superiors, and those who look for Zhang Yan have to go to Zhang Yan. But none of them made it, as communications were blocked and even they were forced to stay in the lab. Rumble. Military base airports. With a roar, the IL-76 transport plane lifted off, loaded with vaccines, medicines, food, ammunition, and other supplies headed toward the front lines. At the same time, the ground transportation team departed on a low note. Move missiles, artillery shells, etc. to the front on an emergency basis. None of this is known to the outside world. It's all being done in secret. Today is the third day of the Woolly Bear Futurity Truce. Negotiations, still in full swing. Inside the negotiating room on one of the White Hare continents, representatives of the Hairy Bears and the two hares were engaged in a heated war of words. Woolly Bear, you want me, Woolly Bear, to pay compensation for your side's destroyed infrastructure? You are simply dreaming. Mao, you are the initiators of the war and have appropriated half of our land. You deserve compensation. Hairy Bear, you're a ing asshole. Don't you have a weak heart when you say such things? If you hadn't insisted on helping outsiders against your own brothers, would we have chosen to defend ourselves? Mao, let's not talk about all that miscellany. The price of compensation can be adjusted downward, but you must surrender all the disputed lands, including the Kia Peninsula. Woolly Bear, no way, absolutely no way. Another cliched negotiation. I don't know how many times the same scene happened in those 3 days. Mao, who has the backing of more than a dozen countries such as the Pretty Country, is arrogant to the extreme, constantly testing and suppressing the bottom line of the Hairy Bear, and the Woolly Bear never refused to back down, so much so that the two sides were always at a standstill, and then at a standstill again. Seeing that Hairy Bear Fong was still dead duck talking, the corner of Mao Fong's mouth was also slightly flicked. Your party can think clearly. At present, the epidemic is rampant on your front line, and it has already reached the third day. If you don't want to find a way to solve the problem, then the consequences can be very serious. That's not for your side to worry about. We're working on it. Whoa, figure it out. We'll have to see how much your scientists, on your side, can do. Chapter 167. If we don't take down Key City tonight, Labor's name will be written backwards. Mao didn't see eye to eye and pushed the issue of the epidemic again. It made the Hairy Bear hate his guts. Negotiations were again interrupted. Sokabule, shameless, so ing shameless. Just talk. Might as well beat the out of them. That's right. Do you really think we're afraid of them? That's because we don't want to start a world war. If we fought without fear, we'd be able to beat the out of them. Okay, who wouldn't want to give them a facepalm in this situation? But going to war is a big gamble. And with the Pretty Country and his lapdogs watching from the perimeter, the pressure is on. That's right. Once we can't take it down in a short period of time, who knows what kind of consequences will be triggered. We have to be cautious. Mao Xiongfang still has too many concerns, and is tied up in a hard way with his fists and feet. On the contrary, Mao's side was relaxed. I'm afraid the furry bears won't be able to hold out for much longer. They're under too much pressure from our Pretty Country, the Allies, the Western Allies, and miscellaneous countries. Just to put international pressure aside for a moment, that Woolly Bear unit that is experiencing the effects of the epidemic is also a catalyst for them to die sooner or later. Just look at the huffing and puffing of the representative across the aisle. He's in a hurry and he's still talking. When their scientists realized they were crushingly helpless against the virus, it was the last straw that crushed them, and they ground begging us to give them a solution. For the negotiations, Mao was imperative. The timing is right. They have almost all of it. In their eyes, the only fate awaiting the Hairy Bear was surrender and withdrawal. And because of this, Mao's style of action became more and more daring. Originally disappeared for a long time, Mao Zyazeski suddenly moved his social account, released a message. He claims to have returned to Keystone City, and he invited the heads of the Pretty Countries, the Allied countries, the Western Allied countries, and other countries, to come and be his guest in Key Town, just for a moment. I don't care if he's actually back in Keystone City or if the other heads of state will actually be involved, but it was certainly a provocation. It's over. It's over. The balance of victory won't be completely tilted in favor of Mao, will it? Not necessarily. The outcome of the negotiations hasn't come out yet. It's just a stalemate right now. Hasn't this little Zesky been pretending to be dead for a long time? And why has he suddenly popped up again? The situation is again in his favor. Yards, this time dare to return to the base of the city. Not afraid of the Mao Bear direct ballistic missile beheading? Just listen to him blow it off. Isn't picturing his specialty? Alas, I thought I would be able to witness history, but now with all this going on, it's not certain when the war between the Hairy Bears and the two hares will end. in the eyes of the netizens of various countries, as the pretty countries, the allied countries, and the Western Alliance went down one after another. The battle, which had been a sure thing for the woolly bear, was beginning to wobble again. Even the balance of victory is tilting toward Ermau's side. People are a little confused as to where this battle will go, and it would be funny if it ends up with the furry bears, who are gaining momentum, losing, and it's in this situation where the hairy bears are silent, the second hairs are popping champagne, and the internet can't see the situation. The 996th Mixed Division, which was thought to still be suffering from the epidemic, has been vaccinated. Cough cough cough. A soldier who was coughing until he was about to vomit his lungs out had just been vaccinated. Only for a moment, he suddenly found that his back did not hurt, his legs were not sore, and he had the strength to walk, going up 108 floors in one breath, without any effort at all. However, vaccines are so much more than that. Soldiers with paralyzed lower bodies were vaccinated and Hook 8 got better straight away. The soldier who became a vegetable was vaccinated and Hook 8 woke up straight away. The soldier who died during the vaccination, one shot and Hook 8 came straight back to life? Now, the soldiers of the 996th Mixed Division just want to affectionately say to their comrade general, "Divine Doctor, wonderful hands, ding," detecting that the cumulative number of healed comrades has reached 10,000, obtaining the title, Brothers, want a shot? Top medical talent, combination of Chinese and Western medicine, medical sage, wonderful hands. After every one of them had been injected with the vaccine, Zhang Yan also completed the system mission in the process and obtained a brand new title. The battlefield is dangerous. Take them back first. Take this box of vaccines with you. It's kind of my little gift to our daxia. The effect you just saw. At the first time, Zhang Yan arranged special evacuation flights for Huguoguang, Lin Junyi, and the daxia tourists. What's your next plan? Currently, Woolly Bear and Ermau are negotiating, so I guess it's going to be a long stalemate. Or else you can just come back with us? Huguoguang renewed his invitation to Zhang Yan to withdraw. Zhang Yan shook his head. Forget it today. I'll return tomorrow. Return tomorrow? Huguoguang froze. What do you mean? Is there a difference between today and tomorrow? Zhang Yan smiled. After I beat the out of Ermau, pretty country, and those dog bastards tonight, I can only go back to my country in peace tomorrow. Huguoguang was shocked when he heard it. Zhang Yan, don't do anything rash. This is a critical moment for the negotiations. Once something goes wrong, Zhang Yan coldly said, what difference does it make if something goes wrong or not? Could it be that Mao Xiong will agree to those rude demands of Ermau? In the end, we still have to fight. Huguoguang waved his hand. Zhang Yan, your thoughts are too extreme. Since they are all negotiated, there must still be room to breathe. There is no room for maneuver. Zhang Yan shook his head. This battle has to be fought no matter what. Old Hu, go back. Go back to your country and wait for me. Remember to watch the news in the morning. If you can't take Key City tonight, Labor's name will be written backwards. Back at the command headquarters, Zhang Yan gave the first order. The entire army is in a state of war at once, checking ammunition and weapons. Yes, in the darkness of the night, a curved moon hung in the sky, pouring out soft moonlight. There were a few rare days of peace and stability on the Ermau land, just when it was all agreed that this peace would last much longer. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A volley of missiles, like a ball of fire, swept over the city of Orion, aimed directly at the Allied positions on the other side. At this moment, after 3 days of truce, the Union soldiers had long since slacked off. It was thought that the Woolly Bear forces were pressing for a shot at them. The truce fell for one reason and another. That's the unit of woolly bears across the street that's weathering the epidemic. Even if the Union soldiers did nothing, there would be a natural demise on the side of the Woolly Bear forces, and it was this judgment that brought them to their deaths. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions filled all around the coalition compound, waking up the soldiers who had been sleeping. Fark, I can't believe the Woolly Bears attacked. Aren't they afraid of us? Ah, they're using white phosphorus and thermobaric bombs. Help me, Zybear, come on, a couple of guys in charge with me. Boom, bagger. Oh, yeah no. The Woolly Bears' attack was so sudden that by the time the Union soldiers reacted, already the shouts of the Woolly Bear soldiers were coming from all around the compound. Kill, charge, Ola. Chapter 168, tearing down the ceasefire. Coalition forces dumbfounded. It could not have been a more peaceful night. Adding to the impact of the negotiations and the epidemic, no one expected the hairy bear to choose to attack at this point. Da 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 da. Boom boom boom. Above the ground, heads are rolling, tanks and armored vehicles are marching in unison, and the fire snakes are constantly on the move. Whoosh 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 whoosh. High above, a fighter plane, a bomber soared into the sky, dropping a missile and a bomb. The Woolly Bear's offense was surly and sudden, as if he had somehow put a sack over the heads of the Union troops. and then carried a stick and beat them up. It's hard for the Union Army not to be confused in this situation. Plus the woolly bear also utilized the penetration tactic of dividing the pawns into smaller groups. Almost instantly, the Allied defenses were rushed to pieces, and the overall formation was split, leaving only a passive situation. The woolly bears are attacking. The woolly bears are pressing forward. Report, 200 kilometers northeast of the Allied lines have been washed out. The Malwashan troops are driving in. Repeat, the Malwashan troops are driving in. Mao Bear has used missiles and conducted long-range fire strikes on Key Town. Please send immediate reinforcements from all units. Please send immediate reinforcements. The rush of battle reports woke up every Irma, pretty country, Allied country, and Western Allied country that was drifting off to sleep. FARC, attacking at this hour. Are they planning to fish out of water? It's an attack on the defense line northeast of Key City. Damn it, isn't that enemy force across the street experiencing the threat of an epidemic? The 200-kilometer defense line in the northeast is the area where we have the strongest deployment of troops, so how could it be washed out so easily? Their attack was so sudden that our soldiers couldn't react in time. After the defenses were washed out, the Woolly Bear 996th Mixed Division opted for a direct long drive and a fast march toward Keystone City. The speed was so fast that it simply caught the enemy off guard. Mao, pretty country and the Allied side are simply anxious. FARC, are the furry bears treating a dozen of our countries like air? Are they really not afraid of influencing a world war? There are still a dozen countries. Just now, the 1,000 troops sent by the monkey, Japanese, and stick countries have been wiped out by 90%. Quickly get nearby troops to support them and stop them at any cost. Rumble. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The originally quiet Kijoju is starting to get a little chaotic. The Air Force was out in full force at all coalition sites. The ground troops also quickly adjusted and began to march at a brisk pace toward the northeast of Keystone City. An action as big as this naturally cannot be hidden from the furry bear side. What's the situation? The enemy army has suddenly begun a troop movement. And looking at the direction, it seems to be on the side of the 996th Mixed Division led by General Subov. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are they planning to press heavily and force our hand in negotiations? What should we do? Should we stop it? How can we stop it? If we go out now, there's a good chance we'll be stampeded by the enemy is tearing up the ceasefire, and we'll be the sinners of the woolly bears. Yards, is it so stifling that they can just mobilize at will and we just have to watch? It would be better to warn General Subov, so that he doesn't fall into the enemy's trap. Originally, the hairy bear thought that the enemy army was trying to play another trick, trying to surround the 996th Mixed Division, break their back, and force the hairy bear into submission. Until the dichotomies, the pretty countries, the Allied countries, the Western Allies, and 2 dozen other countries. Suddenly, he's publicly speaking out online to bash hairy bears. Pretty country, the Mao bear has no sense of morality and honor as a world power, and is ignoring the warnings of many countries and insisting on tearing up the ceasefire agreement and attacking, which is triggering a world war. Allies, Western Allies, we will never sit idly by and watch such heartless behavior by the woolly bear nation, and we are willing to make our due contribution to world peace. Japan, the hairy bear country, is so shameless as to launch an attack on our peacekeeping self-defense forces fighting against terrorist organizations, and we must make them pay the price they deserve. The Kingdom of the Stick, the Kingdom of the Stick, as a great power in Asia, will never allow the Malwas to shamelessly start a war, which is shameless and despicable. So we have decided to urgently dispatch our fleet to the Sea of Murk to stop the wolfish ambitions of the Kingdom of the Malwas. The nations were filled with righteous indignation, and in unison they raged against the hairy bear for tearing up the agreement without authorization and starting the war. This scene directly gave the hairy bear a silly look. What's the deal with the ceasefire? How come they don't know? They thought it was a pretty country. The Allies deliberately planted it, until the frontline battle reports suddenly came back. Getting it right, General Subov launched a general attack against the city of Ermaki a few hours ago. Currently the 996th Mixed Division is 150 kilometers deep and only one step away from Key Town. Ha! The hairy bear executives' mouths directly opened wide. Good man, General Subov here, smothering the big picture. Sukuber, didn't we tell General Subov to be cautious? He tore up the agreement without authorization. What about the rest of the negotiations? It's over. All the efforts we made on the negotiation have been wasted. Talk my ass. That stupid cup demand of Irma is something one can agree to? I'm with General Subov. It deserves a ing fight. Ha 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 ha. Well. What a good Subov. The guts are damn big. Facing the multinational allied forces all the time. In that case, our troops should also help the field. Zhang Yan's sudden attack with one hand directly looked at some generals who advocated offense and screamed in pain. Previously, though, they were stifled to the point where they were tempted to fight the Irmo pretty country allies or whatever. But still, None of them dared to be the one to stand out due to multi-layer considerations. But it's different now. Zhang Yan threw his weight around and hit a big wave from everyone. Didn't he just blow them out of the water? Help the field. You must help the field. Give it to all those countries led by the pretty countries to beat it out of them. Soon, several units located in Kijoju, after receiving orders from their superiors, spontaneously joined the Kijoju attack. A head-to-head confrontation was held with the Union forces that remained on the front. This decision, to some extent, relieved a great deal of pressure on the 996th Mixed Division, which was closest to Keystone City. It gave them a boost and even more forward pressure for 30 or 40 kilometers. The other woolly bear units that chose to wait and see joined the battle as the flames of the battle grew fiercer and fiercer. In fact, this was not even voluntary, mainly because the coalition forces in front of them suddenly launched an attack on them, causing them to be forced to respond to the battle. In a very short period of time, the battlefields of the base city continent blossomed on all sides, and the entire base city continent was simply in chaos. Ward Law, it really is just one situation a day, isn't it? Wasn't there a truce? How come the woolly bears are suddenly fighting 100 kilometers from Key Town again? Mao Xiong is confused. Isn't going to war at this time tantamount to a head-on confrontation with the forces of a dozen countries? Can we beat them? The furry bears seem to have been pushed to the point of using white phosphorus and thermobaric bombs. It's pressed forward to 100 kilometers, so it's easy to take Keokuk, regardless of whether it can be beaten or not. Good lord, we're not going to witness history again, are we? Tomorrow morning, when the hairy bears take over the capital of Ermo directly? Chapter 169 Blitzkrieg on Kiching. Zhang Yan promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the frontline. The change in the situation on the battlefield has left netizens from various countries with their jaws on the floor. 1 second the hairy bears are being suppressed by multiple countries and forced to negotiate with the second hair. As a result, the next moment, the person says fight, and there is no ambiguity at all. While admiring the courage of the hairy bears, more netizens fell back on the idea that the base city would not be taken down so easily. After all, the furry bears were facing a coalition of a dozen, 20 or more countries, led by the pretty country. First of all, in terms of troop strength, the pretty countryside is absolutely crushing it. If we can easily let the hairy bears take Kijo, then pretty country they face still don't want? Apparently, the netizens' suspicions were correct. Just as the support arrived one by one to the northeast of Key Town, the raging attack of the 996th Mixed Division of the Woolly Bear Subov was slowed down considerably. To stop them, the Union Army used almost everything they could. What white phosphorus bombs, what thermobaric bombs, what EMP bombs, what gas bombs. Bring the shamelessness to an end. Doing so, though, brought more casualties to the 996th Mixed Division, but the 996th Mixed Division was undaunted and still maintained its offensive momentum. As a last resort, the coalition forces had to commit more troops and weapons. The 996th Mixed Division is currently the closest to Keystone City. As long as they could stop them, the coalition would have the initiative of the war in their hands. Rumble. Da 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 da. It was an extremely difficult battle, and blood and fire had spread out over every part of the battlefield. Charge. Draw enemy fire for the larger force. Kill. What's wrong with spelling out all the people as long as it ends this war? Da day 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 day. Woolly bear soldiers, weaving in and out of scrap tanks, armored vehicles, charged bravely under white phosphorus flames and artillery bombardment. Killed it with the Union soldiers and the road collapsed. It didn't. The Union army was terrorized by the momentum of the woolly bears' desperate attack. At great cost. I don't know how long I fought them before I finally stopped the momentum of the 996th Mixed Division's attack, and the coalition forces were just breathing a sigh of relief when the next moment came even more bad news. Report, a division of enemy troops has been spotted in the Berty River Valley, and they're making their way north along the Berty River by land, water, and air, stacked 3 ways. Everywhere we have passed, our garrison has been wiped out one by one. They're moving fast and have reached a position 100 kilometers east of Key Town. Wardfa, the coalition was stunned. Wasn't that unit from the Burn River 200 kilometers away? Why did it suddenly drive here? Is it taking advantage of the war going on all sides to sneak in from the Burn River? Harry Crab, we've been tricked. It's not the Woolly Bear army in the northeast that's really going to attack Key City. It's this one from the Berny River. The enemy's northeastern forces have once again counterattacked our units. Quickly, have the units that have not yet reached their support points turn around immediately and head for the Burn River. The coalition wave is really a bit of a headache. The full force of the 996th Mixed Division was blocked, only to allow the 798th Air, Land and Sea Mixed Division of the Woolly Bear Subab Army to sneak along the river. It was a close call. Luckily, the coalition forces had found out early and were now reacting quickly, immediately turning their support forces around to head for the Burn River. It was thought that this would be enough to hold both ends of the head and the tail of the enemy's 2 waves of attack. But no sooner had the supporting troops departed than the bad news came back. Report: our various support units were ambushed by the malware forces, who used thermobaric bombs, cluster bombs, gas bombs, and other weapons, causing our troops to suffer heavy casualties, blocking our movement. We are currently unable to travel to the Burn River Valley for support. The coalition commanders were dumbfounded. A division? And where did this unit come from? The woolly bears are prepared for this wave. Did they secretly move troops between armistice? That must be it. But it makes me wonder how that unit in the northeast could explode into such a powerful fighting force when it wasn't experiencing the effects of the epidemic. There are only two possibilities. One, the enemy has replaced that unit with another. And the other, they have developed a vaccine. Joking aside, is a vaccine that easy to develop? Forget about it and hurry up and think of a way to deal with it. Currently the Kichung Chow fights on all sides, although the Union Army is crushing the woolly bears in terms of strength. But the woolly bears came right out with a momentum that they didn't want to lose, leaving the coalition still struggling a bit to cope. What's happening now is that support is being called in everywhere to try to wipe out the woolly bear force in front of them in one fell swoop. So much so that this support was called for and the Union force was divided in 4 directions and held by the woolly bears. There were very few troops that could be detached and block the 798th Air, Land, and Sea Mixed Division in the Burn River Valley. Like sending a regiment, sending a brigade or something is just giving head to the 798th Air, Land and Sea Mixed Division, and planting mines on the path of the 798th Air, Sea and Land Mixed Division BB, making minefields and whatnot couldn't work either. It only slows them down temporarily, treating the symptoms rather than the cause, so much so that the 798th Air, Land and Sea Mixed Division was not stopped much. The journey can be said to be unimpeded, directly breaking through 100 kilometers of defense, all the way to the long drive, 90 kilometers, 80 kilometers, 70 kilometers, 60 kilometers, 50 kilometers. General Subov, right now our troops throughout the entire Kisong Chow are in a bitter battle because of your unauthorized attack. Inside the communicator, the questioning voice of the military commander-in-chief was heard. Zhang Yan was unimpressed. Don't be such a... What's the use of talking so much when the fight has already started? If you have the heart, give me the overall command. I promise, I'll take Kaching tonight, followed by 3 days to drive those sons of Es out of Ermo. The chief commander was about to explode from Zhang Yan's anger. Just then, an older man in a suit walked into the command center, picked up his communicator, and asked in a deep voice, Subov, have you really thought this through? As soon as he heard this voice, Zhang Yan laughed. Comrade Great Emperor, my thoughts have never changed from the beginning until now. Ma Xiong has no way to retreat now. Any negotiation is false. The only way to settle this war in one fell swoop is to have a battle and really scare those sons of Es from pretty country. Things have come to this point, and it's no longer something that the hairy bear can unilaterally stop. There is no turning back. Since we have started the fight, we have to fight to the end. The Great Emperor pondered for a moment and sighed heavily. I am now officially appointing you as the commander-in-chief of the front line. Take down Key City and I'll make you an admiral. Fail to take it down and you'll know the consequences yourself. Zhang Yan did not think, no problem, if I can't get it down, I'll shoot myself to help you guys out. Getting the command, Zhang Yan did not ink and immediately contacted the other troops. All units in Kizhou Chao, continue to delay the enemy's footsteps and stall for time for the 798th Air, Sea and Land Mixed Division's blitz attack on Kizhou Chao. The White Hair Troopers, now in the name of mercenaries, have officially entered the boundaries of Ermo. Split up a portion of your forces and go and take the Cheklabino nuclear power plant for me, creating the false impression that the enemy wants to fish out of water. Remaining troops, go to the rear of the enemy and attack, in conjunction with the frontal forces, and fight as many as you can. Your purpose is to divide the enemy battlefield. After arranging the ones on the front battlefield, Zhang Yan started arranging the ones around Kia Naval Base. This is Commander-in-Chief Subov. Now immediately have the Daxia, White Hair Allied Fleet, under the pretext of military maneuvers, confront the pretty country and their naval forces, and never let them fire a single missile out. As for the Furry Bear Fleet, try to break through the enemy blockade. Give me a large-scale landing from the southwestern part of Ermo, to pull out the hooks of the enemy, and yes, send some people to the border of Ermo, and find a way to cut off the transportation of the enemy's troops and supplies to me. At the end of the day, Zhang Yan directly contacted the missile unit hidden in the sea. Submarine forces, immediately enter a state of war. Use strategic missiles for me. Target the territories of pretty countries, allied countries, Western allies, as well as bonobos, sticks and monkeys. Chapter 170, is the S3 season really coming? World War is just a thought away. Get the right to be the commander-in-chief of the front line. Zhang Yan simply rolled up his sleeves, threw away all the restraints, and did it openly. It doesn't matter what the sense of morality and justice is, the opposite side of the code is shameless like that. If you want to beat them, you have to be more shameless than they are. Anyway, the pot is on Subov's back, so what does it matter to him? Zhang Yan, just the pretty countries, the allies, the Western allies you'll put pressure on, won't you? Code for that. And I will. Strategic nuclear submarine, give me a rise. Missile wells, open them up for me. Missiles, give me aim. At the word of command, the entire Woolly Bear army, all land, sea and air units, reacted quickly. One by one, warplanes, bombers, and combat helicopters rose into the air and raced to the battlefield like flocks of birds. Kia Naval Base, all warships, combat boats out in full force. Even the Furry Bear's aircraft carriers, which had crossed the Straits of Stan into the Murray Sea, blocked the doorway of the strait and were a fire deterrent to all around. This is a great action that can be called earth-shaking. Directly to the beautiful country, the Allied countries, and the Western allies all shook 3 times. All of the Mao Bear's strategic nuclear submarines are out of the water in unison. What do they want? Thick gift crab. The aircraft carriers have been mobilized back. Are you trying to fish out of water? Damn. The Woolly Bears have made a massive landing along the coast southwest of Irmo. Oh, what are they doing? We're just pushing a little harder. Is that so? The pretty countries, the allies, the Western allies all have a bad feeling about this. That's when the hairy bears are pushed so far that they plan to bust a gut and make a big deal out of it. In response to the deployment of the furry bears, countries also hardened their strategic weapons up, but they aim at the hairy bear native even if it is not enough. Even with the hairy bear good relations with Dasha, white hair together to aim. Dasha was instantly displeased. Code for you to aim at me. Right, okay, I'll aim at all of your lapdogs. The West saw this wasn't going to work. Fark, you're aiming at us aren't you? Then we'll give you good relations to aim at as well. The Dasha alliance was immediately enraged. Who are you bullying? Bullying us for being a small country, right? But we're not cowards. We aim too. So much so that gradually, countries all over the world began to join in the war of mutual aim. It's mixed with a complicated batch of new and old grudges. You glanced at me. I glanced at you. Honey snow frozen city sweet. Ah shucks. The world situation was scorched to the core. It belongs now. And anyone who accidentally pushes that missile launch button will really start a world war. And in just one day, the global population would be cut by at least a big chunk. No way. Is the S3 season really coming? Hairy Bear is crazy. You say you negotiate properly on the line. Have to provoke the beautiful country they do what invite? Isn't it pretty country that's messing with the furry bears? You really think the furry bears are soft, don't you? Code. What is the situation Is not a furry bear 2 furry war? How suddenly to S3 season prologue You guys take it easy. I don't think they'll actually launch the missiles. It's just a fire deterrent. The world's population panicked a bunch. They didn't expect the situation to go this far. And it was at this critical juncture that Hairy Bear made a sudden announcement. The Hairy Bear Emperor has personally appointed the legendary hero, Subov, as the commander-in-chief of the front line. We are determined to win this battle. Now the Hairy Bear is also considered to be on a high pedestal by Zhang Yan. Since it can only fight hard, it would be better to give a good morale boost. The message, though brief, is massive in information. Pretty country, Fark Squid. Feelings that all these deployments were done by Subov? Allied nations, he's just plain crazy. Is he really not afraid of causing a world war? Western allies, probably thinks he can't lose. Subov's record is well documented. He's only lost once at our hands so far, and that was with us using vaccines and white phosphorus bombs. Irmo, ABA. Pretty countries, allied countries, Western allies, one Fark after another, rant and rave against Subov. On the internet, netizens from various countries, naturally, have mixed feelings about Subov. After all, he's the culprit who triggered the international scorching situation that's about to trigger the S3 season. Though the name of Subov has been labeled as a war madman, an iron general, and so on, but Zhang Yan didn't care. It was Subov. It was none of his business. Just this moment, he and the 798th Air, Land, and Sea Mixed Division had advanced all the way to a position 10 kilometers from Key City in a fierce battle. This is all thanks to a worldwide wave of strategic weapons aimed at each other, which has tied up the coalition side. Fear that if you fight, a strategic missile will nip you in the bud. The Woolly Bear side, on the other hand, with Subov at the helm, presses on with no such psychological burden. So much so that the Woolly Bear offense gained momentum and in the short term actually showed signs of pressing the Union Army. But the coalition side is no slouch, and the shamelessness of the West isn't something to look at on the shelf. No, the 798th Air, Land and Sea Mixed Division immediately ran into problems. Report General, not far ahead, the nuclear radiation instrument held by the scouts suddenly alarmed. the enemy may want to use nuclear weapons against us, or want to use nuclear weapons to block the road. Nuclear weapons? Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. This coalition army really knows how to surprise itself. I thought the biochemical virus and ignoring civilian bombing was already the bottom of their shamelessness. I didn't realize that they had a whole new job. Fleet stay put. Naval commandos, put me in ray suits and go ahead and see what's going on. Yes, soon. Word came from the Navy Rangers, reporting to the general. A group of Japanese peacekeepers have been spotted carrying some bottles and cans to the Burn River. Japanese? Zhang Yan froze. Good guy. Nuclear sewage hook 8 rows and rows. Rows Nima Bernie River to come, right? Needless to say, this must have been the next best thing for the coalition. If they can't stop them, they'll just release the nuclear effluent and let the woolly bear forces, like the previous outbreaks, get hit hard. What a way to hurt the enemy 1,000 times and lose 800 times. Son of a bonobos. Just in time. Yards of it. Today labor will make sure you drink that nuclear sewage. Zhang Yan gritted his teeth in anger and simply went out in person. It didn't even need the help of the Navy commandos. Zhang Yan directly pulled his title full and fired on all cylinders. Little day. Die for your master. Da 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 da. Rushing into the pile of Japanese soldiers was a catharsis. Not long after, Zhang Yan stepped on a Japanese officer's shoulder, broke open his mouth, and directly poured nuclear wastewater on his face. Drink! Da ba yo. Give me a drink. Meanwhile, the same scene was happening all around the perimeter. The naval commandos got orders from Zhang Yan and were all supervising the surrendered Japanese to drink the nuclear wastewater. Give me good supervision. Drink it up and throw it straight into the Union heap. The codes like to mess with that. Let them taste what it's like to be on their own. Chapter 171. Soldiers are coming to Key City. We only have an hour and a half. The last 10 kilometers. The 798th Air, Land, and Sea Mixed Division used a direct landing forward pressure. Not for any other reason, because this is the last line of defense for the enemy. However, because of the support in 4 places, this line of defense is really not enough, and it is surprising that only 3 brigades are stationed there. This is in spite of all the means at their disposal and the proliferation of prohibited weapons of all kinds. But it was already here, and the woolly bear soldiers were going to fight their way to Keystone City, even if they had to fight with all their strength and fight off all their men. Charge, kill, and take Kijo Castle in one fell swoop. Comrades, victory is at hand. Ola, da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. The heads of people, the engines whirring armored cars and tanks. There were also warplanes hovering in the sky engaged in fierce battles, with occasional missiles coming in support from warships on the Burn River. The commotion of the engagement was so loud that it could even be heard from the base city several kilometers away. By this time, the Keystone City defenders were shivering. There are still a large number of civilians in the city. Will they really attack at any cost? What do you say? Just in the last few hours they bombed the inside of Key City more than once. Do they really care about civilians? Subov has gone crazy. He will do anything to win. And I heard earlier that he threw Japanese soldiers with nuclear radiation into the piles of our troops. We have been ordered by our superiors to hold on for dear life. And once the base city is lost, there is no doubt that it will cause a major blow to the morale of the entire army, despite the lip service. But in reality, the morale of the Allied forces was very low at the moment. It was all because of Zhang Yan's desperate attempt that he succeeded in causing the current battle situation to be just one step away from a world war. Though the pretty countries, the Allies, the Western Allies are a bit shameless and are trying to make war money and use the war to defeat the furry bear. But the responsibility of starting a world war is something they can't afford at all. At present, the scientific and technological development of all countries is very rapid. And once the fight starts, it will be curing cancer for the earth and clearing the accounts for all countries. There is only one possibility in the end of the fight, and that is the total extinction of the human race. It was because of this consideration that some of the little lapdogs suddenly had some regrets about messing with the furry bear. They wanted to withdraw so badly, but the pretty country wouldn't let them, so their soldiers began to be passive about the war. So much so that the Union Army was slowed down by these men, allowing the woolly bear forces to take an even greater advantage. 269th Brigade, C-389th Regiment, open the highway section in the area of 18, 31, 92, 45 as fast as possible. When the highway section is opened, the 269th Brigade will not engage in fighting, but will make a long drive straight to Keystone City. Brigade Surodev, M777th Regiment, cooperate with the Air Force to solve the minefields laid out by the enemy as fast as possible. You will start from the mountain roads. The large force continues to follow me in a straight line of attack, and from now on, the troops will be divided into 3 groups and make a general attack on Key City from 3 directions. Overwhelm the enemy's defenses in a matter of moments. The 798th Air, Sea, Land and Air Mixed Division then split up into 3 groups and did not engage in the battle at all. In time for dawn, the soldiers finally arrived at the base of the city. In front of me, there was a huge metropolis. The buildings are densely packed, with countless skyscrapers. Both the city of Vatax and the city of Alian were as worthless as their younger brothers before it. Perhaps it was the arrival of the woolly bear troops, which at the moment were all over the city with sirens. The city was in a state of chaos as citizens either panicked and went to supermarkets to grab supplies at $0 or tried to flee in their cars. But with the war at this point, where else could they run? Report. According to the reports from the forward units, the enemy has deployed almost 3 divisions in Key Town. They've got heavy firepower set up on the perimeter, plus some of the old civilian roadblock tricks, so I'm afraid it won't be easy to attack. Zhang Yan nodded and looked at his wristwatch. We don't have much time. There's still an hour and a half before dawn, and we'll lose all our advantages after dawn. That means we have to take Key City within an hour and a half. Zhang Yan unfolded the map and sketched it. Air Force, missile units, immediately launch an all-round bombardment of important facilities in Key City, remembering to avoid areas such as schools, hospitals, and residential areas. Be humanitarian. Before you blow up, send a text message to everyone. Avoid it if you can, or go to God if you can't. Ground forces. At the same time as the missiles are launched, launch a general attack on Key City. Yes, the 798th Mixed Air, Land and Sea Division didn't ink a single word, and just arrived at Keystone City and went straight to war. Even though they were outnumbered by the Allied forces stationed in Key City, they always believed that under the leadership of the great hero, Subov, they will be able to go forward and ride the wave and take down Keystone City in one fell swoop. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A volley of missiles shot out in unison, rendering the skies of Keytown a red inferno. Boom 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 boom. With a loud roar, the bombers came to a position above 10,000 meters in the air, dropping bomb after bomb on the important facilities of the base city. Ah. Oh whoa 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 whoa. I don't want to die. Text from the hairy bears. Get out of the area. They will be bombing in 5 minutes. Get into the bomb shelter and underground parking lot. Hospitals, schools, and residential neighborhoods are fine. And the hairy bears promise that they won't make an attack on any of those places. The city is in chaos, with citizens streaming around just to avoid the missile bombardment from the furry bears. Nowadays, the hairy bear has no choice but to blitz and fight fast. In this case, there will be a lot of under consideration. Even if Zhang Yan put aside all that, the biggest concession he could make with his remaining kindness was to be a little more humane and avoid more civilian casualties. But that's about it. No matter what, the furry bears have to take Key City before dawn. Boom 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 boom. Pieces of fire exploded around the inheritance. In an instant, buildings toppled, airports, warehouses, arsenals, satellite bases, television stations were leveled, and harbors were blasted to the point where rivers backed up. Subov, you really don't care about civilians? Troops in the city have suffered heavy casualties. Please send help immediately. Crazy. Subov is really crazy. What kind of war is fought like this? Isn't he afraid of being court-martialed? Cut the crap. We weren't like that in Alian earlier. The coalition forces pretty much hated Subov. Obviously, they were the ones who repeatedly broke the bottom line earlier and were shameless to the end. Now that Zhang Yan was hitting back at them the way they did, they couldn't stand it in turn. Really just double standard. Attack. It was at this point that the woolly bear attacked. They divided their forces into 3 groups and launched a general attack on Keystone City from the south, southwest, and southeast of the city. They're coming over. Make sure you stop them. Hairy bear scum. Die for me. Day. Blow you sons of ES up. Pass. In the first instance, the coalition's heavy firepower weapons were brought to bear. Heavy tanks, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, howitzers, mortars, anti-aircraft guns, plus air power cover, just to keep the woolly bear troops dead center around Keystone City. It was destined to be an uphill battle, faced with a coalition force that had 3 times more troops and firepower than their own. All 3 armies of the 798th Air, Land, and Sea Mixed Division were under very heavy fire, but even so, the woolly bear soldiers continued to move forward, carrying the heavy firepower hard, nothing else, only because their legendary hero, Subov, is once again in the lead. Braving the gunfire and bravery. Chapter 172 Base City. City Breakdown. Zhang Yan is well aware of the fact that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. today's 798th air. Land and Sea Mixed Division wants to blitz and fast. Then we can't ink with the enemy here at the defense line. We must tear through the enemy line in the fastest time possible. But the enemy's heavy firepower is just too fierce to try to make a hard breakthrough. It's going to take a tremendous amount of time, not to mention I'm afraid it's going to fill in countless human lives. This is what Zhang Yan doesn't want to see. Therefore, he could only use himself as a breakthrough point to harden the enemy's defense. Kill! Zhang Yan bellowed, pulling his entire body's tidal ability to full capacity, reaching the peak of his single combat ability. Who says humans can't be druids? With speed like a panther and the passive skill of dodging bullets that is useless for beating your dad, it made him like a ghost, traveling through the rain of bullets without being affected in the slightest. Soon, he was alone, and he had distanced himself from the large group behind him by a few hundred meters. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. Wardfa, what's the deal with that guy? How can he not hit? Is he the Flash at all? Why is he so fast? He must be a super soldier made by a furry bear. Stop him. Zhang Yan pulls out all the stops with one hand, straight to the head for the Union soldiers on this end. They didn't fight anything else. They just stared at Zhang Yan, but they just couldn't hit him. So much so that in no time at all, Zhang Yan came close to the defense line. Zhang Yan didn't ink at all and raised his gun to shoot. Bang, 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 bang. A few shots take out the heavy fire machine gunners at the defense line. Zhang Yan took the opportunity to charge directly into the enemy camp and began to stage an anti-Japanese drama. What a 9-in white bonecloth roadblock. What a kick in the Union's knee. What a punch to the head of the Union. It's really the ultimate in violent aesthetics. After resolving the enemies near him, Zhang Yan directly pulled out his submachine gun and started the killing mode. Da 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 da. As soon as the bullets went down, pieces of enemy troops fell down like bowling balls, which really surprised all the allied troops. Thick gift crab, an enemy has rushed in on the southern defense line. He's strong as hell. All units are requested to come to support quickly. Waldorf, what the hell? You call for backup even for one person. Can you have some face? No kidding, really no kidding. He messed up our defense all by himself. Zhang Yan alone managed to attract the attention of 1,000 people. And it was this stall that created space for the woolly bear infantry behind them to press forward. Da 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 da. Soon, the first wave of charging soldiers were the first to arrive at the defense line and engaged in a fierce firefight with the Union troops. At this moment, the other side. News articles on the internet about the Mao Bear has been under the city of Quezon. The Mao Bear has begun military operations against Quezon. The siege of the city has begun, have reached the top one after another. It really shook the world's population. Good lord, how long has it been? And the hairy bears are already hitting Keystone City? No way. I was joking about the hairy bears taking Keystone City in the morning. It's not really going to come true, is it? The situation is so tense right now. Is it really okay to attack Keytown? Hairy bear, you don't want to push Pretty Country and the others. What if the S3 season really hits the fan? Panic a hammer. The first one to launch a strategic missile was the furry bear. As long as they don't launch it, no other country can launch it at all. No country can afford the great responsibility of human extinction. That's right, pretty countries and those Western countries are shameless, but in the end it's all about wealth. If the human race goes extinct, where are they going to get wealth? The news of a handful of woolly bears hitting the base city was a heavy blow to both Irmo, who was currently fighting the woolly bears to the death in every direction, and to the allied forces. The woolly bear can't really take Keytown, can it? And if it can, what's the point of us continuing to fight? Keijo is the capital of Irmo. It's a spiritual symbol. Once the capital is taken, it's not much different from Irmo being taken, right? It's just a capital city. Most of it is still under our control. What are you complaining about? But once the city of Keijo falls and the Irmo hierarchy is forced into exile, will Irmo still be called a nation? The soldiers' attitudes have wavered. It was at this critical moment that Ermac Little Zesky once again stepped forward. On his social media, he posted a video. In the video, he is in the middle of the streets of Keystone City, which has been attacked by furry bear shells, and the sky behind him is scarlet, like hell. Citizens fleeing around him continued to do so, but he just stood calmly with his steel helmet and weapon in hand. I will stand with our warriors, our people, and believe that together we can finally hold off the invasion of the woolly bear. Despite his powerful and uplifting tone, but not long after this video was posted, Hairy Bear made an announcement. The message was only 4 words. Keystone City. The city is broken. What play? Only a few minutes and it's broken? Pretty Country and their defenses. Are they that vulnerable? Ward Law. The Hairy Bear so fierce? Blitzkrieg this. It won't be a moment before they just take down the base city. Holy. Witnessing history. Really witnessing history. The long-lasting war between the furry bears and the 2 furries is finally coming to an end. This time the world's population was more than shocked. It was utterly shocked. They were shocked at the superb offensive play of the woolly bears. Shocked pretty countries, allied countries, weak defense capabilities of the Western allies. Shocked. The day before the woolly bear was negotiating with Irmo, and a few hours later, the woolly bear was fighting back with a vengeance to take Keokuk. At this point, not to mention the world's population, even the hairy bears and their opponents. Irmao. Pretty country, and these people are stupid. The defenders of Kijo Castle had 3 divisions anyhow, while the attacking Makuma only had 1 division. How did they manage to give Kijo Castle a break in such a short period of time? That's just it. Why does it feel like our heavy firepower is a nullity against the woolly bear forces? That's not to be thought of. Their commander-in-chief is Subov. And with Subov around, what can't be accomplished by the furry bears? Subov has once again refreshed the perception of him in the West. There was no way around it. Zhang Yan was too damn strong, and with his single soldier's ability pulled full circle, he completely muddied the enemy's waters by charging into the enemy's defense line all by himself, and it charged all the way, hooking straight into the base city district. In this case, the woolly bear troops behind them don't need to think about anything, they just need to follow the charge. So much so that at this moment, the large force of woolly bears in the south had already managed to break through the enemy's defense line and made a long drive into the urban area of Key City. Main force, split into 2. 1 to occupy the important facilities in the city, raid all the way from behind each of the enemy's defenses and help the rest of the troops get into the city. Right along with Zhang Yan's further orders, the large troop instantly split into 2 and rushed towards the urban area in all directions. Tanks and armored vehicles were in the lead, followed by infantry. The eyes of every woolly bear soldier were steely and resolute, charging one after the other. Take down Keystone City and they'll do it in no time. Chapter 173, taking the capital and executing Little Zeski. Boom. In the downtown area of Keokuk City, there was a lot of gunfire and black smoke. Woolly Bear, the Union soldiers used the buildings in all directions for cover and began a fierce urban street battle. The city is broken. No matter what it takes, they must be stopped. Stop? What are we going to stop with? They're scurrying around the inner city right now. Damn it, can't anyone come and back it up? The Kajoju units are still being held up by the Woolly Bear units and can't get out of the way for a while. Defense line troops are being attacked from front and back by enemy forces. Are requesting support. Support? We can't protect ourselves. How can we have time to support them? At this moment, the battlefield was no longer confined to a certain area, but blossomed on all sides. The Woolly Bear forces, hitting vital installations where they hit vital installations and enemy defenses where they hit enemy defenses. And just as the southwest position defenses were declared broken under the front and rear attack of the Woolly Bear forces, there was a brainstorming influx of various Woolly Bear units. The battlefield even began to open up on 8 sides and 16 sides, spreading artillery fire to every corner of the base city. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. The situation on the battlefield was scorching, with bullets flying, missiles blasting the ground, warplanes skimming the air, and several soldiers being killed every second. Soldiers on both sides almost killed each other. Drones, gas grenades, incendiaries, shotguns, non-metallic fragmentation grenades, everything they could. You could say that today's Keystone City is a mess. At this time, the enemy could not exert themselves, even if they had 3 divisions, because their forces were divided. The Woolly Bear warriors were highly demoralized, risking certain death. 1 life for 2, 1 life for 3, so to fight. Even if God comes, the only fate is to be replaced. Western forces, 3 lines of attack. Compress enemy formations and work with bombers to wipe out enemy forces in the western region. Eastern forces, make a feint to the south, then turn around and hit the enemy in the north, using all your heavy firepower, and give me cooperation with the northern forces to complete the harvest. The rest of the troops, now immediately press forward to the center of the base city and surround their capital for me. Zhang Yan's CPU revs straight to full, commanding his sand soldiers like a czar. Starting from the details, the individual distribution of the coalition forces was broken up one by one. With the addition of the brothers by hang-on command title, the brain revolutions of more than a dozen commanders of the allied forces are still not as good as Zhang Yan's alone. Seeing that it was about time, Zhang Yan directly drove on a T-series tank and killed the enemy occupation area. Boom 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 boom. With the powerful addition of having a wheel to drive the title, Zhang Yan was fearless, charging down the main road in his tank, followed by dozens of armored cars and tanks, and furry bear infantry. Speed up, take Irmau's capital and we'll be victorious. The same reasoning that applies to catching a thief applies to Keystone City today. But now, what Zhang Yan wanted to take down was not the commander of the enemy army, but the capital of Irmau. Occupy the place and change the flag along the way. Irmau is even a real name in the real sense of the word. Da 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 da. Shoo, boom. But it's not very easy to get there, for the enemy has placed 3 regiments stationed here. Moreover, After realizing Zhang Yan's intention, anti-tank barricades, cabinet horses, and landmines were also arranged, just to stop the woolly bear troops. Coalition soldiers lurked in the surrounding buildings and opened fire directly at the sight of the woolly bear troops. The roadblocks, coupled with the ambush, really hampered the woolly bear at first. In response, Zhang Yan's response was also very simple and rough, directly covering them with firepower and not bothering to spend time to break up with them. So much so that after a firebombing, in addition to the neighboring houses being turned into rubble and crushing numerous Union soldiers to death, the next road was clear. Soon a vast army of woolly bears was inserted from every intersection. It directly surrounded the large Ermau capital. The capital of Ermau is not too big, not too small. The building is blue and white and very Slavic in style. At this moment, almost all of the surviving coalition soldiers in the surrounding area had evacuated inside the capital, and had a fierce battle with the woolly bear. But in the end, the enemy is outnumbered. Charge! Take the capital! Kill! Don't spare a single one! The woolly bear soldiers stormed the capital in a wave and began to massacre the Union troops inside. Bang! With just one shot, Zhang Yan knocked off the flag that was fluttering in the wind on the roof of the building. Go on! Change the flag for me and remember to take a picture. The capital has been taken. All units give me immediate support for the others. Yes, a woolly bear victory was in the offing, and when the battles in the various regions were over, they would take Keystone City for good. In order to speed up the attack, Zhang Yan had wanted to engage in frontline fighting, but just then, a soldier came to report. Report, General, we have captured an important person in the secret room of the capital. Zhang Yan thought it was some important person. As a result, when the man was escorted up, the others were shocked. Holy, little Zesky? The person in front of me, and the little Zesky that you see on TV and often on the internet. Can't say it's very similar, only exactly the same. Little Zesky was already scared. Sir, I'm not little Zesky, I'm his double. Please sir, please think about it. How could that guy come to Keystone City in person when he's so afraid for his life? Zhang Yan thought about it for a moment and thought it made sense. But what difference did the double of the real body make in this situation? Zhang Yan suddenly had an idea to speed up the process of taking down Key City. Get me a video immediately. Subov is going to personally execute Ermau's little Zesky. With that, Zhang Yan raised his gun and pushed it against little Zesky's head. Long. Sir, don't. The thought that I was about to shoot an important person, albeit a stand-in, didn't hurt. This world is real and fake, and as long as little Zesky's identity is dead, who cares if it's real or fake? Zhang Yan thought about it, and Ghostly gave his cell phone out as well. Took a picture of it instantly. We've stormed Key City and captured little Zesky alive. So I'm asking, who else? After a friend's circle was edited, Zhang Yan put away his cell phone. After getting a sign from the shooting soldier, no matter what little Zesky said more, Zhang Yan directly pulled the trigger. The bullet through the head and killed little Zesky with one shot. Give the video to General Headquarters. Dropping a sentence, Zhang Yan didn't even look at the corpse, turned around and got into the tank to rush to support the troops in other areas. And just minutes later, the video was posted online by Harry Bear. Our troops have successfully captured the capital of Ermau, and General Sapov himself carried out the execution of Ermau Kozetsky. A simple headline that carries enough information to set the world on fire. Holy, the Harry Bears are unstoppable. They even took the capital and little Zesky. Doesn't that mean that from now on, Ermau is considered officially dead? Ward Law. Really? This is really little Zesky. How could he possibly run off to Keystone City himself? I guess it's real. The face is exactly the same as the one on the previous video. The world's population is shocked, not to mention, even the little Zesky who was far away in the pretty country saw it and exclaimed, Holy, I'm a double. Chapter 174 Base City. Take that. Though today's Keystone City is not quite in the full grasp of the woolly bear, everywhere there was heavy fighting, guns were firing, and the sky was scarlet. But whether it was the occupation of the Ermau capital or the execution of little Zesky, both have had a notable impact on the coalition and the Ermau's forces. The coalition was fine. After all, they had originally come to help out the field with the goal of stopping the woolly bear from taking Ermau. But Ermau's side was miserable, and when they learned the news, most of their battle spirit was suddenly missing. The loss of Keytown is a foregone conclusion, and even that one has been executed. So what's the point of us fighting on? Yes, little Zesky. With the culprits of this war executed, what reason do we have to fight? Bastards, what the are you talking about? Are you going to stand by and watch the woolly bears take over our homeland? Why don't you guys have any backbone at all? To say 1,000 words, we and Malbert were family decades ago. Does it make a difference whether we occupy or not? Damn this war. Hurry up and end it. I don't want to fight for a day at a time. At this time, the brutal tactics Ermau had previously used in order to recruit soldiers finally backfired. Those Ermao soldiers who were forced to take prisoners and forced to go to war immediately quit. And there are a lot of such people in the Ermao army today. The ones with backbone were spelled out at the beginning of the war, and the ones that came after were all grabbed. When they all gave up and started to slack off, even if the Allied forces were fierce in battle, there was nothing they could do. Several dozen units on Kijouchao have surrendered, and they have completely lost the will to fight. Fark, Subov's move to kill and kill is really vicious, regardless of the fact that your double's real body is directly killed. A good plan to attack the heart. Where's little Zesky? Get him to make a video to clarify. How can the battle be fought if it goes on like this? Soon, far away in the pretty country, little Zesky, instructed by pretty country, allied nations, and others to record a clarifying video with a heart on. Soldiers, people of Ermo, please rest assured that I am fine. The one who was taken out by Subov was just a double, and I will still stand with you. Little Zesky gibbered and painted a big picture, but by this time, clarification was useless. Most of Ermo's fighters no longer cared about the so-called real body or the fake body. The moment Zemsky Jr. was executed by Sapov, the last great mountain within them had then come crashing down. At this moment they have only one demand, and that is peace. They don't want to continue this farce. In response, the Allied forces were furious. Bastards, why aren't you fighting? We came here to help you. What are you going to do if you stop fighting? Most of the soldiers in Ermo, do what you like, sons of ES. If you hadn't colluded with that clown actor inside and out, the war would never have happened. Coalition forces, Waldorf, you're on the right track, right? The woolly bear is now invading your country, your homeland. Are you really going to give up? Ermo most soldiers, ******* invasion. We are supposed to be family, brothers who grew up together. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. Just kinda suddenly, several 20-cent units, at the drop of a hat, suddenly went to war with the coalition forces. There was even the phenomenon of the Ermo's units joining the woolly bears and fighting the Allied forces together. Zhang Yan's side just happened to come across it. General Subov, I am the head of the 6th Legion of the Ermo Protectorate, and from now on, I lead all the soldiers of the 6th Legion to join your ranks. Please lead us and end this war. When Zhang Yan heard it, his mouth grew big at that time. Although he had some purpose in mind, he executed little Zesky, but such a result, he obviously kerosene thought Ermo you guys surrendered. Lack of wariness and all that, one can still understand. But isn't it more than a little excessive for you to turn around and join the woolly bear and help him to fight on his own soil? We don't know what to fight for anymore. Now we have one purpose, to end the war as fast as we can, to bring our soldiers, to bring our people, back to peace. The Ermo headmaster's eyes were resolute, and regardless of whether Zhang Yan understood or not, he immediately gave the order. All of you, we are the most familiar with the terrain of Keichang. Immediately lead the way for the Mao Xiong army. Launch a general attack, annihilate the Allied forces in the city, and completely take Keichang. Yes, with an order, the 6th Legion of the Ermo Protectorate, the soldiers split up and acted as a bandwagon party, with the locals leading the way. It was a much better battle, and the woolly bears were always able to launch surprise attacks where the Union forces could not take care of them, causing them to suffer heavy casualties. In almost no time at all, the woolly bear forces had captured 2/3 of the area of Key City. 3 divisions of the Union Army, with nearly 10,000 20-mile soldiers, surrendered or defected to the enemy. The remaining 30,000 had been beaten down to 10,000 by the hairy bears using a variety of tactics. Charge! Boom! Ola! Da 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 da! Victory is at hand. Everywhere there was the shouting of the woolly bear soldiers, and the sound of gunfire. The coalition is hunkered down in the last 1/3 of the area and is already shivering a bit. Fark, Bickies, damn Ermos. Why surrender and defect at a critical moment when we can clearly hold? Can you not take all the Ermos with you when you curse? Our regiment and the one next door haven't defected yet. We still have a lot of backbone. What's the use of just 2 regiments? What's the use of just having a backbone? We're down to 2 brigades. How can we fight? Stop arguing. The Mao Bears' attack is unstoppable. Right now Key City can't be defended. Just pull out. Leave the Green Mountains behind. Walter, withdraw? At these words, the Ermo officers who were still remaining to hold out looked incredulously at the pretty country officer who had uttered these words. This is the capital of our Ermo. It's our spiritual symbol. And you're just going to withdraw it? Once we withdraw, we Ermo will really be dead in name only. The 2-haired officer couldn't stand it straight away. He was a very honorable man, and he couldn't accept giving away the capital of a country. It was for this reason that he did not choose to surrender or defect to the enemy, but chose to fight with the Union Army. But now, the coalition is talking about pulling out? The Ermo officer was so angry that he immediately burst out. Damn it, if I had known this, I would have joined the enemy. You, The pretty country officer was breathless. This two-haired officer in front of me is at the opposite extreme from those who surrendered and defected to the enemy. If you want to defend it, do it yourself. Let's withdraw. The pretty country officer wasn't going to be persuaded and left with a drop of a sentence. Hey! The Irmo officer didn't expect the pretty country officer to be so decisive, and pressed on without consulting him. Eventually gritting his teeth he still followed. But before he left again, he looked at the distant sky strewn with fire and scarlet. Viciously, he said, "Wait for it, Subov. A temporary victory is not called a victory. We will fight back sooner or later. Rango." The confident words were just finished when boom, a bang. A bomber swept by in the sky and a shell landed precisely in the middle of their troops. There's a flurry of gunfire north of Keystone. And on this end, Zhang Yan's side received the news at the first time. Report, the Allied forces have exited the city from the northern part of K-City, and they've given up their continued presence. Our air force is trying to bomb them. Meanwhile, our troops are rapidly pressing forward to pocket the enemy-occupied areas. We are victorious. Looking at the gradually rising red sunlight in the east, Zhang Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Keystone City, finally, takes it. Chapter 175 promoted to Admiral. The last gasp of the coalition. Took it, finally. The woolly bear finally took Key City in time for dawn. Zhang Yan's name, finally, doesn't have to be pronounced backwards. In other words, from this moment on, Irmo truly exists in name only. Quickly clean up the battlefield. Although the enemy troops have withdrawn, there are still a large number of enemy troops around the base city, and there is still a possibility of them counterattacking. Although the base city was taken, the soldiers only cheered for a moment. Then he went back to the hot and busy work. They all clearly understand. Although the city was taken, the war was far from over, and in all parts of Kizhou Island, Hairy Bear's troops were still fighting the allied forces of the pretty country, the allied powers, and the Western allies. The only way the Furry Bear Furry War will be truly over is if they are completely thrown out of Irmo. Report, in this battle, the total number of enemy casualties is around 30,000, with nearly 10,000 Irmo troops surrendering or joining our ranks. But all the same, we have suffered heavy casualties. In this battle, our troops have lost more than 4,000 killed and more than 3,000 wounded. Soon, the statistical information was reported to Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan carried his hands behind his back and sighed slowly. This time, the price spent to take the base city was the biggest of all the battles he had ever fought. There's no way to break the pressure that a dozen or so countries, 20 or more, have put on the woolly bear. The only thing Zhang Yan could do was to blitz the base city. The good thing is that despite the cost, the payoff was great, wiping out several times the enemy army at the same time. It also took down Kizhou, leaving Irmo in name only. The execution of Little Zesky has completely demoralized most of the Irmo soldiers. Right now, the only opponents left for the woolly bear are the coalition forces led by the pretty country. Without hesitation, Zhang Yan immediately reported the news of taking Key City. In one night's time, we've taken Key City. Taken? Upon hearing the news, even the well-informed, agent-born Hairy Bear Emperor barely managed to bite his tongue. How long has it been since he appointed Zhang Yan as the frontline commander-in-chief, and Keystone City took it? And with only one division attacking Keystone, it was possible to nibble down the hard core of Keystone with such a small force. It's enough to see that Soup was using his army like a god. Good. The great emperor said 3 good words in a row. Comrade Subov, you kept your word, then I'll keep mine. From now on, I'm officially appointing you as an admiral. The great emperor was so agitated that he even burst out in foul language. Sucka not listed, 18-year-old admiral. From ancient times to the present day, you will not say that you are the first person. The second person is also not running. There aren't many ancient teenage generals in Xia. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth, but still expressed his gratitude to the great emperor. After a few moments of casual greetings, the great emperor's tone became serious once again. Currently, although we have taken Kizhou Castle, the war is far from over, and the enemy allied forces are still fighting fiercely against our forces in all 4 parts of Kizhou continent. Only when we completely crush them and drive them out of Irmo will we be considered victorious in this battle. Zhang Yan nodded his head, and on this point, he agreed with the great emperor. Comrade General, you, as commander-in-chief of the front, must have already had your initial thoughts. Zhang Yan laughed. Simple, nuke them and drop it directly on their home. The same chuckle came from the other end of the calm. General Subov, as much as I would love to nuke the pretty country all over again, we don't currently have the measures in place to just bomb the pretty country, but they can't fight back. For the sake of all mankind, I think we should start with something else, don't you? You're still in good humor. Archon, the same goes for you. General, in short, settle it quickly, before the night grows too long, and I will be in the city of Sko, waiting for your triumph. The communication hung up, and Zhang Yan felt a lot of emotions in his heart. The first thing that happened was to take out his cell phone and edit his friend's circle again. The base city has been taken. Ugh, this summer camp is involved. It's only been a month. How did dude become an admiral? Now that the great emperor is talking to me in a polite manner. The two of us were just joking about how to nuke the pretty country. Misty grass. Almost forgot. The high school scores haven't been checked yet. I don't know how many points. I don't know if the war will give extra points. Forget it. It's better to go back and check again. Shattering a wave of thoughts, Zhang Yan put away his cell phone and began to collect the battle reports from the troops around, so as to arrange how to beat the pretty country, the Allied powers, and the Western Allied coalition out of the country. And it was during this hiatus that Woolly Bear officials, directly online, announced the battle. After a night of fighting, under the wise command of General Subov, our troops have successfully captured the city of Key. The network at this moment is as good as being under fire. One moment a heavy hitter, the next a heavy hitter. But the one about taking Keystone City was like a Tsar bomb, blowing up the world. Misty, how long has it been since we just shot down Little Zesky, and the base city is taken? Don't be an awkward hack. Little Zesky didn't die at all. That one was a double. Seriously, the hairy bear isn't sending up smoke and mirrors, is he? I really witnessed history, didn't I? Fark, the Woolly Bear troops are too strong. Did they really take down Key City in one night? It doesn't feel like Kijo is strong. It feels like Subov is strong. And which one of the big battles in just this month has nothing to do with him? The Woolly Bear was so fast and awesome that in one night's time, Keystone City took it right down. And just as the details of the battle were disclosed, the news about Ermo losing the will to fight, and a large number of Ermo surrendering, or defecting to the enemy, became a topic of great interest to the world public. Holy, feelings of fighting to the end. Ermo suddenly turned against us and began to help the hairy bears invade their own country? Subov is awesome. This hand of shooting down Little Zesky is definitely the finishing touch to this fight. Shetter, really disgraceful. Ermo people so spineless. S2 when the bandwagon reproduced. If I had known this, you guys surrendered in the beginning, is not it? Bread country, please don't copy the persona, thank you. What invasion? How hard to hear. They would have been family decades ago. Little Zesky was killed. Ermo doesn't know why he's fighting. Is it wrong to want to end the war as soon as possible? Just then, a quintessential comment popped up. Since Ermo doesn't even want to fight, what are the coalition forces still fighting for? Why does it feel like they're acting like clowns? This comment, so to speak, summarizes the current state of affairs in the pretty country, the Allied nations, and the Western Allies. Many of Ermo's troops surrendered, or defected to the enemy, but the Union Army, still fighting the Woolly Bear, is fighting what? This is a question that the Union soldiers are a little confused about. At this point, the higher-ups still won't let us withdraw? With the base city taken and Ermo in name only, there's no point in continuing this battle, is there? The higher-ups have said for us to help the only remaining Ermo troops to restore their country. Goddamn the restoration of the country. How many Ermo troops are left now? 30%, 40% of the force. What's the point? The decision of the coalition high command was now that the base city could be lost, but the Woolly Bears must not be allowed to take Ermo completely off the table. That's why the whole army still chose to fight hard against the hairy bears. But just as, after several great battles, the Woolly Bear forces that landed from the southwestern coast of Ermo cut off the Union Army's troop supply, as well as the sudden appearance of the White Hair unit on the battlefield, back and forth with the Woolly Bear unit, the coalition's position became extremely difficult. The advantage of being outnumbered, at this moment, became a heavy burden weighing on them. Daxia, the White Hair fleet is holding the Merc Sea, preventing our fleet from providing support, with the Mao Bear's submarine force, again eyeing our land. And the White Hair even placing bombs at the Nobeli nuclear power plant. Can this war really continue? It must be fought. Once Ermo is annexed by the Manhwa, all our deployments that we have been operating for all these years will come to naught. Can we afford to pay such a price? But continuing to play will most likely trigger the S3 season. The pressure on the coalition is too great. Even some of the grumpy executives almost pressed the missile launch button and tried to fight the hairy bear to the death. But eventually, after a series of discussions and arguments, they finally negotiated a plan. The situation is extremely unfavorable for us at the moment. The matter of the furry bear and two furry battlefield is on hold. But there is one thing we must accomplish before we withdraw. What? Finish off Subov. He's the one responsible for the failure of our operation. Keeping him is a curse. He must be finished off. Still, the war can be lost, but Subov must die. And with that, the Union Army began their last stand. Within minutes of the order being given, the various Woolly Bear units suddenly realized that something wasn't quite right with the coalition forces in front of them. Their firepower suddenly diminished, even as their defenses were vulnerable and able to be broken easily. Even when they hit them, they don't even fight back, they turn around and run. At first, the woolly bear forces thought that the enemy was lacking in wariness and did not want to fight, but soon, they discovered a shocking truth. Reporting to the general, all the enemy troops are coming from all directions, towards the base city. Immediately after making an estimate of the number of enemy troops, the woolly bear troops in the base city furrowed their brows. This time, they were not facing, not 1 or 2 regiments of the enemy, not 1 or 2 brigades, and not 1 or 2 divisions. Rather, it is all the allied forces that are divided in Kijoju and even Irmao, a total of 60 regiments, almost 300,000 people. Chapter 176. The coalition army of 300,000 soldiers surrounded, sink, through and through, 300,000 people. Even Zhang Yan smacked his lips a little when he heard this number, though by now, he had been through no less than 110,000 man battle, but 300,000 people is more or less outrageous. The enemy was planning a last-ditch effort. Even if they were being pummeled by woolly bear forces chasing their asses and taking heavy casualties, they also need to mobilize all their troops on all sides and take out Subov. General Subov, the nearest allied unit to you has advanced to 50 kilometers from Key Town. Please evacuate Key Town immediately with your troops. It's too late. The enemy is coming from all directions. There is no such thing as a breakthrough. How can the Key Town forces, currently over 9,000 men at full strength, be a match for 300,000 enemy troops? Can't we find a way to support it? Get the Air Force over there and bomb. It's had very limited effect. The enemy is on top of it, and they're going to take out General Sapov no matter what the cost. At this moment the woolly bear command was in a hurry. None of them expected the coalition to make such a decision on the eve of victory in the war. On the contrary, on Zhang Yan's side, although he was shocked for a while at the beginning, but with the title's cold heart added to the mix, he tended to be calm at this moment. Withdrawal, yes, must be done, but in a way, the enemy is outnumbered. The only way to find a way out is to be highly maneuverable and dangerous. From now on, destroy at once all weapons that are not easily carried, and go into battle lightly armed. We shall have a race with the enemy's army of 300,000 men. Orders, 17th, 18th, and 19th fleets, to withdraw immediately from the Burn River Basin to a safe position. All hands on deck. Exit the city immediately from the northeast position and join up with the 996th Mixed Division inside and out to see if we can find a breakthrough. And just as Zhang Yan's side acted, the Mao Bear military side also acted. Sapov is a legendary hero of the woolly bears and is their jewel. Naturally, the woolly bears would not allow the allied forces to take out their generals as they pleased. Since today's army and air force can't do what they're supposed to do, then they must find another way to slow down the coalition forces. Soon after, Harry Bear made an announcement on the internet. In view of the intensifying international situation, the woolly bear and the cigar country are about to embark on a joint military exercise operation in the waters of the Amerindian continent. In this military exercise, we will test the newly developed strategic missiles, nuclear missiles, etc. Originally, everyone thought that it was a signal for a demonstration by a woolly bear. Pretty countries, allied countries, whatever, don't want to give a, that is, until the pretty country suddenly realizes that there are 2 furry bear ocean fleets popping up in cigar country waters, even with submarines showing their heads and missiles up. Damn, the hairy bears are so ruthless that they put up missiles in front of other people's houses? Harry Crab. I thought S3 was out of the fight when I saw Harry Bear take Keystone City. How did Harry Bear bring the mood back up? The code. Directly run pretty country Dora. The courage is too big. This is too hardcore. Surely the furry bears must be joking. Do they really dare to launch missiles? Whoosh. Boom. The netizens hadn't been discussing it for long before the Harry Bear's missiles lifted off. It landed in an unbiased position, sitting directly on one of the small islands near the demarcation line between the waters of the pretty country of Cigar. This scene shocked the world. Fark, they really dare to launch missiles. Ha, even though it's the small island of the Cigar country that's being hit. What's the difference between this behavior and standing in the face of the pretty country and ting on it? This pretty country can endure the code. It will not end up triggering the S3 season trigger is this, right? The Hairy Bears are still hardcore, yardage-wise, and they're real bold. Is this the Slavic nation? Horrible, horrible. In order to help Zhang Yan slow down the enemy's footsteps, the Hairy Bear is also considered to be hard and whole. Just now, that missile, as long as the deviation of a minute and a millimeter, hit the beautiful country's territorial waters, then the Tramps S3 season may not really hit. But the good thing is that the missiles didn't deflect and managed to deter pretty countries. Allied countries, Western allies, Hairy Bears, how dare they? They're declaring war. What's the declaration of war? They bombed the island of the Cigar Nation. It's considered a normal part of a military exercise. Should we continue? We've got human ships on our doorstep. If we don't stop fighting, the World War will really start. Originally, senior military officers from various countries might still think that things like strategic missiles and nuclear bombs are for deterrence. No one dares to actually push the launch button. No one dares to be the world's sinner. But this handful of missile launches by the hairy bear really stunned them. Although people say it is a military exercise, there is a signal in it. That's if the coalition catches Subov again. The hairy bear is really brave enough to launch a missile. Moreover, the first wave of human missiles was launched on the doorsteps of pretty countries, and the first to be attacked must also be the territory of pretty countries. By this time, the pressure to take out Subov was almost on par with a world war. Just taking it out would most likely start a world war. We have invested too much in this war to gain nothing, even if we give up for a while. At this time, we can only gamble. Gamble that the furry bears don't dare to really start a world war. Order the allied troops. Continue the attack. Make sure to finish off Subov. That's right, even if a world war does break out by then, how will the woolly bear without Subov be a match for us? Don't think about it so much. A world war won't break out easily. It could be a matter of the safety of all mankind. The pretty countries, the allies, the Western allies are starting to get hard and whole as well. Because of this, after slacking off for nearly an hour or two, the allied attack became ferocious once again. However, this 1 or 2 hours of slacking off provided time for Zhang Yan and the 798th Air, Land, and Sea Mixed Division. Just for the moment, they had engaged the enemy to the northeast. Boom 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 dash. The 985th Mixed Division was in the rear, and the 798th Mixed Air, Land and Sea Division was in the front. The group of more than 20,000 people tore through the enemy's encirclement in a matter of moments. Yet just when the woolly bear officers and men thought they had succeeded in breaking out, bad news came in. General Sapov, aerial reconnaissance has revealed that the enemy, in the strength of 20 regiments, has detoured to a position 200 kilometers east of the city of Vatikaz, surrounding in the direction you are. Your retreat route, it won't work. Zhang Yan frowned. The coalition's army of 300,000 men was too many, and they came from all directions, making it very troublesome to deal with. After some study of the map, Zhang Yan immediately decided, return the same way and cross the Berny River to the north, so that the white hair troops can meet them in the north. Soon, the vast procession of hairy bears returned to the territory of the base city as fast as they could. During this time, saved, the 99th Division, which was originally sent by Zhang Yan to stop the enemy, but was similarly caught in the crossfire due to the enemy's attack on Kisong at any cost. The same unit that Zhang Yan's old unit, the 727th Brigade, was in. At the present time, the army of Subov is fully assembled, with a total strength of over 30,000 men. Although the troops were strong, they were still somewhat inadequate to deal with a coalition force 10 times their strength. Shortly after they had just moved north along the Bern River, they were met by the Allied Air Force, the enemy forces on the opposite bank. Boom 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 boom. Da 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 da. Utilizing numerical superiority and suppressive firepower, the enemy forces pummeled the woolly bear units. The front-line troops, a large number of Mao Bear officers and men, died horribly under a rain of bullets and artillery fire. Though in the meantime, Zhang Yan once again utilized the radar coverage of the information vehicles, using wanted 1,500, wanted 3,000. Even captured EMP bombs were used to take the lead in dismantling enemy air and missile forces. But the enemy army is so outnumbered that this approach only slows down their firepower. Treating the symptoms rather than the cause, still couldn't save the woolly bear unit from breaking. The enemy has placed a complete blockade on the northern part of the Bern River, and this way of crossing northward is not feasible. The woolly bear officers had been in a terrible hurry. Now the Subov army, with a wolf in front and a tiger behind, is dead in any case. Zhang Yan saved his fists, tanks and armored vehicles. Missile vehicles are too large of a target, and when dealing with mountainous and forested terrain, the advance speed is extremely slow, greatly delaying our mobility. Dismantle the precision instruments, destroy all that can't be taken away, and sink the river. Destroy sinking river? The officers and soldiers were too shocked to be surprised at Zhang Yan's sudden decision. General, those are our life-saving weapons, the root of our battle with the enemy. Once destroyed, we will completely lose the chance to fight with the enemy and can only be passive. Zhang Yan shook his head, denying this view. Our weapons are now becoming a liability to us, a death wish. If you want to live, you have no choice but to discard them. From now on, the troops will be divided into two, with one unit continuing to cross north to draw enemy fire. The other unit, cross the Berny River to the west. Since we can't break out with enemy troops everywhere, the only thing we can do is to fight them to the death. Chapter 177 8 Crossings of the Bern River, replicating classic tactics in honor of great men. For Subov, The officers and soldiers were worshipful and convinced. But at the moment, in the midst of a crisis, for the legendary hero to make a counterintuitive decision, instead they were filled with skepticism. Destroying the heavy weapons and cutting off his own hands was even enough, and he was even planning to fight the enemy hard. Yards, how can 30,000 men, without the added weight of tanks, armored vehicles and other heavy weaponry, fight an army of 300,000 men? Ha! Seeing that the officers were not yet carrying out their orders, Zhang Yan, a ruthless man, directly pulled out his gun and pressed it against the head of the officer who kept persuading him. Immediately follow the order. We don't have time to get entangled in these trivial matters. Whoever delays the battle, I will shoot him immediately. No discussion. The officers gritted their teeth. Yes, Subov's army loses its first northward crossing of the Burn River, makes the coalition high command proud to the core. Run, run, Subov. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape us. 300,000 troops. How can his district of 10,000 people cope? The furry bears are furious and have bombarded the small islands of the cigar country with several more missiles, so it looks like they are foxes too. It's been said for a long time, no country dares to start a world war rashly. We wouldn't dare, and naturally neither would the furry bears. But in order to take out Subov, our troops have suffered heavy casualties, and all of the current woolly bear units are in deadly pursuit behind us, causing us to suffer heavy casualties. Don't worry about them. They have a limited force after all, as long as we can take out Subov. What's wrong with losing some of our men? It was at this point that the Union Army learned that the Subov army had split in two, one continuing the northward crossing and the other crossing westward from the Burn River. The northward crossing is a fake to attract our attention. The westward crossing is the real thing. Immediately get the troops into the west bank of the Burn River. Make sure to surround Subov's main force in one fell swoop and carry out the annihilation. Yes, the coalition forces are too numerous to just randomly move the troops around. All were enough to deal a very severe blow to the Subov army. Under these circumstances, Zhang Yan led his troops westward across the Burn River all the way to fight. A moment east and a moment west, a moment north and a moment south. This large-scale sparrow battle fighting style, although grinding down a lot of enemy troops, but also make the hairy bear troops casualties, the fighting force weakened a lot. Gradually, in this atmosphere of despair, slackness and disbelief rose among the hairy bear officers and men as well. What on earth is the general doing? One hammer in the east and one in the west. If this continues, sooner or later we will be wiped out by the regiment. It's probably because there are too many people on the other side. Even the general is feeling the strain. It looks like he can't hold it some more. Perhaps the strategy of blitzing Keystone City was the wrong one from the start. What's the point of taking it but not being able to defend it and putting yourself in a difficult position? Sukuber. Seeing as the war is about to be won, we won't die in the enemy's encirclement for nothing. In the midst of desperation, despair blossoms everywhere. Most of the officers and soldiers felt a deep despair, feeling that even if Subov had monstrous means, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape this fate. Zhang Yan, under great pressure, after the Mao Xiong troops had struggled to exterminate the enemy's advance encircling force of one division, immediately command disengagement from the enemy. 727th Brigade, leave a regiment behind, flee in all directions, make a big commotion, and the large force, take the opportunity to cross eastward and kill him. At the word of command, the woolly bear forces traveled low and sharp for several hours, crossing east again to kill their way back to Keystone City. Boom! Da 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 da. At this very moment, a large coalition force is searching for signs of Subov's army on the west bank of the Burn River. The key town area is empty of troops. With only 2 divisions, the coalition would not have expected the Subov army, which had already crossed west, to turn back. So much so that in the face of a sudden attack by the woolly bear, 2 allied divisions were knocked off their feet before they could react. It didn't last 2 hours before it was instantly wiped out, and the base city was once again back in the hands of Subov's army. Zhang Yan did not ink, and quickly commanded the Mao Xiong troops to expand the battlefield, grabbing the enemy's weapons and equipment to conquer around. In just a few hours, several enemy brigades were annihilated. In response, the coalition brass couldn't calm down. Subov is really cunning. Fake westward crossing, but quietly kill a horse. Using surprise attack method, combined with the periphery of the woolly bear troops to annihilate our army 40,000 troops. What a horrible general. To be able to gain such a huge battle result despite such a disparity in troop strength. It can't go on like this. Subov's army is too flexible. One layer of encirclement is obviously not enough. I suggest a layer by layer encirclement. Stationed on one side and attacking on the other. Layer by layer pressing down on Subov's troops and reducing their range of movement. And just as the coalition side deployed, things got even tougher for the army of Subov. The enemy troops to the southeast hugged the ground and began to build trench bunkers, no longer giving them a chance to surprise them. The enemy, on the other hand, on both sides of the northwest, is rapidly crossing the Burn River eastward toward Keystone City. Once the enemy's deployment materializes, we will be completely trapped on the east bank of the Burn River, constantly having our survival space compressed by them. At this time, if you want to live, there is only one way: to attack hard in one direction to attract enemy support, and then go around and cross to the enemy's troop void in the west again. Zhang Yan's brain CPU speed was pulled to full capacity and instantly responded. In a very short time, a great battle broke out between Subov's army and the enemy's westward force, at a town along the Burn River. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. The battle was unprecedentedly fierce, with over 30,000 woolly bears against an enemy army of over 50,000 men. The woolly bear attacked ferociously, quite literally breaking through the town in one fell swoop and breaking out from the bridge to the west of the town. Hairy Bear has decided to fight to the death. Please support all units quickly. They must not be allowed to take the town. The Union army single-handedly called for help, and the troops at the north and south ends of the Burn River quickly closed in on the town. And just then, Zhang Yan made a deployment. Evacuate in batches. Head around to the northeast coast. Engineers, give me a bridge to pass through. By the time the Union forces realized it, it was too late. Mao Xiang's main force had long ago used the pontoon bridge to cross the river, and because Zhang Yan had once again used the Wanted Your Life 1500, coalition missiles and air power were simply unable to strike a blow against the Woolly Bear forces. With that, the Woolly Bear forces escaped from the Union encirclement again, and taking advantage of the opportunity to once again come to the west bank of the Burn River to kill, and when it was dark, once again annihilated 40,000 people. In this case, the Hairy Bear's depressed fighting spirit once again burned. Combat has become extremely courageous. A full night followed, including a full day the next day. The Subov army is all about playing sound and fury with the coalition forces, hiding the truth from the world, the gold and the dark. The Burn River was crossed back and forth 7 or 8 times. It made the coalition army look like a clueless dog, and was used as a dog by the Subov army. Originally, it was the Union army that surrounded the army of Subov, but because of such a handful of Subov's troops, the peripheral Woolly Bear forces took the opportunity to cut in, and the two sides worked together to actually inflict incalculable casualties on the Allied forces. 120,000, 300,000 troops, only 120,000 left. How on earth is this battle being fought? What kind of scheme is this, Subov? Why can't we just catch them? Why do we always pass them by? Do we really have to fight on? If we keep fighting, will our troops be completely wiped out? Cunning, too cunning. I've never seen a commander as cunning as Subov. Take it out. It has to be taken out. Just as a group of Allied commanders were filled with righteous indignation, Johnson, who had once fought with Zhang Yan and had studied Dasha's tactics deeply, suddenly frowned. Do you guys feel that Subov's ploy is very familiar? Familiar? Familiar where? Johnson frowned. In the last century, there was a great man in Dasha who used a river to command an incredible battle. Afterward, many outstanding generals projected that battle, but came to only one conclusion: 10 deaths and no chance of winning. To date, no one has ever emulated that tactic perfectly, and today, Subov, surprisingly, has accomplished this unbelievable feat by improving on it. In the modern battlefield, Chapter 178, the Allied forces want to fight to the death, and Subov is a Dasha? Johnson, who has studied Dasha's tactics quite a bit, it is most appreciated that it is not easy to replicate the tactics of Dasha. Apart from the need for a clear mind and top-notch commanding skills, there is also a high demand for unity, faith, and military style among the soldiers under his command. And now, it's surprisingly easy for Subov to replicate that character's incredible strategy. It's enough to show what a terrifying opponent Subov really is. And just out of his knowledge of Subov, Johnson offered a guess. So far, Subov has used Dasha's guerrilla warfare, tunnel warfare, and sparrow warfare more than once and still knows how to deal with it. Even to the very end, that person's anticlimactic tactics were used, and they were used extremely skillfully. Do you guys think there's a possibility? These words were listened to by the officers in a fine way. Are you trying to say, behind Subov, there's a Dasha think tank secretly providing help? In fact, back when Subov first used guerrilla warfare and appeared in the public eye, Mao, the Allies had already made some guesses, but it was normal to think that Dasha and Hairy Bear were on the same rope, and if one was knocked down, the other couldn't run away. It's highly likely that the help is provided in secret, but at this moment, Johnson shook his head. The possibility of providing help is very small, and even if help is provided, after all, the country is different, the military style is different. How can the Mao Bear implement the tactics of Dasha so well? The fact that Subov can make these Dasha tactics divine all comes from the fact that he has a very deep understanding of these tactics, even more so than the Daxians. So, what I'm trying to say is it possible that this Subov is In fact, a Daxamite? Johnson is truly a blind student spotting the flashy spots and hitting the nail on the head. The officers were shocked to the core. So the powerful enemy that has been suppressing us all this time is actually a Daxamite? Wolfar, how is this possible? Do you think our intelligence department is a job? Such an excellent general. Even if he's a Daxia, the intelligence department should have news about him. Could it be that Daxia secretly cultivated them and then sent them to the manhwa battlefield to practice? And as a result, it really practiced? Damn Daxia, they keep accusing us of meddling in the Maohu Irma war. I don't think they're any good either. Though the matter of Subov being a Daxamite is just a speculation and there is no proof. But the officers, by this time, were already hating their guts, and they secretly swore that if Subov was really a Daxia, then they would make Daxia look good. At this point, someone raised a soul-torturing question. Ugh, so what? Even if he really is a Daxia, what can we do? Expose him, accuse him, and then use this opportunity to screw Daxia? But now, is it really a good time? Do we really have the leisure to do all those things? If you put it in normal times, pretty country or whatever, you're bound to make use of this to do something, and have a good fight with Daxia. Anything less would be an opportunity to send troops. But now, they've sent all they can, and then they're sending troops in Nima. The Mao Bear's missiles blocking the doorway of pretty countries are expected to really hit pretty countries on the mainland. Moreover, the annihilation or capture of a large force of 180,000 men was a bitter blow to the Union Army. At this point, you make an issue out of it, blaming Daxia and using it to screw him. Isn't it just a joke for the world's population? You're just trying to make a fool out of yourself, aren't you? With this in mind, the coalition forces are now left dumbfounded. And just as the coalition forces were raging in impotent fury, the hairy bears were directly posting the anticlimactic record of the Supov army on the internet. In 2 days and 1 night, more than 30,000 of our troops, under the command of Commander-in-Chief Subov, crossed the Burn River 8 times and annihilated more than 180,000 of the enemy's troops. The battle report was extremely short, but the content was eye-opening enough. Take it, 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 take it. Damn, I'm not blind. 30,000 people take out 180,000? Good lord, there's been no news. I thought Subov had been taken out by the coalition. I obviously didn't expect it with the way you've been going. Is this Subov? That's awesome. Holy yards, are the coalition forces so unbeatable? How long has it been since they were wiped out 6/10? Hurry up and surrender. That's all there is to fight for. Don't let the man Subov end you all. Fighting with less? 8 crossings of the Burn River? I can. This play reminds me of a tactic from Daxia. This war cry is enough to make the hairy bear supporters boil. It made the Daxia executives who were informed of the inside story applaud Zhang Yan. And the same goes for the pretty country wannabes ghosting. Yards, isn't the pretty country the world's #1 hegemon? How is it that as soon as they go into battle, they are defeated one after another, letting Subov play like a dog? An army of 300,000 men was let down by 30,000 men. No one can figure it out, but it does happen in reality. Just when the world's population thought that the Allied forces might be giving up and retreating, even most of the officers and men of the Allied forces felt that the battle was not to be fought. The coalition's top brass, after a series of emergency meetings, decided anyway, Subov has to be taken out, and not doing so will seriously affect our strategy and tactics for decades to come. All gather for Armageddon. The top brass of the Allied forces, at the end of the day, chose to throw their weight around, taking out all their belongings and concentrating all their forces, no matter what the cost, just to take out Subov. General, the enemy forces are concentrated. Our method of striking east and west may be difficult to work. A major battle had just ended when new information came in from the scouts. They won't stop until they finish me off. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the map for a while. This might be the enemy's last-ditch effort. It's obviously unwise to play hardball. From now on, the main force is heading toward the mountains on one side of the Burn River. To hide, divide 2 regiments of troops, and make a pretense that the whole army, wanting to break out to the weak point of the enemy in the north, will lead all the men to the north. Take advantage of this gap. Let's just break out. Zhang Yan didn't intend to continue to fight hard either. Destroying 180,000 people, he was already very satisfied, and it was time to give this war a perfect ending. At the word of command, a regiment of Subov's army took the lead, and after selling the perimeter to the Allied forces they sped down the road to the north. Enemy troops have appeared. They're targeting the weak point of the defense in the north. Get after them. It's better not to act rashly. This may be a cunning plan of the enemy, though a duel was promised. But the Allied forces were really scared by Zhang Yan's ploy. Now plainly see the woolly bear troops are afraid to chase. for fear that they have just chased before. On the back foot, the main body of woolly bears sneak up on them from somewhere else, or run away. See the allied forces this style. Zhang Yan really have been speechless, quote of, once bitten by a snake 10 years afraid of well ropa this is, no chase huh, well, all of you, make an evacuation breakout to the north in batches. Just as Subov's army made its way north, the coalition is still working out the logic of the Subov army's behavior. The fact that they purposely made a breach and withdrew to the north can only mean one thing, they're purposely trying to get our attention. They're not sure, but they're still trying to cross the Burn River and withdraw from the west. Immediately send out troops to block all westward routes and search the banks of the river Bernie. Although the Allied forces had brainstormed and managed to guess Zhang Yan's thought process correctly, it was a pity. That was Zhang Yan's thought process a couple minutes ago. Zhang Yan's CPU turned too fast. Eyes toward the enemy troops regardless of the north retreat decoy troops. Simply also boldly ordered all troops to withdraw from the north. Boom. Da. The moment the sound of artillery fire rang out across the northern defenses, the coalition's heart stuttered. Good lord, the furry bears northward retreat. Is that even true? Chapter 179 The Woolly Bear Futuristic War. Finally over. Boom. Da. A shell, in unison, covered towards the Union defense line. In the midst of the gunfire, the woolly bear soldiers charged bravely, and as one fell, another rose to the top. Although the northern defense line of the coalition army is weak, but the number of people is also absolutely quite a lot. Almost also has more than 40,000 people. But at the moment, because the coalition side was thinking too much, it mobilized most of its forces along the Bernie River. By the time we realized the furry bears' movements, it was too late for support. Gave the Subov army very generous time to break out. General Subov, I am the commander-in-chief of the White Hair Unit, and we have engaged the enemy behind enemy lines. Zhang Yan nodded. Very well, everyone pay attention. This battle is mainly a breakout. Don't get attached to the battle. Quickly attack back and forth with the white hair troops and carve out a gap. By this point, the woolly bear only needed to tear a hole in the defense to break out. And breaking out, this war, it's going to be officially over. As a result, the wariness of the woolly bear soldiers reached its peak. Each like ignited a small universe in general. 1 against 2, 3 against 3, 4 against 4, 5 against 5 are not defeated. The level of bravery was so great that it put the Allied forces to shame. Yards, we outnumbered them. How did we get pinned down? What the hell are you talking about? People have exterminated 180,000 of our people, and you still dare to say that we are outnumbered? It's going to be 2 hours before support arrives. We have to hold. In only an hour's time, the straight line distance between the woolly bears and the nearest of the white-haired troops came to 1 kilometer. At the moment, the battle was raging. The land was scorched black, and the bodies of the woolly bear coalition abounded. Even though the Allied forces had the intention to stop them, the woolly bear forces had already split into various columns to cut in and divide the battlefield, and they were unable to organize an effective defensive force. And just half an hour later, news came that made the Allied high command rather desperate. Subov's unit successfully broke through and joined up with the outlying forces. Boom! The supreme commander of the Allied forces hammered his fist on the table. A bunch of assholes can't even stop 30,000 people? Now, the Allied forces were really losing both watermelons and sesame seeds. 300,000 men went to bag Subov, only to have nearly 1900,000 taken out and given a nasty run for their money. What do we do? What do we do? Do we have to keep fighting? A fight my ass. Subov has run away. Who else to fight? Subov is so cunning. Subov is so scary. Retreat. There's no point in continuing to fight. It will only increase casualties. The officers were on the verge of passing out with 2 black eyes. They were really unable to figure out how a good battle could be fought like this, but it boils down to one reason. That would be Subov. Still somewhat of a supermodel amongst their world-renowned generals. Everyone's pinnacle match. Stepping on the horse is not even on the same level. Eventually, the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces, very reluctantly, ordered, withdraw, retreat, where to retreat, all of them, pack them up, don't spare any of them. The first time Zhang Yan withdrew, he immediately organized the manhwa troops to conduct a counter-envelopment. Let the Allied forces understand in a real sense what is called the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow in the back. Moreover, that cicada was not an ordinary cicada, but a 6-winged golden cicada, one of the 5 evils of the flood. It was 30,000 men who fought off 190,000 of the Union Army's ruthless men. For the next several hours, the hairy bear was armed with every weapon in the arsenal. There are bombers, fighters, missiles, and rockets in the air, and heavy machine guns, tanks, and armored vehicles on the ground. Originally, the woolly bears could not stand up to the 300,000 men of the Union Army. Thanks to the fact that Subov's army had previously taken out 190,000 of the enemy's troops, the disparity in strength had been brought back to normal levels. At this moment, the artillery fire is deafening. The Union forces were beaten back by the raging attack of the woolly bears, which continued to compress and encircle them. There is no place to hide and no place to run. They wanted to try to break out, but the woolly bear didn't give them any chance at all. So much so that, in a matter of hours, the remaining 110,000 troops of the Union army were being sharply reduced. 100k, 90k, 80k, 70,000, 70k, 60k, 50k. Finally, the Union troops couldn't take it anymore and raised the white flag. Surrender, we surrender. But very unluckily, the one who surrendered on Zhang Yan's side was a Japanese with very broken English. What are you gabbing about with a white pantsuit in your hand? The code of shelving their own domestic perverts I also tolerate. Running abroad to play hooligans, right? I must teach you to be human. Air Force, blast me, yards and yards, not a single one. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Boom 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 boom. At the behest of the great hero, Subov, the entire woolly bear became blind and launched an annihilation campaign against the Allied forces. I don't know how many hours have passed. The entire Kisong Chao was littered with corpses, and blood was buried deep in the soil. The Allied forces, 300,000 troops, have been annihilated. At present, the various scattered Allied forces, the Irma forces, have surrendered, and our forces are in the process of taking over the entire territory of Irma. It's a great honor to tell you that the long-lasting war between the hairy bears and the two hares is finally over. We, the woolly bear nation, under the leadership of the great hero, General Sapov, have won the war. The woolly bear did not hesitate to inform the world of the war. The end. It's over? Good lord. The Allied forces were directly annihilated. Should the furry bears be so fierce? It's not the hairy bear that's fierce, it's Subov that's fierce. And the yardage feels like without him, the hairy bear would probably still be playing house with Irmo at this point. Holy, that's how it ends? What's the furry bear going to do to the civilians in Irmo after that? I don't know about that. They only beat up Irmo because of the little Zesky demon and pro-pretty country. It shouldn't be a problem now. The gunfire ceased completely, and the whole of the Irmo territory was silent. There was nothing but cheers and embraces from the woolly bear soldiers. Victory! They finally won. The scene that had been imagined countless nights before was finally realized today. Zhang Yan inserted his waist and looked at the blue sky in the distance. Inwardly he had a great feeling of waking up from a big dream. It's over? Zhang Yan didn't have much excitement in his heart. What he had was just sighing. A little over a month ago, sitting at his computer pressing the button for the Woolly Bear Country Summer Camp sweepstakes, he would never have imagined it. This trip would transform him from an ordinary tourist into a key figure in determining whether the war between the two furry bears would be won or lost. Today, his fame has spread around the world. What with the legendary hero of the woolly bear? What with the admiral? What with Subov? But all of these, Zhang Yan was actually not very enthusiastic. After all, in the end, he was a Dasha person. These were just vanities. But in response, Zhang Yan still couldn't help but sigh. Come to a summer camp and become an admiral? It's just outrageous. Chapter 180 Joy of Victory. Friends Persuasion. Zhang Yan, I want to return to Dasha. The war of the furry bears and the two furries is over. Dude will be able to go back home soon. While sighing, Zhang Yan didn't forget to edit a friend's circle to celebrate the hard-won victory. Now, more than a month had passed since Zhang Yan came to the battlefield. The time has come from the middle of June to the end of July, and soon to be August. Since the war was over, it was time for Zhang Yan to think about returning home. Before that, though, there was one more task awaiting him, and that was to take command of the woolly bear forces and recover the Irmo lands, putting the land of Irmo, through and through, in the hands of the hairy bear. The war ended an hour ago. Zhang Yan commanded Mao Xiong's troops to divide their forces into separate paths and penetrate from all directions to carry out recovery operations. During this period, the Maoist bears took nearly 50 to 60% of Irmao's territory, despite desperate resistance from some hardened elements, pretty countries, allied countries, Western allies, and a dozen or 20 other fleets like they haven't reacted yet, still confronting the forces of Dasha, Woolly Bear, and White Hare in the Mahai region. Even the coalition forces that hadn't had time to enter the borders of Irmo's land were still prowling the borders of the Sea Eagles, Hungary, and Nia, putting pressure on the woolly bears. 6 hours into the war, 70 to 80% of the land was pocketed by the hairy bears. Zhang Yan was too annoyed by the allied forces along the borderline, so he simply commanded the Mao Bear Missile Force and the Air Force to conduct a wave of fire deterrence on the Irmo border. Smaller countries such as the Rod, Japanese, and Monkey countries simply could not withstand the pressure and were the first to withdraw. 12 hours after the end of the war, The woolly bear occupies nearly 90% of Irmo's land, and individual garrison troops have already begun to assist in building up urban areas and repairing battle-damaged roads, in order to restore normal life to the civilian population as quickly as possible. Although during this period, some Allied forces attempted to cross the border and make a comeback, they were annihilated on the spot by Zhang Yan's command of the manhwa army, curbing the ambitions of the Allied forces that refused to give up. At this time, the Allies and the Western Allies, seeing that the tide had turned, also entertained the idea of retreat. But seeing as Pretty Country didn't move a muscle, they were a bit embarrassed to withdraw first, and could only head for persuasion. 24 hours into the war, all of Irmo fell into the hands of the woolly bear. Retreat, there is no way back. Go back to rest and recuperate. This time, although we failed, but there are still many more chances in the future. A momentary victory does not mean eternity, and in the same way, just because we failed this time does not mean we will fail next time. Let's shift from the front to the back of the operation against Subov. Just send out agents and keep assassinating 365 days a year. Sooner or later he's going to get hit. The Allies, the Western Allies had given up, and there was something raw on the face of every officer and soldier. It's suffocating, it's suffocating. This battle is so stifling. They are a dozen, more than 20 countries, but still cannot beat the hairy bear one. This to find who to reason but for the most suffocating, it would have to be Pretty Country. When have they ever been so aggrieved as the world's hegemon, the international police, and the defender of peace in the universe? So while watching the hairy bear achieve a victorious battle and have the second hair in his pocket, Pretty Country said nothing about accepting it. But things have come to a point where even if they don't accept it, there's no proper point of entry. It would be better to go back and fix it, review it, and find the right time to make a comeback. Thinking that, the Pretty Country commander gritted his teeth. Withdraw, Subov. You wait for your labor. Next time, we will definitely make you pay. At the word of command, the vast fleet, along with the troops pressing at the border, withdrew as much as they could. The woolly bear finally gets the ultimate win. Yeah, victory, we've finally won. Great, we can go home. For a time, Keystone City was in a celebratory mood. Woolly bear soldiers rejoice in the end of the war, and the citizens of Irmo and the surrendered soldiers were joyful that, at last, they had peace. People put up lights, sing and dance, hold parades and drink. The drink went from morning to night. There was even a mass wedding in Keystone City during this time. The hosts of this wedding are, naturally, the furry bear guy, Detri, and the two-haired hot beauty, Mira. When Zhang Yan replaces the dead Kavsky, he hands his daughter, Mira, over to Detri. The two exchanged rings, said their vows, and finally embraced each other in intimacy in front of thousands, if not tens of thousands of people. This scene moved everyone in the room who watched it. The fact that the woolly bears and the Ermits, originally mortal enemies, have chosen to unite at this moment is the greatest relief to the peoples of both countries. General, thanks to you, really, I don't know how long this battle would have gone on without you. Painful yards, I still have not reacted to how our 30,000 people slipped the enemy army of 300,000 people like that, Comrade Subov. In fact, there are many of us in the Irmo army who admire you, but the admiration is accompanied by more fear of you, because we don't know when we will die at your hands. You guys, can you talk? The war is over. We Irmo and Mao Xiong are still good brothers. Don't worry about it, General. I'll drink to you. At the banquet, there were many generals and socialites who came to toast Zhang Yan. When it came to the second half of the night, the only ones left at the banquet were Zhang Yan's old friends. Like what? Andrei, Detri, Alexei, Ilyich, Ivan, whatever. By this time, everyone was a little drunk from the joy, so the words were flowing. Andrei, Zhang Yan, the war is over. Do you really want to go back? Zhang Yan nodded his head. Originally, I came here to travel. Participating in the war and whatnot was just an accident. I'm a Daxia person. If I don't go back to Daxia, where will I go? Alexei scratched his head. Subov, if you ask me, you're a hairy bear of an admiral by now. Yards and yards, promoted to admiral in a month or so. I've never seen anything so outrageous. It's come to this. Just stay in Mao Xiong. We can give you everything you need. You can eat and drink in Mao Xiong. There's absolutely no need to go back to Daxia. When this was said, others chimed in. Right, Zhang Yan, what's so good about Daxia? You still have to go to school when you go back, and with no battles to fight, you can't use all your strength, so you might as well stay in Mao Xiong and become a general. I reckon that at this moment, our senior management is already discussing how to reward you, and the rewards at that time will be absolutely generous, giving you whatever you want. Subov, I remember you said before that you don't like the women on our side. Ah, you're not unwilling to stay because of this, right? It's all a small matter. As long as you like it, Whether it's a woman from the stick, the Japanese, or the dacia, we can introduce them to you. The crowd practically threw olive branches all over the place, but Zhang Yan's eyes remained resolute. Dacia is my hometown, the place where I was born and raised. I must go back. Alright, it's getting late. Take an early rest. So far Irmo has taken it down, and the brass won't let us back in tomorrow. Chapter 181 Returning to Skokie. A new struggle begins with the scruples of the Hawks. Early the next morning, the Hairy Bear Sr. then called in a communication. The soldiers on the front line, the generals, all of them have worked hard. We have sent transport planes to Irmo to take you home. The situation has now stabilized. The pretty countries, the Allies, and the Western Allies have temporarily abandoned the deployment of Irmo. Troops stationed on the front line may be allowed to change guard and go home. Boom boom boom. A large IL transport plane, the series of transport planes, loaded with troops, flew over the border and into the territory of Irmo, traveled to various military locations to perform change of guard duties. Originally, Zhang Yan planned to part ways with the furry bear right there. Now that the territory of Irmo is safe, just arrange an airplane for yourself and take yourself back. Really cannot. Dacia fleet is not stranded in Mohayat well, they ride that back also can. Just to experience a sea long distance travel is a kind of feeling. But on second thought, Dad was still waiting for him in Skane, so I'd better go. Let's go together then. So, Zhang Yan, as the first batch of generals to change defense, took a special plane and flew almost straight for 4 hours. It then arrived in a military base somewhere within the city of Sko. As soon as I stepped off the airplane, a vast array of officers and soldiers in their regular uniforms stood in front of me. Thousands and thousands of people. On either side of the stairs, the Woolly Bear ceremonial team, heads held high, ceremonial rifles in hand, necks craned 45 degrees upward. Salutes went up on either side, shot after shot, and the band played the music of a triumphant return. Ola, Ola, Ola. Tens of thousands of people spoke in unison, their voices impassioned. This has, apparently, been the highest profile welcome for a woolly bear. Zhang Yan walked down the ramp to the red carpet. Along the way, officers and soldiers on both sides spontaneously saluted him. Out of politeness, Zhang Yan also saluted while walking. At the same time, at the end of the red carpet, an old man in a suit, who was still hard and domineering despite his graying temples, was also walking towards Zhang Yan's side. This is, Hairy Bear Emperor? Zhang Yan inwardly exclaimed, good guy. This he only saw on TV, but real people this is still the first time. While Zhang Yan was sizing himself up, the great emperor, likewise, was sizing up Zhang Yan, this 18-year-old teenage admiral, walking with a domineering manner and bubbling with a murderous aura, deserved to be just withdrawn from the front line. This was the first impression that Zhang Yan brought to the great emperor. Like other feelings were not there. He couldn't see it all because of the bandages on Zhang Yan's body. Although at present, Zhang Yan apparently suffered white phosphorus bullet injuries are all self-healing title Brave Bull. Cut are not with fear to cure. However, he chose to show his face in the form of a bandaged body in order to hide his face. Finally, the two meet. General Sapov, welcome home. Thank you for your outstanding service to our woolly bear army. He shook hands, offered flowers, personally adjusted Zhang Yan's uniform, and patted Zhang Yan's shoulder. The admiration in the eyes of the great emperor was intense to the extreme. Just then, Zhang Yan suddenly asked an ill-timed question. Comrade Great Emperor, now that the war is over, can I go back? The great emperor suddenly froze, and after popping his eyes, he nodded. Going back is definitely necessary, but nowadays, as a credit to the furry bear, you can't be absent on many occasions. Please recuperate for now at your residence in the base. There will be a celebration dinner in the evening. There are a lot of high-ranking officers who want to get to know you, and tomorrow we will also have a victory parade. And after that there will be a meeting to summarize the strategy. When it's all over, I'll personally send you back to your country. Ooh, Zhang Yan's mouth was wide open. The furry bear emperor personally sent back to the country? Yardage. That's too big of a card. That's fine. It's not even August yet anyway, so returning home 2 days late doesn't seem to be a big deal. Then, Comrade Archon, may I see my father? Of course. The great emperor nodded and hurriedly called over the secretary not far away, instructing, immediately interface with the Dragon Country Embassy and help the general arrange to meet his father. Yes, the secretary nodded and left at a quick pace, soon driving the vehicle away. But his goal was not the Rokoko Embassy. Instead he drove his vehicle all the way out of the city to some estate on the outskirts, on the ground floor of the manor. The light was incredibly dim, but at the moment, it was filled with people. Subov has arrived? Just arrived. He has no interest in staying with the woolly bear? I just got off the plane, but in just 2 sentences, I started asking about going back to Dacia. What an underfed wolf. Alright, you go down. When the secretary left, The figure sitting in the main seat looking at his cigar slowly spoke. Gentlemen, I still say the same thing as before. Subov must not be released back to Dacia. This man was no one else but the representative of the Hawk faction of the Hairy Bear, General Leonid, who had previously ordered Zhang Yan to blow up the Lek main reservoir and had been removed from his post by the Great Emperor as a result. At the same time that Subov returned to Skau, he has also returned to Skokie from his old stomping grounds. As a Hawk, he has always had the best interests of the woolly bear at heart, and naturally, he would not let such a horrible man as Subov back into the country so easily. Subov's ability, for all to see, can't be described as terrifying. He's God and Satan descended into the world, a natural general. Such a person can only be our friend, not our enemy, but soon, he will be returning to his country. The future is full of variables. No one can say. In the event of a future change in the woolly bear-Dacia relationship, the friends who once helped us will become our enemies. I dare to pack my bags. With the added power of Subov, we woolly bears won't have any chance of winning, so we must save for a rainy day and do something great that has been planted by those who have gone before us. When these words came out, everyone in the surroundings stared in shock. They heard it. Leonid was planning to make a move against a great hero who had just returned from a triumphant and military victory. Yardage. No less. Hawks with too much ing nerve. Subov is our hero of the woolly bear. How dare you do it to him? The great emperor and the others should also be eager to leave Subov behind. Should we wait and see? Their tactics are nothing more than giving ranks, money, women, and picking stars and taking the moon for Subov. But it feels like it shouldn't work for someone of Subov's caliber. While I don't advocate releasing Subov back into the country either, is it really appropriate to do it at this time? It's better to use a soft policy. Sukuber, you're crazy. If you want to do it, you do it. Don't drag us down. Apparently, the crowd felt that while Subov should have been stopped, a direct strike would have been untimely. Seeing that a few of the men were about to leave, Leonid hurriedly stopped them. If you knew exactly what Subov had done, you wouldn't be so calm. With that, Leonid clapped his hands and soon the papers were distributed to everyone. This is a report submitted by the Academy of Sciences that when the 996th Mixed Division in the frontline city of Olean was experiencing the effects of the epidemic, there was someone who made a vaccine with extraordinary efficacy in a single night. Leukemia, cancer, acromegaly, and even the toxicity of paraquat can be easily dissolved. This is an invention that has taken the world by storm, and there is only one person who knows the inventor of this vaccine. Subov. Everyone was shocked, but that wasn't all. Leonid then clapped his hands and a silhouette stepped out from the side. If you guys think that what I just said isn't sensational enough, then this next thing, even if you shoot him Subov a few hundred times, even the great emperor won't say anything. This is an agent of the KGB, who once personally fought with Subov and witnessed, with her own eyes, Subov delivering information about Kever. To Dacia. Chapter 182. The circle of friends is unblocked. Zhang Yan didn't die. Friends and family are shocked. Subov was originally from Dacia. What's wrong with him passing information to his own country? What's the problem? There is a big problem, and it just goes to show that Subov's ideas and beliefs are not to be shaken. I don't think that's the point. The point is, now that the Dacia side has also grasped a large number of secrets from the time of the former Mao, it's highly likely that they'll use this to enter the era of technological explosion. Harm this thing whole. Before that, the city lord destroyed the villa, although we salvaged a batch of documents, but more or less still have omissions. Who would have thought that now Dacia hands hold complete intelligence? The crowd was a bit torn, although now Dacia and the Hairy Bear were allies, and the relationship was as sweet as honey. They're even starting to be visa-free. But this intelligence thing, after all, it's still divided into borders. At this time, Leonid spoke again. It is for this reason that we cannot allow Subov to return to Dacia. Not only that, but we're going to use him to retrieve that information from Dacia's hands. The name of Subov. In wartime, it makes the enemy tremble. After the war, it made the Hairy Bear jealous. Putting aside the fact that he is a Daxamite himself, on the battlefield, he has demonstrated the ability of a single soldier, the ability to lead, and the unbelievable ability to change the tide of battle with his own strength, none of which would allow the woolly bear to simply consider him a friend, an ally. But compared to the way the Archon and a host of others wanted to leave Subov behind with a policy of wistfulness, a means of enlisting interests, the Hawks are more direct, and they wouldn't mind doing something big that would leave them in the dust for years to come, but benefit the furry bears for centuries. At this point in time, the various details that Subov had previously left out will also become points for the Hawks to target him. At this moment, Zhang Yan didn't know that he had already been targeted by some extremists just after he came to Skokie City. After a brief conversation with the Great Emperor, it was led by the Great Emperor, started dealing with some of the key generals, top brass and whatnot, of the furry bears. General Subov, what a young and talented man, Please give me more support in the future. Comrade General, I have prepared a slight feast at home. I wonder if Comrade General would be so kind. General, my little daughter is your little fangirl, looking forward to your return every day and wanting to meet you. General, what happened to this body? Quick, arrange the best hospital, the best doctor, the best ward for the general. These people are so enthusiastic. They come up with all kinds of offers. Although the words were said in a bold manner, Zhang Yan was still more or less uncomfortable. He still preferred the battlefield, that straightforward socializing. It was hard to get rid of these people. Zhang Yan and the Great Emperor rode in the same car, and the Great Emperor personally sent Zhang Yan to his residence in the barracks. The accommodation is not considered luxurious, but it is spacious and very minimalist. General Subov, for the sake of your safety, please make do with what you have for the time being. The current war has just ended, while the pretty states, the Allies, and the Western Allies explicitly withdrew their troops, but there's no guarantee that something will be done behind the scenes. So for now, it was safest for Zhang Yan to stay in the barracks. Seeing that the Great Emperor was about to leave, Zhang Yan said, Comrade Great Emperor, it's been a long time since I've seen my father's side after all, or else I'll go and see him in person? The Great One laughed. Comrade General, don't be in a hurry. Arrangements are already being made. The situation is still unclear, and it is highly likely that you will bring danger to him if you go yourself. Can you understand that? Someone will contact you as soon as there's news, so get some rest and relaxation first. Zhang Yan thought about it, although letting the old man come to see his son is more or less the reverse of the Big Dipper. But isn't that a no-brainer? Once the Great Emperor left, the room finally cleared up. Zhang Yan took a shower, lay on the bed, and took out his cell phone. It's kind of boring when you've been at war for a long time and suddenly you're out in the cold. The phone turned on, and for just a moment, the logo that originally showed no signal was now pulling in a full signal. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yan's cell phone was bombarded with wild explosions. A phone call, a text message, a Microsoft video, a Microsoft voice. To the phone are almost dry smoke. Scared, Zhang Yan hurriedly opened shielding, which only subsided a lot. Open Weishuan, because the signal connected. Zhang Yan previously failed to send out the circle of friends, almost a brain all sent out. Just this moment, there are already 99 plus likes and comments interacting. Misty Grass, Brother Rock, is this really a friend circle posted by you personally? Rock is resurrected. Seriously, Rock isn't dead? Damn, dozens of friend circles sent together. What play? Rock's gone with the Hairy Bear's army to fight the base city? Zhang Yan, is it really you? Zhang Yan, pick up the phone will you? Admiral? Yards, Rock, you're not dead. Why are you still blowing up the power? As early as a month ago, the visitor Zhang Yan's death on the battlefield had been a sensation in Dasha for some time. After a month of settling down, almost everyone except Zhang Yan's mom and dad thought that Zhang Yan was dead. But today, Zhang Yan, originally no movement of the microblogging number, but suddenly sent dozens of friend circles in a row, tells all about what happened after he was lost. What with traveling to the Trimble Warzone from the Kefar underground? What with breaking out of the Trimble Warzone to the city of Vatax, and then stopping Irmo from blowing up the reservoir, and even getting washed right into the Sea of Murk in order to divert the floodwaters? The latter is even more exaggerated. As the Futamo Bear Armageddon opens, and Zhang Yan participates in the offensive against the base city, after a miscellany of battles and dilemmas, it finally succeeded in capturing the base city and executing Irmo's little Zeski. After that, 30,000 of them, and still slipping the 300,000 men of the Union Army like dogs, wiped out almost all of them, and the Furry Bears won the Furry Bear 2 Furry War as a result. So now Zhang Yan is back in Skokie and ready to go back home? The content of these friend circles is so alarming too. Just through the words and pictures, family and friends can see the menace of the battlefield and the development of Zhang Yan's state of mind along the way. Still, they don't believe in some of it. For example, Zhang Yan's rank rose all the way up to general, and his official position rose all the way up to frontline commander-in-chief. How awesome is this? A tourist who just finished his high school exams, 18 years old, went to war and became an admiral. Who'd believe that? Rock, you don't blow awesome like that. You think you're Subov? Look at the content of Rock's friend circle. He wouldn't just be with Subov, would he? Why don't you post a picture together? Rock is really out of his league, going on a trip and actually participating in the end of the Woolly Bear futuristic war? It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. So when the hell is Rock coming back to the country? Zhang Yan, pick up the phone quickly will you? He didn't take it too seriously that his friends and family didn't believe in his circle of friends. After all, things were so outrageous that if he had, he certainly wouldn't have believed it. Zhang Yan briefly looked at it, and then began to pick a key one and started to reply to the message in text back. Say you're fine and return home immediately. Subsequently, Zhang Yan began to return phone calls. The first person is still in the country to worry about his mom. The phone has just been connected. The excited voice of the mom came from the other end. Rock finally answered the phone. Are you okay? Not hurt? Zhang Yan laughed. Mom, don't worry. I have a great life. The war is over. I've already returned to Skokie City. Don't worry. I'll be able to go home in a few days. Mom let out a long breath. That's good. That's good. From now on you can't run around. Okay? How scary. The police and some agency people told me that you were still alive, but to keep it a secret, which made me not dare to go out much in the past month or so, and they, too, had a fake funeral just for you. Well now, my son has finally come back to life. Zhang Yan is speechless. God Tama resurrection At that moment, Mom suddenly remembered something. By the way, have you seen your father? Not yet. Why? Mom angrily said. That deadbeat. Most of the month did not answer the phone. Contact cannot be contacted. He went to the capital of the woolly bear, but not the battlefield. He engaged in what lost contact. I'm wondering if he's out of the country and looking for a little one behind my back. Zhang Yan's mouth opened wide. Okay, Mom, actually I feel that you don't need to worry about it. My dad, he, probably, is also trying to keep it a secret. General, please proceed to the parlor. As he was talking, a soldier came knocking on the door. Mom, let's not talk about it. My dad should be here. I'll ask for you. If he dares to cheat, I'll clean him up. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yan came to the parlor. I was expecting to meet my dad. Tension. But there were a lot of people standing around here, and there was no sign of dad tension. Chapter 183. The KGB is coming to town. And with 2 attacks, the gap is deepening. There were all the hairy bear faces in front of me. Soldiers and old men. There's also the mysterious, pretentious one in a black suit and sunglasses. As soon as they saw Zhang Yan walk in, they hurriedly gathered around. For a while, the parlor was incredibly noisy, and these people were chattering so much that Zhang Yan had a bit of a headache. Shut up! Suddenly, Zhang Yan chortled. One by one, 2 older men with white coats over their uniforms were the first to speak. General, we're from the Military Academy of Sciences, and we're interested in the automatic drone swarming means of attack that you've used on the battlefield, as well as that worm Trojan attack method named Want You Dead 1500 is very interested. I wonder if you can provide this technology to our Military Academy of Sciences. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. Want to whore for nothing? When the old man heard this, he smashed his mouth. General, how can this be for nothing? These 2 technologies, once they are put into the whole army, will make our manhwa army more than 10 times stronger. You, as commander and as general, should be happy to see this. Zhang Yan laughed. Using these tactics when fighting a war is to make the war end as soon as possible. The war is all over now. The best technology is definitely reserved for Daxia, who stepped on the horse to give you guys. Of course, if Woolly Bear was willing to pay some small price, he could still provide some foreign trade types. But don't whore yourself out, and don't moralize. I don't eat you. If you want skill, show your sincerity. If you want to whore yourself out for nothing, get the hell out of here and send the guests away. The 2 old men were thrown out directly. Soon, another old man came up. Comrade General, we are from the Academy of Science. About that vaccine that appeared in the city of Olean, I wonder if you could reveal his developer. Don't worry, we will never whore ourselves out for nothing. We will spend a fortune and buy the method of manufacturing the vaccine. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. The developer is a Daxia person, and has now taken a warship and returned to Daxia. If you want to do business, talk directly with the Daxia side. Send off the guests. After that, there was a mixed bag of people coming up to say things. Either they needed Zhang Yan's skills or Zhang Yan's help. In response, Zhang Yan had only one attitude. Show sincerity or talk to Daxia. Trying to make yourself available for free. No way. This wave, if only those furry bear organizations would react and be willing to show good faith. Zhang Yan predicted himself, can talk down tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of foreign trade orders. At the end of the day, there were only a few people left in the room. Apart from Zhang Yan, there was only the group of pretenders in suits and sunglasses. General, we are agents of the KGB. Please come with us. KGB? Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he remembered something. Is it a guest, or an interrogation? There are just some things that I need to ask you about. Zhang Yan spread his hands. Just ask here. There are no outsiders. It's not convenient here, so I'd rather ask you to come with us. Zhang Yan laughed. There's nothing inconvenient. Is there anyone else eavesdropping in the barracks? The black-clad man at the head looked puzzled. Comrade General, you are our hero of the manhwa. We honor you, and we don't want to make too much of a scene. Boom 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 boom. The door to the parlor was smashed to pieces by several silhouettes. At this moment, Andre Anthony and the others had just retreated back and were trying to look for Zhang Yan when they resolved to witness this scene with their own eyes. There, KGB agents? The duo was a bit dumbfounded. How did Zhang Yan fight with the furry bear agent? And is not at all remove the arm of the arm, remove the leg of the leg, and even there is a chest depression blood vomit non-stop. Zhang Yan's eyes were cold as hell. Where is the KGB's headquarters? There are specialized intelligence buildings. Go and bring the men and surround the KGB for me. Yards, the great emperor wouldn't dare to stagger in front of me. What kind of things are you? Prepare a car. I'm going to the Daxia consulate. From the moment the KGB agent appeared and tried to take himself away, Zhang Yan suddenly realized that something was wrong. Trying to go back on your own might not be so easy. Between waiting for the car, Zhang Yan took out his cell phone to try to contact his dad, but how to call cannot be reached. Combine that with the fact that mom's side of the family said they hadn't been able to reach dad for the better part of a month. Zhang Yan suddenly had a bad feeling. The house is leaking. The moment the military jeep arrived, through the title who says humans can't be druids, with the added bonus of wolf-like ears, Zhang Yan was the first to realize that something was wrong. It didn't take long to dismantle 2-time bombs from underneath the car. Is this the way you furry bears treat your guests? Andre and Anthony were numb. Zhang Yan, there must be a misunderstanding. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. Unity in times of war, harboring fights in times of peace. It's really a classic chant. Regarding the complexity of human nature, Zhang Yan, who had little social experience, had only seen it in books, but today, he was truly seeing it. The war has just been won, and someone is trying to unload on us? It really does smell like a history book. Buzz 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 buzz. Without saying much, Zhang Yan stepped on the gas, and the military jeep scurried out directly toward the direction of the Daxia embassy. Mao Xiong was not safe now. Zhang Yan had only one idea, and that was to bring his dad back to Daxia as soon as possible. Sprinting and overtaking all the way, Zhang Yan had thought that a time bomb would be the limit. That is, until a certain intersection where suddenly a passerby, dressed in a black jacket, pulls out a pistol. Boom 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 boom. The gunman's shots were benchmarked, and almost all of them were in the spirit of Zhang Yan's head. Fortunately, Zhang Yan's driving skills were counterintuitive enough to harden against the bullets that shot out like fire snakes, and make a drift. Bang! Straight away, the gunman was knocked out of the way. Close behind them, Andre, Anthony's vehicle quickly surrounded and grabbed the shooter. Zhang Yan, Andre, Anthony didn't know what to say to Zhang Yan by this time. The KGB's coming in, and the attack. They hadn't expected so much to happen in just a few hours after arriving in Skokie. Buzz. Zhang Yan was too lazy to argue with them, and his foot stepped on the gas pedal and left again in a puff of smoke. Subov was attacked, and more than once. This event rocked the entire furry bear hierarchy and barely missed the jaws of the hawks. You asshole, doing it so early? Is this the time to do it? Do you guys have in your head? Didn't we agree to use Subov to get the information from Daxia first? The hawks almost didn't rip Leonid a new one. The plan was all set and then Leonid made such a big deal out of it. Doesn't that make it a big deal? Leonid's brow furrowed as he shook his head. I didn't do it, and the only thing I did was to have the KGB and the Academy of Sciences go after Lindong. Hearing this, Hawkpaw thought of a possibility. If you didn't do it, then the only people who would do such a thing would be them. Meanwhile, the Woolly Bear executives got word on their side. According to the interrogation, the gunman came from a Western country and was a spy for a Western country, which is probably what Pretty Country and the others left behind. Upon hearing this, the Hairy Bear executives had a headache. It's only been a few hours since the general returned to Skokie. How did this happen? I heard that the KGB even went after the general today, and the general, in a fit of anger, directly sent troops to give the KGB a siege, so needless to say, it must have been that group of hawks that did it. Zhang Yan was originally a Daxia person. There is not much belonging to us. Now it's good. Such a mess. How can we still carry out our softening policy? The great emperor hovered in front of the table, pacing from side to side. Whether it's the hawks or spies from other countries, if they do this, it will only increase the gap between us and Zhang Yan. Tomorrow is the victory parade. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Check for me. Anyone who tries to disadvantage General Subov, arrest them all. We must give Zhang Yan an explanation. At the first moment of the furry bear's action, Zhang Yan also rushed to the Daxia consulate. As soon as the car stopped, Zhang Yan Dragon walked into the consulate. Seeing Zhang Yan, who was dressed in a furry bear uniform, walk in, the guard in civilian clothes was the first to stop him. This comrade, is there something important? Zhang Yan directly said in Mandarin. I'm Daxia tourist Zhang Yan. I want to see our representative. Chapter 184 Daxia's anger. The hairy bear stress pulls full. A change of face is just a moment away. At the moment, the representative of Daxia is outside going about his daily socializing. As soon as he heard that Zhang Yan came to the door alone, He hurriedly put off all the trips afterward and rushed back without stopping. Comrade Zhang Yan, you're... Having just seen Zhang Yan, the Daxia representative was shocked. Why is this covered with bandages? A military jacket, 2 eyes on the face, 2 nostrils and a mouth to breathe? What is this look? But even though he couldn't see Zhang Yan's face, the murderous aura that involuntarily emerged from his body was creepy as hell. Zhang Yan waved his hand. Comrade representative, there's no time for nonsense. The current Mao Xiong isn't safe. Someone wants to unload. Contact the country as soon as possible and help me make arrangements to return home. This furry bear can't stay a day. I want to take my dad back. Shun Ma, the Daxia representative, was shocked at the sound of it. As a credit to the woolly bear futuristic war, he had just returned from victory. Instead of properly honoring the friendship of the landlord, Mao Xiong even unloaded and treated Zhang Yan in such a way. They are so bold. The Daxia representative was so angry that he slammed the desktop. Comrade Zhang Yan, please rest assured that the motherland is your most solid backing. We will make sure that you and your father are safe and get a statement for you. Zhang Yan nodded. Right, where's my dad? I want to see him. The Daxia representative choked on his words. Your father, Seeing this reaction from the Daxia representative, Zhang Yan's brows swished up. Held hostage? Kidnapped? The Daxia representative shook his head. It's not that serious. It's just that, lately, General Batu of the woolly bear and your father have been interacting more eagerly. Even Batu has taken your father as his godson, and he is currently a guest at one of General Batu's estates outside the city. But please don't worry. Our people have been on the stakeout. At present, your father is not in any danger. On the contrary, he is living a very nourishing life. Every day good food and good drink. There is absolutely no situation that exists as you said. Dude, godson? Zhang Yan's mouth opened wide, and the words of the Daxia representative directly shocked him for 100 years. Emotionally, Mom thought Dad was cheating on her. Actually, did Dad go abroad to recognize his godfather? There is such a thing. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. He's recognizing a thief as his father? He's treasonous? The Daxia representative comforted. Comrade Zhang Yan, calm down, calm down. Actually, it's normal to think about it. You're highly accomplished, and as a contributor to the woolly bear futuristic war, there are a lot of people in woolly bear who want to leave you behind, so it's only natural to curry favor with your father. And on your father's side, after all, on someone else's turf, being invited, it's inevitable that there will be some embarrassment to refuse, and face should still be passed. But knowing your father as I do, his mind would not be so easily swayed. Zhang Yan was speechless. Yards, where is this pleasing? Accepting a godson? Isn't this taking advantage of people? Is my dad out of his mind? If people dare to accept it, he dares to recognize it? If he wasn't my father, I'd shoot him if he was on the battlefield, being assassinated and targeted. Zhang Yan wasn't even speechless, but his father tensioned this wave of recognition of godson. The genius is to give him the whole speechless live. What kind of godfather is this? Isn't this a disgrace to the people of Daxia? After Zhang Yan's words, the Daxia representative almost didn't choke on his own saliva. It's different when you've just finished a war. You've got a temper. What can I say? What can I say? Let's just say that the father is kind to the son. Zhang Yan was righteously indignant. Tell me the location of the manor. I'll personally bring him back. If he is really treasonous, I will absolutely cooperate with the work of our National Security Department. And when the time comes to shoot to kill, to execute to death, I will definitely not stop. Zhang Yan's attitude is very resolute. If Dad really did something to apologize for Daxia, great justice, no discussion. Even though he knew his dad well enough that he wouldn't necessarily do something like that, he was just angry inside right now. Buzz. Zhang Yan was on the road again. The target, the estate of General Manhwa. Afraid that Zhang Yan would do something extreme, the Daxia representative even sent a group of plainclothes to follow him. The matter was then reported to the top echelons of the Grand Xia at fire speed. Learning that there were even people in Mao Xiong who wanted to target Zhang Yan. Boom 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 boom. Almost at the same time, the sound of table tapping came from several offices of the top management of Daxia. Some of the executives used a little more force and even slapped the table apart. Well, you furry bear, we Daxia people helped you to open up the border and win the war, and this is how you treat him? Isn't Mao Xiang's stomping grounds disgusting? If I had known this, I should have brought Zhang Yan back earlier. Yards, they dare. If they dare to touch a single hair on Zhang Yan's head, we'll send out our troops today, and directly give them a furry bear crosspush. Even if we're allies, we can't let Zhang Yan suffer from this nonsense. Finance, diplomacy, and the military immediately pressurized Mao Xiong to immediately arrange for Zhang Yan's retrieval. Zhang Yan, as the most valued talent of the current Daxia top management and even the military, if the hairy bear dared to bully him, he was bullying Daxia, even if they are allies. So what? even if they are on good terms. If you dare to touch him, we will dare to turn our backs on him. Soon, the Great One, who was in the Kling Palace, presiding over the capture of spies and hawks, got the message. Dacia's side has struck out, and the various enterprises of Dacia that have deep cooperation with us in business have suddenly announced that they will temporarily suspend their cooperation with us. Currently the woolly bear is completely on the opposite side of the Western nations. It can be said that most of the economy is kept stable by working with Dacia. Now that the enterprises in Dacia suddenly announced the suspension of cooperation, and no one digested the large commercial orders, it is not necessary to think about it to know what kind of economic crisis the woolly bears will encounter. The Dacia fleet that had originally left the Sea of Mo suddenly turned back, and the Dacia East Sea Fleet, which had also passed through the Strait of Japan, reached the eastern coast of our country. Border troops urgently report that the northern army of Dacia suddenly pressed forward. The Dacia military called and asked us to open up the airspace, and they've sent transport planes to personally pick up their Dacia tourists. Dacia's pressure, wave after wave, from the economy to the strategic deployment, almost give Mao Xiong round the entry point to hit the key points, make Mao Xiong sweating. Even the representative of Dacia personally ran to the great emperor's office. Comrade Archon, our two countries have always had good relations and are staunch allies, but the series of events that happened today makes us in Dacia very puzzled. What exactly do you hairy bears mean? The representative of Dacia had an accusatory tone, obviously already angry to the extreme. The great emperor frowned tightly, crossed his arms and solemnly said, "Today's matter is our mistake. Please rest assured Dacia, we will definitely give you, as well as General Subov, a perfect explanation. Well, we'll see what happens, and hopefully the hairy bear won't let us down." Leaving behind a sentence, the representative of Dacia directly left. Although the words were no more than two, his tone and the way he phrased them spoke volumes. Dacia was extremely angry at what happened to Zhang Yan in Sko City. That is, for the sake of our allies, we can still talk peacefully for a while, but if the hairy bears don't know what's good for them, then don't blame the Dacia side for flipping out. The woolly bear, although he had just finished the Woolly Bear 2 Woolly War, was no less stressed at the moment than he had been at the time before, because they could also see that if Zhang Yan couldn't solve this matter well, then just after they finished fighting with Ermo, they would have to start a conflict with Dacia in the back foot. Once things get to that point, the woolly bear will lose its last powerful ally and become a complete target of the world, under siege by all nations. You see what these hawks and spies have done, and this is what happens when you take a shot at Subov. I don't blame Dacia for being so angry. Yards of it, to take a shot at a meritorious man, at a hero, isn't that unloading? On Zhang Yan's side, it's better to send someone to talk to him properly. He must be made to know that the scum are just individuals, and that most of us are still friendly. Have you found out? If so, make an arrest immediately. This farce must be resolved as soon as possible. Chapter 185 Finding Dad. A tiger's son is not a dog's father. My old son has never committed treason. For the farce caused by the furry bear hawks and spies from other countries, it puts the relationship between Dacia and woolly bear at a momentary freezing point. Now, as long as things are not handled in a timely manner, or Zhang Yan is treated unfairly again, it was also highly likely that Dacia and hairy bear would clash directly in the next second. The netizen populace on the Dacia network at the moment, on the other hand, knew nothing about this matter. They are falling into a kind of joy, and this joy was only possible because of a hot search. Hashtag the Dacia tourists who blundered into the battlefield are alive. Hashtag. A month or so ago, there was a big fuss about the Dacia tourists mistakenly entering the battlefield, and eventually, it faded into oblivion due to the accidental death of a Dacia tourist. Now the matter is being brought up again. People were emotional and caught up in the heat of the moment. What play? That Dacia tourist has been following the main force of the woolly bear all the way to Keystone City? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys look at people this tour of the travel, simply completely involved in the war of the once again hairy bears and two hairs but also too worth it. Envy. Why people traveling to experience war? I traveled to run the beach to let people dive to pit 35,000? Envious? If I threw you into the battlefield, you'd be able to pee in the next second. Don't you believe me? I go. This is a talent follow all the way down the fight. More or less a bit of wartime experience. Our Dacia army is not ready to take him in? It feels better to take this gimmick to sell goods live. Surely you can make a big profit. The content of the hot search is just too powerful. All taken from Zhang Yan's circle of friends. I don't know which of Zhang Yan's friends, family, or classmates gave the media a heads up. Just the item of tourists following the main force, completely involved in the war of the Mao Bear Ermo, gave the netizens a confused look. At this point, the officials can't suppress the heat even if they want to. For a while, Zhang Yan became a hot star, and netizens speculated, what kind of treatment will he get when he returns home? And coincidentally enough, It was at this time that the Western media, which had taken advantage of the opportunity for a long time because of the defeat, suddenly came forward to make a demon. It may have been a breath of fresh air, and although they kept their mouths shut about the previous war, they're back to smearing Woolly Bear and Subov. And just one of the more intriguing statements in the flurry of smearing of Subov was one of the more intriguing. That's when they went so far as to claim, it's highly likely that Subov is a Daxia man, a secret weapon supported by Daxia to Mao Xiong, and that Daxia has actually been involved in the Mao Xiong-Irma war for a long time. Unsurprisingly, the Western media used this as an opportunity to verbally attack Daxia, but with little success. But when Daxia's netizens saw the news, they were instantly shocked. Holy, Daxia people? Zun do fake do. If Subov were from our Daxia, wouldn't our Daxia be invincible? Hey, I just climbed over the wall. Suddenly found a very coincidental thing. Before Subov faked his death at the same time, that tourist of ours also died, and now the tourist resurrected. Is it possible that they are the same person? What? Our Daxia tourists are actually Subov. Damn. Are our Daxia tourists so powerful that they won the battle with a woolly bear on their trip? Traveling is no excuse. Sending people over there to gain wartime experience is the real thing. Daxia netizen Blind Shang discovers Huadot and suddenly guesses a surprisingly big secret. And in this regard, the friends and relatives who are most familiar with Zhang Yan, classmates and teachers and whatnot, only feel outrageous. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If Zhang Yan is Subov, I'll wash my head upside down plus eat Xiang. Zhang Yan would be lucky to follow through with bringing the battle down and surviving. Can you guys stop spreading rumors? Now the netizens really. How to listen to the wind is rain. The words of the Western media that is a person can believe? At this moment, Zhang Yan didn't know that his identity was already hovering between being exposed and not being exposed. Led by plainclothes warriors, he drove all the way out of the city, then circled around and came to an estate. It's a nice view, with the peace and harmony of idyllic poetry, but the perimeter is surrounded by woolly bear soldiers. Parking the jeep in front of the ornate gate, Zhang Yan smoothly got off, but only just arrived at the door. Swish swish swish. A pitch-black gun muzzle then aimed at Zhang Yan in unison. It was only because the murderous aura revealed in Zhang Yan's eyes made the furry bear soldiers chilled. It felt like crawling out of a mountain of swords and hundreds of thousands of dead people. Zhang Yan sneered. I'm Subov. Whoever dares to aim at me with that broken gun of yours again, I'll send him straight to God. No kidding. Sue. The woolly bear soldiers froze and hurriedly closed their guns and saluted. But Zhang Yan didn't even look at them and walked straight in, all the way through the tree-lined pathways and gardens. During that time, Zhang Yan also saw many maids and gardeners wearing maid outfits. Soon, Zhang Yan arrived in front of the large villa located in the center. Bang! Giving the door a kick, Zhang Yan nonchalantly yelled, "Tension! Tension! Come out!" The voice is, "Rock rock." At this moment, Zhang Yan's dad, Tension, was chatting with Batu in the living room. At the sound of his daydreaming voice, he sprang to his feet and ran out of the living room. "Good son, you're finally back. Ouch! What happened to this body?" As soon as he came up, Tension wanted to hug Zhang Yan, but seeing the bandages all over his body, he held back a hand for fear of hurting him. Zhang Yan glanced at his dad. "Tell me first, have you committed treason or betrayed Daxia?" Dad froze. "Absolutely no such thing. Your father, I am that kind of person? Code of the tiger son without a dog father. Son in the front line to kill the enemy charge. Old son cannot drag the son's leg. I was born a Daxia man and died a Daxia ghost." These words, it was soothing to hear Zhang Yan. "So let's barely hug one. So, you didn't recognize Man Batu as your godfather?" Dad erupted. "Admit it. You call this not treasonous?" Zhang Yan was shocked and so angry that he subconsciously pulled out his gun. Frightened Dad directly came to a chinwang around the pillar. "Dad, listen to my son." "Ah shucks. Son, listen to Dad. Recognizing General Batu as godfather is actually all for your own good." Zhang Yan directly pulled the bolt. "You're good for me, my ass." Zhang Li hurriedly explained. "They said that your identity in the battlefield needs to be covered, or else it will lead to very big trouble. And General Bata happens to be an East Asian face, so Dad is recognizing you for your false identity." Zhang Yan froze. "Really? Of course it's true." At that moment, a man's voice came from the sidelines. Afterwards, an old man wearing a military uniform with 4 stars on his shoulder patch was seen slowly walking out. "Comrade General, just in time. Ah, we were just talking about you." As soon as he saw the old man's Asian face, Zhang Yan instantly recognized him. "You are Batu?" "Exactly." Zhang Yan swished the gun in his hand. "You old thing really know how to put gold on your face. Fooling my dad into recognizing you as his godfather?" Swish swish swish. At the same time, the guards at the door rushed to raise their guns. Batu gestured for them to drop it, then sighed. "Comrade General, I know you're angry right now, but there's a real misunderstanding between us. I admit that at first, recognizing your father as a godson was indeed a means to keep you and befriend you. But your father said nothing. Until, that is, we needed to put cover on your false identity and your father was forced to recognize me as his godfather. You are quite honest. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth and lowered his gun obediently. Alright, there's nothing to do, so I'll take my dad away, and slow down. General Bata hurriedly stopped Zhang Yan. General Subov, this manor, originally is a gift that our senior management prepared for you. You don't need to go anywhere. To live, life here on the line. We will send heavy troops to keep you safe. Zhang Yan smiled. Is this also a means to befriend me and pull me in? That's right. General Batu nodded, then pulled out a bank card. In this card, there are 12.8 billion rubles, which translates to your Dasha's RMB is 1 billion, which is considered to be our furry bear's thanks and reward to you. And, our special admission letter from the National University is already on its way to you, and the president of the National University and the great emperor will personally deliver it to you. Throwing out all the olive branches at once, General Bata slowly said, General Subov, we are already aware of what is happening within SCO. There has been a misunderstanding. Everything has been done by enemy spies and hawks, and I admit that it was a mistake on the part of our furry bears. Currently, the great emperor is personally commanding, and the higher-ups are actively operating. Please be at ease. We will definitely give you a statement. Zhang Yan laughed. Don't say. I kinda like you as a person, talking straight without any ink. To be honest, I'm not a small-minded person, and I'm not the type to generalize. I still understand that there are good people and bad people in the masses. Injustice has its owner. How can this debt be sought? Right, but not to your heads. But I'm sorry, this manor of yours is too big for me to consume, and I think it would be better for me and my father to live on our own people's land. After saying that, not bothering about Batu, Zhang Yan directly left with his dad. When he came to the door and sent his dad to the car, Zhang Yan exhorted, take my dad back first, keep an eye on him, just stay at the embassy and don't go out. The plainclothes warrior nodded. Then where are you going, Chief? Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. Malbear's KGB wants to invite me for tea. People have invited me, there's no reason not to go. I'll go and come. Buzz 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 buzz. Zhang Yan blasted the gas and hit the road again, targeting the KGB headquarters building. The plainclothes fighters looked at the taillights with wonder and admiration in their eyes. Is this Supov? Is this Zhang Yan? Bossy. So ing bossy. They've all heard that the KGB headquarters has been surrounded by soldiers sent by Zhang Yan, and this time, he said he was going to an appointment for tea. This metaphor made the warriors think of only one possibility. It seems that the chief is planning to make a fuss about the KGB. Chapter 186, in the loudest voice possible. A lone intruder enters the KGB building, by Kayan Square. KGB building. This is a very old Soviet-style building. Red and yellow style is the tone. The plane looks more like a mountain character. As the headquarters of the Woolly Bears Intelligence Service, this place is sacred and inviolable. But at this moment, the furry bear soldiers, inside and out, are surrounding the place. Sukuber, do you realize what you're doing? Surrounding the KGB building. Who gave you the nerve? Get out of the way. You're already interfering with our daily business. Can you afford to miss the mission? Fine, fine. Ignore people right. We'll personally report it to the great emperor. Whoever's authorization it is, they won't be able to eat it. The attack on Subov is now in the secrecy stage, and all investigations and arrests are being made in secret. It was also known within the KGB only to the top brass and individuals. Therefore, the KGB intelligence officers, who did not know the inside story, very much did not understand the behavior of the Maoist soldiers, and by this time, had already barred with the Maoist soldiers. The two parties are not affiliated with the system at all, and now the military wants to surround the intelligence, which is simply the reverse of the Big Dipper. Okay? The KGB agents must be disgruntled. The two sides raised their guns and aimed at each other, neither of them losing ground, but the military soldiers were silent and on guard compared to the KGB agents who had been yelling non-stop. Buzz buzz buzz. Soon the sound of an engine roaring came from the end of the road. An army green jeep was then seen speeding by. Hiss. Adrift, unbiased, stopped at the front entrance of the KGB building. Zhang Yan got out of the car. Dragon walked through the crowd, and walked up. What gives you the right to surround us? Who gave you the guts? Right this minute, the KGB agents are screaming. Zhang Yan went up and put his gun to the agent's head. It's me. I'm Subov. Surround the KGB building. It's my order. What's the problem, Supov? Upon hearing the name, the KGB agents were simply shocked. The legendary hero of the Woolly Bears, the key figure who ended the Woolly Bear futuristic war? He ordered a siege of the KGB building. What's going on? Comrade General, put the gun down and get out of the way. I don't want the same thing said twice. Zhang Yan's voice filled with domineering aura, coupled with that murderous aura that was revealed from time to time. Even the KGB agent, who had seen a lot and worked at the tip of a knife, was alarmed. They hurriedly lowered their guns and made way. Let's go. Zhang Yan had just taken 2 steps with the furry bear soldiers. The KGB agents then gathered around again. Comrade General, the KGB building is an important place for intelligence. It's fine for you to go in, but I'm afraid the soldiers. Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow and ordered, all of you, stay put. Once you find a vision, immediately flush this place out. Yes. The soldiers' voices were strong and majestic. Listening to the KGB agent was a bit of a head-scratcher. What the hell is going on here? Why is General Sapov so angry? It's just like coming to raise hell. Although there were no soldiers accompanying him, Zhang Yan was all but fearless. He refused to be accompanied by a KGB agent at the entrance and entered the intelligence building alone. Just walked in. Zhang Yan was not polite, and directly through his voice, I'm Sapov. I heard that. Some people want to invite me to be a guest of the KGB. I'm here. The sound attracted the attention of all the agents in the hall. They looked over in unison, and in their eyes, there was shock, admiration, astonishment, and incomprehension. Of course, there were individuals whose eyes revealed a kind of hostility. All of these eyes were captured by Zhang Yan. Just see the corner of his mouth slightly skimming. Since he invited all of them, he wouldn't not have the guts to pick it up. If that's the case, then I can leave. Zhang Yan only just turned around. With a swish-swish sound, the fence gates suddenly fell down, blocking Zhang Yan's retreat. Immediately afterward, several people in the crowd of agents rushed out. Quick, get him. Surprisingly, Subov came to my door of his own accord. What a help. Subov, one man dares to enter the intelligence building. Who gave you the guts? It all happened so unexpectedly. The agents who didn't know what was going on could have stayed where they were. Meanwhile, the hairy bear soldiers outside the door sensed the vision and, without even thinking about it, charged right through the card. Despite the KGB agents' efforts to stop them, the crows rushed over. The agents who knew the inside story had already received the news and rushing to the first floor hall the moment Zhang Yan appeared at the entrance of the intelligence. This was just after arriving and seeing that those agents from the Hawk camp had already struck. Quick! Stop them and protect the general. Protection? Does Zhang Yan need anyone else's protection? Bang! Boom! I hit. Facing the encirclement of a dozen people, Zhang Yan was completely unafraid. The hall was in disarray for a mere 20 seconds or so before silence returned. The woolly bear soldiers were almost planning to use weapons of mass destruction, but fortunately Zhang Yan solved the problem quickly, which saved the KGB from a disaster. Looking at the ground, the agents who had previously attacked Zhang Yan were all beaten to a pulp, with broken arms and legs. The agents were stunned. The general's fighting prowess, lived up to its name. It felt like if all the agents in the room were to pack up, they were afraid that none of them would be a match for that legendary hero. General, thanks to you, under the great emperor's authorization, we've already secretly disposed of a batch of dregs, but I didn't expect there to be any more leaks. The KGB representative thanked Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan ignored him. Instead, his gaze was fixed on a certain place in the crowd and he frowned. In the next second, Zhang Yan swished and ran towards the crowd with great speed. In the moment someone tries to use the crowd to escape, a hand presses on her shoulder. Where do you want to go? Swish, the familiar silver-colored sharp blade fell, but Zhang Yan didn't panic at all, and in just one move, he blasted his fist on the man's belly. Didn't I tell you earlier that I beat you like a dog? Boom! That person was directly blown away by Zhang Yan's punch, and Zhang Yan stepped forward and gripped off her human skin mask, revealing a white face as beautiful as a scorpion. She was too beautiful, like an angel. Zhang Yan directly did not hold back, went up and was two big mouths. Hello again, what's your name again? Blah 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 Lova? Never mind, it's not important. Now that I've met you, I do understand why the KGB took a shot at me. Zhang Yan clapped his hands and rushed to the KGB agents who looked dumbfounded. Where is your head? I need to talk to him. Office of the KGB Chief of Intelligence. General Subov is in the building right now. Those hawks have too much guts to make a move on the general at this time of the day. But it's a good thing there's no danger. What should be said or not said is that our soldiers who withdrew from the front line are really brave. If not for the fence surrounding the entrance, I guess our headquarters would have been washed away by this moment. Yes, please don't worry, Great Emperor. Since the matter was caused by our KGB men, we will definitely give the general an explanation. Sandalrov, the head of intelligence, is on the phone with the Great One. Just then, with a bang, the office door was kicked in. Then they saw Zhang Yan, tearing and dragging Lavrova's hair with one hand, while walking inside the office in a watery manner. Comrade General has arrived. Please don't worry. I'll take care of this. Sandrolov hurriedly hung up the phone and greeted him with a smile. Comrade General. Zhang Yan ignored him and tossed Ravlova aside like a piece of trash. Then he came over to Sandalrov's desk, sat down on his butt in the chair, and threw his legs over the desk in a very leisurely manner. Seeing this, Sandalrov was not angry. General, it's been a hard journey. Come, let me rub your shoulders. Sandalrov very naturally put his hand on Zhang Yan's shoulder and started squeezing. You're an interesting person. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. I'd like to ask, what's wrong with me? A daxia person, passing information to my own homeland? Sandalrov took it in his stride while laughing. No, absolutely not. It's only right to pass information to one's homeland. And what do you KGB mean? You KGB want that information badly? Wanting it is wanting it, but utilizing to force a legendary hero who has just made great achievements in battle is by no means our intention. We don't care to do that kind of unloading. Zhang Yan nodded. Looks like I was wrong. It wasn't you who invited me for tea? Naturally not. If I wanted to invite the general to tea, I would just go straight to the house. Why would I need to come to some KGB? Sandalrov said, picking up the red telephone handset on his desk and broadcasting a number. Soon, a group of agents, escorting a figure drenched in blood and flesh, entered the office. Chapter 187 Harry Bear's Sincerity. $70 billion foreign trade order. Head. I was wrong to listen to Leonid's bull ********, but after all, I'm still doing this for our furry bears, so please spare my life. As soon as he entered, the figure, drenched in blood, began to beg for mercy. Sandrolov didn't give a damn about him, but helped Zhang Yan with the introduction. This is the head of a subordinate department. The mission to invite you to the KGB was secretly ordered by him. Zhang Yan nodded, a hint of doubt sprouting in his heart. What did he just say about Leonid? What kind of person is he? A representative of the Hawk faction. In fact, you should be familiar with this man. Your mission to blow up the reservoir at the time was his idea. Zhang Yan straightened out a good guy. No wonder it felt like the war had turned sour at that time. And the mission was ordered by an eagle. Hawks that play as a representative of the extreme all in the national interest. What dirty things can be done. So now, it's that Leonid who's trying to target me? That's right. He's been arguing to keep you from returning home. So he started making moves the first moment you arrived in Skokie. But rest assured, General, we are currently searching for him and will give you a statement. Zhang Yan nodded, got up and pulled out his gun, then took a step towards that person in charge. Is this guy done with his trial? It's almost time to explain everything. Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Yan pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the bullet passed through the person in charge's brow, directly causing him to receive a box lunch. Kill 1 to warn 100. In the future, whoever dares to play dirty with me again, don't blame me for not being polite. Zhang Yan didn't like harboring fights before, but now, it didn't matter to him what harboring fights were or weren't. He will anyone who dares to target him. This shot without the slightest hesitation really surprised Sandalrov and the others. Worthy of being fresh off the battlefield, he said he would kill without batting an eyelash. After executing the person in charge, Zhang Yan came back to Ravlova's side and tore her hair. Tell me, how many chances have I given you? But the chances that Tama gave you don't work. This Ravlova looks too beautiful. Zhang Yan just couldn't help it, and slapped down a few more big mouths. Just as Zhang Yan put the gun on her head, Sandalrov hurriedly stopped it. General, regarding Natasha, please also stay your hand. She is currently on a very important mission. Bang! As a result, just halfway through his sentence, Zhang Yan fired. Blood splattered directly on the wall, and the beauty drank the northwest on the spot. What did you say? It's nothing. She seems to have been exposed anyway. We'll just send someone else. Just be happy. General. Sandalrov was helpless. This General Subov, so murderous. You can't even save a man when you say shoot him. Seeing that you're quite reluctant to part with her, is it because of her physique? Actually, I'm a bit curious. Has she undergone human body modification? General, this kind of thing. Zhang Yan was speechless. Come on, I get it. Secrecy is right. Then I won't ask. But I see that you are quite reluctant to give up. Tell you what, give her a death in action pension. You make the report. I'll approve the note. And that's it. Mrs. Sandrillo's a fool. For God's sake, we're military and we're intelligence. So what kind of papers do you approve? Solving two people who had no good intentions towards him in a row. Zhang Yan was in a good mood. But next he didn't sit idle, asking the KGB for a list of hawks and spies targeting him, and setting about making arrests. The military can make arrests much faster than the KGB can make private arrests. It's almost always a hardcore catch. Similar to FIB open the door, kick the door open, rush in and grab it. In almost 2 hours' time, those people from the Eagle faction were 99% caught by Zhang Yan. Almost all of the rest were caught by him, except for Leonid, who started it all. For all these people, he didn't hand over the KGB either. Instead, they were all brought to the entrance of the Daxia embassy, under the hot sun. These hawks were tied up and knelt on the ground in the sun. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, was sitting leisurely on a recliner, eating fruits. When the great emperor arrived at the sound, he was also shocked by the scene. General, what a thunderbolt. Comrade Emperor, it's really not that I'm overstepping my bounds. It's mainly because you guys are so slow that I'll just have to do it myself. The great Emperor sighed. In this matter, it was our negligence, and on behalf of the entire furry bear hierarchy, I would like to express my deepest apologies to you. Of course, I know that verbal apologies don't make up for our negligence. Go inside and talk. We have some gifts for you and Dacia. In the conference room of the Dacia embassy, the representatives of Dacia, the hairy bear emperor and a group of staff members, sat on two sides. First of all, we have decided to allocate the sum of 6.4 billion rubles as a small compensation to the general. 6.4 billion rubles, almost 500 million yuan. The hairy bear had already given $1 billion before, and now he's giving another 500 million, which is quite sincere. Secondly, on the side of the Academy of Military Sciences, they intend to offer 5 billion for the automatic drone swarm attack technology, and 15 billion for the attack technology of the worm Trojan horse that kills you 1500. Zhang Yan's eyes swished wide. The previous 500 million was just an appetizer. This 20 billion, that's the real gift. Whether it's the automated drone swarm attack technique or the attack technique of the worm Trojan that kills you 1500, it's all technology that's more than a few times higher than the current state of the art, and it's really worth the price. There's also the fact that the Academy of Sciences, on its side, intends to offer $50 billion to cooperate with Dacia in the development and sale of vaccines, but the prerequisite is that the one who cooperates with Dacia can only have one of us, so that we can all develop and prosper together. At that very moment, even the representative of Dacia could not remain calm. What play? Just sit down so few minutes. The hairy bear directly hemorrhaged more than 70 billion, just to give Dacia and Zhang Yan an explanation, as well as a gift? This was enough to see just how much Mao Xiong valued Zhang Yan. Comrade Great Emperor, we in Dacia have felt your sincerity. You are very discerning, and I believe that we will be able to work together very happily. But I'm afraid this matter of cooperation will have to be slowed down. The Archon nodded. I understand. It will have to wait until General Subov returns. With these words from the Great Emperor, Zhang Yan definitely had no problem returning to his country. It seems that Mao Xiong has also changed his strategy now. Since Zhang Yan's return to China is a foregone conclusion, it would be better to tie up with Dacia and become a firm ally. In that case, they would face things together, and when they needed Zhang Yan's help, Dacia would definitely not be stingy. Later in the year when cooperation was negotiated, Leonid was finally apprehended through the interrogation of individual hawks. After all, it was about Subov, and the Great Emperor was not as merciful as he had been before when he had removed Leonid from his post. Immediately, he presided over Leonid's execution and asked Zhang Yan to personally supervise it. Still, there was an accident at the scene of the execution, and Leonid, as general of the Woolly Bear, did not get credit for it. There were a lot of people pleading for him, and there was a scene of family members rushing the field, kneeling down and crying, and the scene inked a bunch. But in order to give Dacia and also Zhang Yan an explanation, the Great Emperor is almost forceful. Personally take a sniper rifle to Leonid's shot, showing how much he valued Zhang Yan. He also revealed a signal to everyone. Whoever dares to target Zhang Yan and General Subov again, even if they are highly accomplished, don't blame the Great Emperor for being unkind. Just with the execution of Leonid by the Great Emperor himself, and seeing the Great Emperor's attitude, the Dacia side also finally withdrew their troops. Relations between the two countries have completely warmed up from the freezing point and returned to the previous average. A farce finally came to an end, and in the face of the Great Emperor's request to stay for 2 more days, both Dacia and Zhang Yan were too embarrassed to refuse. The evening reception, too, was pleasant. Zhang Yan, as the legendary hero of today's furry bears, was naturally the centerpiece of the reception. There are a lot of people who have come to flatter and slip up, except for a few individuals. Of course, did you kill Smirnov? Several officers came up with a questioning tone, baffling Zhang Yan. Isn't that a traitor? Isn't it right to kill him? It was only because the Great Emperor stood in front of Zhang Yan at the critical moment. Otherwise Zhang Yan was afraid that he would have made a scene at the reception. Don't worry, General Subov. No one will come after you with me. Although the Great Emperor said so on his lips, in reality, he was afraid that Zhang Yan would find others in trouble. This matter, Zhang Yan did not take it to heart, drank a night of wine, and slept leisurely for another night. The next day around the corner was the Hairy Bear's Victory Parade. Chapter 188 Victory Parade. The Great Emperor honors 6-star Admiral. The next day, as the first rays of the morning sun, through Vasily Cathedral, hit the pavement, the Hairy Bear Victory Parade has officially begun. The 350 square meter square was surrounded by citizens, military personnel, media, and visitors from out of town. Victory, we're finally victorious. It's a welcome sight. Wasn't there a chance to meet Comrade Subov today? Really curious. What kind of man is he? Look, our hero is coming over. Soldiers from various units that had just finished the War of the Woolly Bears and the two Woolly Bears arranged themselves in neatly organized square formation lines. Passing in front of the gates of the Kremlin Palace, he was inspected by the great emperor and the top brass of the Woolly Bears. The military hierarchy. Infantry in the front, tanks, armored vehicles, missile vehicles in the back. The air also occasionally flew over the warplanes. Bombers, the parade atmosphere directly full. And at the end of the day, the grand finale, naturally, was the army of Subov, which had terrorized the enemy and made the Woolly Bear proud. Next, the ace of the frontline battlefield, the Subov army, led by Commander Subov. They come strutting in with their heads held high. Da 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 da. The sound of neatly organized footsteps is jarring. Unlike other Woolly Bear units, the army of Subov experienced too many battles, large and small, and each time they came close and fought incredible battles. As a result, their temperaments, all of them, have been changed by the constant fighting and striving. The moment they appeared, the onlookers felt a very thick murderous aura at first. The whole team is mighty, dominating, truly a team of kings. Zhang Yan, as the frontline commander, did not choose to ride in a car like other generals. Instead, he walked alone before the larger group. Even though there was only one person, he held his head high, walked with a dragon's stride, and froze out of the way of thousands of people. Is that Subov? Sukuber. Too handsome? Is he injured? Why is he covered in bandages? He can't even see his face. It's rumored that while in the city of Olean, General Subov was wounded by an enemy white phosphorus shell in an attempt to save civilians. And it's assumed, alas, General Subov is for his country and for his people. It's a real blessing for my furry bear to have him. Every onlooker's eyes carried a strong look of reverence. Not for anything else. Subov has done a great service for the Woolly Bears and does deserve their respect. Ola, Ola, Ola. Arriving at the gates of the Kremlin Palace, the entire Subov army tilted their heads 45 degrees upwards, their slogans exhilarating. Once the parade was over, it was time for the medal ceremony. The emperor himself presented medals and rankings to every soldier returning from the front. When it was Zhang Yan's turn, the great emperor didn't forget to crack a joke. While organizing Zhang Yan's dress code, he said, "You've done very well. Which regiment?" Ha! Zhang Yan froze, his brain twitching. A tour group. Is it considered a tour? The great one laughed. Count on it. Why not? We Woolly Bears should also thank that tour group for sending such a general to our country. Comrade General, your merits today cannot be judged by a simple order of St. Andre. So, we have a lot of medals for you. When the red cloth covering the tray was lifted, Zhang Yan's eyes instantly widened. This one, in recognition of your superior performance in temporarily taking over command for the first time and holding the building together. This one, in recognition of your superior performance in leading the breakout of the large force surrounded in the military base of Kia, saving it from annihilation by the enemy. This one, in recognition of your superior performance in using your troops flexibly to defuse the enemy's main army's attempt to dismantle our main force in the northeast battlefield. This one, and this one. Soon, Zhang Yan's green military uniform was directly full of medals. It's no surprise to anyone that the medals are hanging all over the place. But what if all that hangs is the top military medal of the Woolly Bear, the Order of St. Andrew? At this moment, all the onlookers, including the soldiers, had their mouths wide open. You're here to buy, aren't you? After the conferral, the great emperor personally pulled Zhang Yan to the microphone. In recognition of Comrade Subov, for his superior performance in the war, I have decided to award Comrade Subov the rank of 6-star general. At this moment, everyone, including Zhang Yan, had their mouths grow up. The highest special admiral category that has appeared to date is the 5-star admiral. Now the great emperor had actually decided to award Zhang Yan with a 6-star general. This is the only one of its kind in the world. Although the rank is not that of a general or a marshal, but it's a lot classier than those two. Snap, 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 snap. Right along with the 6 golden stars, they were placed at Zhang Yan's shoulder badge by the great emperor himself. The room erupted in the loudest applause. Except for individuals, of course, especially those in the Smirnov family. After seeing that the murderer who killed the heir of the family is now in a high position and is held in such high esteem, they simply hated it, and they swore in their hearts that as long as they had the chance, they would make Subov pay. The parade ended with a strategic wrap-up session with the entire military brass in the large conference room of the Kremlin Palace. The burden of summarizing was naturally placed on Zhang Yan, the commander-in-chief of the front line, who spoke for hours in one breath. When it was all said and done, everyone huddled together. A summary was made, and then the deployment of the withdrawn troops was planned, and the meeting was considered to be over. And right at the end of the meeting, Zhang Yan stepped down as commander. After all, we are going back to China soon, and don't occupy the latrine without Ting. The handover should be handed over. This was lamented by many senior officers and even retained by others. However, the great emperor did not have any opinion and directly agreed, in a while. I still have to go to the territory of Irmao to start the work of condolence. Wait for tomorrow. I will personally send you back to the country. Zhang Yan nodded his head. Everyone, the mountains and the waters have a way of meeting each other. We'll meet again sometime. In the evening, the Daxia consulate, after receiving several visits from the top Mao Baron military executives, could be considered to be chilled out. Just now, Zhang Yan's dad, Ten Shen, was chatting with the Daxia representative in the living room of the residential area. I didn't believe people at first when they told me that my son became a furry bear officer, until the name Subov is getting louder and louder. It's hard for me to believe it. It's hard to imagine my son is a chosen general. Ha 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 ha. Dad heart that called a proud Who would have thought that his son just traveled, and now even become a 6-star general of the woolly bear? Oops, just nifty. Phew, a shower is much more comfortable. At this time, Zhang Yan pushed open the bathroom door and walked out. Comrade Zhang Yan, your injury. Seeing that Zhang Yan had already removed the bandages on his body, his skin was as white as jade, and his muscles were as tight as a bodybuilding champion, the Daxia representative was a bit surprised. He vaguely remembered that Zhang Yan seemed to have been seriously injured at the front line, long ago, just before the busy, lazy to open tomorrow we'll be back to the country, and do not need to show up, so fortunately opened the chant. Good or not, the bandages on you are making our secrecy a lot easier. Zhang Yan briefly wiped his head, and then he made it to the sofa and picked up the Daxia bucket of noodles that he had soaked in advance and feasted on them. A bucket of noodles, an egg, 2 sausages, and then soak a few spicy noodles, directly to Zhang Yan. Eat beautifully. Phew, eating military rations every day. My mouth is almost calloused, or this instant noodle smells good. The Daxia representative smiled. Comrade Zhang Yan, what are your plans when you go back? Zhang Yan thought for a moment. The specifics have not been thought of, but enlisting in the army is certainly not running. This is my ambition. Even if I do not come to the woolly bear, I intend to go to college to enlist in the army. The Daxia representative nodded. It's good that you have this idea. Our Daxia side has also prepared some surprises for you. When we go back, you'll know. Alright, rest early when you're done. Tomorrow the great emperor himself will send you back. There shouldn't be any problems. The Daxia representative was about to leave when a plainclothes soldier knocked on the door and walked in. Chief, it's bad. Our embassy is surrounded. Chapter 189. The night before returning to the country to make a demon. Sorry, you have been surrounded by me. The Daxia embassy is under siege? Who is so bold? The first time they learned the news, Zhang Yan and the Daxia representatives came to the window and looked out. It was then realized that the entrance to the embassy had been surrounded by woolly bear soldiers. Woolly bear soldiers? What do they mean by this? Could it be that the great emperor is going to change his mind temporarily? The representative of the great Xiao was deeply dismayed. Zhang Yan frowned. It shouldn't be. These soldiers are all unfamiliar faces, but there are a few in there that I've seen at receptions and parades, and seem to be quite involved with one of the traitors I've executed in the past. A possibility occurred to the Daxia representative. They're here to retaliate? Zhang Yan didn't deny it. It's possible. Now that the great emperor isn't in Sko City, all the frontline troops are heading towards their own quarters according to their deployment. There is no tiger in the mountain and the monkey is the king. Now is the best chance for them to make their move. They shouldn't be so bold as to dare to rush straight into the embassy. I'll call the Archon now. The situation was urgent, and the Daxia representative immediately took out his cell phone to try to contact the great emperor. But the phone had no signal. He had no choice but to utilize the landline phone. But strangely enough, when he picked up the receiver, there was no sound from inside. Just then, with a swish swish, the power to the embassy was suddenly disconnected and the room went dark. The Daxia representative's face turned blue. The phone lines have been cut. Communications have been blocked. Even the electricity has been cut off. What are they trying to do? Zhang Yan looked serious and said, "Protect my dad. I'll go out and take a look." Zhang Yan changed into a set of sportswear and pinned a pistol on the waist of his pants before heading out the door. What do you want? This is the embassy of Daxia. At this time, the plainclothes fighters of Daxia, as well as the KGB agents, and special operations squads that had been placed in the perimeter by the great emperor to protect Zhang Yan. It had gone head-to-head with the strand of woolly bear soldiers. If they hadn't stopped them, I'm guessing that band of woolly bear soldiers would have stormed the embassy and arrested them. At the moment, the two sides were exchanging forces and aiming at each other, neither of them letting anyone in. Based on the comparison of strength alone, Daxia's plainclothes fighters, as well as KGB agents and special operations squads, these were still not enough to look at. While it can be stopped for a while, it's obviously impossible to stop it all the time. Call Subov out or don't blame us for using strong-arm tactics. Do you know what you are doing? A word of advice. Do not mistake yourselves. If you strike out at the general now, can you withstand the wrath of Comrade Great Emperor? The hairy bear officer at the head of the group cut in. Doesn't our family have any anger after Subov took out our Smirnov family's only heir? And don't you give me any of that so-called big picture stuff. We don't care. All we care about is that Subov killed our heir, and he has to give us a statement. It was no wonder he was so angry. After all, Smirnov, who had been killed by Zhang Yan trying to be a traitor, was the only heir of the Smirnov family. He was carefully nurtured from a young age, and this time he was sent to the battlefield for the purpose of setting gold in order to prepare for accepting the family. But in the end, he was killed by Zhang Yan himself. How could they not be angry that Smirnov's only heir was now gone? Without a queen, you want a statement, right? Fine, I'll give it to you. At this time, Zhang Yan came forward. I originally thought that you guys were looking for a fight and meaning it, and to be able to go this far, I obviously didn't expect it. Just one traitor. As much as that? Let's not even talk about whether or not you're doing so will affect the relationship between Dasha and Mao. If you move against me, you're going against the whole of Mao Xiong, and in the future, will Mao Xiong still have a place for your family? The officer was unimpressed. We, the Smirnovs, as an old family that has made a great name for itself in the last century, don't need you to worry about that. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. Come on, start leaning on your old age. Subov, a word of advice. The whole city is now ours. Communications are completely blocked. There will be no one to save you. So if you know what's good for you, you'll be good enough to come with me. The plainclothes warrior, the KGB agent, and the special operations team all frowned at this statement. The Smirnovs were throwing their weight around. Even at the risk of making the great emperor furious, they were going to take down Subov, to avenge the tragic death of their heir? Okay, I'll go back with you guys. General, Chief, the crowd was shocked, not expecting Zhang Yan to actually agree. Protect my dad. I'll be there. It won't take long. Zhang Yan gave an explanation and walked forward, having just walked up to the officer. The officer tried to give Zhang Yan a rifle, but who knew that in the next second, there was a sudden flash before his eyes. Before he could react, Zhang Yan had already arrived behind him, and a pitch-black gun was already pressed against his head. If you're inviting people to be your guests, just be polite. You think I'm really afraid of you guys? To be honest, with this amount of troops you have, it's completely insufficient in my eyes. No matter if there are thousands or tens of thousands of people, I can kill them all by myself. Saying that, Zhang Yan's foot went down and directly flattened the officer's military boot, and needless to think, the officer's crushed foot fracture was not running. This is also considered Zhang Yan, a little bit of punishment for him. Ah! The officer screamed miserably, but the next second Zhang Yan directly shoved the barrel of the gun into his mouth. Be honest, if you want to take me somewhere, take me right away. If you go late, I'll shoot you in the foot. Ha! At this moment, whether it's Dasha plainclothes, KGB, special operations squads, or furry bear soldiers, all of them were made by Zhang Yan's one-handed anticlimax, which made their mouths open greatly. No, man, isn't this supposed to be the episode where Subov is forced to follow on the road due to the numerical pressure of the army? How did it suddenly turn into a plot where Subov, armed with a gun, forced thousands of people to take him on the road? Now if Zhang Yan adds freeze, all of you, you're already surrounded by me. The scene, I guess, was even more shocking. Get on your way or shoot all of you. I'm not kidding. Zhang Yan carried the officer and got into the car as if he was carrying a chickadee. The officer's heart that angry this Subov is also too arrogant. Wait a moment to arrive at the place. See if you can still laugh out. Soon the caravan set off in great numbers. Zhang Yan, alone, escorting hundreds, thousands of soldiers, circled around Sko City, and after 10 minutes, they arrived at a villa area, stopped in front of a huge villa. Bang! Zhang Yan kicked the car door open and walked in, carrying the officer. Because Zhang Yan was holding the officer hostage, the furry bear soldiers didn't dare to slack off. There were dozens of people, raising their guns and aiming at Zhang Yan. As long as Zhang Yan dared to make a slight move, they could outlaw Zhang Yan's life in an instant. Report, Subov brought it. At this moment, the villa was overcrowded with people who were either members of the Smirnov family or military personnel who had befriended the Smirnov family and made tonight's operation possible. Seeing Zhang Yan walking in, they looked at him with very unkind, even death by 1,000 cuts eyes. Head of the Smirnov family, father of Smirnov, clutching an urn at the moment, in tears. My son, your murderer is in front of me at this moment. Today, I will avenge your death for you. Old dad, looking at Zhang Yan in front of him, he bellowed, Subov, do you know your offense? Bang! Zhang Yan exploded the officer's head with a single shot. All in place are they, and it saves me having to go through them one by one. Boom 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 boom. Zhang Yan people hate to talk much. Straight into kill mode. Chapter 190. What a kind general. The the family neatly finished off. What does it mean to lead the wolf into the house? What does it mean to be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? The Smirnoffs are it today. What the hell were they thinking when they dared to bring home the battlefield slayer? Subov. Alone? Those who hadn't seen Subov's god-killing mode with their own eyes would never be able to imagine what kind of stance that was. Let's not even talk about 1 against 2, 3 against 3, 4 against 4, 5 against 5, 6 against 6. Even if he had to fight against 10, 100, 1,000, or 10,000 with one, he could easily do it. Even if he was given enough time, it would be easy for him to kill all the people in the world. At this moment, Zhang Yan was cold as if he was the hero of an action movie, rampaging through the Smirnoff family's villa. Swish! One moment he was running on the wall, the next he was flying on a pole, the next he was turning in the air, spinning and jumping with his eyes closed. Boom 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 boom. In the meantime, the gun in his hand shot out one fire snake after another, precisely exploding the heads of everyone within sight's reach. Da 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 da. The woolly bear soldiers, as well as the crowds of the Smirnoff family, could barely catch a glimpse of his phantom, no matter how intensively they fired. The bullets couldn't hurt Zhang Yan even a bit. Trying to fight in close quarters would be even more impossible. After all, the moment Zhang Yan had just entered the door, he had demonstrated how to dismantle dozens of people's guns in a second. Then in the next half second, have the person in front of you break an arm, break a leg, and have their chest collapse. Run, we're no match for him. When the crowd realized that Subov's battle power was a bit outrageous and they couldn't try Subov at all, stunned, the first thing that came to mind was escape. But at this time, Zhang Yan has blocked the door of the villa. Guests have come. You want to run away? There is no point of hospitality? With that, Zhang Yan casually picked up an AK assault rifle and pulled the trigger. Da 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 da. Ah. All of a sudden, there were screams inside the villa. At the end of the day, the moment Zhang Yan put the muzzle of his gun on top of the head of the Smirnoff family head, he still didn't forget to tease. What did you just say? The Smirnoff family head, looking around at the corpses piled up like sandbags and the blood everywhere, stared in horror. General, I know it's wrong. No. Zhang Yan shook his head. It's not that you know it's wrong, you just know you're dying. Bang. One shot down, and Smirnoff's old father, too, went to join his son underground. Zhang Yan felt that he was also too kind. Seeing as how people's Smirnoff families miss him so much, they even go so far as to do things that go against the Great One, and against the woolly bear. Without hesitation, he sent Smirnoff's family down to join Smirnoff as well. Such a kind person is not often seen in today's world. Wow. Of course, Zhang Yan's kindness didn't stop there. Before leaving, he also directly ordered the villa to help disinfect it to avoid the plague. People who love the environment and the environment so much are not often seen in today's world. Wow. Accompanied by the rushing firelight, Zhang Yan hit his jeep and left directly. It was thought that capturing the dragon would contain the woolly bear forces in the city. But obviously, Zhang Yan still thought wrong. Get after him, he's here. Damn you Subov. He killed the Smirnoff family head. Killed everyone. Finish him off and avenge the family head. Da 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 da. Just out of the villa, on both sides of the road, woolly bear support units sped by. Without a second thought, he shot towards Zhang Yan. Holy, you guys are being a little too heartfelt. Do you still want to carry out missions when people are dead? Feeling bad, Zhang Yan hurriedly changed ammunition and pulled the bolt, launching a Jedi counterattack. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. With enemies on his back and on all sides, Zhang Yan chose to specialize in one place. They soon took out hundreds of people and managed to break out, grabbed a military pickup truck and started a rapid-fire rampage. On the main road, Zhang Yan drove a military pickup truck in the lead. Behind them, military jeeps, armored vehicles and whatnot followed. Da 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 da. During this period, Zhang Yan used all kinds of weapons to destroy one enemy pursuit vehicle after another. But Zhang Yan underestimated the determination of the Smirnoff family soldiers. That army of family soldiers would do anything to take themselves out. The use of weapons of mass destruction, such as rocket-propelled grenades, howitzers and machine guns, in civilian areas. Even, they used tanks, and helicopter gunships. Boom 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 boom. A few shells came down, even though Zhang Yan dodged them with his superb driving skills. However, the surrounding civilian settlements suffered, and many civilians were mistakenly injured. Crazy. Crazy. Although Zhang Yan had the confidence to finish off everyone on the opposite side, but according to the opposite side of this play, probably not even waiting to finish them off themselves, they would then destroy the entire city of Sko first. Although at this moment, Zhang Yan only thought that it was because he had taken out the majority of the Smirnoff family that caused those officers and soldiers to be desperate and reckless. But here's what he doesn't know. He took out not only Smirnoff, but also the future hopes of a large faction of the woolly bear. beginning tonight, a factional edifice that has risen from the splendor of the last century to this one will come crashing down completely. It's not hard to explain why those homeboys are so angry, because they rely on the big tree fell, they have no dependents, become everyone shouting rats. At this moment, they must fight for themselves a way out of the living. In order to avoid civilians from being affected, Zhang Yan slammed on the gas, and when he saw the right moment, he directly dumped the convoy behind him. Then it's straight to ditching the vehicle and starting an urban parkour. Under the title Who Says Humans Can't Be Druids Leopard General Speed Enhancement, Zhang Yan was like a phantom, a ghost, running, leaping, sprinting from building to building, stair to stair, window to window. At this speed, even the helicopter gunships hovering in the airspace had a hard time catching him for a moment. The artillery fire finally stopped and the woolly bear soldiers began searching people from house to house, and Zhang Yan on this end, under the cover of the darkness of the night and his counterintuitive speed, came to the vicinity of the Scow Town TV station, and sneak into the TV station's satellite room and use the title to kill your mom's top hacking skills by following the network cable. Through the TV satellites, the communications shielding covering the city of Scow was dismantled. The moment the communications shield disintegrated, Zhang Yan did not hesitate, and at the first moment, he directly contacted the Great Emperor. At this moment, the Great Emperor was sleeping when he was awakened by the communication, and the moment he heard the content of the communication, he sat up in a violent panic. What? How dare those guys from the Smirnov family? He was never expecting he just left Scow Town for a few hours. Scow Town has made such a big fuss. The Smirnov family, in conjunction with their cohorts, had tried to make a move against Zhang Yan, and the battle had jeopardized the civilians of the national capital. This group of guys, their hearts are really in the right place. It's obvious that their own family's precious son has done something wrong, and they are blaming others for their faults. Comrade General, please protect yourself. I'm returning to Scow at once. No matter what, I will definitely take down the Smirnov family and give you an explanation. Zhang Yan erupted. So what? They don't need to be taken down, because I basically killed them and their cohorts. Except for the ones who aren't at home, I basically slaughtered them all. The Great One's mouth dropped open wide. Chapter 191. Dasha appoints Zhang Yan 7-star general? Things escalate. The Mao bears are in turmoil. All butchered? The Great Emperor was shocked. General Subov was really thunderous and had a grudge. The human Smirnov family had just made a move on him 1 second and the next he was giving it all away? That's too much execution. But in the end, it was also the Smirnov family that started it, and the Great Emperor couldn't say that it was Zhang Yan's fault. But if you break it down a bit, when Zhang Yan did this, it would make things more than 10 times more serious in terms of the degree of trouble. Things are getting a little tricky, and it has always been the case that the Smirnovs, along with his cohorts, have a place in the woolly bear hierarchy as well. The struggle between factions, the water is very deep, and now that you've cut off their roots, it's highly likely that they'll do some very extreme things in order to protect themselves. As soon as the Archon's words left his mouth, the secretary who had been sent to arrange the airplane suddenly brought bad news. Comrade Great, it's bad. All the airplanes at the airport have been destroyed. The same goes for the airfields at the other sites. Either the planes happened to be sent on a mission or they were sabotaged. The Great One can't come back for the time being, and is stranded in the Ermo land. The military base is under attack by an unknown armed force. Please retreat and take cover first. Comrade Great Emperor. The Hairy Bear Emperor CPU revolved extremely fast and quickly guessed the other party's motivation. There are only 2 ways for them to go now. 1. Stage a complete coup and overthrow me. Or 1. Capture you and make a deal with me. Either way, they must not be allowed to succeed. General, please do protect yourself and wait for me to return. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth, not realizing that it was originally just a matter of the Smirnov family targeting themselves. Now the incident has surprisingly escalated suddenly to involve factional fighting. Is it bad to say now that it's highly likely that the furry bears will, in fact, have civil unrest? Yards, the war's all over, and still you can't live a day in peace? Zhang Yan was speechless to the extreme. The war was not easy to end, and now he encountered the nesting thing 3 times again. It really left him speechless, helpless, and with a touch of mental exhaustion. The ugliness of human nature was on display at this moment, giving Zhang Yan quite an insight. Hanging up the communication, the Great Emperor first retreated for shelter, while Zhang Yan immediately contacted the Subov army. Army of Subov, there is a change in Sko City. Now immediately stop the marching mission and split the army into 2. 1 immediately return to Ermau territory to protect the Great Emperor. Ride all the way to Scow Town and take down the rebels as fast as you can. Yes, despite the fact that Zhang Yan had stepped down from all official positions nowadays, the Subov army still chose to carry out the mission without hesitation at the first moment of receiving it. At this the new commander-in-chief, whose attitude was somewhat inexplicable, was very displeased. Army of Subov, What are you going to do? Return to your quarters at once. The top brass of the Subov army was adamant. I'm sorry, we're the Subov army, and we only follow General Subov's orders. Despite calling for support at the first opportunity, the spurt of Subov's army didn't go very well either. Almost 2 lines of troops were stopped. By this time, Zhang Yan had quietly returned to the Daxia consulate. Currently, the rebels in the city can't find Zhang Yan and are searching door to door, even hitting on Zhang Yan's dad, Zhang Li, trying to hold him hostage and force Zhang Yan to give in. Luckily, the representative of Daxia had planned ahead for a rainy day, and at the first moment Zhang Yan left, he hurriedly took his dad, Tenshin, and rushed to Daxia's safe house using a secret passage. Through the markings left by the consulate, Zhang Yan also quickly sought out the safe house here. The condition of the woolly bear is now so bad that the Gervasian mercenaries, and some of their troops, have been sent, on the one hand, to hold back the Subov army, and on the other hand, toward the borders of the Ermo land and the city of Sko. Events have unfolded in a way that is far beyond what we could have imagined. The representative of Daxia looked serious. He didn't expect that just on the eve of Zhang Yan's return to China, such a big deal would happen to Mao Xiong, the faction led by the Smirnov family, now that their roots had been cut off, in order to protect themselves, had tried to do something that was contrary to the Big Dipper. Once the Mao bear really falls into civil unrest, it goes without saying that those Western countries, for sure, will intervene at the first opportunity. If the hairy bear falls because of this, then next, it will be us. Daxia. The current state of affairs was not only related to Zhang Yan, but also to Daxia. That's why Daxia mustn't watch the hairy bear fall. Comrade Zhang Yan, your application to join the party has been approved by the organization. It has been decided by the organization that you will be officially awarded the rank of 7-star general. In the communication, the Daxia military hierarchy, directly read out the surprise that was originally prepared for Zhang Yan. Mao Xiong awarded Zhang Yan 6-star general, as the motherland of Daxia, and how could Zhang Yan suffer? Although Zhang Yan did not have any military achievements to accumulate, the wartime experience he had accumulated, along with his talents, was not a valuable asset for Daxia. Since Woolly Bear gave 6 stars, we'll take 7, and the moral is good. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper, the makers of the order of heaven and earth, spring birth, summer growth, fall harvest and winter storage all come with the pointing of the Big Dipper. This also reflected the Great Xia's hope that Zhang Yan could take over the Great Xia's military banner in the future. This wave of sudden appointments caught Zhang Yan off guard. No, the head didn't give Zhang Yan a chance to speak. This is the first mission given to you by the motherland. Make sure to stop the Mao bear's internal change. Zhang Yan's inner sense of pride and honor reached its peak as he directly saluted. Yes, promise to complete the mission. Soon, a strategy session on the current situation of the woolly bear unfolded. The Archon side looks like there's nothing to worry about. His secret forces have been on fire to reinforce the territory of Ermo. Meanwhile, white hair forces are once again crossing the border to the rescue. So for now, there is only one point we need to focus on, and that's inside the hairy bear. Not being able to find General Zhang Yan for a while will only make the Mao Xiong rebels even more frantic. And once they decide to destroy Sko City, then it goes without saying that the Mao Xiong civil unrest will be complete. In this regard, Zhang Yan already had an idea, although I have the confidence to finish off everyone on the opposite side. But time does not allow it. By the time I haven't finished them off, it's unlikely that the furry bears will already be alive and kicking. Therefore, there is only one way to ease the struggle within the woolly bear at the present time, and to keep the city of Skokie from being ravaged by war. Me, pulling out of Skokie, not only me, but my dad has to go with me. Never leave the rebels with a leg up. Saying that, Zhang Yan looked to his dad, Tenshin, who was in the corner, somewhat trembling and fuming. Dad, are you afraid? Zhang Li's voice trembled as he said, my son's stepping horse is a 6-star general of Mao Xiong and a 7-star general of Daxia, so I'm afraid of a ghost. Now that the rebels have surrounded the city of Skokie, it will not be easy to evacuate. But the situation could not be broken without withdrawing, and the Daxia military finally agreed to Zhang Yan's decision after a long period of contemplation. Soon, Zhang Yan took his dad and drove a red flag car with the highest bulletproof specifications on the road. Chapter 192 Dad, let's go home. Calming civil unrest. Sudden heartburn. Zhang Yan rebuffed all the Daxia plainclothes fighters and the Furry Bear KGB. The Special Operations Squad's accompaniment drove the car and ran to the airport of the military base. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. Soon, the rebels spotted Zhang Yan's trail, and there was another chase and a shelling. Dad, stay down and trust me. Zhang Yan drove his skills to pull full circle while fighting back, while his dad, Tenshin, slumped in the back seat and shivered. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. At this moment, Zhang Yan was one person in one car, as if he was 1,000 soldiers. The rebels used every means to try to stop it, but all of them were ineffective. Soon, Zhang Yan led his dad to break through the military base defense line. At this time, the enemy army had set up a lot of roadblocks and mines in order to stop Zhang Yan. Seeing as how the car doesn't work, Zhang Yan grabbed his dad out of the car. "Stay close to me. Go! Da 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 da." Zhang Yan then covered his dad while he did so. One side fought bravely through the gunfire, killed hundreds of enemy soldiers while froze and didn't let dad take any damage. By this time, dad was so freaked out, he didn't even know what he was doing. Anyway, the son told himself to follow. He walked, followed and ran. He ran, all like a puppet on a string, without his own mind. Soon, Zhang Yan grabbed a tank and brought his dad for another handful of tank sprints. After that, they switched to armored vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles and other carriers, all the way to finally kill the airport location. At this very moment, there are a lot of warplanes being held at the airport because of the rebels' citywide martial law. Among them, including the decision to test fly today, 5th generation plus new fighter Su-57S. Zhang Yan took a look. He had not seen this fighter just this one. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. Change into a flight suit and combat all the way to the Su-57S. Zhang Yan didn't hesitate and went ahead to cover his dad on the fighter plane. After depleting a number of enemy troops in the perimeter, they took advantage of the gap before the supporting forces arrived. Zhang Yan quickly boarded the fighter and pulled on the hatch. Boom! The engine started with a deafening sound. Boom, stomp stomp stomp. Almost as soon as the support troops had arrived here, Zhang Yan lifted off in his Su-57S. In terms of performance, this warplane was more than a few times stronger than the warplanes he had piloted in the past. I wonder if it's an intermediate product of the Furry Bear 5th Gen to 6th Gen. Wow. Whoosh 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 whoosh. At the same time that the fighters lifted off, the SCO City air defense system was activated. The missiles, several rounds per second, aimed at the ass of the Su-57S and went after it. Da 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 da. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Zhang Yan once again staged a miracle, taking aerial guns, missiles to fight enemy missiles, froze through the fire, not a leaf on the ground. Boom! Soon, the fighters flew away from the area of Scout City and sped towards the west, the direction of Ermo. In order to alleviate the rebel firepower in Mao Xiong's territory, Zhang Yan planned to draw all the people to Air Mao's side to settle the matter. Along the way, the rebels set up layers of obstacles, chased by warplanes and shelled by ground missiles. Because of too much excitement, Zhang Yan's dad, Zhongli, had fainted from fear by this time. Looked at the vital status meter and found no major problems with dad's vital signs. Zhang Yan then drove with peace of mind, dodging the layers of enemy fire with various difficult maneuvers. In the course of 2 hours, it was rushed into the territory of Ermao, and joined all the way with the troops of Subov's army. General, it's great that we can fight side by side again. The top management of the Subov army originally thought that when they returned to the quarters of their various units, they would not have the chance to meet with Zhang Yan in the future. Who knew that the opportunity to fight together again would come so quickly? Cut the crap. Immediately send out the Air Force and follow me to rescue the great emperor. Leaving his dad at the back of the large army, Zhang Yan did not hesitate and immediately sped with his troops to rescue the great emperor. When the Furry Bear soldiers in the sky fell like dumplings, it also declared that the Furry Bear rebels' attempt to overthrow the great emperor would be declared a failure. Charge! Kill! Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. Despite the fact that it was one of their own fighting one of their own, the Subov army showed as much fighting power as before. Led by the legendary hero Supov, they were unstoppable. In just a few hours, the rebel offensive around the military base where the great emperor was located was dismantled, wiping out 1,000 of the enemy and capturing 10,000. Succeeded in saving the great one. The rebel force that came after me has entered Ermo. Turn around at once and destroy the rebels. At Zhang Yan's command, all of Subov's army turned around. Wipeout operations were conducted against the rebel forces that had pursued them into Ermao territory in an attempt to catch Subov. Meanwhile, because Zhang Yan was no longer in Mao Xiong's territory, the rebels in Mao Xiong's territory, as most of them started to approach Ermao's side. This gave an opportunity to another group of troops from Subov's army, who took advantage of the opportunity to break through the enemy lines and penetrate into the Skokown area. Employing airborne, several simultaneous attacks, it took but a few hours to completely take back the city of Sko. 10 hours later, the rebels in the Ermo territory were already languishing and worthless. They tried to retreat, but behind them Woolly Bear's support unit had arrived. From all sides, they were surrounded, and the only fate that greeted them seemed to be annihilation. Surrender! We surrender! Finally, the rebels could not withstand the pressure and surrendered. As for the rebels in the Woolly Bear territory, not to mention the fact that their heaviest wave of attacks was neutralized, the rest of the rebels were like monkeys from a sinking ship, unable to make any big waves. This battle showed the battle power of Subov's army. along with Zhang Yan's commanding ability and means. The great emperor had witnessed with his own eyes how the legendary hero of their furry bear, Subav, actually fought, and he became more and more fond of Zhang Yan. These family soldiers have long been a big problem for me, so it's also good that this move will sort of weaken them a bit, and then give the other factions a wake-up call. General Subav, you've gotten a lot of credit for this battle. When we get back to Malwat, I'll make sure to reward you properly. The great emperor did not mince his words of praise. However, at this moment, when Zhang Yan heard this, he didn't feel anything. Yeah, victory, another big win, painful, too painful. Instead, the heart felt an inexplicable sense of labor as it watched the furry bear soldiers at the other end, who had begun to cheer and begin to sing over another victory. It was also at this moment that Dad Zhan Li's words reminded Zhang Yan, son, when are we going back to China? Dad wants to go home. Zhang Yan sighed, okay, Dad, let's go home, soon. Under the stunned gaze of the great emperor, and a group of military executives, the Su-57S lifted off again. Zhang Yan, with his own dad, Tenshin, is home. Chapter 193 Return to Daxia and just drive the Su-57S back? At the time of the Woolly Bear 2 Woolly War, Zhang Yan knew very clearly what he was fighting for, and it was for peace. Everyone is united in fighting to end that damn war. But at this moment, the end of a civil war battle, inexplicably confused emotions, however, suddenly attacked Zhang Yan, superimposing all the recent heart fatigue. Although it was known that this time it was to resolve the civil unrest and fulfill the mission given by Daxia, but at the moment, he was still a little torn, wondering what exactly he had been fighting all day and night. With the addition of the cold heart of the title, Zhang Yan couldn't describe what kind of feeling it was. He only knew that he was a little tired. This was a place he didn't want to stay for a minute longer. He just wants to go home. Comrade Great One, if there is nothing important, I will take my father back first. So, after a brief farewell, Zhang Yan took his dad with him and flew his Su-57S fighter jet, directly lifting off. Target, Daxia. What? The great emperor and a group of officers were baffled by Zhang Yan's maneuver. Back where? I think it's Scout Town. The general's father is in shock and it's understandable to take him back first. But you guys look in that direction like it's back to Skokie? He shouldn't be trying to go back to Daxia. Guessing Zhang Yan's motive, everyone including the great emperor stared blankly. Since he wants to go back to Daxia, the general doesn't have to be so anxious. Isn't it all agreed that the great emperor will personally send him back? The general is probably a little tired by the recent events. In the battlefield to fight 9 deaths, come back has actually encountered this kind of. To me, I also want to swing. He can hold on to all the events are resolved before leaving. Has been considered to be merciful and righteous. Alas, in the end, it is still our mistake. If we could have realized in advance, deployed in advance, and avoided in advance, things would not have happened to such a point now, greatly weakening the general's level of trust in us. The general is only 18 years old. It is the age of ambition. Full of ambition. I just hope that the reality of the blow do not affect him. It was a surprise, but at the end of the day, it was understandable to everyone. Human beings are not machines. It is normal to feel a little bit negative after resisting pressure for a long time. Otherwise it's still called a human being? Thinking for a moment, the great emperor immediately made a deployment. Make arrangements to send out a formation of fighters to escort the general back to Daxia. Have the treasury allocate another $500 million to the general's account. Also, immediately arrange for a special airplane. When I return to Sko City, I'm going to depart immediately and head to Daxia. Just then, an officer let out a soul-crushing question. But if the general is going back, why is he going back in our advanced fighters? The crowd froze, then burst out. Sucka not listed. If it wasn't for the officer's reminder, the crowd would have forgotten that Zhang Yan was flying a warplane when he left. And it's also the latest type of 5.5 generation fighter, the Su-57S, that the Maoist bears intend to put into service in the following 2 years. Is that play something you can just drive back to Daxia? Although the relationship between the two countries is good, but not so good that technology interchangeable kind of point. Contact the general immediately. Couldn't reach them. The general's side shut down communications. Everyone's scalp went numb when they heard that. What now? What else can we do? Hurry up and find a way to intercept it. How do we stop it? Do we have to hit the general with a missile? What kind of bull is this? Surely it's sending fighter planes to intercept. Even if you arrange special planes for the generals, that thing of fighter planes can never be allowed to drive through. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Soon, several military bases, resident woolly bear troops received word. Several Su-35s and MiGs lifted off and started chasing Zhang Yan. But is Zhang Yan, who has a wheel that can open the tidal enchantment, so easy to be intercepted? Let's not even talk about intercepting and stopping. they can't even chase after them. At this moment, Zhang Yan piloted the Su-57S and sped all the way along the Irmo borderline. The whole mind had been set free to think about war, peace, and factional fighting again. As for the fighter planes chasing behind him, he didn't give a damn. I wanted to chat with my dad, but he was snoring like a pig, so I don't need to think that he must have passed out again. It's a good thing I have a flight suit to protect me, or else this wave would have been fatherly if I had mailed it. Soon 2 hours had passed, and Zhang Yan had already returned to the territory of Mao Xiong in his Su-57S, still flying along the borderline. Next he's going to be at the triple border of the Malwat, the Stans, and the steppe country, flying into the western border province of Daxia. At this time, Mao Xiong almost sent out hundreds of fighters to try to stop Zhang Yan, but Zhang Yan's driving skills were so awesome that no matter which position he went to pack him from all sides, he just couldn't. Hundreds of excellent pilots couldn't do more than one Zhang Yan. That's the terror of Subov. It wasn't like Mao Xiong could really open fire on Zhang Yan, and seeing that he couldn't stop it, he had to hurriedly contact Daxia and negotiate with him. See if you can ask for it back when the war machine that play drives back. Daxia's side was dumbfounded. What game? Zhang Yan took his dad back home by himself, but back home is back home, and he is still flying the Mao Bear's latest Su-57S fighter, which the Mao Bear can't chuck enough. Good lord, is this the future flower of our country? This thing is dry. It's not even close to being a routine. Please be assured that your country is a staunch ally, and we will be sure to transfer your fighter back. The military responded while also sending fighter experts to the western border province. Zhang Yan drove back hard. If they don't study it properly, will they still be able to afford Zhang Yan's dedication and efforts? Another 2 hours passed. Zhang Yan successfully flew his fighter plane over the borderline of the three countries, and from this moment on, the Mao Bear fighters behind him could only look away and return unhappy. What turned up was the Daxia J-15, J-16, and J-20 flying formations that had been waiting here for a long time. Good day, Chief. We are Daxia West Frontier Flight Formation 09, escorted by order. Finally returning to the territory of Daxia, Zhang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Then escorted by Flight Formation 09, it successfully landed at the airport of a military station in the western border. Dad, wake up, we're at the place. Dad couldn't wake up until Zhang Yan gently gave him a couple of bouts, and only then did Dad wake up. Asterisk 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 asterisk, where did this come from? The western frontier. Ha, that fast. No. Why did I pass out again? I was thinking of taking a picture in the fighter jet. Hello, Chief. Welcome home, Chief. When they got off the warplane, all the officers and soldiers of the garrison arranged themselves in a neat square formation and saluted Zhang Yan in unison. Chief, it's simply a blessing for Daxia to have you. It's really hard for us to imagine that such an advanced warplane would be flown back by you with ease. The military's warplane experts, after expressing their gratitude to Zhang Yan, started the warplane's research work in a hurry. It was at this time that Zhang Yan realized it afterward. How to drive back for this thing? When I read the novels before, there was always some kind of theme of flying the pretty country's F-22s back home. I didn't realize that today. I had accomplished the same feat of flying the Su-57S back to Daxia. Just nifty, outrageous. But if you've driven it back, you must have turned it into the state. So what's the point? It can also be regarded as for his own name does not match the real 7-star general. Accumulate a bit of war credit it. Otherwise, Zhang Yan did not do anything for Daxia, but also let the general, or quite panic. Chief, we've arranged a special plane for you. The higher-ups have ordered you to travel to the capital immediately, and all the higher-ups are ready to greet you. The 7-star general of Daxia, who had been fighting on the battlefields of the Malwat Irmo for more than a month, returned to his country. Daxia paid extra attention to this, not to mention the welcome ceremony prepared for Zhang Yan in the capital. There is also a special program for Zhang Yan on Army Day next week, and in response, Zhang Yan merely sighed helplessly. I want to rest for a while, is that okay? Chapter 194 just arrived with a surprise. Airliner held hostage. Zhang Yan rescues alone. The Transport 20 lifted off, and the target wasn't the capital. Instead, it was Zhang Yan's hometown, Syracuse. The top management of Daxia and the top management of the military expressed great understanding for Zhang Yan's decision to want to take a break. After all, it had been over a month of campaigning in the Woolly Bear Futon, and another incident, large or small, in Scow Town. Zhang Yan was tired and wanted to slow down, as he should, but even though it was a homecoming, the deck was still pulled full. It was still escorted by the flying formation of J-15, J-16 and J-20, which showed that Daxia attached extra importance to Zhang Yan's safety. Snow City, located in the center of Great Xia, was a long flight from the western border. Sitting by the window, he looked down at the mountainous landscape of Daxia below. Suddenly relieved of the pressure, Zhang Yan became a bit bored, and the emptiness inside was hard to express. And just after almost 2 hours of flight time for the Transport 20, the surrounding escorting J-15, J-16, and J-20 flight formations suddenly dispersed. Just when Zhang Yan was a bit confused, a communication was hit to him. Comrade General, I'm sorry to disturb you. We've received information that an international airlines, non-stop passenger plane to Kyoto, is suspected of being held hostage by terrorists in the vicinity of your navigational airspace. Ha! Zhang Yan's mouth opened wide. No, inside Daxia, terrorist hostage-taking, are you kidding me? This isn't the pretty country. It is reported that the passenger plane was carrying an expert in the field of virology who suddenly returned home after disappearing outside the country for almost a year. The target of this terrorist hostage-taking is most likely him. At the same time, the vice president of a military-industrial enterprise, who was traveling to a Western country for a study tour, was also on that plane. Currently, your flight formation is the closest one to the passenger plane's route, so please, General, try to rescue it immediately. Zhang Yan straightened up and called out, good guy. Is it such a big surprise that you've just returned home? But the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and since he had come across it, it was definitely still necessary to save it. Understood. Promise to get the job done. Hanging up the communication, Zhang Yan came to the driver's cab at the first opportunity. Through radar and fighter debriefing, the Transport 20 immediately arrived over the airspace where the hostage aircraft was located. Observed from the sidelines, the airplane did not appear to be anything out of the ordinary, just following a prescribed path. But Zhang Yan knew that since he was being held hostage by terror, the situation inside the airplane must not be optimistic. Hey, this is the Daxia Air Force. Please respond when you hear me. Please respond when you hear me. Utilizing the top hacking techniques of the Kill Your Mom title along the net, Zhang Yan made a flurry of operations and directly contacted the frequency band of the airliner. Soon, a communication came from the other end. Zip. We are being held hostage. Repeat, we are being held hostage. Report on specifics. Zip. The terrorists holding the airliner hostage, almost 6 of them, all crooked, were armed and were now attempting to storm the cockpit. Bang. Gunshots came from the other end of the communicator, and Zhang Yan frowned at the sound. Can we make an emergency landing now? Zip. I'm afraid I can't. The driver's side barn door is badly warped. They'll probably rush in soon, and then it'll all be over. Emergency landing won't work, so we'll have to intervene manually. Don't panic. Stabilize the plane. Now lower the landing gear immediately. Saying that, Zhang Yan returned to the barn as fast as he could, changed into a set of special combat uniform, put on his goggles and windproof mask, and then put on his parachute bag. Carrier 20, flight coordinates 20-31-78-99 and open the rear bin doors for me. Seeing that Zhang Yan was going to risk fighting again, Dad Tension was a bit intolerant. Yen, just yesterday, including the day before, Tension felt deeply that his son was not easy. One day alone was too much for an ordinary person like him to bear, and it was really hard to imagine how Zhang Yan, who had spent nearly a month or so in the Maoxiong Air Mao battlefield, stayed in the rain of gunfire all day long. And now, well, it's time to go home. Zhang Yan surprisingly wanted to put himself in danger again. Zhang Yan signaled his dad that he didn't need to say much. Dad, when you are in a high position, you have to do what you can. I am now a soldier of Daxia, or a general of Daxia, and I mustn't let forces from outside the country to spread their wildness in our Daxia territory. Trust me, I'll be back in a minute. The moment the red light flashed in the cabin and the door to the rear compartment of the Transport 20 opened above 10,000 meters in the air, Zhang Yan was the one who barely brought hesitation, sped up quickly, took a leap of faith, and jumped down. Swish, the gust of wind ravaged Zhang Yan's body, but it was good that with the addition of a dozen or so titles, Zhang Yan's physical fitness was strong and yuppie. The whole person was like a straight steel pen, poking straight toward the direction of the passenger plane with a straight hook. Upon reaching the kilometer position in the air of the passenger plane, Zhang Yan began to adjust his attitude. One moment his arms and legs were bent naturally, the next his body was in a wide-open position, using the winged flight above his combat suit to adjust his direction. Finally, at a certain moment, Zhang Yan came above the passenger airplane. Without hesitation, he threw the hook lock straight up and deadlocked it in the gap above the passenger plane. Threw, and with that, landed precisely on top of the passenger plane. Zhang Yan didn't ink. Then he followed the hook and lock rope with his whole body and landed with his feet on the fuselage to come underneath the airplane at the fastest speed. At this time, the length of the hook lock was not enough. Zhang Yan was in a hurry and used his back against the landing gear of the distant airplane to directly open the parachute. Boom! The gust of wind surged into the parachute, directly pulling Zhang Yan to fly backward horizontally. Zhang Yan's eyes and hands were quick. In the moment he reached the landing gear, he detached from the parachute bag, and grasped the landing gear with a death grip. At this moment, inside the cabin, the terrorists have managed to open the cockpit. Turn around immediately and don't make me say it again. Just as they put the gun to the pilot's head and argued with him, unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yan, at this moment, had already climbed down the landing gear to the cargo hold of the airplane, and all the way up, during which he meets the stewardesses who have been tied up and left in the service cabin. As soon as the stewardess saw Zhang Yan, she subconsciously wanted to scream, but Zhang Yan pressed her mouth. Hush, I'm a daxia soldier. I'm here to save you. Blink if you understand. The stewardess froze for a moment, blinking her own big, Kotze-like eyes. Zhang Yan obediently lowered his hand and uncovered the tape on the stewardess's mouth. Tell me about their distribution. The stewardess swallowed. 2 in first class, 2 in economy, 2 in business. You, only one person? Stay here and don't move. And when the crisis is resolved, go immediately to pacify the passengers and then rescue the other flight attendants. After explaining a few sentences, Zhang Yan immediately headed to the economy class. I'll be honest, anyone who attempts to fight back again, don't blame the guns in our hands for being unkind. At this moment, the 2 terrorists in the economy class, one holding a miniature submachine gun, was looking menacingly at the passengers in front of him, and at his feet, covered in blood, lay the bodies of several passengers who had attempted to fight back earlier but had been summarily shot dead. Some other passengers were injured and cowering in the corner, shivering. Just at this time, Zhang Yan suddenly lifted the curtain and ran forward like a cheetah. Almost instantly, he rushed to the terrorists, and a dagger was thrown out by him as he slashed one of the terrorists with one hand. Swish! The other terrorist had just realized that Zhang Yan wanted to shoot, but before he could raise his gun, with a bang the dagger was already deeply embedded in his brow. One of the terrorists was immediately boxed in. By this time, the passengers were looking dumbfounded. Zhang Yan made a shushing gesture. Shoo, tie this one up and stay quietly. Dropping the rope and explaining a few things, Zhang Yan immediately headed to the business class. After taking out the 2 in business class with the same maneuver, it was down to the 2 in first class, but just then, there was the sudden sound of gunfire from the first-class cabin. Chapter 195 Rescue Operation ended successfully. The major managed to call Zhang Yan the chief. Boom 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 boom. The shots were 3 in a row. Rumble. The plane lurched, rather like it was going to dive downward. Zhang Yan felt bad and signaled the passengers to fasten their seatbelts at the same time. Immediately rush into first class. Rushing in, his entire body froze, and he saw that one of the terrorists had been killed. There is also a terrorist who is fighting a woman in a white-collar suit, and the 2 are engaged in a tug-of-war over a gun. Just a glimpse of the woman binding the terrorist with scissor-legged black stocking heels. It didn't take much thought to realize that it must have been this woman who had shot down the terrorist. Zhang Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is so tigerish." But now was not the time for Zhang Yan to lament, because the pilot on the other end was shot in the shoulder by the terrorists for his delay in agreeing to the terrorists' demands. At the moment his back was bleeding and he had fainted, his whole body collapsing on the putter. Bang! Without hesitation, Zhang Yan immediately pulled out his gun and killed the last terrorist. A step into the cab followed, and it was time to start stretching the pushrods. Give me up! The airliner finally raised its head after a dive to avoid a crash. Zhang Yan let out a long breath. This mission was considered accomplished even though it was treacherous. At that moment, the woman who was fighting the terrorists earlier gasped for air and walked into the cab, surveying Zhang Yan with a strange look. In the end, she was still a little afraid in her heart, because in front of this guy, there was a strong killing aura, quite the flavor of living people do not approach. Zhang Yan threw her a medical bag. The pilot is injured. Deal with it immediately. Seeing as how you acted quite professionally just now, you should know how to bandage it, right? The woman nodded, opening her medical bag while wondering, what are you? Zhang Yan's reply was only 4 cold words, daxia soldiers. Saying that, Zhang Yan picked up the microphone and broadcasted to the whole airplane. Passengers, you can rest assured that the crisis has been resolved and I will put you at the nearest airport. Soon. Cheers resounded throughout the cabin. More than 40 minutes into the flight, the airliner made an emergency landing at the nearest airport. The passengers, in the aftermath of the disaster, were a little curious as to what the hero was who saved them. It's also too good to be true that the lone terrorist who hijacked the plane did it not to mention, and piloting an airliner with injured pilots and getting them safely to the ground? Although the passengers wanted to thank Zhang Yan in person, the cabin had just opened for a moment. Instead, a crowd of soldiers poured into the cabin. Everyone, immediately pull the window panes, close your eyes, turn off your cell phones, and don't talk or ask questions. The moment Zhang Yan, deep in his heart, stepped off the airliner, the local military chiefs and police have been waiting here for a long time. Chief, it's thanks to you, or else it would have been hard to tell with this airplane. With terrorists holding the airliner hostage, the chances of survival are almost zero. You've performed a miracle this time. We've already reported this matter to the higher-ups, So congratulations, Chief, on another great achievement. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. Okay, the credit is not mine alone. There's a tiger lady in the first-class cabin who also killed a terrorist and helped to rescue the injured. To count the credit, give her one too. 4 of the terrorists are dead, 2 are alive, and the interrogation is in your hands. The local military chiefs and the police said that they would keep Zhang Yan for a casual dinner and do their best as a host, but Zhang Yan refused all of them. I have to go home, so I'll leave it at that for now, and we'll talk again when we have the chance to meet. After saying that, the Carrier 20 military aircraft had landed not far away, and Zhang Yan directly left. And right after Zhang Yan, the woman in the white-collar outfit also got off the airplane in a smooth manner. Miss Su, please wait for a moment at the airport. The capital side has already sent a special plane to pick up. Su Ruoyan curiously surveyed Zhang Yan's back in the distance. That soldier, what's the story? The head of the military shook his head. I don't know. I only know that it's a chief, and our superiors sent us here to meet him. Su Ruoyan surveyed the shoulder patch of the military chief. You're a major, the person who can make you call him chief. It can't be a general, can it? A general that young? How come I've never heard of him? The thrilling air rescue mission is over, and Zhang Yan is once again on his way home. This time it was smooth sailing, and within a few hours, the Transport 20 arrived at the airport at the Syracuse military base, because Zhang Yan had emphatically requested that he take a few days off, so the welcoming ceremony was simple, and only the top military and official leaders of Syracuse came over to greet them. Afterward, Zhang Yan and his dad, Tenshin, boarded a special car and headed home. A journey through the streets of the city. Zhang Yan's last burden went up in smoke. Finally, home. Ah, I miss my big bed. I'm going to sleep it off today. Dad Tenshin laughed. You brat, put aside the time when the hairy bear kills without blinking an eye. How come once back to return to the basics? Zhang Yan flirted. You are not the same. Shelding furry bears when scared to pee their pants. A return? The whole person essence is different. You brat, what kind of man talks about his old man like that? I'm telling you the truth. You were stupid when I took you out. You dare to say it didn't happen? Come on. I'm just an ordinary person. That kind of situation, to be able to run after you kid, did not give you a drag? It's already very good. Okay, what more bika? After an hour of hemming and hawing, the car arrived at Zhang Yan's neighborhood. The neighborhood of Zhang Yan's family is not considered upscale, and it is the architectural style of more than 10 years ago. Getting out of the car and going upstairs, Zhang Yan's mood was more and more relaxed. But it was only just before he arrived at the door of his house, and he lived directly speechless. What the hell? The 2 walls next to your own door have become graffiti walls? Above are messages from family, friends, classmates and teachers. Brother Rock, have a good trip and be a brother in your next life. Brother Rock, I'll spend the internet fee you deposited in the Xingshin Internet Cafe for you. Please don't worry. Brother Rock, I've also deleted your computer browser's records for you, so please go in peace. Rocky, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. Who knew that just after returning to Snow City I would hear your bad news? How good it would have been if I had come back a few days earlier. Zhang Yan, in the eyes of your teacher, you've always been a good student with both good character and academics, and your teacher is very optimistic that you'll be able to get into the university of your choice. It's just a pity. Alas, Zhang Yan, I like you. I have never dared to tell you. Who knows that now it's already heaven and earth. I will never marry again in this life. In my next life, I will marry you. This look was the same people who had come over to stay on the ground after the news of their own fake deaths had been exposed last time, and threw the flower petals left at the crevices of the stairway. Zhang Yan all guessed that when he faked his own death at that time, was the whole stairway dedicated to flowers? Mom, really? Why don't you pick up after yourself? Spitting out his sentence, Zhang Yan directly knocked on the door. Soon the door was opened, and I thought it was Mom who opened the door. Who knows, opened the door, but it was a short-haired innocent girl. The moment she saw Zhang Yan, the short-haired innocent girl was scared to death by the murderous aura in Zhang Yan's eyes. Chief, good day Chief. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. Ha, who are you? Chapter 196. Back home. Stunned guards, is this something to talk about? Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed, feeling that things were not simple. Seeing Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed, the raging murderous aura made the short-haired innocent girl instantly feel that her life and death were uncertain. Hurriedly saluting, head held high. Report, report, report Chief, my name is Little Shadow. Specially sent by my military superiors to take care of Auntie. Zhang Yan's murderous aura instantly subsided by a large margin and smiled. Tough on you. No hard work. For the people. Shadow held her head high, her heart pounding. It's too scary. This chief in front of me is too scary. It gave the impression that, at one point, he had killed tens of thousands of people. It felt like he might wipe his own neck if he got upset. Regarding Zhang Yan's identity, due to the nature of secrecy, The military hierarchy did not explicitly say so. What was known was that he was the tourist who had mistakenly entered the battlefield, and that Little Shadow's superiors called Zhang Yan the chief, and Little Shadow followed suit even though he found it strange. But now that she saw Zhang Yan's overbearing and outwardly murderous aura, Xiaoying couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. It always felt that the identity of the head in front of him was more than just a tourist who had mistakenly entered the battlefield. Ah, Shadow, is there a guest? Mom. The atmosphere was particularly touching as mother and son embraced. You brat, why didn't you say anything in advance if you were coming back? And you old miscreant, what are you standing in the doorway for? What are you fuming about? The door is always open, inviting mosquitoes. As soon as she entered the door, her mom Chenmei pulled Zhang Yan to the sofa to ask questions and talk about the family. During this time, the female escort, Shadow, was mentally tense and busy. Chief, drink water. Chief, eat fruit. Chief, why don't we change our slippers first? Chief, what would you like to eat? I'll get the groceries. Noticing that Shadow's demeanor was a bit erratic, Mom Chenmei laughed. Xiaoying, you don't have to be so polite. What do you call the chief? Ah, this kid is even younger than you. Right, I forgot to introduce. Rock, this is the department concerned sent to take care of Mom. Just call Sister Shadow. Thanks to her taking care of me during this period of time. Zhang Yan nodded and also said politely, Sister Shadow, thank you so much. Ha. Although we were in a superior-subordinate relationship, Zhang Yan felt that it was nothing to call her sister. After all, he was older than himself, and then again, he also helped himself to take care of his mother. Called sister should also be. The name Shadow Sister almost didn't give Shadow a whole autism. Hastily waving his hand, he pulled his mouth, a look of horror on his face. Don't, Chief. Dad Zhangli also felt a bit inappropriate, and came to Chen Mei's ear. Your son is now the general of our daxia. Do you think this is appropriate? What's not? Chen Mei was about to retort, but her eyes tensed in the next second. Did you say goddamn? Slap. The next second, Mom just fainted because she couldn't take the excitement. Zhang Yan man numb. Holy, Dad, which pot are you talking about? The little shadow man also went numb, covering his ears and desperately shaking his head. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear anything. Good thing it has the title brother. Want a shot? The top-notch medical talent is a blessing. Zhang Yan again is to press the acupoints. Again is to tie dry needles. A few needles to the old mom woke up. Leaning back on the sofa, Chen Mei was incredulous. Is what your father said true? Zhang Yan nodded helplessly. It's true. I'm now a 7-star general of daxia. Zhang Li added rather proudly. More than that, your son is also a 6-star admiral of the human hairy bear, and he has a name, now world famous, called Subov. Slap. This time Mom didn't faint. Shadow did. Judging from the way she fell to the ground, Zhang Yan could tell at a glance that she had strategically fainted. Okay, get up. You're acting too fake. What's going on? Little Shadow closed his eyes, shivering, mumbling, I didn't hear anything. Don't worry, Chief. We have discipline. I will keep it a secret. Don't kill me to silence me. Little Shadow serves hot. I'm still here as an outsider. Can't you guys pay attention to your conversation? Can't you keep a secret? Can't you just blurt out things like that? Is this kind of identity something that one can easily know? Subov, in fact, is a visitor to the battlefield by mistake. Zhang Yan, this matter. Explosive, is really too explosive. How Shade wished she was deaf at the moment, but there's no way around it. She already knows. Kill you to silence you? Zhang Yan's face was full of questions. Am I that scary? Dad Tension nodded. Scary, old scary son. I feel like I'm going to pee when you step on me and glare at me. Mom Chan may poke Dad. Go to your old immodest. Small Shadow is still there. Let people look at the joke. But son, it's time for you to tone it down a bit. You're moving around and being mean now. Not to mention your dad. Mom can't stand it a bit. Zhang Yan got up and took a look in the mirror. This battle has been fought for a long time. The killing gas on the body is a little thick. At the moment, he can't say it's okay with the clear and stupid college students. It's not even remotely close. But that's okay. He also has a title called and can tell I'm male or female, Special Forces version of the title that is used for camouflage. And just as the camouflage title unleashed its efficacy, soon, Zhang Yan suppressed that murderous aura. The eyes became clear and stupid again. That's better, isn't it? Tension nodded. Much better, son. Just like you've never been to a furry bear before. None of that scared piss-off old dad feeling. The killing aura was suppressed. The atmosphere finally eased a bit, and the little shadows were much more comfortable. Soon, Xiaoying went out to buy some dishes, and the mom, Chen Mei, personally cooked and made a delicious table for Zhang Yan. The family had a peaceful meal, watching Zhang Yan wolf down his food as if he hadn't eaten. The corners of Chen Mei's eyes were a bit sour, even though Zhang Yan did not mention what exactly he had experienced on the Mao Xiong battlefield, but it must not have been a human life, she thought. Rocky, eat slowly. These days, mom will make you whatever you want to eat. 2 days after that, nothing happened. Zhang Yan had a rare moment of peace and quiet, directly staying out of the way and taking a good rest. All day either lying in bed blowing the air conditioning and eating popsicles, or brush the drama, watching anime, waiting for mom's feeding, or chat with your mom and dad, and listen to the confidentiality education class of Little Shadow with them. No one contacted anyone during that time, just stranded home and laid around like it was on a pendulum. Although this behavior is very much in line with the current situation of young people, and even Zhang Yan did the same thing before he went to Woolly Bear, but this time is different from the past. Said to rest, but only rested for 2 days. Zhang Yan is a bit unbearable. He felt all over the place, like he was on pins and needles, and extremely anxious. Even when he slept, he began to have nightmares. In addition to killing on the battlefield, it's still killing on the battlefield. In fact, it was not absolute to say that it was a nightmare, because Zhang Yan was so strong that even in his dream, he killed the enemy and threw away his armor. Whenever Zhang Yan woke up, he looked at the dimly lit room, and some of the sunset light reflected through the curtains. His heart, too, was empty to the core. After only being back for a few days, he was actually a little nostalgic for the time he spent fighting in the battlefield. He reached out and stared at the ceiling through the crack. The confusion in his mind dispersed a bit, and something, it seemed, was on the verge of being figured out. Chapter 197. The news of returning to the country was exposed, and all the 7 great aunts and aunts came. Zhang Yan's rest didn't last long. It was on the 3rd day when Zhang Yan was napping as usual. I don't know how much time had passed, but the sharp knock on the door from the living room and the vibration of the cell phone woke up Zhang Yan. Subconsciously he stormed up, and his hand went to his waist, but the touch did not touch the gun. After a few moments of freezing, he slowed down. He was home. This wasn't a battlefield anymore. That is, the title of indifference to the heart pressure. Otherwise at this moment, Zhang Yan is afraid that the war traumatic stress disorder syndrome has long been attacked. The pressure of the root cannot be slowed down. Phew. Letting out a long breath, Zhang Yan picked up his cell phone and glanced at it. Then I realized that I was being bombarded with messages again. At first, he was a little puzzled until he saw 2 push news stories. 1 #international flight held hostage. Special Forces soldiers lone rescue. #. It's such a big deal that it certainly can't be kept under wraps. But the version that's reported to the internet is a processed one. The press didn't mention anything about the virologist in question or the VP of the military-industrial complex. And Zhang Yan's identity has been categorized as a special warrior. And right this moment is being praised all over the internet, as well as video thank yous from the rescued tourists. This piece of news did not reveal Zhang Yan's identity, so it was certainly not the one that triggered the bombardment of news. The next piece of news, on the other hand, was interesting. #Woolly Bear Emperor visits Dacia and personally returns Dacia tourists who have strayed into the battlefield. Zhang Yan has returned home though, but it's not like you can say anything about coming back on a furry bear's Su-57S, so it's time to put on an act, and it's time to go through the motions. Woolly Bear and Dacia directly found a double that was about the same size as Zhang Yan, with a mask on. It's watery to follow the Woolly Bear Emperor off the plane. Then the process begins, being greeted, interviewed, and a press conference. Just during the time Zhang Yan slept, the human double helped Zhang Yan go through all the processes. Back, finally, I cam. What a big show. The hairy bear emperor himself sending it back? It's too dignified. Nonsense. It's been more than a month since we mistakenly entered the battlefield. This is a big deal. The great emperor must personally send it back. It's just a tourist. There's no need for the great emperor to take it so seriously. Could it be that the matter of the tourist being Subov is true? Really hell. If the tourist is Subov, then the tourist can still come back? He's stupid. It's better to stay in Woolly Bear than to go back to Dacia. Runner give Master Crawl. Have reported. Waiting for 500,000 reward money. The topic of tourists mistakenly entering the battlefield has once again exploded across the internet. Netizens are deliberating, except for talking about the regular matter of whether or not Subov is a Dacia tourist. It's time to start speculating again about what will happen to the Dacia tourists when they return home. This wave of mistakenly entering the battlefield. He is also considered a netizen. This time to open the live broadcast to bring goods. Simply all can earn hair. Live bandwagon my ass ah. All follow the human hairy bear army fought so many battles. Surely it is to be collected by the troops ah. Do you know how valuable wartime experience is? It's just a tourist. What's the use even if he has wartime experience? He might as well be dashing around with the compensation from the hairy bear. Ugh. Envy. Why wasn't it me who blundered into the battlefield? He, you mistakenly entered the battlefield. And it's considered good that you didn't die halfway through. The netizens were having a good time discussing it, but Zhang Yan's rest plan was disrupted. This is the time of year when all the 7 aunts and uncles are running to the house. Some of them are really concerned about Zhang Yan. Some, on the other hand, thought that Zhang Yan had mistakenly entered the battlefield this time, and Mao Xian would surely compensate for it. So wouldn't his old Zhang family be rich by then? Hurry up and hug your thighs. On top of that, there were media companies, netizens and miscellaneous. The crowd was simply explosive. Zhang Yan's neighborhood is like a conference. People wave after wave to the inside. Zhang Yan was speechless. It's really true that there are many right and wrongs when people are red. At this time, the escort, Little Shadow, knocked on the door and walked in. Chief, there are too many of them. Our men are about to be overwhelmed. To stop the frenzied friends and family and the mixed crowd, almost all the plainclothes men placed around the area who were responsible for protecting the safety of Zhang Yan's family were mobilized. Even the police have sent people over specifically to take care of the blocking, but the news media, the Netflix ones can be blocked. How can Zhang Yan's friends and family stop him? I'm going out to hide, just to get some air. Call me when you're done. 886. Zhang Yan directly pulled the window open for the window. This action saw Xiaoying froze. Chief, you don't want to go out through the window, right? This is the 6th floor. Swish. Zhang Yan didn't even listen and directly jumped like a big black rat. Chief, Little Shadow was startled and quickly came to the window, poking his head out to take a look, and then his mouth dropped open. Ha! Just this moment, Zhang Yan has followed the gas pipe to the bottom? That's too fast. When he came to the ground, Zhang Yan pretended to be a serious person, with his disguise title ability pulled full, just like a passerby. Whistling, hands in his pockets, he headed straight out the door. However, just after passing a corner, Zhang Yan suddenly stood up in sweat, sensing that someone behind him was staring at him. Turning his head, Zhang Yan quickly targeted an SUV sedan not far away, was about to walk over and check it out. Zhang Yan, a girl's surprised voice suddenly came from behind her. It was a cry, so loud that almost everyone in the neighborhood heard it. Zhang Yan, where? The moment they turned their heads, they saw nothing. On the other hand, inside a certain unit building, Zhang Yan had already covered the mouth of a JK girl and pinned her against the wall with a deadweight. Shoo, don't yell. The person in front of him is no one else, but Zhang Yan's classmate Li Antong, who once sat at the same table for a period of time. I'd say it's familiar, but I wouldn't say it's not. After all, after the college entrance exam, Zhang Yan didn't have much contact. I'm letting go. Remember, don't shout. Saying that, Zhang Yan loosened his hand. Li Antong nodded her head obediently and whispered, You, when did you come back? Leave it for now and get out. Saying that, Zhang Yan took Li Antong on various detours and sneaked out through the side door of the neighborhood. But by chance, just out of the side door, I bumped into another old classmate, Wang Hu, who came to look for Zhang Yan. He came on his bicycle and his mouth grew in surprise as soon as he saw Zhang Yan. Chang. The word rock has not yet been exported. Zhang Yan's big slap directly pressed Wang Hu's face, lifting the bike, even with the people, and dragged him to the side. Shut up and don't ever call me by my first name outside. Wang Hu was outrageous. Frog fun. Rock. A trip to the hairy bear is different. You're so fierce. I love it so much. Come on. Me. Zhang Yan gave him a kick. Slutty hammer. Go. The three then ran away in flames, staying a kilometer away from Zhang Yan's neighborhood. Far away from the place of right and wrong, Zhang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to slipping out. If he had faced those 7 ants straight on, he would probably have been annoyed to death. Li Antong sensed something. Are you hiding from the news media that went to your house? It's okay. After a trip to the furry bear, you're now a big celebrity. Zhang Yan was speechless, red a hairline annoyed to death. This hot day should have been blowing the air conditioning to eat popsicles. Now can be good. Sleep asleep or not let a person peace. At this time, Wang Hu consoled. Okay brother Rock, if you're here, then you're safe, since we're all out, or else the two of us will accompany you for a stroll? As soon as the words left her mouth, Li Antong glared at Wang Hu with a murderous look. Wang Hu coughed lightly. Forget it, let Li hang out with you. I suddenly remembered that the gas in my house isn't on. I'll go back and turn it on. Wang Hu was about to leave, when Zhang Yan picked up his faithful neck. Alright, come all together. Chapter 198 Netizens guessed cool. Zhang Yan suffered. Foreign spies are here. It's been 2 days at home. 2. Now it's nice to hang out with your classmates and talk for a change. Soon, the trio boarded a bus and began traveling around Syracuse. The first stop is Syracuse's famous Greenbelt Park. It's summer, and flowers are blooming all over the Greenbelt Park, in all their colors. Li Antong immediately walked a little bit. Wow, it's so beautiful. Zhang Yan nodded in agreement. This place is high on the outside and low on the inside. It's quite suitable for deploying and hiding the missile car. From here it can completely cover the southeast and northwest of Syracuse and is not easy to be detected. Taking this place may be the key to taking Syracuse. Li Antong, Wang Hu. Second stop, the Dam Reservoir viewpoint on the outskirts of Syracuse. A speedboat ride on a hot day and the coolness of a cruise ship is nice. Wang Hu, Brother Rock, or else you and Intong stand at the bow of the boat, have a jack and meatloaf, and I'll take a picture of the two of you. Zhang Yan looked at the map on the side in a daze. Blowing up the dam reservoir and flooding the downstream is the best chance to take the downstream towns. Once the downstream townships are taken, you can fight your way west and have an unimpeded journey. Li Antong, Wang Hu. The third stop, Snow City Taimashan tourist attractions. The Shady Mountain Waterfall is a great place for people to visit and have a barbecue. This place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. We can only send the Air Force to blow up the mountain, and then surround the mountain with flamethrowers to make sure that none of the opposite side can escape, and all of them will have to be planted in the side for me. Next, wherever Zhang Yan went, it didn't look like he was taking a break, but instead looked like he was stepping on a battlefield. The military theory and strategic deployment of a set. To Li Antong and Wan who are listening to Silly, even when he arrives at his alma mater, the first thing that comes to mind is not nostalgia for his school days, but, don't tell me, our school is in pretty good shape. Push down those buildings over there, and we can use this place as a temporary airport. If we take this place first, use the Air Force to land troops, and then fight all the way out, and then take that green part from before, we'll be holding Syracuse by the throat. Inside the honey snow ice city near the school, Zhang Yan clutched a glass of lemonade and spoke his mind. Serious men are handsome though, but by this time, Li Antong and Wang Hu Run were already numb. Zhang Yan, what's wrong with you? Why are you always in a daze? Li Antong went straight to her hand and touched Zhang Yan's forehead. There's no fever either. Wang Hu's mouth opened wide. This might be the so-called war trauma stress disorder syndrome. Brother Rock, otherwise let's go to the hospital to have a look. You're already having mental problems. Zhang Yan was speechless. There's no need. I'm just bored and a bit itchy to do simulations. After Li Antong and Wang Hu reminded him of this, Zhang Yan realized that he seemed to be a bit overzealous, but seeing those special terrains, he really couldn't help but want to simulate the strategy. Wang Hu was a bit curious. Brother Rock, what exactly is your situation in Maoxiong? Did you follow the army, or did you personally participate in the battle? Zhang Yan was about to reply, when a voice came from the side. Yo, isn't this our Daxia visitor? When did he come back? Then he saw a couple of dangling kai slippers, with a couple of little Tae Yukai walking over. These are the famous senior Tail Row War heroes, graduated, but still in the school neighborhood of the major milk tea store, drink store loitering. There are a few of them in there, and they even dealt with Zhang Yan when they were in school, but it wasn't a very good deal, and the relationship wasn't considered very good. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Not long, just a few hours. The silver-haired man at the head of the group sat down in a very self-conscious manner and put his arm on Zhang Yan's shoulder. You've made a name for yourself this time. I've heard that you followed Subov's army all the way to Key City. Is that true? Really? I'll be damned. So you're involved in combat? Engaged. How many people have been killed? Didn't count. The silver-haired man tugged at his mouth. Oh, look at this guys. It's different when you've been in a war. It's so big. The yellow-haired man on the side teased. Haven't counted it yet. Just blow it off. You're a tourist. When you go to the battlefield, you're lucky if you don't get scared and piss your pants. Asterisk 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 you. How to talk. This is not poking people's pain. The silver-haired man cursed, then said, Zhang Yan, you can now be considered the red man of Shuichang. How much does Mao Xiong intend to compensate you? Zhang Yan said faintly, not much. You just lay low. Things are so big. Certainly a lot. How? Rich not to treat a few brothers to eat some good all classmates. See the share of it. Meng Dabiao. Li Antong couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table to get up. Don't go too far. These people, even if they don't study well, they don't learn something good all day long, roaming around the school all day long, meeting acquaintances and mixing food and drink, and now they're hitting on Zhang Yan. How can they do that? Yo, just focusing on chatting. Goddess and Tong is also there. I heard that you have been preparing for confession some time ago. What is it? Did you confess? If you don't have a watch, why don't I help you? Saying that, Meng Dabiao hugged Zhang Yan's arm and started to make a mistake. Brother Zhang Yan, I like you so much. Promise to be my boyfriend, okay? I won't marry you in my life. Li Antong gasped shaking cold. This Meng Dabiao, right? What a dishabag disease to commit at 18 or 19 years old. Zhang Yan was speechless. After a war, the generation gap between him and these tweakers, who were still in the throes of their dilemma, was still a bit wide. He was about to say something when suddenly he frowned and his afterglow caught a glimpse of an SUV pulling up to the door. The car. He had seen it once in the neighborhood, and at that time, he felt that something was not quite right. At this moment, for tightly wrapped sunglasses men stepped out of the car, one hand holding a cloth-wrapped long tube. Good guy, so arrogant? The first time Zhang Yan sensed that something was wrong, he had already warned, I advise you to leave early, or it will be too late. The silver-haired man froze. Go what? Wow, Zhang Yan, no way. All rich people, how can you be so stingy? Next, swish, the roll-up door was suddenly dropped. Bang, this was followed by a gunshot. The man at the head of the group, in very broken Mandarin, said, everyone, freeze. Ah. The store was a mess. In shock, before Li Anton could birdie her way into Zhang Yan's arms, Meng Dabiao took a step ahead and directly drilled Zhang Yan's arms. Meng Dabiao, you step on the horse. Subsequently, the four sunglasses men, with photos in their hands, compared them one by one, and soon arrived at Zhang Yan's side. You are Zhang Yan? Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows, listening to the accent. You are a Japanese? Very arrogant. Rushing to use a gun in a public place in Disya. I think you're tired of living. In the next second, the pitch-black muzzle of the gun was pressed against Zhang Yan's head, but in the next second, Zhang Yan directly disappeared and the gun in his hand directly fell apart. Everyone, close your eyes. Boom 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 boom. Zhang Yan's hands are itching. Aren't these four people just bumping into the gun? 1 minute did not arrive. Zhang Yan gave four people all ruffled down. Cruel means to the extreme. Broken arms and legs. Even the poison sac teeth were pulled out by Zhang Yan. Then Zhang Yan dragged a few people to the bathroom, and a brutal interrogation technique came down. Finally someone let up. There are rumors that you are sub of. Zhang Yan laughed. Damn it, the netizens are guessing happy, but they have suffered. These crooked intelligence services, they'd rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go, right? Drover. It didn't take long for the SWAT and police to arrive. These four are most likely spies from outside the country, and there are more than one wave of accomplices. They must be properly interrogated. After making a statement and explaining a few sentences, Zhang Yan thought that he had nothing to do. Are you that Daxia tourist Zhang Yan? As a result, the Miss Police Flower with a very wild body directly blocked his way. There are a couple of cases still open about you, so please come with us. Ha! Chapter 199 Zhang Yan committed war crimes? How come your experience is the same as Subov's? How many cases didn't go away? Zhang Yan was puzzled. In Daxia, he was a simple and unassuming prospective college student. How can you carry a case on your back? Miss Police Flower, you're not mistaken. However, out of the obligation to cooperate with the investigation, Zhang Yan still followed. Syracuse Cantonment Police Department, interrogation room. Don't be nervous, just looking for you to understand the situation. As long as you cooperate well, we won't make things difficult for you. Miss Police Flower poured a glass of water for Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan nodded and moved his hands. No handcuffs, no interrogation chair, just goes to show, it's not a big deal. First of all, with regard to this case, it was determined that all four expatriates had comminuted fractures and had suffered varying degrees of abuse, and that all of this was done by you? Zhang Yan undeniably nodded. Yes, all four of them were carrying guns, and at that time, the guns were pressed against my head. I was forced to fight back, and if they didn't disintegrate their mobility, it was highly likely that they would have gone after other customers or shopkeepers. Miss Police Flower nodded her head. Your judgment is very correct, but facing the muzzles of four people, I'm afraid that even ordinary police officers would be terrified in their hearts. You actually subdued the four of them in a matter of moments. How did you do that? Zhang Yan Little Bear spread his hands. As you all know, I once spent some time in the Hairy Bear Ermau battlefield, and the conditions there were much more menacing than these four. It seems that you have also experienced quite a lot on the Furry Bear dimorphic battlefield. Miss Police Flower nodded her head. But next time you encounter this kind of situation, you have to take the premise of securing your own life first. You still took a bit of a risk this time, although you have experienced the war, but this is not the capital for you to ignore the danger. Can you understand? Zhang Yan nodded his head. Sister Police Flower educated me. I've remembered. At this time, the police marshal beside Miss Police Flower said seriously, Zhang Yan, this case, to be heard clearly, we'll ask our superiors to give you a bravery award and a bonus. But before that, I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to prepare a case, so I hope you understand, said he, not forgetting to hand over a file. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. What a great guy. What a gift before a gift. However, Zhang Yan could understand that for the sake of social security, one like himself with superb combat power was more or less a bit scary. But fear not 10,000. Fear not. In case one day one suddenly retaliates against society. This is also for the sake of the people. Just prepare. It's not a case, and it's not about arresting yourself, so it doesn't matter if you prepare a little bit. Soon after, the police marshal took the completed paperwork and went ahead and entered it. Miss Police Flower began to talk about the second case. Back in June, your father, Tenshin, had reported that you had mistakenly entered the woolly bear battlefield. Now you still have the right of recourse to sue the hairy bear or the travel agent for damages. Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow. Travel agency even. In the end it's still me who boarded the wrong airplane by mistake. As for the furry bear side, I don't think it's necessary, because we've already reconciled. The matter of reconciliation is something that Miss Policeflower has heard of, but she still sidestepped it by saying, Zhang Yan, you have to take advantage of this opportunity. Something like mistakenly entering the battlefield has a great impact. Even if you settle, make sure you keep your eyes open. Once the case is closed and you're thinking about adding to it, it's too late. Can you understand that? Zhang Yan laughed. Hey, this police lady is quite interesting, hey. In a very stern tone, which is actually very friendly. In a sideways nod to himself. One moment is to pay attention to their own personal safety when seeing justice, and the next moment is to let themselves seize the opportunity to knock the woolly bear more compensation. But if you want to talk about losses, $2 billion of personal remittances, plus $70 billion of foreign trade orders, is that a loss? Wasn't there a hemorrhage on the furry bear side? Thinking about it, Zhang Yan smiled. I understand what you mean. Thanks for your concern, but I don't need to supplement. So that's it. Well, then, after we check with the woolly bear side, the case will be automatically closed, said Miss Policeflower, flipping the dossier over. Her brows suddenly furrowed and her gaze sharpened. One more thing. The police and agencies of numerous countries have reached out to us, claiming that you committed war crimes while on the battlefield. And, early this morning, we also received numerous calls reporting the same reason. Again, war crimes. Holy. Zhang Yan tilted his head and rolled his eyes. This case he obviously did not think the crowd and the bad guys this is. Don't be nervous, Miss Policeflower sighed. The phone report is not enough to worry about. But I want to remind you that you are too popular now. There might be many people eyeing you, so you must act steadily outside. As for the foreign police, they reached out to us for help, and out of diplomatic pressure, we had to respond. So we need to know exactly what happened while you were at the woolly bear futon battlefield in order to respond. The attitude of the police lady was still friendly. It's understandable that a tourist would go to war and be forced to engage in combat. In the end, you can't put all the blame on Zhang Yan. Discretion could be exercised during the trial of the case, which was why, until now, Zhang Yan hadn't been handcuffed, as well as hadn't been seated in the interrogation chair. Zhang Yan was about to open his mouth, when he suddenly thought of Xiao Ying's secrecy class that he had taken 2 days ago. That's a question I might have told you if you'd asked me on the woolly bear futurity battlefield. But for now, knowing this, you need to sign a non-disclosure agreement. A non-disclosure agreement? Miss Policeflower was stunned, but soon, she figured it out. Zhang Yan was the one who personally experienced the attack on Qizhou, with the battle to end the furry bear Ermao. This content should be very sensitive. After all, it is the internal affairs of another country, and when trying a case, one must focus on the links and not go beyond them. I will immediately ask for instructions from my superiors and write a guarantee, which you don't need to worry about. Miss Policeflower also did not rushed into action, and soon took care of everything. See Miss Policeflower turn off the surveillance in the interrogation room, as well as stamping and sealing the pledge. Zhang Yan nodded, and then began to state his furry bear experience. It was told in much the same way as the last time he had given a military doctor to the mountain and sea fleet, but in a more steady tone. At first, similar to what Miss Policeflower thought, Zhang Yan was indeed forced to participate in the combat, because he's being parachuted into the enemy pile. He's not fighting, he's not going to make it, he's going to die. I didn't expect that you'd catch on quite quickly, just arrived at the battlefield and dared to shoot. Your guts are also too big. But as Zhang Yan began to direct the battle, Miss Policeflower felt that something was not quite right. You, commanding battles and winning them, how do you know this? Zhang Yan flubbed. I myself am more interested in the news of the military field, but also always look at the military book and so on. Looking at it will be you're quite a genius then. Have you ever thought of joining the army? Or enrolling in a military academy? Or the police academy? If you're willing to serve your country, your future will be unlimited. And just as Zhang Yan continued, all the way from the battalion commander, as a regimental commander, and later as a brigade commander, division commander, and even a military commander, Miss Policeflower directly listened with her mouth wide open. Wait, are you sure it's you you're talking about? That's me. How does this sound to you? Similar to Sabav's experience? Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. It must be almost the same, because I am Sabav. Slap. Miss Policeflower's water cup fell to the floor at once. Chapter 200 Big Water washes a Dragon King Temple. Zhang Yan is a SSS level top secret character. What's that? Is that rumor true? Dasha tourists are still really Sabav. Miss Policeflower was already too shocked to speak. That's incredible. No wonder you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Just then, the previous police uncle but suddenly pushed the door and walked in. Xiao Guan, come here for a moment. You sit down for a moment. After a greeting, Miss Police Flower followed the police uncle out of the interrogation room, and then all the way to the archive. In my usual filing of the record of filing, I found this, so please do take a look at it. Police Uncle Dan came to the computer, and in a few steps, he called up Zhang Yan's point file. Upon seeing a blank space above, and a horizontal seal, Miss Police Flower's head boomed. 3S top secret? SSS level top secret, but it is the highest level of secrecy in Daxia. And now, this kind of rank had actually appeared in the body of a Daxia tourist. It can only mean one thing. What Zhang Yan said is true, the police marshal reminded. Xiao Guan, let's put the interrogation matter aside for now. Zhang Yan's identity is special. This matter must be reported to the commissioner. Please ask him to decide. But I'm afraid even the administrator can't make the call on a level of confidentiality like this. It has to be reported all the way up. The police missy people were numb and had thought it was just a routine interrogation. Who would have thought that Zhang Yan, the great Buddha, was simply not something that could be accommodated by their tiny precinct? And just as Miss Police Flower and Police Marshal started to report it at a rapid pace, a military vehicle that has driven up to the gate of the police station. Also arriving at the same time were vehicles from Syracuse officials, the Syracuse General Administration. Almost all the big names in Snow City who knew about this had rushed here. As soon as they got out of the car, two of them were the first to choke. You're so bold. You even dare to arrest that person. Although we are not in the same system, but on this matter, shooting you 10 times is not enough. Have you not been derelict in your duties? When that person and his family were being harassed by those trashy media netizens, why didn't you bring someone to clear the scene? Okay, you two, don't quarrel. This matter in the end is still we have some negligence, as well as the lower unit confidentiality level is not enough to lead to this. This is also a kind of wake-up call for us. The divisional administrator is, for the moment, following the big man's ass, and the man is quite numb, because his status level was not enough. He didn't know the doorway here at all. When his own subordinate, Yuan Shooting, had asked for permission earlier, he had agreed to it almost without even thinking about it. I didn't realize how big things have gotten. Yuan Shooting, come out here. As soon as he entered the gate, the divisional administrator called over to the police flower Guan Shooting. Where's the chief? Soon, Guan Shooting brought the crowd to the interrogation room where Zhang Yan was. Chief, I'm the chief of the Syracuse Guang'an District Police Station. I'm very sorry that my subordinates are not doing their job well. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. Unfavorable? It's quite good. The details of the case are all in place. Every aspect is just right. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. At least that's how I understand a police officer is supposed to handle a case. And if you're going to wrongfully blame her for this, then she's too wrongfully blamed. What the chief said is true. I will definitely keep it in mind. The divisional administrator was relieved. As long as Zhang Yan didn't blame. Ahem. A certain character coughed lightly. You guys go down first. Wait for the divisional commissioner and Miss Police Flower to leave. The official in charge also came forward. General, suffered. Today, we have a very big negligence in our work. Please criticize and correct the general. Zhang Yan waved his hand. I didn't suffer, so I came over to chat. If not for this opportunity, I'm afraid that I won't be able to enter the interrogation room for the rest of my life. Just consider it as experiencing life. I don't know what you guys do or don't do for work, so help yourselves. The head of the police side. General, the matter of those 4 spies. It's our fault for not doing our job. Please punish us. General. Zhang Yan smiled. Chastisement. How can I chastise you? I can't shoot you. Okay, it's not a big deal. Who would have thought that they have so much guts? They all dared to do it in our Daxia's territory. Just pay attention to it in the future. At this time, the head of the military stepped forward. In order to ensure the safety of you and your family, we have prepared a house for you in the family compound of the military district, and your father and mother are now being picked up one after another. As for the 4 spies, we will immediately bring them back to the military district for interrogation. A few people chatted for a few moments. Within a short time, Zhang Yan walked out of the police station surrounded by the crowd. This scene can be said to look silly. Standing outside the police station waiting for Zhang Yan for most of the day, Li Antong, Wang Hu, Meng Dabiao and others. When these big shots came earlier, they wondered what had happened to the police station. I didn't realize that they were running towards Zhang Yan. That's too much face. Zhang Yan spotted them, greeted the people around him, and walked over. Zhang Yan, are you alright? Li Antong was worried. Nothing much, just went in for a chat. At this time, Meng Dabiao brought his minions over. Boss, congratulations on getting out of jail. Off. What out of jail? How bad luck. Wang Hu was furious. No, Meng Dabiao, what's your situation? What do you call Brother Rock, boss? Meng Dabiao didn't care about that much. His face was full of fawning. Boss, your previous gallantry in the milk tea store really made my little brother worship you. Teach us. Zhang Yan pulled his mouth. Want to learn? If you want to learn, just shave this silver hair of yours before you say anything. Alright, we'll go scrape now. Upon hearing this, Meng Dabiao and the others immediately acted. Alright, it's getting late. Let's go back to our own homes and find our own moms, and we'll make a date some other time. Zhang Yan looked at the time and casually called over a warrior. Send them back. Yes, Liantong and Wang Hurun were dumbfounded again. What is Zhang Yan's status that even soldiers have to listen to him? But don't tell me, it's kinda like a thing to make someone do it. After saying goodbye to Liantong and Wang Hu, Zhang Yan then took a military jeep and headed to the military family compound. Just for the moment, the move, with the help of a group of soldiers, had been successfully completed. Zhang Yan bought a bottle of water for each of them and some ice cream to console them. Looking at the almost 150 square foot house in front of me, I was very satisfied. This place was located inside the Syracuse Military Regions compound, and outsiders had to apply if they wanted to go in. That would have stopped that group of news outlets, media companies, netizens and whatnot. Even when the 7 aunts and uncles visited, they had to look at Zhang Yan's face. As for spies and whatnot, there's even less to think about. Even the boldest spies wouldn't dare to run into the barracks. Not bad, very good. And just after an hour or two of tinkering with the new home and having a late dinner, word also came from the military. The interrogations regarding the 4 spies have all been completed. Chapter 201 Checking IPs, Catching Spies, Late Night Gopher Program. At the first time, Zhang Yan rushed to the underground interrogation room of the Syracuse troop station. It's really not much of a walk. You can get in a military jeep and be there in less than 10 minutes. Just as he walked in, Zhang Yan looked at the 4 spies who had already been tortured to the point of delirium. On one side were all sorts of torture devices, which were oozing just by looking at them. Needless to say, the 4 spies must have been subjected to inhuman torture that made them have to, well, give up the information. Reporting to the chief, this is the interrogation report. Please read it. Receiving the report, Zhang Yan scanned it a few times. They're not the only group of spies currently in Syracuse, and forces outside the country are still sending spies to Daxia? What a big move. Do you need to labor like this in order to finish me off? Making a mess of Daxia. At that moment, an officer came to report. Chief, the remote conference room is ready. Please head to the conference room. The military high command is waiting for you there. Soon after, a meeting involving the entire Daxia military hierarchy was held. The situation is not optimistic now. The spies that were originally lurking very deeply are now active. Our Daxia is simply guilty of a spy plague. It must be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the long run, our social stability will definitely be impacted. Those forces outside the country are even more extreme than we imagined. It's obvious that it's just a rumor, and they'd rather kill by mistake than let go. It's more than a rumor, isn't it? Pretty country. Those guys from the Allied nations, didn't they know about Comrade Zhang Yan's identity long ago? With one sentence, he almost didn't give Zhang Yan a dry spell. Got it. How did they know? A certain general responded. Comrade Zhang Yan, don't be nervous. I'm not talking about your identity as Subov, but your identity as the one who killed the legendary commander of Irmo. Chekhov. That video is not a secret with Irmo. Pretty country, and the Allied nations, and once you return home this time and the heat is on, it will be hard for the information not to be leaked, and they must have matched you up by now. Hearing this, a general wondered, if that's the case, why don't they bring this to light? Isn't it a classic operation of theirs to take this kind of thing and use it to suppress us? Besides, they've all put out the word that Subov is from Daxia before, and now there's a rumor going around that the Daxia visitor is Subov. Isn't this the best time to take advantage of this and stack the 3 identities on top of each other to target our Daxia? Do they dare? A general disdained. General Zhang Yan, in the Maoxiong Air Mao battlefield, with 3 divisions, he took out the 300,000 Allied forces of the pretty country and his lapdogs, which can be said to have caused them a great deal of damage. If they don't get well at this point and jump out and bounce around, aren't they just looking to get hammered? To put it bluntly, they only dare to smear now, and don't dare to start a conflict with us head on. At this time, another general interjected. In fact, to say 1,000 words, to be able to release the news that Subov is a Daxia native is already their limit. Once the 3 identities of Subov, the Daxia tourists, and Chekhov, the man who killed the legendary commander of Irmo, are really exposed, won't that be just boosting other people's morale and destroying their own? This is very much at odds with the smear strategy of the West in recent years. Zhang Yan heard and understood, which meant that he didn't need to be afraid of his identity being exposed at all now, because the pretty countries, the Allied countries, the Western allies, those countries, are more afraid than he is. For some reasons, enemy countries dare not expose the truth even if they know it. So right now, it's kinda nice that he's, like, hazy and kinda intimidating. Okay, a bit off topic. The main question now is how to deal with these spies. Comrade Zhang Yan, you've had a lot of exposure to this kind of thing on the battlefield. Do you have any ideas? Zhang Yan nodded, then picked up the interrogation report and flipped through it. Through the interrogation report, it appears that these spies were contacted by utilizing a well-known foreign kook chat software. If we can start from there, I think, there should be a surprise. Even if it's impossible to catch all of them, we should be able to catch a batch of them. Through discussion, the meeting finally unanimously approved Zhang Yan's decision. He also sent military hackers to assist Zhang Yan and carry out attacks and crawling operations on the Kukek chat software. While the idea is beautiful, the reality is bone-chilling when military hackers actually practice it. In a few minutes, though, they were already sweating profusely. There's something wrong with this software. It even uses military-grade encryption. Look at the style. It looks like the handiwork of a pretty country. Just as the military hackers were stunned, Zhang Yan had already utilized the hacker title of Kill Your Mother by following the internet line to effortlessly bypass the firewall of the pretty country's military. Then, like a hungry wolf rushing into a flock of sheep, he began to frantically retrieve sensitive chat logs. No, still no. I'm afraid it will take days or even months to break in. Just when the military hackers had tried hundreds, if not thousands, of times to break in, Zhang Yan has retrieved all the sensitive chat logs and started extracting IP addresses. Pretty country has detected our attack. They're trying to get a hold of our coordinates. Stop it. And while the military hackers, forced to abort their mission because they were discovered by the pretty countryside, Zhang Yan has already reported the extracted IP address. The total number of domestic IPs extracted this time, 121, 872, and foreign IPs, 312, 720. Ask the military hierarchy to immediately coordinate everywhere and make arrests. It's a real shock not to check. Zhang Yan verified nearly 1,000 times over and over again, and surprisingly found out 120,000 anomalous IPs lurking all over the country. This incident stunned Zhang Yan and also stunned the military. Worthy of being our 7-star admiral. Doing things right. No kidding, it's only been 3 hours. Our hackers haven't even gotten inside someone's door, and the general has already found out everything he needs to find out? No, even if Comrade Zhang Yan is great at leading troops to war, how come he's also so accomplished in the field of information? Thanks for coming back. With General Zhang Yan around, it's really a blessing for our daxia. After a few moments of lamentation, the military hierarchy immediately operated, coordinating with the military and police across the country. A program called Gopher was implemented. They're going to catch all those spies lurking in the shadows of daxia like gophers, as well as the walking 500,000, through and through. 0 hour, the time when most of the people, all over the country, go to sleep. All over the country, up to 1,000 local police forces, troops, quickly assembled and launched operations to capture the spies. This operation, because it was executed in the dead of night, was dominated by a handful of suddenness, a handful of swiftness, and a handful of being caught off guard. Wait for the moment when the stage gradually rises at 6 in the morning. 121, 872 IP addresses, almost all of which were taken by the police and military in a row. 77, 201 spies captured. 27, 812 walking 500,000. In the course of the operation, 285 spies and insiders committed suicide or were forced to kill themselves, and nearly 8,000 remain on the run, but it was only a matter of time before he was apprehended. This handful of thunderbolt actions is undoubtedly a wake-up call to forces outside the country. Daxia is not that easily infiltrated by spies. If you want to use spies against Zhang Yan, you'd better think twice. Just after getting up, Zhang Yan received good news from the military. General Zhang Yan, it's only been a few days since you returned to China, and you've already earned a first-class merit, a second-class merit, and 2 special-class merits. When you've rested enough, hurry up and come to the capital. Everyone is waiting for you.